Reborn in 1977, the era of scarcity. Zhang Yun has been given a second chance at life. This time, he will marry the woman he wronged and regretted losing for an entire lifetime. Blessed with a mystical, spring-filled spatial realm, Zhang Yun can now catch frogs in the fields, hunt game in the mountains, and fish in the rivers, ensuring his family never wants for food or clothing again. With this newfound advantage, he'll lead his loved ones toward a peaceful, prosperous, and joyful life in the countryside. Chapter 1. Reborn in 77. The female educated youth arrives. Yun'er, wake up quick! Comrade Han, the educated youth, is here. Early that morning, his mother Chun Wan's voice rang out, urgent yet brimming with excitement. Hearing that familiar yet distant voice, Zhang Yun jolted awake. When he opened his eyes and saw the figure standing before him, the one who had haunted his dreams for decades, his expression froze in utter shock. The voice felt familiar because it was the very same one that had nurtured him since childhood, etched deep into his soul. Yet it also felt foreign because his mother had passed away when he was 30. For the next 40 years, he'd heard her voice only in memory. Didn't I just die? Confusion swirled in Zhang Yun's mind. Moments ago, he'd lain in a hospital bed on the verge of death. His wife, Tang Tiantian, had brought their son Zhang Chuntian to his bedside and revealed a secret she'd kept hidden for a lifetime. It turned out Zhang Chuntian wasn't his biological son at all. Back in the day, Tang Tiantian had secretly been involved with a villager named Zhang Dehai. After becoming pregnant, Dehai abandoned her for another woman. Terrified of being exposed as an unwed mother, Tang took advantage of the farewell banquet for returning educated youths. That night, while Zhang Yun was heavily drunk, she led him to her room. The next morning, fellow educated youths came to say goodbye and found them lying together in bed. In that era of strict social morals, reputation meant everything. Pressured by scandal, Zhang Yun had no choice but to marry her, though it was all a misunderstanding. On his deathbed, hearing this humiliating truth, Zhang Yun was so enraged he couldn't draw another breath and died on the spot. And yet, the next moment, he heard his mother's voice again. Now he was certain he had been reborn. And just now, what did he hear? Comrade Han, the educated youth, is here. Instantly, memories from his past life flooded back. He realized he'd returned to June 1977. This was the year Han Xuemei, the female educated youth, first and only visited his home. He knew why she'd come. She wanted to marry him. In his previous life, Zhang Yun had deeply loved Han Xuemei, but his family was desperately poor. Afraid of dragging her down, he'd cruelly rejected her proposal. Then, in early spring 1978, just before her scheduled return to the city, Han Xuemei invited Zhang Yun for a final talk. She got him drunk and gave him her virginity. That single night left her pregnant. Later, after Zhang Yun became wealthy through business, he tracked her down in the city. He learned she'd been forced to marry a middle-aged, widowed factory workshop director. When a man discovered she was already 2 months pregnant, he began drinking heavily and abusing her daily. Malnourished and emotionally broken, Han Xuemei died during childbirth from hemorrhage. Mother and child, both lost. Only then did Zhang Yun understand. She'd known her parents would force her into that miserable marriage upon her return to the city. Desperate to stay in Jivun village, her only hope was to marry a local man. When Zhang Yun rejected her, she saw no future. So on her last night, overwhelmed by memories of their time together, she gave herself to him. One final, bittersweet farewell. For the rest of his life, Zhang Yun carried that regret, yet could never show it, bound as he was to Tang Tiantian. And now, reborn, hearing that Han Xuemei was at his door, he leapt out of bed and rushed to the main room, determined not to repeat his past mistake. There she stood, graceful and poised, wearing a faded olive-green military-style jacket, a canvas satchel slung across her chest, a red armband on her sleeve, and green liberation shoes on her feet. The quintessential image of a 1970s female, educated youth. And there she was, Han Xuemei, alive, real, standing before him once more. Comrade Han, you've come, Zhang Yun said, stopping 2 meters away, his voice trembling with emotion, his eyes filled with longing. Han Xuemei had spent days stealing her courage before finally walking to his house. Since entering the courtyard, her hands had clenched her yak, her heart pounding with anxiety. But when Zhang Yun spoke her name, she met his gaze, and her resolve strengthened. Zhang Yun, I want to talk to you, she whispered, cheeks flushed, tears welling in her eyes. Her emotions were tangled. Fear of her parents' arranged marriage, hope that Zhang Yun might accept her, dread of rejection, uncertainty about the future. Yet beneath it all, determination. She would choose her own path. Inside the bedroom, Chunwan had been listening closely. Realizing her presence was awkward, she stepped out, smiling gently. Comrade Han, you two chat. I'll go tidy up outside. As she left, she shot Zhang Yun a meaningful look. Don't let her slip away. Zhang Yun almost laughed. Mother, you're really pushing me. But he understood. His mother approved of Han Xuemei. Now, alone together, silence hung heavy between them. Comrade Han, what brings you here? Zhang Yun asked, though he already knew. Han Xuemei twisted her fingers, lips pressed tight, as if something choked her throat. Words wouldn't come. It took immense courage for a young woman in this era to propose marriage. Remembering how she'd struggled last time, Zhang Yun stayed quiet, giving her space. After a long pause, she finally looked him straight in the eyes. Zhang Yun, I want to marry you. Will you take me as your wife? Her neck burned crimson, but her eyes shone with desperate hope, glistening with tears. If you like this story, please add it to your favorites. The author welcomes all feedback, suggestions, critiques, anything. Chapter 2, you are so annoying. He'd heard those words before. Staring at Han Xuemei, so nervous, so vulnerable, Zhang Yun's heart ached. How could I have ever rejected such a wonderful girl? In this conservative time, for a woman to ask a man to marry her, that took extraordinary bravery. Without speaking, Zhang Yun stepped forward until their bodies nearly touched. Their eyes locked, close enough to see every flicker of emotion. Xuemei, he said softly, already dropping the formal comrade Han. You know my family owns only 3 mud brick rooms. When it rains, the roof leaks. In such hardship, are you still willing to marry me? The shift in address, Xuemei, spoke volumes. I am, she blurted out, earnest and sincere. I only want you. I'm ready to share your hardships. She meant it. For 3 years since being sent down to the countryside, she'd worked in the same production team as Zhang Yun. As a city girl and used to rural labor, she'd only survived thanks to his constant help. Over time, she'd come to deeply admire his kindness, integrity, and quiet strength. Just days ago, a letter from her parents revealed they'd arranged her marriage to that widowed workshop director. If she agreed, her younger brother would get a factory job and commodity grain rations. The thought of becoming a stepmother to strangers, married off for her brother's sake, filled her with despair. So she made her choice. No more obedience. Today, she came to claim her future with Zhang Yun. Gently, Zhang Yun cupped her face in his hands. Han Xuemei froze, shocked by such bold intimacy. In 1977, even holding hands in public was scandalous. This, unthinkable. Xuemei, do you know, he murmured. From the day you arrived in our village, I noticed you. Your purity, your perseverance, your kindness, all those beautiful qualities. I've loved you for 3 years. But my family is so poor. I never dare confess. I bury my feelings deep inside. I never imagined you'd be brave enough to come to me. You asked if I'd marry you? Of course I will. Trust me, Xuemei, I will never betray you. Whether driven by past love or present remorse, Zhang Yun vowed. This time, she would not suffer. Tears spilled from Han Xuemei's eyes as she stared at him, stunned. He loved me all along? Thank you, Zhang Yun, she whispered, relief flooding her. But Zhang Yun suddenly went still, not from her words, but from a vision flashing in his mind. A mystical space, about 1 acre in size. At its center stood a 10-meter-tall stone, from whose peak a clear spring endlessly flowed. Above it hovered glowing text. Acceleration points. 0. What is this? Then he remembered. I've already been reborn. Why not a cheat system too? Having read plenty of web novels in his past life, he knew this was his golden finger, his divine advantage. Maybe this is my reward for a second chance. Seeing him dazed, Han Xuemei panicked. Zhang Yun, are you okay? He snapped back, smiling warmly. I was just imagining our happy future. It feels like a dream. How could someone like me deserve a wise, virtuous wife like you? Smooth, but believable for a man overwhelmed by joy. Han Xuemei blushed furiously, head bowed, but her heart soared. I'm not that great, she mumbled, voice barely audible. You're humble, but you are great. You're the best woman in the world. I must have done endless good deeds in my past life to marry you in this one. Flattery cost nothing, and he doubled down. Her face turned scarlet, nearly steaming. Knowing girls of this era couldn't handle such bold declarations, he softened his tone. Xuemei, give me 1 month. I'll find a way to earn money. I'll hire a matchmaker, and I'll marry you properly, with dignity, with celebration. No sweet words could beat that promise. Her eyes lit up like blooming flowers. I'll wait for you, she beamed, unable to contain her joy. Ding dong dong. The village work bell rang, calling all commune members to gather at the old camphor tree square in 10 minutes. Han Xuemei had come during lunch break. Now she panicked. I have to go. Afternoon labor starts soon. As she turned to leave, Zhang Yun grabbed her hand and in one swift motion, kissed her. Her lips were soft, tender. Ah! She froze, utterly stunned. This bold, passionate man, was this really the shy, honest Zhang Yun she knew? It was as if he'd become someone entirely new. That, he said with a grin, was our engagement kiss. You are so annoying, she scolded, but her eyes sparkled with secret delight as she hurried away, cheeks burning. Chapter 3. The production team's task of catching rabbits. Mother Chun Wan entered the main room. A moment ago, what were you two discussing? I noticed that Han Jiqing rushed out with a flushed face. Zhang Yun, with a smile, approached Chun Wan and mysteriously declared, Mother, you are about to become a mother-in-law. After speaking, Zhang Yun left the main room, as he too had work to attend to. Mother-in-law? Chun Wan paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication and hurried to chase after him, eager to inquire further. That mischievous boy, when did he manage to win over Han Jiqing? Chun Wan chuckled to herself as she entered the inner room to tidy up before heading to the old camphor tree square. In Zhang Yun's family, his father Zhang Zhongli, mother Qin Wan, elder sister Zhang Fun, and second sister Zhang Fong were all already married. Zhang Yun, the third child, had two younger sisters, Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli. At 21 years of age, he was joined by his 20-year-old younger sister and 19-year-old youngest sister, all of whom had reached adulthood. As adults, they were expected to contribute to the labor force. Previously, it was solely their parents who worked to raise 5 children, a period fraught with hardship. When Zhang Fun and Zhang Fong grew up, the family found itself burdened with debts. Consequently, both sisters married early, and the bride price helped to alleviate some of their financial burdens. However, the Zhang family still owed a significant debt. This explains why Zhang Yun had previously rejected Han Xuemei's advances. Their poverty rendered him unworthy of delaying her future. The Chu River originates from the Siming Mountains, where the upstream features 9 bends, with Jiuwan village located at the 9th bend. Eroded by the river, Jiuwan village boasts vast expanses of fertile plains along its banks, ideal for agriculture. The villagers of Jiuwan reside in close proximity, and at the village entrance stands an ancient camphor tree, its roots large enough for 5 people to encircle. Its sprawling branches create a vast shaded area, which has become a regular gathering spot for the villagers. The production team has thus designated this location as the Old Camphor Tree Square. At this moment, all members of the production team from Jiuwan village had gathered. The village comprises nearly 200 households, with around 30 households forming a production team, each team consisting of 100 laborers. In total, there are 6 production teams, standing together as 6 distinct groups. The team leader, Zhang Yue, a tall man with a square face, exudes a serious demeanor. He had previously participated in battles against foreign adversaries before returning to the village and assuming the role of leader of the Jiuwan village production team within the Chu River commune. Naturally, Zhang Yue holds significant authority and respect in the village. Standing at the roots of the ancient camphor tree, he surveyed all the members, pausing deliberately to relish the attention. Comrades, I am pleased to see that everyone has arrived and that our production awareness is high. Yesterday, a member reported sightings of wild snakes near the fields by the Pine Tree Mountain. Additionally, some members discovered mouse burrows, and wild rabbits had pilfered sweet potatoes from the Stone Hill-S fields. This afternoon, the female members will be weeding in the rice paddies, while the male members will cut aquatic grasses, dig ditches, and fetch water, continuing their morning's labor. Here, I require 10 male members to volunteer for the task of catching snakes, mice, and rabbits. At this moment, any male member eager to enlist for the task of capturing animals should raise their hand immediately. I must emphasize that only those who are nimble and courageous should respond. Do not raise your hand indiscriminately. Catching snakes, mice, and rabbits is no trivial endeavor and can lead to injuries. With this declaration, Zhang Yue efficiently allocated the afternoon's tasks. As he finished speaking, Zhang Yun promptly raised his hand, and to his surprise, he was the first to do so. Almost simultaneously, numerous male members raised their right hands as well. During this collective production era, everyone shares the communal meals, and given the scarcity of grain, the rations are minimal. Particularly, meat is an extreme rarity. A single meal featuring meat is a cause for celebration lasting several days. The task of capturing snakes, mice, and rabbits indeed demands courage and physical strength, yet the rewards are substantial, as they represent a source of meat. Naturally, once these wild creatures are caught, most must be surrendered to the production team, which will prepare them for distribution at the village canteen allowing everyone a share. However, those who capture a significant number of animals will receive commendations from the production team and may be awarded extra meat, thereby improving their household meals. Zhang Yun surveyed the crowd and noted that over 20 individuals had raised their hands. He decisively raised his own hand and pointed towards the assembly, calling out, "Zhang Yun, you were the first to raise your hand. Come forth." Zhang Jinkong, Zhang Bingxiang from Team 1, step forward. Sun Fuguei from Team 2, step forward. Yang Dezhu from Team 3, step forward. Zhang Yimu and Zhang Erlin from Team 4, step forward. Zhang Jiwu from Team 5, step forward. Zhang Jianxin and Sun Zhongwen from Team 6, step forward. The 10 named individuals swiftly emerged from the ranks and stood proudly at Zhang You's sides. Their spirits high and a sense of pride evident. The Zhang surname dominated Jiuwan village, comprising a significant majority, with the Sun and Yang surnames following. Zhang You's selection of these 10 individuals reflected consideration of population proportions, physical strength, and past performance, ensuring a well-rounded team. Standing among the group, Zhang Yun silently admired Zhang Yue. It was no wonder he held the position of team leader, for he possessed remarkable acumen. Indeed, upon seeing these 10 men step forward, the other male members who had raised their hands refrained from voicing any dissent. Whether due to Zhang You's authoritative presence or the stark comparison of their qualifications to those of the selected individuals. Very well, the tasks for the afternoon have been assigned. Let us commence our work. All team leaders and record keepers, in addition to your own duties, must oversee the work being done, Zhang Yue declared with clarity. The 6 production teams, each led by their respective leaders, deputy leaders, and record keepers, acknowledged Zhang You's command and promptly took their teams to their designated fields. Han Xuemei, the record keeper for Team 5, discreetly glanced at Zhang Yun as she departed, only to find him gazing back at her, playfully mimicking a kiss. Startled, she turned away quickly. Though she left in a hurried stride, a flush crept up her neck. Chen Wan naturally found herself among the 5th team. Upon arriving at the old camphor tree square, she positioned herself at the back of the line, her gaze fixed upon her son Zhang Yun and Han Xuemei, her eyes brimming with joy. At that moment, Chen Wan also noticed Zhang Yun's affectionate gestures towards Han Xuemei, which startled her. She couldn't help but admire her son, yet she shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yun, silently conveying the message for him to behave himself. Zhang Yun responded with a smile towards his mother before engaging in a discussion with the other 9 individuals, swiftly arranging teams to oversee different areas. Before long, Zhang Yun and his uncle Zhang Zhiwu were assigned to manage the sweet potato field at Stone Mountain, where they would attempt to catch wild rabbits. Indeed, Zhang Yun's lineage consisted of 3 brothers, Zhang Buoxing, Zhang Zhongli, and Zhang Zhiwu. Zhang Yun's father, Zhang Zhongli, was the second born, while Zhang Zhiwu was his third uncle. Zhang Jiwu possessed a robust physique, contrasting sharply with the generally lean bodies of other villagers. It seemed that even the mere act of drinking water would add to his bulk, his impressive pectoral muscles leaving a striking impression. With my nephew by my side, we are sure to catch a few wild rabbits today, Zhang Jiwu confidently declared, patting Zhang Yun on the shoulder. Absolutely, I trust in my uncle's abilities. Zhang Yun responded in agreement. In his previous life, Zhang Jiwu had treated Zhang Yun's family kindly, hence Zhang Yun's courteous demeanor. Chapter 4. Catching Wild Rabbits. The efficacy of the spiritual spring Stone Mountain rests at the edge of Pine Tree Mountain, where the soil is dotted with protruding stones. As if the earth and rocks share equal territory, the production team had developed this area by planting sweet potatoes. The sprawling vines of sweet potatoes covered the vast expanse, concealing the stones that emerged from the ground. A verdant landscape unfolded, quite pleasing to the eye. In this era of scarcity, sweet potatoes had become a staple for the residents of Jiuwan village. Whether steamed or roasted, the unique aroma of sweet potatoes could uplift one's spirits. The vines and leaves of sweet potatoes were also edible and quite flavorful. Thus, Jiuwan village had filled Stone Mountain with sweet potatoes, hoping to reap a bountiful harvest in the autumn and store them for the winter. Surrounding Pine Tree Mountain, a multitude of wild rabbits thrived. With their burrows easily spotted in the hills, wild rabbits were nocturnal, foraging for tender grasses, leaves, and various seedlings and vegetables from nearby fields, with a particular fondness for sweet potatoes and carrots. Consequently, the sweet potato field at Stone Mountain had become a favored territory for the wild rabbits. Each year, a significant number of wild rabbits would emerge from Pine Tree Mountain, causing considerable damage to the sweet potato fields, with nearly half of the harvest consumed by the rabbits. With team members reporting the rabbits' encroachment upon the sweet potato fields, it signified an impending month of continuous invasion by these creatures. Following the experience of previous years, The production team would take turns sending personnel to catch wild rabbits during the day while maintaining a watch over the sweet potato fields at night. Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun collected a basket, a hoe, a bundle of rope, and a machete from the production team's warehouse before making their way towards Stone Mountain. Young Yu, let me share with you that capturing wild rabbits is my uncle's specialty. Over the years, he has successfully caught hundreds of them. Along the way, Zhang Jiwu boasted about his illustrious achievements. Zhang Yun promptly chimed in with praise. Impressive. Impressive, a timely compliment that further inflated Zhang Jiwu's ego as he continued to recount his experiences in rabbit hunting. To summarize, wild rabbits are quite astute. Yet they possess a peculiar habit of traversing the same path repeatedly, exhibiting a stubbornness that is almost comical. Once one identifies the rabbit's trails, one can set snares along these routes and then proceed to lure the rabbits. Before long, the duo arrived at the rocky hill, where they indeed discovered several sweet potatoes gnawed halfway through by the rabbits. Young Yu, follow my lead and observe how I locate the rabbit's trails, Zhang Jiwu declared with a hint of irritation. He began to scour the area, seemingly determined to ensnare all the rabbits by day's end. In a short while, Zhang Jiwu identified 3 distinct paths where rabbits had passed, evident by the circular openings in the grass created by their movement. Young Yu, do you know how to set a snare? He inquired with a smile. Zhang Yun nodded enthusiastically, replying, of course, it's the simplest trap to make. With that, he retrieved some hemp rope from his backpack and skillfully fashioned a loop snare, placing it strategically along the rabbit's path. As soon as a rabbit brushed against the hook of the snare, the other end, attached to a bent branch, would spring up and tighten, ensnaring the rabbit's body. The two continued to search for more rabbit trails, setting additional snares along the way. Eventually, they entered the Pine Tree Mountain, where they discovered several rabbit burrows. The depth of these holes made it impractical to dig them out by hand. After a thorough search, Zhang Jiwu shook his head, remarking, there are far too many rabbit holes. Given the situation, we must station someone at the rocky hill tonight, accompanied by a dog, to safeguard the sweet potatoes. Historically, the notion of dogs chasing rabbits has existed in rural lore, as dogs possess an acute sense for the scent of wild rabbits. Once they detect the slightest movement, they can swiftly pursue and capture the rabbits. Therefore, it is imperative for the night watchman to bring a dog, maximizing the chances of scaring away the rabbits. This method has protected the sweet potato fields in previous years. Having followed closely, Zhang Yun also observed the numerous rabbit holes scattered about. Uncle, is there any way we can lure these rabbits out? He asked with a grin. The rabbits' wariness is exceedingly high. With the dense thickets surrounding them, any noise made by the two would surely alert the rabbits. The idea of capturing them in this tangled forest seemed almost fantastical. The only viable strategy would be to lure the rabbits out and then drive them towards the paths laden with snares. You must be craving rabbit meat, huh? It's been nearly half a month since I've had any. Look how thin I've become. Zhang Jiwu flexed his muscles, showcasing his physique with pride. Zhang Yun was rendered speechless, merely observing his companion's display of pride. Earlier, he had spotted wild rabbits gnawing on sweet potato vines in a nearby field and decided to collect some, scattering pieces along the way in hopes of enticing the rabbits out. Zhang Jiwu reveled in the envious gaze of Zhang Yun, departing with a triumphant laugh as he made his way back to Shirtu Mountain. Once Zhang Yun saw his third uncle leave, he became aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind, focusing on the mysterious space of the spiritual spring. A plot of land, with a spring bubbling forth, left him curious about its potential. As he murmured to himself, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. Unsure of the spring's purpose, he resolved to extract some for experimentation. A thought flashed through his mind, and instantly, a water orb the size of a fist materialized in his hands. Zhang Yun cast a handful of spring water at the entrance of a rabbit hole. Almost immediately, he heard the rustling sounds from within, signaling the imminent emergence of a wild rabbit. Indeed, moments later, a fluffy gray-white rabbit, approximately 20 centimeters long, bounded out and approached the spot where the water had landed. To his astonishment, the once withered grass transformed into a lush green, rejuvenated by the spring water. Seizing the opportunity, the oblivious rabbit was wholly absorbed in munching on the grass, allowing Zhang Yun to pounce and, with hands like eagle claws, capture it. The rabbit struggled, reluctant to part with its snack. A thought crossed Zhang Yun's mind. Could he store it in the spiritual spring space? As he held the rabbit, he was astonished to find it vanish from his grasp, only to reappear in the spiritual spring space. Upon entering this realm, the rabbit succumbed instantly, its still form clutching the piece of grass in its mouth. A line of text above a massive stone within the space changed. Acceleration point, 005. Chapter 5. 1 point of acceleration, the spiritual spring space awakened. Zhang Yun pondered the origin of this acceleration point, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. The change in the acceleration point seemed to correlate with the capture of the rabbit. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. The rabbit weighed over 5 pounds, and the acceleration point had shifted to 0.05. Could it be that 1 pound equated to 0.01 acceleration point, suggesting that 100 pounds would yield a single acceleration point? At this moment, Zhang Yun grasped the implications. If he could capture wild beasts and store them in the spiritual spring space, he would earn acceleration points. But what did these acceleration points signify? A further thought arose. The term might indicate an increase in the flow of time within this space. Previously, the rabbit had been alive, but upon entering the spiritual spring space, it had perished in an instant. It seemed that time was suspended in this realm. If one acceleration point could be applied within this space, would it allow the flow of time to match that of the real world? Zhang Yun's mind raced with possibilities. These theories could soon be tested. All that remained was to continue capturing wild rabbits and amass a total weight of 100 pounds. In the vastness of the space, the ethereal spring continuously surged forth, a bounty freely bestowed. Zhang Yun arrived at a burrow of wild rabbits, observing the ground around it. It was evidently a freshly dug hole. He then took a handful of spring water and poured it 2 meters from the entrance, where a patch of reeds grew. This distance was perfect for Zhang Yun to conceal himself, and when the wild rabbits caught the scent of the spring, they would lack their usual vigilance, rushing out to quench their thirst from the reeds that had absorbed the essence. Indeed, as the handful of spring water fell onto the reeds, they quickly regained their verdant hue, a testament to the potent life force contained within the spring. Zhang Yun crouched behind the burrow, holding his breath in anticipation. Within mere seconds, there was movement inside the burrow, and in the blink of an eye, a wild rabbit emerged, leaping directly toward the rejuvenated reeds. Just as I awaited, Zhang Yun thought. Swift as a flash, he executed a frog leap, capturing the rabbit with both hands. Under normal circumstances, the rabbit would have been highly alert, glancing around before leaving its burrow, surely detecting Zhang Yun's presence. However, the irresistible allure of the spring's scent rendered the rabbit devoid of caution, granting Zhang Yun the opportunity he sought. In an instant, he transported the rabbit into the spring's realm, where it met its demise. This rabbit weighed 7 pounds, thus augmenting his acceleration points by 7. His uncle, engaged in the harvesting of sweet potato vines, would not return swiftly, allowing Zhang Yun ample time. He knew he must not reveal the existence of the spring to Zhang Zhiwu. Rising, he glanced towards the mountainside, spotting Zhang Zhiwu just reaching the foot of the hill, still a considerable distance from Shitu Mountain. After finishing his task, his uncle would need at least 10 minutes to return, providing sufficient time. Next, Zhang Yun retraced his steps along the path he had taken to locate the rabbit burrow, arriving at another den where he produced another handful of spring water. Under the irresistible temptation of the spring's aroma, the rabbits hidden within the burrows could hardly resist, emerging immediately. One by one, Zhang Yun captured the wild rabbits with ease. Remarkably, one burrow concealed 5 rabbits. As Zhang Yun seized the first to emerge, the other 4, rather than retreating, lingered a few meters away, watching him warily, yet refraining from returning to their burrow. Clearly, the scent of the spring had incited an overwhelming greed within these rabbits, who wished to feast on the vegetation that had absorbed the essence only after Zhang Yun departed. Without hesitation, Zhang Yun sprang into action, wielding his machete to strike. Sensing his intent, the 4 rabbits bolted, weaving through the reeds and trees. Zhang Yun observed that 2 of the rabbits dashed toward the path where he had set up snares, while the other 2 disappeared into the thicket. The 2 that fled towards the snares fell victim to their own haste, inadvertently triggering the traps as they ran, their bodies ensnared and left dangling from branches. Yet again, 2 more rabbits. Zhang Yun rushed over, capturing them both and transporting them into the spring's domain. Accelerating point 0.53. Unbeknownst to him, he had already captured over 10 wild rabbits, their combined weight reaching an impressive 53 pounds. In 1977, the price of pork in Xiang province was approximately 0.8 yuan per pound, primarily due to market supply shortages that rendered pork exceedingly expensive. The flesh of the wild rabbit possesses a distinctive gamey odor, which, if not eliminated, renders the meat quite unpalatable. Consequently, the price for selling a whole wild rabbit amounts to merely half that of pork, hovering around 0.4 yuan per pound. In essence, within this brief moment, Zhang Yun had ensnared 53 pounds of wild rabbits, which, if sold entirely, could yield 20 yuan. During the 1970s, the average monthly wage for a laborer was merely a few dozen yuan, while teachers earned between 27 and 37 yuan. Thus, this sudden windfall presented a considerable income. Initially pondering how to earn money, the advent of this spiritual spring made the pursuit of wealth remarkably effortless. In this manner, within a month, he could accumulate enough for the customary bride price, symbolized by the 36 legs of a rabbit, enabling him to splendidly marry Han Xuemei. Zhang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of joy, his brow unfurling, his spirit soaring. He swiftly restored the 2 snares and returned once more. To his surprise, the 2 rabbits that had darted into the woods had, during his absence, completely devoured the patch of reeds. Evidently, the reeds infused with the essence of the spiritual spring were the wild rabbit's utmost delight. Continuing to entice the rabbits, Zhang Yun felt no regret. After all, the spring water flowed incessantly, allowing him to lure these rabbits at any time. Subsequently, he approached the rabbit burrows, expertly releasing spring water to be absorbed by the reeds, thus coaxing the rabbits from their dens. In a matter of minutes, he captured another 13 rabbits. At this moment, within the spiritual spring space, accelerating point 105, he finally surpassed one. Zhang Yun sat beneath a tree, relishing its shade, as he focused on the accelerating points within the spiritual spring space. He expended 1 accelerating point. With a mere thought, he witnessed the initial acre of land within the spiritual spring space seemingly come to life, a surge of vitality erupting forth. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun discerned that the flow of time within this acre matched that of the real world. Accelerating point 005. This implies that if I were to capture more rabbits and bring them into the spiritual spring space, they would not perish. They would retain their original vitality. A new hypothesis took root in Zhang Yun's mind. With this notion in mind, he felt compelled to validate it. Thus, he sought out another rabbit burrow, skillfully producing a handful of spring water and splashing it 2 meters away from the entrance. Indeed, a wild rabbit resided within this burrow. Upon sensing the fragrance of the spiritual spring, it swiftly dashed out. Just as it was about to nibble on the reeds infused with the spring's essence, Zhang Yun pounced like a demon, grasping the rabbit firmly. With a mere thought, the rabbit vanished, entering the spiritual spring space. Observing the transformation within the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun discovered that the rabbit had, in fact, not perished. It stood alive and well on the barren patch of land, curiously surveying its surroundings. Splendid. Now, this spiritual spring space can harbor living beings, which signifies that I can utilize it to cultivate wild rabbits. Zhang Yun witnessed a living wild hare, which validated his conjecture and filled his heart with excitement. Chapter 6. The Great Harvest of Wild Hares. Yinner, I have returned. His uncle, Zhang Jiwu, cheerfully exclaimed, carrying a basket that was half filled with sweet potato vines. The 2 were about to cut the vines into small sections and place them near the snares to lure the wild hares into triggering the traps, effectively ensnaring them. Uncle, you can cut the sweet potato vines, and I will place them near the traps, Zhang Yun suggested, efficiently delegating their tasks. Without suspicion, Zhang Jiwu immediately set down the basket, took out the vines, and began to chop them into segments with his machete. Each segment was approximately 10 centimeters long. Having grown up working in the countryside, he was quite adept at such tasks, and within a minute, he had finished cutting. Yinner, let us place the sweet potato vines together, Zhang Jiwu said with a smile, unceremoniously lifting the basket and leading the way. They started from the foot of the pine tree mountain, laying down some sweet potato vines along their path as bait. According to Zhang Jiwu's experience, it was essential to provide the hares with an enticing reward, allowing them to easily obtain food, thereby lowering their guard and following the scent of the vines to the traps. Yinner, your uncle has always enjoyed hunting hares in the mountains, and I am quite experienced. Do you think the captain selected me for no reason? It was certainly due to my expertise and skills. Today, I assure you we will catch a few wild hares to bring back to the team, which will be quite impressive. As they laid down the sweet potato vines, Zhang Jiwu spoke cheerfully, boasting all the while. Zhang Yun occasionally chimed in with praise. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jiwu, each time he placed a sweet potato vine down, Zhang Yun, who trailed behind, discreetly released some spring water directly onto the vines. The combination of sweet potato vines and spring water was undeniably alluring. From the foot of the pine tree mountain to the stone mountain, approximately 300 meters away, the 2 worked in harmony, completing their task with ease. At that moment, the uncle and nephew took a seat beneath a large rock on the stone mountain, where they were shielded from the blazing sun, enjoying a naturally cool spot. Zhang Yun's consciousness slipped into the space of the spring, observing a corner of the acre of land where he had just collected 10 segments of sweet potato vines. Astonishingly, they had already revived, sprouting new shoots. Indeed, while the 2 were placing the vines, Zhang Yun had secretly stashed 10 segments into the spring space, controlling their insertion into the soil with his consciousness. He could hardly believe how fertile this land was. The newly planted sweet potato vines had taken root and begun to thrive. Zhang Yun's consciousness enveloped the spring as it settled upon the roots of these 10 sweet potato plants. He then clearly observed the rapid growth of the vines, which soon stretched to 1 meter in length, lush with foliage and vibrant green. Suddenly, Zhang Yun felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, akin to the overwhelming fatigue one might experience after 3 sleepless days and nights. Alas, although I possess dominion over this ethereal space, the exertion of my consciousness to manipulate the objects within it demands a prodigious amount of mental energy. As he succumbed to slumber, Zhang Yun was instantly struck by a realization. He comprehended the cause of his abrupt faintness. Observing Zhang Yun reclined against a rock, Zhang Zhiwu could not help but chuckle at the sight of the lad dozing off so swiftly after such a brief period of labor. Zhang Zhiwu harbored no suspicions. He merely assumed Zhang Yun was indulging in a moment of laziness and chose not to rouse him. After all, during the ordinary course of work, unless it was the peak of the farming season, everyone relished the opportunity to rest, provided they were not caught by the team leader or the record keeper. Approximately 10 minutes later, noticing that Zhang Yun remained in slumber, breathing steadily, Zhang Jiwu opted not to awaken him. Instead, he rose to his feet, shouldered his basket, and retraced his steps to inspect the snares he had set. Having prepared the traps, it was only prudent to check them periodically if a hare was ensnared. Failing to retrieve it promptly could result in its escape. However, thus far, no traps had yielded any hares, nor had any evidence of hares nibbling nearby been observed. After traversing 100 meters and passing 5 snares, Zhang Jiwu was not surprised to find them all intact. The oppressive heat of the afternoon sun would surely deter the hares from venturing out. Thus, he continued his ascent towards Pine Tree Mountain. Suddenly, a disturbance caught his attention. Within mere steps, a hare ensnared by a rope was struggling desperately, suspended from a branch. In an instant, Zhang Jiwu dashed forward, seized the hare, and deftly released it from its bindings. Elated, he stowed the hare into his basket, promptly sealing the lid to prevent any escape. Exhilaration coursed through him as he continued towards Pine Tree Mountain. What followed was a series of astonishing discoveries. Every 10 meters, a snare lay in wait, and to his astonishment, each one had ensnared a hare. In a short span, his basket contained 20 hares. Given that the average weight of a hare ranges from 3 to 5 pounds, this bounty amounted to a staggering 80 pounds. Yet, Zhang Jiwu bore the weight effortlessly, his face alight with exuberance. Upon reaching the first snare at the base of Pine Tree Mountain, Zhang Jiwu was met with a staggering total of 25 hares. His mirth faded, replaced by sheer astonishment. This was utterly inconceivable. Had the hare population proliferated to such an extent? Such a multitude? Zhang Jiwu's mind raced, contemplating that perhaps the hares had over-reproduced, finding themselves in search of sustenance within the mountains, leading them to forage during daylight hours, ultimately falling prey to his traps. Moreover, he discerned further signs of activity in the woods. Despite his presence, the hares remained wary. Clearly, there remained an opportunity to set additional traps and capture even more of these elusive creatures. I will first return these hares to the communal dining hall and then hurry back. Zhang Jiwu has captured an unprecedented number of hares this year, surpassing any previous year's total. His heart swells with exhilaration, igniting within him a fervent desire to continue hunting. Delivering these hares back to the production team's dining hall would be a commendable achievement, surely earning him additional work points. Thus, Zhang Jiwu made his way back to Shirtu Mountain with his basket, only to find Zhang Yun still in a deep slumber. This lad sleeps so soundly. Perhaps it is best for me to carry them back alone and allow him to rest a while longer. Reluctant to awaken Zhang Yun, Zhang Jiwu set off for the village by himself. Chapter 7. Is this too inept? In Jiuan Village, there are 6 production teams, 2 of which share a communal dining hall. The first, second, and third teams utilize one dining hall, while the 4th, 5th, and 6th teams share another. Located merely 100 meters away at the old camphor tree square, constructed as 2 earthen houses facing each other. Consequently, the daily meals prepared at these dining halls are visible to all members of the 6 production teams. Each dining hall not only has a head chef, but also employs a few women, often those unfit for heavy labor or of advanced age. Typically, the dining halls serve simple fare, thin porridge, a few stir-fried vegetables, and wild greens, along with the washing of pots and dishes, thus imposing minimal requirements on the workers. The head chef of the second dining hall shared by the 4th, 5th, and 6th production teams is Sun Tianfu, whose appearance embodies that of a jovial cook with a round face and large ears. Indeed, he possesses the visage of a natural chef. At this moment, Sun Tianfu sat on a bamboo chair, observing 3 women engaged in dishwashing, their laughter filling the air. As work had just begun, they had no immediate need to prepare dinner and enjoyed a couple of hours of leisure. Zhang Yu's figure appeared as he approached the dining hall slowly. The basket of hairs weighed less than 100 pounds, yet the distance he had walked made the burden feel considerable, causing him to walk with a slight stagger. Sun Tianfu, upon noticing him, displayed a hint of confusion and rose to his feet. Zhang Jiwu, why are you here instead of working? It has barely been a moment since lunch. Are you here to indulge again? Sun Tianfu teased, eyeing Zhang Jiwu's robust physique. Chef Sun, spare me the jests and come help. You will be pleasantly surprised. Zhang Jiwu replied, barely able to muster the energy for banter, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. Upon hearing this and seeing the basket slung over Zhang Jiwu's back, Sun Tianfu felt a surge of curiosity and quickly approached, ready to assist. As he took hold of the basket, he felt its weight and noticed for spilling from its confines, his eyes widening in astonishment. Where on earth did you manage to catch so many hairs? Sun Tianfu exclaimed, utterly shocked. In this era, obtaining meat is no small feat. Meat is typically only available during the slaughtering of pigs or during significant celebrations. Occasionally, a member might have the good fortune to hunt a hare, field mouse, or snake. But to capture over 20 hares as Zhang Jiwu has done is truly a sight to behold. I was assigned with Yun Yazi to capture wild rabbits, but I never anticipated the sheer extent of their proliferation. Merely setting a few traps yielded a full basket of them. Chef Sun, hurry and count them. I still wish to venture up the mountain to catch more rabbits. Zhang Jiwu did not take all the credit for himself, also mentioning Zhang Yun's name. With more than 20 wild rabbits, the captain must recognize the significant contributions of both Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun. Whether through rewarding work points or allocating a larger share of rabbit meat, either would suffice. Zhang Jiwu, you've struck it rich. So many rabbits. And they are all alive. We can obtain complete rabbit skins, and the meat will surely enhance our meals at the second dining hall, exclaimed Sun Tianfu joyfully. For a chef, the opportunity to prepare a grand feast is the pinnacle of satisfaction. Witnessing such a plethora of living wild rabbits ignited Sun Tianfu's passion, filling him with a fervent desire to showcase his culinary skills. Soon, the two exchanged and confirmed the number of rabbits, 25. Zhang Jiwu set off towards Pine Tree Mountain with his basket, while Sun Tianfu took his knives to begin the butchering process. Upon returning to Stone Mountain, Zhang Jiwu noticed Zhang Yun still deep in slumber and shook his head in disbelief. What on earth happened last night? How can he sleep for so long? He decided against waking Zhang Yun and proceeded to harvest a few sweet potato vines that had been nibbled by the rabbits, then reset the snares at the previous locations. About 10 minutes later, filled with hope, Zhang Jiwu went to check the traps, only to find that not a single rabbit had been caught. How strange. I clearly saw rabbits active in the area. Why hasn't a single one been ensnared? With a heart full of confusion, Zhang Jiwu returned to Stone Mountain, sitting beside Zhang Yun in the cool shade beneath a large rock. The two, one sleeping and the other brooding, spent the afternoon in quietude. At 5 o'clock, the captain of the 5th production team blew his whistle, signaling that everyone could cease work. Yun Yazi, are you still asleep? Wake up, it's time to go. Zhang Jiwu called, glancing at Zhang Yun's slumbering figure, and gently shook his shoulder. Under the influence of this external force, Zhang Yun, who had been somewhat drowsy, finally opened his bleary eyes. Upon hearing his uncle's words, he realized he had slept the entire afternoon. He hadn't expected that controlling the spiritual spring space would be so energy-consuming and resolved to be more cautious next time. Uncle, should we check the traps to see if any rabbits have been caught? Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. I already checked. Not a single rabbit was caught. Let us leave those snares be. Perhaps tonight the rabbits will come to Stone Mountain and step into the hooks, Zhang Jiwu replied, holding back Zhang Yun, who was eager to head to Pine Tree Mountain, chuckling. So we've spent the entire afternoon without catching a single rabbit. The captain will surely have a word with us when we return, Zhang Yun laughed. At this moment, Zhang Yun contemplated whether to discreetly retrieve 2 or 3 of the over 20 dead wild rabbits from the spirit spring space. This would suffice to appease the situation and meet the task of capturing rabbits. Young Yun, while you were in slumber, I have successfully caught 25 wild rabbits and delivered them to the dining hall long ago. Rest assured, we can now return with our heads held high, declared Zhang Jiwu with an air of triumph. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun understood that his use of spring water on the sweet potato vines had indeed borne fruit. Although he had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep, the vines had successfully lured out the wild rabbits, allowing his uncle to reap the benefits. Naturally, Zhang Yun chose to withhold the truth, allowing his uncle to revel in his glory for a while longer. Subsequently, the two relatives, equipped with their baskets and hatchets, strode back to the village. Upon reaching the old camphor tree square, they found a gathering of production team members. Half of the 5th production team's members had returned from their respective fields and were congregated in one spot. The team leader, Zhang Boshun, who happened to be Zhang Yun's elder uncle, stood conversing with his 3 sons when he spotted Zhang Yun and Zhang Zhiwu returning. He immediately rose to block their path. "Third brother, the captain has tasked you both with rabbit hunting, yet your basket is completely empty. Are you two utterly incompetent? This is a significant embarrassment for our 5th team," Zhang Boshun admonished them with a haughty demeanor. Chapter 8. Reward of 10 work points. Zhang Yun regarded his imposing uncle and his 3 formidable cousins with a chill in his gaze. Grandfather and grandmother had 3 sons, Zhang Boshun, Zhang Zhongli, and Zhang Zhiwu. Zhang Boshun himself fathered 3 sons, and during an era that favored males over females, his family was held in high esteem by their grandparents. Zhang Zhongli had 4 daughters and 1 son, yet in Zhang Yun's memories, he and his mother, Chen Wan, had always faced disdain from their grandparents. Having received a modicum of education in his youth, Zhang Boshun naturally became the leader of the 5th production team when it was established. Furthermore, as all 3 of Zhang Boshun's sons were adult males, they consistently earned full work points, allowing their family to thrive amidst the scarcity of resources. Additionally, Zhang Boshun's wife, Zhang Yun's aunt, Wang Yuanhui, hailed from a renowned family of hunters and frequently brought home game, resulting in their household often being filled with the aroma of meat. Indeed, Zhang Boshun's family was considered affluent in the village during that period. However, even this seemingly prosperous family turned miserly when Zhang Zhongli fell gravely ill and required a significant sum for medical treatment and surgery. Zhang Boshun refused to contribute a single cent. Eventually, the production team, unable to bear the sight of such neglect, allocated funds to assist. And with Zhang Zhongli borrowing from various households, he finally managed to go to the hospital for the necessary surgery. Zhang Zhongli returned home to recuperate for 3 months, a period that marked the most arduous times for his family. It was solely through the efforts of his wife, Chen Wan, and his elder and younger sisters, Zhang Yun's 2 sisters, that they managed to survive. Laboring tirelessly to earn meager rations and resorting to begging for small loans and provisions from neighbors to barely weather the storm. During this trying time, the Zhang Boshus showed no concern whatsoever. Eventually, to alleviate the family's burden, Zhang Yun's elder and younger sisters, still in their youth, chose to marry, using their dowries to repay debts and thereby relieving some pressure on Zhang Zhongli's household. Zhang Yun vividly recalls that Zhang Boshus sought to exploit the situation, demanding Zhang Zhongli write a promissory note, implying that he must repay the living expenses for the 3 months within a year. Otherwise, he would have to mortgage their 3 rooms as a guarantee for the future care of their grandparents. This was clearly an attempt to seize their property during their time of hardship. Hence, Zhang Yun harbored no affection for the Zhang Boshus. In her rebirth, she resolved not to allow her uncle's family to bully her own, who said, "We haven't caught any wild rabbits." Zhang Yun retorted sharply, showing no regard for Zhang Boshus as kin, let alone respect for her uncle. Zhang Tuanjia, her elder cousin, detected the fury in her tone and immediately grew displeased. "Zhang Yun, what manner of speech is that? Do you not know that my father is your uncle? Show some respect." Meanwhile, her second cousin, Zhang Shengli, and third cousin, Zhang Jianjia, clenched their fists, ready to confront Zhang Yun. This trio of brothers exhibited remarkable unity, though their thoughts were solely focused on intimidation. "Oh, now you wish to assert your uncle's authority, yet has he ever treated my father as a brother? We have only just returned, and you presume to act superior, without ascertaining the truth of the matter. Is this the attitude expected of an elder brother? Is this how a leader should conduct himself?" Zhang Yun was unafraid of the 4 men. Having lived once more, she would no longer endure insults or seek to placate them. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Boshus and his 3 sons were momentarily taken aback, their expressions revealing astonishment at Zhang Yun's newfound boldness. She had transformed from the submissive figure of the past, one who would not retaliate against words or blows. What had prompted such a change? Even Zhang Zhiwu, standing nearby, regarded her with a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue, recognizing that she was indeed a different person. As this family engaged in verbal sparring, members of the surrounding production teams gathered, for rural entertainment was scarce, and watching a quarrel was a considerable source of amusement. At that moment, a resonant voice broke through the chatter. "What are you all doing gathered here? Aren't you going to eat dinner?" It was the brigade leader, Zhang Yue. His words left no room for dissent. The crowd promptly dispersed and made their way to the first and second dining halls. Before reaching the dining hall, those in the lead had already caught a whiff of an enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air. "Wow, it smells delicious. For those who have long been deprived of meat, even the faintest aroma of it can awaken the exquisite taste buds buried deep within their souls, causing saliva to flow uncontrollably. The individuals in front had indeed wiped the corners of their mouths. Subsequently, everyone dashed forth, sprinting directly into the grand dining hall. The first large dining hall catered to the meals of the first, second, and third production teams. Upon entering, the members found only a bland broth and watery porridge, while the iron pot still contained merely stir-fried wild vegetables. What was going on? Where's the meat? The members within the first dining hall shouted in unison. Meanwhile, the members of the fourth, fifth, and sixth production teams rushed into the second large dining hall, where they were greeted by the sight of a massive pot brimming with stewed meat, complemented by chili peppers and green vegetables, the enticing aroma enveloping the entire room. Hunan Province, known for its penchant for spiciness, would not consider cooking without chili peppers, and this substantial pot of rabbit meat, with its vividly red chilies, was particularly striking. The flavor of the chilies permeated the rabbit meat, perfectly masking any gamey odor. Oh, how delightful! So much meat! Each member's eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at the steaming pot of rabbit meat, unable to tear their eyes away for even a moment. Team leader Zhang Yun arrived at the second dining hall and was equally astonished at the sight of the pot of rabbit meat. Sun Tianfu, where did this meat come from? Zhang Yun inquired immediately. Team leader, this is from Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun, who captured 25 wild rabbits. I stewed them all at once, Sun Tianfu replied with a grin. Zhang Yun turned in surprise to locate Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun, summoning them over with a wave of his hand. The other members, upon hearing Sun Tianfu's words, were utterly astonished. After all, they had heard that the other two teams, tasked with capturing field mice and venomous snakes, had spent an entire afternoon without catching a single one. Yet these two uncles and nephews had astonishingly captured 25 wild rabbits. Incredible! Within the group, Zhang Basui, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianqi, the four fathers and sons, widened their eyes in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had mocked Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun for their lack of success, even intending to reprimand them. Now, witnessing this scene was a palpable blow to their pride. The four felt their cheeks burn with embarrassment, discomfort coursing through their bodies. Comrades, Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun have performed admirably. In my capacity as team leader, I hereby reward each of them with 10 work points. Does anyone have any objections? Zhang Yue declared as the two approached. Rewards must be given for merit. Zhang Yue, as team leader, understood this well. Otherwise, morale would wane, making it exceedingly challenging to fulfill production tasks. 10 work points equated to a full day's labor for a strong man, essentially granting the two an extra day's worth of points. No, came the unanimous response. Who would dare voice dissent? After all, who would have the audacity to enjoy this pot of rabbit meat without having earned it? Chapter 9. The Night Watchman's List. I truly do not care. In the second large cafeteria, members of the fourth, fifth, and sixth production teams wore expressions of sheer joy. Though they were merely sipping thin porridge, each person had received half a bowl of rabbit meat, filling them with a profound sense of happiness. As the members savored the rabbit meat, they approached Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun, expressing their gratitude with friendly words. The last four to arrive at the second large cafeteria were none other than Zhang Yun's father, mother, and two younger sisters. Due to Zhang Zhongli's gastric ulcer, he had to undergo surgery, and his health had significantly deteriorated post-operation. Consequently, the production team assigned him to oversee the pig farm, which housed over 20 pigs. Entirely entrusted to Zhang Zhongli and his family, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli. On a typical day, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli would venture into the fields to gather wild vegetables and grasses, returning with baskets full. Zhang Zhongli would then chop these wild edibles and boil them in a large pot. Daily, after feeding the pigs, the four of them would be among the last to arrive at the cafeteria. Father, mother. Upon seeing the four most cherished members of his family, Zhang Yun immediately rose, his eyes brimming with excitement. In his previous life, Zhang Zhongli had succumbed to the burdens of household management, compounded by poor health, and after several years of the country's reforms, he became gravely ill and soon passed away. After Tang Tiantian married Zhang Yun, she relentlessly undermined his two younger sisters, coercing them into hasty marriages that resulted in unhappy unions. Had it not been for Zhang Yun's later financial success, he would have been unable to protect his sisters. His mother, Chen Wan, epitomized the traditional virtuous wife and mother, toiling her entire life for the family, enduring immense hardship. Reborn. Zhang Yun was overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of his beloved family. Secretly, he vowed to ensure their health and happiness in this life. Oh, everyone is eating meat today. The god Zhang Zhongli nodded. Noticing Zhang Yun holding half a bowl of porridge in one hand and a full bowl of rabbit meat in the other, expressing his curiosity. Indeed, while other members received only half a bowl of rabbit meat, Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun had been granted an additional reward, each a whole bowl of rabbit meat. Father, mother, sisters, hurry and get some meat. There isn't much left, Zhang Yun urged with a smile. Most of the other members were gathered around the large iron pot, and if no one else arrived soon, the remaining rabbit meat would surely be snatched away. The urgency stemmed from their usual lack of meat. Having a bountiful meal for once made them ravenous. Even if the team leader attempted to intervene, it was likely no one would heed his words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhongli promptly dashed into the cafeteria. Meanwhile, members of the first, second, and third production teams in the first large cafeteria were gazing enviously at the second large cafeteria, their eyes reflecting a strong sense of envy. Team leader Zhang Yue, holding a bowl of rabbit meat, gathered the 6 team leaders, 3 of whom were enjoying porridge while the other 3 feasted on meat, creating a rather comical scene. Zhang Yue, wishing to avoid provoking the leaders of the first, second, and third teams, spoke earnestly. This afternoon, having captured numerous rabbits, it seems that the wild hare population on Pine Tree Mountain is beginning to proliferate. The sweet potatoes at Stone Mountain serve as our brigade's winter provisions, and we cannot allow the wild hares to ruin them. Therefore, tonight, we shall dispatch individuals to keep vigil at Stone Mountain. In accordance with the customary practice of previous years, each team will take turns sending 2 members. And now the 6 of you team leaders may present your proposed lists. Historically, the 6 production teams have engaged in mutual shirking, reluctant to assign members to guard Stone Mountain, primarily due to the presence of serpents in that area, which instills fear in the team members. Consequently, each year, the team leaders are compelled to designate 2 members to fulfill this duty. Since I, Zhang Jiwu from Team 5, and Zhang Yun possess the skill to capture rabbits, we shall take full responsibility for the task of guarding Stone Mountain, thus sparing the members of the other 5 teams from this burden. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Banshu eagerly interjected. His underlying intention was quite simple. By assuming the responsibility, he would not send Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun to stand guard, but rather allow his 3 sons to rotate their watch at Stone Mountain, thereby ensuring the nightly capture of some wild hares. While other members feared the snakes, Zhang Banshu harbored no such trepidation. As his wife hails from the Wang clan of Sihui village, a family of hunters well-versed in the art of serpent repelling and antidotes. No, the members of Team 1 have already approached me, expressing their willingness to endure hardship and take on the task of guarding Stone Mountain, declared Zhang Yongguang, the captain of Team 1, casting a discontented glare at Zhang Banshu. His expression conveyed a clear message. He understood Zhang Banshu's ulterior motives and would not allow him to monopolize the benefits. After all, those stationed at night to guard could capture numerous wild hares without any oversight from other members, allowing for the possibility of misreporting their catch. In such a scenario, the members remaining at Stone Mountain could pocket several hares, thereby alleviating their families' meat shortages. The other team leaders were equally aware of this unspoken understanding, each proposing that their respective production teams undertake the watch duty. Brigade leader Zhang Yue, realizing the underlying intentions of the 6 team leaders, cast a stern glance at them, effectively silencing their bickering. After finishing their meal, they were instructed to return to their teams and select 2 members to report back. The 6 production teams would take turns guarding Stone Mountain. As for the arrangement of the watch personnel on the 7th night, it would depend on which 2 members from these 6 nights captured the most hares, allowing them to continue their vigil. Zhang Yue had no desire to engage in further negotiations and made a prompt decision. Upon hearing his words, the 6 team leaders ceased their discussions. This arrangement was deemed the most equitable, allowing each team an equal opportunity, and it would depend on their abilities to secure the watch duty for the 7th night. The communal meal was swiftly concluded, and the 6 production team leaders convened with their respective members to deliberate on the selection of the 2 individuals to remain at Stone Mountain. After finishing dinner, Zhang Yun of Team 5 pulled his father, Zhang Zhongli, aside. "Yunner, why are you pulling me?" "I intend to raise my hand for you to participate in the selection of the guard," Zhang Zhongli inquired, somewhat puzzled by his son's actions. "Father, let us not waste time. Do you truly believe that uncle would allow me to become one of the guards?" Zhang Yun replied, his tone laced with resignation. Zhang Zhongli was momentarily taken aback, then sighed as he took hold of his wife Chen Wan and their 2 daughters, and together they made their way home. The election process within the production team professed fairness, yet the captain wielded considerable authority. Initially, team members could self-nominate, but it required the approval of a majority through a show of hands to become a candidate. With just a subtle hint from Zhang Zhongli, The other members would hardly dare to endorse Zhang Yun as a candidate. Observing Zhang Yun's family depart, his uncle Zhang Zhuwu bit his lip, refraining from offering any words of persuasion, and could only watch them head home. Zhang Basho cast a furtive glance at Zhang Yun's family, his gaze sharpening with an imperceptible smirk. Ah, Yun, with your prowess in catching rabbits, it is truly a pity you cannot be among the stay-behind personnel. On the way home, Zhang Zhongli sighed, to which Zhang Yun replied with a faint smile, Father, I am indifferent to the night watchman list. Chapter 10. Catching frogs. Upon returning to their abode, the Zhang family lit a kerosene lamp. During this era, kerosene was a precious commodity, necessitating a rationed purchase from the supply and marketing cooperative. The entire family gathered around the lamp, each engaged in their respective tasks. Chen Wan lit the lamp and then pulled Zhang Yun close as the five of them sat around the octagonal table. You little rascal. Today at noon you mentioned I would become a mother-in-law. Now confess, when did you manage to win over the knowledge youth Han? Despite the lamp being adjusted to its lowest setting, its dim light could not obscure Chen Wan's evident anxiety. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Zhongli, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli all looked at Zhang Yun in astonishment. Xuemei has been in our village for 3 years now as our work recorder for Team 5, and I have always discreetly assisted her with her tasks. Thus, we developed mutual affection, Zhang Yun replied with a smile, revealing only part of the truth. However, he could not divulge the deeper reason behind Han Xuemei's reluctance to marry a middle-aged widower due to family pressure. Nor could he express his intention to marry her to rectify the regrets of his past life. Having resolved to marry Han Xuemei and shield her from further suffering, Zhang Yun knew that revealing the true reason might create an unresolvable tension, even if Zhang Zhongli and Chen Wan were to accept her as their daughter-in-law. You clever boy, Chen Wan remarked approvingly, her eyes shining with delight as she evidently embraced the idea of Han Xuemei joining their family. Han Xuemei, being a city girl now working in the countryside as a knowledge youth, was eligible to return to the city under policy. Naturally, Chen Wan felt a sense of satisfaction at her son marrying a beautiful city girl. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongli let out a sigh. What troubles you? Chen Wan asked with dissatisfaction. Are you not happy that our son is to wed? I am indeed delighted by Zhang Yun's impending marriage, he replied. But what right do we have to seek a daughter-in-law given our circumstances? Can Han, the knowledge youth, truly endure the hardships with our family? His face was etched with sorrow, and his eyes reflected a deeper sense of self-reproach. The family consists of merely 3 rooms, a dining hall for meals, a kitchen, and a living space divided into 2 levels. The upper level houses the 2 daughters, Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli, while the lower level is further partitioned, occupied by the parents, with a bamboo bed facing the door where Zhang Yun resides. Compounding their difficulties, the family is burdened with considerable debt due to Zhang Zhongli's severe illness. Even though Han Xuemei forgoes a dowry, the question remains, where would she reside upon marriage? Particularly troubling is the thought of the note exchanged with her elder brother, Zhang Basho, stating that if she fails to provide for their parents' living expenses, these 3 rooms would be ceded to him as compensation for their care. In this moment, Zhang Zhongli finds himself preoccupied with such concerns, feeling utterly despondent and at a loss. Not only are they impoverished, but they also carry a heavy load of debt. Dad, my marriage is my responsibility. You need not worry. I will manage it myself, Zhang Yun quickly interjects, sensing her father's apprehensions. In her previous life, Zhang Zhongli was overly burdened by worries, and coupled with his frail health, this led to his untimely demise. Now that she has been reborn, Zhang Yun is determined to prevent such misfortunes from occurring. Manage it yourself? Zhang Zhongli is naturally skeptical of Zhang Yun's ability to resolve the issues surrounding the dowry and living arrangements. Feeling powerless to reprimand her, he is at a loss for words. Rest assured, if the dowry falls short, I shall shamelessly borrow some funds from your uncle, Chen Wan assures, unwilling to let her son's marriage falter. I've saved up 5 yuan for you, softly declares Zhang Yanhong, the 4th sister, thus revealing her intentions. I have 3 yuan, follows Zhang Yanli, the 5th sister, as she offers her meager savings. Upon hearing her sister's words, Zhang Yun feels a surge of affection. These 2 young women, at the tender age of 18 or 19, are already contributing to the family. In her previous life, after marrying Zhang Yun, Tang Tiantian had disdainfully treated her younger sisters, hastening their hasty marriages, which ultimately led to their dismal fates. Now, hearing her sister's heartfelt words fills Zhang Yun with remorse for the way she had wronged her family in her past life. Listen to me. I shall bear the entirety of my marriage expenses. You all focus on your own responsibilities. I will find a way to earn money and will bring Han Xuemei home in style, Zhang Yun declares resolutely, not allowing her family to counter her. With that, She rises, retrieves a fertilizer bag hanging on the wall of the hall, and strides outside. At the door, she turns and smiles, saying, "Dad, Mom, I'm off to find Uncle San. I intend to catch some frogs tonight." With that, Zhang Yun dashes away, leaving Zhang Zhongli and Chun Wan unable to stop her. In the rural setting of the 1970s, there were no entertainment options at night, and catching frogs or loaches in the fields was a beloved pastime. Not only enjoyable, but also a means to enhance the family's meals. Zhang Yun's intention to catch frogs at night is to utilize her mystical space to capture a substantial number of frogs to cultivate within it. This frog can be quite lucrative. However, it cannot be sold openly, as the crime of speculation during this period remains rather daunting. Light sentences could lead to imprisonment, while heavier ones might result in severe repercussions. Zhang Yun was aware of a nearby mine in Shui town, where a black market existed, allowing him to sell wild rabbits, frogs, and other goods. Of course, one could also sell these items at the supply and marketing cooperative, albeit at half the price. Before long, figures appeared in the fields. "Brother Yun, the flashlight won't last long. If we can catch 20 frogs tonight, that will suffice," remarked a boy around Zhang Yun's age, wielding the flashlight as he scanned the ridges of the fields, hoping to spot the frogs that had come to rest there for the night. Zhang Jiwu had 2 sons and a daughter, with the twin boys, Zhang Yisin and Zhang Yi, being a year younger than Zhang Yun. These 2 siblings got along harmoniously with Zhang Yun and held him in high regard. The reason Zhang Yun invited Zhang Jiwu to assist in frog catching was twofold: to lend a hand to his uncle's family, and because his own family was impoverished, lacking even a flashlight. In the dark of night, when the flashlight beam illuminated the frogs resting on the ridges, they would experience a brief moment of blindness, presenting the perfect opportunity for capture. It was Zhang Yisin who held the flashlight. "Rest assured, Brother Yun, since you called us, we shall not return empty-handed. If we do not catch 100 frogs tonight, we shall not go back," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. As the chorus of croaking filled the vast expanse of the fields, a smile crept across Zhang Yun's face, and he released the spiritual spring, sprinkling it along the ridges. Chapter 11. A bountiful harvest of frogs. Croak, croak, croak. As the 4 of them walked through the fields, they soon noticed the cacophony of frog calls intensifying behind them. A dense and unbroken chorus. From the sounds, it was evident that the frogs were quite excited. There were numerous frogs behind them. Upon hearing the concentrated croaking, Zhang Yisin swiftly turned around, sweeping the flashlight beam across the area, revealing an astonishing number of frogs. Zhang Jiwu, with his robust physique, trembled slightly. Clearly having never witnessed such a congregation of frogs in his life, it was an absolute frog festival. "What are we waiting for? Let us catch them," Zhang Yun, fully aware of the impending outcome, shouted without allowing the 3 to ponder further and dashed forward. Though they had only 1 flashlight, the density of frogs rendered it unnecessary. They could simply reach out and grasp several at a time. "Yisin, you need not shine the light on me. Focus on Uncle," Zhang Yun exclaimed. Realizing that Zhang Yisin was directing the light towards him, evidently trying to assist him in catching more frogs, he quickly called out, as it would be inconvenient for him to store the frogs in the spiritual spring while Yisin illuminated him. Although Zhang Yisin meant well, it was indeed a bit bothersome for Zhang Yun. Zhang Yisin appeared somewhat bewildered. Was he mistaken for shining the light on Zhang Yun all this time? "Yisin, listen to me. Direct the light towards Uncle. I truly do not require it," Zhang Yun urged once more, and Zhang Yi, feeling helpless, directed the flashlight towards his father. Upon receiving the beam of light from the flashlight, Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yi hastened their pace in capturing frogs. "Yunner, the frogs that Uncle San has caught will be shared with you later," Zhang Jiwu remarked, having heard Zhang Yun's previous encouragement. He believed it to be a gesture of goodwill and decided to share his catch with Zhang Yun. "Uncle San, let us not stand on ceremony. There are plenty of frogs, so we must act swiftly and not let them escape." With a fertilizer bag in his left hand and his right hand working tirelessly, Zhang Yun quickly collected frogs into the bag. As he captured the frogs to place them inside, he managed to secure 4, 3 of which were stored in the Lingquan space. Although there was no illumination, Zhang Yun made an astonishing discovery. His vision had sharpened, and his hearing had become acute. He could actually discern the shapes of frogs on the ground under the starlight. In fact, after abruptly falling asleep at Stone Mountain that afternoon, he awoke with a heightened sense of perception. Could it be that manipulating the Lingquan space had drained his spirit, and after a brief slumber, his mental fortitude had been enhanced? At this moment, Zhang Yun could not help but ponder this possibility. To ascertain its veracity, Zhang Yun resolved to test it once more. He would push his spirit to the limit again to see if his mental strength had indeed increased. The area where the Lingquan was dispersed saw frogs congregating in droves, all eagerly imbibing the spring water. Zhang Yun's fertilizer bag soon held a stockpile of 20 frogs, while the Lingquan space was already harboring 100 frogs. Meanwhile, on the other side, the trio of Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yi worked in perfect harmony, having captured over 60 frogs. The three were exhilarated, for they had never witnessed such a magnificent gathering of frogs in their lifetime. Tonight, they were fully engaged, capturing them with fervor. How many frogs have you caught? Zhang Yun, do you need the flashlight? After finishing a patch of frogs and feeling the weight of the bag, Zhang Jiwu, feeling quite satisfied, naturally thought of Zhang Yun. Assuming he had caught very few frogs without any light, it was only right to consider Zhang Yun's needs. There's no need to lend me the flashlight. There are plenty of frogs here. I can catch them without assistance. Uncle San, you three should focus on capturing as many as possible before the batteries run out. Do not concern yourselves with me. Zhang Yun understood that Zhang Jiwu was being considerate. Yet he could not agree. If the three were to discover that he had mysteriously made frogs disappear, it would surely expose his Lingquan space. In this era, flashlights were essentially large iron tubes containing two sizable batteries, which did not last long. Naturally, they would conserve battery life where possible. However, with frogs in abundance, Zhang Jiwu and his two sons had no need to worry about battery consumption. They aimed to catch as many frogs as possible before the batteries dwindled. Once these frogs were sold, they could purchase numerous batteries. All four individuals were swiftly capturing frogs. After capturing all the frogs in the area, Zhang Yun managed to fill his fertilizer bag with approximately 100 frogs, while the Lingquan space astonishingly accommodated 400. At that moment, above the colossal stone in the Lingquan space, the acceleration point read 0.85. Each frog weighed around 100 grams, making the total weight of the 400 frogs equivalent to 80 gene, which increased the acceleration point by 0.08, with the original acceleration point. It now stood at 0.85, still shy of 1. Observing this acceleration point, Zhang Yun couldn't help but chuckle. If he were to collect the 100 frogs from the fertilizer bag into the Lingquan space, it would amount to 100 gene, thereby pushing the acceleration point beyond 1. However, he was certain he would not reveal all the frogs in front of Zhang Jiwu and his two sons. He decided to wait until the journey home to transfer the frogs into the Lingquan space, aiming to surpass the acceleration point of 1 first. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Yisin, and Zhang Yi had filled their entire fertilizer bag, and the flashlight batteries were exhausted. What a delightful catch! Zhang Yisin exclaimed, trembling with excitement at the cacophony of frogs emanating from the bag. Tonight's harvest is substantial. Our family will have meat for the entire week, Zhang Jiwu rejoiced. At that moment, Zhang Yun cleared his throat and cautioned, Uncle, we must not expose our bounty. If someone becomes envious and reports our frog haul to the captain, we could find ourselves in trouble. This was an era of collective production, where all property was tied to the community. Although these frogs were caught by Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Yun, and others, the collective could indeed claim them if they chose to pursue the matter. Typically, if community members caught a few frogs in the fields to improve their family meals, no one would intervene. However, the sheer number of frogs caught by the four that night was considerable. Selling them could yield a significant profit, and should someone report it, the collective would certainly investigate. I understand, Zhang Jiwu replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Uncle, let us part ways and find separate places to store these frogs. We should not take them home. Tomorrow at dawn, I will take you to the Han Xuemei mine to sell the frogs, Zhang Yun emphasized. Zhang Jiwu felt a jolt of realization. Zhang Yun intended to sell the frogs in the black market for profit. In those times, most people relied on accumulating work points to exchange for grain during the year-end dividend, with few opportunities for substantial earnings. Yet, venturing into the black market, albeit risky, could yield a considerable sum. Young Yun, I will share some frogs with you. At that moment, Zhang Jiwu reached for Zhang Yun's fertilizer bag, intending to share some of the frogs as previously discussed. Zhang Yun tightened his grip on the bag and replied coolly, Uncle, let us not be so meticulous in dividing our gains. Just trust me, I will ensure you prosper. With that, Zhang Yun swiftly departed. Young Yun has changed. He has become someone capable of great endeavors, Zhang Jiwu mused, gazing at Zhang Yun's retreating figure illuminated by starlight. Chapter 12, The Fiery Ant. Zhang Yun's madness. After departing from the sight of Zhang Jiwu and his two sons, Zhang Yun stowed the fertilizer bag into the Lingquan space. The figures above the boulder shifted. Acceleration points, 107. Should I allocate this acceleration point to the 1 mu of land? Zhang Yun pondered internally. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yun resolved to refrain from using this acceleration point for the time being. The presence of the acceleration point option within the Lingquan space suggested its significant utility. Since Zhang Yun had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the Lingquan space, it would be prudent to accumulate these points. Subsequently, Zhang Yun retrieved the fertilizer bag once more, which contained 20 frogs, and added 2 deceased hares into it. Before long, Zhang Yun traversed the village and returned home. The residences in Jiuan village were relatively clustered. At the base of a hillside lay a flat expanse of land where most households were constructed, resulting in close proximity between homes, creating a densely packed appearance. Zhang Yun's home was situated on the higher elevation of the earth slope, adjacent to those of his uncle Zhang Borshu and his third uncle Zhang Zhuwu. This land was originally occupied by their grandfather, Zhang Guangming, and later divided among his 3 sons. Positioned centrally, Zhang Yun had no choice but to pass by his uncle's house under the starlit sky. "Oh, Yunzi, off to the fields in search of food, are you?" A woman's voice rang out, prompting Zhang Yun to halt. He beheld his imperious aunt Wang Yuanhui, who was emerging from the doorway with a basin of foot-washing water, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze. Zhang Yun harbored a strong aversion to this aunt. Her pride stemmed from having 3 sons, which granted her a sense of superiority in Jiuan village, where she was known for her domineering and fierce demeanor. Moreover, hailing from a family of hunters, she frequently boasted about the game her brother would bring, showcasing it throughout the village. With the favoritism of their grandfather Zhang Guangming and grandmother Sun Manxiang, Wang Yuanhui wielded considerable influence within the Zhang family, as though her word was law. Zhang Yun's family, in particular, became her primary target. It seemed she was ever vigilant, ready to disrupt any semblance of good fortune that befell them. Upon observing Zhang Yun carrying the fertilizer bag, filled with the chorus of frogs, Wang Yuanhui quickly deduced that he had captured a substantial number of frogs. Instantly, a scheme began to formulate in her mind. With the wisdom of someone who had lived a full life, Zhang Yun recognized her intentions at first glance. Thus, the best course of action was to ignore her. The more attention he paid, the more emboldened she became, able to stir trouble from the slightest provocation. Zhang Yun hastily darted away, entering the main room of his home. "You little rascal, what sort of attitude is this? Do you not hold your aunt in any regard?" Wang Yuanhui dropped the basin and followed him inside. Hands on her hips, glaring at Zhang Yun. Zhang Zhongli and Qin Wan, having just finished their chores and preparing to bathe and retire for the night, were startled to see Zhang Yun return with the fertilizer bag, closely followed by the furious Wang Yuanhui, whose menacing demeanor sent a shiver through them, rendering them speechless. For over 2 decades, Wang Yuanhui had exerted a stifling influence, leaving Zhang Zhongli and Qin Wan, the couple, too intimidated to utter a word of dissent, their fear reaching into the depths of their souls. "What have I done to provoke you?" Zhang Yun muttered, placing the fertilizer bag into the kitchen before returning to the main room, his expression a blend of displeasure and frustration. "How bold you've become, Yunzi, to speak so loudly to me," Wang Yuanhui retorted, her voice laced with ire. "Just moments ago, I asked you a question, and you scurried home without a word. Have you been up to some mischief?" With that, she made her way toward the kitchen, intent on discovering the quantity of frogs Zhang Yun had caught. It was evident that Wang Yuanhui intended to take advantage of the situation to seize a few frogs for herself. This was her usual behavior, brazenly appropriating what was not hers, and Zhang Zhongli's family felt powerless to stop her. Realizing her intentions, Zhang Yun was determined not to let her succeed. Should Wang Yuanhui manage to take the fertilizer bag, the frogs and rabbits would surely follow, leaving only a few behind, if any at all. As a testament to her fleeting conscience. "Get out," Zhang Yun exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. Suddenly, he dashed into the kitchen, seizing the only kitchen knife they possessed, brandishing it as he charged toward Wang Yuanhui. "Ah, he is going to kill me," Wang Yuanhui shrieked, startled by Zhang Yun's sudden fury, a sight she had never witnessed before. Instinctively, she turned to flee, understanding fully that those who are fearsome often have the most to lose. Though she was known for her boisterous demeanor, she was acutely aware of the precariousness of her own life and would not willingly place herself in danger. Zhang Yun chased Wang Yuanhui out of the main room before pausing. "Wang Yuanhui, what devilish scheme are you plotting? I shall not indulge you. This is my home, and without my permission, your intrusion is a crime. If I were to take your life, it would be well-deserved." Zhang Yun, still gripping the knife, shouted with fervent indignation. At that moment, Zhang Basho, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi, the 4 sons, emerged upon hearing Wang Yuanhui's cries, positioning themselves protectively beside her. "Yunzi, how dare you insult my mother? I will ensure you regret it today." Zhang Tuanjia, the eldest son, immediately sprang to his mother's defense. It was this unwavering protection from the 3 brothers that had allowed Wang Yuanhui to act with such impunity. With a scoff, Zhang Yun turned to Zhang Basho, his voice icy. Uncle, as the production team leader, could you enlighten me on the ramifications of unlawfully entering someone's home and attempting to forcibly seize their property? If this were reported to the commune, what punishment would be warranted? Zhang Baso, struck by the gravity of Zhang Yun's words, involuntarily shuddered, gazing at him with a peculiar expression, as if he were seeing a stranger. It felt as though Zhang Yun had transformed into a different person, his demeanor markedly altered. The audacity to invoke the commune against him was a bold move. Indeed, trespassing and theft could jeopardize Zhang Bao's position, and in this era of collective production, reputation held paramount importance. Though he wished to defend his wife, he would not risk his future on such a gamble. Tuanjia, Shengli, tonight you are to guard the stone mountain. Be swift. My dear, it's time to return home and rest, for tomorrow we must resume work. Zhang Baosun did not respond directly. Instead, he spoke at length, sending their son away and forcibly taking Wang Yuanhui with him. Zhang Yun chuckled coldly before shutting the door to the main hall. You were quite frightening just now, Mother Qinhuan said, still trembling from the encounter. Zhang Yun smiled faintly and led his mother to the kitchen. Mother, tonight has been fortunate. I caught a plethora of frogs and 2 wild rabbits. He removed a bag of fertilizer and handed it to Qinhuan. Zhang Zhongli followed them into the kitchen with an oil lamp, its faint light illuminating the scene of lively frogs and the 2 large wild rabbits. Both displayed expressions of astonishment, now comprehending Zhang Yun's earlier frenzy. Father, Mother, I have stored another portion of frogs in a secret location. Tomorrow morning, I will take them to the Lin Shui mine to sell. Please prepare these frogs and rabbits to enhance our family's meals. Having spoken, Zhang Yun, wishing to evade his parents' inquiries, promptly fetched a wooden bucket, filled it with water, and headed to the makeshift shower area behind the house, eager to bathe and retire for the night. Chapter 13. Conversations among 4 women after bathing. Zhang Yun lay down on his bed. Before drifting off, he entered the spirit spring space. While catching frogs, he had theorized that his consciousness exerting control over objects within this realm would deplete his mental energy, yet upon awakening, his mental energy would replenish. Naturally, he intended to utilize this time of slumber to test his hypothesis. Within the spirit spring space, on a plot of land, there lay 1 live wild rabbit, 25 deceased rabbits, and 500 frogs, alongside several thriving sweet potato vines. Under the nourishing essence of the spirit spring, the wild rabbit appeared robust, seemingly larger, while the frogs had also inflated, exuding a vigorous presence. Particularly, the sweet potato vines had flourished remarkably. Zhang Yun's consciousness surveyed the lively scene in the spirit spring space, eliciting joy within him as he focused on the wild rabbit, lifting it effortlessly towards the sweet potato vines. The rabbit began to munch on the vines. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun directed a portion of the spirit spring essence above the sweet potato vines and scattered it liberally. After absorbing the essence, the sweet potato vines sprouted numerous branches, their leaves becoming denser. At that moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness was enveloped by a heavy sensation, and soon he succumbed to an irresistible slumber. This experience was notably improved from the daytime. During the day, he had merely enveloped the sweet potato vines with some spring water before falling asleep. Now, he had at least gained the time to direct the rabbit towards the sweet potato vines. The youth station in Zhowan village is situated at the eastern edge of the village, adjacent to the provincial road, serving as the essential passage to the outside world. This enclosure, surrounded by earthen walls, comprises 2 rows of houses designated for male and female youths. There are over 50 male youths and more than 30 female youths, collectively exceeding 80, assigned to various teams within the Chu Shui commune. In the housing arrangement for female educated youth, it is common for 3 to 4 girls to share space. In the dwelling where Han Xuemei resides, there are 3 companions, Tang Tiantian, Yi Wenji, and Liao Yuanxiang. On a summer night, the warmth of the day lingered, and despite the extinguished lights, the 4 girls found themselves unable to sleep, prompting an intimate exchange of thoughts. Xuemei, in your last letter, didn't your parents mention wanting you to return to Hangzhou? What are your plans? Inquired Tang Tiantian with concern. In this era, communication was conducted through handwritten letters, which the postman would deliver regularly to the youth's designated locations. Naturally, when the educated youth gathered to collect their letters, they became aware of who had received correspondence and who had not. I do not wish to return to Hangzhou. I find Zhowan village quite appealing, replied Han Xuemei. Her cheeks flushed. In the dim light of the night, her companions remained oblivious to her unease. What could possibly be good about this impoverished mountain village? I advise you to reconsider and return to Hangzhou, Tang Tiantian urged, though internally, she felt a deep sense of confusion. She was well acquainted with Han Xuemei and believed she would not choose to remain in Zhowan village. Had Han Xuemei perhaps found a romantic interest there? It must be said that Tang Tiantian was astute. With just one statement from Han Xuemei, she realized that something had changed within her friend. For a female educated youth to stay in Zhowan village, the only conceivable option would be to marry a local man. I have been in Zhowan village for 3 years now. I have developed feelings for this place. Although it is remote, the scenery is lovely, Han Xuemei replied somewhat evasively. This response only further convinced Tang Tiantian that Han Xuemei was enamored with a certain man from Zhowan village. Thus, Tang Tiantian's mind raced as she recalled various occurrences involving Han Xuemei over the past few months. Suddenly, she sat up in bed and, with a smile, exclaimed, "Yi Wenji, you have reached marriageable age, haven't you? I've heard that Zhang Yun from the 5th production team of Zhowan Brigade is quite honest and dependable. Shall I introduce you to?" Although directed at Yi Wenji, the true intent of Tang Tiantian's words was to probe Han Xuemei. As a film projector operator, she traveled among 10 brigades and was familiar with their affairs. Given that Han Xuemei was situated in the 5th production team, it was most likely that her affections would be directed towards a man from Zhowan village, particularly one from that very team. Previously, Tang Tiantian had observed Zhang Yun assisting Han Xuemei and had seen him visit the educated youth point several times. He was indeed handsome and reliable, which could easily have captivated Han Xuemei's heart. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Wenji retorted, taken aback by Tang Tiantian's sudden remark, her embarrassment evident. Han Xuemei, however, was more naive. She did not perceive Tang Tiantian's probing nature. Upon hearing that Tang Tiantian wished to introduce Yi Wenji to Zhang Yun, she grew anxious. "Tiantian, please don't make such arrangements. In truth, I have already secretly pledged my lifelong commitment to Zhang Yun." The simplicity of her statement elicited gasps of surprise from Tang Tiantian, Yi Wenji, and Liao Yuanxiang. This revelation was indeed sensational. "I knew it. You must have had something going on. I never expected that you would secretly be in a romantic relationship with that lad, Zhang Yun," Tang Tiantian remarked with a smile. Yet her heart was filled with perplexity. She could not fathom why Han Xuemei would forsake the opportunity to return to the city and instead choose to marry Zhang Yun. A mere impoverished youth, surrounded by mountains, Zhowan village offered no prospects, and life here promised to be arduous. Tang Tiantian was determined to unravel this mystery. What enchantment did Zhang Yun possess that could captivate Han Xuemei? Or perhaps Han Xuemei harbored unspoken burdens, compelling her to submit to marrying Zhang Yun. Tang Tiantian pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Yi Wenji, a lively young woman, immediately inquired, "Xuemei, how did that Zhang Yun manage to pursue you? How could he so effortlessly win you over? Indeed, Zhang Yun's family seems quite poor. What were you thinking in deciding to marry him?" Liao Yuanxiang pressed earnestly. "Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Yun is quite a good person. Please, let us not delve into this any further," Han Xuemei replied, her heart brimming with regret for having hurriedly disclosed her engagement to Zhang Yun. In this era, matters of marriage could be deceptively simple. A mere meeting could lead to an engagement. Yet, they were often fraught with complexity, necessitating considerations of lineage, class, wealth, dowry, and wedding arrangements. Zhang Yun had mentioned earlier that he would seek a matchmaker to formally propose, intending to honorably marry Han Xuemei. Thus, Han Xuemei regretted her earlier words, fearing they would spread and affect Zhang Yun's feelings. "Tiantian, Wenji, Yuanxiang, I have only confided in you 3 about my affair with Zhang Yun. I implore you to keep this a secret and not let it circulate," she insisted earnestly, a hint of desperation in her tone. "If this becomes widely known and it adversely affects Zhang Yun, I could not bear the consequences if he were to call off the engagement." "Understood." Of course, the 3 young women promised in unison. Chapter 14. The Linshui Mine, Chicken Mountain Black Market. Before dawn, Zhang Yun was suddenly awakened. A glance outside revealed the lingering darkness of night. He had been preoccupied with the intention of going to the Linshui Mine's black market to sell frogs and wild rabbits. Although he had succumbed to slumber, exhausted from exerting his mental energy to manipulate the spiritual spring space, he awoke around 4 o'clock. Soon, Zhang Yun noticed that his perception had indeed heightened. He could hear his parents' breaths from the adjacent room and distinguished the various scents wafting through the air. Identifying their sources, through a narrow crack in the window, his vision surprisingly allowed him to glimpse the night outside. At this moment, Zhang Yun validated his hypothesis. By expending mental energy to control the spiritual spring space, he could gradually enhance his perceptual abilities. Then, as Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space, his eyes widened in astonishment. The spiritual spring space had expanded by another acre. Indeed, upon his entry, he discovered that an additional acre had been added to the initial space. Only this newly added acre of land remained untouched by the passage of time. In that instant, Zhang Yun comprehended the nature of this spiritual spring space. Each passing day would yield an additional acre. Moreover, the newly acquired acre would experience a temporal flow rate of 0 above the colossal stone of the initial acre. The acceleration point was designated as 107. Upon observing this figure, Zhang Yun, with a flicker of insight, placed an acceleration point within the newly expanded space. Consequently, he realized that the temporal flow rate of this additional acre had altered, synchronizing with the real world. After a while, upon confirming that there were no new discoveries within the spiritual spring space, he rose from his bed without waking his parents. Swiftly exiting his room to visit his uncle's house next door, where he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came the voice of Zhang Jiwu. "Uncle, it's me." "Hurry up, we can set off now," Zhang Yun replied. Immediately, sounds of awakening and dressing emerged from within, and soon Zhang Jiwu opened the door. Stepping in front of Zhang Yun, "Uncle, grab a carrying pole. We need to transport the frogs to the Han Xuemei mine, and we have quite a distance to cover," Zhang Yun stated calmly. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Jiwu returned indoors to fetch a bamboo carrying pole, along with 2 thicker hemp ropes. The two then made their way toward the village outskirts, their footsteps echoing swiftly in the tranquil night. The Han Xuemei mine lay 10 li away from Jiuan village, and they needed to depart early to ensure ample time for their return, especially since they were required to report to the production team by 9 a.m. "Yun, you've been vigilantly guarding the 3rd fishing pond all night. Our frogs are submerged in the pond. I must first go and retrieve them," Zhang Jiwu remarked after exiting the residential area. "Coincidentally, my frogs are in the 4th fishing pond, not far from the 3rd. Uncle, let us part ways. You head to collect your frogs, and then come to the 4th pond to meet me," Zhang Yun suggested with a smile. During the period of significant irrigation improvements in the production team, the 6 production teams of Jiuan village, following the contours of the mountainous terrain, had excavated 8 large fishing ponds, which were typically used for rearing common fish such as grass carp, big head carp, and crucian carp. Zhang Yun's decision to separate from Zhang Jiwu was, of course, to conceal the existence of the spiritual spring space. Before long, Zhang Yun arrived at the 4th fishing pond and retrieved a bag of fertilizer containing 100 frogs. However, he refrained from taking out the 25 wild rabbits, as it would be imprudent for Zhang Jiwu to see them. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jiwu arrived at the 4th fishing pond with his sons, Zhang Yisan and Zhang Yi. "Brother Yun, we also want to go to the Han Xuemei mine," the 2 brothers exclaimed eagerly. "You 2 have spent the night guarding the frogs without adequate rest, so you need not rush. Next time, if we catch some wild beasts, I will take you to the Han Xuemei mine," Zhang Yun promptly declined. Zhang Jiwu secured the fertilizer bag with hemp rope, then hoisted 2 bags of frogs onto his shoulder, chuckling. "I told you, your brother Yun wouldn't agree to it. Yet you insisted on coming. Now, hurry back home and catch up on sleep. We will return shortly." With that, Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun hastened their steps towards the Han Xuemei mine. "Brother Yun, this is something you promised with your own lips, so be sure to take us along next time." Zhang Yisan and Zhang Yi were quite straightforward, not lingering on the matter. In the rural areas of the 1970s, long journeys were primarily undertaken on foot. Of course, there were bullock carts from the production team, and the brigade secretary even had a bicycle, but these were communal properties, generally not available for personal borrowing. Naturally, Zhang Yun lacked the privilege to borrow a bicycle, so he could only share the burden of the yoke with his 3rd uncle, laboriously making their way to the Han Xuemei mine. Fortunately, both were accustomed to walking, and they arrived at the Han Xuemei mine within an hour, having traversed 10 li. The Han Xuemei mine, named for its proximity to the Zhuxue River, was substantial, yielding non-ferrous metals. The southern region of Hunan province was also the nation's largest producer of such metals, nestled among a series of mountain ridges. The access roads to the mine were winding, threading through the peaks. "Third uncle, let us head directly to Jigong Mountain," Zhang Yun suggested, pointing in a direction upon reaching the area of the Han Xuemei mine. The mine's vast expanse employed over 1,000 miners alongside their families, resulting in a gathering of 4,000 to 5,000 people. The residential area designated for the miners was situated at Jigong Mountain, which featured a large flat expanse resembling an earthworm-esque terrain. Consequently, a grand avenue was constructed, flanked by rows of houses. Behind these houses loomed the towering mountains. Due to the miners' long-term residence at the mine, they accumulated considerable wages and receipts, making external consumption quite challenging. Simultaneously, these miners and their families had a pressing need to enhance their meals, leading to the emergence of a natural black market at Jigong Mountain. In 1977, the nation had yet to initiate its reform and opening up policies, and individual economic activities remained restricted, leading to a crackdown on speculation. Thus, no one dared to sell openly. The market that formed organically at Jigong Mountain was not acknowledged by the commune and was covertly referred to as the black market. However, given the unique circumstances of the Han Xuemei mine, the Xuemei commune was aware but chose not to intervene, as long as things did not escalate too far, allowing it to flourish unimpeded. With the memories from his previous life, Zhang Yun was acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding Jigong Mountain, which was precisely why he had brought Zhang Jiwu to sell frogs. Before long, the uncle and nephew arrived at Jigong Mountain, reaching the entrance. It was only a little past 5 o'clock, and daylight had yet to break. However, the families of the miners had grown accustomed to rising early, as those daring enough to venture into the black market preferred to do so under the cover of darkness. Thus, upon their arrival, they could faintly discern several figures moving about. Remarkably, despite the number of people, there was an unspoken understanding among them to refrain from loud conversation. Only when approaching the items they sought would they softly inquire about the prices. "Third uncle, I will find a spot to set up my stall, and you can act as a customer within 100 meters of me, keeping watch. If you notice any law enforcement approaching, come immediately to inform me," Zhang Yun said calmly. Although it had been a long time since any police had patrolled Jigong Mountain, Zhang Yun dared not take any chances. Should he encounter them and be caught, it would leave a permanent mark on his record. As soon as Zhang Jiwu discovered the situation, he rushed over to inform Zhang Yun, and the two promptly fled into the vast mountains behind them. Chapter 15. The chef of the mine, Yang Yunshan. This is the place. Zhang Yun, carrying 2 bags of frogs, arrived at the center of Jigong Mountain, where stood a 2-story wooden house. Recalling his memories from his past life, he recognized this as the residence of the mine's director. Since he intended to set up his stall, it was only prudent to seek out the wealthiest patron. Zhang Yun placed the 2 bags by the roadside, the croaking of the frogs serving as a natural advertisement. Passers-by, upon hearing the sounds, immediately discerned that the fertilizer bags contained frogs. "Young man, how do we exchange for these frogs?" A lady soon approached Zhang Yun, inquiring softly. In this era, one would not inquire about prices in terms of money, but rather ask what could be offered in exchange, a measure taken to avoid being accused of speculation. Both parties understood that transactions were essentially conducted using cash or ration tickets for grain, oil, or cloth. 5 frogs for 4 dimes, or 3 pounds of grain tickets would suffice. Zhang Yun replied quietly. 5 frogs weighed approximately 1 pound, and the price of 4 dimes was quite reasonable, being half the cost of pork. At that time, the market price for indica rice was around 0.12 yuan per pound, making 3 pounds equal to 0.36 yuan. While 3 pounds of grain tickets were considerably more valuable than cash. The lady hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Young man, may I personally select 5 frogs?" "Of course. That's no problem," Zhang Yun readily agreed. The lady then produced a cloth pouch from her pocket, carefully unfolded it, and extracted 4 dimes, handing them to Zhang Yun with care. This marked Zhang Yun's first income since his rebirth. He solemnly tucked the coins into his inner pocket and opened one of the fertilizer bags, revealing the lively frogs within. "Ah, these frogs must have been freshly caught. They're quite robust and appear very lively," the lady remarked, displaying a discerning eye. Zhang Yun merely smiled in response. On his way here, every time he lifted the burden of the yoke, he had discreetly infused the bags with the essence of spiritual spring water. The frogs, having absorbed this essence, were now brimming with vitality, their eyes bulging with energy, making them quite appealing. The lady selected 5 large frogs and placed them into her own bamboo basket before departing. In this era, people would carry their own baskets when purchasing items, unlike in later times when vendors would provide plastic bags. With the lady's example, others nearby grew bold enough to approach Zhang Yun. Observing the vigorous frogs, which were impressively large, the mine workers and their families happily produced cash or appropriate tickets in exchange. In no time, Zhang Yun sold an entire bag of frogs, the very bag that Zhang Jiwu's family had caught. He earned a total of 18 yuan for 5-pound grain tickets and 1 1-pound kerosene ticket. Zhang Jiwu, wandering nearby, occasionally glanced towards Zhang Yun and felt a surge of excitement upon seeing him swiftly sell out his bag of frogs. At that moment, Zhang Yun waved his hand. Zhang Jiwu hurried over. "Third uncle, this is all the money and receipts obtained after selling your frogs. Quickly secure it, then wait for me at the intersection." Zhang Yun extracted all the money and receipts from the pocket of his undergarment, revealing every single coin without concealment, placing them directly into Zhang Jiwu's hands. "Is this appropriate? This is all from your sales." Zhang Jiwu intended to share some of the earnings with Zhang Yun. "Third uncle, let us not be overly concerned about such matters. With so much money in your possession, lingering here at Jigong Mountain is unwise. Find a place to hide at the intersection and wait for me. Zhang Yun urged him hastily. Seeing Zhang Jiwu clutching a substantial sum of money, trembling with emotion, he recognized the imprudence of remaining there, and thus ceased his protests, promptly securing the money and departing briskly. However, Zhang Jiwu resolved to allocate a portion of the money to Zhang Yun on the way home. Once Zhang Jiwu had left, Zhang Yun exhaled in relief and discreetly retrieved 2 wild rabbits, placing them into the now empty fertilizer bag, continuing to wait by the roadside. Before long, a dozen or so elderly men and women arrived, purchasing various frogs. Initially, Zhang Yun's fertilizer bag contained only 100 frogs, but he discreetly released more frogs from his spiritual space whenever no one was around, ensuring the total count in the bag always reached 100. Having caught 500 frogs, he planned to sell 400 while keeping 100 in the spiritual space for breeding. This was Zhang Yun's true intention. Frogs play a crucial role in agricultural production, preying on pests, and Zhang Yun was not inclined to catch frogs in the fields continuously. With the allure of the spiritual spring, he could easily deplete the frogs from the fields in a matter of nights. While Zhang Yun aspired to amass wealth, he did not wish to exhaust resources, especially at the expense of the village's agricultural sustainability. With the spiritual space at his disposal, he was determined to devise methods for breeding and raising frogs, ensuring a sustainable future. As Zhang Yun pondered these matters, a robust middle-aged man approached him, scrutinizing Zhang Yun with a hint of curiosity. "This is your first visit to Jigong Mountain, isn't it?" The man inquired with a smile. "Indeed. I heard that goods can be exchanged here, so I thought I would come to trade for some items to take home," Zhang Yun replied, returning the smile while also assessing the middle-aged man. "Oh, quite good, and with a sound mindset. I am the chef at the mine's cafeteria. You can call me Brother Yang. How many of those frogs do you have? I'll take them all." The middle-aged man spoke with great generosity. Zhang Yun's heart leapt. A significant client had arrived. "Hello, Brother Yang. I should still have about 100 frogs in this bag. And there are also 2 wild rabbits here. Would you be interested in those?" Zhang Yun responded calmly, opening the bag containing the 2 rabbits. Upon hearing this, Yang Yinshan displayed keen interest, seizing the 2 rabbits and examining them with growing delight. "What do they call you, young brother?" Yang Yinshan asked, a note of excitement in his voice. "Zhang Yun," came the reply. "Zhang Yun, my young brother, are you a hunter?" "I suppose one could say so." "Zhang Yun, Brother Yang wishes to request a favor from you. Could you venture into the mountains and hunt more wild beasts? The quantity you kill shall be the quantity I require." The 2 engaged in a rapid exchange. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's heart leaped with joy. He had inadvertently discovered a long-term sales channel. "Brother Yang, I must admit, your proposal piques my interest greatly. However, you are aware that I am a member of the production team and cannot absent myself from work without cause. I simply do not possess the time to consistently hunt in the mountains," Zhang Yun replied, his expression suddenly troubled. Yang Yinshan discerned the underlying message in Zhang Yun's words. He was indeed intrigued by the proposal and possessed the ability to hunt, yet lacked the time to do so. This presented a dilemma. How could Zhang Yun be liberated from the constraints of the production team? Yang Yinshan paused momentarily, then his expression brightened as he said, "Zhang Yun, wait here a moment. I shall consult the mine manager about this matter." With that, Yang Yinshan approached the mine manager's residence and knocked on the door. Chapter 16. The mine manager's father, Lu Zhengfeng. The door to the mine manager, Lu Baoshan, swung open. An elderly man with sparse white hair and a square face stood before him, his eyes sharp and imbued with the demeanor of someone accustomed to authority. This was Lu Baoshan's father, Lu Zhengfeng. In his previous life, Zhang Yun had encountered Lu Zhengfeng and knew that after retiring from his position in county leadership, he had come to Jigong Mountain to enjoy his twilight years, living with his descendants and relishing familial bliss. "I apologize for disturbing you. Is the mine manager still asleep?" Yang Yinshan inquired, his familiarity with the family evident as he casually greeted the elder and attempted to enter the room. "Baoshan has been laboring tirelessly these past few days. He had a high fever last night and has yet to recover. It would be best not to awaken him. What brings you here?" Lu Zhengfeng replied calmly, preventing Yang Yinshan from proceeding. Upon hearing this, Yang Yinshan's footfalls halted. As the mine manager, Lu Baoshan had always led by example, routinely descending into the depths of the mine to ensure safety. In this June weather, with rising temperatures and a lack of ventilation in the mine, it was hardly surprising that he had become exhausted after several consecutive days of such labor. Meeting Lu Zhengfeng's steady gaze, Yang Yinshan spoke earnestly, "Elder, the amount of meat allocated from the commune to the mine has been woefully insufficient lately. Our large cafeteria can only prepare 1 pot of meat every 3 days. which has caused considerable discontent among the miners. I have urged a few procurement officers several times, yet they are at a loss. Just earlier, while walking through the streets, I noticed dozens of elderly individuals purchasing frogs. I estimate there are around 400 to 500 of them. Thus, I traced the source and discovered a skilled frog catcher. I have surmised that this young man is a talent for hunting beasts. If we could bring him on board to hunt in the mountains, it would resolve our meat supply issues at the mine. Lu Zhengfeng's expression shifted slightly in surprise. As a retired county leader, he was well-versed in industrial production and understood the needs of the miners. They engaged in strenuous labor, and a day without meat rendered them weak and lacking in vigor. At the Han Xuemei mine, with thousands of workers relying on a daily supply of meat, it would require at least 3 large pots to meet their needs. However, due to the current scarcity of resources in the country, particularly in terms of meat, the allocation for the mine is minimal, resulting in the preparation of meat only once every 3 days, far from sufficient. If there were an exceptional hunter who consistently brought back game from the mountains, it would undoubtedly alleviate the urgent needs of the Han Xuemei mine. 400 or 500 frogs. Lu Zhengfeng expressed surprise, for such a quantity was indeed astonishing. Given that the Han Xuemei mine is situated in a rural area, Lu Zhengfeng was well aware of the local conditions, and he understood that for one person to catch 400 or 500 frogs would require a considerable amount of time. Indeed, old sir, this is no exaggeration. A little inquiry would confirm the truth of my words, Yang Yunshan asserted firmly. Lu Zhengfeng nodded. He was fully aware that Yang Yunshan was neither prone to deception nor would dare to deceive him. Where is that person? Bring him here, he commanded immediately. Old sir, look at that man ahead. He is the one. His bag still contains 100 frogs and 2 wild rabbits, Yang Yunshan pointed out, visibly pleased as he indicated Zhang Yun. Please, bring him over to sit down in the room. I wish to speak with him, Lu Zhengfeng said, his spirits lifted. Yang Yunshan promptly seized Zhang Yun and escorted him into Lu Zhengfeng's spacious hall, which boasted a height exceeding 7 meters, creating an expansive atmosphere. Inside, a complete set of wooden sofas and a beautifully crafted dragon-patterned tea table were arranged. Young man, come here and take a seat. Let us converse, Lu Zhengfeng gestured grandly, inviting Zhang Yun to sit beside him. Zhang Yun approached naturally, unperturbed by the surroundings, and sat down comfortably next to Lu Zhengfeng, exuding confidence cultivated from his past experiences. Lu Zhengfeng noted Zhang Yun's demeanor, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes as he regarded him with newfound respect. Typically, a young man emerging from the fields would feel anxious in the presence of someone in a position of power, but Zhang Yun's composure and ease impressed Lu Zhengfeng greatly. I am Lu Zhengfeng. You may refer to me as Uncle Lu. Oh, I neglected to mention, the mine manager here is my son. I have heard from Yang Yunshan that you possess the ability to hunt wild beasts, and I would like to know your thoughts on how much game you could guarantee on each expedition into the mountains, Lu Zhengfeng inquired, scrutinizing Zhang Yun for any change in expression. Zhang Yun remained composed, understanding that Lu Zhengfeng sought to personally verify the truth of his claims. I shall address you as uncle as well, if that pleases you. I dare not make grand promises, but I can assure you that if I venture into the mountains, I could reliably procure 100 pounds of game each time, Zhang Yun replied calmly. In truth, Zhang Yun had understated his capabilities. With the irresistible allure of the spiritual spring, he could swiftly entice wild beasts and then utilize traps to secure their capture. As long as Zhang Yun desires it, he is capable of vanquishing the beasts that roam the surrounding mountain peaks. Moreover, the spiritual spring space expands by an acre each day, allowing him to nurture these wild creatures. In the future, he could supply as many pounds of meat as he wishes. The claim of 100 pounds per supply is merely a reflection of his desire for discretion. 100 pounds, Lu Zhengfeng mused. Meanwhile, Yang Yunshan, overhearing the conversation, felt a surge of excitement, his gaze towards Zhang Yun almost ablaze with fervor. 100 pounds would suffice to prepare 3 substantial pots of meat dishes daily, fully meeting the needs of all the workers at the Han Xuemei mine. Little brother, if you can indeed guarantee a daily supply of 100 pounds of meat, you would be of tremendous assistance to the Han Xuemei mine, Lu Zhengfeng cheerfully remarked, though his expression betrayed a hint of disbelief. After all, even the most skilled hunters cannot assure a successful hunt simply by entering the mountains. The terrain of Hunan province, aside from the plains surrounding Dongting Lake in the north, is characterized by hills and mountains, particularly in the southern region where Xueshui town is located, abundant with undulating ranges and dense primeval forests, making the pursuit of beasts quite arduous. Whether I can supply 100 pounds of meat daily is something you will witness firsthand. Words from a novice hold little weight, Zhang Yun stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhengfeng exhaled with relief, responding with a composed demeanor. This issue can be easily resolved. Chapter 17. The purchaser. Both Zhang Yun and Yang Yunshan turned their attention to Lu Zhengfeng. I can arrange for the mine to issue you a purchaser's certificate with a 1-month trial period. If within this month, you can guarantee a daily supply of 100 pounds of meat, or a total of 3,000 pounds over the month, you will be deemed qualified for the trial. Once you pass, the mine will grant you a formal position as a purchaser, enabling you to truly enjoy the benefits of commercial grain, Lu Zhengfeng stated nonchalantly. Given Lu Zhengfeng's status, it was evident that he could facilitate this arrangement. Yang Yunshan's expression shifted, clearly astonished. Even he had to navigate numerous connections and endure 3 years of assessments to secure his position at the Han Xuemei mine. Yet Zhang Yun would only require a month of evaluation to attain formal employment, provided he met the qualifications, of course. Very well, it is settled then, Zhang Yun readily agreed. In truth, Zhang Yun had initially positioned his stall in front of the mine manager's residence with this very plan in mind. He intended to familiarize himself with the mine manager's family through the trade of frogs, and when the time was ripe, to propose his desire to become a mine worker. At that point, he would be willing to invest financially to secure a worker's identity. Once he attained such a status, he would be liberated from the obligations of a production team member, thereby gaining considerable freedom from daily agricultural toil. After all, in 1977, the country had yet to embark on its path of reform and opening up. For a farmer, venturing out was exceedingly difficult. Time constraints, the absence of state-issued grain coupons, and the lack of an introduction letter rendered travel nearly impossible. However, upon becoming a worker, Zhang Yun found himself endowed with a newfound freedom. He could obtain state grain coupons and secure introduction letters from the mine, facilitating his movements beyond the local area. Very well, I look forward to your performance, Lu Zhengfeng remarked with an affable smile, exuding the demeanor of someone in a position of authority. In that case, please provide your personal details, and today, I shall arrange for your employment application. Come back tomorrow, and your procurement certificate will be ready, he added, with a hint of sternness. I must be clear that if you do not meet the requirements within this month, the procurement certificate will be revoked. Understood, Zhang Yun replied with a smile, his heart racing with excitement at the prospect of shedding the identity of a collective farmer. He promptly inscribed his name, place of origin, class background, and other pertinent information on a piece of stationery. Oh, by the way, old sir, these 2 wild hares were hunted by me yesterday. When you stew the meat, do add extra chili. It should enhance the flavor, he said, handing the letter to Lu Zhengfeng while simultaneously presenting the 2 hares he had brought in a fertilizer bag, placing them on the wooden table beside him. Lu Zhengfeng understood Zhang Yun's intent. It was a gesture of gratitude that, while it might appear somewhat akin to bribery, could equally be interpreted as a friendly exchange. Since Zhang Yun had not explicitly mentioned the word gift, it could not be deemed bribery. Lu Zhengfeng remained silent, tacitly accepting the offering. Yang Yunshan, too, chose to overlook the exchange, saying nothing. Subsequently, Zhang Yun accompanied Yang Yunshan from the mine director's residence to the mine's large cafeteria. Brother Zhang Yun, you must put in your utmost effort. The success of our work in this cafeteria relies heavily on you, Yang Yunshan said cheerfully after counting the frogs. I owe you my gratitude for granting me this opportunity, Brother Yang, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. By the way, regarding the frogs you counted earlier, there were 105, but let us account for only 100. Yang Yunshan's face lit up with a brilliant smile upon hearing this. He understood the underlying message. Those additional 5 frogs were a token of Zhang Yun's appreciation for him. Zhang Yun's actions were informed by his previous life experiences, where grand phrases and heartfelt thanks paled in comparison to tangible benefits. To maintain relationships, the most effective strategy was mutual benefit, as later generations would say. There are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. Yang Yunshan readily wrote out a receipt for 100 frogs at a price of 8 yuan, which Zhang Yun could present at the mine's finance department to collect his payment. By the way, Yang, on my way to the cafeteria, I noticed a dilapidated warehouse that seemed to contain wheels for a dump truck. The issue is that our village's cart cannot be lent out. If I managed to hunt game, transporting it to the mine would be quite arduous. I was thinking that if I could fashion my own cart, it would greatly ease the transport of wild game. Could you assist me in this matter? Even if it requires purchasing, I would at least need 2 wheels. Upon receiving the receipt, Zhang Yun promptly made his request. The mining site, unlike the large production lines of the future equipped with conveyor belts, still relied heavily on manual labor and carts for the transportation of ore. As a result, there were numerous dump trucks at the mine. Naturally, these trucks frequently encountered wear and tear from transporting heavy loads. Zhang Yun's plan was rather simple. as long as he had 2 wheels. He could return home and ask a carpenter to craft a cart, which could then be used to haul beasts in the future. That morning, Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu took turns carrying the weight of 300 frogs over a distance of 10 miles, a truly arduous task. Upon hearing of Zhang Yun's intentions, Yang Yunshan immediately grasped his purpose and understood his reasoning. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Yunshan spoke. There are indeed some wheels in the warehouse. But to take them, we must obtain the mine manager's consent. Here's the deal. If you can bring me 100 pounds of meat tomorrow, I will personally explain the situation to the mine manager. At this time, all items within the mine were considered state property and could not be sold off casually. Zhang Yun was aware of Yang Yunshan's predicament and refrained from further discussion. He knew that only through his own merits could he persuade Yang Yunshan to advocate on his behalf. However, Zhang Yun was not anxious. After all, he possessed the spirit spring space, which could be utilized for transporting goods, while the cart was merely a ruse to conceal his true intentions. Very well. We shall discuss everything tomorrow. Brother Yang, it is still early, and the finance department has yet to open. Please hold on to this receipt for me and help me collect the funds. I will return tomorrow, Zhang Yun said as he handed over the receipt. As he had not yet detached himself from the identity of a production team member, he needed to hurry back to Jiuan village to report to the production team, leaving no time to wait for the finance department to commence its operations. All right, I will keep it for you. Yang Yunshan, placing his hopes for meat supply on Zhang Yun, readily accepted the receipt without hesitation. Soon after, as Zhang Yun left Jigong Mountain and arrived on the main road, he spotted Zhang Jiwu, who had been hiding behind a large tree at the intersection. Only then did Zhang Jiwu breathe a sigh of relief and hasten to Zhang Yun's side. You had me worried, Yunzi. You took so long to come out. Zhang Jiwu expressed his concern. He was well aware that while the black market was tacitly accepted by the commune, there were still times when the police conducted inspections. If caught, it could lead to significant trouble, especially since Zhang Yun's bag contained 100 frogs, which would be a serious offense if discovered. Zhang Yun, however, had no intention of revealing to Zhang Jiwu that he had sold 400 frogs for 30 yuan, along with 4 5-pound food vouchers and a pound of kerosene vouchers. The secret of the spirit spring space was the foundation of Zhang Yun's existence, and he could not afford to expose it. Uncle San, everything is fine now. Let us hurry back to the village. By the way, let us venture into the mountains today to hunt some beasts, Zhang Yun suggested with a smile. Oh, venturing into the mountains is quite perilous, Zhang Jiwu replied, looking at Zhang Yun in bewilderment, unable to comprehend this sudden proposal. Uncle San, I just got in touch with the mine's cafeteria. They are in need of a substantial quantity of beasts and are willing to purchase them at a high price. The capture of frogs cannot be conducted on a large scale, as it would attract scrutiny from the production team. Hence, we must devise an alternative means of generating revenue. Fear not. With a touch of caution, hunting wild beasts will not prove arduous, Zhang Yun declared confidently. After some contemplation, Zhang Jiwu mustered the courage to respond firmly. All right. I trust you, third uncle. With the earnings of 18 yuan from this morning, Zhang Jiwu felt emboldened and filled with determination. Ah, by the way, since you helped me sell the frogs, I must give you a commission. Here are 2 yuan for you. Zhang Jiwu had long contemplated allocating some funds to Zhang Yun as a token of appreciation for his efforts. However, Zhang Yun promptly rejected the offer, his tone resolute. Third uncle, if you continue to be so courteous and meticulous with me, I may no longer be able to take you along on my hunting expeditions. Let us agree on this. Moving forward, whoever successfully hunts a beast shall retain all the proceeds. Let us not quibble over trifles. I wish to avoid any discord between us in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu was taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment. He realized that his behavior had indeed been rather petty. If he persisted in this manner, their relationship would undoubtedly suffer. You truly possess the spirit of a great achiever. Yun, very well, from now on, I shall heed your guidance. Zhang Jiwu acquiesced, his heart lightening, and a smile gracing his face. Chapter 18, The Blacksmith's Forge. The cleaver around 8 o'clock, Zhang Yun returned home. His mother, Chen Wan, had already opened the door and was attending to household chores. Last night, she had diligently processed the wild rabbits, their skins removed, with the meat filling a large bowl. Although the production team provided meals, they typically consisted of thin porridge and wild vegetables. Encountering meat dishes was a rare occurrence. Moreover, the team members toiled in the fields, which was quite laborious. Consequently, some families sought ways to procure meat themselves, preparing it at home before taking it to the communal dining hall, allowing them to enjoy their own dishes alongside the porridge served. Now, Chen aimed to stir-fry the rabbit meat early, ensuring that they could relish it at lunchtime. As for the lively frogs, she refrained from slaughtering them, intending to prepare a spicy dish with the frogs the following day. This way, the family would enjoy meat for 2 consecutive days. "Mother, I'm home," Zhang Yun announced, setting down the fertilizer bag and entering the kitchen. He observed Chun Wan bustling about, and his eyes suddenly moistened. In his previous life, Chun Wan had passed away prematurely. Zhang Yun lived into his 70s, often dreaming of his mother's figure, particularly the image of her toiling in the kitchen. Now, as she stood before him, alive and vibrant, his emotions surged, and tears escaped his eyes. Wiping away his tears, Zhang Yun called out, presenting all the money he had earned that morning. "Mother, you are preparing rabbit meat. You must be weary, go wash your face." Chun Wan glanced back at Zhang Yun, a smile illuminating her face as she tossed a chili pepper into the iron pot, stirring it for a moment before adding water to braise the rabbit meat. As the firewood was added, the aroma of rabbit meat wafted through the cracks of the wooden pot lid, permeating the entire kitchen and drifting outside the house. Just as Chun Wan turned around again, her eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Yun presented her with 30 yuan, along with grain and kerosene coupons. Chun Wan was taken aback, left speechless. "Mother, this is the money I earned from selling frogs this morning. Please take it. We owe some money to relatives. You can decide how much to repay first." "It's tough for everyone," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Although Zhang Yun's motivation to earn money stemmed from his desire to marry Han Xuemei and save for a dowry, he understood that the greatest burden on his family was to clear their debts. As long as debts remained, his parents could never hold their heads high. Their words and actions lacking confidence, perpetually submissive. The reason Uncle's family could oppress Zhang Zhongli so easily, while he rarely retorted, was due to the poverty and debts that shackled him. Wealth instills confidence. Without money, one loses all sense of security. Zhang Yun prioritized changing his family's mindset. Chun Wan was indeed astonished by the amount of money. Her hands trembled as she grasped it. "Oh, by the way, I'll take 2 yuan. I need to make a trip to the blacksmith shop," Zhang Yun said, aware of Chun Wan's excitement. He knew she would undoubtedly bombard him with questions. So he quickly took the 2 yuan and dashed out of the room. "Come back, you rascal. You've really grown capable," Chun Wan called after him. But Zhang Yun was determined to flee. She could only scold him lightly, yet her face radiated joy. As a mother, she felt immense pride that her son could finally earn money. However, her foremost concern was whether Zhang Yun's means of earning were legitimate. Only if they were above board would she feel completely at ease. Unfortunately, since Zhang Yun had already left, she resolved to confront him during lunch for answers. Hearing his wife's call, Zhang Zhongli quickly got out of bed and made his way to the kitchen, where he naturally noticed the handful of money in Chun Wan's grasp. "Chun Wan, where did this money come from?" Zhang Zhongli asked, astonished. Having undergone a surgical procedure costing over 400 yuan, he had repaid part of it with the dowries of their 2 elder daughters, but still owed more than 200 yuan. Over the past year, whenever Zhang Zhongli earned a little change, he would not keep a single cent for himself, striving to repay others instead. Consequently, their household had very little money. The sight of Chun Wan holding a handful of cash was indeed shocking to Zhang Zhongli. "It's from the 3rd son. Please don't mention it to anyone," Chun Wan whispered, making a gesture for silence, indicating to Zhang Zhongli not to speak loudly. He immediately understood the implication. Their elder brother's family lived next door, and if they found out, who knew what kind of uproar would ensue. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun ran swiftly to the village's blacksmith shop. In those rural times, almost every production team had a blacksmith shop, which crafted agricultural tools for the production team and made knives, hoes, and other implements for the villagers. Certainly, during that time, the scarcity of steel resources posed a challenge for the villagers who wished to forge tools such as kitchen knives. Zhang Leiguai, a man in his 50s, had spent years laboring in the blacksmith's forge. Under the relentless heat and the acrid fumes of coal, coupled with the constant hammering, his visage bore the wear of age, resembling that of a man in his 70s. Perhaps due to the nature of his work, although Zhang Leiguai did not limp, his gait had developed a distinct unevenness, earning him the moniker Zhang Leiguai, a name few could recall his given name. As Zhang Yun approached, he observed Zhang Leiguai busily tidying up the forge. "Old Guai, I have come to request a machete," Zhang Yun called out as he reached the entrance. Venturing into the mountains to hunt wild beasts was inherently perilous. Despite possessing the ability to collect materials from the spiritual spring, Zhang Yun felt it prudent to arm himself with a machete for added confidence. "Oh, it's you, Yunzi. Have you brought any iron materials for the machete? Also, what design do you envision?" Zhang Leiguai paused, managing a faint smile. Most villagers sought to create kitchen knives, hoes, or scissors, so Zhang Yun's request for a machete was indeed unexpected. Zhang Yun then elaborated on his vision, even drawing a representation of the machete's design in the dirt with a twig. It resembles the machetes from the gangster films of Hong Kong in later years, he noted. It needs to be sharp and sturdy. The blade should be about half a meter long, requiring at least 8 pounds of iron, accounting for a loss of over 2 pounds during forging, resulting in a finished weight of more than 5 pounds. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's description and drawing upon his own experience, Zhang Leiguai responded promptly. A 5-pound machete, indeed. Zhang Yun nodded in agreement. It would be just right. If it were too light, it might break upon striking a beast. Too heavy, and it would become a burden to wield. 5 pounds is ideal. Old Guai, you are aware of my family's circumstances. I truly have no means to procure iron materials. Thus, I shall trade you 4 wild rabbits as payment for the iron. Zhang Yun cheerfully proposed. Additionally, here are $2 for your craftsmanship. Zhang Leiguai's expression shifted to one of surprise, for wild rabbits would weigh at least 20 pounds. Even at 50 cents per pound, that amounted to $10, sufficient to purchase iron materials, and the additional $2 would serve as labor compensation. That sounds fair, he replied. Zhang Leiguai had a large family to support, and solely relying on the blacksmith shop made it challenging to make ends meet. For wild rabbits could provide sustenance for several days. Moreover, after years of blacksmithing, he had accumulated some iron materials, which he could now sell to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun then departed the forge, retreating to a secluded corner where he promptly retrieved the 4 wild rabbits from the spiritual spring before excitedly returning to the blacksmith shop. Zhang Leiguai received the rabbits with a hearty laugh. Old Guai, will the machete be ready for me to collect by noon today? Zhang Yun inquired, handing over the $2 with a smile. No problem. After 2 decades of forging, I set aside my other crafting tasks this morning to devote myself entirely to the creation of your machete. Zhang Leiguai, in consideration of the 4 wild rabbits, readily agreed. Chapter 19. Militia Captain Zhang Lian, patrol in the mountains at the old camphor tree square. Members from 6 production teams gathered once more. Just as Zhang Yun was about to be called, he finally arrived, taking his place at the end of the 5th team. As the work recorder for the 5th team, Han Xuemei typically stood at the back of the line. Upon noticing Zhang Yun approaching, she discreetly nodded, her eyes brimming with a unique expression. It was a gaze filled with anticipation, intertwined with hope and sweetness. Ever since receiving Zhang Yun's promise, Han Xuemei felt a sense of belonging, regarding him as her closest confidant. Good morning, fellow youth, Zhang Yun greeted warmly. The other members, upon hearing his voice, instinctively turned to gaze at Zhang Yun and Han Xuemei. Han Xuemei's cheeks flushed crimson, caught off guard. She had never expected Zhang Yun to acknowledge her. With the attention of the surrounding members directed towards them, she felt quite embarrassed. Yet deep inside, she was elated, as it indicated that Zhang Yun cared for her. The eyes of those nearby reflected an unusual significance as they observed the two. After all, these 6 production teams had been working together for quite some time, fostering familiarity among them. Zhang Yun, known for his honest and simple demeanor, rarely initiated conversation. His unexpected greeting, coupled with their intriguing expressions, sparked curiosity among the more perceptive members, who began to suspect that their relationship held a deeper narrative. At that moment, team leader Zhang Yue raised his hand to speak. Comrades, I am pleased to see everyone gathered here today. Allow me to summarize yesterday's achievements. We successfully cleared weeds, turned the soil, harvested aquatic grass, and repaired the irrigation channels. I would like to especially commend team members Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun for their efforts in capturing wild rabbits. Today's work will primarily focus on weeding the rice paddies. It is now June, and we will be ready to harvest the early rice in July, meaning we have only half a month to prepare for the busy farming season. Additionally, we will continue to send members to capture wild rabbits, mountain snakes, and field mice. The arrangements will be determined by the 6 team leaders. Oh, and by the way, the village secretary has returned from the commune with an important announcement. There has been a wild boar infestation near Chicken Cry Mountain, and crops in our village have already been damaged. The secretary instructed me to send 2 members to patrol the nearby mountains alongside the militia captain. Who among you is willing to join the mountain patrol? Please raise your hand now. Zhang Yue proclaimed loudly while scanning the crowd. I'll go. Zhang Yun was the first to raise his hand, calling out boldly. He had long sought an opportunity to hunt beasts in the mountains, and now he had a legitimate reason to venture into the woods. Zhang Yun would not let this chance slip away. He was fully aware that Zhang Bashan, as the team leader, would certainly not allow him to participate in the rabbit-catching endeavor. Thus, Zhang Yun must seize this opportunity. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's voice, Zhang Jiwu also raised his hand without hesitation. I shall go as well, he stated with remarkable decisiveness. However, none of the other male members raised their hands. Wild boars in the mountains can be exceedingly perilous, particularly when encountered in groups. A collision with them could easily result in the loss of life. Furthermore, venturing into the mountains entails the constant threat of attacks from venomous snakes and wild beasts, not to mention the irritation caused by the bites of small insects leading to swollen and itchy skin. With the weather being so sweltering, access to water once in the mountains becomes a significant concern. As rural inhabitants, the members from Jiuwan village each possess experience in traversing the mountains and are well aware that patrolling is far from an enjoyable task, hence their lack of enthusiasm. Zhang Yun, recognizing the concerns of the other members, would not impose his will upon them. With Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu both volunteering, he felt he had fulfilled his responsibility. Now, the 6 captains will lead their respective members to arrange today as production tasks. Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu, please accompany me to the team courtyard. The militia captain is waiting for you there, Zhang Yue announced promptly after organizing the arrangements. Just as Zhang Yun was about to step away, Han Xuemei took a few steps forward, reaching his side, and softly uttered, "Be careful once you enter the mountains." With that, her face flushed red as she hurried away. Zhang Yun felt Han Xuemei's concern and smiled radiantly as he watched her retreating figure. This must be the joy of being in the throes of young love. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu followed Captain Zhang Yue to the team courtyard, a traditional courtyard serving as the administrative center for the team. The secretary of the team, the captain, and the militia captain, among other influential figures, each possessed their own offices, which are individual rooms. Militia Captain Zhang Lianan, in his 40s, possesses a robust physique and an imposing stature that commands respect, further accentuated by the slung Type 56 rifle across his back, which emanates an intimidating aura. At this time, the country had yet to impose a ban on firearms, allowing civilians to purchase weapons from supply cooperatives. However, the Type 56 rifle, which had been passed down from the military, was not available for public purchase and was exclusively equipped for the militia. Upon seeing Zhang Lianan, Zhang Yun's gaze immediately fixated on the rifle, filled with yearning. He vowed to himself that once he acquired wealth, he must procure a firearm to carry. It would indeed be quite impressive. Zhang Yue introduced the individuals, smiling as he said, "Captain Zhang, these 2 members are willing to patrol the mountains with you. This is Zhang Yun, and this is Zhang Jiwu. They are both adept hunters, having captured over 20 wild rabbits together yesterday." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianan's eyes sparkled with interest. He had heard that the second canteen had prepared 2 large pots of rabbit meat the previous day, the fruits of these 2 individuals' labor. "Well, thank you for your hard work, Captain," Zhang Lianan replied with a smile. The 2 captains exchanged pleasantries before Zhang Yue returned to his office. Zhang Lianan appraised Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu, smiling as he remarked, "The mountains can be somewhat dangerous. Preparations must be made in advance. I possess 2 water canteens and 2 bayonets. You shall take them along. Shortly, I will summon 2 militiamen, and together we shall ascend the mountains as a quintet." As he spoke, Zhang Lianan retrieved the canteens and bayonets from behind his desk. The canteens, crafted from aluminum and adorned with a deep green paint, resemble the exo liquor bottles of a later era. They are the most popular canteens in the military, capable of holding 2 liters of water. The bayonets, akin to elongated daggers, possess a remarkably sharp tip, capable of piercing deep into the body of a wild beast. Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu received the canteens and bayonets with cheerful smiles and followed Zhang Lianan as they departed the courtyard. The other 2 militiamen had already been waiting at the foot of Pine Tree Mountain. Upon arrival, Zhang Lianan and his companions united with them. Beyond Pine Tree Mountain lies the realm of Rooster Crow Mountain. Pine Tree Mountain is merely a moderate elevation, home to wildlife, predominantly small creatures such as wild rabbits, pheasants, and venomous snakes. In contrast, Rooster Crow Mountain is perilous, inhabited by larger beasts. As we venture forth, it is imperative that you adhere to my commands and refrain from acting independently. Sun Wenjie and Yang Taijian, I trust you both implicitly. However, Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu, as this is your inaugural expedition with me, I must stress that all actions are to be conducted under my direction. Do you understand? The militia captain, Zhang Lianan, emphasized with great seriousness. Zhang Yun grasped Zhang Lianan's concerns and wholeheartedly concurred. Entering the mountains restricts visibility, and solitary actions can easily lead to disorientation, posing a danger to all involved. Only by staying together can we effectively confront the perils ahead. Understood. Both Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu, having previously ventured into the mountains, comprehended this principle and responded affirmatively. Chapter 20. Tasks to accomplish. While collecting game, Pine Tree Mountain is not particularly vast. Traversing it entirely requires merely a 2-mile walk. One could consider Pine Tree Mountain as the periphery of Rooster Crow Mountain. The most expedient route from Pine Tree Mountain to Rooster Crow Mountain is a direct line across. Should one choose to navigate along the base, it would extend to 10 miles. At this moment, Zhang Lianan, Sun Wenjie, Yang Taijian, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Jiwu each carried a bamboo basket as they entered Pine Tree Mountain. Zhang Yun volunteered to lead the way, while Zhang Lianan took up the rear. This morning, upon rising, Zhang Yun had already sensed that he had received a feedback from the power of the spiritual spring, enhancing his perceptive abilities. Thus, his sense of smell, hearing, and sight were sharper than that of the ordinary person. As Zhang Yun advanced, he wielded his bayonet, clearing obstructive branches and underbrush. Simultaneously, his keen eyesight scanned the path ahead, his hearing attuned to subtle sounds within a 5-meter radius, and his sense of smell detected the peculiar scents mingling in the air. A snake. At one moment, as Zhang Yun chopped away a branch blocking his path, he suddenly exclaimed. In truth, he had already heard the sound of the venomous snake slithering through the grass. He had deliberately walked toward the direction of the snake, and only when he was approximately 2 meters away did he choose to announce it loudly. The 4 individuals trailing behind immediately became alert, and as they turned to gaze in the direction pointed out by Zhang Yun, they indeed spotted a 5-colored snake coiled within the underbrush, its triangular head directed towards the quintet. This grass snake was quite substantial, measuring at least 3 fingers in width and weighing around 5 pounds. After surveying the creature for a moment, Zhang Lian calmly articulated a plan. The grass snake's line of sight was limited to the front. Thus, we would each position ourselves at different angles, with one person tasked to divert the snake while the remaining 4 wielded their sticks to deliver a fatal blow. Zhang Jiwu, seemingly experienced, suggested this course of action. Each of the 5 had previously cut a straight branch upon entering the mountains, stripping away the smaller limbs to fashion a rod approximately 1.5 meters in length. Zhang Yun voluntarily positioned himself in front of the grass snake, while Zhang Lian, Zhang Jiwu, Sun Wenjie, and Yang Tietjiang maneuvered to the snake's flanks. Strike, commanded Zhang Lian as soon as the 5 were in place. Zhang Yun began to swing his rod through the grass, successfully attracting the snake's attention. Sensing the impending threat, the snake attempted to flee. However, the 4 rods swung simultaneously, striking the snake's body. The combined force rendered the snake momentarily disoriented. Its body instinctively twisted, yet it ceased to slither away. Zhang Jiwu landed another blow, precisely striking the snake's vital point. The grass snake was rendered completely unconscious. Zhang Lian took a step forward, brandishing his knife to sever the snake's head, and subsequently collected its body. Captain, please place it in my backpack, Zhang Jiwu requested eagerly. Zhang Lian nodded with a smile and deposited the snake's carcass into Zhang Jiwu's pack. Subsequently, Zhang Yun resumed his role as the pathfinder, while Zhang Lian brought up the rear as they continued traversing the forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby underbrush, drawing the attention of all 5. Wild beasts! They exclaimed in unison. Zhang Yun, possessing the keenest hearing, quickly discerned that it was a den of wild animals. Perhaps sensing the presence of the 5, the creatures, which had been resting in the thicket, bolted in haste. Captain, there were several wild rabbits in the thicket ahead, but they have fled upon sensing our approach, Zhang Yun explained, maintaining his composure. Zhang Lian nodded and chuckled. Zhang Yun, Zhang Jiwu, I heard you caught over 20 wild rabbits yesterday. It seems your skills in rabbit hunting are quite formidable. Given the presence of active rabbits, he proposed, let us set some traps here and see if you can capture the surrounding rabbits. This time, Zhang Lian was acting on the orders of the Chu Shui commune, having been instructed to investigate the situation at Chicken Call Mountain due to the activity of wild boars in the area. Deep down, he understood that the chances of locating a boar herd in the dense mountains were slim. Nonetheless, Zhang Lian harbored the hope of hunting some beasts along the way to enhance the rations for the militia squad. After all, resources were scarce, and while the militia received a slightly larger share of grain than the farmers, meat was equally in short supply, leaving them often without it. Upon hearing of Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu's accomplishments from the previous day, Zhang Lian agreed with delight to have them join the team for their expedition into the mountains. Now, having discovered traces of wild rabbits, Zhang Lian decided to pause their journey to Jiming Mountain, opting instead to capture a few rabbits first. Very well, Zhang Yun responded with enthusiasm. As the captain of the militia, Zhang Lian wielded considerable authority, which would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. Given the opportunity to collaborate with Zhang Lian, Zhang Yun was determined to seize the moment, striving to make a favorable impression and cultivate a solid relationship with him. Third uncle, you shall track the activity paths of the wild rabbits while I prepare the snares, Zhang Yun said with a smile, indicating that Zhang Jiwu could commence his task. Zhang Jiwu was quite familiar with the wild rabbits' paths. After a brief exploration, he He quickly identified a trail marked by the passage of rabbits through the tall grass. Zhang Yun promptly approached the edge of the thicket, cutting 2 branches to insert into the ground. With deft hands, he fashioned a noose from hemp rope, securing one end to an overhead branch while the loop was held in place by 2 side branches via a hook. Thus, whenever a rabbit traversed this path and triggered the hook, the springing branch would draw the noose tight, ensnaring the creature effectively. While setting the snare, Zhang Yun discreetly retrieved some spring water from his possession and sprinkled it around the trap's vicinity. The grass absorbed the essence of the spring water almost instantaneously. Zhang Yun then pretended to move away, continuing to set additional snares. After the 5 of them had set 10 traps in total, they sought refuge in a nearby grove, utilizing the dense foliage for cover to rest for a moment. Zhang Yun opened his water flask and took a sip, instantly feeling invigorated. The water within was not the ordinary well water from the village, but rather sourced from the spring in his hidden space. This spring water possessed remarkable properties, revitalizing every cell in his body, bringing about an unparalleled sense of comfort and clarity. Though the spring water was extraordinary, Zhang Yun was unable to share it. For if Zhang Lian, Zhang Jiwu, Sun Wenjie, and Yang Tietjiang noticed anything unusual, it would be difficult to explain. Perhaps he could dilute it, 10 parts well water to 1 part spring water, allowing them to enjoy its benefits without detecting its true nature. This thought lingered in Zhang Yun's mind as the 5 rested, each lost in their own reflections. Just then, a rustling sound broke the stillness nearby. "We've caught a rabbit," Zhang Jiwu exclaimed with delight upon hearing the frantic struggle of the ensnared creature. Indeed, the sounds emanated from the wild rabbit, now ensnared and thrashing in panic. Chapter 21. Capturing a wild chicken. Militiaman Yang Tietjiang rose promptly and hurried to the trap, capturing the wild rabbit and placing it directly into his backpack. He then proceeded to set the snare once more. Upon returning, Yang Tietjiang shook his backpack with pride. "Captain, we have successfully captured a wild rabbit." Zhang Lian nodded slightly, then turned to Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu, smiling. "You 2 truly possess remarkable skills, capturing a wild hare so swiftly." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them heard the distant sound of a hare struggling and branches shaking. "Another one is coming." Militiaman Sun Wenjie would not allow Yang Taijian to take all the glory alone. He immediately dashed out and soon returned with another wild hare. Just as Sun Wenjie was about to announce his success, the sound of branches shaking echoed once more from afar. "It's my turn now," Yang Taijian exclaimed, sprinting off. Subsequently, the 2 militiamen, Sun Wenjie and Yang Taijian, seemed to be performing a playful routine, alternating between running out and returning, each round yielding yet another wild hare. Zhang Lian was utterly astounded. There are indeed so many wild hares in these mountains. Zhang Lian was genuinely taken aback. He knew that the mountains harbored a plethora of wild hares, but their concentration in this area was astonishing. The 2 militiamen must have made at least 50 trips back and forth, meaning they had captured over 50 wild hares. "I can't run anymore," Sun Wenjie panted heavily. "I truly can't move," Yang Taijian said, collapsing onto the ground, exhilarated yet fatigued. The 2 men, in their eagerness to impress, had exhausted themselves. Perhaps the scent of the spirit's spring had dissipated, and the snare traps fell silent. However, from the depths of the forest, other calls emerged. "Ku duo luo." Upon hearing these sounds, Zhang Jiwu grew excited and shouted, "That is the call of a wild chicken." Upon hearing the mention of wild chickens, Zhang Lian's throat visibly shifted. Clearly recalling the delectable taste he had once savored, instinctively, he swallowed. Zhang Yun mused inwardly that perhaps the scent of the spirit's spring had not entirely faded, prompting the wild chickens to move towards this direction. Yet now, with the scent gone, the wild chickens seemed disoriented and began to call out. In the woodland, wild chickens are far more vigilant than hares. They are exceedingly cautious, making their calls difficult to hear, thus rendering their tracks elusive. The flavor of wild chickens surpasses that of domestic fowl, with their meat being truly tender and delectable. This is primarily because wild chickens thrive in the mountains, feeding on insects and often nibbling on medicinal herbs, imparting a unique herbal fragrance to their flesh. In his previous life, after venturing into commerce, Zhang Yun had tasted wild chicken once, a flavor that lingered in his memory. "Captain, wild chickens are rare to encounter. Sunggu, Yanggu are too exhausted to move. Let the 3 of us go and encircle that wild chicken," Zhang Yun proposed promptly. Zhang Lian contemplated for a moment. The 5 of them were still in the Pine Mountain, where the forest was not dense, ensuring they would not get lost and could easily find their way back. "All right, the 3 of us will approach stealthily to form a surrounding circle. I must emphasize that capturing it would be ideal. However, should the wild chicken escape, Never chase it alone. Various wild beasts inhabit these mountains, and life is singular. Safety is paramount. Zhang Yun stated with utmost seriousness. While wild chickens are delightful, one must not risk everything for them. Understood. Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu readily agreed. Thus, the three of them stealthily approached the direction of the wild chicken's call. Had they run straight ahead, the wild chicken would have undoubtedly heard their footsteps and fled. Once Zhang Yun distanced himself from the line of sight of Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Lian, he set up a snare trap beneath a tree and scattered a handful of spiritual spring water near the hook of the trap. Subsequently, he concealed himself 10 meters away, hidden beneath another tree, ensuring that the wild chicken's line of sight could not detect him. Before long, Zhang Yun's keen hearing picked up the sound of rustling foliage approaching his direction with great speed. Excitement washed over his face. Moments later, a wild chicken arrived at the snare trap. Its crest was adorned with bright green feathers. Its cheeks sported a vivid red comb. Its neck was a deep green with a white ring. Its chest gleamed with a golden-purple sheen. Its back was vibrant green. Its wings bore striped patterns, and its tail feathers were long with black stripes, presenting a strikingly beautiful appearance. This was a male wild chicken, smaller in size compared to an adult domestic chicken, weighing approximately 3 pounds. Sensing the fragrance of the spiritual spring, the male wild chicken instinctively glanced around for any signs of danger. Not noticing anything unusual, it relaxed completely. Extending its neck towards the snare, it began pecking at the ground, attempting to absorb the essence of the spiritual spring that had seeped into the earth. At one point, it pecked at the hook that held the snare, and the bent branch suddenly sprang back, tightening the noose around the chicken's neck before it could react. Success! Zhang Yun's hearing was remarkably acute, and he quickly detected the flapping of the wild chicken's wings. In a burst of excitement, he dashed towards the trap in just a few strides. Immediately, he grasped the chicken's wings, released the snare, and with a thought, the wild chicken was transported into the space of the spiritual spring. Upon entering this realm, the wild chicken found itself in the initial plot of land. Currently, the spiritual spring space encompassed a total of 2 acres. The original acre contained sweet potatoes, 100 frogs, a hare, and the newly captured wild chicken. The numbers inscribed on the massive stone changed. Acceleration points, 0-1, indicating that this wild chicken weighed 3 pounds. These wild chickens thrived on the insects and medicinal herbs found in the mountains. Thus, should he discover more herbs during his journey, he could transplant them into the spiritual spring space and eventually raise wild chickens within it. Zhang Yun could not help but envision a delightful prospect, a flock of wild chickens, allowing him to partake in their bounty whenever he desired. Of course, this was contingent upon capturing a female wild chicken as well. He chuckled to himself, yet he was aware that these wild chickens were social creatures. The presence of one indicated that a whole flock likely inhabited the pine tree mountain, given Zhang Lian and the others were around. Zhang Yun refrained from acting alone and could not attempt to capture the entire flock. Just as Zhang Yun indulged in his musings, a gunshot suddenly rang out in the distance. In that instant, he realized it was undoubtedly Zhang Lian, the militia captain, firing his weapon. A surge of excitement coursed through Zhang Yun. Not far away, Sun Wenjie and Yang Taiziang, who had been resting moments ago, immediately sprang to their feet upon hearing the sound. Gripping their rifles tightly, they disregarded the 2 backpacks on the ground and dashed towards the source of the gunfire. Naturally, Zhang Yun followed suit without hesitation. Chapter 22. Encounter with a wild boar herd. Bang. As Zhang Yun sprinted along the path, another gunshot echoed in the air. This could signify the shooting of another beast or perhaps serve as a signal indicating the location of Sun Wenjie, Yang Taiziang, and Zhang Lian. At this moment, Zhang Yun remained oblivious to the events unfolding at Zhang Lian's position, his concern for his uncle Zhang Jiwu's safety gnawing at him. He pressed forward fearlessly, unperturbed by the branches and underbrush obstructing his path, not pausing to clear them away. Fortunately, the pine mountain was not vast. Zhang Lian and Zhang Jiwu had merely circled around to hunt for wild chickens and hadn't ventured far. Within just 2 minutes, Zhang Yun spotted the figures of Zhang Lian and Zhang Jiwu, both surprisingly perched atop a tree. Beneath them, a furious herd of wild boars was crashing about. To his astonishment, Zhang Yun realized he had indeed stumbled upon a wild boar herd. It was evident that Zhang Lian possessed a limited supply of ammunition. After firing 2 shots, he aimed to communicate to Zhang Yun, Sun Wenjie, and Yang Taiziang that danger was imminent while simultaneously attempting to intimidate the boars. However, the herd appeared agitated and showed no intention of fleeing, instead ramming into the tree in a fit of rage. Zhang Yun, be cautious. There are 4 adults among those wild boars, along with 6 young ones. Do not approach too closely. Zhang Jiwu called out from his elevated position, noticing Zhang Yun moving toward them with urgency. Meanwhile, Sun Wenjie and Yang Taixiang also arrived, joining Zhang Yun. He turned to them, maintaining his composure. How many rounds do you each have? Are you confident in hitting a wild boar? I have 5 rounds, Sun Wenjie replied promptly. I also possess 5 rounds. As long as they are within 10 meters, I can assure you I will hit my target every time, Yang Taixiang responded in a low tone. These militia members had only undergone basic firearms training and lacked regular shooting practice, as ammunition was scarce and not to be squandered. Even though they were aware that their expedition into the mountains was to seek out wild boars and potential danger, each of them was permitted to carry only 5 rounds. 10 meters and a guaranteed hit, Zhang Yun thought, feeling a surge of frustration. Given the speed of a charging wild boar, if they did not bring one down with the first shot, it would reach them in a heartbeat, leaving no time to reload. At this moment, Zhang Yun assessed the distance between himself and the tree where Zhang Lian and Zhang Jiwu were stationed. It was approximately 50 meters. He also surveyed the surrounding terrain. I will draw the wild boars away. You two take cover behind that black-skinned tree. I am confident I can lead the boars into the ditch below the tree. As soon as you see them tumble into the ditch, shoot without hesitation. With this plan in mind, Zhang Yun wasted no time and charged forward without allowing the others a moment to contemplate. The naturally formed gully, sculpted by the rains, cascades down from the heart of the mountain to its base. The gully reaches a depth of 1 meter at its shallowest point, plunging to over 5 meters in its deepest recesses. Once a wild boar tumbles into this gully, it cannot easily ascend, finding itself compelled to leap about within its confines. Zhang Yun, Sun Wenjie, and Yang Taixiang witnessed in disbelief as Zhang Yun charged forward. They attempted to call out to halt him, but it was too late. In a mere 10 seconds, Zhang Yun arrived at the edge of the gully, securing a rope from his backpack to the root of a tree. He swiftly cut a cluster of wild grass from the surrounding area and then, gripping the rope, descended to the bottom of the gully. After binding the wild grass together, he retrieved a basin-sized vessel of spiritual spring water from his ethereal space and poured it over the grass, thoroughly soaking it. Instantly, the grass transformed into a vibrant green, pulsating with life. Hey! Zhang Yun shouted provocatively towards the top, taunting the group of wild boars. The boars, with their keen sense of smell, detected the rich aroma of the spiritual spring water wafting through the air. The 4 adult wild boars, previously enraged and battering a tree, turned their attention to Zhang Yun's call and the enticing scent, becoming exhilarated. With fervent cries, the 4 adult boars abandoned the tree on the verge of collapse and charged directly towards Zhang Yun, followed closely by 6 juvenile boars. The terrain's constraints compelled these adult boars, lured by the fragrance of the spiritual spring, to plunge into the gully without hesitation. Seeing this unfold, Zhang Yun promptly tossed the vibrant wild grass aside and began to ascend the rope, reaching the top of the gully in just a few swift steps. The boars, enthralled by the scent, disregarded Zhang Yun entirely, rushing to devour the patch of grass with reckless abandon. That small handful of grass was swiftly consumed by the 4 adult boars. It's your turn to perform, Zhang Yun called out towards a black-skinned tree. Sun Wenjie and Yang Taixiang, hidden behind the tree, peeked out upon hearing his words and were astonished to see the boars in the gully. Wonderful, they exclaimed, excitement bubbling within them. Since the boars were trapped in the gully, they could shoot without restraint. In an instant, Sun Wenjie and Yang Taixiang rushed over to the gully's edge, guns drawn, aiming at the 2 largest adult boars. Bang! Bang! The shots resonated almost simultaneously. Given the proximity, hitting the targets posed no challenge. Both bullets struck the heads of the boars, instantly sealing their fates. The remaining 2 adult boars, sensing the impact of the gunfire, no longer dared to roar at the trio on the bank and fled in terror towards the depths of the gully, followed by the 6 juvenile boars. This gully, shaped by the relentless rains, featured an uneven terrain, initially undulating, which then descended into a steep, vertical ravine. Indeed, 2 adult wild boars, in their frantic attempt to escape, failed to halt their momentum and plunged directly into a water-filled ditch over 5 meters deep. Though they did not meet an immediate demise, the force of gravity inflicted significant trauma upon their internal organs, rendering them unable to rise for the moment. Meanwhile, 6 juvenile wild boars fell atop the adult pair, yet emerged unscathed, encircling the adults and emitting pitiful cries, manifesting their evident trepidation. Zhang Yun was the first to pursue, and upon witnessing the scene below, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. The prospect of capturing these wild boars and enhancing his acceleration points was tantalizing. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, the 2 adult boars, displaying remarkable vitality, regained consciousness. Upon spotting Zhang Yun above, their instincts propelled them to flee once more. Zhang Yun, do not pursue the wild boars. It is perilous, cautioned Sun Wenjie and Yang Tietjiang, who lagged behind due to their less agile movements, impeded by branches, and were now a good 10 meters away, raising their voices in warning. Wait here for a moment. I shall attempt to catch them. I will return within 5 minutes. Zhang Yun declared, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. He dashed along the bank of the ditch, hastening his pursuit. Sun Wenjie and Yang Tietjiang, resigned, could only watch as Zhang Yun's figure vanished into the thicket. Chapter 23. The wild boar industry. The wild boars at the bottom of the ditch were in a frenzy. Particularly, the noise generated by Zhang Yun as he navigated the trees above instilled a sense of danger in them, prompting their instinctual urge to flee. However, the ditch extended from the mountain's summit down to its base, growing deeper with the relentless erosion caused by rainwater. With a resounding thud, the two leading adult boars miscalculated their footing and fell another 3 meters into an even deeper part of the ditch, suffering further impact and injury to their internal organs. Though the adult boars had not perished, they were incapacitated and likely sustained injuries to their limbs. Conversely, the 6 juvenile boars managed to regain their footing, standing at the edge of the ditch, calling down to the 2 adults. Observing this, Zhang Yun halted. I shall first capture these 6 young boars. With the adult boars incapacitated and no longer posing a threat, he wasted no time. He leaped down into the ditch. Upon landing, his right hand immediately encountered a juvenile boar. With a mere thought, the young boar vanished, transported directly into the spirit spring space. This exemplified the formidable nature of the spirit spring space. In an instant, Zhang Yun's hands transformed as if possessed by a demonic force, swiftly encompassing 2 more juvenile boars, which similarly disappeared without a trace. The remaining 3 juvenile boars, already agitated, were driven to panic at the mysterious disappearance of their companions and attempted to leap back down to the adults. Yet, Zhang Yun was resolute in preventing their escape. With over 2 decades of honed dexterity, Zhang Yun deftly reached out, making contact with the bodies of 3 juvenile wild boars as they leapt into the air. In an instant, the airborne piglets vanished from sight. The 6 young wild boars he had captured would soon contribute to a burgeoning industry of wild boar husbandry within his spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun was immensely exhilarated. The acceleration points had increased to 0.7, meaning that the combined weight of these 6 juvenile wild boars was merely 60 pounds, averaging about 10 pounds each. At that moment, Zhang Yun looked down from his elevated position at 2 adult wild boars beneath him. Their legs were injured, and they were already irate. Sensing the disappearance of the 6 juvenile boars, their agitation intensified, resulting in a furious roar directed at Zhang Yun. The tusks protruding from the mouths of these adult boars posed a significant threat. Should they charge, it would surely result in a grievous wound. Zhang Yun spoke softly to himself, aware of his ability to absorb through the spiritual spring space, yet he dared not act recklessly. If he failed to touch the wild boars first, and they charged at him, the consequences could be dire. He was not willing to risk his life for such a pursuit, so he opted for a more cunning approach. Before long, Zhang Yun climbed ashore and descended to the bottom of a ditch, where a natural pit formed by the current awaited, over a meter deep. It would be sufficient to trap 2 wild boars, preventing their escape. This is the perfect spot, he remarked with joy, producing a sweet potato vine from his hand. He liberally sprinkled it with the essence of the spiritual spring before tossing it into the pit. The 2 adult wild boars, drawn by the alluring scent of the sweet potato vine, surprisingly braved their agony, limping their way over and fearlessly leaping into the pit to feast. Zhang Yun, observing from above, wasted no time in leaping down himself. The adult boars, upon noticing him, let out a furious roar, their jaws agape, eager to attack. Since you cannot escape, consider yourselves confined, Zhang Yun chuckled as he approached the edge of the pit. The 2 boars, cramped within, struggled to maneuver, merely bellowing in rage and attempting to intimidate him into retreat. At a certain moment, when Zhang Yun saw their rear ends facing him, he promptly crouched down and extended his hands. In an instant, the 2 adult boars vanished, drawn into the spiritual spring space. The acceleration points surged to 68, an increase of 61 points, indicating that the combined weight of these 2 adult wild boars was an astounding 610 pounds, approximately 300 pounds each. Zhang Yun's consciousness registered the numbers atop the massive stone within the spiritual spring space, causing his eyelids to twitch in astonishment. If these 6 acceleration points were applied to a single acre of land, it would signify that time within that space flowed at 6 times the rate of the real world. Typically, a domesticated wild boar reaches maturity in around 8 months. However, with this accelerated time flow, it would only require a little over a month for them to mature. Quite a staggering prospect indeed. Now possessing 2 adult wild boars along with 6 juvenile ones, Zhang Yun's pig farming venture has begun to take shape, poised for an imminent surge in production. However, a sufficient supply of pig feed is imperative. Currently, the Linquan space has only cultivated sweet potatoes, and it is essential to transplant additional herbs, pig grass, vegetables, fruits, and other nourishment to enrich the wild boar's diet. Zhang Yun is acutely aware that, with the acceleration of time, an equivalent supply of food must be provided for the wild boars to thrive swiftly. Meanwhile, in the forest above, Zhang Lian and Zhang Jiwu descended from the trees and approached the 2 adult wild boars they had shot. Sun Wenjie and Yang Tietjiang returned as well. But where was Zhang Yun? The absence of Zhang Yun's figure caused Zhang Jiwu to grow anxious. He went to track that group of wild boars. We couldn't stop him. He said he would return in 5 minutes. Sun Wenjie quickly explained, attempting to reassure Zhang Jiwu. When he returns, I must give him a good talking to. How could he forget my warning so soon? He cannot venture alone in the mountains. Zhang Lian erupted in frustration. Should anything happen to Zhang Yun, as the militia captain responsible for this operation, he would naturally bear the consequences, facing potential demotion or disciplinary action. Sun Wenjie and Yang Tietjiang exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions hinting that had it not been for Zhang Yun's initiative to lead the wild boars away, Zhang Lian himself might have become prey. Yet he dared to chastise Zhang Yun. As the 4 anxiously awaited, Zhang Yun's figure finally emerged. Yun, you finally returned. Zhang Jiwu exclaimed joyfully, rushing to greet him. Uncle, it's just Pine Tree Mountain. What danger could I possibly face? Zhang Yun felt warmed by Zhang Jiwu's concern and replied with a smile. Zhang Lian finally exhaled in relief, contemplating whether to forego reprimanding Zhang Yun, as the atmosphere felt unusually tense, leaving him at a loss for words. By the way, Zhang Yun, where did that group of wild boars go? Zhang Lian suddenly inquired. Captain, I didn't catch up to them. Those wild boars run too quickly. How could I know where they fled? Zhang Yun responded calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lian harbored no doubts. After all, Zhang Yun was armed with only a bayonet and lacked firearms. It was unrealistic to confront a herd of wild boars. Since they have escaped, so be it. We can continue patrolling. We will eventually locate the fleeing wild boars. Now, our priority is to find a way to transport these 2 wild boars back. Zhang Lian announced with delight. The mission to hunt wild boars had yielded results, marking the task as half complete. Zhang Lian was not inclined to venture deeper into the mountains. He preferred to secure their current gains first. Chapter 24. The recognition of the militia captain at Shirtu Mountain. Today, 6 members had been selected to capture rabbits, with each production team sending 1 representative. After a discussion among the 6 captains, it was unanimously decided that none wished to forfeit the opportunity to capture wild rabbits and subsequently enjoy a feast of rabbit meat in the communal dining hall. Thus, a compromise was reached, with each production team dispatching 1 representative. At this moment, 6 individuals positioned themselves at the 6 cardinal points around Stone Mountain. These 6 had meticulously set up over 100 snares in the vicinity, an endeavor that bordered on madness. Should a wild rabbit venture forth, it would encounter an intricate web of traps, leaving no possibility for escape. However, after more than an hour of vigilant waiting, they had yet to capture a single rabbit. Weariness began to show on their faces, and anxiety loomed large. Among the 6, the representative from the 5th team was Zhang Jinshi, the 3rd son of Captain Zhang Boshu, who wore an expression of perplexity. The previous night, his elder brothers had kept watch but had failed to catch even 1 rabbit. This morning, after an hour of vigilance and setting 20 traps, even having pulled 5 sweet potato vines, he remained empty-handed. This was truly perplexing. Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu had effortlessly caught over 20 rabbits, indicating that the rabbit population on Pine Mountain was thriving. Some should have descended to forage on the sweet potatoes. Zhang Jianqi scratched his head, a frown marring his brow. Captain Zhang Boshu had utilized his authority to compel his 3 sons to participate in the rabbit hunt at Stone Mountain. Should they return empty-handed, it would tarnish his reputation as captain, inviting ridicule and gossip. Was it possible that the rabbits only ventured out in the afternoon? Such thoughts served to soothe his wounded spirit. At that moment, a figure emerged from Pine Mountain, sprinting like a male lion, racing towards Stone Mountain. Zhang Jiwu, weren't you headed to Chicken Cry Mountain? Why have you returned? Someone inquired, curiosity piqued. We've slain 2 wild boars and are now going to report to the captain and find someone to help carry them back, replied Zhang Jiwu, continuing his rapid pace. Upon hearing this, the 6 individuals froze in astonishment. What shocking news! 2 wild boars. Although Jiuan village was nestled in the mountains, few villagers were adept at hunting. And with the current collective production efforts, fewer still ventured into the mountains for hunting. The last report of a wild boar being hunted had been at least a decade prior. The revelation that Zhang Jiwu had indeed killed 2 wild boars was astonishing. For the villagers of Jiuan, who typically had scarce meat to consume, the sudden availability of 2 wild boars would be akin to a festive celebration. Zhang Jianxi, witnessing his uncle return to the village, felt a complex swirl of emotions. His 3 brothers had not captured a single rabbit, while Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu had amassed over 20 rabbits the day before and now, upon entering the mountains, had slain 2 wild boars. The stark contrast was almost unbearable. Meanwhile, as Zhang Jiwu dashed along, he called out to the members working in the fields, announcing their group's triumph over the 2 wild boars. Before he even reached the village courtyard, tales of the wild boars began to spread like wildfire. After all, with wild boar meat to savor, the speed at which the villagers disseminated the news was nothing short of astonishing. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jiwu arrived at the village courtyard. The village secretary, Zhang Huqing, nearly 60 years of age, sat gravely in his office, while the village chief, Zhang Yue, occupied the opposite seat. The two were engaged in discussions regarding the forthcoming agricultural busy season. In Hunan province, rice is cultivated twice a year, with the early harvest typically commencing in early July. It was now mid-June, and in just half a month, the production team would need to commence the laborious task of harvesting all the rice, drying it, and transporting it to the granary, an intricate orchestration of various tasks. At that moment, Zhang Jiwu's voice boomed like a trumpet, repeatedly calling out. The 2 influential figures of the village paused their conversation and stepped out of the office. Zhang Jiwu, why are you shouting? Is there an urgent matter? Queried Zhang Yue, a look of bewilderment on his face. Calm down, take your time, said Zhang Huqing with a warm smile. Normally, when faced with these 2 authorities, Zhang Jiwu would barely dare to breathe, struggling to muster a single word. Yet now, he stood tall, his chest puffed out, declaring with great pride, Secretary, Chief. We ventured into the mountains and hunted 2 wild boars, along with over 50 rabbits. His excitement mirrored that of a proud soldier reporting back to his superior. What? The 2 dignitaries were momentarily shaken by this astonishing revelation. Are you serious? Zhang Yue could not suppress his skepticism. The news was indeed explosive. I, Zhang Jiwu, would never dare deceive you. Captain Zhang Lianan and the others are still guarding the boars on Pine Mountain, and they sent me to report and request assistance in bringing the boars back, Zhang Jiwu exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm and an expression that brooked no doubt. Zhang Huqing and Zhang Yue trusted him. They were well aware that Zhang Jiwu would not jest about such matters. Consequently, their expressions transformed with excitement. Very well. I shall personally summon people to the mountain. It has been years since our village last hunted wild boars. You shall be duly rewarded, Zhang Yue proclaimed, exhilarated. He then turned to Zhang Huqing, suggesting they postpone their discussion on agricultural matters until after their return, and quickly pulled Zhang Jiwu along, both of them hastening their steps. Soon, Zhang Yue personally gathered 10 male villagers, arming them with ropes and sturdy wooden poles, and they hurriedly made their way into Pine Mountain. Before long, they all converged at the sight of the 2 wild boars' carcasses. Zhang Yue gazed at the 2 massive boars for a long while, his excitement palpable as he lavished praise upon them. However, Captain Zhang Lianan's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene. Chief, I must clarify that these 2 wild boars were shot by us, and this mission to hunt boars was ordered by the commune. The 2 members of your production team were merely assisting. In this manner, if you assist me in transporting the 2 wild boars back, I shall allocate 1 boar to the Jiuan Brigade, while the other, along with those hares, must be sent back to the commune. Zhang Lian promptly articulated his arrangements regarding the spoils from this expedition into the mountains. After listening, Zhang Yue contemplated for a moment and found the logic in this proposition. Moreover, if Zhang Lian were to bring back both wild boars to the commune, it would be entirely justified, leaving Zhang Yue with no recourse. The authority wielded by a firearm is indeed the ultimate rationale. Furthermore, Zhang Lian had invoked the name of the People's Commune, under the weight of such a significant institution. Zhang Yue had no grounds for dissent. Very well, we shall proceed as per Captain Zhang's directives. Zhang Yue acquiesced without hesitation. Zhang Lian nodded in satisfaction before turning to Zhang Yun, smiling as he remarked, your contributions during this expedition have been substantial, and I am particularly grateful for your timely intervention on my behalf. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Although Zhang Lian had initially spoken in a businesslike manner, he was not one to disregard sentiments once matters were settled. and he felt compelled to acknowledge Zhang Yun's life-saving deed. Zhang Yun responded politely, but opted not to elaborate further. During this expedition, Zhang Yun had indeed aimed to draw closer to Zhang Lian. With his objective achieved, that sufficed. Chapter 25. The Distribution of Wild Boars. 5 pounds of fat meat. The 4 men bore a wild boar between them, and with a total of 8 individuals. They carried the 2 boars back to Zhouan village in high spirits. Along the way, whether it was the diligent members of the commune toiling in the fields or the children, elderly men and women relaxing at home, upon hearing the news of the wild boars, the entire village turned out to welcome them with enthusiasm. Some even brought out dusty gongs and drums from their homes, striking them to create a thunderous celebration. Such a spectacle was indeed extraordinary, as Zhouan village had not witnessed such a momentous event in a long time. Each wild boar weighed over 300 pounds, presenting a remarkable visual impact that elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Ultimately, the 2 boars were separated, with one dispatched to the communal dining hall and the other to the old camphor tree square. Militia Captain Zhang Lian, accompanied by Sun Wenjie and Yang Tietjiang, arrived at the old camphor tree square, carrying more than 50 hares. Zhang Yue had departed midway to fetch the production team's ox cart, which had now arrived. In accordance with their agreement, Zhang Yue assigned someone to drive the ox cart to convey the wild boar and hares to Chu Shui commune. Captain Zhang, I must attend to matters concerning the production team, and hence, I shall refrain from accompanying you to the commune. This is Yang Dafei from our production team. He will drive the cart to deliver the wild boar to the commune, Zhang Yue remarked politely. Yang Dafei, over 50 years of age, had long overseen the production team's ox cart, which he typically used to manage the heavy water buffalo. Very well, team leader, I am grateful for your assistance this time. I, too, must hasten back to the commune, so I shall not prolong our conversation. We shall recount our experiences another day, Zhang Lian responded courteously. He then directed the villagers to lift the wild boar onto the cart's platform, placing 2 baskets of hares alongside it. After which Yang Dafei cracked the whip to urge the water buffalo into motion. Meanwhile, the first and second dining halls were bustling with activity. The villagers who had not gone to the fields had all gathered there, in full view of the gathered crowd. The staff of the 2 large canteens enthusiastically collaborated in their tasks. Notably, the 2 chefs took it upon themselves to personally dissect the wild boar. After bidding farewell to Zhang Lian, Zhang Yue hurried to the canteen, and upon witnessing the chefs working together to butcher the wild boar, he smiled with satisfaction. Soon after, his gaze fell upon Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu, who were standing amidst the crowd, and he promptly approached them. Today, both of you have accomplished a great feat. On behalf of the team, I hereby commend you with 5 labor points, and once the boar is fully dissected, each of you shall receive 5 pounds of succulent meat. Zhang Yue proclaimed loudly. The villagers nearby were astonished, casting surprised looks at Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu. While 5 labor points were commendable in themselves, the prospect of receiving 5 pounds of meat was extraordinary. In this era, lean meat was far less desirable. The populace preferred fatty cuts, which could be rendered into oil for cooking, imparting a delightful aroma to dishes. The scarcity of cooking oil had led to a heightened appreciation for fatty meat. Thank you, Captain. Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu responded joyfully. In truth, Zhang Yun was indifferent, as he already possessed 8 wild boars and numerous rabbits within his spiritual space. He had no shortage of meat. However, Zhang Jiwu was exceedingly pleased, for his robust physique demanded substantial nourishment, and those 5 pounds of fat would indeed satisfy his cravings. With the diligent cooperation of the canteen staff, the wild boar was swiftly dismembered, its various cuts of meat neatly arranged on the chopping board, painting a picturesque scene. Following Zhang You's instructions, Chef Sun Tianfu carved out the fat from the boar's belly, presenting 2 5-pound portions to Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu. Young Yun, third Zhang. You 2 are truly like celestial beings descended to earth. Our canteen has greatly benefited from your generosity these past 2 days, enjoying meat dishes continuously. We hope you will maintain this momentum, Sun Tianfu exclaimed with excitement. As a chef, there was no greater joy than preparing a feast of entirely meat dishes, pork head, trotters, ribs, ears, and intestines. Just the thought ignited his passion. Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu accepted the 5 pounds of fatty meat and, under the envious gazes of the villagers, strode briskly back to their home. Zhang Bosun, the leader of Team 5, enjoyed the privilege of overseeing rather than laboring in the fields. He had just witnessed the proud display of Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu among the villagers. Observing their departing figures, a glimmer of resentment flickered in his eyes, as he felt animosity towards these 2 relatives. For a long time, The Zhang Basan family had overshadowed Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu's households, basking in the elder brother's influence. Little did they know that in just 2 days, Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu's dazzling performances had garnered them accolades, elevating their status among the villagers. Even more infuriating was that during this period, Zhang Basan had exploited his authority to send his 3 sons to Stone Mountain to capture rabbits, yet they returned empty-handed. The disparity in their achievements was as vast as a chasm. Zhang Basho felt a burning sensation on his cheeks, as though he had received dozens of slaps from Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu. No, he thought, I cannot allow their families to rise again. How could I, as the elder brother, permit them to suppress me? At that moment, such thoughts consumed Zhang Basho's mind. Meanwhile, on his way home, Zhang Yun abruptly halted and said with a smile, Uncle San, I will first visit the blacksmith shop to retrieve my machete. Zhang Jiwu was already aware of this. Zhang Yun had previously arranged with him that after lunch, they would skip the afternoon rest and head directly to Pine Tree Mountain, utilizing the free time to hunt wild beasts. Given Zhang Yun's performance in luring wild boars that morning, Zhang Jiwu had already concluded that Zhang Yun was a natural hunter. All right, I will first put the meat away at home, then hurry to the blacksmith, Zhang Jiwu promptly replied. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yun handed the 5 pounds of fatty meat to Zhang Jiwu and smiled. Uncle San, please store my meat at your home. I will have my mother pick it up during lunch. Although he possessed the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun did not wish to reveal this peculiar disappearing act in the village. If someone accidentally witnessed it, it would be even more difficult to explain and would pose a risk of exposing the spiritual spring. Moreover, Zhang Yun could not carry fatty meat to the blacksmith shop. If Zhang Leiguai became tempted, would he give it or not? Zhang Jiwu did not ponder this further, accepting the meat and swiftly making his way home. A few minutes later, Zhang Yun arrived at the blacksmith shop via another path. The rhythmic and melodious sound of hammering resonated from within. Standing at the entrance, Zhang Yun observed that Zhang Leiguai had already shaped the machete and was now engaged in the final touches. Oh, Yunner, you are in such a hurry. It's not even noon yet, and you've already come, Zhang Leiguai teased upon noticing Zhang Yun. Leiguai, your craftsmanship is impressive. You've completed my machete so swiftly. By the way, head to the cafeteria early. I killed a wild boar in the mountains this morning, so everyone can indulge in pork for lunch today. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Leiguai dropped his hammer in astonishment, shaken by the news. Chapter 26. The machete is complete. Transplanting pig grass, Zhang Leiguai finally finished crafting the machete. Measuring 70 centimeters in length with a handle of about 15 centimeters, its single-edged blade tapered to a sharp point, suitable for both chopping and thrusting. Zhang Yun took the machete, weighed it in his hands, and found it quite comfortable, breaking into a satisfied smile. Leiguai, your skills are truly remarkable. When I go to the mountains, the first beast I slay with this machete will be a gift for you, Zhang Yun declared with a grin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Leiguai's face lit up with surprise and excitement, as it signified Zhang Yun's utmost respect for him as a blacksmith. Yunner, you truly understand the heart of Leiguai, he said joyfully. I will also make you a sheath. Wait for me a few minutes. Overjoyed, Zhang Leiguai was generous in his offer. Zhang Laoguai ventured into the iron workshop and retrieved 2 wooden planks. With a machete in hand, he meticulously sketched the outline of a blade upon the wood, before skillfully employing a planer and chisel to craft the planks into a cohesive unit. After deftly sawing and shaping the wood, he fashioned a wooden sheath for the machete. Once the blade was nestled within its new casing, a satisfied Zhang Laoguai presented it to Zhang Yun. Young Yun, in my youth, I dabbled in carpentry. What do you think of my craftsmanship? Zhang Laoguai boasted, a hint of pride in his tone. Not just good, but you are a true master of both woodworking and blacksmithing, Zhang Yun replied, admiring the smooth texture of the sheath, eager to flatter his elder. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhang Yun made his way towards the pig farm of the production team. It was only around 11 o'clock, and the work bell had yet to ring. Everyone remained busy with their tasks. At the pig farm, it was Zhang Zhongli and his family of 4 who tended to the animals. Upon arrival, Zhang Yun spotted his father seated on a small stool, chopping wild grasses with a kitchen knife, a colorful assortment before him. In the 1970s, resources were scarce. Unlike later times when pigs were fed corn and commercial feed, such luxuries were unattainable. Thus, the wild grasses, crops, and plants from the fields became the staple diet for the pigs. The hills were abundant with kudzu, and the common purslane grew along the roadside, while shepherd's purse flourished beside the ditches. Dandelions, too, stood out prominently, and a taste of the bitter herb invigorated the senses. Almost all wild grasses that sprouted from the earth could be harvested and boiled into pig slop. Zhang Zhongli glanced up, and was taken aback to see Zhang Yun approaching from a distance. "Lao-san, aren't you supposed to be at work? It's not even lunchtime yet," he remarked, puzzled by his son's presence at the pig farm. Zhang Yun, contemplating a response, almost revealed, "From tomorrow onward, I shall cease working." However, without having received his mining certificate, he was still not officially a worker at the mine and remained a member of the production team. With uncertainty lingering, Zhang Yun opted to withhold this information, not wanting to worry his parents unnecessarily. "Father, I just returned from the mountains, accompanying the militia captain on a patrol and happened to take down 2 wild boars," Zhang Yun casually remarked as he crouched beside his father. 2 wild boars? Zhang Zhongli exclaimed, astonished. Just the day before, Zhang Yun had brought back over 20 wild rabbits, and now he had hunted boars as well. Such feats were indeed impressive. "Indeed, you shall see for yourself when you visit the cafeteria. I came to lend a hand since I had some free time," Zhang Yun chuckled, drawing his machete from the sheath slung over his shoulder. His primary objective for visiting the pig farm, aside from assisting his family, was to select the pig feed and transplant it into the Lingquan space. The grasses collected by Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli were mostly uprooted directly from the ground, washed clean in the Chu Shui River, and then brought back to the pig farm. The presence of roots indicated that these grasses would not perish quickly. Zhang Yun's aspiration was to gather the pigweed into the Lingquan space and cultivate it extensively. After all, the 2 adult wild boars and 6 juvenile ones could not thrive without sustenance. Zhang Yun sat nearby, wielding a machete, pretentiously grasping a handful of pigweed, and commenced chopping it. Zhang Zhongli was beginning to struggle to comprehend his son. Although this was the boy he saw every day, he now appeared transformed. At that moment, seeing Zhang Yun diligently chopping the pigweed, he refrained from distracting him with questions and immersed himself in his own labor. Observing this, Zhang Yun seized the opportunity to attend to his personal affairs. As he chopped a handful of pigweed, he discreetly collected a portion into the Lingquan space while his father was engrossed in work and oblivious to his actions. The pigweed stored in the Lingquan space was then relocated to the 2nd acre of land. Zhang Yun had long contemplated that the initial acre of the Lingquan space would maintain a normal flow of time, while the additional land would be designated for cultivating pigweed, crops, and fruit trees, with some area allocated for raising livestock. Thus, he envisioned achieving self-sufficiency in grains, livestock, and fruits. In this manner, he chopped 3 handfuls and collected 1, maintaining this rhythm, amassing over 1,000 varieties of pigweed. This quantity was sufficient. Once these pigweeds matured, he could propagate and expand them for larger-scale cultivation. After securing a considerable amount of pigweed, Zhang Yun paused, mindful that these were harvested by his mother and sister for feeding the pigs. Taking too much would necessitate further toil for them. Through the collaborative efforts of Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Yun, the heap of pigweed was swiftly chopped. Subsequently, they placed the chopped pigweed into a large iron pot, added fuel, and commenced boiling slop. Shortly thereafter, Chen Wan, along with Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli, arrived with baskets brimming with pigweed. Typically, the 3 women needed to venture out 4 times daily to gather enough pigweed to feed the 20 or so pigs. The production demands were indeed substantial. "Third brother, you're here. I've heard you hunted 2 wild boars in the mountains. Our production team is set for a sumptuous meal at noon today." Chen Wan had evidently learned of this news from others while collecting pigweed, and upon seeing Zhang Yun, she exclaimed proudly, "Third brother, you're remarkable." Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli, both glistening with perspiration, wore expressions of admiration. Zhang Yun sheathed his clean machete and approached his mother, Chen Wan, smiling as he said, "Mom, the team leader gave me an extra 5 pounds of fatty meat. I had third uncle take it to his home. After lunch, you can go fetch it." Upon hearing this, Chen Wan's face blossomed with joy. In the countryside, obtaining fatty meat signified the possibility of rendering some lard, which was unquestionably a positive development. However, she quickly realized the implication. "What do you mean? After lunch, you want to be returning home to rest?" Zhang Yun nodded, smiling as he said, "Mother, I wish to venture into Pine Tree Mountain with my third uncle. This morning, I stumbled upon an abundance of wild game, particularly wild chickens, and I am eager to catch a few." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli were all taken aback, their expressions quickly transforming into delight. They had heard tales of the delectable taste of wild chickens, yet none had ever savored it themselves, and anticipation bubbled within them. "You've been rather mysterious these past few days. Whatever your intentions may be, we cannot interfere, but do exercise caution, as the mountains can be perilous," Zhang Zhongli advised with concern. Zhang Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 27. A return to the mountains for personal endeavors at lunchtime. All members from the 6 production teams of the village returned. Surprisingly, both large dining halls utilized their 4 massive iron pots to stew pork. As for the offal, heads, and skin, they were allocated to the 2 dining halls to be prepared with a special marinade, to be used for stir-frying the following day. All the members were in high spirits, finally enjoying pork after such a long hiatus. It had truly been an eternity. Apart from the New Year's slaughter of the ceremonial pig, it had been half a year since they last feasted on pork, and naturally, everyone was exhilarated. After filling a bowl with pork, Zhang Yun approached the village leader, Zhang Yue. "Do you have something on your mind?" Zhang Yue inquired, savoring a piece of fatty meat. Recognizing that Zhang Yun was seeking him for a purpose. "Leader, this morning we encountered a group of wild boars. We managed to take down 2 adult boars. But 2 more adults and 6 piglets escaped. I wish to return to the mountains this afternoon to patrol and see if I can track down the remaining boars. Thus, I am here to request your permission to forego field work today and instead seek the wild boars," Zhang Yun said with a smile. This, of course, was merely Zhang Yun's pretext for entering the mountains. The wild boars he mentioned were actually in the Lingquan space. His true intention was to utilize this opportunity under the guise of hunting boars to pursue his own private endeavors. As long as he avoided the Rooster Mountain, he felt confident in his ability to navigate any potential dangers. He was determined to use the afternoon to hunt a sufficient number of beasts to fulfill the demands of the Han Xuemei mine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yue promptly swallowed the fatty meat, nodding in agreement. "Young Yun, I wholeheartedly support your initiative." "Excellent. Who do you wish to take with you? Inform me, and I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. However, it is imperative that you report back at the first sign of any wild boars, so I can accompany you into the mountains." Having just enjoyed the rich flavor of wild boar, Zhang Yue relished the thought of more, eager to continue savoring the taste. Should Zhang Yun discover additional wild boars, it would present the village with an opportunity to capture several more, ensuring that the villagers would have pork for some time. The pigs at the pig farm were considered collective property, only permitted to be sold to the meat processing plant and not to be slaughtered privately by the production teams. In contrast, the wild boars hunted in the mountains could be sold or consumed at the discretion of the production team. Zhang Yun was well aware of Zhang Yue's intentions. Now that he had secured permission, his own objectives were set to be fulfilled. "Very well, this afternoon, my uncle and I shall venture into the mountains once more," Zhang Yun joyfully proclaimed. He then approached Zhang Jiwu, whispering, "Uncle, I have already secured permission from the captain. We will continue our quest for wild boars this afternoon. Thus, we shall enter the mountains at noon, and there will be no need to report to the production team later." Zhang Jiwu nodded in agreement. The 2 swiftly finished their meal and hurriedly left the dining hall. Zhang Baso had been closely observing the pair and noticed their furtive departure after dining. His gaze filled with perplexity. Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi, the 3 brothers, squatted beside Zhang Baso and also took note of Zhang Yun and his uncle's unusual behavior. "Father, Zhang Yun and Uncle surely have something clandestine going on. They have been catching rabbits and hunting wild boars over the past few days. There must be something suspicious," Zhang Tuanjia remarked with a frown. After a moment of silence, Zhang Baso coldly responded, "Today, both Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu are bringing home 5 pounds of fat meat. You 3 should return and inform Grandma," urging her to go to Zhang Jiwu's house and retrieve the 10 pounds of fat meat. The 3 brothers' faces instantly brightened at this suggestion. Indeed, if they persuaded their grandmother, who dotes on them, she would undoubtedly procure the meat from Zhang Jiwu's home. The meat she brought back would essentially belong to Zhang Bosch's family. They understood and agreed with knowing smirks. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, armed only with a machete, and Zhang Jiwu, carrying a backpack containing several ropes and a hatchet, hurried towards Pine Tree Mountain. In the morning, Zhang Yun had taken the lead, clearing branches with his dagger and thus creating a path into the mountains. Now, the 2 of them hastened along this trail, reaching the edge of the ditch where they had previously hunted wild boars. Perhaps due to the midday hour, they encountered no signs of wildlife during their journey. "Yun, those wild boars must have fled from the ditch. Shun Ti, we tracked them down at the foot of the mountain. Why have we come here?" Zhang Jiwu questioned, puzzled. "Uncle, did you truly believe we entered the mountains solely to hunt wild boars?" "That was merely a pretext to mislead the captain," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Zhang Jiwu's face was instantly filled with astonishment. Farmers of this era were generally quite simple and straightforward, lacking ulterior motives. Naturally, Zhang Jiwu had assumed that Zhang Yun had invited him into the mountains to pursue the wild boars. Only upon hearing Zhang Yun's words did he realize that this was a ruse to engage in private endeavors. "Isn't this a prime example of opportunism? Uncle, would you like to earn some money?" Zhang Yun inquired with a grin. In that moment, Zhang Yun felt it imperative to alter Zhang Jiwu's mindset. especially with the reforms of 78 approaching. If one did not adapt their thinking early on, they would miss the opportunity. Being reborn, Zhang Yun intended to assist Zhang Jiwu by emphasizing the necessity of changing his perspective. Of course, I would like to make money. With unwavering determination, the three young individuals, Yaya and her companions, are still in their formative years. I have heard from Secretary Zhang Huqing that the nation seems poised to reinstate the college entrance examination. Although no official announcement has yet been made, it is likely to occur soon. I aspire for them to partake in this examination and pursue higher education together. However, this endeavor necessitates financial resources. Zhang Jiwu appeared to be intrigued and articulated his thoughts openly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun nodded in satisfaction. In a previous life, all three of Zhang Jiwu's children were indeed promising students, yet due to their family's financial struggles, only Yaya was able to sit for the examination after the nation reinstated it, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university in Shanghai. Uncle, it is commendable that you harbor such aspirations. If you seek to earn money, then follow my lead, and I assure you that I can facilitate their entry into college. Zhang Yun declared joyfully. This morning, Zhang Jiwu had already sensed Zhang Yun's acumen for making money and had heard him mention establishing connections at the mine's canteen, which would allow them to sell wild game from the mountains. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity. Very well, from now on I shall heed your guidance. Zhang Jiwu sincerely affirmed, recognizing his own limitations and choosing to place his trust in Zhang Yun, relying entirely on him. Since you are willing to trust me, then follow my directions. The wild beasts of these mountains represent our fortune. With such wealth laid before us, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. From this moment onward, whatever I instruct you to do, accomplish it well, and I guarantee we will hunt a substantial number of beasts this afternoon, Zhang Yun said, brimming with confidence. Chapter 28. The traps are set for a grand hunt. Uncle, identify a few routes frequented by wild animals. We shall set snares along these paths, Zhang Yun stated, standing above the drainage ditch, contemplating earnestly as a plan began to take shape in his mind. With the spiritual spring at hand, they could lure the beasts at any moment. First and foremost, they needed to establish the traps to catch the hurriedly passing animals. Relying solely on brute strength between Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu to slay the beasts would be far too perilous. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu promptly retrieved the ropes from his backpack and began to scour the nearby forests for traces left by the animals. The wild beasts of the mountains possess a low sense of security. Generally, if they traverse a particular area, they tend to return along the same route. Over time, this leaves behind distinct tracks upon the ground. Zhang Jiwu, being quite experienced in this regard, soon discovered several areas of animal activity and adeptly set up numerous snares. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun proceeded along the drainage ditch, examining the terrain as he descended. The further he went, the deeper the ditch became due to the erosion of the flowing water. After rainfall, it could transform into small waterfalls. Eventually, Zhang Yun arrived at a point above the ditch and paused. The sides of this ditch were completely vertical, with a height difference of 2 meters on the upper side and 3 meters on the lower side. Should a beast fall, escape would be utterly impossible. Whether escaping downward or climbing upward, there exists a series of steps with varying heights, rendering this place a perfect ambush for wild beasts. Zhang Yun finally selected a suitable location. He promptly secured a rope and descended gracefully. Equipped with a machete, he began to carve into the earth, forcibly excavating a circular pit 2 meters deep. Once a beast fell in, escape would be utterly impossible. Before long, Zhang Yun ventured nearby to fell a small tree, which he cut into several sections and cast into the pit. He then produced an ample supply of spiritual spring water, generously drenching the branches and leaves, allowing them to absorb the essence. Ascending once more, he chose a direction and scattered small handfuls of spiritual spring water along the way, thereby creating an aromatic trail over 200 meters long. The fragrance of the spiritual spring would soon disperse, enveloping a vast area. Any beast that entered this region, drawn by the enticing aroma, would inevitably gravitate toward its source, ultimately leading them to the pitfall. Having completed his preparations, Zhang Yun made his way back to Zhang Jiwu. Yun'er, the snares are all set. What shall we do next? Zhang Jiwu remarked with a sigh of relief upon Zhang Yun's return, a smile gracing his face. After surveying their surroundings, Zhang Yun requested Zhang Jiwu to accompany him on a brief tour to memorize the locations of all the traps, thus gaining a clearer understanding of their layout. Third uncle, you head upward while I go downward, and let us see if we can spot any wild beasts. Should we encounter any, you can brandish your stick to drive them away. In their fright, they may dash into the traps, likely ensnared by the ropes, Zhang Yun suggested with a grin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu's eyes brightened with understanding. He contemplated the possibility of capturing numerous beasts, envisioning the monetary gains from selling them at the riverside mine. Fueled by this delightful fantasy of wealth, he ascended the mountain with vigor, machete in hand, undaunted. As Zhang Jiwu went off, Zhang Yun allowed a sly smile to creep across his lips. He had cleverly concocted a seemingly reasonable excuse to divert Zhang Jiwu, allowing him to unleash the spiritual spring water around the traps. Once this was accomplished, Zhang Yun descended approximately 50 meters and concealed himself behind a tree, waiting in silence. It wasn't long before his heightened senses detected movement in the woods. The rustling indicated the presence of beasts traversing the forest. Clearly, the enticing aromas from both the pit traps and the snares set by Zhang Jiwu had successfully lured the creatures from the surrounding wilderness. Containing his excitement, Zhang Yun patiently waited for a minute before hastening toward the snares. Before he even arrived, his acute hearing picked up the sounds of several beasts thrashing and struggling. A few steps forward, and he discovered that the first trap had ensnared a grayish-white, unsightly wild chicken. This is a female pheasant. In the morning, Zhang Yun captured a magnificent male pheasant, resplendent with vibrant plumage. In contrast, this female pheasant appeared rather unremarkable and rustic. With one male and one female now secured, the breeding of pheasants in the Lingquan space could commence. Zhang Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. The delectable taste of pheasant was a significant temptation for him. Naturally, he would not consume these two ancestral birds, as he intended to rely on them for progeny, thereby establishing a pheasant industry. The thought of achieving pheasant independence excited him greatly. With the presence of both a male and a female pheasant, it was reasonable to surmise that there existed a nest nearby. If he could locate their den, even if he were unable to capture more pheasants, obtaining a clutch of eggs should not pose much of a challenge. After carefully placing the female pheasant into the Lingquan space, his thoughts turned to the potential nest. Though the time was not yet ripe for such a venture, Zhang Yun was determined to scour the area in the future. Continuing his ascent, he arrived at another snare trap, where a plump hare had ensnared its head. Its hind legs kicked frantically, though it was evidently in vain. It was a female hare, and what was more, she was pregnant. Zhang Yun immediately noticed her swollen abdomen, a clear sign of gestation. Previously, the Lingquan space had housed only one live hare. But now with the capture of a pregnant female, the hare breeding industry could also begin. Rumor had it that female hares possessed a double uterus, allowing for alternating pregnancies, which meant they could remain in a state of gestation throughout the year. Alarmingly, each pregnancy could yield 4 to 5 young, making their reproductive rate astonishingly rapid. Zhang Yun felt a rush of excitement as he carefully removed the snare and secured the pregnant hare into the Lingquan space. Suddenly, his acute hearing detected a larger beast struggling nearby, making quite a commotion. It seemed a larger creature had been ensnared. Recognizing the chaotic sounds, Zhang Yun swiftly moved towards the source, traversing the underbrush and disregarding the branches in his path with remarkable speed. He soon beheld a creature half his height, desperately thrashing about. Chapter 29, Attracting Numerous Beasts, First Capturing a Venomous Snake, a Muntjac. Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled at the sight of the struggling creature. The muntjac, scientifically known as the barking deer, is also referred to as the musk deer due to the musk pouch located near its reproductive organ, which emits a far-reaching fragrance. The snare had tightened around one of the muntjac's hind legs, and in its panic, it was attempting to break free, causing the branch to sway perilously, threatening to snap under its force. Zhang Yun arrived just in time to witness the muntjac's frantic struggle as it was on the verge of escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward. The muntjac instinctively charged at him, and the tremendous impact caused the branch to break. In that instant, Zhang Yun extended his right hand, and as it made contact with the muntjac's small head, his will activated, causing the creature to vanish from sight. The deer initially felt a sense of trepidation, but after entering the spirit spring space for a short while, it became enveloped in the ethereal aura pervading this initial acre of land, and surprisingly, it felt remarkably relaxed and joyful, frolicking about with exuberance. Upon reaching the sweet potato patch, the deer eagerly gnawed at a sweet potato vine, relishing its feast. Typically, deer inhabit the mountains and forests, subsisting primarily on leaves, wild fruits, moss, and other plant-based foods. This sweet potato vine, having absorbed the essence of the spirit spring, flourished splendidly, its lush leaves sprawling across half of the initial acre. As the deer chewed on the vine, saliva dripped from its mouth, clearly indicating its fondness for this environment. Fortunately, with the presence of the sweet potato vine, the survival of this deer was assured. If more deer could be captured in the future, It might even lead to the establishment of a deer farming industry. Zhang Yun, observing everything within the spirit spring space, felt a profound sense of joy. Above, Zhang Zhuwu wielded a branch, clearing away wild grass and twigs in an attempt to drive away any lurking beasts. Moments later, Zhang Zhuwu heard the sounds of a struggle emanating from the trap below. He swiftly pounded on the branch and dashed downward, soon spotting Zhang Yun's figure. At that moment, Zhang Yun had only just brought the deer into the spirit spring space and was making his way to the next snare trap. "Yunner, I'm here," Zhang Zhuwu exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Zhang Yun about to untie the snare while clutching a wild rabbit in his left hand. "Third uncle, open the basket. This is for you," Zhang Yun replied with a smile, stepping forward to hand the rabbit to Zhang Zhuwu. However, Zhang Zhuwu immediately declined, insisting, "No, this is your catch. It rightfully belongs to you." Zhang Yun's expression darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze on Zhang Zhuwu, who felt a sudden tension. "Third uncle, have you forgotten?" "Everything goes as I say," Zhang Yun stated, his tone laced with displeasure. It dawned on Zhang Zhuwu that he had indeed promised not to quibble with Zhang Yun and to heed his directives. He realized he had momentarily succumbed to a sense of calculation. Thus, Zhang Zhuwu refrained from retorting, promptly removed the basket from his back, opened the lid, and placed the rabbit inside. "Third uncle, there are several other traps with catches. You should retrieve them. I've also set a trap by the ditch. I'll go check on that," Zhang Yun cheerfully remarked before turning to leave. "This little rascal's gaze is truly intimidating. Why do I feel a bit afraid of him?" Zhang Zhuwu muttered as he watched Zhang Yun's retreating figure. Indeed, since yesterday, as Zhang Zhuwu accompanied Zhang Yun in his endeavors, he had developed an inexplicable sense of apprehension towards his nephew in just these 2 short days. However, the prospect of earning money alongside Zhang Yun made the fear of his nephew seem trivial. After all, there was no need to worry about losing face. As Zhang Yun hurried towards the ditch, less than 50 meters away, he heard the roar of at least 3 different wild beasts. The power of the spirit spring was indeed formidable, attracting such a multitude of creatures. Before the arrival of the others, Zhang Yun found himself enveloped in excitement, eagerly contemplating how many wild beasts were ensnared in the ditch. Approximately 10 meters away, his extraordinary vision discerned a congregation of over 100 creatures within the waterway. The most numerous were the wild rabbits, at least 100, huddled at the bottom of the trench, all vying for entry into a pit. Within that pit, 3 larger beasts filled the space entirely, leaving no room for the rabbits attempting to squeeze in. Above the ditch, a dozen venomous snakes coiled, also yearning to access the pit, yet instinctively wary of the throng of rabbits below, fearing that a fall would result in a deadly onslaught from the rabbits. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yun felt astonished yet troubled. The threat posed by the snakes was substantial. He contemplated capturing the rabbits at the bottom of the ditch, but first, he needed to eliminate the snakes to ensure his safety from their potential ambush, allowing him to hunt for the rabbits with confidence. Consequently, he severed a small tree, roughly the thickness of his arm, fashioning it into a 2-meter-long staff before proceeding forward. One of the snakes sensed Zhang Yun's presence, swiftly turning its head to glare at him, its tongue flicking in warning, poised to strike. 1 inch long, 1 inch strong, with a staff in hand. "I need not fear this serpent," he mused. Thanks to the power feedback from the spirit spring space, Zhang Yun had already noticed his enhanced strength, agility, and heightened sensory perception. Naturally, he felt emboldened against the snakes, especially with the long staff in hand, which bolstered his confidence to subdue the serpents. As Zhang Yun approached within 2 meters of the snake, he suddenly swung the staff with precision, striking the serpent's body. Surprisingly, the snake did not retreat. Instead, it lunged at him. However, the 2-meter staff was not to be trifled with. As he swung, it accurately struck the serpent, allowing him to press down with force, pinning it to the ground. The snake writhed, attempting to constrict the staff, believing it could crush it. Seizing the moment, as the snake's head became entangled in the staff, he executed a swift maneuver, pressing down firmly to secure the serpent's head. In that instant, he felt no fear of being bitten. A mere snake, how laughable, he thought, exhilarated by his first victory over a wild beast through sheer strength. With 1 foot planted on the staff, he maintained his hold on the snake. And as he leaned down, his right hand brushed against its body. "Collect," he commanded with his mind, and the serpent vanished, transported into the spirit spring space. Snake meat, after all, is a delicacy with myriad preparation methods, and it can also be used to infuse liquor. By storing these snakes in the spirit spring space, he envisioned eventually cultivating a thriving snake industry. Once the country's food supply stabilized post-reform, he could acquire a distillery to produce snake-infused liquor. Zhang Yun's thoughts brimmed with joy. He recalled from his previous life that several snake liquor manufacturers resided in Hunan province. Snake wine possesses unique efficacy for rheumatism and rheumatoid conditions, devoid of any adverse effects or dependency. Consequently, several snake wine distilleries have emerged in Hunan province, and the practice of brewing snake wine is widespread among the populace. However, with the current food scarcity in the country, there is little surplus grain available for brewing. It was not until the 1990s that material abundance began to flourish, leading to a proliferation of distilleries across various regions. This was a matter of more than a decade ago. Zhang Yun, however, was not in haste regarding the snake wine. He first aimed to breed a substantial number of venomous snakes, with abundant channels for selling them, particularly targeting Guangdong province, where the locals exhibit an unusual obsession with consuming snakes. Subsequently, Zhang Yun shifted his attention to the next venomous serpent, wielding his staff once more. In Chapter 30, titled Red Jackal, Badger, Great Harvest, a venomous snake lunged towards Zhang Yun with a hiss. With a swift motion, Zhang Yun's wooden staff intercepted the snake, propelling it through the air. Thanks to the energy feedback from the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun's agility was remarkable. Before the snake could land, he had already reached it, pressing his staff down upon its body as it hit the ground. Still wishing to attack me? How foolish, Zhang Yun chuckled, stroking the serpent before promptly ensnaring it within the spiritual spring space. After subduing 2 venomous snakes, Zhang Yun had gleaned valuable insights. The attack patterns of these serpents were rather straightforward. By evading their strikes, the moment they relaxed their force became the optimal time for capture. Armed with his staff, Zhang Yun was confident in his ability to subdue these snakes. He charged forth to swiftly dominate the poisonous serpents along the waterway's edge, promptly capturing them all and securing them within the spiritual spring space. 12 venomous snakes now lay within the initial acre of this space. Zhang Yun maintained absolute control over the area, confining these 12 snakes to a corner to prevent them from causing chaos, lest the wild rabbits, pheasants, wild boars, frogs, and deer suffer dire consequences. He then turned his gaze to the figures above the boulder. Acceleration point, 82. This indicated that after collecting wild rabbits, deer, pheasants, and venomous snakes, the weight had increased by over 100 pounds, elevating the acceleration point to 82. In the pit, 3 beasts resided, 2 red jackals and 1 badger, collectively weighing approximately 100 pounds. Having dealt with the venomous snakes, Zhang Yun stood above the waterway, gaining a clear view of the 3 beasts trapped within the pit. The jackal's physique resembled that of a small dog. It appeared canine, yet was distinctly not a dog, with a reddish coat, thus earning it the name Red Wolf in Hunan province. Jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards are often regarded as the most formidable creatures in the animal kingdom, ranked by intelligence. Among these, the jackal is considered the most astute, rivaling the cunning of foxes. The badger, robust in form, possesses a large head, thick neck, small ears, and eyes, with a prominent snout resembling that of a pig. Its sturdy limbs are capable and muscular, with exposed paw pads and long, curved claws, particularly adept at digging. However, amidst the encirclement of the 2 red jackals, the body of the badger was wholly confined within the pit, rendering it incapable of burrowing or escaping. Surrounding the pit, a multitude of wild rabbits gathered, eager to enter and partake of the life-giving essence within, yet instinctive fear of the 3 formidable beasts held them back from leaping in. At that moment, the appearance of Zhang Yun heightened the rabbits' vigilance. Yet, the branches within the pit, having absorbed a significant amount of the essence, continued to emanate a rich aroma teeming with vitality, making it difficult for the rabbits to abandon their spot, even if merely to sit there brought them pleasure. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yun realized he could no longer afford to wait. With the threat of the venomous snakes eliminated, the rabbits posed no harm to him. He cast down the rope tethered to a nearby tree and descended into the trench. The rabbits nearby attempted to escape by jumping, but Zhang Yun was quick and deft. Sweeping his hands through the air, any rabbit touched would vanish from sight. In a flurry of action, he captured over 30 rabbits. The remaining rabbits, witnessing Zhang Yun's display of power, particularly the disappearance of their kind, were struck with terror and scattered in all directions. Nevertheless, the trench was quite deep. Those fleeing downward risked falling into an even deeper chasm, while those attempting to escape upward were thwarted by the earthen wall, unable to ascend to the higher trench. Zhang Yun paid no mind to the rabbits fleeing downward. Instead, he focused on blocking those attempting to escape upward. With another vigorous sweep, he captured over 20 more rabbits. In this endeavor, Zhang Yun had successfully ensnared more than 50 rabbits, their combined weight exceeding 200 pounds, thus increasing his acceleration points by over 2. At this juncture, Zhang Yun approached the edge of the pit. The two red jackals, perceiving his approach, instinctively sensed his malevolence and howled in anger, attempting to intimidate him. Despite their efforts to bite Zhang Yun, their positioning left them with no room to maneuver. This was nothing more than a display of impotent fury. Observing the jackal's enraged demeanor, Zhang Yun couldn't help but scoff. He then crouched down, extending both hands to touch the rear of the two jackals simultaneously. In an instant, both jackals vanished, leaving only the long-bodied badger in the pit, which, just as it prepared to leap up and bite Zhang Yun, found him standing tall, brandishing a machete. This badger is quite unsightly. I have no interest in cultivating a badger industry. I shall sell this one to the Han Xuemei mine, Zhang Yun remarked with a faint smile, lifting the machete. This time, however, he struck with the blunt side of the blade. With considerable force, the back of the machete struck the badger's head, producing a resounding clang. Its skull was indeed quite hard. Nevertheless, the powerful blow caused the badger's head to wobble, its consciousness beginning to fade. Zhang Yun, unwavering in his resolve, delivered another forceful strike with the back of the knife. The badger could never have anticipated that this human would not only avoid killing itself, but would also so brutally render itself unconscious. After enduring these two assaults, the badger succumbed, its consciousness entirely lost, collapsing at the bottom of the pit. Zhang Yun jumped down, delivered a few more slaps to the badger, and reassured, lifted it to the surface, where he proceeded to bind its four legs securely. Naturally, the badger's mouth was also tightly restrained, weighing approximately 30-odd pounds. Zhang Yun gave it a slight tug before storing the badger in the spiritual spring space. The acceleration points totaled 119, indicating that the combined weight of the two red jackals and the badger was just over 110 pounds. After acquiring the acceleration points from the badger, Zhang Yun released it once more, shouldering the bound creature as he ascended the mountain. Zhang Jiwu had been vigilantly guarding the dozen or so snares. His backpack already contained several wild rabbits and a venomous snake. Indeed, as Yun Yazi had remarked, entering the mountains yielded rewards. Collectively, these 13 rabbits must weigh around 70 or 80 pounds, potentially fetching over 30 yuan if sold. Zhang Jiwu spoke animatedly, a smile creeping onto his lips. The bounty from this brief venture equated to more than a month's salary of a teacher. Naturally, Zhang Jiwu now held Zhang Yun in high regard, placing immense trust in his decisions. At that moment, Zhang Yun's figure appeared, and upon witnessing him return with a badger, Zhang Jiwu was astonished. Yun Yazi, you actually caught a badger. Zhang Yun set the badger down. Having trekked such a distance with the heavy load, he surprisingly showed no signs of fatigue. This demonstrated that the power feedback from the spiritual spring space had elevated Zhang Yun's physical condition, enhancing not only his strength, but also his endurance significantly. Third uncle, how many wild animals did you catch? Zhang Yun inquired with a smile as he took a seat. Zhang Jiwu promptly retrieved his backpack for Zhang Yun to inspect. Without lifting the lid, Zhang Yun began counting through the gaps. Quite impressive, 13 rabbits and a venomous snake. This snake is already dead. We can take it home and cook it tonight. As for these 13 rabbits, let us head to the mine together tomorrow morning and sell them all. Zhang Jiwu readily agreed to Zhang Yun's plan. By the way, third uncle, do you know of any caves in the mountains where we could hide the badger and the rabbits? Zhang Yun asked with a smile. If they were to bring the badger and rabbits back to the village, they would need to surrender them to the production team. Therefore, it was essential to conceal them until the following morning when they could be taken directly to the Han Xuemei mine. At 44 years old, having lived in Zhowan village his entire life, Zhang Jiwu was well acquainted with the surrounding area. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled. As for caves, I haven't thought of a good spot. However, when it comes to hiding things, I do have an idea. At the foot of Pine Tree Mountain, there once stood a land temple, which was dismantled due to a certain movement. However, the foundation of the temple remained intact, conveniently housing a cobblestone basement. By placing the items within this underground refuge and sealing the entrance with a few felled trees, they ensured the utmost security. Coincidentally, as they were heading to the Han Xuemei mine, they would pass near this very site. In rural areas, it is customary to erect a land temple to beseech favorable weather. Yet, owing to the sweeping national movement, all feudal structures were to be demolished. Thus, the land temple in Zhowan village was razed to the ground. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun recalled the existence of the abandoned temple, recognizing it as the ideal hiding place for their beasts. Let us proceed to relocate these wild animals to the temple, he proposed, feeling the oppressive heat of the sun in the mountains. Zhang Yun immediately rose and urged his companion onward. Although he could have lingered in the mountains, he noticed that Zhang Jiwu was drenched in sweat, his skin, exposed to the elements, bore a reddish swelling on his neck, reminiscent of hives. Remaining in the mountains would surely lead to unbearable itching, causing him great discomfort. Today's harvest of wild rabbits is sufficient, Zhang Jiwu readily agreed. Soon, the two of them, with their respective bounties, navigated through the forest, avoiding the main path. After approximately 10 minutes, they reached the foot of Pine Tree Mountain, discovering the site of the land temple, now overgrown with straw. As they busily cleared the underbrush, they ultimately uncovered a basement measuring roughly 4 square meters. The walls of the basement were crafted from cobblestones, with a total of 9 steps leading down from the ground level, the entrance standing about 2 meters high. Indeed, this was a natural repository for their treasures. Securing the beasts here would alleviate any fears of theft or predation. After inspecting the space with evident satisfaction, Zhang Yun declared, "This is truly a splendid hiding place." They then placed their catches into the basement, subsequently chopping down a tree, which they cut into 5 sections, perfectly blocking the entrance. The two men then lifted a large stone from the land temple's foundation to weigh down the tree trunks, ensuring that the beasts could not dislodge them and gain access to the basement. Once this task was complete, Zhang Yun observed Zhang Jiwu's neck, which had become increasingly afflicted by the bacterial infection, now presenting numerous hives that must be intolerably itchy. "Third uncle, you must visit the clinic. Enduring this is not an option," he insisted, fully aware of how excruciating such hives could be. Typically, they would subside within a day. In his previous life, Zhang Yun had often suffered from similar infections and vividly remembered the torment of the itching. However, in this life, thanks to the restorative power of the spiritual spring, his body had transformed, and he had remained unscathed by infections during these past 2 days in the mountains. "Well then, I shall return. The itching is indeed unbearable," Zhang Jiwu conceded. Zhang Jiwu dared not indulge in sentimentality. He promptly retorted and then took off running. Zhang Yun observed Zhang Jiwu's departure, and after a moment of contemplation, he pondered whether to continue ascending the mountain to hunt wild beasts or to engage in alternative pursuits. According to the elder Lu's words, as a procurer, "My success in the assessment hinges upon ensuring a daily supply of 100 pounds of meat, culminating in a monthly total of 3,000 pounds. Presently, the spiritual spring space boasts wild rabbits, wild chickens, wild boars, muntjac, red jackals, venomous snakes, and frogs. Except for a single muntjac, the other beasts can begin to breed and form a scaled industry. Once this scale is achieved, supplying 100 pounds of meat daily would pose no challenge. Thus, the pressing matter at hand is how to provide sustenance for these wild creatures. Various fodder crops have already been sown, and once an additional acre is added to the space tomorrow, all the fodder can be transplanted, ensuring a sufficient food supply for the wild boars. The food for the over 50 wild rabbits can temporarily be alleviated with sweet potato vines, which is not an urgent issue. However, the sustenance for the wild chickens, venomous snakes, and frogs is currently non-existent in the space, making this the most critical task at present." Zhang Yun calmly analyzed his situation and made a decision in his heart. Of course, he would seek food for the wild chickens, venomous snakes, and frogs. Generally, wild chickens can consume insects and wild grasses. Yet, Zhang Yun did not wish to adopt such a simplistic approach to raising wild chickens. He aspired to cultivate medicinal herbs such as dandelion, mint, bitter greens, astragalus, codonopsis, and angelica, thereby enhancing the nutritional value of the grown wild chickens. The feeding of frogs occurs in 2 phases. During the tadpole stage, they are fed soybean milk, rice bran, and tofu residue. In the frog stage, the diet shifts primarily to insects, including earthworms, flies, and small fish or shrimp. As for the venomous snakes, their diet mainly consists of small animals such as frogs, toads, rodents, and birds. It can be said that once the frog population reaches a sufficient scale, they can be utilized to nourish the venomous snakes, thereby facilitating their large-scale breeding. Continuing this line of thought, Zhang Yun recognized that 2 tasks lay ahead of him. The first was to ascend the mountain in search of various medicinal herbs to ensure the breeding of wild chickens. The second was to scour the fields for earthworms, insects, and flies. After propagating these insects, he could then engage in large-scale feeding of the frogs. With his thoughts fully resolved, Zhang Yun wasted no time and turned to venture into Pine Tree Mountain. Chapter 32. In pursuit of chicken husbandry and medicinal herbs. Given that wild chickens have been spotted on Pine Tree Mountain, it stands to reason that there are insects and medicinal herbs for them to consume in the forest. At this moment, Zhang Yun had already entered Pine Tree Mountain. He distinctly recalled the direction from which the 2 wild chickens had scurried when captured. Thus, Zhang Yun proceeded toward the area where the wild chickens had emerged. With his heightened perception, traversing this not-so-dense forest posed no safety concerns. Especially with a machete in hand, a sense of control enveloped him, and he confidently navigated the woods. Zhang Yun's objective was to locate various medicinal herbs and transplant them into the spiritual spring space. After clearing a patch of obstructive weeds, Zhang Yun's gaze fell upon a cluster of dandelions. The dandelion features a cylindrical root, dark brown in hue, robust in form, with its leaves cascading downwards. The flower stalks may number 1 to several, adorned with yellow ligulate flowers, reminiscent of chrysanthemums. Moreover, the dandelion is a plant of medicinal and culinary significance, with its dried whole herb being utilized in traditional medicine for its efficacy in clearing heat, detoxifying, reducing swelling, and promoting diuresis. It is also extensively applicable in poultry farming. Finally discovering it, Zhang Yun was filled with joy. He promptly approached the dandelions, wielding a machete as his tool of excavation, and uprooted the entire plant, subsequently storing it in the spiritual spring space. This area boasted at least 100 dandelions, and naturally, Zhang Yun would not overlook a single one, diligently extracting them all into the spiritual spring space. Typically, dandelions bloom from 4 to 9 months, with fruiting occurring between 5 to 10 months. If we consider the standard growth period, it would certainly be insufficient to meet Zhang Yun's needs for expanding his population of wild chickens. However, with the spiritual spring space, by accelerating the time flow within a designated area by tenfold, it implies that within a month, a significant number of dandelions could mature and yield an abundance of fruits, thereby facilitating a large-scale proliferation of the dandelion population. After collecting all the dandelions, Zhang Yun resumed his search for medicinal herbs in the vicinity. He arrived at a shaded area, where the breeze carried a refreshing coolness, characteristic of such sheltered spots. Upon entering, he discovered a lush expanse of verdant plants carpeting the ground, and a smile instantly illuminated his face. To his delight, an extensive patch of mint had taken root. Mint! Zhang Yun exclaimed joyfully. The mint, standing upright at over 30 centimeters, displayed elongated, spreading leaves, their edges serrated, while the corolla was a pale purple with oval-shaped anthers. This shaded area was remarkably conducive to mint's growth, forming a lengthy growth belt from top to bottom, with the count of plants easily numbering in the thousands. Let us continue as a herbal farmer. Zhang Yun chuckled as he commenced his labor, using the machete as a hoe to uproot a mint plant, which he immediately transferred to the spiritual spring space. With over 10,000 mint plants present, even with Zhang Yun's dexterity, it would likely take an entire afternoon to excavate them all, which was rather impractical. Currently, the spiritual spring space housed only 2 wild chickens, making it unnecessary to harvest all the mint. Collecting 1,000 plants would suffice for the chickens to feast upon. Moreover, mint flowers for 7 to 9 months, with its fruiting period lasting around 10 months. With 1,000 mint plants, provided the time flow in the planting area was enhanced to 10 times within a month, these 1,000 plants could multiply into tens of thousands. After all, this patch of mint would not disappear, so he decided to harvest just 1,000 plants. After an hour's work, Zhang Yun had uprooted approximately 1,500 mint plants, all of which he relocated to the second acre of land. The spiritual spring space currently encompassed 2 acres, and Zhang Yun was not inclined to use the initial acre for extensive cultivation of these herbs. All future livestock, fruit trees, and herbal planting would be allocated to the subsequently acquired land. Having finished with the mint, Zhang Yun continued his exploration through the surrounding forest, where he astonishingly discovered a substantial growth of bitter lettuce. During his time at the pig farm, Zhang Yun discreetly gathered a variety of bitter herbs. Noticing that these herbs also thrived in the nearby woods, he seized the opportunity to collect them all and transport them to the spiritual spring space. Surprisingly, he also discovered some astragalus surrounding the bitter herbs. These 2 plants, both medicinal and edible, bore a resemblance to one another. As Zhang Yun traversed the terrain, he pondered the necessity of meticulously distinguishing between these herbs. After all, any plant flourishing in the mountains possessed a robust vitality. Once transplanted to the spiritual spring space, they could be cultivated on a grand scale, allowing the wild chickens to discern their food instinctively. Thus, he resolved not to waste time differentiating the herbs. Whenever he spotted a plant, he would unhesitatingly uproot it and immediately place it into the spiritual spring space. He roamed the pine tree mountains for an entire afternoon, yielding a bounty of various herbs. However, he had yet to encounter the valuable Cotinopsis and Angelica, both essential components in most traditional Chinese medicine formulas. At that moment, Zhang Yun paused beneath a sturdy tree, aware that these 2 herbs had specific environmental requirements for growth. Cotinopsis, while not as demanding as the rare Changbai mountain ginseng, still could not thrive in just any mountainous region. Perhaps if he ventured to Jiming Mountain, where the humidity was abundant, temperatures remained stable year-round, and sunlight was ample. He might discover Cotinopsis or other ginseng varieties. Zhang Yun quietly mused to himself. Although he had not found Cotinopsis, he had successfully foraged over 20 types of herbs that would suffice for the wild chickens. With the time nearing 5 o'clock, the production team would soon conclude their work, prompting Zhang Yun to consider returning. However, this visit to the Pine Tree Mountains had been under the pretext of searching for wild boars, and the team leader, Zhang Yun, had granted him special permission to enter the mountains. If he returned empty-handed, he would undoubtedly face gossip. Consequently, Zhang Yun located a natural pit nearby, taking out his machete to refine it into a vertical pit over a meter in diameter and a meter deep. He surrounded the pit with branches, leaving only an arched entrance, then covered the branches with leaves. At that moment, he produced a bamboo tube filled with approximately half a liter of water and placed it into the pit. Having discovered such an abundance of herbs in this area, it was reasonable to conclude that a den of wild chickens lay nearby. With the potent aroma of the spiritual spring wafting through the air, he was confident that it would attract the wild chickens. Zhang Yun proclaimed with assurance before climbing a nearby tree to conceal himself among the lush foliage. To fulfill his mission, he knew he must endure a little longer, enticing the beasts to capture them. The fragrance from the bamboo tube swiftly permeated the surroundings, reaching the nearby mountains. Before long, the sounds of wild beasts thrumming through the forest resonated in the air. Chapter 33, The Second Plot of Land. Tenfold time Flo Zhang Yun concealed himself among the trees, but his extraordinary hearing quickly detected the unmistakable calls of wild chickens, echoing from less than 20 meters away. In an instant, Zhang Yun surmised that the wild chickens likely had their nest in this vicinity. This mountainous region was already abundant with a plethora of medicinal herbs, and thick underbrush made concealment challenging. Thus, the conditions for the wild chickens to nest here were indeed optimal. Before long, a female wild chicken, a seasoned inhabitant of the earth, appeared, making a beeline for a nearby pit. Enticed by the aroma of the spiritual spring, these mountain-dwelling wild chickens exhibited a remarkable lack of self-restraint, flocking to the source. Soon after, the sounds of other beasts traversing the forest echoed in the air. Hares emerged in droves, and to Zhang Yun's astonishment, the air was filled with the calls of birds. He pondered whether the scent of the spiritual spring had wafted into the skies above. However, it was reasonable to conclude that various bird species already inhabited these woods. During his day's exploration of Pine Tree Mountain, Zhang Yun had observed numerous nests adorning the branches of dozens of trees, suggesting a vibrant avian presence in this mountainous area. Zhang Yun had contemplated capturing some birds for breeding, yet, drawing from his past experiences, he ultimately decided against it. Although most birds tended to feast on the grains in the fields, posing significant risks to agricultural production, wild birds were not easily consumable. They harbored bacteria, viruses, and parasites, all of which could lead to severe health issues among humans. Nevertheless, Zhang Yun harbored a peculiar fascination for eagles, should he manage to capture one. He could raise it and endeavor to train it, allowing the eagle to scout ahead during future excursions into the mountains and pinpoint the trails of wild beasts. Lost in thought, the female wild chicken was the first to reach the edge of the pit, discovering the arched entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, the chicken, having shed its usual wariness, plunged headlong into the tangled branches, inevitably landing in the pit, delighting in the spiritual spring contained within a bamboo tube. Clearly, with the allure of the spiritual spring, this wild chicken disregarded all danger, completely immersed in the experience. Moments later, the first group of hares arrived, mirroring the wild chicken's lack of caution as they dived into the pit, competing with the chicken for the life-giving essence of the spring. Subsequent groups of hares, unable to resist the temptation, surged into the makeshift cage of branches, completely filling the pit to the brim. Zhang Yun, observing from his perch, recognized that the moment had arrived and would not delay any further. Leaping down from the tree, he rushed to the pit, swiftly blocking the arched entrance. He then peeled back the leaves that covered the top, revealing the tangled branches within. The pit was entirely filled with hares, each vying for the prime spot at the bottom. Sensing Zhang Yun's presence, the hares instinctively sought to flee, but the surrounding branches left them no room for escape. With a smile, Zhang Yun extended his hands. Upon merely making contact with the bodies of the wild rabbits, their identities would instantaneously vanish, all entering the ethereal space of the spiritual spring. This time, over 50 wild rabbits were captured, alongside a solitary female pheasant. Zhang Yun's consciousness drifted toward the numbers etched upon the stone. Acceleration points, 145. This indicated that the combined weight of the rabbits and the pheasant amounted to 260 gene. thus augmenting his acceleration points by 26. With such a substantial accumulation of acceleration points, it was time to make use of them. At this moment, as Zhang Yun gazed at the plethora of acceleration points with a sense of exhilaration, a resolution formed within him. Having gathered an abundance of medicinal herbs, he recognized that to enable large-scale propagation, it was imperative to hasten their growth. He decided to expend 9 acceleration points to enhance the second plot of land. After a moment's contemplation, he directed a thought towards it, and soon discovered that the flow of time in the second plot accelerated to 10 times that of the real world. This second plot had already consumed 1 acceleration point, and with the additional expenditure of 9 more, the time flow was now magnified tenfold. The herbs collected today were all situated within this second plot, and as the time flowed at an accelerated rate, Zhang Yun's consciousness sensed the herbs fervently absorbing the spiritual essence that permeated this space. The nature of the second plot's geology remained a mystery, yet the nutrients consistently kept pace, and the herbs thrived remarkably. Acceleration points, 55. Zhang Yun, of course, intended to conserve these acceleration points rather than squander them all at once. With the space expanding by an acre each day, the strategy for utilizing these points must align with future needs. On this day, a significant number of beasts were indeed captured. However, Zhang Yun was acutely aware that utilizing the allure of the spiritual spring had led to the capture of the majority of the beasts dwelling in Pine Tree Mountain. The likelihood of continuing to hunt in Pine Tree Mountain would be significantly reduced. Thus, to capture a substantial number of beasts in the future, he would have to delve deeper into Chicken Crow Mountain. Accumulating acceleration points was no trivial task. They must be employed with caution. A bird hovering above observed Zhang Yun in his fervent pursuit of the wild rabbits. It was startled. Although it yearned to drink from the spiritual spring, its instinctive fear of danger prevented it from descending. Holding a machete, Zhang Yun made his way down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he retrieved the 15 deceased wild rabbits from the spiritual spring space, which had been caught the previous day. Due to the stillness of the space, these rabbits had perished the moment they were enclosed. Having remained in the initial plot for 2 days, the quality of the meat began to deteriorate. If left any longer, it would inevitably spoil. Thus, Zhang Yun resolved to provide an account to Captain Zhang Yue, intending to present these deceased rabbits as a form of explanation. He tied the 15 rabbits together with a rope and soon found himself at Stone Mountain, where Zhang Yue had stationed 2 members to guard the sweet potato field against the encroaching rabbits. In a certain team, Zhang Jiankong and Zhang Bingxiang were stationed in the sweet potato field. Yet throughout the entire afternoon, they did not catch sight of a single wild rabbit in the vicinity of Shitu Mountain. Both men were considered capable figures within the production brigade of Jiwan Village. The previous day, Zhang Yue had called out the names of 9 team members, with these 2 being among the most notable. It was indeed puzzling. Just yesterday, Zhang Yun and Zhang Zhuwu had captured numerous wild rabbits, yet today, not a single one appeared to be active. At that moment, the bells signaling the end of work rang, prompting the 2 men to prepare to return to the village, their faces clouded with disappointment. However, as they were lamenting their misfortune, they caught sight of Zhang Yun, who was striding toward them, a bundle of wild rabbits slung over his shoulder. What? So many rabbits? They exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Uncle Kong, Uncle Chong, are you heading back to the village too? Let us go together. Zhang Yun greeted them with a warm smile. No, we'll head back first, replied Zhang Jiankong and Zhang Bingqiang, both men in their 40s. Only slightly younger than Zhang Zhongli. They had once been prominent figures in the production team. But witnessing Zhang Yun carry such a bounty of rabbits made them feel a flush of embarrassment. They knew that if they returned together, the other members would inevitably compare their achievements, leaving Zhang Jiankong and Zhang Bingxiang feeling humiliated. Thus, they dared not accompany Zhang Yun back to the village. Zhang Yun, understanding their sentiments, did not insist, watching as they hurriedly departed before continuing his leisurely stroll. A few minutes later, he arrived at the old camphor tree square. Wow! Exclaimed a member who spotted Zhang Yun from a distance, particularly taken aback by the plentiful rabbits he was carrying. All the members soon focused their attention on Zhang Yun. Before long, he reached the base of the old camphor tree, where the brigade leader, Zhang Yue, arrived upon hearing the commotion, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the wild rabbits. Leader, I patrolled the mountains this afternoon, but found no wild boars. However, I did come across these rabbits, which I hunted. They are now yours, Zhang Yun said with a cheerful demeanor. Zhang Yue immediately praised him and instructed someone to take the rabbits to the communal dining hall. At that moment, Zhang Yun noticed his family, Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli, all wearing expressions of dejection, clearly troubled by something distressing. Zhang Yun swiftly approached them. "Father, mother, what has happened?" he inquired with concern. Zhang Zhongli sighed but remained silent. Chen Wan fidgeted, unsure whether to speak. It was Zhang Yanhong who, unable to contain herself, exclaimed with a quivering voice, "Brother, Grandma has taken away the fatty meat meant for you and Uncle San. It's so unfair." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun grasped the situation's context. Earlier that morning, they had hunted a game, and the brigade leader had rewarded both him and Zhang Jiwu with 5 pounds of meat each. Zhang Yun, in order to borrow a cleaver from Zhang Jiwu, had given his share of the meat to him. Later, he had asked his mother, Chen Wan, to retrieve the 5 pounds of meat from Zhang Jiwu's home. After Chen Wan finished her lunch at the cafeteria, she hurriedly returned home. However, upon arriving at Zhang Jiwu's house to collect some meat, she was informed by Aunt Lu Huanwan that Grandma Sun Manxiang had seized 10 pounds of fatty meat. Zhang Yun pondered for a moment and quickly deduced that this was undoubtedly instigated by his uncle or aunt, who had incited Grandma to take the meat. This was a result of the division of assets among the 3 brothers, Zhang Bingshu, Zhang Zhongli, and Zhang Jiwu, where grandfather Zhang Guangming and Grandma Sun Manxiang lived with Zhang Bingshu, while Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu's families were required to pay a monthly living allowance of 5 yuan. All along, the grandparents had shown favoritism towards their uncle's family. Often under their urging, they would go to Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu's households to take their belongings. This fostered an atmosphere of arrogance within the uncle's family, allowing them to oppress Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu's households at will. It was evident that the uncle had set his sights on the 10 pounds of meat again, leading to Grandma's repeat performance of her previous misdeed. This situation was indeed quite repugnant. Zhang Yun could understand why his parents and sister felt so despondent. They had likely spent the afternoon in a gloomy mood, unable to express their frustrations. At that moment, Zhang Yun's gaze swept across the area and soon spotted his uncle Zhang Bingshu and his 3 sons standing with other villagers, wearing sinister smiles as if mocking his family. Zhang Yun, already in a foul mood, could no longer endure the sight of their faces. "Captain, a thief has broken into my home and stolen 5 pounds of fatty meat. I demand that the brigade conduct a thorough search of every household to apprehend the scoundrel who has pilfered the people's property." With an impassioned shout, Zhang Yun rushed to the side of brigade leader Zhang Yue, his emotions aflame. His outburst immediately attracted the attention of all the villagers gathered in the old camphor tree square. "What? Someone has stolen something. A thief has emerged in Jiuwan village." The murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, with gasps of disbelief echoing the loudest. After all, the people of the 1970s were remarkably innocent, typically leaving their doors unlocked at night, relying on and trusting one another, without a worry that someone would break into their homes to commit misdeeds. The emergence of a thief in Jiuwan village would undoubtedly instill fear among the villagers, each one anxious about whether their own homes might be targeted. Moreover, if the villagers were out working in the fields, the thief could ransack their homes unimpeded, which would severely impact their morale and productivity, with everyone fretting over the possibility of intruders. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's proclamation, brigade leader Zhang Yue was visibly astonished and then erupted in indignation. How could this happen? This absolutely cannot be tolerated. Earlier that morning, he had personally given Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu 10 pounds of fatty meat, only to find that it had been stolen, which not only slapped him in the face, but also severely undermined the integrity of the Jiuwan village production brigade. If this was not handled properly, the disgrace would reach the Chu Shui commune, and as the brigade leader, he would certainly face repercussions and be ridiculed by other production brigades. From both a personal and communal standpoint, Zhang Yue could not allow such an incident to occur. Amid the gathering of community members stood Zhang Bashan, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Xingli, and Zhang Jianxi. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's fervent declaration, coupled with the agitated voices of the others, a wave of panic washed over them. Previously, they had relied on the favoritism of the elderly Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang to brazenly oppress their 2 younger brothers, who, out of respect for their parents and a desire to avoid undue disruption, had chosen to endure their tyranny in silence. Little did they anticipate the emergence of Zhang Yun, who defied all expectations and conventions. Zhang Bashan had envisioned a scenario where their mother, Sun Manxiang, would take 10 pounds of fatty meat, and Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu would merely voice their discontent. Ultimately, with parental bias on their side, they would have to acquiesce, perhaps returning 5 pounds to the aggrieved households, leaving Zhang Bashan's family with a considerable gain. However, in a public spectacle, Zhang Yun accused someone of stealing from his family. The gravity of the situation had shifted entirely. This was a matter of criminality. In the 1970s, any association with crime would cast a long shadow over an entire family, leading to diminished labor points and a plummet to the lowest social stratum, rendering them unable to hold their heads high in the village thereafter. "Father, what should we do?" Zhang Tuanjia asked nervously, leaning close to Zhang Bashan's ear. "You must return home immediately and instruct your grandmother to return that 10 pounds of meat intact to your third aunt. Hurry, or it will be too late." Realizing the severity of the situation, Zhang Bashan dared not entertain any false hopes and promptly issued the command. If it were discovered that Zhang Bashan had instigated this, the team leader would surely face dismissal. Panic gripped Zhang Bashan as he finally recognized the peril posed by Zhang Yun. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tuanjia sprinted away. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuemei quietly remarked, "If mother has obtained the fatty meat, she must have already rendered it into lard by this afternoon." At the sound of this statement, Zhang Bashan felt his body weaken, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Indeed, knowing Wang Yuanhui's character, if she saw Sun Manxiang return with the meat, she would undoubtedly have fried it immediately, leaving no trace of the 10 pounds behind. This meant the accusation of theft would be substantiated. Zhang Bashan gasped. Suddenly realizing the folly of his actions, he had essentially shot himself in the foot. Zhang Yun, observing the panic-stricken expressions of Zhang Buoxuan's family, felt even more assured in his assumptions. They deserved it. "Team leader, the thief who took my family's meat will surely return home to fry it. Now, we need only to search each household. Whoever has freshly rendered lard will reveal the identity of the thief." Zhang Yun was well acquainted with his grandmother and aunt's greedy tendencies and had already surmised that, in the span of an afternoon, Wang Yuanhui would have fried the meat. While meat scraps could be concealed, lard was not so easily hidden. Moreover, given Wang Yuanhui's brazen disposition, she would never conceive that anyone would dare to search her home, dismissing any thought of hiding the lard. This reasoning held considerable merit. "Very well. I shall bring some individuals to your residence to assess the situation, after which we will decide whether to conduct searches throughout the households," Zhang Yue stated with an expression of grave seriousness. At that moment, his mother, Chun Wan, approached with a troubled expression and remarked, "Captain, there is no need for an investigation. I delivered the fatty meat to your grandmother at noon." Yin Hong, unaware of the circumstances, assumed that the fatty meat from their household had been stolen, which led to Yunzi's misunderstanding. Zhang Yun, taken aback, observed the anxious demeanor of his mother and suddenly grasped her intentions. She preferred to avoid escalating the situation, wishing to suppress the family discord and keep their troubles private. Zhang Zhongli, standing nearby, sighed repeatedly. If this matter were to escalate to the level of a crime, the three brothers, Zhang Baso, Zhang Zhongli, and Zhang Zhiwu, would find themselves utterly ruined, with relationships irreparably strained and no hope for reconciliation. Zhang Zhongli understood Zhang Yun's perspective, recognizing it as an opportunity to intimidate Zhang Bash's family, discouraging their greed. Yet, caught between his parents, elder brother, and son, he felt the weight of his predicament. Captain Zhang Yue, upon hearing this, was taken aback, then realized the implications. As the captain, he was well acquainted with the complexities surrounding Zhang Baso, Zhang Zhongli, and Zhang Zhiwu, aware of the tensions that existed among them. At that moment, Zhang Yue approached Zhang Baso and said calmly, "Squad leader, I entrust this matter to you. I hope for a favorable resolution." With that, he proceeded directly to the dining hall. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baso understood Zhang Yue's message. The captain was aware of his clandestine machinations and expected him to rectify the situation without further escalation. Thus, with a displeased expression, Zhang Baso approached Zhang Yun and quietly said, "Yunzi, after dinner, please come to my home." Zhang Yun comprehended Zhang Bash's intention. He aimed for a private resolution. "All right," he agreed, wishing to spare his parents from the awkwardness of the situation. Chapter 35. The pestilential grain. Zhang Tuanjia hurried home. His grandfather, Zhang Guangming, grandmother, Sun Manxiang, and mother, Wang Yuanhui, were gathered around the eight immortals' table, enjoying dinner, 3 dishes, and a soup. One of the meat dishes was spicy stir-fried oil residue, clearly indicating that Wang Yuanhui had fried 10 pounds of fatty meat and used some of the residue to prepare a dish. "Eldest son, why have you returned so early?" Wang Yuanhui, surprised to see her eldest son panting and rushing home, inquired. "Mother, grandmother, it's bad news. That rascal Zhang Yun accused us of stealing fatty meat from his family, and the captain is coming to search our home. Father asked me to return first to ensure we return the meat." Zhang Tuanjia spoke urgently, revealing the reason for his haste. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanhui and Sun Manxiang immediately stood up, grasping the implications of Zhang Tuanjia's words. Zhang Yun had actually persuaded the captain to conduct a search of their home. If this were to be substantiated, they would be branded as thieves, And how could they possibly continue living in Jiwan village thereafter? Although Wang Yuanhui was spirited, it did not mean she lacked concerns, one being Zhang Bosch's position as production team leader, and the other being the safety of her 3 sons. These are Wang Yuanhui's vulnerabilities. She is acutely aware that her comfort and ease in the Zhang household stem primarily from her husband's position as a production team leader and the support of her 3 sons, which grants her the unwavering favoritism of Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang. If the theft accusation is substantiated, Zhang Guoshuan's role as team leader will inevitably be jeopardized. Once again, it is that scoundrel Zhang Yun who incites her ire, leaving Wang Yuanhui momentarily at a loss. Quick, hide the lard and the cracklings. Sun Manxiang, too, is in a frenzy. Those fatty cuts were seized from her daughter-in-law Lu Huanwan, and the theft accusation would surely fall upon her. At 64 years of age, Sun Manxiang has no desire to be labeled a thief in her twilight years. Obediently, Wang Yuanhui rushes toward the kitchen. Just then, Zhang Guangming interjects. No need to hide it. The fat your grandmother took from the third's family wasn't truly stolen. This is merely a family matter. When the team leader arrives, I intend to discuss it with him. It dawns on both Sun Manxiang and Wang Yuanhui. Indeed, the meat taken by Sun Manxiang from Zhang Jiwu's home was done so openly in front of Lu Huanwan. Can this truly be classified as theft? They had almost been intimidated by that scoundrel Zhang Yun. After all, a mother-in-law taking a piece of meat from her daughter-in-law's home hardly constitutes theft. At this moment, Wang Yuanhui feels justified once more. Zhang Tuanjia, upon hearing this exchange, finds himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to navigate the situation. He can only take it one step at a time. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Boshun, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi, the 3 father and sons, hurried back home after dinner. Zhang Guangming, Sun Manxiang, and Wang Yuanhui, having also finished their meal, awaited the arrival of team leader Zhang Yue, only to be surprised by the return of Zhang Boshun and his sons. Boshun, Tuanjia said the team leader is coming to our home. What is going on? Zhang Guangming inquires calmly. With a disgruntled expression, Zhang Boshun replies, bring out the lard and the cracklings. Let Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu take them back. At this proclamation, Zhang Guangming, Sun Manxiang, and Wang Yuanhui are taken aback. How could they allow them to take it away? They had already rendered it into lard. How could it be returned? Wang Yuanhui immediately voices her discontent. Zhang Boshun sighs and patiently explains, let us not dwell on losses. Do you wish to see me ousted from my position as team leader? The mere thought of team leader Zhang Yue's previous words weighs heavily on Zhang Boshun. It is evident that Zhang Yue has surmised the situation. His decision not to pursue the matter further is a concession to Zhang Boshun. If Zhang Yun continues to stir trouble, not only will the 3 Zhang brothers become the laughingstock of the village, but Zhang Boshun will also find it impossible to fulfill his duties as team leader. To lose his position over 10 kilograms of fatty meat is, of course, unthinkable for Zhang Boshun. Yet, this rationale is one he cannot succinctly convey to Wang Yuanhui. Wang Yuanhui, upon hearing these words, was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she realized the gravity of the situation. In her pursuit of momentary gain, she had jeopardized the position of Zhang Guoshu as the production team leader. Fully aware of the implications, Wang Yuanhui promptly chose to remain silent. Before long, Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu arrived together. Zhang Yun, addressing his grandmother, said, this time, it was indeed a mistake on your part, Grandma. I have rendered the fatty meat into lard, consuming only a small portion of the residue, which remains here for you to take. At this moment, Sun Manxiang stepped forward, willingly accepting the primary responsibility. This was a deliberate arrangement by Zhang Guoshu, intending for Sun Manxiang to leverage her status to keep Zhang Yun in check, ensuring he would not act recklessly. Observing his mother's stance, Zhang Jiwu felt a sense of dissatisfaction, yet he refrained from voicing his discontent. Zhang Yun, uninterested in engaging in a dispute with his grandmother, turned to Zhang Guoshu and remarked, Uncle, you must be aware of the benefits I have brought to the team these past few days. The team leader now holds me in high regard, and I share a good rapport with the militia captain. If I choose to pursue this matter further and escalate it to the team secretary and the People's Commune, I need not elaborate on the potential repercussions. Of course, I intend to take the lard and residue, but I expect some form of compensation in return. Zhang Guoshu's expression froze. He had not anticipated Zhang Yun's obstinacy. Zhang Yun, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you possess even a modicum of respect for your grandparents and your uncle? Wang Yuanhui, unable to contain her temper at Zhang Yun's demand for further compensation, erupted in anger. Respect? How laughable that you utter such a word, Zhang Yun retorted coldly. Have your grandparents ever shown any respect to my second uncle's family? Even in the face of Zhang Zhongli's grave illness requiring surgery, they remained indifferent. Is there any semblance of parental affection left? My grandparents have harbored disdain for my 5 siblings and me since childhood, devoid of any love. What merit is there for me to show them respect? Respect, after all, is reciprocal. Attempting to exert authority over Zhang Yun through familial hierarchy would not sway him. You are insufferably arrogant. I have longed to teach you a lesson. At that moment, Zhang Tuanjie, standing nearby, could no longer contain his displeasure and suddenly launched a punch. Seeing their elder brother strike, Zhang Xuemei and Zhang Jianqi instinctively rushed forward, eager to join the fray against Zhang Yun. However, as if anticipating this very scenario, Zhang Yun deftly sidestepped Zhang Tuanjie's incoming punch, swiftly retaliating with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed as Zhang Tuanjie staggered, crashing heavily to the ground, his cheeks swelling from the impact. When Zhang Xuemei and Zhang Jianqi lunged at him, Zhang Yun executed a sweeping kick, sending both of them sprawling to the ground, landing hard and crying out in pain. Thanks to the enhanced strength and agility bestowed upon him by the Lingquan space, Zhang Yun's prowess was formidable. Zhang Guoshu was left in a state of disbelief. Initially, he was in the wrong, and now, with all 3 sons being bested by Zhang Yun, Zhang Guoshu felt a mixture of astonishment and growing apprehension towards Zhang Yun. Isn't the situation serious enough for you? Zhang Guoshu lamented, increasingly frustrated. Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jianqi rose, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Zhang Yun. Was this truly the Zhang Yun they had previously bullied at will? He had transformed completely. Naturally, they dared not take action against him any longer. Zhang Yun, speak up. How can we resolve this matter? Zhang Guoshu asked, suppressing his anger. Yesterday, your family purchased a bag of rice from the supply and marketing cooperative, correct? In that case, if you give that bag of rice to me and my 3rd uncle, we can consider this matter settled, Zhang Yun replied with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guangming, Sun Manxiang, and Wang Yuanhui immediately grew anxious. Zhang Guoshu, gritting his teeth, raised his hand to quell their agitation and replied coolly, fine, you shall have it. A bag of rice weighing 50 kilograms costs around 7 to 8 yuan. Though the price was steep, Zhang Guoshu deemed it worth the cost to quell the situation. After all, safeguarding his position as the production team leader was paramount. One could say that this theatrical affair, which Zhang Guoshu orchestrated himself, could be aptly summarized by the adage, a failed scheme results in greater loss. Chapter 36. The Guarantee Letter at the Home of Zhang Guoshu, Zhang Guangming, Sun Manxiang. Zhang Guoshu, Wang Yuanhui, Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jianqi sat together, their expressions grave. Each of them felt a deep sense of frustration after Zhang Yun had taken a bag of rice, yet they found themselves powerless against him, leaving them in a state of profound discontent. Dad, why did you agree to let that brat Zhang Yun take the rice? I can hardly contain my anger. Zhang Tuanjie was the first to speak. All eyes turned towards Zhang Guoshu, filled with confusion. If it were just Zhang Yun, I would not be concerned. However, since the team leader has spoken, I cannot treat this lightly. This matter indeed slipped my mind. I had not anticipated Zhang Yun's tenacity. Should this escalate, it would become a significant issue. My role as the production team leader and the work positions of my 3 daughters-in-law would be jeopardized. A mere bag of rice costs less than 8 yuan, and using it to resolve our family's troubles is worthwhile, Zhang Guoshu explained calmly, providing a succinct overview without delving into minute details. Upon hearing that this incident could threaten their wives' jobs, Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jianqi, who had initially harbored anger, were instantly taken aback. Zhang Tuanjie's wife, Li Yunqian, was a nurse at the commune hospital. Zhang Xuemei's wife, Wang Lanji, was a clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative, and Zhang Jianqi's wife, Li Qinghe, was a teacher at Chu Shui Central Primary School. All 3 wives held stable positions and were beneficiaries of state-supplied grain. As the 3 brothers calmed down, they realized that if Zhang Yun caused a ruckus and falsely accused Zhang Guoshu's family of theft, the repercussions would undoubtedly affect the employment of Li Yunqian, Wang Lanji, and Li Qinghe. Once the matter pertained to their own vested interests, the 3 individuals immediately refrained from speaking recklessly. A bag of rice costs 8 yuan, and the combined wages of the 3 wives amount to approximately 80 yuan per month. They were certainly aware of this calculation. At this juncture, Wang Yuanhui spoke up. Have you noticed that Zhang Yun has undergone a transformation? He now dares to speak to us loudly, entirely unlike the pitiful demeanor he exhibited before. The others nodded in agreement. After all, Zhang Yun's recent behavior had been astonishing. He had captured a wild rabbit, hunted a wild boar, and even had the audacity to threaten Wang Yuanhui with a knife. Just moments ago, he had aggressively coerced Zhang Basan and taken a bag of rice from his own home. These actions led the 7 individuals to realize that Zhang Yun was not to be trifled with. They could not allow that young man to become too arrogant. Husband, you still possess the guarantee written by Zhang Zhongli. Tomorrow, insist that he produce his parents' living expenses. Otherwise, they must vacate the premises. This is a guarantee signed and sealed by Zhang Zhongli himself, and he cannot evade responsibility. We must apply pressure on that young man to make him comprehend the harsh realities. Without money, he should not presume to act so brazenly among us. Tomorrow, let us teach that young man a proper lesson. Without funds, he shall continue to live in humiliation and should not aspire to be haughty in our presence. Wang Yuanhui declared ominously, clearly dissatisfied with Zhang Yun's sudden display of arrogance. As Zhang Zhongli had undergone surgery and borrowed a substantial sum of money, the family was in dire financial straits. Consequently, Zhang Zhongli was unable to provide the monthly living expenses required for his parents. Each month, he was expected to contribute 5 yuan for the sustenance of Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang. Even this modest amount was beyond his means. Zhang Bashan, recognizing Zhang Zhongli's predicament, grew concerned that he would be unable to meet his obligations in the future. Thus, he pressured Zhang Zhongli into signing a guarantee, stipulating that if he could not fulfill the living expenses within a year, he would have to vacate his current residence, transferring the 3 rooms to Zhang Bushuan's name. Once the transfer was complete, Zhang Zhongli would be relieved of the obligation to provide for his parents, as the 3 rooms would serve to offset the living expenses for the elderly couple for the remainder of their lives. This 1-year term was set to expire next month. Wang Yuanhui intended to leverage this guarantee to exert formidable pressure on Zhang Yun, compelling him to submit to Zhang Bushuan's family in the future. This plan was indeed feasible, and Zhang Bashan, unable to tolerate the indignities he had endured that day, acquiesced. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun returned home with a bag of rice, while Zhang Zhiwu brought along lard and oil residue. Third uncle, let us share this bag of rice equally, Zhang Yun cheerfully stated, placing the unopened bag on a tray. Zhang Zhiwu hesitated, considering a refusal, but then recalled Zhang Yun's previous advice to avoid being overly meticulous and to follow his lead. Consequently, Zhang Zhiwu readily agreed. The two swiftly divided the rice, lard, and oil residue equally. At this moment, Zhang Yun smiled and said, "Third uncle, your urticaria has yet to fully subside. You should rest at home tonight and accompany me to the Han Xuemei mine early tomorrow morning. I will take a stroll through the fields by myself this evening." Zhang Zhiwu, now wholly compliant with Zhang Yun's words, dared not to refute. Moreover, having contracted a bacterial infection in the mountains earlier that afternoon, he was afflicted with relentless itching from his urticaria and indeed could not venture out. After Zhang Zhiwu departed, Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli tidied up at the pig farm before returning home. Naturally, the 4 also noticed the half bag of rice, lard, and oil residue laid out on the table. Chen Wan was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that Zhang Yun had managed to settle matters with Zhang Basho and even brought back an additional half bag of rice. In the past, such a notion would have been inconceivable. At that moment, Zhang Yun took down a bag of fertilizer from the wall of the living room and cheerfully remarked, "Mother, today I ventured into the mountains and caught some wild rabbits. Aside from the ones I am turning over to the team leader, I've kept these 2 for us. Please take care of them." Indeed, after Zhang Jiwu's departure, Zhang Yun had swiftly retrieved 2 wild rabbits from his spiritual space and placed them into the fertilizer bag, which he now handed over to Chen Wan. Holding the bag, Chen Wan was delighted to see the rabbits still wriggling inside. That day, Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli feasted on the 2 wild rabbits, which replenished their energy throughout the day. They were pleasantly surprised that Zhang Yun had brought home 2 more wild rabbits. "Third brother, your skill in catching rabbits has greatly improved. However, do exercise caution in the mountains. Dangers lurk everywhere," Zhang Zhongli advised. Knowing he could not dissuade Zhang Yun from his endeavors, Zhang Yun nodded in acknowledgement and cheerfully replied, "I'll take a walk in the fields and then wash up in the Chu Shui River. You need not worry about me. Just finish your tasks and rest." Chapter 37. Trapping mice and collecting mosquitoes. Zhang Yun arrived at the rear of the dining hall, where there stood a water tank nearly a meter high. Due to a crack around its waist, it could no longer hold water and had been relegated here, seldom used. At this moment, Zhang Yun placed a wooden board across the tank's opening, forming a bridge to the ground. "This will do. With this water tank, I should be able to catch a significant number of mice," he chuckled slyly. Fortunately, it was nighttime. Had anyone seen his expression during the day, they might have suspected him of nefarious intentions. This was the dining hall, rich with the scent of oil, making it a haven for mice. It could be said that 9 out of 10 mice in Jiwan village were active around these 2 large dining halls. Zhang Yun's purpose for being here was, of course, to catch mice. Although the venomous snakes in his spiritual space could be fed frogs, such a practice would be wasteful, as frogs could later be sold for profit. These extraordinarily prolific mice were, in fact, the ideal sustenance for his snakes. Firstly, it can eliminate the rodent menace in the cafeteria, and secondly, it enables the spirit spring to proliferate mice on a grand scale. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. After successfully bridging the gap, Zhang Yun promptly retrieved the spirit spring, filling the bottom of the water tank to the brim. The fragrance of the spirit spring began to emanate. Without the need for deliberate delay, Zhang Yun made his way to the fields. The next task was to capture mosquitoes. Upon arriving at the first field adjacent to the village, Zhang Yun sensed a multitude of mosquitoes fluttering about, encircling him, with several occasionally biting him. Naturally, with the presence of the spirit spring, Zhang Yun possessed heightened perceptive abilities. As soon as a mosquito approached, his hand would swiftly reach out. The moment a mosquito made contact with his palm, it would vanish, consumed by the spirit spring. In this era's countryside, mosquitoes were exceedingly abundant. Unlike later times with pesticide spraying, where mosquitoes had no place to hide, their reproduction rate failing to keep up with their demise. Therefore, with Zhang Yun acting as a reservoir of blood, the mosquitoes continuously flocked to him, resulting in an incessant buzzing sound around his body. Relying solely on the flailing of his hands to make contact with the mosquitoes was somewhat effective, yet Zhang Yun remained dissatisfied with this method's efficiency. Generally speaking, a single frog can consume 100 mosquitoes in a day, with 100 frogs in the spirit spring. This would amount to the consumption of 10,000 mosquitoes in a day at normal eating rates. Capturing 10,000 mosquitoes in a single night using hand swipes alone would be exhausting. Consequently, while Zhang Yun waved his hands, he began contemplating a change in strategy. The most effective method, of course, was the spirit spring. At that moment, Zhang Yun produced a bamboo tube, filled with the spirit spring, and placed it on the ground. The fragrance of the spirit spring wafted into the air. The mosquitoes, which had previously been swirling around Zhang Yun, inexplicably surged towards the bamboo tube. Undeniably drawn to the spirit spring's lethal allure, Zhang Yun stood by the bamboo tube, and with his acute perception, he could hear the dense hum of mosquitoes converging. Using his keen hearing, Zhang Yun's hands moved like the claws of a dragon, continuously swiping. With each stroke, he was able to make contact with hundreds of mosquitoes. Every second, hundreds of them were devoured by the spirit spring. This method of collecting mosquitoes was indeed gratifying. Zhang Yun was filled with joy. At this pace, collecting 100,000 mosquitoes over the course of the night was without question. The spirit spring within the bamboo tube continued to release its scent, drawing in mosquitoes from the surrounding fields without pause. Even with Zhang Yun's rapid hand movements, some mosquitoes still managed to alight upon the bamboo tube, happily drawing from the spirit spring. Undoubtedly, with such a dense congregation of mosquitoes simultaneously absorbing the spirit spring, the quantity within the bamboo tube was rapidly depleting. Zhang Yun's perceptive abilities also alerted him to the fact that those mosquitoes that had consumed the spirit spring had increased in size, their wing beats producing a clearer, more resonant sound. One cannot allow these mosquitoes, infused with the essence of the spiritual spring, to escape. Should such sizable mosquitoes bite a human, the result would undoubtedly be more severe than a sting from a venomous bee, likely resulting in a significant wealth. Zhang Yun felt a surge of urgency within. Consequently, he promptly neglected the airborne mosquitoes, covering the bamboo tube with both hands, and gathered all the mosquitoes that had absorbed the spiritual essence into the spiritual space before releasing the bamboo tube's opening. Subsequently, he procured more spiritual essence, refilling the bamboo tube. Yet again, a massive swarm of mosquitoes surged forth. This time, drawing from past experiences, Zhang Yun refrained from waving his hands in the air. Instead, he directed his movements towards the opening of the bamboo tube, his hands oscillating back and forth in a motion akin to dribbling a basketball. The approaching mosquitoes were unable to escape the area covered by Zhang Yun's hands. Upon contact, they were immediately engulfed by the spiritual space. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000. Zhang Yun's hands began to feel heavy and sore. His awareness remained locked onto a corner of the spiritual space, where all captured mosquitoes congregated, forming a formidable horde towering 10 meters high and over 5 meters wide. Surely, there were more than 100,000 mosquitoes. Now, with his hands burdened, Zhang Yun had lost interest in continuing the capture. Most of the mosquitoes in this agricultural area had already been thoroughly absorbed. Suddenly, he withdrew the bamboo tube into the spiritual space. The mosquitoes in the air had become scarce. With the scent of the spiritual essence dissipated, they fluttered anxiously, their buzzing coalescing into a singular hum. As Zhang Yun stood to depart, He sensed something with his heightened perception. 2 meters away, a creature was crawling in his direction. A turtle? In an instant, Zhang Yun exclaimed with delight. This farmland was indeed near a fish pond, home to various wildlife, including turtles and eels. Evidently, the aroma of the spiritual essence had attracted a turtle to the surface, which was now making its way to Zhang Yun. This turtle was quite sizable, so he decided to capture it within the space. Zhang Yun hadn't anticipated such a serendipitous find, and he rushed over, promptly stepping down to catch the turtle, which was roughly the size of his hands. The turtle, possessing considerable strength, attempted to flee. However, Zhang Yun quickly crouched down, his right hand reaching for the turtle's shell, swiftly drawing it into the spiritual space. At that moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness observed the colossal stone within the space. Acceleration points, 6. Originally, there were 55 acceleration points. After collecting a vast number of mosquitoes in this turtle, he had only gained an additional 50 pounds in weight. While the quantity of mosquitoes was substantial, they were exceedingly light. For now, he decided to return to the cafeteria and see how many rats had ventured into the water vat. Zhang Yun smiled gently, immediately setting off. Chapter 38. The task of digging for earthworms is yours. Squeak, squeak. As Zhang Yun approached the vicinity of the cafeteria, his acute hearing detected a cacophony of panicked squeaks from numerous rats. It appeared that the rats had indeed amassed quite a bounty. Naturally, Zhang Yun immediately discerned the allure of the spiritual spring. The rats lingering around the cafeteria flocked towards the water basin, irresistibly drawn to its enchanting essence. Indeed, upon hastening to the rear of the cafeteria, Zhang Yun could distinctly hear the panicked cries of numerous rats. Those unfortunate creatures that had plunged into the depths of the water basin had drained the spring entirely, leaving the rats above deprived of its refreshing essence. The curved opening at the top of the basin rendered escape impossible, inciting a frenzy of frantic squeaks. Arriving at the edge of the water basin, Zhang Yun, relying on his exceptional vision, was able to perceive the interior conditions, even amidst the starlit night. To his astonishment, the basin was filled with 2/3 of the rats, at least 100, he estimated. A smile graced Zhang Yun's lips. It could be said that 9 out of 10 of the rats inhabiting the Zhowan village had found their way into this basin. With such a bounty at hand, Zhang Yun wasted no time, swiftly extending his hands downwards to gather the rats into the realm of the spiritual spring. At that moment, above the colossal stone in the realm of the spiritual spring, an acceleration point materialized, 7. This signified that the weight of these 100 rats amounted to 100 gene, thereby increasing the acceleration point by 1. Generally speaking, a single rat weighs approximately 500 grams, making the total weight of 100 rats equivalent to 50,000 grams, or 100 gene. Capturing these small creatures to accumulate acceleration points felt rather sluggish. If only he could catch wild boars daily, each capture would yield several acceleration points. Now that would be exhilarating. Zhang Yun couldn't help but sigh in contemplation. Indeed, an adult wild boar weighs several hundred gene, which would mean a single capture could substantially enhance his acceleration points. Conversely, while capturing mosquitoes allows for the collection of vast numbers at once, their minimal weight results in a mere accumulation of 2 acceleration points over an entire night. Subsequently, Zhang Yun decided to refill the water basin with the spiritual spring. Should any more rats venture in, they would be a gift to the cafeteria. In these times of scarcity, rat meat could be quite a delicacy. The villagers of Zhowan village were predominantly simple folk, and upon his rebirth, Zhang Yun did not mind assisting them in improving their livelihoods. When the nation eventually opens up, he intends to lead the entire village toward prosperity. If he were to prosper alone, he would merely be labeled a nouveau riche by future generations. However, guiding the entire village to wealth would be a testament to his virtue, a matter of familial pride. Zhang Yun was acutely aware of who treated him well and would reciprocate their kindness. Conversely, he would not forget those who wronged him and would inevitably seek retribution. Such is the instinct of flesh and blood, marked by love and animosity. With that thought, Zhang Yun made his way towards Chu Shui River. The residential area of Zhowan village was merely a li away from Chu Shui River, and for the villagers lacking running water, swimming and bathing in the river on a hot summer day was the epitome of joy. Otherwise, fetching water from the village well and carrying it home was a cumbersome chore. The production team had deliberately constructed a stone slope by the riverbank, providing the villagers with convenient access for swimming. When Zhang Yun arrived, dozens of villagers were still immersed in the river, rubbing their bodies while engaging in lively banter. In rural areas, when the men share an honest moment, it is inevitable that they will compare who possesses the greater prowess, exchanging playful jests that evoke hearty laughter. In his previous life, As he reached old age, the image of the young men of Jiuan village bathing in the river would often surface in his mind, bringing forth a smile filled with nostalgia. Now, Zhang Yun found himself once again in this dreamlike scene, joyfully shedding the shackles of his past. "Yunner, you have arrived," exclaimed a man near the shore, recognizing Zhang Yun. Over the past few days, Zhang Yun had become quite the sensation, with wild rabbits and boars being delivered to the communal dining hall, earning him newfound respect among the villagers and transforming him into a local figure of renown. He leapt into the river, fully relaxing his body. "Uncle Fuguei, it's you. I've come to take a bath as well. It's simply unbearable to sleep in this sweltering summer heat. The river feels so refreshing," Zhang Yun replied casually. Sun Fuguei was a remarkable individual from Production Team 2. The only one singled out by the team leader among the 9 standout members from different production teams. Zhang Yun was also aware that his father had borrowed money from Sun Fuguei before his surgery, fostering a sense of gratitude within him. Sun Fuguei approached Zhang Yun and whispered, "Zhang Yun, you've been catching wild rabbits and hunting boars in the mountains these past few days. It seems you possess a remarkable talent for hunting. I would like to accompany you into the mountains. Would you be willing to take me along? Rest assured, I will share half of my earnings with you." It appeared that Sun Fuguei had recognized Zhang Yun's abilities and harbored ambitions of earning some extra income, hence his desire to partner with him. Zhang Yun paused in contemplation. Due to the recent frenzy, the beasts in Pine Tree Mountain had been largely hunted clean. To continue hunting, one would need to venture deeper into Crowing Rooster Mountain, a place fraught with peril, and Zhang Yun could not guarantee Sun Fuguei's safety. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Sun Fuguei was the primary source of livelihood for his family. Should anything happen to him, Zhang Yun's parents, wife, and several children would face hardship. Thus, Zhang Yun resolved not to easily acquiesce to Sun Fuguei's request. However, since Sun Fuguei had proactively suggested partnering, Zhang Yun felt it would be impolite to decline and risk offending his goodwill. "Uncle Fuguei, I cannot agree to hunt in the mountains. It is too dangerous. However, I do have a request. I would like to purchase earthworms at the rate of 2 yuan for 100 worms. You can sell me as many as you can dig up. Whenever you bring the worms, I will pay you on the spot, with no delays," Zhang Yun responded quietly. In this rural setting, earthworms were plentiful. With a bit of time and effort spent digging, one could easily gather a substantial amount. Zhang Yun originally had the capability to collect earthworms himself. However, he no longer wished to squander time on such trivial tasks. Since Sun Fuguei was eager to earn some extra money, he decided to assist him. The earthworms they unearthed were, of course, intended for rearing frogs. Mosquitoes, earthworms, and insects all constituted the diet of frogs. Sun Fuguei was taken aback upon hearing this. 100 earthworms for merely 2 yuan. Given Sun Fuguei's abilities, if he dedicated himself to digging for earthworms, gathering 200 in a single day would be a trivial pursuit, especially since his children, not yet of working age, typically did not earn labor points. However, the task of digging for earthworms could easily be entrusted to them. If they could collect 200 earthworms daily, it would yield 4 yuan. Considering the era, a teacher's monthly salary was just over 30 yuan, averaging a little more than 1 yuan per day. How could Sun Fuguei not be astonished? "Yin, are you serious?" Sun Fuguei still found it hard to believe. "Uncle Fuguei, I may deceive others, but I would never deceive you. You have shown kindness to my family," Zhang Yun replied calmly. Sun Fuguei's face instantly lit up with excitement. Chapter 39. The certificate in hand at dawn. Around 5 o'clock, Zhang Yun awoke. In truth, he had already noticed that with the power feedback from the spiritual spring space, his spirits were exceptionally high, devoid of any sense of fatigue. Thus, Zhang Yun rose at 5, invigorated and entirely alert. Immediately, his consciousness entered the spiritual spring space. Indeed, another acre had been added. To better denote each acre within the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun decided to assign each one a numerical code. The initial acre would be referred to as acre number 1. The acre added the following day would be acre number 2, and the one added today would be acre number 3, and so forth. The time flow in acre number 1 was equivalent to that of the outside world, while acre number 2 experienced a time flow 10 times faster, and acre number 3 was in a state of time suspension. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness observed the number above the boulder in acre number 1. Acceleration point, 7. Zhang Yun had long since resolved not to increase the time flow in acre number 1, leaving him with 2 choices, to augment acre number 2 or acre number 3. Acre number 2 was currently planted with various pig grasses and medicinal herbs, which, under the tenfold time flow, had grown significantly in what equated to 10 days of growth within a single day. Some could already be harvested. This meant they could be used to feed wild boars and pheasants. The sweet potatoes cultivated in acre number 1 had been meticulously pruned under Zhang Yun's guidance, with over 1,000 sections replanted, now sprouting and rooting. Consequently, acre number 1 could barely sustain wild rabbits, mice, and muntjac. The 10 or so venomous snakes could temporarily consume the mice for survival. Furthermore, the over 100,000 mosquitoes captured the previous night would ensure that the frogs would not starve in the coming days. Thus, the spiritual spring space, utilizing merely 2 acres, was capable of sustaining the wild creatures within. However, Zhang Yun was not inclined to remain ensnared in such a repetitive cycle. He was determined to hasten the breeding rate of the beasts. Thus, a resolution formed within his heart. The second plot consumed 5 acceleration points, while the third consumed 2, swiftly depleting his 7 acceleration points. The temporal flow in the second plot accelerated to 15 times that of the outside world, and in the third plot, it became twice as fast. Subsequently, Zhang Yun's consciousness guided the sweet potatoes from the first plot and relocated them to the third, along with the hares, mice, and deer. All the mosquitoes, frogs, and wild chickens were moved to the second plot. The 8 wild boars and the venomous snakes remained temporarily in the first plot. This arrangement ensured that the growth rate of plants across the various plots would adequately support the consumption rate of the beasts. In the future, as the land expanded and the scale of various plants grew, it would then be possible to increase the breeding scale of the beasts. Zhang Yun reflected on the necessity of accumulating acceleration points. To realize the freedom of the beasts swiftly, he could only rely on these points. After collecting his thoughts, he promptly rose from his bed, grabbed a bag of fertilizer, and quietly stepped out after opening the door. To his surprise, both Zhang Zhongli and Chen Wan had awakened. As parents, they were acutely aware that what Zhang Yun was undertaking was fraught with risk, should he be apprehended by the authorities. The consequences could range from confiscation of all the beasts to severe penalties for illicit trade. Yet, they also understood that they could not deter him. "I hope the third one is safe," Zhang Zhongli sighed, offering a silent prayer. "Rest assured, if the third one dares to take risks, he will certainly exercise caution," Chen Wan replied, though her tone was laden with concern. Upon arriving at Zhang Zhiwu's home, Zhang Yun discovered him already sitting at the doorstep, seemingly having kept vigil throughout the night, anxious that Zhang Yun might venture alone to the Han Xuemei mine. "Third uncle, let us go?" Zhang Yun said softly as he approached and tapped Zhang Zhiwu on the shoulder. Startled awake, Zhang Zhiwu grinned widely upon seeing Zhang Yun standing before him, his demeanor instantly brightening. Both clad in straw sandals, they tread quietly upon the muddy ground, ensuring they attracted no attention. However, unbeknownst to them, Wang Yuanhui had been eavesdropping at her own window, peering through the slightly ajar gap and observing their departure. "This pair is certainly up to something secretive," Wang Yuanhui mused. Her curiosity piqued. Yet, as the night deepened, despite her inquisitiveness, she lacked the courage to follow them. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Yun and Zhang Zhiwu arrived at the land temple. They pushed aside stones and moved wooden planks to access the basement, retrieving the badgers and hares. It was merely a matter of one night, and these creatures would not have perished from hunger. The badger's 4 legs were bound with ropes, and the 13 hares were placed within a fertilizer bag. "I'll take the lead, and when I tire, you can continue," Zhang Yun instructed. Zhang Zhiwu was the first to speak, without hesitation, as he picked up the shoulder pole and hoisted the badger and the bag of fertilizer. Zhang Yun understood Zhang Zhiwu's intentions. He did not wish to owe Zhang Yun too much, so he exerted extra effort, hoping to lighten Zhang Yun's burden. Naturally, Zhang Yun did not voice his thoughts and simply followed in Zhang Zhiwu's wake. After approximately an hour, the two of them, alternating in their labor, finally arrived at the entrance of the Chicken Public Mountain at the Han Xuemei mine. "Third uncle, please wait here. I shall go to Chicken Public Mountain alone." Zhang Yun intended to first retrieve the purchasing agent certificate from the mine manager's residence before proceeding to the mine's large canteen to deliver the goods. Without further inquiries, Zhang Jiwu complied with Zhang Yun's instructions and concealed himself in a nearby grove. Before long, Zhang Yun found himself at the threshold of the mine manager's abode. Gently rapping on the door, Lu Jingfeng seemed to have been anticipating Zhang Yun's arrival. As soon as Zhang Yun knocked, he opened the door. The room was brightly illuminated by a kerosene lamp set at its highest level. "Zhang Yun, you've arrived. Come in and have a seat," Lu Jingfeng greeted with a smile, though his gaze subtly flickered to Zhang Yun's rear. "Old master, I have brought over 100 pounds of game, located at the entrance of Chicken Public Mountain," Zhang Yun stated, fully aware of Lu Jingfeng's curiosity. Lu Jingfeng's expression brightened, and he promptly retrieved the purchasing agent certificate, which had been prepared on the tea table behind him, handing it to Zhang Yun. "Young man, I have high hopes for you. This purchasing agent certificate is now yours. You may procure meat supplies from various teams and deliver them directly to the mine's large canteen. Do remember, there is a 1-month probation period, and you must pass the assessment to receive a formal purchasing agent designation, Lu Zhengfeng said with a cheerful demeanor. Zhang Yun nodded and responded assertively, "Rest assured, old master. I will fulfill my duties." After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Yun took his leave, swiftly returning to the entrance of Chicken Public Mountain. "Third uncle, come out. We are heading to the mine's large canteen," Zhang Yun called out. Chapter 40. The first delivery at the mine's large canteen. Chef Yang Yunshan had arrived early, his face alight with anticipation. Standing beside him were 2 young cooks, his apprentices, Lu Fong and Yang Liu. It could be said that the entire large canteen of the Han Xuemei mine was under the dominion of these 3 individuals. "Master, those frogs from yesterday received nothing but praise from the miners. They had not savored meat in quite some time, and the frog meat was truly delectable," Lu Fong, in his 30s and bearing a somewhat weathered visage, said with a broad smile. Indeed, although the frogs Yang Yunshan purchased from Zhang Yun were insufficient to satisfy all the miners, they nonetheless relished the taste of meat and garnered acclaim from the workers. "Master, you sang Zhang Yun's praises all day yesterday. I am quite curious to know what remarkable person he is to have earned such commendation from you," Yang Liu remarked calmly. Having been intrigued all day about Zhang Yun's audacity in claiming to supply the mine with meat, there is no need to rush. It is only just past 6 o'clock. Zhang Yun is coming from Jiwan village, and it will take him at least an hour, Yang Yunshan replied. Yang Yunshan felt a twinge of anxiety deep within. He feared that Zhang Yun might encounter unforeseen circumstances. If he were unable to deliver the 100 pounds of meat today, it would signify the severance of this vital supply channel, compelling him to seek alternative solutions. The scarcity of meat had become a pressing concern, and Yang Yunshan yearned for a stable procurement route. Just as the trio of master and disciples wrestled with their apprehensions, 2 figures emerged through the misty night. Indeed, Zhang Yun had arrived. Although Yang Yunshan had only seen him the day before, he immediately recognized the silhouette leading the way. As anticipated, Zhang Yun strode forward, accompanied by Zhang Jiwu, who carried a badger and several hares, presenting themselves before Yang Yunshan and his companions. "Brother Yang, I caught some game in the mountains yesterday, and I've brought it for you," Zhang Yun announced, perceiving the urgency in their expressions and opting not to tease them further. Upon hearing this, Yang Yunshan, Lu Fong, and Yang Liu were instantly elated, their faces lighting up with joy. The badger, still alive, wriggled about, affirming its vitality, while Zhang Jiwu set down his burden and unwrapped the fertilizer bag to reveal 13 lively hares. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Brother Zhang, you are indeed a boon to me." "This is an immense help," Yang Yunshan exclaimed, casting an exaggerated glance at the badger and then at the hares, bursting into hearty laughter. Lu Fong and Yang Liu regarded Zhang Yun with newfound admiration, now convinced of Yang Yunshan's words regarding Zhang Yun's remarkable hunting prowess. They understood well that capturing a badger, known for its burrowing skills, was no easy feat, and that hares, darting in and out of various burrows, were equally elusive. In just one day, Zhang Yun had showcased his impressive hunting abilities through the acquisition of both the badger and the hares. At that moment, Yang Yunshan called out, "Xiao Lu, Xiao Yang. Weigh them and then take them to the kitchen." Lu Fong and Yang Liu promptly complied, leading the badger and hares away, while Zhang Jiwu followed suit. Yang Yunshan then retrieved 8 yuan from his pocket, the proceeds from the frogs sold the previous day. He had received this sum from the finance office and was now ready to hand it over to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun accepted it with ease. "I must say, brother, your hunting skills are truly exceptional. May I inquire about your fishing abilities?" Yang Yunshan asked curiously. In the minds of most, hunting in the mountains and fishing in the waters were perceived as 2 distinct skills, rarely possessed by one individual. However, Yang Yunshan felt an inexplicable sense that Zhang Yun could also excel in fishing. Zhang Yun was taken aback by this sudden question. "Well, I suppose I can manage," he replied calmly. In truth, with the extraordinary ability bestowed by the spiritual spring, Zhang Yun believed he could indeed catch a substantial quantity of fish, though he had yet to put it to the test, and thus refrained from making any bold claims. It is as follows. "My dear brother, although the neighboring production teams have excavated numerous fish ponds, they only harvest fish once every 3 months, resulting in a meager supply to our mining site. The miners' primary demand for meat is fish. Therefore, if you could supply fish daily, I would be willing to purchase it from you at a price exceeding the market rate," proposed Yang Yunshan enticingly. Currently, the fish provided by the meat processing plant is priced at 0.75 yuan per pound, which is comparable to pork. While procuring pork is challenging, The abundance of fish resources remains, particularly as the Shui River flows through this area, teeming with active fish. As long as the locals are willing to fish, they can generally catch some. However, the fish caught by the townsfolk are solely for personal consumption, as they dare not sell them in the market. Consequently, the Linshui mining site is unable to acquire a substantial quantity of fish. Brother Yang, I can certainly give it a try, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Yinshan felt a sense of relief within. He was confident that Zhang Yun would venture out to catch fish. Oh, by the way, you mentioned yesterday that you needed 2 wheels, but the factory manager was ill and did not come to work. So I haven't had the chance to speak with him, Yang Yinshan expressed apologetically. Zhang Yun was not in a hurry. The purchase of wheels was merely for the convenience of transporting meat, sparing him the arduous task of carrying it manually. A few more days of patience was bearable for him. At that moment, Zhang Jiwu returned. Yuner, here is the receipt. 30 pounds of badger and a total of 75 pounds of wild rabbit, Zhang Jiwu promptly stated, handing the receipt from the cafeteria to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun glanced at the receipt, badger at 0. 65 yuan per pound, totaling 19. 5 yuan, wild rabbit at 0. 7 yuan per pound, totaling 52. 5 yuan. This trip had earned Zhang Jiwu a direct income of 52. 5 yuan, leaving him trembling with excitement. At this point, Zhang Yun remarked, "Third uncle, you should return to the village. As for me, I will not be working today. I intend to wait here for the finance department to start working, and I will hand the money over to you when I return." With the procurement certificate now in hand, Zhang Yun felt assured. He was quite capable of foregoing work, no longer in need of labor points. After all, during this era, earning labor points was primarily for the exchange of food, oil, salt, cloth, and other necessities. Now that Zhang Yun had a stable income source, he could earn substantial sums, enabling him to procure these essentials with ease, thus diminishing his desire to accumulate labor points. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Zhang Jiwu replied, fully trusting Zhang Yun, knowing he would not abscond with his 50 yuan. He readily agreed, shouldering the fertilizer bag and leaving. Once Zhang Jiwu departed, Zhang Yun turned to Yang and asked, "Brother Yang, what time does the finance department start work?" 10 o'clock. Yang Yinshan replied. "That is rather late," Zhang Yun mused. With no other options, he diplomatically said, "Brother Yang, I think I'll take a stroll to Jigong Mountain and return after 10 o'clock. With 3 hours to spare, Zhang Yun was not inclined to wait idly. He wished to explore the surroundings and familiarize himself with the mining site. Chapter 41. A large sale of wild rabbits. It was not yet 7 o'clock, and the dawn had yet to break. At the Jigong Mountain Market, numerous stalls lined the streets, catering to those citizens eager to earn a little extra income. Zhang Yun, with 8 yuan in cash, feels a sense of confidence and decides to explore the market, hoping for a stroke of luck. Should he encounter something worthwhile, he would certainly be inclined to make a purchase. The stall owners, keen to remain incognito, deliberately conceal their faces, while their stalls predominantly consist of tightly covered baskets, prepared for an immediate escape should the authorities conduct a surprise inspection. In such a case, they could swiftly flee into the nearby mountains, carrying their baskets with them. As Zhang Yun meanders past several stalls, he finds that they primarily offer homegrown vegetables, chili peppers, and fruits, none of which pique his interest. However, he pauses before one particular stall. It too features a securely covered basket, yet atop the lid rests an egg, signaling that the vendor is selling eggs. In this era of food scarcity, few citizens can afford to raise chickens. Typically, production teams designate a plot of land and assign individuals to rear a small flock to ensure a supply of eggs. However, due to limited access to feed, these chickens must forage for insects in the fields, resulting in low egg production and smaller-sized eggs. Zhang Yun is taken aback to discover that this vendor is selling eggs. And, notably, they appear to be quite sizable. Although he already has 3 wild chickens in his spiritual space, he still feels it insufficient and has contemplated raising a flock of domestic chickens to achieve freedom in egg production and even substantial sales. "How much do you sell them for?" Zhang Yun inquires softly at the egg stall. The vendor, having noticed Zhang Yun's presence and ensuring no one else is around, responds discreetly, 8 for a pound, 50 cents per pound. This roughly translates to about 6 cents per egg. At the supply and marketing cooperative, eggs cost just over 5 cents each. Thus, the slightly higher price here in the black market is quite understandable. After all, purchasing eggs from the cooperative requires a ticket, a minimum purchase of a pound, and entails dealing with the salesperson's whims, not to mention the time spent traveling there. In light of this, the pricing at the black market seems remarkably fair. "How many eggs do you have?" Zhang Yun inquires again quietly. "There are a total of 50. If you want them all, I'll sell them to you for 3 yuan," the vendor responds, a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes. Zhang Yun smiles upon hearing this, opting not to haggle, and immediately hands over the 3 yuan. Here, I'll take them all. Acquiring these 50 eggs means the potential to hatch 50 chicks, allowing for a more substantial poultry operation in his spiritual space. The vendor, having received the money, cheerfully remarks, you can keep the basket as well. Then, like a startled rabbit, he scurries away, visibly thrilled. Zhang Yun stores the entire basket in his spiritual space. Among the 3 wild chickens he caught yesterday, 2 are hens. As he places the 50 eggs in his designated area, he mentally locks onto the 2 female wild chickens. Typically, eggs take about 21 days to hatch. A hen can typically incubate around 10 eggs at a time, as the conditions required for hatching, such as temperature, ventilation, and the turning of the eggs, are inherently limiting. Zhang Yun pondered this and began to count. In Zone 2, where time flows at 15 times the normal rate, a little over a day would suffice to hatch chicks. Thus, with 2 hens, they could hatch 20 eggs in just over a day, and in 3 days, they would have successfully incubated all 50 eggs. Zhang Yun's expression grew somewhat animated. The 15-fold time acceleration in Zone 2 was indeed an extraordinary advantage, significantly reducing the time required for chick hatching. Having concluded this thought, Zhang Yun exerted his will to control 20 eggs, placing 10 beneath each of the 2 female wild hens, while also restricting their movement to compel them to focus solely on incubating the eggs. After stealthily arranging these matters, Zhang Yun contemplated that he could also set up a stall before dawn. After all, he had harvested over 100 wild rabbits the previous day, and there was no need to keep the male rabbits. Most could be sold. He retrieved the newly acquired backpack, which was already filled with 10 male rabbits. Before long, a woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat approached, immediately noticing the wild rabbit tied by 1 foot on the backpack's cover. She understood that Zhang Yun was selling rabbits. Young man, these are wild rabbits, right? How do we proceed with the exchange? The woman, cautious, refrained from using the word sell, opting for exchange instead to ensure legality and avoid repercussions. 4 yuan each, choose as you please, Zhang Yun replied nonchalantly. Earlier, the mine's cafeteria had been purchasing wild rabbits at 0.7 yuan per pound, with each rabbit weighing approximately 5 pounds, equating to about 3.5 yuan. Now, with retail pricing, adding an extra 50 cents per rabbit was reasonable. After all, the families of the miners had plenty of money in tickets, and these meat resources were in high demand. It would be foolish not to sell them for a bit more. Zhang Yun was confident that even at 5 yuan, he would not struggle to sell his wares. You are quite sincere, the woman remarked. As Zhang Yun had anticipated, she appeared quite pleased upon hearing the price and promptly took out 4 yuan, handing it to Zhang Yun. She lifted the cover of the backpack and selected a larger wild rabbit. Young man, wait for me a moment. I will call a few neighbors over, as they haven't had meat in a long while. Oh, by the way, can I exchange grain tickets or cloth tickets here? She inquired cheerfully after placing the rabbit into her basket. Of course, Zhang Yun affirmed. The woman immediately scampered away with a bright smile, resembling a young bride rather than an elderly lady, clearly delighted by her purchase. As Zhang Yun watched her depart, he discreetly retrieved another wild rabbit from his spatial storage and placed it back into the backpack. Soon, others began to gather around. Having witnessed the woman purchasing a rabbit, they would not miss the opportunity to indulge in a hearty meal. Zhang Yun welcomed all interested customers. A wild hare is priced at 4 yuan, and soon 10 individuals approached in succession, purchasing the 10 hares from Zhang Yun's backpack. As the last customer departed, Zhang Yun swiftly moved 100 meters in the direction of the departing lady, changing his location to continue his stall. Naturally, he discreetly retrieved another 10 hares, placing them back into his backpack. Within a mere 5 minutes, he noticed that the very first buyer, the lady, had indeed returned, accompanied by a group of elderly gentlemen and ladies, numbering around 20. Remarkably, they maintained a hushed demeanor. Not a single voice was raised as they approached Zhang Yun in an orderly fashion. At Chicken Public Mountain, a known black market, all participants had cultivated the habit of conducting transactions quietly. Chapter 42. A bow and arrow. That lady was truly impressive. Zhang Yun's acute perception allowed him to spot her, along with the gathered seniors, from a considerable distance. A total of 25 individuals formed the procession. In a flash, Zhang Yun quickly placed an additional 15 hares into his backpack. Given the enthusiasm of the elderly patrons, he felt compelled to ensure they did not leave empty-handed, eager to fulfill their desires. Before long, the lady reached him first, beaming as she said, "Young man, I have kept my word. I've brought all my good friends with me." The arriving seniors immediately noticed the hares tied at the top of the backpack, their faces lighting up with excitement. "You are wonderful. "Madam," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. However, he noticed a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. She remembered that not long ago, his backpack contained only 10 hares. How had it come to hold so many now? "Do you raise rabbits at home?" she inquired after a moment of speculation. "Not at all. I merely have a good relationship with some hunters, and I assist them in selling these hares. During the time you were away, my partners delivered more hares. All right here," Zhang Yun patiently explained. Upon hearing this, the lady's eyes sparkled with understanding. She realized that Zhang Yun could provide a steady supply of game. The accompanying seniors, witnessing the lively hares, could hardly contain their anticipation. "Young man, here are 4 yuan. May I personally select a hare?" One gentleman interjected, producing the money. "Certainly, sir, choose whichever you like," Zhang Yun replied, graciously accepting the payment. The gentleman cheerfully lifted the cover and, upon seeing the robust hares within, chose one without hesitation and stepped aside. With this example set, the remaining seniors eagerly retrieved their money, some even offering grain or cloth tickets, each departing with a hare. In no time, all 25 hares were sold. The seniors left, each one smiling broadly. Surprisingly, the lady who had first traded with Zhang Yun lingered, pulling him aside to a nearby housing complex before she began to speak. "Young man, I gather you have numerous hunter friends," the elderly woman said softly, her gaze filled with hope as she looked at Zhang Yun. "May I ask your name, dear lady? Please feel free to share your request. If it is within my means to assist, I shall do so without hesitation," Zhang Yun replied with a warm smile. "I am Han Xuemei, commonly referred to as the Flower Lady. My matter is rather straightforward. My father was also a hunter, and he passed away last year, leaving behind a bow and arrow. As a woman, I lack the ability to hunt. For me, this bow merely serves as an ornament. I do not wish for my father's bow to gather dust and decay, so I would like to ask you to find a hunter to whom I can sell it." Wang Xiuhua explained carefully, sharing the background with Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun grinned, surprised that his whimsical excuse had unexpectedly led to this situation. In fact, over the past few days, he had contemplated crafting a bow himself. The spiritual spring was indeed a powerful lure for wild beasts, yet its aroma quickly dissipated into the air, transforming into vapor that did not travel far or linger long. Thus, each time Zhang Yun sought to entice the beasts with the spring, he needed to disperse it over a wide area and then lead the creatures into the traps he had set. Though he had experienced some success using the spiritual spring, Zhang Yun was acutely aware that this was merely due to the gentle terrain of Pine Tree Mountain. If he were to venture into the rugged Chicken Crow Mountain, where the landscape was riddled with pits and ravines, even if the spring managed to attract the beasts, he would find it difficult to capture them in time, as they might escape the traps. Possessing a bow would allow him to strike from a distance. As long as the larger beasts fell into his snares, he could shoot them before they had a chance to struggle free. "Wang, may I inquire how much you intend to sell your bow for? If it is exorbitant, I shall not bother to look. My hunter friends are quite content with their own tools and are not in a rush to replace their bows." Zhang Yun replied with a smile, subtly warning Wang Xiuhua against setting an unreasonable price. This was Zhang Yun's way of reminding her not to inflate the cost. If the price was reasonable, he would certainly consider purchasing it. Conversely, should Wang Xiuhua propose an outrageous figure, he would not hesitate to turn away. Disregarding the fact that she had previously brought along 20 neighbors to buy hares. "I do not seek money. I wish to exchange that bow for a turtle, specifically one that is at least 20 years old," Wang Xiuhua emphasized, sensing her opportunity. Zhang Yun was taken aback by this request. Just the night before, while catching mosquitoes in the fields, he had fortuitously captured a notably large turtle. Although he was unaware of its exact age, based on his experiences from 2 lifetimes, he surmised that the turtle must be at least 20 years old to have grown to such a size. "Wang, why do you specifically require a turtle that is over 20 years old?" Zhang Yun inquired, genuinely curious. "My wife experienced a significant hemorrhage during childbirth, leaving her frail and weakened. In my desperation, I sought the wisdom of an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who prescribed a remedy. While the medicinal herbs were relatively easy to procure, locating a tortoise that had lived for over 20 years posed a considerable challenge. Young man, if you could assist me in finding such a tortoise through your hunter friends, my family would be eternally grateful." Wang Xiuhua quickly elaborated. Understanding the situation, Zhang Yun replied, "Aunt Wang, allow me to search for my hunter acquaintances today to see if they possess any leads. If I manage to find a tortoise fitting your description, I will come to you at the first opportunity." Naturally, Zhang Yun would not readily acquiesce, nor could he immediately produce the tortoise from his spiritual space. He required some time to create a plausible scenario for the exchange. However, he also took into account Wang Xiuhua's recent assistance and resolved to bring the tortoise over in the next few days to trade it for a bow and arrow. Thank you immensely. My home is beside the black locust tree at number 147. Should you find the tortoise, please do not hesitate to seek me out. Wang Xiuhua expressed her gratitude with sincerity. Zhang Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 43. The four men intercepting at dawn. The light began to brighten. The black market at Chicken Rooster Mountain was drawing to a close. Although renowned far and wide, this marketplace could not openly defy the commune's regulations. One could not brazenly sell goods under the bright light of day. Thus, it was a customary agreement that all vendors would depart at sunrise, ceasing their trades. At this moment, Zhang Yun glanced into his spiritual space. During the early morning hours, he had astonishingly sold 60 wild rabbits, accumulating a total of 200 yuan. With denominations of 1 jiao, 2 jiao, 5 jiao, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, and 5 yuan, even including a 10 yuan note, along with food stamps totaling 100 jean and cloth tickets amounting to 10 feet. Initially, Zhang Yun aimed to sell 80 male rabbits, but had overestimated the purchasing power of the residents of Chicken Rooster Mountain. Nevertheless, selling 60 wild rabbits meant he now possessed 200 yuan, which he deemed a substantial sum. Once the finance department at the mine commenced work, he would collect his earnings with the receipts, adding another 195 yuan to his income, bringing his total cash to 2,195 yuan. With his family's debts totaling a little over 200, this amount would suffice to clear all obligations. Zhang Yun sighed with relief, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. He then prepared to leave Chicken Rooster Mountain, intending to explore the surrounding hills before returning to the mine at 10 o'clock. At the intersection of Chicken Rooster Mountain, 4 men stood in the woods, their expressions stern and watchful, as if awaiting someone. Beside them lay a fishing net. In the dim light of dawn, the 4 men focused intently on the entrance, anticipating the arrival of an individual. Ah, someone is emerging. He bears a striking resemblance to Zhang Yun, as described by Brother Huang. This must be the person we are waiting for. One of the men, whose muscular chest was exposed, spoke with authority, embodying the leader's demeanor. Indeed, the only individuals capable of emerging from Chicken Public Mountain are those who hail from neighboring villages, and Zhang Yun is one such individual from Jiuan village. Heading back to his own village, one person responded affirmatively. How dare they obstruct Brother Huang's source of income? Zhang Yun must be taught a lesson. If he continues to deliver wild beasts to the cafeteria, we shall break his legs and see how he hunts thereafter, another person declared fiercely. The 4 emerged from the forest, advancing towards Zhang Yun. As Zhang Yun exited Chicken Public Mountain, he intended to visit the nearby Chu Shui River. Having promised Yang Yunshan to catch fish, he was eager to experiment with using the spiritual spring to entice the fish and capture them all at once. Little did he know, upon reaching the crossroads, he encountered the 4 individuals approaching him. Observing their expressions, Zhang Yun discerned that they were clearly targeting him. Stop! The 4 blocked Zhang Yun's path, arms outstretched to obstruct his passage. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Yun remained remarkably composed, gazing at them with a mocking expression. Previously, had he faced such an obstruction, he would have fled into the mountains, where escape would have been possible. However, after receiving the power feedback from the spiritual spring, Zhang Yun's physical strength had significantly increased, rendering him agile and nimble. Should a confrontation arise, he felt confident in overwhelming them. Zhang Yun, you are to cease delivering wild beasts to the cafeteria from now on, do you understand? The leader among them, bare-chested and exuding menace, threatened him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun realized that his deliveries to the cafeteria at the mining site had interfered with someone's financial gains, prompting this quartet to confront him. It must be said that the demand for meat at the Linshui mining site is immense, representing a lucrative source of revenue. Once someone had tasted the benefits, Zhang Yun's sudden involvement threatened their profits, inciting their wrath against him, a stark reality indeed. And if I refuse? Zhang Yun replied with a sardonic smile. Why should the business of the mining cafeteria be solely yours? Now that I am involved, I shall not withdraw. Unperturbed by their threats, Zhang Yun was ready for a confrontation. You're quite audacious, facing us 4 with such bravado. Since you refuse to heed our warning, we shall have to break your legs, ensuring you can no longer hunt wild beasts. In this era, murder is a fearsome act for the common folk, yet the breaking of limbs occurs with unsettling frequency. After all, this age lacks surveillance cameras. Even if someone is injured, denial of responsibility leaves the victim powerless. As soon as the words left their lips, the 4 clenched their fists, charging at Zhang Yun with the ferocity of a rampaging bull. I bear you no grudge. Yet you seek to harm me. How ruthlessly vicious you are. Very well, if you desire conflict, I, Zhang Yun, shall impart a lesson to you. Zhang Yun too clenched his fists, bending his legs in readiness for battle. Now, the 4 shouted in unison, lunging towards Zhang Yun. Their right fists aimed squarely at his face. As Zhang Yun prepared to strike, his body unexpectedly crouched low, executing a swift sweeping kick that sent the four assailants flying to the ground. Yet, remarkably, they attempted to rise quickly, eager to retaliate against him. With agility, Zhang Yun would not allow them such ease. As they attempted to regain their footing, he delivered another resounding slap. Once more, their bodies swayed and spiraled to the ground, the sharp sound of the slaps echoing loudly. Their cheeks became swollen and painfully red, their minds clouded with confusion. Zhang Yun did not relent. Seizing the moment of their bewilderment, he continued to unleash a barrage of slaps. Their faces, now grotesquely swollen, bore the marks of his fury, their cries of anguish filling the air. "Please stop, I beg you, Zhang Yun. I should not have come to confront you. Spare me, I implore you. It hurts. It truly hurts. Please, no more." The four men, now fully aware of Zhang Yun's terrifying prowess, howled in pain and desperation. Zhang Yun paused, his expression unwavering. "I will cease only if you reveal the truth. Who orchestrated this attack on me?" His desire to uncover the mastermind behind this plot was palpable, as he sought to understand who wished to thwart his ambitions regarding the canteen's interests. "I cannot say," the man at the forefront whimpered. With a resounding slap, Zhang Yun exhibited no compassion, swiftly punishing the man's attempt to conceal the identity of the instigator. This decisive action instilled a profound fear in the four men. They realized that if they did not divulge the truth, they risked severe injury at Zhang Yun's hands. "I will tell you. I will tell you." Finally, one man, overwhelmed by fear, broke down in tears. "It's Brother Huang from the procurement department." The leader, unable to withstand the pain and meeting Zhang Yun's cold gaze, relinquished the name of the mastermind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun understood the situation clearly. He had previously learned from Yang Yunshan that 3 procurement officers were responsible for the canteen's supplies, consistently liaising with meat processing plants and various production teams to gather provisions. "What is this Brother Huang's full name?" Zhang Yun's voice remained icy. "Huang Dajun, the specialist in charge of meat procurement for the canteen. He heard you were planning to supply meat directly to the canteen and instructed us to teach you a lesson." "To warn you off," the bare-chested man stammered, fearful of inciting Zhang Yun's wrath once more. Zhang Yun etched the name Huang Dajun into his memory, intent on seeking out Yang Yunshan later to inquire about this man's background. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in Zhang Yun's mind. In this era, people tend to abide by the rules, seldom daring to commit crimes. Yet, these 4 individuals audaciously resorted to violence against themselves, which is rather abnormal. "Who are you for? Why do you heed Huang Dajun's words?" Zhang Yun voiced his inner perplexities. The 4 exchanged glances, apprehensive that revealing their origins might incite retaliation from Zhang Yun. However, they soon contemplated their current predicament. If they lied, Zhang Yun might retaliate with another slap. They were genuinely frightened. "We hail from Shanyu village, where we possess some expertise in fishing. We usually manage to catch a variety of fish, which we sell through Huang Dajun to the communal dining hall. Should we defy his orders, he would contact others in Shanyu village, and our catches would no longer find buyers," the leading man lamented. At that moment, Zhang Yun comprehended their situation. Shanyu village is adjacent to Jiuan village, situated in the downstream area of Chu Shui River, where the river is broad and deep, teeming with aquatic life. Consequently, the villagers of Shanyu naturally possess adept fishing skills. Huang Dajun wields significant authority over fish procurement. His word alone determines whose fish he wishes to purchase. Thus, for these 4 to earn a livelihood, they must submit to Huang Dajun's whims. "Oh, so you are fishermen," Zhang Yun remarked. "If you wish for me to spare you, then bring me a fishing net as a token of apology. Otherwise, I have a few hunter friends. Should their firearms accidentally discharge and injure you, you would find it too late for regrets." Upon learning of their background, Zhang Yun spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. The 4, upon hearing this, were filled with indignation. They had not anticipated Zhang Yun's cruelty. After striking them repeatedly, he was still unsatisfied and sought to seize their means of sustenance. Yet, they recognized the veiled threat in Zhang Yun's words. In an age devoid of surveillance cameras, secretly inflicting harm and identifying the perpetrator could indeed pose a challenge. I am willing to surrender the fishing net," the leading man confessed, genuinely intimidated by Zhang Yun. He dared not take the risk, as his family's livelihood depended solely on his earnings. Should he lose his ability to work, his parents and wife would face considerable hardship in their later years. As for failing to fulfill Huang Dajun's orders, he became indifferent. In the worst-case scenario, he could sell any fish he caught in the black market at Jigong Mountain. The other 3 shared the same sentiment. realizing that a mere fishing net should not lead them to live in perpetual anxiety regarding potential retribution from Zhang Yun. Consequently, one of them hurried into the nearby woods to retrieve the fishing net they had brought and laid it at Zhang Yun's feet. Zhang Yun's eyes brightened. It was as if what he desired had materialized. "Very well, you may return now," he said with a faint smile. The four turned to flee. "Oh, wait," Zhang Yun suddenly called out. The four froze, their faces contorted in despair as they turned back to Zhang Yun, trembling, fearing he was about to impose additional demands. "Do not fear me. I, too, am a buyer. In the future, the fish you catch may also be sold to me, at a price comparable to that of Huang Dajun," Zhang Yun calmly stated as he observed the fear etched on the faces of the four individuals before him. Their expressions became exceedingly complex upon hearing his words. Just moments prior, Zhang Yun had delivered a sharp slap to one of them, and now he was extending an invitation. Should they accept or reject it? The dynamics of human relationships, oscillating between friendship and enmity, truly shift with remarkable fluidity. Zhang Yun's intention to recruit these four men was driven by his own ambitions. Although the existence of the spiritual spring space would undoubtedly enable him to develop the fishery and cultivate an abundant resource of aquatic life, allowing him to monopolize the fish supply from the mining site, he was acutely aware that such a monopoly could breed envy and invite trouble. Zhang Yun desired a network of mutual benefit, casting a wide net to bind everyone to his cause, thus allowing him to reap the rewards of others' labor while earning their respect. Hence, despite having clashed with the four earlier, he bore no grudges and was genuinely inclined to recruit them. If he could leverage their connections to integrate with the community of Shanyu village, it would be a stroke of fortune. Hesitantly, the four agreed. Zhang Yun discerned their trepidation and underlying skepticism. This was of no consequence. He was willing to grant them time, confident that they would eventually warm to him. "Very well, you may return now," he declared with a wave of his hand and a smile. The four men felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hurried away, eager to escape any further entreaties from Zhang Yun. Observing the fishing net on the ground, he smirked to himself, contemplating the 3 hours before his shift in the finance department. It was the perfect opportunity to try his hand at fishing in Xuemei River. Indeed, Zhang Yun intended to utilize this net to catch fish in the river. "Ah, Huang Dajun, is it? If you wish to sideline me, you shall have to face the repercussions," he thought, his gaze turning steely. He resolved to monopolize the fish supply for the cafeteria at the mining site, ensuring that Huang Dajun would receive no share. Though Zhang Yun preferred to avoid conflict, he was not one to shy away from it. Since Huang Dajun had chosen to strike first, failing to retaliate would only invite further oppression. He promptly stowed the fishing net in the spiritual spring space and, with a brisk run, made his way to the banks of Xuemei River within mere minutes. This location marked the boundary between Jiuwan village and Shanyu village, with the river stretching 100 meters wide, an ideal spot where fish were likely to be plentiful. After surveying the riverbank, Zhang Yun identified a promising area and resolved to commence his fishing expedition. Chapter 45, The Fishing Expert. He retrieved the net from the spiritual spring space. This was a sticky net, also known as a dead-end net. The mesh sizes varied, ensuring that any fish that swam into it would find their fins ensnared, making escape a formidable challenge. Zhang Yun, having lived 2 lives, was naturally well acquainted with the art of using sticky nets. 4 such nets are primarily employed in fishing within rural locales, their operation being remarkably straightforward, learnable in a mere glance. Swiftly, Zhang Yun identified a suitable spot and unfurled the fishing net. One end of the sticky net was tethered to a tree by the water's edge, after which he plunged into the water, gradually extending the net until its surface was entirely submerged. This net measured 10 meters in length, perfectly spanning half of the river's surface. He secured the other end of the net to a tree stump, driving it deep into the riverbed and fortifying its base with pebbles to prevent it from being swept away by the current. While others would typically rest on the shore after setting the sticky net, patiently awaiting several hours for fish to inadvertently entangle themselves, an experienced fisherman would opt to release bait to lure the fish more swiftly. This method, however, still requires a waiting period. Zhang Yun, however, lacked the luxury of time. Whereas others used bait such as worms to entice fish, he had a more straightforward approach, the mystical spring water. He swam upstream for 10 meters, retrieved a bag of fertilizer from the spring space, and instantly filled it with the water from the spring. This method would allow the spring water to gradually seep out, flowing downstream with the river. Given the substantial size of the fertilizer bag, it would take approximately 10 minutes for the entirety of its contents to blend into the river water. Though the spring water would dilute rapidly, its inherent properties would remain, continuing to diffuse throughout the river. The fish within the river, upon ingesting even a single sip of the spring's essence, experienced a remarkable surge in vitality, enhancing their energy by a notable 10%, causing great excitement among them. Naturally, these invigorated fish, realizing the presence of the spring's essence upstream, began to swim vigorously in that direction. Regardless of their size, each fish that tasted the spring's properties surged toward the river's upper reaches. This area, being a bend in the river, naturally accumulated various food sources from upstream, making it teeming with fish. Now, the allure of the spring's essence drew the fish in the bend toward Zhang Yun's location. Soon, several fish, oblivious to the submerged sticky net, collided directly into it. Becoming ensnared, thrashing wildly in an attempt to break free, their tails caught in the net's grasp. Most fish rushing from downstream would inevitably encounter the sticky net. Zhang Yun, possessing exceptional vision, could already see the bobbing indicators of the net below, signifying that numerous fish had become ensnared. 10 minutes passed swiftly. The spring water from the fertilizer bag had fully seeped out. At this juncture, Zhang Yun retrieved the bag back into the spring space and floated downstream to the net. Upon reaching the tree stump in the middle of the river, he began to lift the net. The instant he raised it, excitement flooded his face as he discovered the net was brimming with various fish. Among them were grass carp, each weighing at least 5 pounds. At first glance, Zhang Yun spotted the largest fish in the vicinity. Exhilarated as he grasped the sticky net with his left hand while his right hand gently touched the surface of the grass carp. With a mere thought, the grass carp was drawn into the spiritual spring space. As Zhang Yun released the net, he had already excavated a small fishing pond near the colossal stone at location 1, where the spiritual spring cascading from above converged into this little pond. The grass carp settled into the spiritual spring space, where it was nurtured in the small pond. There was a carp, a snapper, a mullet, an eel, and a herring. Astonishingly, he even caught a catfish. Zhang Yun continued to sift through the net, the names of the fish tumbling from his lips. This indicated the abundant ichthytic resources within the meandering river. Remarkably, he had captured various freshwater species from Hunan province, attesting to the rich nutrients that allowed diverse fish to thrive and reproduce in the meandering river. This meandering river is a tributary of the Xiang River, and the multitude of fish caught upstream paints a vivid picture of the wealth of aquatic life present in the Xiang River. After all, in the 1970s, the industrial landscape was still in its infancy, and the rivers remained untainted, providing a sanctuary for myriad fish species. With sufficient fishing prowess, one could easily venture into the river to fish and reap bountiful rewards time and again. After 10 minutes, Zhang Yun finally gathered all the fish ensnared in the sticky net into the spiritual spring space. At that moment, he fixed his gaze upon the numbers above the colossal stone. Acceleration points, 105. This signified that the weight of the fish he had captured exceeded 1,000 pounds. Zhang Yun stared at this figure, momentarily dumbfounded, standing in a daze for a while. This catch outweighed even the wild boar he had captured the day before. It was utterly astounding. This could only be attributed to the extraordinary abundance of fish within the meandering river. The underlying reason, of course, was the potency of the spiritual spring, which exuded vital life energy that attracted the fish, causing them to collide with the sticky net, leading to such a bountiful harvest. The over 1,000 pounds of fish, comprising numerous varieties, were now almost overflowing the small pond near the colossal stone. Fortunately, the spiritual spring space was rather unique. There was no need to worry about oxygen levels, and under the nurturing embrace of the spiritual spring, none of the fish perished. Instead, they joyfully flicked their tails, enthusiastically absorbing the spring water. Alas, the spiritual spring space, limited to only 3 acres, was rapidly filling with various animals and plants, and with so many fish now present, there was scarcely any additional room. He would have to wait until tomorrow to excavate the new 4th location entirely into a fishing pond, where today's catch could be accommodated. Although a 1-acre pond may not be vast, it would surely suffice to house over 1,000 pounds of fish. Contemplating this, Zhang Yun had already made his decision. It was still early, not yet 8 o'clock, and if he wished to fish some more, ample time remained. Unfortunately, the spiritual spring space was already brimming with resources, and even if he were to catch more fish, there would be no space to contain them. However, as long as the spiritual spring space existed, Zhang Yun could return to fish whenever he desired, assured of a plentiful yield. Naturally, Zhang Yun gathered the fishing nets and made his way ashore. The more than 1,000 pounds of fish he had caught was sufficient to sustain 10 days of deliveries, alleviating any immediate urgency to continue fishing. The curved water river also teemed with turtles. Why not seize this opportunity to capture a few more? At this moment, An idea blossomed in Zhang Yun's mind. Recalling Wang Xiuhua's admonition, he resolved to harvest more turtles, thus fostering the development of a turtle industry. He began to ponder ways to effectively capture them. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yun, at that very moment, Wang Yuanhui and Zhang Buoxing had intruded upon his home, confronting Zhang Zhongli and Chen Wan with a relentless demand for repayment. Chapter 46. Intimidation at the door. Chen Wan erupts second brother. This guarantee letter has only 1 month left. The couple, Zhang Buoxing and Wang Yuanhui, stood before Zhang Zhongli, brandishing a piece of paper that contained Zhang Zhongli's written guarantee, complete with signatures and a thumbprint, lending it legal weight that could not be rescinded. The previous night, after a discussion, the couple deemed it necessary to strike against Zhang Zhongli's family, intending to suppress Zhang Yun's recent arrogance with force. Thus, they arrived at the break of dawn. Brother, sister-in-law, considering our situation, how can we possibly produce this much money at once? Chen Wan, who had been listening nearby, grew anxious upon hearing this. The monthly allowance of 5 yuan for the elderly Zhang Guangming and son Manxiang amounted to 60 yuan for the year, a sum Zhang Zhongli could not possibly procure at this time. Although Zhang Yun had given Chen Wan over 30 yuan the day before, she had prioritized repaying those creditors who were also struggling, leaving her finances utterly depleted. Chen Wan was aware that Zhang Yun had ventured out at dawn to earn money, yet she was oblivious to the nature of his endeavors and the amount he might return with. In any case, she could never have imagined that Zhang Yun had already amassed over 200 yuan that very morning. Lacking any confidence, Chen Wan could only hope to plead with Zhang Buoxing and his wife to grant an extension out of brotherly compassion. No money? Your financial situation is of no concern to me. Are our parents solely my responsibility? Shouldn't you contribute to their support? Observing the anxious expressions of Zhang Zhongli and his wife, Zhang Buoxing felt a surge of inexplicable excitement, taking pride in his scornful reprimand. I. Zhang Zhongli desperately sought to explain, but the rush of blood to his head rendered him momentarily breathless, and his already frail body swayed, leading him to collapse onto the ground. Chen Wan rushed to support Zhang Zhongli, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Zhang Buoxing, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. For years, Chen Wan had endured the indignities, tolerating her elder brother and sister-in-law for the sake of her family, willing to sacrifice everything. Yet, the couple showed no regard for familial bonds, brazenly oppressing her family. In that moment, Chen Wan finally recognized that her continued forbearance would only embolden Zhang Buoxing's audacity. Get out. Suddenly, Chen Wan stood upright, her voice fierce as a tiger, her expression as icy as frost, pointing at Zhang Buoxu and Wang Yuanhui. In an instant, the expressions of Zhang Buoxu and Wang Yuanhui froze, utterly astonished. How dare Chen Wan raise her voice at them? This was the first time in over 20 years. At that moment, both of them found it difficult to comprehend Chen Wan's sudden fierceness. However, Wang Yuanhui, accustomed to being brash, could not possibly tolerate Chen Wan's fury directed at her. Oh, Chen Wan, how audacious of you, owing us money and yet speaking so defiantly. Shall we go together to the team leader and ask for a fair judgment on whether debts should be repaid? Wang Yuanhui sneered, her face full of contempt. Of course, debts must be repaid, but the period specified in the guarantee is still a month away. As of now, you have no right to demand repayment. Listen closely. If you two force Zhongli into illness, I will not hesitate to confront you both. Chen Wan spoke coldly, her heart filled with disdain for her brother-in-law and sister-in-law, no longer willing to show them any semblance of respect. You, Chen Wan, how impressive you are, daring to reason with us. Wang Yuanhui retorted, a smirk on her lips. Fine, if you are so intent on saving face, I am quite eager to see if you can still speak so boldly a month from now. If you cannot produce the 60 yuan then, these 3 houses will belong to us. At that time, your family will have to stride out just as defiantly as you do today. Wang Yuanhui mocked, clearly confident that Zhang Zhongli's family would be unable to gather the sum, and in a month, she would assertively reclaim the 3 houses. These 3 houses were the very reason Zhang Buoxu and Wang Yuanhui had coerced Zhang Zhongli into signing the guarantee. They coveted the property. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Chen Wan was understandably furious, yet lacked the confidence to counter Wang Yuanhui, resorting only to angry shouts. Humph. The couple, Zhang Buoxu and Wang Yuanhui, walked away with a sense of triumph. Zhang Zhongli finally exhaled, gazing at his wife's frantic demeanor, his heart heavy with sorrow, yet he could only sigh helplessly. He had long been plagued by self-reproach, feeling powerless due to his frail health, unable to protect his family. As Chen Wan closed the door, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she looked at Zhang Zhongli. Dear, I heard that donating blood at the county hospital can earn us some money. Zhang Zhongli suddenly suggested. What nonsense are you speaking? Even if we were to forsake these 3 houses, you cannot sell your blood. Chunwan was immediately alarmed, striding over to deliver a sharp slap to Zhang Zhongli, trying to jolt him out of this unrealistic notion. Given his current state of health, could he even donate blood? That would be akin to sacrificing his life. But we truly have no other options. We must find a way to repay that 60 yuan. We must protect these 3 houses. Zhang Zhongli retorted, equally anxious. Why are you in such a hurry? You must trust our son, have you not noticed? The 3rd child has already begun to awaken. I sense that he has devised a way to repay this debt. Chunwan suddenly wore a look of unwavering confidence, her lips involuntarily curling upwards, clearly harboring immense faith in Zhang Yun. It was primarily due to Zhang Yun bringing back over 30 coins yesterday that Chunwan felt a surge of hope. Indeed, the 3rd child has changed. Yet 60 coins are not so easily earned. Zhang Zhongli remained uncertain. While he dearly wished for Zhang Yun to earn that sum, he simply could not fathom the means by which Zhang Yun could acquire it. This was a consequence of Zhang Zhongli's lifelong existence in the countryside, reliant on the production team's labor points for income, leaving him with a narrow perspective that made it difficult to envision pathways to wealth. Never mind. I shan't dwell on that. I shall fetch a drink. I can't shake the feeling that the water in our tank seems peculiar. A sip brings a sense of comfort, banishing fatigue. Chunwan, equally unclear about Zhang Yun's means of earning, was reluctant to continue the topic. She had just expressed her anger, and fatigue washed over her, prompting her desire for a drink. Unbeknownst to both of them, before Zhang Yun left home in the early hours, he had infused some spiritual spring water into the tank. Though diluted, this water would enhance their physical well-being with just a sip, continuously improving their health. I wish to have a sip as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhongli realized that despite working tirelessly over the past few days, he no longer felt as breathless. He could now chop all the pig feed in one go. The couple, having managed to set aside their earlier irritation, went to drink some water, feeling immediately invigorated, their spirits lifted. They exchanged smiles before attending to their household chores. Chapter 47, Financial Department. Li Guing, Huang Daju and Zhang Yun found a relatively flat riverbank, lush with grass. After clearing a patch, he excavated a hole about an arm's depth. And before the river water could seep into the pit, he filled it with the spiritual spring water. As the hole brimmed with this essence, its fragrance began to waft through the air, carried by the wind downstream. Upon completing this task, he retreated to a nearby tree by the riverbank, closing his eyes for a brief rest. Regardless of whether this pool of spiritual spring would attract turtles, Zhang Yun was indifferent. He simply wished to seize whatever opportunity arose during this brief interlude before the financial department commenced its duties. Anything caught would be a bonus. Beneath the grassy expanse along the riverbank lay a terrain of pebbles and sand, shaped by the river's current, which had eroded the sand and revealed protruding stones. This geological formation created numerous small crevices along the shore, serving as a sanctuary for crabs, while larger stones often housed turtles that feasted on the smaller crabs. At a certain moment, a breeze carrying the scent of the spiritual spring wafted across the river's surface and bank. Naturally, some crabs and turtles sensed this invigorating essence and became animated. The sideways scuttling crabs hurried along the riverbank, making their way toward the patch of grass. Upon emerging from the stone cave, the turtle gracefully submerged itself into the river, following the gentle current along the bank. It intermittently dipped beneath the water's surface, then resurfaced to inhale the fragrant essence of the spiritual spring, confirming its direction before continuing its ascent. Intriguingly, the aroma of the spiritual spring wafted through the air, attracting several birds, which promptly alighted upon the grassy pit, eagerly partaking of the essence while chirping joyfully. Nearby, Zhang Yun, with his exceptional hearing, sensed the arrival of the birds but remained in quiet repose, showing no inclination to chase them away. At that moment, he was not particularly intent on capturing any creatures. He was simply passing the time in a state of serene detachment. The first crab to arrive at the edge of the pit descended without hesitation, immersing itself entirely in the spiritual spring. Upon closer observation, one could witness the crab visibly expanding in size as it absorbed the essence. Soon after, several more crabs rushed into the pit, reveling in the spiritual spring's bounty. Eventually, the first turtle awkwardly crawled ashore, and upon detecting the rich aroma, it quickly paddled its 4 limbs and plunged into the pit, completely submerging itself and avidly absorbing the essence, its body evidently growing larger. A multitude of crabs followed, at least 100, all diving into the pit, while 5 more turtles arrived, each plunging into the pit without pause, vying for the spiritual spring's nourishment. Remarkably, A yellow eel also crawled ashore and entered the pit, yet the crabs, unyielding, clamped down on the eel with their pincers, preventing it from absorbing the essence. In a flash, the eel was overwhelmed and met its demise, its body severed by the grasp of the formidable crabs. As the turtles and crabs tirelessly consumed the spiritual essence, the supply within the pit dwindled rapidly. Trapped within, they found themselves unable to escape. Finally, it was time for harvest. Zhang Yun, with his heightened perception, was well aware of the situation in the pit and promptly made his way over. The crabs had grown significantly, the smallest weighing at least 5 ounces, their pincers robust and gleaming, a sight both imposing and perilous. Zhang Yun produced a machete, swiftly carving a branch into 2 stout chopsticks. Using these, he deftly extracted the crabs, which he then stored in his spiritual spring space with a mere touch. The 6 turtles, settled at the bottom, required no such utensils. Zhang Yun simply reached out and gathered them into his spiritual spring space as well. At this moment, Zhang Yun glanced at the numbers above the colossal rock in area number 1. Acceleration points, 119, having only increased by 14 points, indicating that the combined weight of the crabs and turtles was a mere 140 pounds, barely worth the effort. Time was slipping away. It was nearly time to return to the mining site, likely around 9 o'clock. Zhang Yun, with a gentle smile, promptly departed from the riverbank and made his way towards the Han Xuemei mine. The office of the mine was situated behind Jigong Mountain, where 2 rows of stone-structured buildings had been erected. The finance department, as the core unit of the mine, occupied the 2 central offices, furnished with bright and elegant desks and chairs. In total, there were 10 financial personnel within the department, each responsible for various aspects of financial management. The individual in charge of procuring supplies for the canteen was a middle-aged woman named Li Guiying. At this moment, Li Guiying had just started her workday, and scarcely 5 minutes had passed since she took her seat when a tall young man approached and sat directly opposite her. "Dejun, why are you here so early? Are you looking to advance procurement funds again?" Li Guiying inquired with a smile, as she was quite familiar with the purchasing agent, Huang Dajun, and they even had some undisclosed mutual interests. "Jie, I am not here to request an advance. Rather, I came to greet you. The canteen has recently hired a new purchasing agent who, like myself, is responsible for procuring meat. That Zhang Yun should come by today to collect cash. And I just wanted to ask you to scrutinize the transaction carefully, ensuring he does not acquire the funds too easily," Huang Dajun replied calmly, though a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Guiying immediately grasped his intent. Huang Dajun aimed to utilize her to hinder Zhang Yun, thereby obstructing his successful evaluation and securing his own position as the purchasing agent. "I understand. Rest assured, I will conduct a thorough review," Li Guiying confirmed with a smile. Since Huang Dajun took on the role of canteen purchaser, he had consistently intercepted a portion of the supplies procured from external sources, sharing a fraction with Li Guiying. Thus, the 2 of them could be regarded as birds of a feather. Assisting Huang Dajun effectively meant aiding her own interests. Huang Dajun nodded with satisfaction and prepared to leave the office. Just as he reached the doorway, a handsome face came into view, nearly causing a collision between them. At that moment, Zhang Yun had also arrived at the finance department. "Excuse me, is this the finance department? I am Zhang Yun, the new purchasing agent." "Here to see Li Guiying," Zhang Yun inquired, not recognizing Huang Dajun, and stepped back with a smile. Huang Dajun was taken aback, while Li Guiying, seated in her chair, also expressed surprise. Both were astonished. Having just conspired against Zhang Yun, they did not expect him to appear so soon. "Oh, you must be Zhang Yun. I am Huang Dajun, also a purchasing agent for the canteen. Welcome to our team." Huang Dajun forced a smile, feigning warmth. Chapter 48. Confrontation with finance. In his efforts to thwart Zhang Yun's successful evaluation, Huang Dajun employed 2 underhanded tactics. First, he enlisted 4 fishermen to confront Zhang Yun, intending to injure him and explicitly warn him against interfering with the canteen's business. Secondly, he conspired with Li Guiying to complicate Zhang Yun's transactions, ensuring he could not settle his payments promptly, thus compelling Zhang Yun to borrow money for procurement. This strategy would leave Zhang Yun, at most, 2 or 3 days before he could no longer sustain the financial burden of purchasing supplies. At this moment, Huang Dajun observed Zhang Yun closely, noting that he appeared unscathed, which led him to surmise that Zhang Yun possessed formidable strength. Thus, attempting to coerce Zhang Yun into leaving through force would prove to be quite challenging. The only recourse left was to rely on Li Guiying. Huang Dajun was certain that, being from a rural background, Zhang Yun must not have much disposable income at his disposal. Furthermore, should Zhang Yun wish to procure meat from the hunters, it would require immediate cash payment. necessitating an upfront investment for the supplies. If Li Guiying deliberately delayed payment for a few days, Zhang Yun would find himself unable to gather sufficient funds for his meat purchases, thereby failing to meet the demands of the canteen and consequently unable to pass the procurement qualification assessment. At that moment, Huang Dajun turned and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Guiying. She understood the unspoken message and smiled at Zhang Yun, saying, "So, you are the new buyer. Welcome, welcome." Zhang Yun had already learned of Huang Dajun's scheme from the four fishermen, and while he felt a surge of anger upon seeing him, he refrained from expressing it publicly. There seemed little need to confront him directly. After all, Huang Dajun merely sought to thwart his pursuit of becoming a formal buyer. Zhang Yun believed that if he could excel in the assessment, it would serve as the ultimate humiliation for Huang Dajun, yielding the most gratifying outcome. Without acknowledging Huang Dajun, Zhang Yun sidestepped him and approached Li Guiying's desk directly. Huang Dajun was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he glared at Zhang Yun, sensing the contempt directed at him. "Hello, Sister Ying. Here is the supply receipt I submitted to the canteen this morning. Please process the payment," Zhang Yun stated calmly, placing the receipt before Li Guiying. Instead of examining the receipt, Li Guiying sat upright and regarded Zhang Yun with a friendly smile, saying, "Brother Zhang Yun, I currently have no cash on hand. Could you return in a couple of days to settle the payment?" Had this been the Zhang Yun of his previous life, he would have undoubtedly felt flustered by such a warm demeanor and gentle words, readily acquiescing to her request. However, informed by his past experiences, Zhang Yun now perceived Li Guiying as deceptively harmless yet treacherous. Coupled with the fact that Huang Dajun had arrived at Li Guiying's office so early, he could discern a collusion between them, aimed at undermining him. Recognizing them as adversaries, Zhang Yun felt no obligation to be courteous. "No, the payment must be settled immediately," he replied with a calm smile, his tone resolute and devoid of any room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Li Guiying's expression faltered. She had not anticipated such firmness from Zhang Yun, especially in the presence of her financial authority. "What is this tone? I told you I have no cash at present, so I cannot settle the payment. Whether you agree or not is irrelevant. If you wish to settle now, it's simply not possible." As the financial officer of the mine, Li Guiying was accustomed to being flattered and had never encountered someone as unyielding as Zhang Yun. Even if she were not acting on Huang Dajun's behalf, she could hardly tolerate Zhang Yun's attitude, and her anger flared. Huang Dajun stood nearby, observing the escalating conflict between the two individuals, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his heart swelling with delight. At this moment, Huang Dajun was convinced that Li Guiying would be unable to withstand Zhang Yun's challenge, and within a couple of days, Zhang Yun would undoubtedly be forced to withdraw. "Excellent. If you refuse to settle the payment, I shall procure the badger and the wild hare from the cafeteria. Furthermore, I, Zhang Yun, am well acquainted with the hunters from the 10 surrounding production teams. After today, I will inform these hunters that the goods from the Lin Xuemei mine cannot be paid for on the same day, and I will ensure that no one supplies meat to your Lin Xuemei mine. That is all I have to say. I shall take my leave now, and you, Li Guiying, will bear all the consequences," Zhang Yun declared with an air of indifference, his conviction palpable. Although Zhang Yun may have exaggerated slightly, as he did not know a single hunter at present, he possessed the means to command their attention. Just imagine, if Zhang Yun consistently accompanied a hunter into the forest, using the spiritual spring to lure all the beasts away, resulting in that hunter returning empty-handed. After a few such occurrences, which hunter could endure it? Moreover, Zhang Yun's audacity to intimidate Li Guiying stemmed from his own confidence. In this era, meat was scarce, and Zhang Yun had no shortage of customers. To put it plainly, it was the Lin Xuemei mine that needed Zhang Yun, rather than the other way around. Even if Zhang Yun were to retail in the black market at Jigong Mountain in the future, he would still amass a considerable fortune. After all, selling wild hares earlier that morning had netted him nearly 200 yuan, instilling him with tremendous confidence. How could he tolerate a mere accountant riding roughshod over him? With that, Zhang Yun turned to leave. "You, how dare you?" Li Guiying exclaimed furiously, rising abruptly and pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Yun. At this moment, she remained oblivious to the significant trouble she had stirred. Huang Dajun was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated Zhang Yun's resolute stance. In Huang Dajun's estimation, if Li Guiying deliberately delayed for a few days, preventing Zhang Yun from securing funds to procure meat, Zhang Yun would surely retreat from the cafeteria's procurement, thereby restoring Huang Dajun's control over future purchases. However, Zhang Yun's recent pronouncement made it abundantly clear to Huang Dajun, as the purchaser, the potential ramifications. If hunters refused to sell meat to the Lin Xuemei mine, the cafeteria would undoubtedly hold him accountable, leading to a direct confrontation with the finance department. This scenario would yield a mutually destructive outcome. Just as Zhang Yun was nearing the door, a commanding voice suddenly resonated. "Comrade Zhang Yun, please halt." From a small room behind Li Guiying's desk emerged a middle-aged man, the one who had just called out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's eyes narrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips. With his exceptional hearing, Zhang Yun had already discerned that there were two individuals in the small room behind Li Guiying's desk. He had anticipated that one of the figures in the private office would be a leader from the finance department. Now, it was confirmed. Zhang Yun's foresight was indeed accurate. His earlier remarks had been directed, in part, towards this leader as well. Li Guiying, as a financial personnel, may not yet fully grasp the complexities surrounding the food supply dilemma at the Han Xuemei mine. Yet the financial leadership is undoubtedly aware of the challenges faced in procuring meat for the mine's cafeteria. The emergence of a supplier like Zhang Yun is a rare opportunity. Offending him could mean a complete absence of meat for the cafeteria, potentially inciting unrest among the miners, which would complicate matters significantly. The financial leader would certainly not allow Li Guiying's folly to entangle him in such a predicament. Zhang Yun turned, calmly regarding the man, and said, "What? Do you still wish to forcibly detain me, Zhang Yun?" Misunderstanding, the man replied. "I am Huang Hongwen, the financial director. I am fully aware of the situation that just transpired, and I wish to extend my apologies." Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, the middle-aged man grew anxious and hastily began to explain. Chapter 49. The former financial supervisor, Huang Lijuan Li Guiying, immediately extended an apology to Comrade Zhang Yun. Huang Hongwen, fearing Zhang Yun might take his leave, turned to Li Guiying with a face full of urgency, shouting with palpable anger. If financial issues were to drive Zhang Yun away, the mine would face a significant problem in the absence of meat supplies, whether it be the logistics manager, the factory director, or heads of other departments. All would surely come to the finance department seeking accountability, a situation Huang Hongwen would find untenable. To be reduced to the embarrassment of having to seek Zhang Yun's forgiveness would be truly humiliating. Thus, Huang Hongwen knew he must act swiftly to retain Zhang Yun before the situation escalated. "I, Li Guiying, am feeling quite aggrieved," she said, her demeanor defiant, unwilling to concede. "Humph, it seems your work ethic is indeed questionable. Just now, your attitude towards Comrade Zhang Yun was quite clear to me from my office. You were deliberately making things difficult for him. Since you are unwilling to apologize, very well, I shall adjust your responsibilities accordingly. Huang Lijuan, please step forward. From today onward, you shall be responsible for the cafeteria procurement finances." Huang Hongwen, a decisive figure capable of holding the position of director, saw Li Guiying's defiance and chose not to waste further time explaining himself, promptly making his decision. From the back office emerged a very young woman, her delicate round face radiating a friendly aura. She was Huang Lijuan, a financial personnel. To be precise, Huang Lijuan had been with the finance department for less than a month, currently serving in an assistant role, aiding various financial personnel with a multitude of tedious tasks. Upon hearing Huang Hongwen's words, Huang Lijuan momentarily stood in shock. "Director, she began to respond, but upon meeting Li Guiying's menacing glare, she hesitated to speak. At that moment, however, Zhang Yun interjected, "Excellent. If this young lady is to oversee the cafeteria procurement finances, I would be more than willing to assist in acquiring a substantial quantity of supplies." Huang Lijuan was momentarily taken aback. Firstly, the sudden promotion from Director Huang, and secondly, the unexpected support from Zhang Yun, left her feeling fortunate beyond her expectations. Huang Hongwen gazed at Zhang Yun, a flicker of confusion dancing in his eyes. After all, Huang Hongwen sought to assist Huang Lijuan because she was his kin. He aimed to elevate her status and thereby supplant Li Guiying in her position, ultimately making Huang Lijuan his trusted confidant. What grounds did Zhang Yun have to advocate for Huang Lijuan? Zhang Yun turned his gaze towards Huang Lijuan, a tender warmth emerging in his eyes, yet his heart raced with excitement. In truth, Zhang Yun himself had not anticipated encountering Huang Lijuan in this place. In his previous life, Zhang Yun had founded a food factory, with Huang Lijuan steadfastly by his side throughout its inception and growth, ultimately serving as the financial supervisor of the conglomerate that emerged from their efforts, quietly supporting him all the while. Upon his rebirth, Zhang Yun learned of the black market at Jigong Mountain from Huang Lijuan in his former life. Now, seeing a youthful version of Huang Lijuan and recognizing Huang Hongwen's intention to promote her, he naturally felt inclined to lend his support. At that moment, upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Huang Hongwen was undeniably pleased. Well, since Comrade Zhang Yun has spoken, Huang Lijuan shall be entrusted with the financial responsibilities of the cafeteria procurement henceforth. Huang Hongwen decisively made his decision. No, please, I must oversee the cafeteria procurement. Director, you cannot do this. Li Guiying finally reacted, unable to relinquish her grip on the cafeteria's finances. Without her involvement, how could she continue to reap benefits from it? Enough. Your work attitude is unacceptable. I have already given you the opportunity to apologize, and you have squandered it, so you must accept the consequences. For this month, Li Guiying, you must rectify your work attitude. Should you err again, you shall no longer be in this financial role. Huang Hongwen glared at Li Guiying with disdain, offering her no semblance of leniency, and reprimanded her directly. As Li Guiying contemplated further disruptions, Huang Hongwen reiterated, if you continue to linger on this matter, you may as well resign. Li Guiying felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, gazing regretfully at Huang Dajun, clearly filled with remorse at that moment. Lamenting how she could have made such a foolish mistake and why she had chosen to assist Huang Dajun against Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun paid no heed to Li Guiying and Huang Dajun, casting a dismissive glance at the latter before stepping forward to Huang Lijuan, extending his right hand. Xiao Huang, I look forward to your support in the future. Huang Lijuan hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the gesture with a friendly handshake, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Comrade Zhang Yun, I also hope you will be patient with my work and feel free to point out any issues. At that moment, Zhang Yun picked up the receipt from Li Guiying's desk and handed it to Huang Lijuan. So, I kindly ask Comrade Xiao Huang to assist me in settling the payment. My hunter friends are eagerly awaiting their funds, Zhang Yun said with a smile. At this juncture, Zhang Yun brought up the fictitious hunters to obscure the truth that this money was solely his. After all, having wealth often attracts unwanted attention. Maintaining an appearance of modesty would mitigate many troubles. Very well, she replied. Huang Lijuan smiled as she spoke, and then led Zhang Yun to her desk. After glancing at the receipts and verifying the data, she finally unlocked the drawer. The amounts were 195 yuan for the badger and 525 yuan for the hare, totaling 72 yuan. Huang Lijuan retrieved the cash, counted it twice, and handed the money to Zhang Yun. All right, I will meet Comrade Xiao Huang again tomorrow, she stated. Zhang Yun tucked the money into his pocket and replied with a smile. In truth, he also wished to cultivate a good relationship with Huang Lijuan. For once the nation opened up, he aspired to recruit her as his financial supervisor. However, Zhang Yun understood that since they had just met, he must not be too eager. He intended to take his time and, when the moment was ripe, seamlessly entice Huang Lijuan to join him. Moreover, he was aware of a rather embarrassing secret concerning Huang Lijuan. She bore a prominent red birthmark on her chest, which, despite her strikingly fair complexion, led her to avoid wearing low-cut clothing. In her previous life, she had always dressed conservatively, fully covering herself. It was only when Zhang Yun inadvertently encountered a moment when a button on her blouse popped open that he grasped the reason behind her reserved attire. Thus, at this moment, Zhang Yun contemplated whether he could utilize the spiritual spring to alter Huang Lijuan's physique and eliminate her birthmark. After leaving the finance department, Zhang Dajun promptly followed. Zhang Yun, don't be so pleased with yourself. The procurement work in the cafeteria is no easy task, he declared, revealing his hostility. You, a mere clown, think you can obstruct my path? Zhang Yun retorted calmly, walking away without looking back. Chapter 50. Arranging the proposal. Members of the 5th production team were diligently working in the fields near Chu Shui River. Record keeper Han Xuemei was also toiling alongside these team members, clearing weeds from the rice paddies. The golden rice swayed gently in the breeze, creating a picturesque scene across the vast expanse of fields. Each member was responsible for weeding a plot of about 1 mu. Once completed, they could rest at their leisure. Having spent 3 years in Jiwan village, Han Xuemei was quite familiar with this weeding task. After laboring for over 2 hours, she straightened up, wiped the sweat from her brow, and smiled contentedly before seeking shade under a tree by the river to rest. Zhang Jiwu, having returned from the Linshui mine at dawn, promptly reported to the production team and joined the weeding effort in the fields. Naturally, with Zhang Jiwu's labor capabilities, he quickly finished the weeding task. At that moment, he noticed Han Xuemei taking a break, and, suddenly inspired, he had a brilliant idea. Thus, he approached and sat beside her. Han, may I join you? Zhang Jiwu said with a smile. Han Xuemei, seeing him approach, felt she could not refuse, especially since she was about to marry Zhang Yun. It would be unwise to alienate her future uncle. Uncle Jiwu, over the past few days, you and Zhang Yun have become the prominent figures of our production team. Your prowess is truly remarkable, praised Han Xuemei immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu's eyes sparkled with delight. Han, what do you think of my nephew Zhang Yun? He is handsome, composed, and remarkably capable. Any girl fortunate enough to marry him will undoubtedly lead a blessed life. This was precisely what Zhang Jiwu had been contemplating. He intended to play matchmaker for Zhang Yun. Han Xuemei momentarily froze at his words. Zhang Jiwu's desire to introduce Zhang Yun to her indicated his approval. Yet she felt a twinge of helplessness. She had already received Zhang Yun's promise and was about to propose marriage. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jiwu, his unsolicited recommendation left Han Xuemei in a complicated emotional state. It was imperative for her to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Zhang Yun. Otherwise, if more people like Zhang Jiwu approached her with marriage proposals, she would find herself in a most awkward position. Well, Zhang Yun is quite good, Han Xuemei replied, offering a perfunctory acknowledgement. Zhang Jiwu, misinterpreting her response as a sign of admiration for Zhang Yun, became increasingly eager to extol his nephew's virtues and encourage their interaction. Just then, Han Xuemei rose abruptly, her gaze fixed on a particular direction. Following her line of sight, Zhang Jiwu spotted an approaching figure, Zhang Yun, returning from the Linshui mine along the banks of the Chu-Shui River. In an instant, Zhang Jiwu dashed forward. "Third uncle, what a coincidence to find you laboring here." Zhang Yun greeted him with a smile, having also noticed Han Xuemei, who was gazing at him with an almost dazed expression, warming his heart inexplicably. "Young Yun, did you know? I just mentioned you to Han, speaking highly of you and suggesting an introduction, and she seemed quite receptive," Zhang Jiwu whispered conspiratorially. Zhang Yun's expression faltered momentarily. "What a coincidence indeed, third uncle. In truth, Han and I have been in love for some time now and are on the verge of marriage." He realized he could no longer conceal his relationship with Han Xuemei from others. It was time to make their bond public. Although he had yet to secure a matchmaker for formal proposals, he had made a commitment and must grant Han Xuemei the recognition she deserved, preventing her from facing further awkwardness. Zhang Jiwu was momentarily struck dumb, overwhelmed by the revelation. How shocking. These two had secretly grown close without his knowledge. Soon, however, he broke into a joyful smile. Since Zhang Yun had already secured Han Xuemei's affection, it was indeed the best outcome, aligning with his intentions to foster their union. At that moment, Zhang Yun produced a handful of money from his pocket and placed it into Zhang Jiwu's hand. "Third uncle, this is the payment for the wild rabbits you sold, 5 yuan. Please take it." Zhang Jiwu grasped the money, his body trembling with excitement. It was a substantial sum, equivalent to 2 months' salary for an ordinary teacher. After that, Zhang Yun strode past Zhang Jiwu, confidently approaching Han Xuemei. "In recent days, I arranged for a matchmaker to visit and propose." When Zhang Yun arrived, he greeted Han Xuemei with a smile, conveying a reassuring message. Just picturing the awkward moment when Zhang Jiwu recommended Zhang Yun to Han Xuemei brings to mind the embarrassment that would surely wash over her. Zhang Yun understood that it was imperative to announce their engagement swiftly. Indeed, Han Xuemei's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her heart was brimming with sweetness at this moment. "By the way, has the captain conducted his inspections today? Do you know where he might be?" Zhang Yun inquired calmly. "The captain is likely discussing the farming season with the secretary," Han Xuemei promptly responded, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Zhang Yun. This morning, Zhang Yun had not reported for duty, which meant he would forfeit the day's work points. Han Xuemei was intrigued by the reason behind this. And with Zhang Yun now questioning about Zhang Yue, her curiosity deepened. Ever since Zhang Yun agreed to marry Han Xuemei, she had sensed a remarkable transformation in him. As if he had become an entirely different person, indeed, a much better one. "I will go find the captain. You should rest a while longer," Zhang Yun said. Wishing to embrace Han Xuemei, but mindful of the many gazes from fellow villagers in the fields, he refrained from causing her any embarrassment. With that, he departed promptly. Nearby, the 4 Zhang brothers, Zhang Bosch, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi, were resting and had witnessed the interaction between Zhang Yun and Han Xuemei, their expressions filled with curiosity. "Dad, don't you feel that Zhang Yun and the educated youth have a secret?" Zhang Tuanjia remarked, observing Zhang Yun's retreating figure. "I share the same sentiment. Those two certainly have something going on," Zhang Bosch affirmed with a nod. Unfazed by the scrutiny of others, Zhang Yun strode purposefully back to the village, heading directly to the team yard and entering Captain Zhang Yue's office. Just as Zhang Yue settled into his chair after a meeting with the secretary, he was taken aback by Zhang Yun's sudden entrance. "Zhang Yun, where were you this morning? Why didn't you report?" Zhang Yue immediately inquired. Unperturbed, Zhang Yun produced his procurement certificate from his pocket and placed it on Zhang Yue's desk. "Captain, the leadership at the mine has recognized my skills in trapping animals and has specially invited me to join the mine. This is my procurement certificate." I will be traveling to the 10 production teams in Xuemei commune to procure supplies, Zhang Yun explained calmly. Chapter 51. The sales contract and seeking a homestead, which mine leader has taken notice of your procurement certificate? As the captain of the production team, Zhang Yue was well versed in certain political protocols, and his first instinct was to ask. He speculated which leader from the commune had become aware of Zhang Yun's trapping abilities and subsequently recommended him to the Lin Shui mine. After all, Zhang Yun's name had reached the ears of the commune leaders, especially after he accompanied the militia captain to hunt beasts at Songshu Mountain the previous day. Do you know Old Master Lu Jingfeng? Ah, he is the father of mine chief Lu Baoshan, Zhang Yun responded. Zhang Yun spoke briefly, unable to elaborate further. Zhang Yue, upon hearing this, suddenly rose with a look of astonishment in his eyes as he regarded Zhang Yun. You actually know County Chief Lu, Zhang Yun. You truly have impressed me, he remarked solemnly, clearly aware of Lu Jingfeng's formidable reputation and influence. Although Lu Jingfeng had retired, Zhang Yue understood well that many current leaders in the county owed their positions to Lu's support. It could be said that a single word from Lu Jingfeng could determine Zhang Yue's rise or fall. Ah, by the way, you mentioned procuring materials from various production teams. Does this include our Jiuan team as well? Zhang Yue, well aware of the origins and significance of Zhang Yun's procurement certificate, no longer addressed him merely as the team leader. Of course, I am a member of Jiuan team, and it is my foundation. I will prioritize procuring materials from Jiuan team, Zhang Yun replied. I came to discuss with you the possibility of our 8 fish ponds supplying 800 jin of fish each month, essentially 100 jin from each pond. Additionally, I would like to discuss the possibility of allocating a piece of land for raising wild rabbits, as the canteen at the mining site has a pressing need for rabbit meat. Furthermore, during the agricultural off-season, we could organize several hunting teams to venture into the surrounding mountains. I would be willing to purchase all the game they procure. Zhang Yun articulated his intentions in one breath. In truth, these 3 requests were not of paramount importance to him. They merely served as a facade. After all, Zhang Yun knew that he could later cultivate a substantial supply of meat through his spiritual spring space, sufficient to meet the entire mining site's demand. However, he also understood that to ensure a long-term supply of meat, he needed to procure externally. Otherwise, suspicions would arise regarding the source of his meat, thus risking the exposure of his secret. Therefore, Zhang Yun resolved to establish connections with the surrounding teams, publicly declaring his intention to procure materials from all production teams. This way, when he provided meat to the mining site, half would come from his spiritual spring space and the other half from various production teams, blending them seamlessly for distribution to the canteen, thereby obscuring the true source of his supply. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's proposal, Zhang Yue's eyes brightened. As the leader of a production team, he had long contemplated the establishment of a stable sales channel that would allow Jiuan team to organize personnel for poultry farming, thus securing a consistent income. This would ensure that during monthly profit sharing, every member would receive a substantial return. However, in the past, Zhang Yue lacked the connections and trusted relationships necessary to mobilize the team for such an endeavor. He feared that if he invested the team's funds in poultry farming and the venture failed or resulted in losses, he would bear the full brunt of the consequences. In the past, Zhang Yue refrained from expressing his thoughts, but that does not imply he lacked ambition. However, the situation has changed. Zhang Yue now holds a deep trust in Zhang Yun, especially since Zhang Yun is a member of his own Jiuan brigade. This connection allows Zhang Yue to initiate his former ideas and plans. Zhang Yun, should you wish to procure supplies for the brigade, you must first draft a sales contract. As you are aware, everything is now operated collectively. We cannot engage in transactions under personal names, but must formalize an agreement under the Jiuan Brigade's name. Zhang Yue exclaimed with gleaming eyes, his heart brimming with excitement. Zhang Yun certainly understood Zhang Yue's concerns. He merely wished to avoid any implications of misconduct or speculation. He did not address the matter directly, but nodded in agreement, visibly pleased. The two engaged in a discussion, finalizing the contract's details. The Jiuan Brigade would supply 1,000 pounds of fish meat to the Lin Shui mine each month. Additionally, the brigade would establish a rabbit-raising team and a hunting team, ensuring that the Lin Shui mine would procure all meat supplies provided by the Jiuan Brigade. These 2 stipulations formed the core of the contract, while other terms regarding delivery, payment, and meat quality served merely as supplementary details. Once Zhang Yun and Zhang Yue had drafted the sales contract, they both affixed their signatures and seals. Each retained a copy of the contract, and smiles spread across their faces. After Zhang Yun tucked the contract away, he revealed his secondary purpose for visiting. Brigade leader. I have another request, he began. Oh, what is it? Speak freely, Zhang Yun replied. I wish to marry the educated youth Han Xuemei, and I would like to ask you to act as a matchmaker and assist in my proposal. By the way, Han has already expressed her affection for me and privately agreed, so your visit would merely be a formality, he explained. Zhang Yun, upon hearing this, looked at Zhang Yun with astonishment, finding it difficult to read him in that moment. This young man had secretly captured the heart of Han Xuemei right under his nose. Considering Zhang Yun's character and his current position as the mine's procurement officer, Zhang Yun understood that marrying now would indeed not betray Han Xuemei. Furthermore, since Han Xuemei had already consented, Zhang Yun's intervention would simply facilitate their union. Very well, I shall take on the role of matchmaker, Zhang Yun readily agreed. Seeing Zhang Yun's enthusiastic approval, Zhang Yun then earnestly stated, Brigade leader, as you know, my family resides in 3 earthen houses. If Han Xuemei were to marry into my home, our living conditions would be utterly inadequate. I have noticed that there is a significant expanse of wasteland and vacant land here. I would like to request that the brigade allocate a plot of land for me to build a residence. This was the primary reason for Zhang Yun's visit. Indeed, he sought to build a house to accommodate Han Xuemei. Currently, Zhang Yun's family is crammed into a single room, with his 2 younger sisters residing upstairs, and their parents occupying the lower floor, directly across from Zhang Yun. If Han Xuemei were to move in, how would they manage? For the young couple, the lack of privacy would be an unbearable trial. Which piece of land have you set your sights on? Zhang Yun inquired earnestly, not dismissing the request. Chapter 52. The homestead 60 yuan is but a trifle, Zhang Yun remarked, pointing out a patch of barren land at the crossroads of Chashan Road. With the knowledge acquired from 2 lifetimes, Zhang Yun was acutely aware that following the dissolution of the People's Commune, Chushui Town would be established, with the town government ultimately selecting the site near Jiuan Village's Chashan as its location. This area would evolve into the economic heart of the town. The terrain of Chashan was notably flat, and once the town government decided to situate there, all the tea trees were uprooted. Within a mere week, bulldozers and excavators flattened the hilltop, transforming it into a vast expanse of land. Subsequently, this cleared land was put up for public bidding by the town government, leading to the sale of all parcels, the proceeds of which were allocated for the construction of the town hall, the main thoroughfare, and the marketplace. The homestead chosen by Zhang Yun was conveniently located beside the future marketplace and adjacent to the central street. This, indeed, was the boon of a reborn individual, seizing the opportunity to claim the prime piece of land. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's request, Zhang Yun sighed in relief. He had initially presumed that Zhang Yun would opt for a residence within the Jiuan village area, which would necessitate negotiations with other villagers, likely resulting in conflicts over rights and responsibilities. However, Chashan was presently a desolate stretch, with not a single household in the Jiuan brigade, thus eliminating any possibility of disputes. In 1977, acquiring rural homesteads was relatively uncomplicated. It was essentially a matter of first come, first served. The area at Chashan is currently barren, situated about 2 miles from our Jiuan village residential zone. Are you certain you wish to relocate there? Although Zhang Yun was unaware of Zhang Yun's true motivations for choosing Chashan, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Captain, while the village residential area is convenient, it lacks expansive open space. I do not wish to construct a modest dwelling, though Chashan may be somewhat remote. It offers ample space for me to build a larger home, Zhang Yun replied, refraining from divulging the genuine reason behind his choice, instead presenting a seemingly reasonable justification. Zhang Yun nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. Whenever you wish to select the land, just summon your uncle and me, and we shall delineate a suitable plot. As Zhang Yun belonged to the 5th production team, it was necessary to inform the team leader about his homestead selection. Although Zhang Yun was reluctant to engage with his uncle, the process dictated that he must formally request his involvement. Captain, there is no time like the present. Let us proceed this afternoon, Zhang Yun smiled. Although he anticipated that Zhang Basho might be reluctant, the presence of the team leader would deter any attempts to obstruct him. The work bell rang, echoing through the air. Zhang Yun departed from the team yard, making his way home. Due to his absence from the morning roll call, he was ineligible to dine at the communal cafeteria today. Attempting to procure porridge or vegetables would result in a deduction of 2 work points. Within minutes, Zhang Yun returned to his home. On the 8 immortals table in the hall, a bamboo cover was lifted to reveal a dish of spicy stir-fried rabbit meat, likely prepared by his mother, Chen Wan, earlier that morning. He then made his way to the kitchen, where a pot of rice simmered on the stove. In the 1970s, a time when resources were scarce, rural inhabitants prepared their meals using a single pot. Cooking rice in an iron pot often resulted in a crispy layer at the bottom, which, to Zhang Yun, was even more delectable than plain white rice, crisp and fragrant. As Zhang Yun served herself a bowl of rice and made her way to the main room to eat, an unexpected figure appeared at the doorway. Aunt Wang Yuanhui stood there with a sly grin, refusing to step inside, her expression betraying mischievous intent. It seemed that Zhang Yun's previous intimidation of her with a kitchen knife had left a psychological mark, prompting her to avoid direct confrontation this time. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Yun retorted upon seeing Wang Yuanhui. "Haven't your parents informed you, child? If you do not hand over the 60 yuan living expenses owed to your grandparents, your family's 3 houses will belong to mine." It turned out that Wang Yuanhui had watched Zhang Yun return through a crack in her window and, unable to contain herself, rushed over to mock her. Zhang Yun's recent successes had been too glaring to ignore, and Wang Yuanhui was eager to suppress her burgeoning momentum. Now, armed with the leverage of the promise of payment, she sought to belittle Zhang Yun further. 60 yuan is hardly a reason for such pride, Zhang Yun replied, fully aware of the living expense issue. Observing Wang Yuanhui's smug demeanor, she countered, "I currently have 219.50 yuan, so I hardly regard this 60 as significant." "Huh, just 60 yuan. And yet your bravado is astonishing," Wang Yuanhui scoffed. "In a month, if your family does not pay it, you will have to vacate these premises and live in a makeshift shelter in the mountains. Of course, if you, Zhang Yun, are willing to publicly apologize to my family in front of the entire village, I might consider granting you an extension of 1 month." Wang Yuanhui laughed triumphantly, convinced that Zhang Yun would be unable to produce the money. "You truly are a dreamer. This afternoon, you will realize just how foolish you are to think I would apologize to you," Zhang Yun retorted disdainfully. That afternoon, Zhang Yun planned to take Zhang Basho and Zhang Yuwei to select a plot of land, at which point Zhang Basho would understand the extent of Zhang Yun's capabilities and recognize that Wang Yuanhui's 60 yuan was insignificant. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanhui's expression faltered slightly. She sensed that Zhang Yun did not take the matter seriously. However, she quickly regained her composure and derided, "Keep being stubborn, Zhang Yun. If you can't produce the money, we shall see how we can drive your family out." At that moment, Zhang Yun could no longer tolerate Wang Yuanhui's taunts. Suddenly, she reached into her clothing and withdrew a stack of bills, slamming them forcefully onto the 8 immortals table. Earlier, under the cover of her clothing, she had discreetly retrieved 60 yuan from her Lingquan space, comprising 2 large bills and 8 smaller ones, precisely totaling 60 yuan. The front of the 10 yuan note features an image of the people's representatives stepping out of the Great Hall, symbolizing great unity. At that time, people affectionately referred to the 10 yuan as Great Unity. The 5 yuan note displays a steelworker on the front, while the reverse showcases the stone cave mine and the open pit coal mine, representing industry. "Look at that, isn't it 60 yuan? Humph. I have no intention of giving it to you right now. I shall wait until the final day of the guarantee to present it." Zhang Yun, clutching the 10 bills, waved them a few times and remarked with a cold smile. Wang Yuanhui was taken aback. "How could you possibly have so much money?" Wang Yuanhui was completely taken aback. "Get lost, don't disturb my meal." Zhang Yun immediately tucked the money away and coldly shouted, then began to eat. Wang Yuanhui returned home in a daze. After a while, she tugged at her hair in frustration, shouted a few times in anger, and then lay down on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, painfully pondering where Zhang Yun had acquired the 60 yuan. Chapter 53. Paying off debts. Is Zhang Yun engaging in speculation? After lunch, the Zhang family hurried back home from the cafeteria. "Third brother, have you eaten yet?" Mother Chen Wan asked upon seeing Zhang Yun in the living room, holding a piece of letter paper and sketching something. "Mom, I have finished eating," Zhang Yun replied with a smile upon seeing his parents and sister return home. Zhang Zhongli approached and was surprised to see Zhang Yun drawing a layout plan for a house on the paper. The layout depicted 5 shops on the first floor and living quarters on the second, covering a large area with an impressive design. "Third brother, why are you drawing a house layout?" Zhang Zhongli inquired curiously. Zhang Yun answered naturally, "Of course, I plan to build my own house." The expressions of Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli turned to shock, leaving them speechless for quite some time. The news was indeed too sudden. They had never even contemplated such a notion, considering Zhang Zhongli's family was so impoverished that they hadn't even cleared their debts, let alone build a house. "Mom, come here for a moment." Zhang Yun realized the news was too abrupt and needed time for his family to digest. He took his mother Chen Wan's hand, and they entered the kitchen. Zhang Yun then produced 200 yuan and placed it entirely in Chen Wan's hands. "I'll keep the remaining 19 yuan for myself." So much money. Chen Wan was once again astounded. Just yesterday, when Zhang Yun had given her over 30 yuan, she was already shocked. Now, with 200 yuan in her hands, She trembled all over. Mom, this is just a small sum. In the future, I will earn even more money. I intend to build a grand house, and you can look forward to enjoying a life of comfort, Zhang Yun said with a smile. In his previous life, his parents had passed away at a young age, and Zhang Yun had not had the opportunity to repay their kindness. In this life, he certainly wished to make amends. But you still need to marry and build a house, which requires a lot of money. Perhaps it is best if you keep this money, Chen said, regaining her composure and attempting to return the money to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's expression immediately darkened, and he said with displeasure, Mother, take this money and settle all our family's debts. For years, we have been burdened by these external debts, unable to raise our heads or speak with confidence. Today, you and Father should go to each household and clear what we owe. Upon hearing this, Chen became completely still. Indeed, over the years, the Zhang family had been ridiculed and oppressed, primarily due to their overwhelming debts, leaving them without the strength to engage in conversations. All right, I will heed your words, Mother. Chen finally understood. From now on, do not hold me accountable for financial matters. I have found a way to earn money, and in the future, our family will have ample resources. I will handle the expenses for marrying Han Jiqing and building our house. Zhang Yun reiterated this, aiming to clarify matters for the family, so they would not be shocked by his sudden financial contributions. Meanwhile, in the adjacent household, the situation was quite different. As Zhang Basui returned home, Wang Yuanhui pulled him into their room. Dear, did you know? Just now, Zhang Yun produced 60 yuan. Wang Yuanhui had pondered this for a long time, unable to comprehend how Zhang Yun had earned that sum, and she wanted to share this revelation with Zhang Basui, hoping he could guess the source. Really? Zhang Basui was taken aback. Of course, I witnessed it myself. It cannot be false. Yet, I cannot fathom where Zhang Yun borrowed that money or if he earned it himself, Wang Yuanhui said, her expression troubled. Zhang Basui, trusting his wife's words, calmed himself and began to reflect deeply. I see it now. That lad must have caught many wild rabbits and merely presented a portion to the team. Additionally, he and Zhang Zhuwu must have captured numerous frogs, likely stashed them in a fishing pond. He concluded, no wonder Zhang Yun suddenly appears so confident. He has struck a windfall. Indeed, Zhang Buoshui's observational skills were sharp, and he had discerned part of the truth. Zhang Yun had indeed profited from selling wild rabbits and frogs. However, he could never have imagined that Zhang Yun possessed a spiritual space, enabling him to capture a multitude of wild beasts at will. Even if Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu concealed a portion of their catch, where could they have sold it? Wang Yuanhui quickly identified the crux of the matter. If she could locate the place where Zhang Yun sold his catch, she too could sell wild animals. As her family hailed from a lineage of hunters, capable of hunting beasts at any time to exchange for money. Naturally, if Wang Yuanhui discovered that Zhang Yun had sold the animals through illegal means, she would certainly report him to the commune, leveraging its power to imprison him. After all, she could not bear to see Zhang Yun's family prosper. In recent days, Zhang Yun and Zhang Zhuwu had been leaving early in the morning, returning just before the 9 o'clock reporting time for the production team. Considering the time they spent selling the beasts, I estimate that the location where they sold their catch is likely the Linshui mine. The distance from the Linshui mine to our Jiuan village is 10 miles. Given their pace, it takes approximately 2 hours for a round trip. Zhang Basan, having attained the position of production team leader, possesses a certain level of insight. He is aware that there exists a black market at the Linshui mine, where members from various brigades can discreetly sell their goods while concealing their identities. Are they engaging in speculation? Wang Yuanhui exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as if she had discovered a means to deal with Zhang Yun. However, we cannot accuse them of speculation just yet. After all, we have no evidence unless we catch them in the act, Zhang Basan replied calmly. That is fine. Tomorrow morning, we should send the first, second, and third leaders to Jigong Mountain ahead of time. It would be prudent to also bring a security officer to stake out. We must apprehend Zhang Yun while he is selling his goods, Wang Yuanhui stated coldly. Zhang Basan hesitated for a moment before silently nodding in agreement. His concern was clear. He could not allow Zhang Yun to continue profiting in this manner, or else Zhang Yun would easily repay the 60 yuan living expenses. Thwarting Zhang Buoshuan's plans to seize the 3 rooms belonging to the Zhang Zhong family. As the couple conspired, Zhang Yun's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Uncle, are you home? Zhang Basan and Wang Yuanhui exchanged astonished glances, taken aback that Zhang Yun had arrived at their home just as they were plotting against him. Zhang Basan, wearing a puzzled expression, approached the entrance of the main room to find Zhang Yun smiling at him. Young man, what brings you to my home? Although Zhang Basan felt displeasure towards Zhang Yun, he maintained a facade of cordiality and gently inquired. Uncle, I wish to separate from my parents. So I came to inform you that I intend to choose a plot of land in Chashan for building a house. This afternoon, I would like you to accompany me to Chashan, Zhang Yun replied with a smile, revealing his intention. Zhang Boshun was taken aback, his body swaying slightly in shock. Separate? A house plot? The astonishment on his face was evident. Wang Yuanhui, hearing this from within the house, was equally shocked and rushed to the door. Young man, where did you get the money to build a house? Wang Yuanhui asked curiously. Even though she considered her family affluent, she had never contemplated building a house herself. Instead, she plotted to displace the Zhang family and claim their 3 rooms for her 3 sons. The audacity of Zhang Yun to propose a separation and construction left her bewildered. Why should I disclose where my money comes from? Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Humph. If you refuse to explain the source of your funds, your uncle cannot accompany you to view the land. You will not be allowed to build a house. Wang Yuanhui threatened, her anger intensifying at Zhang Yun's reluctance to reveal the truth. That is of no consequence. If my uncle wishes to go, he may. If he does not, I can certainly insist he accompany me, Zhang Yun retorted confidently. However, the production team leader obstructs the members from building houses, and the uncle's jealousy towards his nephew's construction may spread as gossip throughout the village. It remains uncertain whether the uncle can withstand such scrutiny. Zhang Yun responded calmly. According to standard procedures, a member indeed requires the production team leader's signature to demarcate land for housing. However, having just signed a sales contract with the brigade leader Zhang Yue, who now regards Zhang Yun as his benefactor, Zhang Yun doubted that Zhang Boshun would dare to play any tricks under Zhang Yue's influence. Initially, Zhang Yun intended to approach Zhang Boshun in a composed manner, but with Wang Yuanhui's usual fiery temperament and jealousy surfacing, she audaciously threatened Zhang Yun. In turn, Zhang Yun refused to succumb to such indignation and promptly retorted. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Wang Yuanhui's expression momentarily faltered, yet she dared not respond further. The identity of Zhang Boshun as the production team leader was indeed Wang Yuanhui's Achilles heel. No matter how unreasonable she became, she would not risk jeopardizing her husband's future. At that moment, Zhang Boshun gently patted Wang Yuanhui's shoulder, signaling her to remain silent. All right, this afternoon I shall accompany you to the tea mountain, he replied with a faint smile. Zhang Yun then returned to his room, while Zhang Boshun and Wang Yuanhui also retreated to theirs. Wang Yuanhui, visibly puzzled, immediately inquired, Darling, why did you agree to his request? If you refuse to sign, Zhang Yun cannot build his house. Zhang Boshun remained composed, responding calmly, Dear, did you not mention that Zhang Yun possesses 60 yuan? According to regulations, members must pay for the demarcation of housing land, 20 yuan per unit of land. Zhang Yun surely intends to construct a substantial house, which would require at least an acre, amounting to 200 yuan. Consider this, even if Zhang Yun engages in opportunistic endeavors and earns a windfall, it is improbable he possesses 200 yuan. I anticipate that this parcel of land will deplete all his funds. Once Zhang Yun pays for this plot, we can then devise a plan to gather evidence of his illicit trading in the black market. This way, we can decisively eliminate Zhang Yun, ensuring he can never rise again. Wang Yuanhui, taken aback, gazed at her husband with newfound respect, realizing the depth of his cunning. Understood. Let Zhang Yun remain arrogant for a few more days. As long as we unite to gather evidence against him for his speculative dealings, I shall see him imprisoned. Wang Yuanhui declared coldly, having been thoroughly vexed by Zhang Yun in recent days. She must defeat him and continue to exert pressure on the Zhang Zhongli family. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Zhang Yun found himself grasped by the hands of Zhang Zhongli and Shen Wan, both wearing displeased expressions. Zhang Yun, are you planning to separate from us? It was evident that they had overheard his earlier remarks. Zhang Yun, caught between laughter and tears, could only patiently explain, Father, Mother, I am your only son. What need is there for division? I merely sought to assert my claim to a housing plot in a legitimate manner. In principle, the village allocates 1 housing plot per household. However, during the 1970s, with no agricultural boundaries established and a lack of urbanization, the management of housing plots was exceedingly lax, allowing villagers to easily acquire their own land. Nevertheless, on the surface, the principle remains that 1 household corresponds to 1 residence. Zhang Yun had just approached Zhang Boshun, naturally to discuss the division of the household, thereby securing an independent household registration and qualifying for a designated plot of land. It was only then that Zhang Zhongli and Chen Wan felt relieved and loosened their grip. Well then, Mom and Dad, please go to each household and settle your debts, Zhang Yun urged, wishing to divert his parents from further deliberation on the topic of separation. Their family values were excessively traditional. They believed that establishing separate household registrations equated to a complete division, leading them to think that once they grew old, Zhang Yun would no longer concern himself with their well-being. Zhang Yun understood that these notions could not be altered overnight. They required time to assimilate. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Zhongli and Shun Wan indeed took them to heart, promptly departing. After all, the burden of debt had long weighed heavily upon them, preventing them from holding their heads high. Today, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after the parents left, a figure approached the door of Zhang Yun's residence. Just as he intended to lie down for a brief rest, a voice called out from outside. "Yun, I brought the earthworms." It was the voice of Sun Fugua. Zhang Yun quickly rose to welcome Sun Fugua inside, then took hold of a small pickled vegetable jar in his hand, teeming with writhing earthworms. "Uncle Fugua, how many earthworms are there?" Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. "There should be over 200. I specifically instructed the children to dig up a few more," Sun Fugua emphasized, anxious that Zhang Yun might doubt his word. "Then I shall seize this opportunity and count it as 200 earthworms. Please wait for me a moment while I fetch the money," Zhang Yun replied cheerfully, retreating to his room to feign searching under the bed, but in reality, retrieving 4 coins from his spiritual spring space. He returned to the main room and handed the money to Sun Fugua. "Ah, it really is 4 coins, Sun Fugua exclaimed. Initially, they had agreed on a price of 2 coins for 100 earthworms, and he was genuinely surprised that Zhang Yun honored his word and paid on the spot. Zhang Yun then took the jar into the kitchen, promptly storing the earthworms in his spiritual spring space. With these earthworms, he could rapidly breed a substantial quantity, providing future sustenance for frogs and wild chickens. Zhang Yun brought the jar back out and handed it to Sun Fugua, smiling as he said, "Uncle Fugua, I don't need the earthworms for now. I would like to ask for another favor. Could you help me catch some ants? Frogs and wild chickens also consume ants." Zhang Yun aimed to enrich the dietary sources for the frogs and wild chickens, aspiring to capture various insects to breed in his spiritual spring space. He preferred not to busy himself with these tasks and entrusted them to Sun Fugua's family, which also served to assist them. "Of course, I'm more than willing," Sun Fugua replied, earnestly tucking the 4 coins into his pocket, filled with joy. Catching ants is quite simple. Just dig out some earthworms and place them in a bamboo tube. When the ants find the earthworms, they will swarm into the tube, eager to carry the earthworms away. Upon observing that the earthworm was swarmed by ants, one could seal the mouth of a bamboo tube with moist clay to acquire a full tube of ants. Thus, a single bamboo tube, valued at merely a dime, presents an intriguing proposition. Zhang Yun promptly remarked, "The quantity of ants cannot be quantified, nor can their weight be measured." Hence, Zhang Yun could only resort to a bamboo tube as a means of measurement. Upon hearing this, Sun Fugua's face radiated with joy once more. The abundant wild bamboo in Jiuwan village allowed for the easy collection of dozens of stalks, which could be sawed into hundreds of bamboo tubes. This would enable one to visit numerous ant nests, luring the ants with earthworms and subsequently sealing them within the tubes. Zhang Yun was essentially bestowing wealth upon Sun Fugua. Sun Fugua felt immense gratitude towards Zhang Yun. Chapter 55. A plot of homestead. Searching for wild chicken nests. Yang Dafei drove the production team's ox cart, with Zhang Yun, Zhang Basho, and Zhang Yue seated atop the platform as they journeyed towards the Tea Mountain. The 2-mile journey was completed in a mere 5 minutes. The robust water buffalo galloped with great vigor, imparting a sense of exhilaration as it pulled the cart along the path. Zhang Yun, riding in the ox cart, felt a surge of envy, although it could not compare to the comfort of modern vehicles. Possessing an ox cart in this unique era made one the center of attention in the village, far more impressive than contemporary cars. Zhang Yun's mind began to scheme. He resolved to procure 2 wheels from the mine, aspiring to possess his own ox cart. At this moment, the cart arrived at the tea mountain. The terrain of this mountainous region was relatively flat, dominated by tea trees, with the tea fruits nearing ripeness. Following the harvest season, production team members could be dispatched to pick the tea fruits and subsequently extract tea oil. It could be said that the villagers of Jiuwan were primarily utilizing tea oil for their culinary endeavors. Drawing upon memories from his past life, Zhang Yun directed the ox cart to the periphery of the tea mountain, where a patch of wild grass lay before them. At this juncture, Zhang Yun, accompanied by Zhang Basho and Zhang Yue, pointed to the expanse of wild grass and remarked with a smile, "Gentlemen, this is the homestead I have chosen." Zhang Basho gazed at the barren patch of grassland, devoid of any signs of habitation, and found it difficult to comprehend why Zhang Yun had selected this location for his homestead. Zhang Yue shared a similar expression of bewilderment, equally perplexed by Zhang Yun's reasoning in choosing such a remote area, which would surely complicate future living arrangements. This wasteland possessed no agricultural value, and both Zhang Yue and Zhang Basho had no objections, verbally consenting to Zhang Yun's choice of land for his homestead. Oh, Zhang Yun, you are the first to select a homestead here. How large of a plot do you desire? Zhang Basho inquired, smiling. According to regulations, the team allocates homesteads, and for each mu of land, a fee of 20 yuan must be paid. The size of your homestead will dictate the corresponding payment, he elaborated. Zhang Yue nodded in agreement. Zhang Yun was certainly aware of this regulation. The team would not allocate homesteads free of charge, and payment was indeed required. A mere 20 yuan per mu was exceedingly affordable. However, Zhang Yun discerned a deeper implication in Zhang Basho's words. It seemed he was eager to deplete Zhang Yun's funds, thereby rendering him incapable of providing for his grandparents, which would allow him to seize the 3 houses belonging to Zhang Yun's family. Zhang Yun, of course, chose not to expose this ulterior motive, allowing both Zhang Bashan and Wang Yuanhui to remain ensnared in their own fantasies. Captain, I would like to acquire a plot of land measuring 1 mu for my residence, Zhang Yun stated with a smile. Previously, he had sketched the blueprint of his house at home, which encompassed merely 200 square meters, while 1 mu equates to 667 square meters. Naturally, the excess space would be allocated for constructing his courtyard. Moreover, Zhang Yun understood that 1 mu represented the ceiling for residential land. Any request for additional land would undoubtedly be declined by Zhang Yue. What? So much land? Both Zhang Bashan and Zhang Yue exclaimed in astonishment. That is far too much. This would undoubtedly be the largest residential plot in all of Jiuan village. Where do you intend to procure such funds? Zhang Bashan promptly inquired, incredulous at the notion that Zhang Yun could amass such a sum. Although he had previously speculated at home that Zhang Yun might seek 1 mu. Hearing it uttered aloud left him profoundly shocked and unable to fathom how Zhang Yun could possibly gather such wealth. Naturally, Zhang Bashan was even more curious about the source of Zhang Yun's newfound affluence. Uncle, you need not worry about me. I have my means to secure the 200 yuan, Zhang Yun replied with a calm smile. At this moment, Zhang Yue interjected, Captain, you may not be aware, but Zhang Yun is now the purchaser for the Linshui mine. He can request an advance from the mine. Zhang Basho's face immediately registered shock as he stared at Zhang Yun, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He had once again underestimated Zhang Yun. He could hardly conceive that Zhang Yun had managed to establish connections with such a wealthy entity as the Linshui mine. Captain, I have already secured this plot of land. I will deliver the 200 yuan to the team tomorrow, Zhang Yun declared with confidence. Zhang Yue nodded in agreement. Zhang Bashan remained overwhelmed by the news of Zhang Yun's position as a purchaser. His mind was still in turmoil, unable to comprehend when Zhang Yun had forged ties with the Linshui mine or how he had acquired such a prestigious role. Captain, uncle, you may return to the village. I must depart from here to Lao Shiqiao village, Zhang Yun stated, having finalized his choice of land and wishing to avoid further idle chatter with the two. He was determined to head to Songshushan. Lao Shiqiao village was adjacent to Jiuan village, not far from Chashan, and was also one of the 10 production teams of Chu Shui commune. Zhang Yun's mention of Lao Shiqiao village was merely a pretext. His true intention was to go to Songshushan. After all, he had yet to locate the nest of wild chickens there and needed to harvest them all at once. With 50 eggs now in his Lingquan space, he intended to cultivate a poultry industry, while the wild chickens would be reserved solely for his family's consumption, as their exquisite flavor inspired Zhang Yun's desire for a life of wild chicken freedom. Lao Shiqiao. Oh, I see. You intend to procure stones from the old Stonebridge team, correct? To construct such a grand edifice, a considerable amount of stone is indeed requisite, Zhang Yue humorously conjectured. Zhang Yun could only nod in agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Yue, Zhang Bash, and Yang Dafei returned home in an ox cart, while Zhang Yun bid farewell to the trio and proceeded along the edge of the Tea Mountain towards Pine Tree Mountain. After approximately half an hour, Zhang Yun arrived at Pine Tree Mountain and immediately ventured into the woods. The previous day, he had been foraging for various medicinal herbs and had also ensnared a female wild chicken in that vicinity, thus determining the approximate range of the wild chicken's nest. At this moment, Zhang Yun found himself in an area abundant with mint, a confident smile gracing his lips. He was now certain that the wild chicken's nest lay within a 200-meter radius around him. With the general area established, an idea began to form in Zhang Yun's mind. He promptly retrieved a machete, selected a natural pit, and after some digging, he fashioned it into a 1-meter deep hole, engaging in familiar maneuvers. He surrounded the pit with branches, leaving only an arched entrance, and then he cut down pine branches to cover the branch cage. Finally, Zhang Yun produced a bamboo tube filled with spring water, placing it into the pit before retreating 10 meters away and climbing a tree to await patiently. Simultaneously, he relied on his acute hearing to sense the movements around him. Once he discerned the direction from which the wild chicken approached, he could pinpoint the location of the nest for a detailed search. Chapter 56. Other uses of the acceleration point. The fragrance of the spring water began to waft through the air. Soon, various rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding woods, the noise generated by beasts traversing through branches and underbrush. Zhang Yun sat silently in the tree, awaiting patiently. Before long, several wild rabbits emerged from the thicket, unhesitatingly darting towards the pit and diving headfirst into its depths through the arched entrance. The appearance of the wild rabbits was no surprise to Zhang Yun. He remained attuned to his surroundings, keen to ascertain the direction of the approaching wild chicken. Pine Tree Mountain was home to a considerable number of wild rabbits, and despite Zhang Yun's recent fervent hunting efforts, many rabbits continued to roam the woods. After all, while the allure of the spring water's scent was potent, its reach did not extend far. Zhang Yun had estimated that the aroma would dissipate and blend into the air within 100 meters, transforming into vapor. Pine Tree Mountain, while not vast, was not insignificant either. A few days prior, he had scattered the spring water in several locations, ensuring he could not exhaust the rabbit population of the entire mountain. Thus, the spring water within the pit naturally attracted the nearby active rabbits. After about 20 wild rabbits had ventured into the pit, Zhang Yun finally heard the calls of the wild chicken. The clear and bright sounds of Ke Duo. Luo reached his ears, prompting him to turn swiftly, his gaze fixed upon the direction from which the wild chicken's calls emanated. Ke Duo Luo. The wild chicken was clearly in flight, its sounds growing increasingly vibrant, allowing Zhang Yun to pinpoint its location with precision. This meant that Zhang Yun could now determine the direction of the wild chicken's lair, and soon he could venture in that direction to search for it. As he was resolute in capturing all the wild chickens, after approximately a minute, the wild chicken navigated through the dense thicket and reached the pit, exhibiting none of its former caution as it directly slipped through the arched entrance and leaped into the pit, eager to delve to the bottom and absorb the essence of the bamboo tube's spiritual spring. Zhang Yun, perched in the tree, heard no other calls from wild chickens, and thus, his patience waned. In an instant, he leapt from the tree, quickly covering the ground to the pit, swiftly blocking the arched entrance, then flinging aside the branches that concealed the trap. Inside the pit, the wild rabbits and wild chickens were merrily indulging in the spiritual spring. Upon witnessing the branches above being cast aside, sunlight flooded in, and Zhang Yun's cunning visage loomed above them, causing the creatures to panic, frantic cries escaping them as they sought to escape the pit. Yet, the area surrounding the pit was bristling with branches, rendering any escape impossible for the wild rabbits and chickens. Another female wild chicken emerged, much to Zhang Yun's delight. Spotting the solitary wild chicken, he beamed with joy. He then reached in, grasping the wild chicken and whisking it into the realm of the spiritual spring. The rabbits below met the same fate, with an astonishing total of 25 captured. At that moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness settled atop the colossal stone in the first zone of the spiritual spring. Acceleration points, 132. The combined weight of the wild rabbits and chickens amounted to 130 pounds, thereby augmenting his acceleration points by 13. As Zhang Yun gazed upon the multitude of acceleration points, a thrill of astonishment surged within him, prompting contemplation. Might I have entered a cognitive trap? Are these acceleration points solely for hastening the flow of time? Such were Zhang Yun's musings. Indeed, upon encountering the term acceleration points, his instinctual reasoning had deduced that they were intended to accelerate the temporal flow within space. However, having possessed the realm of the spiritual spring for 3 days, he had discerned that the power of the space was enhancing his own physicality. But where did this feedback from the space originate? Surely, it resided within the spiritual spring. Thus, Zhang Yun's consciousness honed in on the colossal stone in the first zone. With over 13 acceleration points at his disposal, he pondered the frivolity of expending one. What does it matter? Zhang Yun mused. To validate his hypothesis, he dismissed the concern of losing one acceleration point. Consequently, he commanded his will to allocate one acceleration point to the colossal stone. Acceleration points, 122. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun's body trembled abruptly, as if every cell within him had erupted with newfound vigor, imparting an ethereal sensation throughout his being. This feeling dissipated swiftly. Zhang Yun then drew forth his machete and swung it through the air a few times, confirming that his strength had indeed intensified, his agility had increased, and his perceptive abilities had sharpened. It seems my conjecture was indeed correct. Applying the acceleration point onto the boulder would yield a feedback of spatial power. Zhang Yun exclaimed with delight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had finally unearthed the source of spatial power. This meant that from now on, Zhang Yun could simply expend acceleration points on the boulder to receive spatial power feedback, thereby enhancing his physical strength, agility, and perception. He pondered the potential outcomes of applying acceleration points to those wild beasts. At this moment, Zhang Yun's thoughts began to wander, conjuring another possibility. After all, with an abundance of acceleration points, he could afford to experiment. Thus, a new hypothesis formed in his mind, and he would not wait. He focused his consciousness on two red jackals lurking in a corner of the space. After a brief moment, he selected one of the red jackals, and with a command of thought, he allocated one acceleration point to it. Acceleration points. 112. Zhang Yun's consciousness remained fixated on the red jackal, eager to observe the changes that would ensue from the consumption of this single acceleration point. Moments later, he noticed that the red jackal had noticeably increased in size. Simultaneously, an unusual sensation washed over him. It felt as though his consciousness had established a faint connection with the red jackal. Although they could not yet communicate telepathically, Zhang Yun was certain that the jackal harbored a profound trust in him. Upon issuing a command, the jackal would instantly comprehend and comply. To validate his intuition, Zhang Yun promptly released the red jackal from the spiritual spring space, bringing it to his side. To his astonishment, the red jackal, upon returning to the real world, did not flee at once. Instead, it wagged its tail joyfully and called out to Zhang Yun. The call was imbued with unmistakable excitement, revealing its remarkable intelligence. "Go catch a wild hare," Zhang Yun commanded, eager to further corroborate his hypothesis. The red jackal, upon hearing the command, turned without hesitation and darted into the woods, diligently seeking the scent of a hare. Approximately 5 minutes later, the jackal returned triumphantly, clutching a wild hare in its mouth and kneeling at Zhang Yun's feet. Good, good, good," Zhang Yun exclaimed with exhilaration. He had indeed discovered that he could apply acceleration points to wild beasts, taming them and transforming them into hunting companions. This newfound revelation left Zhang Yun elated, as he felt that venturing into the denser regions of Jiming Mountain would no longer pose a threat. Chapter 57. The chicken nest raid. These two red jackals, one male and one female, necessitated that if the male jackal consumed one acceleration point, the female must also expend one. Zhang Yun, thrilled by the remarkable intelligence displayed by the red jackal, which had successfully captured a wild hare at his command, felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. Although the meat of the red jackal was not particularly palatable, their exceptional intelligence rendered them excellent hunting companions. At this juncture, Zhang Yun's focus shifted to the female jackal within the spiritual spring space, as he allocated one acceleration point to it and issued a command with his thoughts. Acceleration point, 102. At the same time, the female jackal in the space began to expand in size, and as it grew, its eyes became considerably more animated. Zhang Yun's consciousness sensed that the female jackal had developed an affinity for him. Consequently, Zhang Yun released the female jackal. The two red jackals, one male and one female, stood together, exuding a formidable presence, far more ferocious and agile than those farm dogs, instilling a sense of intimidation. "You two, proceed in this direction to search for the beasts within the woods. Do not harm them. Bring them back to me." With the acquisition of these two red jackal companions, Zhang Yun was determined to make full use of them. Pointing towards the direction where the wild chickens had previously appeared, he intended for the two jackals to locate the wild chicken nests. Excitedly, the two red jackals turned and dashed into the forest. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun settled himself in the cool shade beneath a tree, his mind racing with new ideas. He pondered whether the acceleration points could be applied to the boulder or the jackals. He wondered what changes might occur if applied to the machete. This was Zhang Yun's current hypothesis. Without hesitation, he focused his consciousness on the machete within the spatial realm. He added one acceleration point to its blade. Acceleration point, 92. As Zhang Yun's intent commanded, a flash of light enveloped the machete, which then vanished in an instant. On the surface, the machete appeared unchanged. However, as Zhang Yun retrieved it from the spiritual spring space and grasped it in his hand, he noticed a marked difference in its feel. It seemed lighter, and his grip was exceedingly comfortable, allowing him to wield it with the finesse of a master swordsman. With a swift swing, the machete sliced through a pine tree as thick as a thigh, cleaving through it effortlessly. Astonishingly, it severed the tree with a single stroke, causing it to crash down with a remarkably smooth break. Zhang Yun gasped in awe. He felt a tinge of fear regarding the machete's sharpness. At that moment, he realized that adding the acceleration point had elevated the machete to an entirely new level, akin to transforming an iron blade into one of alloyed steel. This machete was not to be recklessly wielded. Should it inadvertently harm someone, a mere misstep could result in severed limbs, and a strike to the torso could potentially be fatal. Zhang Yun sighed in contemplation, his excitement evident as he regarded the machete. With such a weapon in hand, traversing the dense forest now offered an additional layer of security. While Zhang Yun reveled in the prowess of his machete, he heard a series of low calls from the red jackals not far away, clearly summoning him. It appeared they had discovered the wild chicken nest. With a joyous smile, Zhang Yun hurried towards the source of the sound. Approximately a minute later, he arrived at the two red jackals, only to find them obstructed by a thicket of thorns, calling out towards its depths. In the mountainous region of Xiangnan, thorns indeed flourished everywhere. These thorny bushes, brimming with sharp spines, emanated a potent scent, causing the forest's wildlife to avoid them, with none daring to venture through the thorny barrier alone. In this area, an abundance of thorns had inexplicably proliferated, occupying a radius of 100 meters. Zhang Yun observed two red jackals continuously barking at the thicket, prompting his speculation. It seemed that the jackals had encountered a wild chicken, which, in its frantic escape, had sought refuge within the thorny underbrush, leading them to summon him. Zhang Yun surmised confidently. While the thorns posed a significant challenge for the red jackals, for him, it presented no difficulty. Earlier, he had fortuitously upgraded his machete's quality. Though it might not slice through iron effortlessly, severing trees was a trivial matter. Thus, wielding his machete, Zhang Yun commenced a vigorous assault on the thicket. Before long, he had cleared a passage over 2 meters wide. The two red jackals advanced, suddenly darting forward and seizing a wild chicken, pinning it down with their weight. Zhang Yun rushed over and discovered that he had caught 2 female wild chickens. Evidently, the nest was nestled deep within this thorny grove, an astute choice indeed. With a cheerful disposition, Zhang Yun stored the 2 female wild chickens in his spiritual spring space, relocating them to plot number 2, along with the remaining 30 eggs, allowing these hens to incubate the eggs. Originally, among the 50 eggs purchased that morning, only 2 female wild chickens were incubating. Now, with the addition of 3 more, he decided to have all 5 hens incubate simultaneously. Given the accelerated time flow of 15 times, within just over a day, all 50 eggs would hatch. Red jackals, continue your search for wild chickens, he commanded. The thicket was not extensive, and they would soon complete their search. The red jackals scoured the surroundings together. Zhang Yun meticulously combed through the dense grasses, seeking out wild chicken eggs. Soon, he stumbled upon the first nest, containing exactly 10 perfectly round wild chicken eggs. Naturally, he was delighted to collect these 10 eggs and continued his search in the vicinity. Suddenly, the 2 red jackals barked again, and Zhang Yun observed 2 male wild chickens flapping desperately, attempting to escape the jackal's grasp. Reacting swiftly, he noticed that the male chickens were not flying high. He swiftly retrieved a wooden stick from his spiritual spring space and swung it, successfully knocking both male chickens down. With pleasure, he added the 2 males to his spiritual spring space. This must be the wild chicken's old nesting ground. There should be more than just these few, Zhang Yun exclaimed with a smile, encouraging the red jackals to press on. He continued to meticulously sift through each patch of dense grass in search of more wild chicken eggs. In truth, with the current number of male and female wild chickens in his spiritual spring space, coupled with the 10 newly acquired eggs, Zhang Yun was perfectly capable of establishing a thriving wild chicken enterprise. Yet, who could ever have enough? With the collaborative efforts of the 2 red jackals and himself, they thoroughly searched the interior of the thorny grove. Ultimately, they captured 8 adult wild chickens, 20 recently hatched chicks, and 50 wild chicken eggs. Truly, it was a bountiful harvest. At this moment, Zhang Yun gazed upon the colossal boulder atop Area 1. Acceleration points, 97. With such an abundance of wild chickens weighing merely 50 pounds, the increase was a mere 0.5 acceleration points. However, this was of little consequence. Zhang Yun's primary objective in Pine Tree Mountain was to discover the wild chicken nests, thereby facilitating the proliferation of a substantial population of wild chickens. His goal had been accomplished, as he had successfully captured the wild chickens. The ensuing endeavor would involve the capture of the wild rabbits inhabiting Pine Tree Mountain. Zhang Yun remarked joyfully that he had fervently utilized the spiritual spring to lure out the wild rabbits over the past 3 days, and a significant portion had already been captured. Nevertheless, a few stragglers remained, and Zhang Yun had no intention of letting them escape. His hunting career commenced with the thorough clearing of Pine Tree Mountain. Chapter 58. The source of Zhang Yun's wealth and the formation of the beast hunting team at the old Camphor Tree Square. Although it was still before the afternoon work hours, a multitude of production team members had already gathered. Beneath the blazing sun, the heat was unbearable. Unable to find rest at home, the members preferred to congregate beneath the old camphor tree, a natural refuge from the heat. At this moment, the atmosphere was lively, filled with animated discussions. Zhang Zhongli's family has recently come into fortune. At noon, he unexpectedly repaid the 20 yuan he owed me for 2 years, exclaimed Yang Dezhu, a capable member of the third production team, as he arrived beneath the tree. Soon, many members gathered around him. Your money was returned too? Yesterday, Chen Wan came over and repaid me 10 yuan, chimed in Zhang Jinxin, a capable member from the 6th team, expressing his astonishment at Yang Dezhu's words. 2 years ago, Zhang Zhongli fell gravely ill and underwent surgery, borrowing from nearly everyone in our village. I thought he would never be able to repay his debts. Yet here he is now, fulfilling his obligations, reflected Zhang Yimou, a capable member of the 4th team. It cannot be that Zhang Zhongli earned this money. If my guess is correct, it must be Zhang Yun's earnings, interjected an elderly gentleman in his 60s, whose eyes, though weathered, displayed a keen sharpness. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in realization. Indeed, it must be that young lad, Zhang Yun. He has astonished us with his transformation these past few days. And it is entirely plausible he has earned a substantial sum, asserted Zhang Jiankong, a capable member of the 1st team, in agreement. One wonders how Zhang Yun managed to acquire such wealth, someone pondered aloud. During this period, rural inhabitants were generally impoverished, all yearning for prosperity yet hindered by a lack of avenues to achieve it. Thus, they could only dream of fortune. The sudden emergence of Zhang Yun as a figure of wealth ignited the curiosity of all. Have you not noticed? Zhang Yun possesses a natural talent for hunting. His prowess in capturing beasts is remarkable. I surmise he must have hunted a wild animal and opted not to bring it back to the production team, but rather sold it instead, speculated another voice. The moment these words were spoken, an uproar ensued. After all, during this time, all property belonged to the collective, and any beasts captured by Zhang Yun should rightfully belong to the Jiuwan production team. If Zhang Yun were to sell the beast, it would signify the unauthorized disposal of collective property, which constitutes a crime. Do not indulge in baseless speculation. Voicing unfounded allegations without evidence would only serve to harm Zhang Yun. At this moment, Zhang Jiankong, a skilled member of the production team, voiced his dissatisfaction with a sharp glance directed at the individual who had just spoken. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers, Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi, who had been quietly listening amidst the crowd, appeared vexed. However, upon hearing the conjecture made by the earlier speaker, they finally reacted. Is it not permissible for others to speculate? Zhang Tuanjie interjected, supporting the previous speaker. Given the circumstances of our Jiuwan brigade, if Zhang Yun seeks to profit, what other means could he employ? Only through the sale of collective assets could he hope to achieve significant wealth. Zhang Jiankong's expression faltered, unable to fathom why Zhang Tuanjie would openly challenge Zhang Yun, disregarding that Zhang Yun is his cousin. This seemed nothing short of treachery. At that moment, Sun Fugui, another skilled member of the 2nd team, arrived at the old camphor tree square. Noticing the crowd gathered, he approached and overheard Zhang Tuanjie's remarks, causing his demeanor to shift. Zhang Tuanjie, everyone in Jiuwan brigade knows how your family mistreated Zhang Yun's. Now that Zhang Yun has found a means to earn a little money, your family grows envious and resorts to such vile insinuations to entrap him. I truly pity Zhang Yun for being burdened with such relatives, rather than offering support. You seek to undermine him at every turn. Having recently settled debts with Zhang Zhongli and earned some profit from Zhang Yun, along with ongoing dealings, Sun Fugui had greatly benefited and was determined to protect Zhang Yun from harm. Thus, the typically amiable Sun Fugui became incensed and began to exchange heated words with Zhang Tuanjie publicly. Zhang Yue, the brigade leader, and Zhang Bashan, the leader of the 5th team, had just returned from the tea mountain on an ox cart when they heard the commotion. They quickly navigated through the crowd to find Sun Fugui and Zhang Tuanjie in a fierce confrontation, seemingly on the verge of physical altercation. You two, quiet down, Zhang Yue exclaimed angrily, dismayed at the public quarrel between his subordinates, which was a disgrace to his position as brigade leader. Zhang Bashan promptly intervened, restraining Zhang Tuanjie and signaling him to calm down. At this juncture, Zhang Yue inquired into the cause of the dispute, eager to ascertain the facts. Soon, through the cacophony of voices, he grasped the situation's essence. With a menacing glare directed at Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Yue stated, "You claim that Zhang Yun has sold collective property? Are you suggesting that I, as brigade leader, am complicit with Zhang Yun in pilfering the brigade's assets?" The moment these words left his lips, Zhang Tuanjie trembled. It dawned on him why Zhang Bashan had signaled him. He had indeed acted rashly and spoken without thought. It was true that the collective property of Jiuan Brigade was meticulously recorded, with each item duly logged. If Zhang Yun were to liquidate the collective assets, it would imply that Zhang Yue must alter the figures in the ledger, necessitating their collaboration for such a task to be feasible. I was mistaken. Zhang Tuanjie contemplated that Zhang Yun might have been selling beasts, but upon catching Zhang Bosch's gaze, he chose to suppress his thoughts and readily admitted his error. I understand your curiosity regarding how Zhang Yun amassed his wealth. I shall now reveal that he has become the procurement officer for the Lingshui mine, having advanced a sum to the mine, thereby settling your debts. Zhang Yue recounted with a calm demeanor. The crowd, upon hearing this, erupted in collective astonishment once again. Zhang Yue further asserted, I can also inform you that I, representing the brigade, have signed a sales contract with Zhang Yun. Our Jiuan Brigade's 8 fish ponds are to supply the mine with 1,000 pounds of fish monthly, and we are also to establish a rabbit rearing group and form a hunting team, with both rabbits and beasts to be sold to Zhang Yun in the future. At this revelation, all the members of the production team expressed their astonishment in unison. This news was indeed startling, and the more astute individuals began to realize that joining the rabbit rearing group or the hunting team could present a lucrative opportunity. Brigade leader, I wish to join the hunting team. A group of skilled producers, including Zhang Jiankong, Zhang Bingqiang, Sun Fuge, Yang Dazhu, Zhang Yimu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jinxin, and Sun Zhongwen, all clamored to join the hunting team. Zhang Yue did not respond immediately. Noticing that Zhang Zhuwu had arrived at the old camphor tree square, he waved him over. Brigade leader, I have arrived. What task do you require of me? Zhang Zhuwu inquired as he approached. The village is to form a hunting team. All beasts captured henceforth will be sold to Zhang Yun. Are you interested in joining the hunting team? Zhang Yue asked with a smile. Certainly. I wish to join the hunting team. As one of the 9 skilled producers in the brigade, Zhang Zhuwu did not hesitate to agree upon hearing the news. Very well. You, Zhang Zhuwu, shall be the captain of our brigade's hunting team. You may select the other team members. Zhang Yue promptly announced. Chapter 59, Scouring the Entire Pine Mountain for Wild Rabbits. Tomorrow, we must submit the 200 yuan for the homestead. Tomorrow, we must also invite the brigade leader to propose marriage, and it is essential to bring a proper gift. Moreover, we will visit other brigades to negotiate sales contracts. Money. Money. It is all about money. Zhang Yun wandered through Pine Mountain, occasionally murmuring to himself. In essence, tomorrow Zhang Yun has several significant matters to attend to, all requiring substantial funds. Yet now, he is left with merely a handful of coins. There is only one solution. He must capture all the wild rabbits in Pine Mountain. Tomorrow, whether selling them to the mine's cafeteria or in the black market at Jigong Mountain, he must secure a considerable profit. Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled with determination as he resolved to scour the entirety of Pine Mountain during the afternoon. At that moment, Zhang Yun ventured into an uncharted area. Employing his tried-and-true method of digging a deep pit, surrounding it with branches, leaving an arched opening, thus creating a branch trap. The bamboo tube was retrieved, filled with the essence of the spirit spring, and placed at the bottom of the pit. This time, Zhang Yun did not deliberately linger around the pit. Having gained experience, he understood that it would take approximately 10 minutes for the essence from this bamboo tube to completely evaporate. With these 10 minutes at his disposal, he had ample time to set up another pit trap. He decided to leave one red jackal to guard this pit, while he ventured elsewhere to continue preparing additional traps. Having formulated his plan, Zhang Yun commanded one red jackal to remain near the pit, while he took another jackal 100 meters away to excavate a new pit and construct a branch cage. The red jackal stood vigil by this pit. Zhang Yun then instructed another red jackal to secure the vicinity of the second pit, while he again moved 100 meters away to dig yet another pit and erect a branch cage. Subsequently, he personally guarded the third pit. In this manner, Zhang Yun successfully set 3 pit traps at once, each containing a bamboo tube filled with the essence of the spirit spring, eagerly awaiting the approach of wild rabbits. Since he had enhanced the acceleration point on the massive stone at pit 1, Zhang Yun received another feedback from the spatial force, heightening his perception. He could clearly sense movements within a 10-meter radius. At that moment, he heard the sounds of wild rabbits rustling through the grass. Realizing that 7 rabbits were converging towards the pit he was guarding. This area, which Zhang Yun had not visited in the past 2 days, was quickly enveloped by the enticing aroma of the spirit spring, drawing the wild rabbits in. The 7 rabbits ventured through the arched entrance and leapt into the pit, joyfully indulging in the essence. Soon after, more sounds emerged from the grass as additional rabbits made their way towards the pit. Zhang Yun waited in silence. After about 10 minutes, he no longer sensed any other sounds nearby, indicating that the essence had completely evaporated and could no longer attract the rabbits. Consequently, he did not linger. He dashed to the edge of the pit, using a stone to block the arched entrance before lifting the branches that concealed the top of the cage. Inside the pit were 30 wild rabbits. Upon noticing the leaves above being displaced and the strong sunlight pouring in, they were startled and attempted to flee, but the surrounding branches prevented their escape. Zhang Yun swiftly reached in, ensuring he gathered all 30 rabbits into the essence space. At that moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness turned towards the massive stone above Pit 1. Acceleration point, 112. This indicated that these 30 rabbits weighed a total of 150 pounds, resulting in an increase of 15 acceleration points. Without delay, he returned to the second pit, where the jackal he had left behind was already crouching at the arched entrance, barking to intimidate the rabbits inside, scaring them back into the pit. Indeed, this second pit was also brimming with rabbits. Zhang Yun sensed this from a distance, laughing heartily as he approached the edge of the pit, swiftly uncovering the branches that concealed the rabbits within. The number of wild rabbits in this burrow surpassed that of his own guarded pit, nearly filling the entire space. Without hesitation, Zhang Yun reached in, gently touching each rabbit before collecting them all into the spirit spring space. There were 42 rabbits in total. Habitually, Zhang Yun then focused his consciousness on the number displayed above the colossal stone at pit number 1. Acceleration points, 132, indicating that the combined weight of these 42 rabbits was 200 gene, thereby increasing his acceleration points by 2. Zhang Yun promptly raced towards the first burrow. As anticipated, he captured another 26 rabbits there. Acceleration points, 145, meaning these 26 rabbits weighed a total of 130 gene. In this brief moment, Zhang Yun had captured nearly 100 rabbits, yielding a bountiful harvest. If sold at the black market of Jigong Mountain, at 4 yuan each, that would amount to 400 yuan, a substantial sum indeed. However, Zhang Yun showed no signs of halting. He had no intention of joining the labor of the production team, as he had ample time to hunt. Thus, throughout that afternoon, Zhang Yun scoured the pine tree mountain, excavating burrows and setting traps with branches, creating 3 pitfall traps each time. He placed a spirit spring bamboo tube nearby to attract the wild rabbits from the surrounding mountains. It was a frenzied afternoon. The rabbits of Pine Tree Mountain could not resist the allure of the spirit spring, one after another falling into the traps, only to be collected by Zhang Yun into the spirit spring space. As dusk approached, Zhang Yun stood atop the highest point of Pine Tree Mountain, gazing at the majestic and winding Jiming Mountain in the distance. This vast mountainous terrain spanned several square kilometers, blanketed with dense primordial forests, exuding an aura of danger. As if ferocious beasts lurked within, forbidding human intrusion. He had nearly cleared the beasts from Pine Tree Mountain. Next on his agenda was Jiming Mountain. The source of Chu Shui River, the Siming Mountain, was also worth a visit. Zhang Yun, witnessing the massive beast-like Jiming Mountain, felt a surge of excitement, eager to explore. His confidence was bolstered by the acceleration points accumulated in the Spirit Spring space. At that moment, the number above the colossal stone at Pit No. 1 read, acceleration points, 218, signifying that through his efforts that afternoon, Zhang Yun had captured 252 rabbits, significantly boosting his acceleration points to 218, a remarkable achievement. Seizing the opportunity before nightfall, he rushed down the mountain, reaching the foot of the hill in just 5 minutes, and shortly thereafter arrived at the Stone Mountain. Currently, the sweet potato field at Stone Mountain was still under the watch of 6 team members. Ever since Zhang Yun and Zhang Zhiwu had caught over 20 rabbits in this field, the 6 production team members had concluded that the rabbits of Pine Tree Mountain were rampant. As long as they set traps around Stone Mountain, they were sure to catch some. Unfortunately, they remained unaware that Zhang Yun had already cleared out the rabbits from Pine Tree Mountain. At that moment, the 6 watchmen spotted Zhang Yun and began to gather around him. Zhang Yun, you emerged from Pine Tree Mountain. Did you not catch even a single wild rabbit? The 6 individuals were convinced that Zhang Yun had ventured into the mountains to hunt rabbits, but upon seeing him return empty-handed, their expressions softened somewhat. Indeed, it was quite peculiar that not a single wild rabbit could be found on Pine Tree Mountain. Zhang Yun chuckled in agreement. The 6 felt relieved. Now they had an excuse to counter the suspicions of their respective production team leaders. If Zhang Yun could not catch a rabbit in the mountains, then their failure to secure one while guarding Stone Mountain was entirely justifiable. Oh, by the way, I heard that tonight our Jiuwan Brigade is set to screen a movie. Suddenly, one person exclaimed with excitement. Wow, we will finally see the beautiful Tang Jiqing again. I must return home early. Then, a pockmarked young man leapt up and dashed away like a mad dog. Tang Jiqing was undoubtedly the most stunning of all the female educated youth in our brigade. Each time she came to show a film, it would incite frenzied crowds. Another person chimed in, his eager countenance revealing his own excitement. However, Zhang Yun wore a face of anger. The film projector, Tang Tiantian, mentioned by the six, was none other than his wife in a past life, a woman who had concealed her true nature throughout her existence. As the film projector, Tang Tiantian would rotate among the 10 production brigades of Chu Shui Commune, and today it was Jiao Wan Brigade's turn. At last, I shall see you again, Zhang Yun murmured, his tone somber as he walked homeward calmly. Chapter 60. The film projector, farewell. Tang Tiantian. Zhang Yun returned to his home. After Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli had dined at the large canteen, they all returned to find Zhang Yun eating leftover food in the main room. Third son, you could heat the food. Why are you eating these cold dishes? His mother, Chen Wan, felt inexplicably sorrowful seeing Zhang Yun dining alone. Zhang Yun smiled in response. Mom and Dad, do not worry. I am still young, and as long as I am full, that suffices. In truth, empowered by the force of the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun had speculated that he would only feel hunger after going 2 days without food. His current act of eating was merely a facade for his family, coupled with an indulgence in the flavors of food. Child, do not think that youth allows you to recklessly squander your health. You will regret it when you grow older. Chen Wan admonished. Zhang Yun remained silent, unable to explain, and swiftly changed the subject. Mom, have the debts been settled? Yes, our family's debts have been cleared, she replied, her excitement palpable upon hearing this. The burden that had loomed over the family had finally vanished. This afternoon, both Chen Wan and Zhang Zhongli had been in high spirits at work, smiling and greeting everyone they encountered. Living without debt was a lightness they all profoundly felt. By the way, I caught 2 wild rabbits in the mountains this afternoon. Mom, please take care of them. Tonight the village will screen a film. I will go ahead to secure a spot. Once you finish bathing, you can also join me at the ancestral hall to watch the movie. Zhang Yun hastily devoured his meal and, with a smile, began to speak, recalling the memories of his past life. He remembered that Tang Tiantian had lured him to the youth point under the pretense of a reunion dinner in the spring of 78. Subsequently, he had succumbed to excessive drinking and passed out. The following morning, the youth at the point preparing to return to the city discovered Zhang Yun lying in Tang Tiantian's bed. In his previous life, Zhang Yun was left with no choice but to marry her. However, now that he had been reborn, he had promised Han Xuemei that he would marry her within a month. This meant he had altered the course of time and had no intention of marrying Tang Tiantian. Zhang Yun's desire to watch a movie stemmed from 2 reasons: to reminisce about the beautiful days of his youth from his past life, and to understand how Tang Tiantian had become involved with Zhang Dehai and why she had clung to him, turning him into a lifelong scapegoat. During our time in the cafeteria, we had already heard that the film to be screened that evening was titled The Winds of Nanhai, a new release making its debut in our Chu Shui Commune. At this moment, his sister Zhang Yanhong eagerly joined the conversation, clearly a movie enthusiast. Upon hearing the title, Zhang Yun immediately recognized it as the first film by the esteemed Tang Guiqiang, a war drama. All right, I shall take my leave now, he said, picking up a stool and heading towards the Zhang family ancestral hall in Jiawan village. This hall, located 100 meters from the old camphor tree square, was designated for handling funerary affairs, and a spacious area in front served as the venue for film screenings. On his way, Zhang Yun encountered his 2 brothers, Zhang Yisin and Zhang Yi. Brother Yun, are you also going to watch the movie? Zhang Yisin greeted him as he caught up. Yes, let us go together. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, has your father spoken to you 3 about preparing for the college entrance examination? Zhang Yun suddenly recalled and inquired. With a year remaining until the resumption of the examinations, if Zhang Yisin, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yaya prepared adequately, their academic prowess would surely allow them to secure university admissions. My father has mentioned it, but we are all quite worried. If we do not participate in labor, we will not earn work points. My mother's health is poor, and with only my father as the sole breadwinner, how could the work points sustain our family of 5? Zhang Yi expressed his concerns candidly. Zhang Yun promptly patted the shoulders of the 2 brothers and said with a smile, you need not worry at all about financial matters. I assure you, as long as you gain admission to university, I will cover all tuition and living expenses. Having the memories of his past life, Zhang Yun was acutely aware that these 3 siblings were indeed worthy of education. Not attending university would be a waste of potential. With a year ahead of him, Zhang Yun felt confident that he would earn sufficient funds to support their education. Moreover, with Zhang Jiwang working alongside him, they would undoubtedly accumulate enough wealth to fully cover the tuition for the 3 siblings. Zhang Yisin and Zhang Yi, the 2 brothers, were taken aback by these words, their faces illuminated with profound emotion. Brother Yun, We have heard from our father about your remarkable ability to earn money. With your assurance, we, the three siblings, feel emboldened. Zhang Yisin responded promptly. Zhang Yi, nodding vigorously, declared with an oath-like fervor, Brother Yun, you are our family's benefactor. If we truly make it to university, we shall strive diligently in our studies and one day repay your kindness. Zhang Yun chuckled, satisfied that he had convinced the two. The three then hoisted a stool and marched with determination toward the ancestral hall. Upon their arrival, they discovered a throng of villagers already gathered, having claimed the prime positions at the front. The movie screen was a large square of white cloth, tautly stretched and securely fastened to wooden posts on either side. The film projector was set up atop an 8 immortals table. As Zhang Yun, Zhang Yisin, and Zhang Yi approached, they found an unoccupied spot right in front of the projector, so they placed their stool there. Just as they settled down, Zhang Yun glanced around, but did not see Tang Tiantian. She was likely off having a meal. Traditionally, the film would commence at 7 o'clock. At that moment, Zhang Yun spotted a graceful figure entering the hall. To his surprise, it was Han Xuemei. You all save our seats. I need to step away for a moment. Zhang Yun quickly fabricated an excuse, leaving no time for Yisin and Yi to respond. Naturally, he made his way to Han Xuemei's side. Ah, Zhang Yun, she exclaimed. Noticing him standing before her amidst a crowd of curious villagers, her cheeks flushing crimson from shyness. Xuemei, I have already spoken with the squad leader. He will act as our matchmaker. Tomorrow afternoon, be prepared for him to pay us a visit with his proposal. Zhang Yun had come to convey this message, as he had resolved earlier by the river that their relationship needed to be declared without further delay. Ah, all right, Han Xuemei replied, her surprise giving way to a radiant smile, her excitement palpable. My Xuemei has come to watch the movie. A melodious voice suddenly interjected from beside them. Zhang Yun turned to find his expression complex as he beheld the voice's owner, Tang Tiantian. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yun, and this is my beloved, Han Xuemei. He responded with a remarkable calmness upon encountering Tang Tiantian for the first time since his rebirth. At that moment, Tang Tiantian was indeed strikingly beautiful. Her fair skin, flowing hair, and delicate features enchanting enough to captivate any young man in Jiuwan village. Yet, with the memories of his previous life, Zhang Yun was acutely aware that beneath such a beautiful facade lay a cunning mind, adept at deception, and a consummate self-serving individual. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Tang Tiantian's expression momentarily froze. She perceived a distinct indifference in his tone, even tinged with a hint of animosity. Oh, how deeply you two have concealed your relationship, engaging in a clandestine romance without my knowledge. Despite this, Tang Tiantian maintained her smile. Yet her mind raced with questions as to why Zhang Yun exhibited such coldness towards her. After all, as a film projectionist, she was a prominent figure among the 10 teams, receiving countless compliments and flattery from young men during each screening. Why was it that Zhang Yun did not harbor any affection for her? Meanwhile, Han Xuemei felt herself float upon hearing Zhang Yun refer to her as his beloved. Her cheeks flushed crimson, for this was the first time Zhang Yun had publicly acknowledged their relationship in front of friends. The sensation was both bashful and sweet. At that moment, Zhang Yun showed no inclination to continue conversing with Tang Tiantian, stating coolly, Tang Jiqing, may I have a private word with Xuemei? Is that convenient? His demeanor remained as indifferent as ever. Tang Tiantian could not help but notice the impact of his words on her heart. Struggling to comprehend how Zhang Yun could be so aloof towards her, a striking beauty, however, possessing a strong sense of pride. She would not press the matter further and replied with a bright smile, I shall not intrude upon your sweet moment. With that, she walked away. Her curiosity about Zhang Yun unexpectedly piqued. Han Xuemei, observing Zhang Yun, felt an overwhelming shyness, especially as the villagers who had come to watch the film cast ambiguous glances in her direction, leaving her feeling entirely out of sorts. Xuemei, come sit with me. Zhang Yun kindly invited. She replied in a voice barely above a whisper, trailing behind him, too timid to lift her head. In a daze, she reached the film projector and took a seat beside Zhang Yun. The villagers continued to stream in, filling the open space in front of the ancestral hall row by row. Benches were lined up in an orderly fashion, as if they had all coordinated their seating. Zhang Yisin and Zhang Yi, the twin brothers, observed in silence as Zhang Yun brought Han Xuemei over, though their gaze remained fixated on the screen. Their eyes frequently darted towards Zhang Yun and Han Xuemei, both of whom were evidently entwined in a story of their own. Yisin, here are 2 coins. Take them and buy some sunflower seeds and soda, Zhang Yun said, his keen perception easily discerning their covert glances at Han Xuemei. He was deliberately drawing attention to their budding relationship, announcing his claim before everyone present. The brothers were taken aback upon receiving the coins. Typically, small vendors would set up shop during film screenings, selling snacks reminiscent of popcorn and cola, which were beloved by the audience. At this time, sodas were packaged in glass bottles, priced at 20 cents each. If one returned the bottle, a refund of 10 cents could be obtained, making the actual cost of soda merely 10 cents. Zhang Yun and Zhang Yi were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Zhang Yun possessed such wealth, as he produced 2 yuan to purchase retail items. After all, during this era, a teacher's monthly salary was approximately 30 yuan, making 2 yuan equivalent to 2 days' wages. A truly extravagant expenditure. Why are you standing there in a daze? Go on. Zhang Yun, noticing the astonished expressions of the two, urged them forward. The brothers, snapping out of their stupor, hurriedly navigated through the crowd to the vendor to procure snacks. Han Xuemei was equally taken aback. She was well aware of Zhang Yun's financial predicament, as his family was in dire straits. How could he afford to spend 2 yuan so lavishly? Zhang Yun, you are being far too wasteful. Don't you know you should save money for the future? Han Xuemei chided, believing Zhang Yun was indulging in extravagance to win her favor, which she deemed quite irrational. At that moment, Zhang Yun leaned in closer, his lips brushing against Han Xuemei's ear as he whispered, Xuemei, I have cleared all my family's debts today. I have money now. When Zhang Yun suddenly leaned in, Han Xuemei felt a jolt, as she had not expected him to be so audacious, coming so near her in plain sight of others. Such proximity could easily be perceived as an intimate gesture. Zhang Yun's revelation left Han Xuemei momentarily stunned. Cleared them? Having lived in Jiuwan village for 3 years, she knew about Zhang Zhongli's surgery and the substantial debts his family had incurred. The news that these debts had been settled was unexpected. Suddenly, Han Xuemei pieced together Zhang Yun's recent unusual behavior. He had likely been working to earn money. Overcoming her concern about the gazes of onlookers, she leaned closer to Zhang Yun and whispered, You haven't been involved in anything illegal these past few days, have you? How could you possibly earn so much? Zhang Yun understood her apprehension. If he were to engage in illegal activities for money, it would lead to imprisonment and ruin his reputation. Thus, he leaned in again, reassuringly stating, Once the movie is over, I will reveal the truth to you. I would never break the law. Rest assured, with your beauty, I would never allow you to be left alone. The intimate nature of their exchange, coupled with the warmth of his breath against her ear, caused Han Xuemei to feel a flush of heat. The situation was exceedingly embarrassing. The repeated closeness between the two did not go unnoticed by Tang Tiantian, who stood nearby operating the projector. She bit her lip, a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes, seemingly envious of their connection. Just then, an elderly man nearby called out, Yun, Han, are you two in love? Why not share a kiss right here? We'll all give you our blessings. The villagers burst into laughter, as the closeness between the two had not escaped their notice, and someone finally dared to expose their relationship. This is precisely why Zhang Yun pulled Han Xuemei closer, as he intended to publicly declare their relationship before everyone. Suddenly, Zhang Yun stood up, shyly drawing Han Xuemei to her feet, and boldly pressed his lips against hers. Chapter 62. Feelings intensify. Han Xuemei was taken aback. The surrounding villagers were equally astonished. In this era, people were remarkably innocent. Romantic interactions typically occurred behind closed doors. Who would dare to be as audacious and unrestrained as Zhang Yun, who, in broad daylight, initiated a passionate kiss with Han Xuemei? Zhang Yun and Zhang Yi, having just returned with 4 bottles of soda and a bag of sunflower seeds, were frozen in place at the sight of Zhang Yun kissing Han Xuemei, nearly dropping their refreshments. My brother Yun is truly remarkable. I am utterly impressed, they marveled, their mouths agape in disbelief. The elder who had suggested that Zhang Yun kiss her pointed at him, at a loss for words. Oh dear, Yun, you are quite shameless. An elder woman exclaimed, unable to contain her disapproval. The younger lads, astonished, erupted in cheers, their eyes sparkling with admiration, clearly captivated by Zhang Yun's boldness. Each consumed by envy. The eligible young women, too, squealed in excitement, crying out in delight, many covering their eyes, yet inadvertently parting their fingers to steal glances at Han Xuemei, torn between admiration and shyness. Tang Tiantian, serving as the film projector operator, had witnessed many romantic scenes on the screen, yet love from that era was remarkably pure, with only embraces portrayed, never a kiss. Now, witnessing Zhang Yun kiss Han Xuemei with her own eyes left her astonished, and a wave of envy washed over her. She even felt a tinge of jealousy towards Han Xuemei. As the center of attention, Han Xuemei savored the electric moment, only to become acutely aware of the complex gazes around her, leaving her feeling uneasy and wishing to vanish into the ground. This was far too embarrassing. Zhang Yun seemed intent on taking his audacious display to the next level, suddenly embracing Han Xuemei's shoulders and loudly proclaiming, "Villagers, Han Xuemei and I share a mutual affection. I, Zhang Yun, vow to love her alone for the rest of my life." Such boldness, such candor, such astonishment. At these words, everyone was left speechless, regardless of age. Having never before heard such a shocking declaration of love, they stood in silence, captivated. At that moment, Han Xuemei felt no trace of shyness upon hearing Zhang Yun's vow. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness, tears welling up as she gazed deeply at him. Suddenly, the villagers erupted into applause, their claps echoing through the air. Despite the peculiarities of this era, their hearts remained pure, instinctively longing for beauty. Zhang Yun's extraordinary declaration of love resonated within them, prompting an outpouring of spontaneous admiration and applause. Tang Tiantian, seemingly stirred by an unknown impulse, seized the microphone. "Hello, everyone. The film will commence shortly, so please remain quiet." After this proclamation, she adeptly placed the film reel, secured it in position, and promptly pressed the play button. The screen flickered to life, and as the movie began, the villagers turned their attention away from Zhang Yun and Han Xuemei, settling down to watch the cinematic display. Zhang Yixin and Zhang Yi, having navigated through the throng, finally returned to their seats. "Brother Yun, you're truly impressive," they said, handing over sodas with genuine admiration. Zhang Yun accepted the soda and offered a bottle to Han Xuemei, winking at the two brothers. However, Han Xuemei dared not meet Zhang Yun's gaze. She feigned earnestness in watching the film, yet her heart was a tempest of emotions. As the film reached a particularly thrilling moment, Han Xuemei suddenly sensed a hand brushing against hers. She instinctively clasped her palm around it, their fingers entwining in an intimate embrace. How vexing! Han Xuemei was acutely aware that Zhang Yun had seized the opportunity, discreetly holding her hand while everyone was engrossed in the film. Her body stiffened in surprise, not having anticipated such audacity from him. Nevertheless, considering the earlier kiss, the intertwining of their hands felt somewhat acceptable. She relished this clandestine closeness. Zhang Yun and Han Xuemei believed their affectionate gestures had gone unnoticed, yet a pair of watchful eyes had been observing them all along. Indeed, Tang Tiantian had been secretly monitoring their interactions and had caught sight of Zhang Yun's subtle maneuver. Overwhelmed by surprise and a hint of jealousy, she nearly bit her lip in frustration. It was not until the film concluded that Zhang Yun released Han Xuemei's delicate hand, and in the dim light of the cinema, they exchanged a sweet, knowing smile. At that moment, Zhang Yixin called out, "Brother Yun, we haven't finished the sunflower seeds." During the movie, neither Zhang Yun nor Han Xuemei had eaten a single seed, and the brothers felt hesitant to consume them all, considering that Zhang Yun had purchased them. "Take them back and let Yaya have some," Zhang Yun chuckled, then recalling something else, exclaimed, "Yixin, please help me carry the stools home. I need to escort Han Xuemei back to the youth station." After all, the night had grown late, and although other youth were present to watch the film, Zhang Yun felt uneasy about Han Xuemei returning alone. Just as Zhang Yixin was about to voice his thoughts, Zhang Yi quickly grasped his brother's arm, urging, "All right, Brother Yun, we'll help you carry the stools." They then hurried off, and once they had distanced themselves, Zhang Yi remarked, "Brother, my dear brother, do pay attention. Brother Yun wishes to court Han Xuemei, can't you see?" Zhang Yixin was suddenly enlightened. Zhang Yun took Han Xuemei by the hand and walked towards the outskirts of the village. Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli had learned from various villagers about Zhang Yun's actions towards Han Xuemei. At that moment, witnessing Zhang Yun openly grasping Han Xuemei's hand as they strolled into the night, they laughed joyfully, refraining from calling out to the pair. Tang Tiantian swiftly stowed away the film projector, directing the villagers to fold and secure the screen, which they all placed onto her bicycle. Indeed, every film projectionist was equipped with a bicycle for the ease of transporting equipment among the production teams. Just as Tang Tiantian was about to mount her bicycle, the sound of another bicycle's bell pierced the night, causing her expression to shift dramatically, a blend of annoyance and resignation washing over her. "Jiqing, I've come to fetch you. Let us return together." A robust young man appeared on a bicycle before Tang Tiantian, his demeanor exuding a nonchalant charm as he regarded her with a smile. "Zhang Dahai, cease your incessant pursuits. I shall return alone." Tang Tiantian retorted with a hint of irritation. Were Zhang Yun present to hear the name Zhang Dahai, he would be filled with indignation. In a previous life, it was Zhang Dahai and Tang Tiantian who had clandestinely become involved, resulting in her unexpected pregnancy. Subsequently, Tang Tiantian had orchestrated a scheme to intoxicate Zhang Yun, leading to their marriage. This man, who had unwittingly become a pawn in Zhang Yun's life, would not escape his wrath. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Yun was lost in the embrace of night with Han Xuemei, their hands intertwined, enveloped in a sweet atmosphere. Chapter 63. The Scoundrel Zhang Dahai. Let the red wolf bite him. The Jiqing Point was less than 2 miles from the residential area of Jiuwan village. Hand in hand, Zhang Yun and Han Xuemei traversed the uneven dirt road, feeling the warmth of each other's grasp beneath the hazy night. Occasionally, their eyes met, though no words were exchanged. They could perceive each other's thoughts, immersed in a tender and affectionate moment. Their emotions intertwined in this instance. Towering trees lined the roadside, and the uneven chorus of cicadas filled the air, sounding like a wedding march to their ears. Upon reaching a magnificent banyan tree, Zhang Yun suddenly pulled Han Xuemei beneath its expansive branches, the leaves shielding them perfectly from the night, plunging them into darkness. Han Xuemei's body tensed as she perceived Zhang Yun's hurried breathing, aware of his intentions. Xuemei, that was merely a gentle kiss. I have yet to savor the taste. I desire more, Zhang Yun whispered eagerly. Han Xuemei trembled, her face flushed with shyness as she replied, Not now. Let us wait until we are married. Then you may do as you wish. Before she could finish, Zhang Yun sealed her lips with his own, and they fervently exchanged warmth in a passionate embrace. The sensation was utterly exquisite. After a while, when Han Xuemei realized Zhang Yun's hands were becoming bolder, attempting to ascend, she abruptly pushed him away, flustered. You are truly insufferable, she exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her, unsure how to chastise him. Although she was soon to be Zhang Yun's wife, she did not wish to be treated lightly before their marriage. Zhang Yun was acutely aware that women in this era were quite conservative. The fact that Han Xuemei could tolerate his kiss was already a significant concession. Although his earlier actions were instinctual, they were undeniably inappropriate. Thus, he embraced Han Xuemei and softly remarked, I was reckless. Henceforth, I shall only kiss you and refrain from any inappropriate touching. If I ever do, you have my permission to bite my hand. But alas, I am not a puppy. Han Xuemei sensed Zhang Yun's remorse and detected a hint of teasing in his words, prompting her to huff in annoyance. As they nestled together, a distant sound of a bicycle bell pierced the tranquility. Zhang Yun's heightened perception immediately detected it, prompting him to swiftly pull Han Xuemei behind the great banyan tree. Tang Tian, you know I like you. Just agree to be my girlfriend, will you? A man's voice resonated through the sparse darkness. At that moment, Tang Tian, cycling, halted beside the dirt path adjacent to the banyan tree, dismounted, and retorted furiously. Zhang Dahai, spare me. With your status, what kind of girl can't you find? Hidden behind the tree, upon hearing the name Zhang Dahai, Zhang Yun's fists clenched, a tempest of rage brewing within him. In his previous life, he had raised a son, Zhang Chuntian, who was the offspring of Zhang Dahai and Tang Tian. Now, finally confronting the origin of his grievances, Zhang Yun yearned for retribution. Han Xuemei, noticing the sudden intensity of Zhang Yun's demeanor, though unaware of the cause, was determined to keep Tang Tian from discovering their presence. Thus, she embraced Zhang Yun, signaling him to remain calm. At that moment, Zhang Dahai had secured his bicycle and abruptly lunged towards Tang Tian, seizing her in a fervent embrace, showering her with unwanted kisses. Tang Tian, I miss you. I think of you every day. Just yield to me. I promise to treat you well, he implored, his fervor palpable. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian, caught off guard by Zhang Dahai's brazen advance, began to struggle but found herself unable to break free. You beast. If you continue this way, I will go to the commune and tell your uncle, the secretary. I will confront him directly. In a moment of desperation, she shouted. It turned out that Zhang Dahai's background was formidable. His uncle, Zhang Wanchun, was indeed the secretary of the Chu Shui commune. As soon as Tang Tian uttered those words, Zhang Dahai ceased his unwarranted advances, yet still held onto her hands. What of it if you tell my uncle? I have the right to pursue you freely. Even if he is the commune's secretary, he cannot stop me from seeking your affection, Zhang Dahai replied with a grin, tightening his grip on Tang Tian once more as he resumed his unwelcome kisses. Tang Tian, now in a state of panic, began to weep. From his hiding place beneath the banyan tree, Zhang Yun listened intently to their exchange, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation. At this juncture, Tang Tian had yet to succumb to Zhang Dahai's advances. She was still enduring his harassment. According to the timeline of his previous life, it would be approximately 6 more months before she would ultimately fall victim to Zhang Dahai's desires, thus sowing the seeds of life, namely, Zhang Chuntian. Zhang Yun harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Dahou, having spent a lifetime as a pawn in his schemes. Now, having personally witnessed Zhang Dahou's unscrupulous behavior, he could no longer endure it. Suddenly, Zhang Yun discreetly released 2 red jackals from the ethereal space. With a fierce howl, the 2 jackals, in perfect harmony with Zhang Yun's intent, landed 10 meters from the banyan tree and charged towards Zhang Dahu on the dirt path. What is that? Zhang Dahu exclaimed in panic upon hearing the jackal's cries, quickly releasing Tang Tiantian and sprinting towards his bicycle. He adeptly mounted the seat and pedaled away with remarkable skill. Despicable coward. Tang Tiantian, too, heard the cacophony of the jackals and recognized the presence of wild beasts. Fear gripped her heart. The jackals, however, paid her no heed and continued their pursuit of Zhang Dahu. Realizing she was not in immediate danger, Tang Tiantian hastily mounted her bicycle and fled towards the youth commune. Behind the banyan tree, Han Xuemei stood momentarily stunned. This vicinity, near Jiuan village, seldom witnessed wild animals. How fortuitous that 2 should appear just in time to chase Zhang Dahu away. Xuemei, it's unsafe here with wild beasts around. I'll escort you back to the commune, Zhang Yun urged, concealing the truth of the situation. Fearful, Han Xuemei promptly followed Zhang Yun as they hurried back. By the time they reached the commune, Tang Tiantian was already there, directing several male youths to carry the film projector and other equipment back to the storeroom. Zhang Yun sensed the commotion from a distance and, deliberately slowing his pace alongside Han Xuemei, finally spoke as they approached the commune's entrance. Xuemei, you should be cautious of Tang Tiantian. She is not as simple as she seems. Avoid sharing everything with her. Zhang Yun could only offer this vague warning, unable to divulge the experiences of his previous life, as they were beyond explanation. All right, I understand, Han Xuemei replied dismissively, not taking his words to heart. Before hastily entering the courtyard, just as Tang Tiantian locked the storeroom, she turned to see Han Xuemei returning. Her expression shifted several times before she approached with a smile. My dear Xuemei, you certainly made a splash today. Zhang Yun publicly kissed you. I'm so envious. Upon hearing this, Han Xuemei's face flushed crimson, and she playfully punched Tang Tiantian's arm before shyly retreating to her quarters. Chapter 64. How to select members for the hunting team. Zhang Yun hurried back to Jiuan village and arrived at the home of Zhang Jiwu, knocking on the door. Who is it? Zhang Jiwu called out, still awake. Third uncle, step outside for a moment, Zhang Yun replied. Shortly, Zhang Jiwu emerged in shorts and a shirt. Zhang Yun pulled him a few meters away and quietly said, Third uncle, tomorrow at dawn, accompany me to the Lingshui mine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, All right. A few days ago, Zhang Jiwu accompanied Zhang Yun into the mountains and indeed reaped considerable profits. His mindset underwent a profound transformation. He realized that steadfastly toiling in the production team merely earned him a meager share of labor points, sufficient only for subsistence. However, on this particular day, Zhang Yun did not seek out Zhang Jiwu to venture into the mountains, leaving him consumed by suspicion and anxiety, fearing that Zhang Yun might abandon him. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, a sense of reassurance washed over Zhang Jiwu, allowing him to rest easy at night. Oh, by the way, I heard that you have become the captain of the hunting team, my dear uncle. What plans do you have? Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. Currently, the nearest Songshu mountain to Jiuan village has been largely depleted of wild beasts, making it exceedingly difficult for the hunting team of Jiuan Brigade to achieve a successful hunt there. Of course, other mountainous regions surrounding Jiuan village are connected to various production teams, and any attempt by Jiuan's hunting team to access those areas would inevitably lead to conflict. Thus, the only viable option is Jiming Mountain, as it is sufficiently vast and not affiliated with any production team, allowing Jiuan's hunting team to venture in. However, Jiming Mountain poses significant dangers, making it unsuitable for the newly established hunting team. Upon hearing this inquiry, Zhang Jiwu indeed displayed a hint of hesitation. Yun, the brigade leader appointed me as captain this afternoon, tasking me with selecting members for the hunting team. I spent the entire afternoon at a loss, feeling overwhelmed by the complexity of this responsibility. Our hunting team lacks even a single decent hunting tool. How can we possibly commence our work? Zhang Jiwu implored, gazing earnestly at Zhang Yun, as he found himself in dire need of assistance. After a brief silence, Zhang Yun responded, Uncle, today I approached the brigade leader and secured a plot of land for building a house, right at the Tea Mountain. Here's the plan. Let the task of selecting members for the hunting team take place at my plot. I will be constructing a new house anyway, so any team member interested in joining the hunting team can come to my plot and assist in the construction. Over the course of this month, I will observe their strength, attention to detail, teamwork, and fundamental skills as hunters throughout the building process. Naturally, I will compensate them with wages for their efforts. I will not take advantage of them. After selecting the plot in the afternoon, Zhang Yun contemplated the next steps for house construction. He was determined to complete the new house within a month, so he could move in directly after marrying Han Xuemei. To achieve such a swift construction timeline, a substantial workforce was essential. Conveniently, with Jiuwan Brigade forming a hunting team and Zhang Jiwu uncertain about which individuals to select, Zhang Yun cleverly arranged for the assessment process to coincide with the construction of his new home. Although this might appear somewhat questionable, Zhang Yun was unbothered by others' perceptions. They could say whatever they wished. Moreover, Zhang Yun does not exploit the labor of these individuals for free. He compensates them daily and provides them with meat and vegetables. Zhang Yun is certain that as long as he hints at the construction process, with the promise of daily meat, the villagers of Jiuwan will undoubtedly rush to offer their assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu comprehended the brilliance of the plan. It is indeed a twofold benefit. Even if the villagers participating in the construction are not selected for the hunting team, they will still earn their wages, leaving them with no grievances. This approach is feasible. I shall heed your counsel, uncle. Zhang Jiwu promptly agreed. I can assure you that the wages earned by the members of the hunting team during construction will suffice for them to craft bows and hunting knives. Once enlisted in the hunting team, their earnings will certainly exceed the dividends from the production team's labor points. I believe they can easily calculate this. Zhang Yun reiterated his point. Zhang Jiwu wholeheartedly concurred. He understood that as long as Zhang Yun guaranteed the procurement of game for the hunting team, they would reap substantial profits. Very well, uncle. Please keep this under wraps for a few days. Once I have secured a skilled builder, I will inform you. And then you may announce the criteria for selecting the team members. Observing that their discussion had concluded, Zhang Yun wasted no time as both men returned to their respective homes. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Buoshu and Wang Yuanhui had been quietly observing from their room, peering through a small crack in the window. Although they did not overhear the conversation between Zhang Yun and Zhang Jiwu, they were certain that the two would head to the Linshui mine early the following morning. Tomorrow morning, the trio of Unity, Victory, and Construction will venture to the black market at Jigong Mountain. We must find evidence of Zhang Yun selling goods there, Wang Yuanhui stated coldly. Rest assured, once we confirm Zhang Yun's presence at the Jigong Mountain black market, I will contact the police, and on the morning after tomorrow, we will stake out the market. As soon as Zhang Yun appears, we can execute the arrest, Zhang Buoshu sneered. It became evident that Zhang Buoshu had connections with the Public Security Bureau of the commune, and he was resolved that upon discovering Zhang Yun's visit to the black market, he would leverage this connection to capture him, ensuring that Zhang Yun could never rise again. Should Zhang Yun prosper, he would elevate Zhang Zhongli's status, leading to the oppression of Zhang Buoshu's family. This was something Zhang Buoshu could never accept. From childhood, he had grown accustomed to subjugating Zhang Zhongli's family, and he could not bear the thought of Zhang Zhongli rising above him. Thus, regardless of Zhang Yun being his nephew, Zhang Buoshu could easily forsake familial ties for what he deemed just. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Zhang Yun quickly bathed and then returned to his bed, only to find that his father, Zhang Zhongli, and mother, Chen Wan, were still awake, seemingly awaiting his return. Third, you wish to build a house on your own. The pressure is immense. Have you truly thought this through? Came his mother's voice. As a mother, Chen Wan understood the reasons behind Zhang Yun's decision to undertake this construction, but she could not bear to see him shoulder too much burden. Parents, rest assured, I shall bear no burden in constructing the house, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Wishing to offer no further explanation, how could he divulge the existence of his spiritual space, filled with an abundance of beastly meat? There were too many secrets that Zhang Yun simply could not reveal. Well, my dear third son, you have grown up and are now ready to start a family. We, your two old folks, may not be of much help, but we can assist by preparing meals when you build your house, Zhang Zhongli remarked. Noticing Zhang Yun's reluctance to elaborate, without further ado, he expressed his thoughts. All right, parents, you shall be the overseers. Witnessing how I construct the finest and largest house in the village, Zhang Yun responded with a smile. Soon after, the family fell into a comfortable silence, each drifting into slumber. Chapter 65. The land money is secured in the early hours. Around 5 o'clock, the three brothers, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Xingli, and Zhang Jianxi, quietly opened the door and stealthily departed for Chicken Public Mountain. Before 6, Zhang Jiwu also emerged from his room and made his way to Zhang Yun's doorstep. Gently knocking on the door, Zhang Yun, possessing keen perceptive abilities, was roused by the faint sound in his dreams. Uncle, please wait a moment. I shall be right out, he called. With the feedback from his spatial powers, he sensed Zhang Jiwu's presence outside, detecting his essence within a 10-meter radius. As he rose, Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual space. Indeed, an additional acre had been added. The fourth plot of land was now frozen in time. The previous day, upon capturing over 1,000 pounds of fish, Zhang Yun had resolved that this fourth plot would serve as a fishery. At that moment, with a thought, he cleared the center of the fourth plot, transforming it into a vast fish pond, 5 meters deep, with only a 1-meter wide walkway remaining around the edges. However, this expansive pond was devoid of even a single drop of water. It would take an eternity to fill it with the spiritual spring's water. Zhang Yun contemplated this dilemma. Although the spiritual spring gushed from above the massive stone in the first plot, the flow was rather minimal. Filling the enormous pond in the fourth plot would be a challenge, even over the course of a month. Moreover, Zhang Yun realized that the spring's essence was meant to nourish the entire spiritual space. Depleting it entirely for fish cultivation would compromise the nutrients of the other plots. It seemed imperative to head to the Xuemei River and directly absorb its waters to fill the pond. Zhang Yun promptly devised a plan in his mind. Soon, he donned his clothes, hastily washed his face, and stepped outside. Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Yun departed quietly. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoshu and Wang Yuanhui had been vigilantly observing from their room's window, catching sight of Zhang Yun and his companion leaving. Those two have stealthily slipped away once again. Today, we shall surely uncover evidence of their dealings at Chicken Public Mountain, Wang Yuanhui remarked with a fierce tone after they had vanished from view. Rest assured, as long as I can confirm that Zhang Yun has gone to Jigong Mountain, I shall arrange for the police to be dispatched tomorrow, ensuring that Zhang Yun can be apprehended on the spot. Zhang Basho snorted in response, exuding an air of certainty. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun and Zhang Zhuwu hastily walked for about 10 minutes until they arrived at the Land God Temple. Third uncle, could you please observe our surroundings? I have an unsettling feeling that someone is following us. I will retrieve the rabbits now, Zhang Yun calmly stated as he stopped approximately 20 meters away from the temple. Naturally, this was merely a pretext. All the wild rabbits were safely tucked away in the spirit spring space, and Zhang Yun could not allow Zhang Jiwu to accompany him. He certainly could not conjure the rabbits out of thin air in front of him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu genuinely believed that they were indeed being followed and immediately turned to scout the area. Zhang Yun swiftly approached the temple, expertly moved aside some stones and timber, and entered the basement, from which he retrieved 2 fertilizer bags, each containing 20 wild rabbits. The combined weight of these 40 rabbits was approximately 200 pounds, sufficient to meet the demands of the cafeteria. The remaining rabbits would be taken to the black market at Jigong Mountain for a greater profit. Zhang Yun remarked nonchalantly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The previous day, he had scoured the entire mountainous region of Sangshu Mountain, capturing a total of 252 wild rabbits, including 50 females, with the remaining 200 males slated for sale. Soon, Zhang Yun hoisted the 2 fertilizer bags and made his way to the main road. Yunner, I searched thoroughly and found no one else, Zhang Jiwu reported earnestly. Perhaps it was just my imagination, Zhang Yun replied with equal seriousness. Subsequently, the two resumed their previous pace, taking turns to carry the load, and after about an hour, they finally arrived at the Linshui mine. At this point, Zhang Yun set down his burden and calmly instructed, Third uncle, please deliver these rabbits to the cafeteria and leave the receipt with the head chef, Yang Yunshan. I will come by shortly to collect it. Zhang Jiwu, momentarily perplexed, asked directly, Yunner, do you have other matters to attend to? Zhang Yun nodded and replied with a smile. Indeed, I have contacted the fishermen from Shanlu village, and they will be bringing fish. I need to go meet them. Oh, by the way, after you deliver the rabbits to the cafeteria, do not wait for me. Simply return to the village. Here are 5 yuan for you, as compensation for your labor today. Yesterday, Yang Yunshan had mentioned to Zhang Yun that he also required some fish. After all, one cannot subsist solely on rabbit meat. Therefore, Zhang Yun intended to select 100 pounds of fish from the catch in his space and personally deliver them to the cafeteria. Thus, today, Zhang Yun would provide 200 pounds of rabbits and 100 pounds of fish to the cafeteria, yielding a substantial sum of cash. As Zhang Jiwu observed Zhang Yun placing the 5 yuan into his pocket, he contemplated refusing it, but was silenced by Zhang Yun's cheerful demeanor. He clearly understood the necessity of adhering to Zhang Yun's wishes and not being overly concerned about financial matters. A teacher's daily wage was merely 1 yuan, and Zhang Jiwu had only carried the burden for a short while to earn 5 yuan, which indeed seemed quite generous. Zhang Jiwu was well aware that this was a special consideration from Zhang Yun, and he felt grateful in his heart. After Zhang Jiwu had taken the rabbits to the cafeteria, Zhang Yun retrieved 2 baskets from his spiritual space, lined them with plastic film, added some water, and then selected approximately 100 pounds of grass carp and silver carp from the space. After waiting for about 30 minutes, Zhang Yun finally lifted the baskets and made his way to the cafeteria. To his surprise, Chef Yang Yinshan was waiting at the entrance for Zhang Yun. Upon seeing Zhang Yun's figure, he immediately jogged over to greet him. "Brother Zhang Yun, I heard from your third uncle that you would be bringing some fish. And I couldn't be happier," Yang Yinshan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the fish in the baskets. Just yesterday, he had casually mentioned that the cafeteria needed fish. And here Zhang Yun was, delivering some. Yang Yinshan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He regarded Zhang Yun as his lucky star. "Brother Yang, let us weigh them," Zhang Yun said calmly as he positioned the baskets next to the scale in the cafeteria. Soon, with Yang Yinshan personally weighing the fish, the delivery was confirmed at 105 pounds. "Here is the receipt for the 206 pounds of wild rabbits and the receipt for 105 pounds of fish. Please keep them safe." Yang Yinshan handed the receipts to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun glanced at them. For the 206 pounds of rabbits, priced at 70 cents per pound, the total came to 1,442 yuan. For the 105 pounds of fish, priced at 80 cents per pound, the total was 84 yuan. Altogether, that amounted to 2,282 yuan. This money for the homestead was now in hand. "By the way, Brother Yang, how is the mine manager's health?" Zhang Yun inquired, tucking the receipts into his pocket. "Not well. The mine manager has been suffering from a severe fever. We had a doctor from the People's Hospital come over, and after several 4 drips, he still hasn't fully recovered," Yang Yinshan replied, his expression troubled. With this news, Zhang Yun realized that his plans to acquire the wheel would have to be postponed. "I shall go see the mine manager," Zhang Yun stated calmly. Chapter 66. The Miraculous Spring Water Knock. Knock, knock. Zhang Yun arrived at the mine manager's residence and knocked on the door. With a creak, Lu Jingfeng, the father of mine manager Lu Baoshan, opened the door. Surprised to see Zhang Yun, he asked, "Young brother Zhang, what brings you here so early?" Lu Jingfeng was puzzled. Logically, Zhang Yun had already obtained his procurement officer certificate, and as long as he diligently completed his duties, he would secure a permanent position. Yet here Zhang Yun was again, making Lu Jingfeng wonder if he had come seeking help due to a failure to deliver meat to the cafeteria. At that moment, Zhang Yun held a bamboo tube in his right hand, filled halfway with spiritual spring water and halfway with well water. Having heard that Lu Baoshan had not yet recovered from his fever, Zhang Yun thought of a remedy. He had personally experienced the body-enhancing effects of the spiritual spring water, which gave him confidence that once Lu Baoshan drank from this bamboo tube, the fever would surely subside. "Old sir, I heard from Yang Yinshan that the mine manager still has a high fever, so I came right over," Zhang Yun explained. "In my hand lies a bamboo tube filled with spring water sourced from a spring on Chicken Crying Mountain. Each time I venture into the mountains and suffer from heat stroke, I drink from this spring, and it swiftly restores my vitality. Elder, if you believe in me, allow the mine manager to consume this entire tube of spring water and observe the results." Zhang Yun clearly articulated his intentions. Lu Jingfeng gazed at Zhang Yun and willingly accepted the bamboo tube. After all, Zhang Yun had no reason to harm Lu Baoshan. Moreover, a person with a high fever needs to hydrate continually, so trying the spring water that Zhang Yun provided could be worth a shot. Subsequently, Lu Jingfeng entered the inner room. Lu Baoshan had been burning with fever for 3 days, looking pale and emaciated, completely devoid of spirit. At that moment, Lu Baoshan stirred awake and, upon seeing his father enter, attempted to speak, only to find his voice reduced to a mere whisper, as the fever had even affected his vocal cords. "Baoshan, take a sip of spring water to cool down," Lu Jingfeng gently urged as he unscrewed the lid of the bamboo tube and supported Lu Baoshan. With some effort, Lu Baoshan managed to part his lips, and Lu Jingfeng brought the tube to his son's mouth, pouring the spring water directly in. After just a single sip, Lu Baoshan's body quivered as he appeared to sense the miraculous effects of the spring water. At that moment, he resembled a ravenous infant eagerly consuming milk, greedily gulping down the contents of the bamboo tube. Witnessing his son in such a state, Lu Jingfeng felt an inexplicable surge of excitement within him. He sensed Lu Baoshan's thirst for life and naturally began to realize that this bamboo tube of spring water might indeed be effective. Zhang Yun stood quietly, observing as Lu Baoshan drank every last drop of the spring water. "The spring water consumed by my father, mother, and sister is a blend of 1 part spiritual spring and 10 parts well water, significantly improving their health. For Lu Baoshan, due to his persistent fever, I utilized a mixture of half spiritual spring and half well water to yield immediate results." Such thoughts occupied Zhang Yun's mind. At that moment, after finishing the spring water, Lu Baoshan let out a long sigh and burped. "Baoshan, how do you feel?" Lu Jingfeng, witnessing his son's condition, felt a spark of hope in his eyes and promptly inquired. "Father, thank you for your concern. I feel much better," Lu Baoshan surprisingly responded. The fact that he could speak filled Lu Zhengfeng with excitement. It indicated that the spring water had indeed taken effect. In an instant, Lu Zhengfeng rushed to Zhang Yun. Expressing his gratitude, "Zhang Yun, you have truly saved Baoshan's life. You have done my entire family a great service. Thankfully, I, as a white-haired man, need not bury a black-haired one." Indeed, after 3 days of high fever, when Lu Baoshan could no longer speak, Lu Zhengfeng had resigned himself to the belief that his son had only a few days left to live. Little did he expect Zhang Yun's sudden appearance and the miraculous spring water that would restore Lu Baoshan to health. Though Lu Zhengfeng was a retired official of high standing, he remained a father, deeply tied to familial bonds, and naturally wished for his son to outlive him. "Elder, you overstate my contribution," Zhang Yun replied calmly. As Lu Baoshan had recovered, Zhang Yun decided not to disturb him further, understanding that the elder required a period of tranquility for recuperation. "Old master, I shall take my leave now and will not trouble you again for a while," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Lu Zhengfeng personally escorted Zhang Yun to the door and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Zhang Yun, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Although I am now retired, I still possess some influence and may be of assistance." This reassurance was more than sufficient for Zhang Yun. He promptly replied, "We shall discuss it later," before departing. Making his way directly to the back mountain, Zhang Yun retrieved a basket from the spirit spring, filled with 30 wild rabbits. With an additional 160 rabbits still to sell, he exhibited patience and resolved to sell them all before leaving. He placed the basket on the ground, with one rabbit tied atop it, signaling his intention to sell. Before long, a woman approached, her face lighting up with recognition. "Ah, it's you again, young man. I bought a rabbit from you yesterday, and it was truly delightful," she exclaimed. Zhang Yun recalled that she was one of the neighbors summoned by Wang Xiuhua the previous day and had indeed purchased a rabbit. "4 yuan each. Would you like to buy another?" Zhang Yun inquired softly. "Absolutely," the woman responded enthusiastically, promptly retrieving 4 yuan from her pocket and handing it to Zhang Yun before lifting a rabbit from the basket. "I'll spread the word about your arrival. My neighbors will surely come to buy more. Even if they don't eat them today, they'll keep them for a few days before cooking." With that, she hurried away. After her departure, several miners' families who had been loitering nearby gathered around, their interest piqued by Zhang Yun's presence. In an era where meat was a rare commodity, the prospect of enjoying such a luxury was nothing short of blissful. If prepared well, rabbit meat could be exquisite. Consequently, each of these families purchased one or more rabbits, paying readily before swiftly departing. Once they left, Zhang Yun adjusted his stall and discreetly replenished it with several more rabbits from the basket. Soon after, 3 figures wearing conical hats approached, wandering together around Jigong Mountain. They remained silent, merely meandering without making any purchases. Upon spotting Zhang Yun's stall, they instinctively concealed themselves behind a nearby building, peering intently at him. "Is that Zhang Yun?" Zhang Tuanjie asked in a hushed tone. "Indeed, it is he. I am well acquainted with his background," Zhang Xuemei replied, somewhat excited. Finally, they confirmed their suspicions that Zhang Yun was indeed selling goods at Jigong Mountain, likely amassing a considerable fortune. "This is exactly what we have been searching for," Zhang Jianxi remarked coldly. The 3 brothers had arrived early at Jigong Mountain, lingering about in hopes of locating Zhang Yun. Now, having witnessed him selling wild rabbits, they felt assured of their findings. Chapter 67. Someone is watching. I cannot shake the feeling that I am being observed. Zhang Yun's perceptiveness is keen, despite the profound darkness of the night. He senses an unsettling gaze directed at him from behind. Unbeknownst to him, the trio of Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jianxi has arrived. This sensation is exceedingly disconcerting. Unable to tolerate the creeping anxiety, Zhang Yun promptly hoists his backpack and slips into the narrow alley beside a nearby house, making his way toward the rear mountain. The reason Chicken Mountain has become a black market hub is twofold. Firstly, the nearby mining site attracts a multitude of affluent individuals, and secondly, the terrain allows for the construction of houses along the mountain's base, enabling easy access to the mountain's depths through side alleys. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Zhang Yun decisively enters the mountain. Upon reaching the darkness of the alley, he swiftly releases 2 red wolves from his space. "Go, scout the surroundings," he commands. The 2 red wolves, akin to stealthy hounds, navigate the night with remarkable discretion. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers, Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jianxi, concealed beside a building, stand in bewilderment as they witness Zhang Yun's abrupt departure. Why has he left so suddenly? Zhang Tuanjie finds it peculiar and perplexing. Perhaps the wild rabbits Zhang Yun has been selling are hidden in the rear mountain. He might be retrieving them to return for sale, muses Zhang Xuemei, who prides himself on his insight. Is it possible that Zhang Yun has an accomplice concealed in the house behind? Zhang Jianqi proposes a theory. However, such speculations pale in significance. Now that they have confirmed Zhang Yun's presence at Chicken Mountain selling goods, their objective is fulfilled. Let us return home and inform our father of this fact. We shall await his directives, Zhang Tuanjia concludes decisively. The three brothers promptly set off together, intent on departing. Suddenly, one of the red wolves catches up to them, letting out a piercing howl. What was that? The brothers are paralyzed with fear, crying out in alarm. In an instant, the trio, pursued by the red wolf, bolts in a frenzied panic, their shouts reverberating throughout Chicken Mountain. At this moment, upon hearing the brothers' cries, Zhang Yun comprehends the situation. Indeed, my instincts were sharp. Someone was certainly watching me. Yet, I did not anticipate that it would be my three cousins. Surely, this must be orchestrated by Zhang Borshu and Wang Yuanhui from behind the scenes. Their relentless meddling is insufferable. Recognizing their voices, Zhang Yun quickly deduces the conspiracy of his uncle's family. Their aim is undoubtedly to capture him. To capture me? How intriguing. I am curious to see whom Zhang Borshu has managed to recruit for this endeavor. At this moment, Zhang Yun feels not fear but a sense of excitement. Anticipating the connections Zhang Borshu might leverage, the red wolf, having chased the brothers for over 100 meters, halts its pursuit upon noticing other residents emerging and promptly returns. Zhang Yun retrieved two red foxes back into the spiritual space and patiently awaited a moment, observing that Chicken Public Mountain had once again settled into tranquility before he resumed his stall by the roadside. Within this serene landscape, he felt no trepidation. At the slightest hint of law enforcement, he would swiftly retreat into the depths of the mountains. As soon as he set up his stall, a throng of elderly individuals approached, among them Wang Xuehua. "Young man, you have indeed come. Aunt Zeng was truthful. She informed us of your return." Wang Xuehua exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Zhang Yun. Recalling Wang Xuehua's request from the previous day, Zhang Yun promptly replied, "Aunt Wang, regarding what you mentioned yesterday, I have found a hunter friend who should possess the means to procure the turtle you seek. If all goes well, he will arrive at the mining site by dawn, and I shall escort him to your home." Zhang Yun had indeed secured a turtle over 20 years old, yet he hesitated to retrieve it from the space at that moment, so he fabricated the tale of the hunter friend. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuehua became visibly excited, exclaiming, "Wonderful! That is splendid news." The other elderly patrons, having heard the exchange, began to produce money or tickets, eagerly selecting a wild hare or several. Such purchasing power was remarkable. The basket containing 30 wild hares was swiftly depleted. "Young man, this is merely 30 hares. It is insufficient. With over 1,000 workers at this mining site, if each household purchases one, we will require at least 1,000 hares," one elder lamented while clutching a hare. Zhang Yun, determined not to disappoint his customers, replied with a smile, "Rest assured, sir, I have numerous hunter friends en route, and they will undoubtedly deliver a substantial supply of wild hares." Having already sold 60 hares, Zhang Yun was intent on selling the remaining 100. "Could I kindly ask for your assistance? If you could rally some neighbors and friends to come by, I shall head to the junction and fetch the wild hares brought by my hunter friends," Zhang Yun proposed, lifting his basket in preparation to depart for the Chicken Public Mountain Junction. "Certainly. You are a sincere young man. I shall gladly assist," responded one of the enthusiastic patrons. The elders who had purchased hares were exceedingly warm and readily agreed to help. This promotional effect was precisely what Zhang Yun desired. With their widespread endorsement, he would establish a reputable presence, capable of supplying substantial quantities of meat retail in the future. In no time, Zhang Yun departed, and approximately 10 minutes later, he returned to Chicken Public Mountain, balancing two baskets filled with wild hares, exactly 100 in number. Indeed, those elderly patrons who had pledged their support had proven to be diligent. At this moment, numerous elders gathered in the streets. Upon witnessing Zhang Yun's timely return, they instinctively approached him, silently surrounding him with cash in hand. "First, the payment, then the rabbit," Zhang Yun stated succinctly, without any unnecessary embellishments. Subsequently, the elderly patrons handed over their money before eagerly reaching into the basket, retrieving wild rabbits, and departing. Remarkably, this endeavor lasted no more than 10 minutes, resulting in the sale of 100 wild rabbits. Thus, by the early hours of the morning, Zhang Yun had sold 40 rabbits at the cafeteria and an additional 160 at Chicken Public Mountain, totaling 200 male rabbits. As Zhang Yun's consciousness delved into the spiritual spring space, he beheld a corner of Area 1, where a substantial sum of cash and receipts lay stacked. The total amounted to 612 yuan in cash, 120 jin of grain coupons, 15 jin of kerosene coupons, and 15 feet of cloth coupons. Additionally, There was a receipt from the cafeteria, indicating that upon waiting for the accounting department's verification, he could receive an extra 2,282 yuan. Thus, in this early morning alone, Zhang Yun's cash income had exceeded 800 yuan. With dawn approaching, it was time for him to exchange for Wang Xiuhua's bow and arrows. Zhang Yun recalled the details Wang Xiuhua had shared, and with the enhanced memory granted by the spiritual spring space, he quickly found door number 147, her residence. He knocked thrice. The door creaked open, revealing Wang Xiuhua, whose face instantly blossomed with joy upon seeing Zhang Yun. "Little brother, you finally made it." Clearly, she had been anxiously awaiting his arrival ever since he mentioned he had found the turtle. Zhang Yun held the basket in his hand, within which lay the very first turtle he had captured. This turtle had been absorbing the essence of the spiritual spring, and although it may not have reached the 20-year mark, its medicinal properties were undoubtedly more potent than that of a typical 20-year-old turtle. "Aunt Wang, the turtle you desired is right here. Please take it," he said, refraining from entering her home, and instead, he opened the basket. Wang Xiuhua lifted the lid and, to her delight, found a sizable turtle within, clearly a creature of considerable age. "Little brother, wait a moment. I'll fetch the bow and arrows," she exclaimed. Aware of the customary exchange, Wang Xiuhua promptly returned with the bow and quiver in hand, presenting them directly to Zhang Yun. "Little brother, my father's bow is crafted from the finest materials, especially the bowstring, which is made from the tendons of an adult water buffalo. Its elasticity is remarkable, ensuring a perfect shot within 10 meters. The quiver contains 20 feathered arrows, each with iron-tipped heads, guaranteed to penetrate any beast they strike," she elaborated. Slightly anxious that Zhang Yun might not appreciate the quality of her bow, Zhang Yun accepted the bow, examining it closely. It was a traditional bow, elegantly curved at the top lip. Regardless of its quality, Zhang Yun would have accepted it without hesitation. After all, with the presence of the spiritual spring space, by merely consuming acceleration points, even an ordinary bow can be elevated to a higher grade. "Aunt Wang, this bow is quite splendid. My hunter friend will surely appreciate it." "Very well, I shall take this bow with me. Please take care of the turtle, and I wish for your wife's swift recovery," Zhang Yun remarked with a smile. Wang Xiuhua took the turtle and, after blinking a few times at Zhang Yun, suddenly said, "Young brother, if you possess this bow, you will undoubtedly venture into the surrounding mountains to hunt beasts." Zhang Yun nodded in affirmation. "Aunt, I hail from Sihui village, which serves as the best route to enter the Siming Mountains. This village is inhabited entirely by the Wang family. Outsiders attempting to enter the Siming Mountains through Sihui village will surely be repelled, making it exceedingly difficult to gain access. Fortunately, I originate from Sihui village as well. Although I have married out, I still possess the qualifications for recommendation. If you wish to enter the Siming Mountains through Sihui village in the future, come find me, and I shall guide you into the mountains," Wang Xiuhua suddenly proclaimed. Thinking of how Zhang Yun had rendered her significant assistance, she could only repay him in this manner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun was astonished to discover that Wang Xiuhua, like his aunt Wang Yuanhui, also hailed from Sihui village. What a coincidence. Indeed, Sihui village is situated right next to the Siming Mountains, considered the first bend of the Chu Shui River, where the villagers have honed their innate hunting skills from a young age, living in harmony with the mountains. During the most arduous times of the 1960s, the villagers of Sihui rarely faced hunger, all thanks to their status as hunters. Wang Yuanhui's brother is an expert in beast hunting. Every time he ventures into the mountains and returns with a bounty, he shares some, allowing Wang Yuanhui to frequently enjoy meat, which is one of the reasons Zhang Guangming and son Manxiang favored her. "Very well, Aunt Wang. In the future, when I wish to visit the Siming Mountains, I will certainly seek you out," Zhang Yun said cheerfully. In truth, he had contemplated that the Siming Mountains, as the source of the Chu Shui River, encompass a vast area, and the state has designated it as a forest conservation zone, preserving its immense primeval forest. It is teeming with wildlife, and as soon as one enters, encounters with beasts are inevitable. However, Zhang Yun's immediate plan was to first visit Jiming Mountain, as it is closest to Jiuan village, just over Songshushan. Nevertheless, a journey to the Siming Mountains is essential for him in the future to encounter those ferocious creatures. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yun departed from Jigong Mountain, reached the crossroads, and entered a nearby grove. He swiftly climbed a tree and reclined on a branch to rest. His consciousness then entered the spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun fixed his gaze upon the bow he had just acquired, and then glanced at the numbers above the boulder in Zone 1. Acceleration points, 218. Zone 4 is still in a state of suspended time. Let me expend 10 acceleration points. A thought commanded the action. In an instant, Zone 4, which had just been static, began to flow at a pace 10 times that of the real world. Acceleration points, 118. Regrettably, the fishing pond in Zone 4 is devoid of water. Otherwise, Zhang Yun would have transferred all the fish there. He allocated one acceleration point to the bow and issued another command with his mind. Suddenly, Zhang Yun experienced a profound sensation, as though the bow had gained strength, reminiscent of his long familiarity with it. He promptly retrieved the bow, grasping it with his left hand while drawing the string with his right. Closing his left eye and focusing with his right, he executed every movement with remarkable grace, as if he had been practicing archery for a decade. To his astonishment, the acceleration point applied to the bow had also inadvertently enhanced his archery skills. Zhang Yun was filled with joy. This was yet another unexpected boon. He then returned the bow to the spiritual spring space, allocating one acceleration point to it. As another point was consumed, he felt a new sensation. This bow's quality had improved, and his archery proficiency had also advanced. After bestowing another acceleration point upon the bow, he commanded with his mind once more. Upon feeling the bow's slight upgrade, he realized it had not improved significantly and was nearing its limit. Meanwhile, his archery skill had ascended to a level equivalent to approximately 15 years of experience. Acceleration points, 88. It appeared that the materials used to create this bow also had a limit to their enhancement. Infinite strength was unattainable. Nevertheless, with newfound archery skills and a reliable bow, traversing the chicken crying mountain would pose no challenge. Zhang Yun felt ecstatic. If the opportunity arose, he would consider acquiring a Type 56 rifle, maximizing his safety in the mountains. He reminisced about the scene 2 days prior, where 2 militia members had shot 2 wild boars, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. However, there was no urgency at present. Observing the dwindling acceleration points, which had fallen to 88, he began to feel anxious. The consumption of these points was far too rapid. He needed to accumulate more acceleration points. First, he resolved to head to the Chu Shui River, aiming to fill the fish pond in Area 4, transferring all fish into it. Stealing his resolve, Zhang Yun swiftly descended from the tree and raced toward the Chu Shui River. Chapter 69. To increase acceleration points, fishing is essential as dawn broke. Zhang Yun arrived at the banks of the Chu Shui River, situated within the territory of Shanlu Village. Here, the river curved dramatically, its expanse stretching between 100 to 200 meters, causing the current to slow considerably. Consequently, a wealth of nutrients accumulated upstream, fostering a thriving population of fish. Zhang Yun's purpose for visiting was twofold: to absorb river water and fill the nearly 1-acre fish pond in Area 4, and to engage in substantial fish harvesting. Without hesitation, he swiftly shed his clothing, leaving only his undergarments, and plunged into the river. With a command of his mind, the spiritual spring space began voraciously consuming the river water, channeling it into the fish pond in Area 4. Zhang Yun's body resembled a large pump. As the water flowed against him, the spiritual spring space instantaneously absorbed it, redirecting the river water into the pond. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, with arms outstretched also at around the same height, he effectively transformed into a human conduit, greedily consuming the flowing river water. Even with such a formidable, large-caliber water pump, it took half an hour to completely fill the fish pond on plot number 4. At that moment, Zhang Yun gazed upon the expanse of the pond, brimming with water, his heart fluttering with excitement. He then summoned a thought, commanding that all the fish from the small pond beneath the colossal stone on plot number 1 be transferred to the pond on plot number 4. Nearly 400 fish in total. This modest quantity of fish occupied merely a small corner of a pond nearly an acre in size and 5 meters deep. Thus, the pond on plot number 4 still had ample capacity to accommodate a significant number of fish. The temporal flow on plot number 4 was 10 times that of the real world, and without any aquatic plants in the pond, the fish would soon find themselves in dire need of sustenance under such an accelerated time frame. Contemplating this, Zhang Yun resolved to refrain from capturing the fish for the time being, and instead decided to harvest aquatic plants from the river, transplanting them into the pond. It must be noted that Zhang Yun possessed exceptional swimming skills, and with the enhancement derived from spatial energy, he could now hold his breath underwater for up to 10 minutes. Consequently, Zhang Yun submerged himself to the riverbed, effortlessly gathering various types of aquatic vegetation, which he promptly deposited into the spiritual spring space, sending them to the bottom of the pond on plot number 4. After 10 minutes, he surfaced, finally taking a breath of fresh air. The bottom of the pond had now acquired aquatic plants covering an area of approximately 2 acres. Upon closer inspection, he found golden algae, water hyacinth, water celery, cattails, and duckweed, edible aquatic plants suitable for freshwater fish. Zhang Yun immediately issued a command to remove those types of plants that were unsuitable for fish consumption from the space. With such a plethora of aquatic vegetation, nourished by the spiritual spring and growing rapidly under tenfold time acceleration, the needs of the fish would undoubtedly be met. Satisfied with this, Zhang Yun ceased his collection of aquatic plants. He then took out a sticky net, one end secured to the root of a small tree on the bank, while the other end was fastened to a wooden pole anchored in the riverbed with a large stone. The 10-meter-long sticky net effectively blocked a section of the river flow. Drawing from yesterday's experience, Zhang Yun adeptly swam 10 meters upstream and retrieved a fertilizer bag filled with spiritual spring. The essence of the spring seeped through the bag's seams, slowly merging with the river water and drifting downstream. Upon tasting the spiritual spring, the fish downstream quickly swam upstream, inevitably colliding with the sticky net. Approximately 10 minutes later, the contents of the fertilizer bag had fully integrated into the river. Without delay, Zhang Yun stowed the bag and dove into the water, swimming directly to the sticky net. As anticipated, the net was once again filled to the brim with fish. Starting from the center of the river, Zhang Yun began to lift the net, observing the thrashing fish within. His hands skillfully gathered each one, transferring them into the spiritual spring space, where they would ultimately reside in the pond on plot number 4. Within a few minutes, he had collected the entire catch. At this juncture, Zhang Yun focused his awareness on the numerical display above the colossal stone on plot number 1. Accelerating points. The count surged from 88 to 192. This indicates that the recent catch weighed an impressive 1,040 pounds, resulting in an increase of 104 acceleration points. Indeed, the speed of accumulating acceleration points through fishing is remarkable. Zhang Yun couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. When venturing into the mountains to hunt beasts, one could only gain several acceleration points at once by capturing large creatures like wild boars or black bears. In contrast, with fishing, a single net could yield over 1,000 pounds of fish, leading to a swift accumulation of acceleration points. Even with this substantial catch, the fish merely occupied a small corner of the 4th fish pond. Naturally, Zhang Yun was undeterred and resolved to continue fishing. He carefully repositioned the net and swam upstream once more, retrieving a bag of fertilizer filled with spiritual spring water. The essence seeped from the bag, mingling with the river water and flowing downstream. Just as Zhang Yun reveled in the joy of fishing, a group of fishermen approached the riverbank, a total of 8 individuals. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize that 4 of them were the very men Zhang Yun had bested the previous day. Clearly, these 8 were fishermen from Shanlu village, intent on catching fish before the production team's roll call. They, too, harbored intentions of catching fish privately to sell to the Han Xuemei mine for a profit. As they approached, their conversation filled the air. Demeng, yesterday you 4 lost the net. Today, we are left with 1 less net. And our harvest will surely be diminished, remarked a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, who was the eldest among them. This Demeng referred to Lu Meng, the leader of the group Zhang Yun had encountered the day before. True to his name, he was indeed formidable in appearance, earning him the moniker among the villagers. Captain Liang, it's all that rascal Zhang Yun's fault. As a procurement officer, he brazenly seized our net. Once we catch the fish, we'll deliver them to the mine's cafeteria and confront the mine manager to reclaim our net, Lu Meng declared with visible anger. Clearly, Lu Meng had forgotten the incident from the previous day, believing that mentioning the production team leader from Shanlu village would compel Han Xuemei mine to return their net. How naive you are. You 4 attempted to confront Zhang Yun and failed, ultimately losing your net, yet you still expect me to assist you in retrieving it? What status does the mine manager hold to concern himself with our plight as fishermen? Moreover, Zhang Yun is also a procurement officer. Do you truly believe the mine manager would favor us over him? Liang Changfeng retorted with exasperation, clearly understanding that reclaiming the net was an unrealistic expectation. Just then, one member of the group pointed at the river below and exclaimed, Zhang Yun, that's Zhang Yun. He has come to fish in our waters. It was one of the men from the previous day's encounter, who immediately recognized Zhang Yun. Chapter 70. Friends in Unexpected Places. Another 1,000 pounds of fish caught. Zhang Yun released another bag of spiritual spring water, and upon retrieving the net, he found himself with yet another 1,000 pounds of fish. At this moment, the numbers above the colossal stone at Site 1 underwent a transformation. The acceleration point surged from 192 to 301, indicating that the catch in this net weighed a substantial 1,090 pounds, an increase of 109. Meanwhile, in the fishing pond at Site 4, the number of fish surpassed approximately 1,000, comprising various sizes and types. Although the presence of these fish in a 1-acre pond might seem sparse, Zhang Yun deemed it sufficiently ample. After all, Site 4 boasted a tenfold time flow rate, nourished by the essence of the spiritual spring, allowing the fish to thrive rapidly. With this foundational population of 1,000 fish, ensuring a daily supply of 100 pounds of fish meat for the mining camp's cafeteria was undoubtedly feasible. In other words, even if Zhang Yun ceased fishing in the future, he could rely on the fish from the pond at Site 4 to meet the cafeteria's demands. Furthermore, Zhang Yun still intended to procure fish from various production teams. Just as Zhang Yun was preparing to pull in his net, a sudden scream pierced the air from the riverbank. Upon raising his gaze, he was startled to recognize 4 familiar figures. Those 4 individuals had returned. Had they discovered his presence and summoned 4 others to confront him? Zhang Yun speculated as he observed the 8 villagers from Xinyiliu village rushing down the bank. Moments later, Lu Meng was the first to reach the shore. Pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Yun and exclaiming with indignation, "Zhang Yun, how dare you fish in the waters of Xinyiliu village? Are you looking for a fight?" The production team leader, Lu Changfeng, also arrived at the riverbank, scrutinizing Zhang Yun as he gathered his sticky net. Young, handsome, and robust, Lu Changfeng couldn't help but admire Zhang Yun's striking appearance. However, since Zhang Yun had ventured into the waters of Xinyiliu village and was brazenly fishing with the very sticky net belonging to Lu Meng and his companions, it seemed to provoke a challenge to their territory. In the 1970s, villagers had a strong sense of territoriality, often engaging in fierce disputes or even violent confrontations over land ownership, the direction of water flow and ditches, or the boundaries of mountains. Although Chu Shui River was nominally a public waterway open to all for fishing, Xinyiliu village regarded this stretch of river as their exclusive fishing ground and would not tolerate villagers from other areas encroaching upon it. Thus, Lu Changfeng, as the production team leader, felt a twinge of anger upon witnessing Zhang Yun fishing within his domain. Recognizing the formidable demeanor of the 4 individuals, Zhang Yun understood that a confrontation was imminent. Consequently, he placed his hands beneath the water and swiftly retrieved his pants from the spiritual spring space, donning them while submerged. He certainly could not engage in a brawl clad only in his undergarments. With his upper body bare, Zhang Yun rapidly stowed away the sticky net and approached the riverbank, opting not to untie the net from the small tree root, but instead tossing it aside. Now bolstered by 7 companions, Lu Meng grew increasingly arrogant, furiously pointing at Zhang Yun and demanding, "Return my sticky net." Zhang Yun calmly surveyed the 8 men, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Return it? How shameless you are. This net is a form of compensation for the emotional distress your 4 friends caused me, and you have the audacity to ask for it back." At this moment, Lu Changfeng, the leader of the production team, spoke up. "Zhang Yun, I am the production team leader of Shanyu village, and I possess full authority here. Lu Meng and the others are at fault, and I can offer you an apology. However, this fishing net is their livelihood and also the property of our village. You must return it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's expression turned cold. Nonsense about collective property. These 4 individuals fished illegally and sold their catch to Huang Dajuan. Can this net truly be considered the property of Shanyu village? It must have been purchased with their own funds. Moreover, these 8 individuals arrived at the riverbank at such an early hour, clearly to engage in the same illicit fishing and sell to others. Thus, they are also here to earn some extra money, just like me. Lu Changfeng attempted to intimidate Zhang Yun under the guise of collective property, but his tactics failed to frighten Zhang Yun. "Lu, do not attempt to intimidate me. This net is compensation for my losses from those 4. Do not entertain thoughts of reclaiming it," Zhang Yun replied coolly and without courtesy. Lu Changfeng's expression turned icy. Lu Meng could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Brothers, attack him and reclaim the net." With that, Lu Meng lunged forward, throwing a punch at Zhang Yun's chest, aiming to incapacitate him. Zhang Yun, with a cold smirk, had anticipated the hostility of the 8 men. As Lu Meng's fist approached, Zhang Yun swiftly retaliated with a punch aimed at Lu Meng's wrist, sending his fist skyward. In one fluid motion, Zhang Yun transformed his punch into an open palm, delivering a resounding slap. Lu Meng fell to the ground, clutching his cheek, where the redness from yesterday's encounter now stung fiercely. Seeing Lu Meng's attack, the other 7 felt compelled to join in, as they were all from the same village and had fished together. They could not remain passive. 7 hands rose, ready to seize Zhang Yun. However, empowered by the strength from the spiritual spring, Zhang Yun's own power surged. As he sent Lu Meng flying, he spun rapidly, his right hand transforming into a palm that struck out forcefully. The moment their hands made contact with Zhang Yun's, they were met with an overwhelming force, causing them to stagger uncontrollably to the ground. Lu Changfeng sat in shock, his eyes wide as he regarded Zhang Yun. At that moment, His 40 years of life experience warned him that Zhang Yun possessed divine strength, far beyond what the 8 of them could capture. Lu Ming and his companions, witnessing Zhang Yun's power once more, were filled with dread, fearing further slaps that could haunt their very souls. Zhang Yun chose not to press the attack, but calmly walked over to collect the fishing net. Lu, let us put this matter of the net behind us, shall we? He said, looking down at Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng glanced at Lu Ming. Forget it, Captain, I no longer want the net. Lu Ming finally recognized the futility of their efforts. If he could not defeat Zhang Yun, he must not drag the others down with him. Otherwise, Zhang Yun would surely retaliate against the 8 of them again, making their lives in Shanyu village untenable. Zhang Yun nodded in satisfaction, then smiled and remarked, Captain Lu, in truth, we could become friends. Lu Changfeng was taken aback and curiously inquired, how could we become friends? The 7 others, including Lu Ming, gazed at Zhang Yun with puzzled expressions. Just moments ago, they were on the verge of a brawl. How had they suddenly turned into friends? In fact, I spoke with Lu Ming and the others yesterday, suggesting that the fish you catch can be sold to me. I can offer you the same price as Huang Dajun. Furthermore, we can establish a long-term sales contract for the fishing pond of the Shanyu team, allowing you to sell the fish caught periodically from your pond to me. Zhang Yun articulated his thoughts clearly. Upon hearing this, the 8 of them finally understood. It was a matter of becoming business partners. Chapter 71. Selling fish to me. A plan to capture Zhang Yun, as for whom our village's fishing pond fish should be sold to. I am merely the production team leader and cannot make that decision without consulting the team leader. Regarding the fish we catch personally, that is something to be discussed later. Considering our relationship with Huang Dajun, who has indeed been quite supportive of us in the past. After Zhang Yun made his proposal, Lu Changfeng fell into a brief silence before responding. This was akin to neither outright rejecting nor accepting Zhang Yun's suggestion. It turned out he was merely a production team leader and not the team leader. Zhang Yun realized that Lu Changfeng truly lacked the authority to make decisions regarding the sales of the fishing pond in Shanyu village. This was something Zhang Yun could comprehend. However, Zhang Yun began to formulate ideas regarding the fish caught by the 8 individuals, realizing that they were unwilling to sell to him. It seemed he would have to defeat Huang Dajun. How could he achieve this? Drawing from his experiences in a past life, Zhang Yun already had a plan in mind. For instance, Huang Dajun procured fish from these individuals at 6 jiao per pound and sold them to the cafeteria at the mining site for 8 jiao per pound. Zhang Yun could buy fish from these private fishermen at 7 jiao per pound and sell them to the cafeteria at the same price. At first glance, this seemed to yield no profit and even appeared to incur a loss in terms of time. However, Zhang Yun had an advantage, his spiritual space, which allowed him to mix the fish from his space with those from these private fishermen and still turn a profit selling to the mining cafeteria. In his previous life, internet moguls often entered a market at a low price or even at a loss to establish a monopoly. Once they dominated the market share, they would raise prices or service fees under various pretenses, thereby reaping substantial profits. The strategy Zhang Yun envisioned mirrored that of those tycoons. He intended to employ a low-price strategy to prevent Huang Dajun from acquiring fish, making it impossible for him to sell at the mining cafeteria. If this persisted for a week, Huang Dajun would undoubtedly falter under Zhang Yun's pricing pressure. At this moment, Zhang Yun looked at Lu Changfeng and said with a gentle smile, Captain Lu, I am willing to purchase the fish you catch at 7 jiao per pound, regardless of size or type, as long as they are alive. Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng, Lu Ming, and the other 6 exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Zhang Yun, noticing their change in demeanor, understood that this price was enticing. Huang Dajun's purchasing price certainly could not match it. Although Huang Dajun previously had a cordial relationship with these 8 individuals, the allure of wealth proved irresistible. Zhang Yun offered a more lucrative deal, leaving no regard for Huang Dajun's fate. Zhang Yun, are you truly serious? Are you really purchasing our fish at 70 cents per pound? Lu Changfeng inquired earnestly. Of course. Why would I deceive you? Zhang Yun replied with a smile. The 8 pondered this and concluded that if Zhang Yun were to deceive them, it would only be a one-time affair. They could always return to doing business with Huang Dajun afterward. All right, it is settled then. From now on, all the fish we catch will be sold to you, Lu Changfeng declared, slapping his thigh in affirmation. Zhang Yun nodded with satisfaction, saying, in the future, you shall deliver the fish directly to the cafeteria at the mine. There, you will weigh your catch and receive a receipt. I will visit your Shanlu village periodically to settle the payments upon presentation of the receipts. Lu Changfeng and the others were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated Zhang Yun would allow them to deliver to the cafeteria. Did he not fear that the cafeteria might bypass him and purchase the fish directly from them? Zhang Yun, however, felt no concern. Should the cafeteria attempt such a maneuver, he would swiftly sever all meat supplies to them. The cafeteria was reliant on Zhang Yun's meat provisions, which meant they had to accept his markup. Otherwise, he could easily collaborate with other factories. Moreover, Zhang Yun was confident that allowing the 8 to deliver fish directly to the cafeteria would pose no threat, as they only had an hour each morning to fish, yielding meager catches, especially during busy farming seasons when they would not fish at all. Thus, the 8 posed no significant threat to Zhang Yun's operations. Very well, it is settled, Lu Changfeng exclaimed, once again thumping his thigh with delight. Observing that dawn had broken and the 8 had arrived, Zhang Yun decided against fishing in their presence. All right, our collaboration is agreed upon. I shall now take a stroll around the vicinity, he said cheerfully, slinging the sticky net over his shoulder and departing. Lu Ming gazed at the net, his mouth opening slightly, but ultimately he chose to remain silent. After all, this net had cost over 50 yuan, and it was possible to procure another with the catch of just over 70 pounds. Previously, Huang Dajuan had purchased fish from Lu Ming and his companions at 50 cents per pound. Now, Zhang Yun had raised the price to 70 cents. A 2-dime difference that was exceedingly enticing for people of this era. Lu Changfeng and the others readily set aside their years of camaraderie with Huang Dajuan and agreed to Zhang Yun's terms without hesitation. Enough of this. Let us commence fishing at once, Lu Changfeng urged, filled with newfound vigor. Although Lu Changfeng was the production team leader, he held no special privileges. With a large family to support, he needed additional income to sustain their livelihood. Given Zhang Yun's generous offer, Lu Changfeng was determined to seize the opportunity and earn a substantial profit during the upcoming busy farming season. Upon returning to the riverbank, Zhang Yun stored the sticky net in the spirit spring space, retrieved his shirt from the same space, donned it, and promptly set off at a brisk pace. Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xunli, and Zhang Jianxi, the 3 brothers, hurriedly returned to their home. It was just past 8 o'clock, still well before work hours. Upon seeing their son's return, Zhang Borshu and Wang Yuanhui promptly closed the door, eagerly awaiting their report. Father, mother, we have confirmed that Zhang Yun is indeed selling goods at the black market on Jigong Mountain, Zhang Tuanjie had declared first. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Borshu and Wang Yuanhui burst into laughter, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Excellent. Since Zhang Yun goes to the black market every morning, I shall make a trip to the commune to enlist the help of Deputy Director Duan. Tomorrow morning, we will apprehend Zhang Yun at Jigong Mountain, Zhang Borshu proclaimed confidently. The Deputy Director Duan Hongbing, of the local police station, had once received Zhang Borshu's assistance, and this time, he intended to call upon that favor. Husband, it is still the off-season for farming. After roll call, as the production team leader, you need not toil in the fields, you can head directly to the commune. Wang Yuanhui emphasized. Zhang Borshu nodded, smiling of course. Today, I will persuade Deputy Director Duan, and tomorrow, we must capture Zhang Yun, ensuring he can never rise again. The family of 5 then erupted into sinister laughter. Chapter 72, Felling cedar trees and black goats. Shanlu village, situated near the Lin Xuemei mine, was surrounded by undulating mountains. With the finance department not commencing work until 10 o'clock, Zhang Yun still had ample time. Thus, he ventured into a forest by the banks of the Chu Shui River. In this unfamiliar mountainous region, Zhang Yun dared not linger. He released 2 red wolves to scout ahead, thereby averting potential troubles. Although Zhang Yun possessed keen perception, he understood that caution is the mother of safety. Maintaining constant vigilance would quickly lead to fatigue. This forest was predominantly populated by cedar trees, with branches intertwining to create a dense, almost impenetrable thicket. However, this posed no challenge for Zhang Yun. Armed with a machete, he wielded it effortlessly, cleaving through any obstruction. Regardless of size, with a slight enhancement, the machete became exceptionally sharp. Zhang Yun moved as if a master swordsman, each swing precise and powerful enough to sever the obstructing branches without wasting energy. After traversing 100 meters into the mountain, Zhang Yun suddenly spotted a wild peach tree growing along the ascending path, laden with plump red peaches, on the verge of ripening. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Zhang Yun chuckled to himself. He had contemplated planting some fruit trees in the Lingquan space, but the past few days had been too rushed for him to gather various saplings. Now, a peach tree stood before him, towering over 3 meters with numerous branches stretching widely, covering an area of about 10 square meters, bearing at least 200 red peaches. Clearly, this forest had not been visited by anyone for a long time, indicating that it was not cultivated by others. Perhaps it was a bird that, one fateful day, carried a peach pit and inadvertently dropped it in this forest, giving rise to this peach tree. As Zhang Yun contemplated this, he arrived beneath the tree, his right hand brushing against its trunk. A surge of thought led the spiritual spring space to envelop the entire peach tree, temporarily relocating it to Plot 1. Currently, Plot 1 comprises half a field of sweet potatoes and a small pond, brimming with the spiritual spring. Plot 2 is cultivated with various grasses for pigs and herbs to breed wild and domestic chickens, as well as wild boars. Plot 3 is abundant with sweet potatoes, serving as sustenance for wild rabbits, mice, deer, and venomous snakes. Plot 4 has been transformed into a fish pond, with a meter-wide strip of land along its edges. It houses thousands of fish, while frogs, mosquitoes, turtles, and eels have already migrated to the banks. Tomorrow, an additional Plot 5 will be designated for planting a variety of fruit trees. Observing all the activity within the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun made a resolute decision. At that moment, the numbers above the boulder in Plot 1 indicated acceleration points, 301. The time flow rate in Plot 2 was 15 times faster than the real world. In Plot 3, it was twice as fast, and in Plot 4, it was 10 times faster. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Yun promptly commanded the addition of 8 acceleration points to Plot 3. Instantly, the time flow rate in Plot 3 surged to 10 times that of the real world. Acceleration points, 221. Although the remaining acceleration points appeared plentiful, Zhang Yun was reluctant to expend them, knowing that as new plots emerged daily, there would be numerous future demands for acceleration. Standing at the hollow left by the vanished peach tree, he scanned the surroundings, where towering cedar trees loomed. Each cedar stood 7 to 8 meters tall, with a diameter of at least 20 centimeters. Excellent timber indeed, if memory served him correctly. When the People's Commune was dismantled and Xuemei town was established, a significant number of trees were felled in the vicinity of Shanlu village for construction. Recognizing that this forest was destined to be cleared, he resolved to preemptively harvest a portion, allowing them to regrow in a few years after the establishment of Xuemei town. Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he finally perceived an opportunity to benefit from societal resources. After all, in this era, firewood was essential for cooking, and felling trees was not a crime. Thus, without hesitation, he grasped his axe and began to strike at a cedar tree the size of a bowl. With each cedar that toppled, Zhang Yun swiftly touched it, and before it could hit the ground, it vanished, landing in the spiritual spring space of Plot 1. Consequently, the felling of these cedars went nearly unnoticed. Within a matter of minutes, he had cut down nearly 100 cedars. The timber was more than sufficient for 5 two-story houses. In an instant, the area was cleared, creating a nearly 100-meter expanse. Just as he was about to take a moment's respite, 2 red jackals scouting the vicinity began to howl from a distance. Zhang Yun realized there were wild beasts nearby. In an instant, he retrieved his bow and arrow, swiftly knocking an arrow. The 2 red jackals, in perfect synchrony, upon discovering the wild beast within the forest, began to howl, driving the startled creature toward Zhang Yun's direction. Before long, a creature appeared in Zhang Yun's line of sight, a black goat. Instantly recognizable, this goat boasted a sleek, lustrous coat of deep black fur, with 2 short horns jutting out at a jaunty angle. It was thrashing about in a state of panic, desperately attempting to escape the encircling threat of 2 red wolves. Observing the goat's form, Zhang Yun estimated its weight to be over 100 pounds, marking it as a sizable beast. He was pleasantly surprised to encounter a wild goat in these mountains. Initially, Zhang Yun contemplated taking aim with his bow and arrow, but upon recognizing the creature as a black goat, he swiftly stowed his weapon and retrieved a sturdy wooden stick from his spatial inventory. After all, black goats are relatively easy to domesticate, and if bred, could lead to a prosperous goat farming venture. In later times, black goats are highly sought after, with demand exceeding supply in the market. The stick, fashioned from a severed branch of an ancient tea tree, measured about 5 feet in length and felt remarkably comfortable in his grip. With a swift motion, Zhang Yun dashed toward the black goat. Previously, he had enhanced his speed by applying an acceleration point to a boulder, resulting in a significant boost to his physical capabilities. Now, his running speed rivaled that of Olympic sprint champions, allowing him to outpace the frantic goat in the dense forest. Trapped between the 2 wolves, the goat, in its state of distress, chose to charge at Zhang Yun, mistaking him for an easy target. Amused, Zhang Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the goat's misjudgment. In an instant, as the goat barreled toward him, Zhang Yun leaped with remarkable agility, as if propelled by a spring, soaring over the creature's back. With precision, he struck the goat's head with the wooden stick mid-flight. The black goat, caught off guard by the tremendous force of the blow, succumbed to darkness, its body swaying before collapsing to the ground. Triumphantly, Zhang Yun approached, securing the goat within his spiritual space. At that moment, he glanced at the numbers displayed above the boulder in his inventory. Acceleration points, 234. The increase from 221 to 234 indicated that this goat weighed a formidable 130 pounds. The two red wolves approached, barking excitedly, as if seeking acknowledgement for their contribution. Understanding their intent, Zhang Yun promptly fetched 2 bamboo tubes, each filled with spiritual spring water. The wolves eagerly consumed the refreshing liquid. However, this black goat was female. He still needed to locate a male counterpart to establish a breeding pair. Chuckling to himself as he gazed at the goat in his spatial realm, Zhang Yun felt a surge of anticipation. The wolves quickly finished their drink and resumed their search, hoping to find another black goat. Energized by the prospect, Zhang Yun followed them at a leisurely pace. Soon, the wolves emitted a series of barks, signaling the presence of another creature. Zhang Yun turned his gaze to see a wild rabbit darting away, narrowly escaping the wolves' pursuit and disappearing into a burrow. To Zhang Yun's surprise, the forest was alive with the presence of wild rabbits. The red jackals, frustrated by their failure to catch one, howled in anger, prompting Zhang Yun to chuckle at the scene. Given the activity of the wild rabbits, he was naturally inclined to set a pit trap. Swiftly, he excavated a sizable pit nearby, surrounding it with branches, leaving only a curved entrance, which he covered with twigs to create a makeshift cage. This was a display of considerable skill. In the pit's depths, he placed a bamboo tube filled with spring water before striding away to continue his search for other beasts. After traversing approximately 100 meters, he abruptly halted, delight illuminating his face. Could it be? Another jujube tree. Just after transplanting a peach tree, he stumbled upon yet another treasure. The forest was indeed a realm of unexpected delights. This jujube tree stood over 3 meters tall, though not fully matured. It bore numerous jujubes of varying sizes, still green and not yet ripe. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Zhang Yun approached the tree, placing his hand against its trunk. With a single thought, the jujube tree vanished, relocated to the spirit spring space number 1, nestled beside the peach tree. Another thought summoned a cascade of spirit water to pour beneath these 2 fruit trees, allowing them to absorb the essence and undergo a transformation. At that moment, the 2 red jackals emitted urgent calls, their howls resonating through the air. Zhang Yun recognized that they had likely detected something significant. Consequently, he retrieved his bow and arrow, taking cover beneath a fir tree, attentively awaiting the unfolding events. The sounds of the forest, stirred by the stampede, surged toward his position. Soon, a black goat appeared, confirming Zhang Yun's suspicion that more black goats roamed this area. As the goat dashed toward him, Zhang Yun swiftly stowed his bow and drew a wooden stick instead. The forest was dense with fir trees, unlike earlier when he had cleared a wide area. Hence, he could not guarantee he could outrun the goat. He quietly concealed himself behind a tree, utilizing his heightened perception to remain still and patient. The 2 red jackals pursued the black goat, but refrained from attacking, instead herding it toward Zhang Yun's hiding spot. The goat was now merely 2 meters away. Suddenly, Zhang Yun sprang from behind the tree, leaping into the air, his wooden stick poised to strike. The startled goat, already in a state of panic, was taken aback by the unexpected human presence. Zhang Yun's sudden shout startled the goat, causing it to momentarily freeze in fear before instinctively attempting to flee. However, the wooden stick came crashing down upon its head. A powerful force surged into the head of the black goat, rendering it unconscious. Zhang Yun chuckled in a peculiar manner as he approached the goat, extending his large hand to stroke it before transporting the creature into the spirit spring space, placing it beside the female goat in plot 1. The male goat weighed precisely 120 jin, perfectly complementing the female, thereby establishing the foundation of Zhang Yun's goat enterprise. He could not contain his joy, reveling in the thrill of hunting in the mountains, where surprises awaited at every turn. Each time he captured a new beast, a profound sense of accomplishment filled him with happiness. 2 red jackals returned, seemingly eager to present their achievements to Zhang Yun. Understanding their intent, he produced 2 bamboo tubes filled with spirit spring for them to consume. The jackals quickly drained the tubes, their bodies appearing more robust and formidable. Should these 2 red jackals guard Zhang Yun's new home, no thief would dare approach, for their mere presence was intimidating. Subsequently, the jackals resumed their search through the surrounding woods, though they made no new discoveries. Zhang Yun understood this, recognizing that the forest was not a deep wilderness. Its sparse and uniform vegetation could not support a large population of wildlife. After all, the beasts required sustenance to survive, and a limited variety of flora meant only a few smaller animals could thrive. in this forest dominated by fir trees. Zhang Yun felt a sense of elation upon encountering the two black goats. He called the red jackals back before retracing his steps. As he neared the excavated pit, Zhang Yun's heightened senses detected the stirring of a beast within. Without needing further instruction, the jackals sprang into action, swiftly blocking the arched entrance to prevent any creatures from escaping the pit. Zhang Yun hurried over, brushing aside branches to reveal the scene within the pit, which was teeming with wild rabbits. He chuckled as he observed the rabbits attempting to leap out, yet failing to succeed. Drawing from his previous experience in digging pits, he had crafted a conical structure, a narrow opening at the top and a wider base, ensuring that any rabbit attempting to escape would collide with the walls and fall back to the bottom. He then reached in, gently gathering the rabbits and transporting them into the spirit spring space in Plot 3. In total, he captured 32 wild rabbits. The number inscribed on the boulder above Plot 1 read, acceleration points, 249. This indicated that the total weight of the 32 rabbits was 160 gene, contributing an additional 16 acceleration points. If sold, they could yield an income of 120 yuan. With a beaming smile, Zhang Yun exited the forest, noting that the day had grown bright. Realizing that he had little time before the finance department commenced work, he quickened his pace toward the Han Xuemei mine. Upon arriving at the mine, Zhang Yun was surprised to find Yang Yunshan waiting at the entrance. As soon as he spotted Zhang Yun, he hurried over. "Brother Yang, were you specifically waiting for me?" Zhang Yun inquired curiously. "Indeed, I was aware of your arrival at the mining site. I have been awaiting you here," Yang Yunshan replied candidly. After all, Zhang Yun would undoubtedly have to wait for the finance department to commence operations before settling the payment. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhang Yun inquired promptly. "It is as follows. This morning, during the first shift, the miners descending into shaft number 2 discovered a cave in the wall and spotted a pangolin peeking out. The miners were utterly terrified and refused to continue their work underground. I thought of you, my dear brother Zhang Yun, possessing the skill to hunt beasts. Perhaps you could coax the pangolin out and capture it." Yang Yunshan finally articulated the intent behind his interception of Zhang Yun. Chapter 74. The Pangolin Belongs to Me Pangolin? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun could vividly envision the miners' fright upon encountering the scaly creature during their descent. In truth, pangolins are timid by nature and rarely initiate aggression towards humans. However, their formidable appearance, adorned with scales, can instill fear and deter approach. "Brother Zhang Yun, do speak. Do you feel confident in capturing this pangolin?" Noticing Zhang Yun's prolonged silence, Yang Yunshan grew anxious and pressed for a response. "I can certainly give it a try," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. At that moment, he hesitated to express his full thoughts. After all, pangolins are migratory creatures, seldom remaining in one location for extended periods, and their constant movement within the cave made locating them a formidable challenge. Zhang Yun's reliance on his spiritual spring did not extend very far. Thus he could not assure that he could entice the pangolin out. "Splendid. With your word, brother Zhang Yun, I shall recommend you to the cave supervisor," Yang Yunshan exclaimed joyfully upon receiving Zhang Yun's agreement. The area of colored metal production at the Han Xuemei mine, lacking the large machinery of the future, currently employed a drilling method for mining. Each shaft was overseen by a supervisor, akin to a line manager in modern assembly lines, responsible for all affairs concerning that particular shaft. Before long, Yang Yunshan led Zhang Yun to the mining area, directly to shaft number 2. Though referred to as a shaft, it was, in fact, a vast cavern, with an entrance exceeding 5 meters in width, appearing quite expansive. From the entrance, 2 iron tracks extended downward, facilitating the transport of materials via rail carts. However, as one descended further into the cave, the openings became increasingly constricted. At this juncture, Yang Yunshan encountered the cave supervisor, Yang Wendy, a man nearing 50, with dark skin and a slender build, standing at less than 1.70 meters. "Brother Wen, I have found a master beast catcher and brought him with me. The pangolin below can surely be captured by him," Yang Yunshan declared, thumping his chest for emphasis. Yang Wendy regarded Zhang Yun with skepticism, casting a sidelong glance before replying, "A hunter so young? Yunshan, could it be that you've been deceived?" Yang Yunshan, clearly displeased, retorted, "Brother Wen, do you not realize that the recent availability of meat in the dining hall is due to whom? No need for speculation. It is Zhang Yun. He is indeed an exceptional hunter." As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Wendy's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to regard Zhang Yun with newfound seriousness. As the leader of the tunnel, Yang Wendy was well aware of the arrival of a new procurement officer at the cafeteria, which had resulted in the availability of meat for the past 3 days. He had not anticipated that this new officer would be so youthful and would stand before him now. Comrade Zhang Yun, I am Yang Wendy. Yang Yunshan has informed me that you are a hunter, and I must entrust you with the task of capturing the pangolin in my tunnel number 2, he earnestly implored, rushing towards Zhang Yun. If the pangolin was not captured, the miners would be too fearful to descend into the shafts, thereby impeding the mining progress, a responsibility Yang Wendy could not afford to neglect. Zhang Yun, possessing acute perceptiveness, was aware of Yang Wendy's previous disdainful demeanor towards him. Now, upon hearing of his reputed hunting skills, Yang Wendy had hastily approached him with a request. Zhang Yun, however, was not inclined to offer his assistance free of charge. Yang Tunnel Leader, I have but one condition. Should you manage to capture the pangolin, it shall belong to me, Zhang Yun stated calmly. Logically, the pangolin's presence in tunnel number 2 would grant Yang Wendy full authority over its handling, and any capture would typically fall under his jurisdiction. Moreover, as Zhang Yun was now considered a part of the Han Xuemei mining facility, any captured pangolin would also be subject to the facility's regulations. Yet, Zhang Yun had no intention of providing free labor, especially after Yang Wendy's earlier slight. If you wish for my assistance, compensation must be involved, Zhang Yun added, eyeing the pangolin with interest. Yang Wendy hesitated momentarily. Observing his indecision, Zhang Yun remarked coolly, take your time to consider, Yang Tunnel Leader. With that, he turned to leave. Zhang Yun, lacking the patience to linger in indecision, found it far more appealing to visit Huang Lijuan at the finance department. Yang Yunshan grew anxious, urging, wench, just agree already. If we do not capture the pangolin, tunnel number 2 will remain shut, and can you bear the consequences of that? Yang Wendy was taken aback. He had not expected Zhang Yun to be so resolute, denying him the opportunity to negotiate. Upon hearing Yang Yunshan's words, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, without capturing the pangolin, mining operations in tunnel number 2 would be halted, leading to severe repercussions. Comrade Zhang Yun, I agree to your terms, Yang Wendy called out, compelled to concede. A smile graced Zhang Yun's lips as he turned back, replying, very well, it is settled. However, I shall only be able to come at noon. I need time to prepare my tools and bait. At present, Zhang Yun was unprepared, lacking the necessary equipment to enter the mine and execute his plans without revealing his spiritual space. Thus, he required a plausible excuse to gather his tools, enabling him to descend into the mine and set traps seamlessly. Yang Wendy and Yang Yunshan, oblivious to any ulterior motives, accepted Zhang Yun's explanation without suspicion. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yun arrived at the finance department. Before entering, he had already grabbed a backpack, pushing the door open. The first desk he approached belonged to Li Guiying, who looked up at Zhang Yun with a hint of panic in her eyes. Clearly reflecting on the lessons learned yesterday, Li Guiying returned home, filled with regret, pondering how she could have so foolishly aided Huang Dajuan, thereby offending Zhang Yun. Presently, Li Guiying was responsible for the financial aspects of the cafeteria's procurement, which primarily involved sourcing vegetables, tools, and ancillary materials. As Zhang Yun entered, she acknowledged Li Guiying with a mere nod, refraining from any malicious gestures. The events of the previous day were behind them, and Zhang Yun harbored no desire for resentment, as they were to continue as colleagues. Subsequently, Zhang Yun bypassed Li Guiying's desk and proceeded into the office, where Huang Lijuan's workspace awaited. It seemed as though Huang Lijuan had been anticipating Zhang Yun's arrival. Upon seeing her approach, she beamed with joy. Zhang Yun placed her basket upon the desk, lifted the lid, and extracted a bamboo tube from within. This tube contained a mixture of spring water, half of which was from a mystical spring and the other half from a well. After her encounter with Huang Lijuan the day before, Zhang Yun had resolved to assist her in eradicating the birthmark on her chest, enabling her to confidently reveal her admirable figure. Xiaowan, I encountered a fellow villager from your home yesterday, who mentioned that you bear a rather prominent birthmark. A hunter friend of mine discovered a miraculous spring deep within a cave. Frequent consumption of this water may potentially eliminate your birthmark. Zhang Yun remarked with a smile as she pushed the bamboo tube forward. Upon hearing this, Huang Lijuan's face flushed crimson. The birthmark had been a part of her since childhood, known to the adults in her village. While it was not a secret, Zhang Yun's mention of it left Huang Lijuan feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, Huang Lijuan was a capable individual, having risen to the position of Zhang Yun's financial supervisor. Soon, she regained her composure, opened the bamboo tube, and gazed at the clear spring water, inexplicably sensing its alluring energy. Thank you. I shall certainly drink it daily. Although Huang Lijuan was skeptical about the water's ability to remove her birthmark, she reasoned that drinking water posed no risk and thus was willing to give it a try. At that moment, Zhang Yun produced the receipt and placed it on the desk. Huang Lijuan took a substantial gulp of the spring water before examining the figures on the receipt. 2,282 yuan. Her expression shifted slightly, yet she maintained her poise, concealing any signs of surprise. Very well, I will procure the funds immediately. After recalculating, Huang Lijuan spoke up. Opening the cabinet, she retrieved a bundle of cash, counting it thrice before handing it over to Zhang Yun. Trusting in Huang Lijuan's professionalism, Zhang Yun accepted the money without a glance, promptly placing it into her pocket. The sum of 2,282 yuan was now secured. Chapter 75. Consuming 5 acceleration points. The pangolin is tamed around 11 o'clock. Zhang Yun arrived at the mining area, carrying a load of baskets and making her way directly to the entrance of shaft number 2. Yang Wendy was taken aback by Zhang Yun's early return. He approached her with great courtesy, personally taking the baskets and carrying them to the entrance of the shaft. Yang Dongzong, please find a colleague to accompany me down the shaft to assess the situation. I shall then determine the appropriate method to deal with the pangolin. Zhang Yun approached his task with meticulous dedication, ensuring that every necessary action was executed in full. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of a pangolin, lured by the spirit spring, would evoke incredulity and raise suspicions of his possessing extraordinary abilities. No need for that. I shall accompany you into the well, he stated. Yang Wendy, embodying the essence of a diligent leader, took the initiative, demonstrating a commendable sense of approachability. Consequently, the two embarked on the rail cart, gliding smoothly downwards. After descending approximately 20 meters, the cart came to a halt. Without requiring an introduction from Yang Wendy, Zhang Yun's keen eyesight discerned a bowl-sized cavern in the adjacent wall, from which a gentle breeze emanated, indicating a connection to the surface above. Comrade Zhang Yun, this is where the workers spotted the pangolin emerging. They were all too frightened to descend, Yang Wendy remarked. Zhang Yun scrutinized the opening before responding. Yang, I now have a clear understanding. You may ascend and place my 2 baskets onto the rail cart for transport. I will remain here to set a trap. Once I capture the pangolin, I will signal you. Upon hearing this, Yang Wendy comprehended Zhang Yun's intent to avoid demonstrating the capture process before him. Indeed, hunters often possess unique methods for hunting, best kept private. Yang Wendy, discerning, merely smiled and replied, very well, I shall arrange that immediately. The rail cart ascended with Yang Wendy and shortly returned, laden with 2 baskets. Zhang Yun retrieved them, unveiling their contents: 2 deceased mice, 2 bamboo tubes, and, of course, a length of hemp rope. At that moment, Zhang Yun focused on the cavern excavated by the pangolin. Armed with a machete, he commenced his work, deepening the tunnel by over 2 meters, and subsequently excavated a pit within the cavern. The hemp rope was fashioned into a noose, meticulously positioned along the edge of the tunnel, with a trigger mechanism placed strategically at the entrance. Should the pangolin venture forth, it would inevitably disturb the mechanism, activating the noose to ensnare it. Zhang Yun then placed the mouse carcasses and the bamboo tube filled with spirit spring water into the pit before retreating from the tunnel, settling quietly within the well shaft to await the outcome. Pangolins typically rest during the day and are active at night. Given that the miners had spotted the pangolin in the morning, it was likely that, startled, it had retreated into its burrow and would not wander too far. At this moment, the pangolin was presumably in slumber. Zhang Yun now anticipated the enticing aroma of the spirit spring wafting through the tunnel, hoping it would lure the creature closer. Sitting on the ground, he silently prayed, for he could not be entirely certain that the pangolin still inhabited the cavern. It was a gamble of fate. However, based on the pangolin's natural behaviors, it was highly probable that it remained within the confines of its den. Above the well, Yang Wendy sat beneath a rudimentary shelter, patiently awaiting Zhang Yun's return. Should Zhang Yun fail to capture the pangolin, the afternoon's work would remain unfulfilled. At this moment, 10 miners had finished their lunch and returned to the cool shed. Dongzhong, aren't you going to eat? One miner curiously inquired. Just now, Zhang Yun entered the mine to capture a pangolin. I must wait for him, Yang Wendy replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the shaft. Zhang Yun, is he the new procurement officer from the canteen? A miner, recalling some gossip from the chef, asked in surprise. Indeed, that's him, Yang Wendy confirmed. Humph, a mere buyer thinks he can become a hunter? Is it that easy to catch a pangolin? Suddenly, a miner scoffed coldly. The others turned their attention to him. Huang Daong, I heard your cousin Huang Dajuan has a grudge against Zhang Yun. Are you trying to avenge him? One miner chuckled. Recently, Zhang Yun had provided a substantial amount of meat, earning the miner's praise, while the other procurement officer, Huang Dajuan, had only managed to procure a meager supply. In comparison, Zhang Yun had clearly overshadowed Huang Dajuan. Naturally, Huang Daong felt compelled to defend his cousin, and upon learning that Zhang Yun was in the mine, he couldn't help but mock him. Enough. You've just eaten. Stop the bickering and go rest. Once Zhang Yun captures the pangolin, you'll need to work harder this afternoon to improve productivity, Yang Wendy called out, unwilling to listen to their idle chatter. Meanwhile, deep within the mine, Zhang Yun, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sensed a disturbance from a nearby cavern. His heightened perception allowed him to detect movements within 10 meters clearly. A pangolin. Zhang Yun's heart raced. As he focused his senses, he indeed confirmed that a creature was swiftly traversing the cave towards him. It was undoubtedly a pangolin. This pangolin, drawn by the scent of the spiritual spring, darted through the cave without the usual wariness. Its vision had significantly deteriorated, yet its sense of smell was exceptionally acute, leading it directly to the source of the enticing aroma. In an instant, the pangolin arrived at the pit that Zhang Yun had excavated. Just as its head emerged from the cave, it was about to probe the bamboo tube within the pit when it triggered a snare trap. The noose tightened instantly, binding the pangolin's body. "I've got it," Zhang Yun exclaimed with a smile, quickly rolling over and rushing forward. His hands reached out to touch the pangolin. In a flash, the creature vanished and entered the spiritual spring space, landing in Zone 1. Acceleration point, 25. Only 0. 1 acceleration point was added, indicating that this pangolin weighed merely 10 pounds. Zhang Yun observed the pangolin, adorned with a coat of bright silver scales, appearing somewhat clumsy, yet exuding a fierce aura. "I must tame this pangolin," Zhang Yun thought resolutely. Thus, he commanded with his mind, "Allocate 1 acceleration point to the pangolin. Allocate 1 acceleration point to the pangolin. Allocate 1 acceleration point to the pangolin. Allocate 1 acceleration point to the pangolin." He applied 1 acceleration point to the pangolin, a total of 5 consecutive times, consuming 5 acceleration points solely on this creature. The pangolin's body visibly expanded, its weight undoubtedly exceeding 20 pounds, and its scales gleamed with a newfound brilliance. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun felt a subtle connection with the pangolin, as if their consciousnesses were intertwined. To put it plainly, the pangolin comprehended Zhang Yun's words and wholly obeyed his commands. Consequently, Zhang Yun released the pangolin into a basket. The railcar, carrying 2 baskets and Zhang Yun, ascended, soon arriving at the entrance. Zhang Yun lifted the 2 baskets and made his way toward the shed. Yang Wendy had been waiting there. Upon seeing Zhang Yun's arrival, he sprang to his feet. "Comrade Zhang Yun, you've returned so quickly?" It had only been around 20 minutes, which seemed rather unusual. However, Yang Wendy instinctively felt it was a good sign. "Director Yang, I have successfully captured the pangolin," Zhang Yun joyfully reported. Yang Wendy immediately rushed over, lifted the lid of the basket, and upon seeing the shiny silver pangolin, he erupted into a hearty laugh. "At last, the threat has been eliminated. We can commence our work." "Director Yang, I shall return now," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Yang Wendy did not impede him. After all, he had promised that the pangolin would belong to Zhang Yun upon its capture, and he would not go back on his word. Chapter 76. The Mount of the Muntjac. In the afternoon, he was to invite the captain to propose marriage, so it was imperative to head to the supply and marketing cooperative early. After leaving the Linshui mine, Zhang Yun resolved to head directly to the location of the Chu Shui commune to purchase some items. After all, he needed to prepare gifts for Zhang You's proposal. In the 1970s, most people relied on the supply and marketing cooperative for essential living materials, as it was the only place that could provide such urgently needed items. The distance from Jiuan village to Chu Shui commune was approximately 10 miles. The distance from Jiuan village to Linshui mine was also 10 miles. And the route from Linshui mine to Chu Shui commune similarly spanned around 10 miles. The 3 locations formed a triangular configuration. Zhang Yun, therefore, opted to travel directly from Linshui mine to Chu Shui commune, avoiding the unnecessary detour back to Jiuan village. The 2 red jackals were swift but too low in stature for riding. The 2 adult wild boars were large and fast, yet unsuitable for riding due to their conspicuousness, which could attract unwarranted attention from the commune or certain individuals. There was also a muntjac, tall enough for riding, albeit slightly short in body. Yet its thick fur made it a suitable mount. After walking for over a mile under the blazing sun, Zhang Yun grew somewhat impatient and decided to summon the muntjac from his spiritual space for riding. However, before doing so, he needed to tame the creature. Thus, Zhang Yun commanded with focused intent, applying 1 acceleration point to the muntjac, and repeated this process. Accelerating points. 17. Zhang Yun's consciousness remained firmly fixated on the roebuck within the space. After depleting 3 acceleration points, its physique expanded significantly, reaching a length of 1 meter. With its back elevated 1 meter and 20 centimeters off the ground, its 4 legs had also become considerably sturdier, making it an ideal mount. Releasing the roebuck from the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun gracefully leaped onto its back. Although there was no saddle, Zhang Yun possessed ample physical strength to secure himself against the roebuck's body, ensuring he would not be dislodged during its swift gallop. With this, Zhang Yun's speed increased dramatically. The roebuck, enhanced by the 3 acceleration points, could comprehend Zhang Yun's commands, responding promptly to his urges to hasten or to turn. It was indeed a delightful experience. Within half an hour, they should reach Chu Shui commune. As Zhang Yun rode the roebuck, a sense of pride swelled within him. Despite the glaring sun, the refreshing breeze generated by the roebuck's rapid pace brought him great comfort. True to his expectations, half an hour later, they arrived at Chu Shui commune. The commune was situated adjacent to the Chu Shui River, with a majestic range of mountains looming behind it. The terrain was relatively flat, yet modest in size. Thus, in the event of a flood, it would be easily inundated. This vulnerability contributed to the relocation of the newly established Chu Shui town to Tea Mountain after the dissolution of the commune. The supply and marketing cooperative was located about a mile from the commune's office. At this moment, Zhang Yun, perched atop the roebuck, drew the attention of numerous onlookers as he sped down the street, arriving directly at the cooperative's entrance. Surrounding the cooperative was an imposing wall, with a row of buildings in the center designated as the business hall, showcasing an array of counters filled with various goods. In the 1970s, the cooperative served as a bustling hub for the community, perpetually teeming with people. Thus, when Zhang Yun arrived at the courtyard's entrance atop the roebuck, nearly 100 spectators, loitering at the gate and within the courtyard, turned their gaze towards him. In an era marked by a scarcity of meat, it was indeed a rarity for anyone to use a roebuck as a steed. While it was common to see handcarts or bicycles, and trucks delivering goods to the cooperative daily, Zhang Yun was undoubtedly the first to traverse the streets on a roebuck. Such an unprecedented spectacle drew the crowd nearer, encircling Zhang Yun and his mount. "Is this a roebuck? Young man, you have managed to tame one," exclaimed a well-versed elder in astonishment. "This roebuck is quite large, nearly the size of a small donkey," remarked a young man, enviously. Some bold individuals even dared to reach out and touch the roebuck. Suddenly, the roebuck tossed its head and emitted a peculiar cry, startling those nearby, causing them to instinctively retreat several steps. Although the roebuck lacked teeth, its bizarre vocalization and frenzied demeanor deterred the crowd from advancing or attempting to touch it further. "What is happening? Why is everyone gathered here?" A stern voice resonated from the bustling street outside. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled with recognition, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He was well acquainted with the owner of that voice. Suddenly, the militia captain, Zhang Lian, emerged from the crowd, accompanied by 2 militia members, Sun Wenjie and Yang Tietjiang, and approached Zhang Yun. "Zhang Yun, it's you." Clearly, Zhang Lian was taken aback to encounter Zhang Yun at the supply and marketing cooperative. Considering that Jiuwan village is situated 10 miles away from the commune, and its villagers seldom venture this far. Upon noticing the roe deer beside Zhang Yun, Zhang Lian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Zhang Yun, how did you acquire this roe deer?" As the militia captain, his instinctive response was to interrogate. "Captain, I caught this deer myself." "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Zhang Yun replied with calmness. "Indeed, you are remarkable. You truly possess a talent for hunting," Zhang Lian remarked with a hint of envy. Sun Wenjie and Yang Tietjiang also approached, caressing the deer's smooth fur and expressing their admiration. "By the way, Captain, when are you heading to Jimingshan?" 2 days prior, Zhang Lian had arrived in Jiuwan village due to the commune's arrangements to search for wild boars in Jimingshan. However, after encountering and dispatching 2 wild boars in Songshushan, Zhang Lian had gone silent and failed to return to Jiuwan village. Zhang Yun was eager to accompany Zhang Lian into Jimingshan since the militia members were armed, providing him with a sense of security. "We can't go for the time being. Something significant has occurred with our militia team. We need to apprehend someone and lack the energy to pursue the wild boars," Zhang Lian replied in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun paused momentarily. If memory served him correctly, he recalled a major incident involving the militia in 77. A militia member had gone mad after his mother was killed by a villager and his sister was assaulted, with their home burned down. In a fit of rage, he shot the perpetrator dead. This militia member went into hiding, lurking in nearby villages, during which he killed 2 more people. Ultimately, he was apprehended. But that period instilled great fear among the residents of Xiushui commune, leading to a severely detrimental impact. "Captain, should my skills be of any use, please do not hesitate to let me know. As you know, I have some insights into hunting beasts, which may prove beneficial." Zhang Yun refrained from directly mentioning the militia member's case, as it remained confidential among the commune's higher-ups and the militia. He was wary of attracting suspicion and being interrogated. All right, I'll keep that in mind. If your assistance is needed, I won't hold back, Zhang Yun replied calmly. He then hurriedly departed with Sun Wenjie and Yang Tietjiang. Zhang Yun, finally leading the road deer into the courtyard of the supply and marketing cooperative, placed it down before entering the business hall alone. Chapter 77. I truly came to buy cloth inside the business hall. Large red characters adorned the walls behind each counter. Cigarettes and alcohol, miscellaneous goods, daily necessities, fruits and vegetables, fabrics, shoes, and hats, oil, salt, sugar, and sweeteners. This clearly indicated the type of merchandise each counter was responsible for selling. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Yun cast a sweeping glance over the entire space. A familiar scene that often haunted his memories from a past life. Although it could not compare to the supermarkets and shopping malls of later times. This supply and marketing cooperative represented an era, embodying the cherished moments of every farmer during that time. As the sole legitimate marketplace, the cooperative held a monopoly, compelling every household to procure their goods from it, thus rendering it a significant repository of happiness for families of that age. Zhang Yun had come to the cooperative with the intent of purchasing gifts for a marriage proposal. In the past, he had witnessed some elderly patrons barter for wild rabbits using cloth tickets, and now he had amassed a collection of 15 feet of cloth tickets. His sister, Xuemei, owned only 2 outfits, both in a drab military green, and he felt compelled to help her refresh her wardrobe. With this thought in mind, he resolved that his first purchase would be fabric. In this era, individuals procured fabric themselves and then took it to a tailor for crafting garments. Approaching the fabric and hat counter, a voice of astonishment rang out. Zhang Yun, is that you? Startled, Zhang Yun turned to see Wang Lanji, the wife of Zhang Xuemei. He should have referred to her as his second sister-in-law, yet a wave of disdain washed over him at the sight of her, stirring memories of his previous life. Wang Lanji hailed from a well-to-do family, both of her parents holding public office, which allowed her to secure a position at the cooperative upon reaching adulthood. Although merely a sales clerk, the unique nature of the cooperative fostered a sense of superiority in her, leading to an air of condescension. Naturally, given the poverty of Zhang Yun's family in his previous life, Wang Lanji had never regarded him with any respect. Each time she returned to the village, she would mock him mercilessly. I am here to buy fabric, Zhang Yun stated calmly, wishing to avoid further conversation with Wang Lanji, as the unpleasant memories of their past interactions filled him with aversion. You're here to buy fabric? Huh, Zhang Yun, you're joking, aren't you? Wang Lanji erupted in laughter, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke, her eyes glinting with contempt. Clearly, she believed that Zhang Yun's family lacked the means to purchase fabric. After all, in Jiuan village, laboring in the fields to earn points was barely enough to provide for their family, let alone exchange points for cloth tickets. Furthermore, with Zhang Yun's family burdened by debt, any surplus points would surely be converted to cash to settle their obligations. Wang Lanji, having been away from the village for some time, was unaware of the changes that had transpired in Zhang Yun's life and continued to judge him through the lens of their past. I truly am here to buy fabric, Zhang Yun reiterated, recognizing the scorn in her gaze and struggling to maintain his composure. Are you still being obstinate? Get out. Don't interfere with my work. Wang Lanji's fury erupted, convinced that Zhang Yun was merely there to amuse himself at her expense, and she shouted without reservation. At hearing her words, Zhang Yun's patience, no matter how enduring, began to fray. Open your eyes, you fool. Is this not a cloth ticket? Zhang Yun exclaimed, laying all the cloth tickets from his pocket onto the counter, his eyes glaring like a fierce deity, as he shouted in a menacing tone. Dare you insult me? Wang Lanji's temper flared at the very mention of fool, but as her gaze fell upon the cloth tickets on the counter, she was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it is a cloth ticket. Quickly assessing the situation, she calculated in her mind that there were an astonishing 15 feet of cloth tickets. Her expression shifted to one of disbelief as she stared at Zhang Yun, left momentarily speechless. Now can I purchase cloth? Zhang Yun sneered coolly. As the two exchanged heated words, a crowd had begun to gather in the hall. The supply and marketing cooperative was known for its bustling daily crowds, often witnessing such disputes. With Zhang Yun and Wang Lanji raising their voices, onlookers anticipated a spectacle and drew near, seeing the multitude of eyes upon her. Wang Lanji felt their scrutiny akin to that of spectators at a circus, igniting her fury anew. What cloth? Do you think having cloth tickets alone entitles you to purchase cloth? Do you possess a referral letter? If not, get out. Wang Lanji was not one to concede defeat easily. As a sales clerk at the cooperative, she was accustomed to being sought after by customers, and she could not tolerate Zhang Yun's tone, nor the reality of his newfound affluence. Thus, she deliberately sought to complicate matters for him. The gathered crowd gasped at her words, instantly recognizing that Wang Lanji was intentionally creating obstacles for Zhang Yun. He too comprehended her intent. She could not accept his prosperity and was determined to make things difficult for him. Since when has a referral letter been required to purchase cloth? Such stipulations apply only to extraordinarily rare or custom fabrics. For common fabrics, a cloth ticket suffices. With a smug smile, Wang Lanji reveled in her apparent victory. Maintaining her haughty demeanor, resolved not to sell cloth to Zhang Yun. Typically, one would feel helpless and exasperated in such a situation, unable to confront Wang Lanji. However, Zhang Yun was not one to yield to her whims. He rummaged through his pocket once more and forcefully slammed his hand upon the counter. His voice booming like a roaring tiger. Is the director of the cooperative present? Is this how your clerks treat customers? Is this how you serve the people? I possess 15 feet of cloth tickets, 120 gene of grain tickets, 15 gene of kerosene tickets, and I have 200 in cash. I intend to make a large purchase today at your cooperative. If you are going to make it difficult for a significant customer like myself, how can you possibly serve smaller clients? Zhang Yun's indignation grew, his voice rising like a tidal wave, resonating throughout the entire sales hall. Naturally, the captivated crowd drew closer, and even those outside in the courtyard could hear, pressing in to witness the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a chorus of indignation. Each individual stirred by Zhang Yun's fervor, unleashing their grievances. After all, they had all faced the capriciousness of the sales clerks in the past, even enduring mistreatment at their hands. Now, with Zhang Yun standing up for them, they relished the opportunity to join in the uproar. Wang Lanji stood transfixed before the counter, her eyes fixated on the array of fabric coupons, food vouchers, and kerosene tickets, including 20 large Unity tickets. She was utterly stunned. Zhang Yun's financial prowess left her utterly intimidated. The commotion inside the sales hall inevitably compelled the director of the supply and marketing cooperative to emerge. Had he remained hidden, the reputation of the cooperative for tormenting customers would have spread far and wide, leading to repercussions from the commune's leadership. Silence, please. I am Lu Sanbao. Here to assist this young comrade, the director announced as he hurried from the back office to the sales hall, approaching the counter with a jovial demeanor, directly pushing past Wang Lanji to greet Zhang Yun with a warm smile. Chapter 78. Director Lu Sanbao, the premier buyer Lu Sanbao, in his 50s, donned a pair of oversized glasses and wore a beaming smile that conveyed an amiable presence. It was evident that this was a man who radiated positivity, making it difficult for anyone to harbor resentment toward him. Observing Lu Sanbao's approachable demeanor, Zhang Yun felt no inclination to continue his confrontation with Wang Lanji. Good day, Director. I wish to purchase a substantial amount of goods today. I appreciate your assistance, Zhang Yun said, returning to his earlier amiable disposition. Certainly. I shall personally attend to your needs. Please, tell me what you wish to buy, Lu Sanbao replied with a grin. Zhang Yun promptly pointed to 3 types of fabric displayed behind the counter. Director, I possess a 15-foot fabric coupon. For the red floral fabric, I would like 5 feet. For the light gray fabric, 4 feet. And for the diamond patterned fabric, 6 feet. The red floral fabric would be ideal for crafting a blouse or dress for Han Xuemei, undoubtedly accentuating her exquisite figure. Zhang Yun was intent on transforming Han Xuemei's modest attire, encouraging her to embrace more fashionable garments. The light gray fabric was intended for his father, Zhang Zhongli, to create a Zhongshan suit, exuding the dignity befitting a cadre. After all, during Zhang Yun's wedding, his father would certainly need a respectable formal outfit. The diamond-patterned fabric was meant for his mother and 2 sisters, who also required new clothing. With over 20 days remaining until the wedding, Zhang Yun was confident in his ability to acquire more fabric coupons within this time frame, allowing him to return for additional fabric to sew more garments for his family. Very well, I shall cut it for you immediately, Lu Sanbao responded cheerfully, then turned to signal Wang Lanji to begin cutting the fabric. At that moment, as Lu Sanbao turned away, his cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a stern expression. His eyes, fierce as a tiger, bore down on Wang Lanji, exuding an immense authority. Indeed, upon meeting Lu Sanbao's gaze, Wang Lanji dared not utter a word and obediently proceeded to cut the fabric. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sanbao turned back, once again donning a friendly smile. Zhang Yun then pushed forward a food voucher worth 100 pounds, saying with a grin, Director, here is a 100-pound food voucher. I kindly ask for your assistance in arranging this as well. The grain in the supply and marketing cooperative is packaged in 100-pound bags. Occasionally, when local residents require smaller quantities, they disassemble the bags for sale. However, Individuals like Zhang Yun, who present a 100-pound grain ticket, are naturally entitled to take an entire bag of rice. Liu Sambao gathered all the grain tickets, gestured, and a helper responsible for transporting the grain promptly approached. Upon receiving the tickets, he hurried to the warehouse in the backyard to collect the grains. Zhang Yun then presented a kerosene ticket, stating, "I must trouble the director once more. This is a 15-pound kerosene ticket." Liu Sanbao's expression momentarily twitched, evidently taken aback by the amount. Yet he swiftly donned a broad smile. "Kerosene is sold in 5-pound bottles. I can provide you with 3 bottles," he cheerfully replied, waving for another helper to come over and retrieve the kerosene from the shelves behind the counter. At this juncture, Zhang Yun earnestly inquired, "Director, I wish to purchase a bicycle, but I lack a bicycle ticket. Is there any way to acquire one?" Liu Sambao promptly responded, "Without a bicycle ticket, you can only purchase a generic bicycle. The 3 major brands, Phoenix, Forever, and Flying Pigeon, require tickets for purchase. However, other brands can be obtained if you have the money." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's eyes brightened. This was indeed fortunate. In this era, people still revered branded goods. A bicycle in this time was akin to the later luxury brands, BBA, symbolizing wealth and status. Therefore, even though generic bicycles could last for years, people only trusted these 3 major brands. Despite the difficulty of obtaining bicycle tickets, individuals would go to great lengths to acquire them. Yet, Zhang Yun harbored no such concerns. He possessed the spiritual spring space. Even a generic bicycle could be enhanced several notches using acceleration points. Zhang Yun was confident that with the enhancements from the spiritual spring, a generic bicycle would remain functional for decades. "Director, may I see the generic bicycles?" Zhang Yun urged eagerly. "Certainly. You can go to the daily necessities counter. I will take you to the back warehouse where you can personally select one," Liu Sambao replied with evident delight. Bicycles were not easily sold in the Shui commune. Situated within the mountainous regions of southern Hunan, where transportation was underdeveloped and people relied on their labor points for sustenance, there was little spare money for such luxuries as bicycles. That year, the cooperative had sold only 3 branded bicycles, while 10 generic ones had languished in the warehouse for 2 years, on the verge of rusting if not sold soon. Now, with Zhang Yun expressing a desire to purchase a generic bicycle, Liu Sambao felt a surge of happiness within. Before long, Liu Sambao led Zhang Yun into the warehouse, where numerous shelves displayed an array of goods, with over 10 bicycles prominently showcased. "Young man, all the bicycles in the warehouse are here. The generic ones are unbranded. Please feel free to select one," Liu Sambao introduced. Zhang Yun surveyed the 10 assorted bicycles and immediately set his sights on one particular model, a women's bicycle. Unlike the cumbersome 28 model that required one to swing their leg over, this bicycle boasted a frame devoid of a crossbar, allowing one to effortlessly step through and sit upon the seat. "Director, how much is this bicycle?" Zhang Yun inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he presented his chosen ride. "This bicycle is priced at a mere 145 yuan, Liu Sambao promptly replied. "That is the standard price. For the 3 major brands, in addition to the bicycle ticket, one would need to part with at least 170 yuan in cash to take it home." "Very well. I shall purchase it." The supply and marketing cooperative operated on a fixed price basis, lacking the custom of haggling. Thus, Zhang Yun deemed it unnecessary to waste words. He proceeded to push the bicycle to the counter, retrieving 15 large unity notes. The clerk at the daily necessities counter quickly provided him with 5 yuan in change. Zhang Yun accepted the money and first placed the bicycle in the hall, leaning it against the wall before returning to the daily necessities counter. Liu Sambao awaited him there, greeting him with a warm smile. "Young man, what else do you require?" Zhang Yun placed the remaining 55 yuan on the counter, stating with a smile, "Director, I need 2 basins adorned with a large red flower pattern, 10 towels, 5 cans of malt milk, 2 bags of oriental red toothpaste, 2 flashlights along with 10 large batteries, 2 oil lamps, and a fountain pen with ink. Director, could you assist me in calculating the total cost of these items?" Liu Sambao promptly instructed the clerk to gather the requested goods. The clerk at the daily necessities counter systematically laid out the items Zhang Yun had specified and, with a swift clatter of the abacus, calculated the total. "That amounts to 356 yuan, the clerk softly announced. "You still have nearly 20 yuan remaining." Zhang Yun had resolved to spend the entirety of the 200 yuan. Thus, he cheerfully added, "Director, please convey to the clerk at the tobacco and alcohol counter that I would like a pack of large red flower brand cigarettes. Let the remainder be used to purchase paper-wrapped candies." The large red flower cigarettes, produced by the Changsha cigarette factory, did not require a cigarette ticket as they were locally sourced. Zhang Yun, however, was not purchasing them for personal use, but intended to present them as a token of gratitude to the brigade leader, Zhang Yue, for his assistance in matchmaking. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanbao beamed with genuine delight, his smile radiating warmth. Zhang Yun had truly become the cooperative's premier customer this time around. Chapter 79. The bicycle's return to the village causes a stir within the courtyard of the supply and marketing cooperative. Hundreds of onlookers encircled Zhang Yun. Director Lu Sanbao had also come out to see him off, standing before Zhang Yun. At this moment, Zhang Yun had bundled all his purchases into 2 large packages, which he placed upon the back of his deer, while he himself mounted the bicycle. Director, I appreciate your assistance. I neglected to mention that I am Zhang Yun, also a hunter. I possess some insights into hunting and frequently venture into the mountains, often returning with a bounty. Should your cooperative require any wild game in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Perhaps I can be of service. As for how to locate me, Director, you may simply inquire with Wang Lanji. She knows where I reside. Before departing, Zhang Yun felt it necessary to express his gratitude to Lu Sanbao, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, for accompanying him in selecting such a plethora of goods, given his esteemed position. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun had established a connection with Lu Sanbao, who he regarded as a benevolent figure, and he harbored hopes of selling meat to the cooperative in the near future. With the only sales channel currently being the Han Xuemei mine, Zhang Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. However, as the Linquan space expanded by an acre each day, it would soon be populated with numerous beasts, necessitating an active pursuit of new outlets. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanbao's expression shifted, and he gazed intently at Zhang Yun. A hunter, a remarkably confident hunter, Lu Sanbao discerned the underlying implications in Zhang Yun's words. The cooperative operated under a quota system, requiring goods to be dispatched from the supply center, and sometimes, fast-selling items could not be restocked in time. As Zhang Yun mentioned, meat from beasts had always been in high demand. As long as he could provide it, the cooperative would possess its own channels and methods for distribution. At over 50 years of age and nearing retirement, Lu Sanbao aspired to achieve notable accomplishments to secure better benefits post-retirement. Cultivating a good relationship with Zhang Yun could lead to substantial future purchases of his beast meat, thereby enhancing the cooperative's performance and potentially elevating Lu Sanbao's standing within the organization. In short, fostering a rapport with Zhang Yun would undoubtedly yield benefits. Brother Zhang Yun, having said that, I find myself with a request. Our cooperative's fish products have always been in high demand. If you could supply us with grass carp, silver carp, and bighead carp, we would require as much as you can provide. Lu Sanbao promptly articulated his needs. These 3 types of fish are widely sought after and commonly available, and as long as there is flowing water, they can survive for several days. Zhang Yun, upon hearing this, broke into a smile. In the Linquan space, the fish pond on Plot 4 is abundant with these 3 species, and with the advantage of a tenfold time flow, they can swiftly grow and reproduce. Very well, I shall find a way to deliver some fish tomorrow. Zhang Yun responded immediately. Lu Sanbao's eyes sparkled with realization. He understood that Zhang Yun would indeed bring fish the following day. Subsequently, there was no need for Zhang Yun to linger, and he promptly urged the deer onward, riding his bicycle directly away from the cooperative. Undoubtedly, the sight of a handsome man riding a bicycle with goods carried by a deer along the streets of Chushui commune was a remarkable spectacle. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yun finally left the public eye, at which point he concealed both the deer and the goods within the Linquan space. He also stored his bicycle in the space. Zhang Yun's consciousness focused on the numeral above the boulder in Plot 1, acceleration points, 17. He commanded 3 times to apply 1 acceleration point to the bicycle. The bicycle received 3 enhancements. Accelerating the narrative, Zhang Yun retrieved his bicycle, admiring the frame that appeared to be forged entirely from titanium alloy, and a proud smile spread across his face. With 3 enhancements, this bicycle could easily endure 30 years of use. Zhang Yun brimmed with confidence. The materials of the frame, chain, and tires had all been upgraded, rendering it nearly indestructible. He then mounted his bicycle and sped back towards Jiuan village. As he approached the tea mountain, he retrieved the deer and merchandise, allowing the deer to carry the goods while he leisurely made his way back to Jiuan village. Around 1 p.m., Zhang Yun finally arrived at the residential area of Jiuan village. With a hint of bravado, he rang the bell, the clear chime resonating through the air and naturally drawing the attention of villagers who were enjoying the cool breeze outside, not yet napping. "A bicycle?" exclaimed the first villager to glance over, astonished by the sight of Zhang Yun's ride. It was akin to returning to the village in a luxury car. In this era, owning a bicycle was a matter of great prestige. "Who is that?" A villager noticed the rider and stood up. "Zhang Yun. It's Zhang Yun," a sharp-eyed young man exclaimed in surprise before darting off to greet him. However, Zhang Yun was accompanied by a deer, which caused some villagers to speculate about the identity of the peculiar creature due to the distance. The initial group of villagers rushed towards him, ultimately blocking Zhang Yun's path. "Zhang Yun, you've struck it rich. You actually bought a bicycle," the fastest young lad exclaimed as he approached, his hands eagerly reaching for the bicycle, eyes filled with envy. "You'll have one too someday," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. "What is this creature?" inquired another villager, scrutinizing the deer with a fervent gaze. It resembled neither horse nor donkey and lacked antlers, yet was undeniably captivating. "This is a deer. I just purchased it from a hunter friend," Zhang Yun revealed, conveniently mentioning the hunter to avoid any implication that he had captured it himself. After all, if some individuals grew envious, they might claim it as a collective asset of Jiuan village, complicating Zhang Yun's situation. Instantly, the villagers erupted into fervent discussion. Noticing more villagers approaching from afar, Zhang Yun, eager to avoid becoming the center of attention, called out, "Dear villagers, I must return home now. If you're interested, please come visit me this afternoon." Having said that, he urged, "Let us hurry." The deer, understanding Zhang Yun's command, disregarded the villagers who were still touching it, sprang into action, and galloped away like a wild stallion. Zhang Yun followed closely behind, ringing the bicycle bell incessantly, its sound reverberating through the entire Jiuan village residential area. Soon, Zhang Yun arrived back at his home. As they came to a halt, Zhang Borshu and Wang Yuanhui rushed out from their home, their eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yun, who rode back on a bicycle, triumphantly accompanied by a deer. Chapter 80. The distribution of gifts. He actually purchased a bicycle. Wang Yuanhui's gaze bore down on Zhang Yun as he steadied the bicycle, her expression twisting into one of fierce envy. Who would have thought that Zhang Yun could earn such wealth selling wild rabbits at the black market in Jigong Mountain? Zhang Borshu gritted his teeth, expressing disbelief. In just 4 days, the transformations in Zhang Yun were delivering blow after blow to Zhang Borshu, who felt increasingly unable to suppress the rise of Zhang Yun's family. As the eldest son, he had been favored by Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang since childhood, cultivating an entrenched belief that the eldest was paramount. He could not abide the thought of his 2 younger brothers surpassing him. This sense of superiority, enjoyed for over 40 years, was deeply rooted in his psyche, and he would not allow this situation to change. "Husband, this afternoon you must go to the commune and summon Duan Hongbing. Tomorrow morning, we must capture Zhang Yun, ensuring he can never rise again," Wang Yuanhui declared with fierce determination. Zhang Borshu nodded gravely and replied, "Very well. I shall skip roll call this afternoon and head straight to the commune." Witnessing Zhang Yun's smug demeanor, he could no longer contain himself. Disregarding the blazing sun, he donned a wide-brimmed hat and ventured outside. Meanwhile, upon hearing the ringing bell, Zhang Zhongli and Chun Wan emerged from their room, their eyes immediately landing on their son, joyfully pressing the bell. "Is this yours, third son?" Mother Chen Wan exclaimed with delight, rushing over like a young girl, her hands caressing the bicycle with unrestrained affection. Zhang Zhongli beamed with pride, his eyes sparkling as he approached, but his attention was drawn to the deer, from which he promptly removed 2 substantial bags. One bag contained 100 pounds of rice, while the other held various daily necessities purchased by Zhang Yun. The 15 feet of fabric was nestled within the front basket of the bicycle. Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli, his 2 younger sisters, who had been resting, were roused by the incessant ringing and emerged from their room. "Brother, brother," they exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the deer, the bicycle, and the 2 large bags. The family's past poverty made this moment surreal. Never could they have imagined such prosperity would grace their household. "Parents, sisters, quickly bring these items inside," Zhang Yun called out. Having noticed villagers hastening toward their home, eager to witness the excitement following the news of his bicycle purchase. After all, aside from the single bicycle provided by the production team, this was the first bicycle owned by a family in Jiuan village, marking a significant event. The family swiftly carried the 2 large bags into the house, leaving the bicycle and deer outside. "This bag of rice, I will take it to the kitchen first," Zhang Yun said, lifting the heavy 100-pound bag with ease and briskly carrying it inside, returning shortly thereafter. In just a few seconds, Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli, the 2 sisters, had already opened the bag filled with daily necessities, exclaiming in delight, "Wow, a bright red basin. So many towels. This is malted milk essence, 5 bottles. And there's even tooth powder. I will brush my teeth from now on. 2 extended flashlights. We now have flashlights at home. These are 2 new oil lamps. How about this, a fountain pen, and a large pack of hard candy?" The sisters continued to shout in excitement, their joy uncontainable. Zhang Zhongli and Chen Wan, taken aback, stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Zhang Yun had become so affluent, purchasing a bicycle and returning with such a bounty of treasures. Zhang Yun picked up the cigarettes and placed them on the 8 Immortals table. These cigarettes are meant for the team leader. I plan to invite him to propose to Han Jiqing this afternoon. This will serve as a token of gratitude, Zhang Yun remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhongli and Chen Wan immediately praised him. Third brother, your thoughtfulness is commendable, Zhang Zhongli said, beaming with joy. This is wonderful. You are finally getting engaged. Chen Wan chimed in, her heart swelling with happiness at the thought of becoming a mother-in-law, eagerly anticipating her new role. Most importantly, Chen Wan genuinely adored Han Xuemei. The mere thought of her becoming her daughter-in-law brought her such joy that she could hardly sleep. Zhang Yun promptly took 2 basins, 2 towels, 2 bottles of malted milk essence, 1 bag of tooth powder, 1 flashlight, 1 oil lamp, a fountain pen, and ink. These are all for Xuemei. This is a gift for the proposal, he said with a smile. Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli immediately crossed their arms, their expressions sour. Brother, why are you so partial to her before she even enters our family? At this rate, we're left with only malted milk essence and a bag of hard candy. Are you trying to give us cavities? They complained. Zhang Yun, Zhang Zhongli, and Chen Wan couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, don't give your brother a hard time. He will marry only once in his life. The more substantial the gift, the more he values Han Jiqing, Chen Wan interjected, eager to prevent any ill feelings between her daughters-in-law and sister-in-law, for any discord would ultimately affect her son. This malted milk essence is both fragrant and sweet. You can enjoy it every day, and this large bag of hard candy will last you both a month, Zhang Zhongli added, trying to soothe their discontent. Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli quickly embraced the remaining malted milk essence and hard candy, fearful that Zhang Yun might take them away. Observing their protective demeanor, Zhang Yun couldn't help but smile, recalling how in his previous life, his sisters were hastily forced into marriage by Tang Tiantian. His eyes suddenly glistened with emotion. 4th sister. 5th sister, wait a few more days. I will also gift each of you a bicycle, Zhang Yun said, grinning. Really? Brother, you are the best. Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli exclaimed, dropping the malted milk essence and hard candy as they rushed to Zhang Yun's side, joyfully shaking his arms. In that moment, both sisters envisioned themselves gracefully riding their new bicycles. Zhang Yun then turned to his parents with a smile and said, Mom and Dad, some villagers have already arrived outside. Please go and entertain them. I must hurry to the team courtyard to deliver these gifts, as I am about to formally propose to the team leader. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhongli and Chen Wan naturally expressed their approval. Zhang Yun then opened a small bag containing fabric and retrieved a piece of cloth adorned with red flowers, wrapping all the gifts together. Parents, sister, the remaining fabric is for you to sew clothes. Please take it, he said before shouldering the gifts and stepping outside. Over a dozen villagers had gathered. Zhang Yun, your bicycle is truly beautiful. One villager exclaimed enviously. The young lad has really made it. He is the first in our village to own a bicycle. What an achievement. An elderly man trembled as he touched the bicycle's handlebars, and the villagers expressed their admiration. At that moment, Chen Wan emerged holding some hard candies, cheerfully announcing, Dear villagers, here are some hard candies to share. They are quite sweet. The villagers, who seldom indulged in sweets, quickly surrounded her upon hearing this. Zhang Yun took a deep breath, mounted his bicycle, rang the bell, and sped away amidst the clear sound of the bell. Chapter 81. A necessity for red brick houses. Seeking assistance from the entire village, Zhang Yue stretched his weary back in his office. The arrangements for the labor-intensive farming season had finally been completed. He twisted his waist and gazed at the coordination chart on his desk, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The farming season was the most critical and busy time for the production team, as nearly everyone was required to participate in the urgent tasks of harvesting rice, drying the grains, and transporting them to the grain station, with no room for mishaps. After all, the yield of the production team depended on the results of this busy season. A bountiful harvest ensured that each member of the team received a fair share of the profits according to their labor contributions. Zhang Yue and the team secretary, Zhang Huqing, had deliberated for several days before finally finalizing the schedule for the farming season. Dingling. The sound of a bicycle bell rang out. Zhang Yue, accustomed to riding the bicycles provided by the commune, felt a twinge of curiosity at the sound. Could it be a visitor from the commune? He left his office and stepped toward the courtyard entrance, where he saw Zhang Yun riding a bicycle. Zhang Yue was taken aback. The young lad had actually bought a bicycle. His first thought was whether the Linshui mine had provided him with a substantial sum of cash. He had not anticipated that. In just a few days, Zhang Yun could earn over 100 yuan from a small procurement. Zhang Yun skillfully executed a bicycle drift, parked it neatly, and removed the bag from his back. "Team leader, let us discuss this in the office," he said with a smile. Zhang Yun, having already surmised the situation, promptly entered the office and closed the wooden door behind him. Zhang Yun unfastened the bag, revealing the gifts inside. "Team leader, this is a token of gratitude for your assistance in my courtship today. I sincerely hope you can help me with my proposal," he said, handing a pack of cigarettes directly to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun gazed at the striking red characters on the packaging, recognizing it as a renowned brand of cigarettes from Hunan province, indeed quite expensive. Though he occasionally indulged in smoking, he was reluctant to spend money on them. Instead, he rolled his own cigarettes with tobacco leaves, taking just a couple of puffs. He was familiar with some cigarette brands from the supply and marketing cooperative, the 1.2 Mao Hongjiu, the 1.8 Mao Dahonghua, and cigarettes costing over 2 Mao were a rarity, likely reserved for the commune's leaders. This particular pack, containing 20 cigarettes, was priced at 36 yuan. Zhang Yun couldn't help but admire Zhang Yun's assertiveness. He truly possessed a grand demeanor. "Captain, this is merely a portion of the betrothal gift. I've already contacted a hunter friend, and I should be able to procure some wild chickens in the next few days. When I do, I'll bring you two," Zhang Yun remarked with a smile. Within the Lingquan space, the 50 eggs bought from Jigong Mountain had finished hatching, yielding 40 successful chicks. With the time flow accelerated by a factor of 15, these chicks had grown to the size of a fist, and in a couple of days, they would reach the size of regular domestic chickens. Additionally, the wild chickens captured from their nests, along with the wild chicken eggs, had also successfully hatched, resulting in over 100 chicks. These wild chicks, benefiting from the rapid time flow, ample food, and the nurturing qualities of the Lingquan space, would also grow to the size of normal wild chickens within a day or two. Thus, it could be said that both domestic and wild chickens had reached a considerable scale in the Lingquan space, allowing Zhang Yun to easily present 2 male wild chickens. "Haha, Zhang Yun, you rascal, you have the makings of a great man," Zhang Yun exclaimed with excitement upon hearing about the 2 wild chickens. He had been fortunate enough to savor the exquisite taste of wild chicken once, a memory that lingered delightfully. "Captain, these gifts, along with the bicycle outside, are all for Comrade Han," Zhang Yun said with a grin. Zhang Yun immediately stood up. "What did you say? A bicycle is also a gift?" Clearly, the value of this present astonished Zhang Yun. The widely circulated dowry of 3 turns and a sound was boisterously proclaimed, yet very few could realize it. Not even in Jiwan village, let alone the entire Chu Shui commune, had he heard of many families achieving it. Yet here was Zhang Yun, presenting a turn outright. A sewing machine, a watch, a bicycle, and a radio. If one were to acquire all these, it would cost over 500 yuan, a sum few could afford in this era. "Young Yun, if I were a woman, I would certainly want to marry you," Zhang Yun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "With these gifts, Comrade Han will surely be overjoyed and will undoubtedly agree to marry you." At this moment, Zhang Yun noticed the busy farming schedule on Zhang Yu's desk. "Captain, is the farming season commencing on July 8th? He inquired with a smile. "Yes, the party secretary and I have calculated the date. On July 8th, the entire brigade will begin the busy season," Zhang Yun replied. Zhang Yun fell silent. Today was June 20th, meaning that in just 18 days, the busy season would commence. Once that happened, everyone would be occupied in the fields. Zhang Yun's new house must be completed within the next 18 days. Otherwise, construction will have to wait until after the busy farming season, which would disrupt his wedding plans with Han Xuemei. They had originally agreed to marry in a month, but the onset of the farming season has abruptly interrupted their arrangements. "Captain, I wish to finish my new house before the farming season begins. Do you have any effective strategies?" Zhang Yun was eager to avoid postponing the wedding. The timeline was pressing, and unless they mobilized every able-bodied person in the village, it would be challenging. The foundation was manageable, but the production of earthen bricks, beams, and windows would require meticulous prior planning. Time was of the essence. Zhang Yun grasped Zhang Yun's intention to marry before the farming season and immediately articulated the challenges he foresaw. "The entire village is needed for construction?" Zhang Yun was taken aback. "Captain, I aspire to build a red brick house," he proclaimed with a smile. Zhang Yun stood upright, astonished. "Red bricks? The cost of building such a house is exorbitant. 5 cents per brick, and given the size of your house, the expense for bricks alone would exceed 1,000. Moreover, constructing a red brick house necessitates cement, which must be procured from the county and requires connections for approval." Evidently, Zhang Yun's desire for a red brick house had astonished Zhang Yun, who had not anticipated such grand aspirations from him. In the 1970s, rural construction typically involved earthen houses made from mud bricks, which were easy to source, quick to build, and low in cost. Red brick houses were typically constructed by state-owned enterprises, such as communes and factories. I will find a way to secure the red bricks and cement, Zhang Yun continued. Captain, could you help me gather all the able-bodied men in the village to assist in leveling my foundation? I am willing to pay each laborer 1 yuan per day, and I will provide meat for all 3 meals on the workday. Zhang Yun spoke with a confident smile. He possessed a modicum of knowledge about construction. The ground of his plot was relatively flat, and with the collective effort of 50 adult men, it could be leveled in a single day. Offering 50 yuan for a day's labor to achieve such efficiency seemed to him an excellent bargain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yue felt a twinge of admiration for Zhang Yun's determination to build a red brick house within the constrained time frame. Given your generous conditions, I could indeed assist you. I believe many would be willing to help level your foundation, he conceded. Chapter 82. The proposal, Captain. Here is 200 yuan. Please accept it. Zhang Yun produced the sum from his pocket and placed it before Zhang Yue. According to regulations, villagers must pay a land use fee when new plots are assigned, 20 yuan per mu, totaling 200 for an acre. Zhang Yue was once again taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yun possessed such a substantial amount of money. Could it be that the Han Xuemei mine had advanced him several hundred yuan? However, as the captain, he refrained from inquiring further. Zhang Yue accepted the money and subsequently issued a receipt. Yunner, you may begin marking your homestead with lime powder this afternoon, he said with a smile. Soon it will be time for roll call, and I can assist in spreading the word that any team members wishing to help level your land tomorrow can head directly to your plot. Zhang Yue was more than willing to lend a hand to Zhang Yun, especially considering the delectable wild chickens involved. Moreover, Zhang Yun controlled the procurement channel for the Han Xuemei mine, and many agricultural products from the Zhowan Brigade could rely on him in the future. After a moment, a thought struck Zhang Yue, and he spoke again. Yunner, since the production team will finish work around 5 this afternoon, and by the time we have dinner at the big cafeteria, the youth cadre Han will return to the youth point around 6. Proposing marriage at 6 would carry an ominous connotation. How about this? At 2 o'clock, when we gather for roll call, I can formally propose to Han in front of all the team members. What do you think? This idea was somewhat audacious and refreshingly novel. With his past experiences, Zhang Yun found this intriguing and acceptable. Besides, proposing to Han Xuemei in front of all the villagers would allow them to witness a moment of happiness, which seemed like a delightful prospect. All right, I will heed your counsel, Brigade Leader, Zhang Yun readily agreed. At the old camphor tree square, members from the 6 production teams of the Zhowan Brigade gathered once more. As the clock approached 2 o'clock, it was time for the daily roll call. The team members, displaying great awareness, clustered together, forming 6 groups, each buzzing with conversation. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the topic of discussion among the members was none other than Zhang Yun. In the 5th production team, everyone surrounded Han Xuemei. You certainly have an eye for talent, Han. Zhang Yun has struck it rich. He even bought a bicycle, remarked an older gentleman with a sigh. Ever since Zhang Yun publicly kissed Han Xuemei, word had spread throughout Zhowan village that they were a couple. Consequently, when Zhang Yun rode his bicycle back to the village today, the villagers' gossiping spirits were ignited. They all chimed in, marveling at Zhang Yun's success in amassing wealth. Naturally, the villagers felt a tinge of envy towards Han Xuemei for securing Zhang Yun so early, as it seemed she was on the verge of a significant achievement. Indeed, Yunner has become quite capable. I hear he has become the buyer for the Han Xuemei mine. He is destined to earn considerable wealth, a woman, well-versed in village affairs, exclaimed excitedly, her words flowing with enthusiasm. By the way, Han, has Zhang Yun proposed to you yet? Inquired a kindly aunt with concern. At this question, all eyes turned to Han Xuemei. He hasn't proposed yet, she replied, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yet, within her gaze, there was a flicker of anxiety. She worried that if Zhang Yun became prosperous, he might no longer seek her hand in marriage. How would she navigate her future then? Wealth often corrupts men, a notion that Han Xuemei had frequently encountered in the past. She fervently hoped that such a fate would not befall her, that Zhang Yun would not abandon her in pursuit of women with more advantageous circumstances once he acquired riches. This would indeed be unfortunate. Han Jiqing, you must act swiftly. Don't let that fine young man slip away, a kind-hearted elder advised earnestly. Indeed, if a man's legs are not securely bound, he may wander astray. You understand my meaning, don't you, Han Jiqing? Teased a woman from the village information center, hinting that Han Xuemei should seize Zhang Yun and hasten their union. Han Xuemei's face flushed crimson at the implication. At that moment, Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli, accompanied by a deer, arrived at the old camphor tree square. Naturally, the members of the 6 production teams, who had been discussing Zhang Yun, quickly gathered around upon seeing his family approach. Zhang Yun immediately spotted Han Xuemei and joyfully parted the crowd to seize her. Han Jiqing, my third son, is returning at noon. He has already informed me that he intends to propose to you today. You are destined to become my daughter-in-law, she announced with a smile. Her satisfaction with the industrious and virtuous city girl evident. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. The worries that had previously troubled Han Xuemei dissipated in an instant. The woman from the village information center interjected with her gossip. Chen Wan, has your family prepared the betrothal gifts? Your son has struck it rich and cannot afford to appear shabby before Han Jiqing. Chen Wan, noticing the woman's prying, responded with a grin. Lu Tsuwa, are you hoping to witness our family's embarrassment? Today, you shall be sorely disappointed. My third son has prepared betrothal gifts that will astound you. At that moment, the sound of bicycle bells echoed from afar. Everyone turned to see Zhang Yun riding a bicycle, accompanied by team leader Zhang Dawei, who was also on a sturdy bike. Making their way to the old camphor tree square. Zhang Yun has arrived. He truly bought a bicycle. Expressions of envy spread across the faces of the onlookers. Owning a bicycle significantly elevated one's status and prestige within the village. Though still young, Zhang Yun had, at that moment, ascended to a position of considerable importance in the hearts of the villagers of Jiuwan village. The Zhang brothers, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi, glared at Zhang Yun, their eyes betraying an icy disdain for his sudden elevation. Yet, in their hearts, they harbored a shared ambition to catch Zhang Yun in the act of selling goods at dawn the following day, thus ensuring his fall from grace. Once both bicycles were parked, Zhang Yun fixed his gaze on Han Xuemei, winking and nodding slightly with a beaming smile. Han Xuemei, under the intensity of his warm gaze, felt a surge of affection, yet her cheeks betrayed her with a deep blush. At that moment, team leader Zhang Yue called out, everyone stand in formation. The 6 production teams line up in 6 rows. The members of the collective promptly complied. Zhang Yue then gazed at the 5th production team and smiled. Please step forward. Comrade Han Xuemei. At this moment, the members from all 6 production teams suddenly realized something, and they gasped in unison. Han Xuemei, sensing the weight of the moment, lowered her head and, feeling bashful, stepped forward to the front of the 5th production team. Zhang Yun placed the red flower on Comrade Han's chest. Zhang Yue said with a gentle smile. Zhang Yun promptly retrieved 2 large red flowers from the bicycle basket, having heeded Zhang Yue's suggestion to propose here. He had personally crafted them from red paper, folding and cutting them with care. Soon, Zhang Yun adorned Han Xuemei with a flower the size of a basin on her chest, and then affixed another large flower to his own, grinning widely as he stood beside her. Comrade Han Xuemei, Zhang Yun from the Jiuwan Brigade is fond of you. He swears to our great leader that he wishes to marry you and love you for a lifetime. Will you grant him this opportunity and agree to be his wife? Zhang Yue announced, exhilarated as he beheld the 2 young individuals standing before him, adorned with their vibrant flowers. Chapter 83, A Joyous Occasion I Will. Despite being surrounded by the entire Jiuwan Brigade, the inherently gentle and somewhat introverted Han Xuemei responded with unwavering resolve. Moments ago, she had feared that Zhang Yun might have prospered and changed his affections, never anticipating he would propose before all the members, bestowing upon her such a grand declaration of love. Han Xuemei was profoundly moved. Just a few days prior, she had received a letter from home suggesting a match with a middle-aged man, which had cast a shadow over her spirits. In defiance of fate, she had summoned the courage to seek Zhang Yun's hand herself, and fortunately, he had promised her his love. Today, Zhang Yun had fulfilled his vow, coming forth to propose. And Han Xuemei felt an overwhelming sense of joy and love for him. Were it not for the onlookers from the Jiuwan Brigade, she would have rushed forward to bestow upon him a tender kiss. The members of the Jiuwan Brigade erupted in cheers upon hearing Han Xuemei's affirmative response, filling the old camphor tree square with jubilant energy. Zhang Yue, elated, raised his right hand to signal for silence. Comrade Han, Zhang Yun has already procured a plot of land for construction, and work will commence tomorrow. I hereby announce to all members that July 8th will be a busy day. Anyone wishing to assist Zhang Yun in building his house is welcome to join. Oh, and Zhang Yun has assured me that those who help will be provided with 3 meals a day, all with meat included. Additionally, he has mentioned that there will be wages for every day worked. For specific details regarding the daily wage, please consult Zhang Yun. As Zhang Yue witnessed the crowd quiet down, he dropped another topic bombshell. Indeed, the news of 3 hearty meals a day, each featuring meat plus wages, ignited a fervor among the members. It was simply too enticing. Indeed, within the production brigade, when one family undertakes the construction of a house, it has traditionally been the practice for members of the collective to lend their strength and assistance without charge. This has always been the custom. Yet now, Zhang Yun has generously extended such enticing conditions, setting aside the matter of wages. The mere prospect of 3 meals of meat a day is enough to stir the appetites of those who have not savored meat in months. I must lend a hand. I apply not out of a desire for meat, but purely to assist Zhang Yun. The considerations of meat and wages are of little interest to me. I simply wish to acquire the skills of construction. Each member expressed their sentiments openly. Zhang Yun, with extraordinary perceptiveness, sensed that out of the 600 available laborers in the Jiuan brigade, at least 500 were eager to offer their help. This, however, posed a dilemma. With only an acre of land to build upon, if all these people arrived, there would be no room to work. Furthermore, if everyone were to show up, Zhang Yun would struggle to provide enough sustenance for them. Thus, Zhang Yun swiftly addressed the assembly, raising her right hand. Silence enveloped the crowd. My dear fellow villagers, I, Zhang Yun, am immensely grateful for your enthusiastic support, and I have indeed heard your desire to assist. However, this cannot be. If everyone comes, there will be no one left to tend to the fields, and the brigade leader would surely reprimand me. Zhang Yun remarked with a smile, prompting a chorus of knowing laughter among the crowd, as they recognized the wisdom in her words. Thus, I must regulate the number of hands involved. Tomorrow marks the day for leveling my homestead and digging the foundation. I require only 50 adult laborers for this task. How shall these 50 be chosen? By a simple criterion. The first 50 individuals to arrive at my homestead before 8 a.m. will be the ones to assist me. Those who arrive later, I must regrettably turn away. Zhang Yun promptly articulated her selection method. Hearing her words, Zhang Yue's eyes brightened, silently admiring Zhang Yun's thorough consideration. This way, there would still be laborers available for the fields, preventing a mass exodus to Zhang Yun's home for construction. Zhang Yun was indeed correct. Sun Fuguei, a skilled laborer who had earned a few coins from Zhang Yun, was the first to voice his support. Indeed, those who wished to sleep in should not expect to feast at Zhang Yun's place. Zhang Jiankong, another capable worker, also expressed his endorsement. Soon, one by one, the members of the collective voiced their agreement with Zhang Yun's approach. At this juncture, Zhang Yun turned her gaze towards the nearby Zhang Yue, smiling as she said, "As you know, I wish to build a brick house, which necessitates the use of cement and river sand for the mortar. I will find a way to procure the cement, but I must seek the brigade's assistance for the river sand. Therefore, I propose to purchase 1 bag of river sand from the brigade at the price of 1 yuan per bag. What do you think?" Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dai's eyes sparkled with excitement. For an acre of homestead, Zhang Yun would need a substantial quantity of river sand, perhaps 400 or even 500 bags. This would amount to a considerable sum, effectively gifting the Jiuan brigade several hundred yuan, which could translate to greater dividends for the members when the year-end profits are distributed. That sounds excellent. I concur, Zhang Dai replied. Zhang Yue readily agreed, realizing that as the captain of the brigade, he would face considerable criticism if he did not. Zhang Yun then signaled to Zhang Yue, gesturing towards Han Xuemei and the bicycle. Zhang Yue suddenly slapped his forehead, having forgotten to mention the betrothal gifts in his earlier enthusiasm. Han Jiqing, Zhang Yun's comrade, had specifically purchased several gifts for the proposal: a bicycle, 5 feet of fabric, a wash basin, towels, malted milk powder, a flashlight, an oil lamp, a fountain pen, and toothpaste. All these betrothal gifts were present for Han Jiqing to accept. Zhang Yue declared loudly. Upon hearing the names of the gifts, the members of the collective erupted in thunderous applause, astonished by Zhang Yun's generosity. Han Xuemei herself was taken aback, as she had not anticipated such lavish betrothal gifts from Zhang Yun. Little did she know that Zhang Yun had also intended to present a sewing machine, a watch, and a radio. Had she been aware, she might have fainted from joy. With a slight daze, Han Xuemei approached the bicycle and rang the bell, its clear chime drowning out all other sounds and drawing everyone's attention. In that moment, Han Xuemei was the happiest person in the room. Zhang Zhongli and Chen Wan, standing amidst the crowd, could hardly contain their smiles, reveling in their son's success, the finalization of their daughter-in-law, and the forthcoming construction of their new home. They found themselves eagerly anticipating the arrival of their grandson, already envisioning names for him. Zhang Yue was also pleased with the proposal process, considering it the most meaningful engagement in Jiuan Village's history. Well, that concludes our joyous occasion. Now, members of the 6 production teams may take attendance. I must arrange the afternoon's labor tasks, Zhang Yue proclaimed loudly. Chapter 84. Preparations for building and the pangolin digging wells. Zhang Yun rode away from the old camphor tree square on his deer. Upon reaching a house in the village residential area, a middle-aged woman called out to him. "Zhang Yun, I am Aunt Shan, Sun Fuguei's wife. Zhang Yun glanced over and recalled that she was indeed He Xueshan, Sun Fugui's wife. Noticing the 5 children following her, each carrying bamboo tubes clogged with wet soil, Zhang Yun quickly understood the situation. "Aunt Shan, have you brought me some ants?" he asked with a smile. Zhang Yun had previously instructed Sun Fugui to catch ants, offering 1 dime for a bamboo tube filled with them. "Yes," He Xueshan replied nervously. She had followed Sun Fugui's advice and brought the children to catch ants, but now, facing Zhang Yun, she felt apprehensive about his potential rejection of her offering. Who would want ants? It sounds quite peculiar. Aren't ants abundant in the countryside? Zhang Yun inquired. "How many bamboo tubes do you have? Just tell me a number, and I will pay you right now," he continued, smiling. These ants were intended to enrich the diet of the wild chickens and frogs in his space. As Zhang Yun was determined to provide a diverse array of nourishment for the beasts he was nurturing, there are a total of 40 bamboo tubes. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, He Xueshan's expression transformed into one of joy as she excitedly replied. Zhang Yun promptly reached into his pocket, retrieving 4 yuan from his spiritual space, and handed it directly to He Xueshan. "Here, Annie Shan, I have given you the money. Please hand over all these bamboo tubes to me. Oh, by the way, if you wish to sell me more ants tomorrow, you must locate their nests and excavate them entirely. I will offer 50 cents for each nest. I will take as many as you can provide." Zhang Yun, with a smile, articulated his requests. If they were merely ants, they would serve no purpose as they could not reproduce. It was essential to have a queen ant to establish an ant colony. Naturally, Zhang Yun desired to cultivate an ant colony within his spiritual space to satisfy the dietary needs of the increasingly numerous wild and domestic fowls. 50 cents sounds great. I will certainly deliver many ant nests to you tomorrow, He Xueshan exclaimed, utterly thrilled. With such a lucrative proposition, 5 yuan for 10 nests, she became convinced of her husband Sun Fugui's assertion that Zhang Yun was a person of gratitude. It was evident that, having once lent Zhang Zhongli money for medical treatment, Zhang Yun was now finding ways to repay that kindness. He Xueshan finally understood that this was Zhang Yun's deliberate care for her. After all, ant nests were plentiful in the rural expanse, and he could have easily excavated them himself. Zhang Yun bundled all 40 bamboo tubes together before swiftly riding away on his deer, arriving at a secluded spot where he immediately stored them in his spiritual space. Next, he proceeded to the blacksmith shop. "Old Guai, I'm back," Zhang Yun called out at the entrance, carrying 2 wild rabbits in his hands. Previously, he had promised that upon crafting a machete, he would deliver some game to Old Guai. "Ah, Yunner, you've come," Old Guai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as they locked onto the 2 wild rabbits. "These rabbits are a gift for you. Do recover your gaze before it falls out," Zhang Yun jested, tossing the rabbits into Old Guai's hands. With a cheerful demeanor, Old Guai accepted the rabbits and placed them into an old wooden box inside before returning to Zhang Yun. "Now tell me, what tool do you wish to forge this time?" Old Guai inquired, visibly pleased. "Old Guai, is it possible for you to craft 10 digging hoes in an afternoon?" Zhang Yun asked with a grin. "Of course, that poses no issue, since you have provided me with your wild rabbits. I will toil through the night if necessary to forge those 10 hoes," Old Guai assured him, fully aware of the value of the wild rabbits, which would have cost at least 7 or 8 yuan had he purchased them from a hunter. Given Zhang Yun's generous gift, Old Guai felt compelled to deliver. "Old Guai, I do not have any iron materials this time. Could you inform me how much one hoe would cost?" Zhang Yun smiled as he spoke. Realizing this, Zhang Yun acknowledged the need to visit the Linshui mine soon to request a portion of the scrap metal from the waste warehouse. Not to worry about the iron materials. I have some stock that should suffice for 10 hoes. How about I charge you 2 yuan per hoe? Old Guai proposed. Zhang Leiguai spoke earnestly, stating that the 2 yuan he requested was equivalent to 200 yuan in later times, which indeed sounded quite expensive. However, Zhang Yun understood that in this era, steel was a rare commodity. For individuals to purchase rebar was a daunting task, requiring one to seek approval from the county's production command department, obtaining the necessary documentation to qualify for such purchases. Thus, it was reasonable for Zhang Leiguai to charge 2 yuan for a hoe. "All right, here are 20 yuan. I entrust you with this today. 10 hoes must be ready by tomorrow, as I need to level the ground for my new home. Without these hoes, I cannot commence work," Zhang Yun stated, not bargaining, but rather promptly handing over the 20 yuan to Zhang Leiguai. The latter was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Yun to be so straightforward and seemingly affluent. After specifying the style of the hoes, Zhang Yun swiftly mounted his zhangzi and headed directly to his plot of land. Before commencing excavation, he needed to delineate his 1 acre of land, enabling him to start digging the next day. Approximately 5 minutes later, the zhangzi brought him to the tea mountain. Zhang Yun unsheathed his machete and began to hack at the numerous small trees on the hill, felling dozens of stumps. Subsequently, he planted these stumps into the ground, thereby marking out a rectangular plot which would serve as his homestead. Once the boundaries of the homestead were established, Zhang Yun contemplated his plans carefully. With only 18 days remaining, it appeared necessary to alter the design of the house. Originally, he envisioned a two-story structure, with the ground floor as commercial space and the upper floor for personal residence. However, given the tight timeline, constructing a two-story house within 18 days proved utterly impossible, regardless of the number of helpers. Hence, he decided to modify the architectural layout into a courtyard style. The front 5 meters would serve as a shop, while the back would be designated for living quarters, with 2 sides allocated for a kitchen and a restroom. In no time, Zhang Yun envisioned the intricate layout of his courtyard, feeling a sense of clarity regarding his plans, which he intended to sketch upon returning home that evening. At that moment, he released the pangolin from his Lingquan space, planning to dig a well in the center of the courtyard. Once the specific arrangement of the courtyard was finalized, he could determine the approximate location of the yard, leading him to the chosen site for the well. Water was an essential element in the construction process and would also serve domestic purposes. If he were to hire someone to dig the well, it would take several days to reach a depth of 10 meters, significantly delaying the construction timeline. Fortunately, having tamed the pangolin, which consumed 5 acceleration points, it could penetrate even the hardest rock layers, making it the perfect tool for well digging. Silver Armored King, from now until tomorrow morning, you shall tunnel here. Delving deep into the earth, Zhang Yun commanded the pangolin. Understanding his instructions, the pangolin immediately set to work, burrowing into the ground and sending dust flying. The excavation process was indeed swift. Chapter 85. A fugitive enters the village, voluntarily seeking assistance. As the pangolin drilled the well, Zhang Yun departed the tea mountain, accompanied by 2 red wolves, heading towards the next destination, Laoshikyo village. The construction of the house necessitated a substantial amount of stone, and only Laoshikyo village could provide the required materials. Zhang Yun sat atop a deer, speaking in a calm manner. The village of Laoshikyo was encircled by rugged stone mountains, and even the cultivated land, if dug 2 meters deep, revealed nothing but rock. Such a geographical environment had historically established Laoshikyo as a training ground for stonemasons, abundant in stone materials. Coincidentally, Laoshikyo was also one of the 10 production teams of Chu Shui Commune. As Zhang Yun intended to build a house, he needed to prepare all necessary materials in advance. After approximately half an hour, Zhang Yun finally arrived at Laoshikyo. As he surveyed the surroundings, he indeed found stone mountains everywhere, and the ground itself was hewn from stone, giving the place a distinctive character. Amidst the stone mountains, bamboo groves flourished, creating a harmonious juxtaposition of stone and bamboo, where any angle could reveal a stunning tableau of stone and bamboo imagery. In the distance, the residential area of Laoshikyo appeared somewhat obscured. After walking another mile, he reached the living quarters of the village. The atmosphere in the village felt unusually tense. A deep green jeep was parked within, and it seemed as if the entire village had gathered around it, creating a heavy air of seriousness. Remarkably, as Zhang Yun rode in on his deer accompanied by 2 red wolves, he had not stirred any notable commotion. Approaching closer, Zhang Yun's heightened senses finally caught snippets of conversation, allowing him to comprehend the situation. Earlier that morning, a villager from Laoshikyo had gone to the nearby mountains to dig for sweet potatoes and unexpectedly encountered a fugitive who was stealing and eating the potatoes. A conflict ensued between the villager and the fugitive, who, astonishingly, was armed and shot the villager. The injured villager had since been taken to the People's Hospital. Following this shooting incident, Laoshikyo had promptly notified the authorities, leading to the dispatch of officers from the Chu Shui Commune police station, hence the arrival of the jeep. While Zhang Yun was still piecing together the events, a voice suddenly rang out with joy. "Zhang Yun, is that you?" Hearing this voice, Zhang Yun did not need to turn around. He recognized it belonged to Captain Zhang Lianon of the militia. "Captain Zhang, what a surprise to see you again," Zhang Yun exclaimed, descending from his deer, somewhat astonished at their serendipitous reunion. They had only met a few hours earlier at the supply and marketing cooperative, and now here they were once more in Laoshikyo. In an instant, Zhang Yun realized something significant. "Zhang Yun, what brings you to Laoshikyo?" Captain Zhang inquired with curiosity. "I'm here to build a new house and need to purchase some stone materials," Zhang Yun replied candidly. Captain Zhang nodded lightly, understanding the purpose of Zhang Yun's visit. At that moment, Zhang Yun looked around at the gathered villagers and pressed on with his questions. "Captain Zhang, what has happened? Why are all the villagers out here? Even your militia has been mobilized, and 2 police officers have arrived." Earlier that morning, Captain Zhang had refrained from mentioning the incident involving the militia. However, the situation had changed. The police were now involved, calling upon the militia to join in the efforts to pursue the fleeing fugitive. With the matter of the shooting now public, Captain Zhang felt it was appropriate to reveal the truth to Zhang Yun. In our militia unit, Ma Zhonghua, due to personal matters, took the drastic step of committing murder. Unexpectedly, he fled to Laishikyo village, where he further injured individuals by firing his weapon. The local police summoned our militia unit, instructing us to establish a perimeter alongside the villagers along the mountains in an effort to encircle Ma Zhonghua, preventing his escape to other areas. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang Yun discerned the gravity of the situation. It aligned with his memories from a previous life, confirming that this incident involving the militiamen was indeed occurring. Captain Zhang, perhaps I can be of assistance, Zhang Yun stated calmly. Assistance? How do you intend to help? Ma Zhonghua is armed. This is no jest, Zhang Lian directly rebuffed. If you truly wish to assist, join the villagers at the foot of the mountain. And should you detect any movement from Ma Zhonghua, report it to the nearby militia for reinforcement. Zhang Yun understood Zhang Lian's concern for his safety, fearing that a confrontation with Ma Zhonghua could result in a fatal outcome. Captain Zhang, observe these two red jackals beside me. Their sense of smell is exceptionally acute. They will be far more effective than we humans in tracking individuals within the mountains, he emphasized. The red jackals not only possessed remarkable olfactory capabilities, but were also astute creatures, ranking highest in intelligence among canines, capable of swiftly overpowering weaker animals while evading formidable beasts. At this, Zhang Lian scrutinized the two red jackals with newfound seriousness, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are red jackals. Zhang Yun, you have managed to tame two of them." This revelation elevated Zhang Lian's perception of Zhang Yun, instilling a measure of admiration within him. Captain Zhang, take me to the shooting scene. I wish for the jackals to detect the scent. They may lead us directly to Ma Zhonghua's hiding place, Zhang Yun proposed earnestly. Zhang Lian, initially under the impression that Zhang Yun merely had two ordinary dogs, was now convinced of the jackal's capabilities. Indeed, the auditory and olfactory senses of the red jackals surpassed even those of trained police dogs. They were adept at detecting any unusual sounds in the forest. With the aid of the jackals, Zhang Lian believed it was feasible to locate Ma Zhonghua before nightfall. Given that Ma Zhonghua was armed, allowing him to evade capture was a dereliction of duty regarding the safety of the populace. Zhang Lian promptly concurred. Let us go and meet Director Pan. Before long, Zhang Lian led Zhang Yun to the two men clad in police uniforms, promptly introducing Zhang Yun. Director Pan, this is Zhang Yun, hailing from Jiuwan village. I have worked alongside him. He is an exceptionally skilled hunter. Coincidentally, he has come to Laishikyo village on business today, accompanied by two red jackals. Their acute hearing and sense of smell could prove invaluable in our search for Ma Zhonghua. Therefore, I respectfully request that you permit Comrade Zhang Yun to join our search team. Director Pan, a man in his 50s with a square face etched with numerous wrinkles, bore an air of weariness that spoke to the trials he had faced. At that moment, upon hearing Zhang Lian's recommendation, Pan Wenyong turned his serious gaze towards Zhang Yun and scrutinized the two red hounds, his eyes inexplicably brightening. Comrade Zhang Yun, do you understand that venturing into the mountains carries inherent dangers? That Ma Zhonghua possesses a firearm, thus placing your life at risk. Have you thought this through? Pan Wenyong inquired calmly, refraining from immediate consent. Rest assured, Director, I have thoroughly considered this matter. If you harbor any concerns, I can draft a written agreement here, absolving the police station of any responsibility should misfortune befall me, Zhang Yun replied with a confident smile. Pan Wenyong's primary apprehension was the possibility of Zhang Yun encountering peril in the mountains, fearing that Zhang's family might cause a disturbance at the commune. Given Zhang Yun's resolute stance, any further hesitation on Pan Wenyong's part would render him a coward, overly cautious. There is no need for a written agreement. Since you are aware of the dangers in the mountains, I trust you will act wisely. How about this? Captain Zhang Lian will accompany you into the mountains along with two militia members, Pan Wenyong stated calmly. Captain Zhang Lian contemplated this arrangement, recognizing its merit. With three militia members armed, they could ensure Zhang Yun's safety should they encounter Ma Zhonghua. Very well, I shall follow Director Pan's lead, Zhang Lian declared resolutely. Pan Wenyong smiled faintly. If we successfully apprehend Ma Zhonghua this time, it would be a significant achievement for you, Captain Zhang Lian. You may submit an application to join the police station, and I shall endorse your entry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lian's expression brightened with excitement, expressing his gratitude. You can rest easy, Director. I will surely capture Ma Zhonghua. Chapter 86. Captain, I shall carry your gun. On the outskirts of Laishikyo village lies a vast mountainous region. Although the mountains are strewn with exposed rocks, they are predominantly cloaked in dense forests. As such, locating an individual hidden within these mountains proves exceedingly challenging. Captain Zhang Yun led militia members Sun Wenjie and Yang Tieching ahead, while Zhang Yun followed closely on his deer. Soon, they arrived at a sweet potato field nestled within a rocky hillside. Despite the abundance of stones, the ground here was suitable for cultivating sweet potatoes. The sprawling vines created a unique landscape within the mountainous terrain. At this juncture, Zhang Lian halted, pointing towards a corner of the sweet potato field. Zhang Yun, it is here that Ma Zhong was shot at the villagers. There is still a pool of blood. Indeed, the sweet potato patch bore clear signs of disturbance, and the bloodstains on the leaves were freshly coagulated, starkly visible. Seated atop his deer, Zhang Yun called to the two red hounds, "Go, sniff out the scent." The red hounds, having expended their acceleration points, understood his command. They promptly approached the corner of the sweet potato field and began to sniff around. Zhang Yun, you truly are remarkable, managing to tame the red hounds, Captain Zhang Lian remarked, enviously observing the hounds' obedience. Had you possessed these two hounds 2 days ago, we might have succeeded in hunting down that entire sounder of wild boars, Sun Wenjie emphasized. Indeed, the thought of that group of wild boars escaping has deprived me of restful sleep for 2 consecutive nights, sighed Yang Tietjiang. Zhang Yun, however, refrained from responding, remarking that since the boars had entered the Lingquan space, there was no point in harboring any illusions. Hong Chai, lead the way, let us venture into the mountains. Zhang Yun commanded, as soon as Hong Chai had completed its sniffing. The two red hounds barked and swiftly took off towards the nearby mountain. Zhang Yun, this mountain range, known as Shifeng Mountain by the villagers of Laishikyo, features a prominent stone peak that stands erect at its pinnacle, what they refer to as the Stone Summit, Zhang Lian remarked. I have already conferred with the captain of the Laishikyo team, and while the trees in Shifeng Mountain are not particularly tall, the area is riddled with numerous stone caves and obstructed by various stones, making it quite treacherous to traverse. After injuring someone with his gun, Ma Zhonghua had immediately fled into the mountains. Given the timeline provided by the villagers, only 2 hours had elapsed, and it was certain that Ma Zhonghua was still in the vicinity of this mountain. He could not have scaled the peak in such a short time. As they made their way, Zhang Lian shared his insights, which Zhang Yun affirmed. Though Shifeng Mountain is not particularly high, it still reaches over 200 meters. To scale it in one go would demand considerable physical exertion. Furthermore, Ma Zhonghua had resorted to stealing sweet potatoes out of necessity, which had led to his unexpected encounter with the villagers and subsequent gunfire. Therefore, Zhang Yun deduced that Ma Zhonghua must have dug up a substantial quantity of sweet potatoes and was likely hiding in one of the caves within Shifeng Mountain. Captain Zhang, let us conserve our energy and remain silent. Trust in these two hounds, for they will undoubtedly locate Ma Zhonghua's hiding place, Zhang Yun suggested with a smile. In this sweltering heat of early June, every step was accompanied by perspiration, and entering the mountains only intensified the stifling warmth. Naturally, it was prudent to speak less to avoid dehydration and heat exhaustion. Zhang Lian, Sun Wenjie, and Yang Tietjiang, feeling the oppressive heat, obediently fell silent and followed the hounds at a measured pace. The two red hounds navigated the mountain with agility, weaving between the trees and advancing rapidly upwards. Zhang Yun, leading the fawn, managed to keep pace without feeling fatigued. Gradually, however, Zhang Lian and the others could not keep up. They were breathless and exhausted. Zhang Yun, I can't go on any longer. I truly cannot keep up, Zhang Lian admitted. Burdened by his age of over 40 and the sweltering conditions of the forest path leading uphill, Sun Wenjie and Yang Tietjiang slumped onto a nearby stone, wiping their brows and rubbing their knees, lamenting their exhaustion. Captain Zhang, you should find a shaded spot to rest. I will search for Ma Zhonghua, Zhang Yun stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lian immediately waved his hand, urgently exclaiming, No, it is too dangerous for you to ascend alone. Ma Zhonghua has a gun, and if he feels cornered, he could shoot you. You could be gravely injured. This was indeed a reality. Despite Zhang Yun's confidence, he could not guarantee that he would spot Ma Zhonghua in advance. Should Ma Zhonghua be merely a few dozen meters away and take a sudden shot at him, Zhang Yun could very well sustain serious injury. Captain Zhang, might you lend me a firearm? Zhang Yun inquired after a moment of silence. Despite the inherent dangers, he was reluctant to relinquish his aspirations. However, seizing this opportunity to grasp a weapon and perhaps fire a shot filled him with anticipation. In the Lingquan space, there lay a bow and arrow, and although Zhang Yun possessed archery skills, he was acutely aware that within these wooded terrains, the dense foliage obstructed visibility. rendering the bow and arrow somewhat impractical. Yet, with a gun, he could ascend a tree, utilizing the elevated vantage point to hunt wild beasts from a distance. Indeed, his desire to borrow a firearm was not to target Ma Zhonghua, but rather to hunt the beasts inhabiting Shifeng Mountain. Our firearms are akin to a second life for our militia. How could I possibly lend one to you? Zhang Lianan promptly replied. Moreover, it is against protocol to lend our weapons. Zhang Yun's eyes twinkled with mischief, and he swiftly devised another plan. Abruptly, he hefted Zhang Lianan onto the back of a roe deer and snatched the 56-style rifle slung over Zhang Lianan's shoulder. Captain Zhang, just sit astride the deer while I carry the rifle. Surely that is acceptable, Zhang Yun chuckled. Zhang Lianan was about to express his indignation, but Zhang Yun had already smacked the deer's flank, prompting it to bolt away, leaving no room for protest. Zhang Yun dashed after it. Sun Wenjie and Yang Tietjiang, intending to intervene, found themselves too late as Zhang Yun swiftly vanished from sight. What a remarkable individual. Sun Wenjie laughed in exasperation. For the sake of a firearm, he has gone to such lengths. Oh, how the captain must suffer, Yang Tietjiang remarked, bemused. Meanwhile, within the forest, the deer galloped swiftly with Zhang Lianan upon its back. Zhang Yun, you are committing theft. This is illegal, do you comprehend? Release me at once. Zhang Lianan shouted, his voice tinged with ire. Zhang Yun, unperturbed, continued to run alongside. Soon, Zhang Lianan found himself parched and breathless, unable to voice his protests. Zhang Yun then discreetly felt around Zhang Lianan's waist, retrieving a leather magazine that contained 4 bullets. The militia was allotted only 5 bullets per mission, and one was already chambered in the rifle. The 2 red jackals had been scouting ahead and suddenly began to howl. Zhang Yun immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere, gripping the firearm firmly and assuming a ready stance to fire. Chapter 87. The red deer have the jackals found Ma Zhonghua? Zhang Lianan, still on the deer, inquired hoarsely upon hearing their cries. Zhang Yun, uncertain, climbed onto a nearby tree, ascending over 3 meters to survey the distant mountains. 2 red jackals flanked a rather large beast, poised to launch a coordinated attack. Without a scope on the militia's 56-style rifle, Zhang Yun's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the creature's size, though he could not yet identify its species. As the 2 red jackals lunged forward, the beast unexpectedly leaped over one of them and bolted away with remarkable speed. The jackals, in hot pursuit, found themselves unable to match the creature's velocity. Zhang Yun, perched in the trees, observed the swift animal navigate the mountainside, darting downward with impressive swiftness. He realized that if the jackal succeeded in catching it, tracking it down later would prove exceedingly difficult. Having finally encountered a beast, he could not let it escape. Thus, he leaned against the trunk of a tree, bracing his rifle against his shoulder, closing his left eye while aligning the sights with his right, expertly preparing to fire. In an instant, driven by instinct, Zhang Yun disengaged the safety and pulled the trigger. The sharp crack of the gun echoed, and the bullet was unleashed. His keen eyesight remained fixed on the target. In that fleeting moment, as the beast continued its flight, it suddenly flipped over. It must have been hit, Zhang Yun thought with a surge of excitement. However, due to the obstruction of various trees, he could not see where the creature tumbled, though he could ascertain its general direction. The 2 jackals, growling fiercely, rushed toward it. Zhang Yun quickly descended from the tree, and upon seeing Captain Zhang Lian's anxious expression, he reassured him, Captain Zhang, do not worry. I won't exhaust all your ammunition. For now, I will keep the gun. I shall return it to you when we descend. With that, Zhang Yun sprinted up the mountain alone. Captain Zhang Lian, infuriated, wished to urge the roe deer to ascend quickly, yet the deer remained unmoved, leisurely grazing on the grass. After 2 or 3 minutes, Zhang Yun finally located the wounded beast. The 2 jackals guarded the struggling creature, not attacking but rather incessantly barking, as if attempting to intimidate it. This only caused the injured animal to thrash about in vain. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yun realized that his shot had struck the creature in the right hind leg, a small wound still oozing blood. The beast bore a striking resemblance to a roe deer. Could it be the fabled red deer? Zhang Yun speculated. The red deer measured over 1 meter in length, its face elongated, adorned with a V-shaped black marking on its forehead, slender limbs, and a coat of reddish-brown fur. This particular red deer lacked antlers, indicating it was a female. Typically, red deer are quite timid, favoring social groups or the company of males and females alike. Thus, there must be at least 1 male red deer in the Shifeng mountain range, Zhang Yun mused with a smile. To prevent the beast from bleeding to death, he promptly approached and transported the red deer into his spiritual space. At that moment, Zhang Yun focused on the numerical display above the boulder in the first zone of his spiritual space. Acceleration points, 145. The count had surged from 14 to 145, indicating the red deer weighed a mere 50 gene. Simultaneously, he skillfully manipulated a knife to pierce the bloodied wound on the deer's leg, extracting the bullet. Then, he poured a handful of spiritual essence into the opening, remarkably halting the flow of blood. At last, he had saved the red deer, and a smile spread across his face. Within this sacred spring space, even though the red deer sustained injuries, it continued to absorb the essence of the spring, thereby enhancing its vitality. Not only could it restore itself to its former state, but it could also become significantly stronger. In the next moment, Zhang Yun shifted his gaze, intent on capturing another red deer. The rarity of such a beast, if successfully bred, would indeed be a commendable endeavor. The venison could be utilized to treat patients suffering from chronic ailments, while the antlers could remedy impotence. Thus, establishing a red deer enterprise would undoubtedly facilitate financial gain in the future. Red wolves resumed the search for Ma Zhonghua. Zhang Yun suddenly commanded. This expedition into the mountains was primarily aimed at apprehending Ma Zhonghua to prevent him from inflicting further harm. The recent appearance of the red deer had interrupted their search, and it was imperative to continue. The two red wolves dashed onward, retracing their previous path, astonishingly still ascending the mountain. With no alternative, Zhang Yun followed closely behind. However, his thoughts remained on the other red deer, prompting him to scatter some essence of the spring along the way. Should that red deer be nearby, the scent of the essence would surely entice it to follow Zhang Yun's trail. The towering Shifeng mountain, reaching over 200 meters, was swiftly scaled by the red wolves. Zhang Yun, bolstered by the essence of the spring, kept pace and soon reached the summit. Upon surveying the landscape, he noted that the most prominent stone peak was less than 200 meters away. Could it be that Ma Zhonghua is so fleet of foot? After consuming a few sweet potatoes, he has managed to surmount the peak, Zhang Yun mused, a hint of admiration creeping into his thoughts. Since the onset of his flight, it was evident that Ma Zhonghua had not fully satiated his hunger, thus resorting to pilfering sweet potatoes to fill his stomach. And after consuming the tubers, he had continued his ascent, braving the blazing sun to reach the summit, a testament to his remarkable endurance. Such a person, however, was often exceedingly perilous. But should he be allowed to escape, one could only speculate how many more lives Ma Zhonghua might claim. Red wolves, continue the pursuit. Zhang Yun commanded once more. The two red wolves, directed towards the stone peak, howled a few times, prompting Zhang Yun to become alert. At that moment, at the pinnacle of Shifeng Mountain, aptly named for its peak, there appeared a figure, weary and worn. Beside him lay an old bamboo basket containing 5 sweet potatoes. Indeed, this individual was none other than the fleeing Ma Zhonghua. Though barely in his 20s, a prime age, his face was marred by tension and anxiety, sweat pouring down, and dust and leaves clinging to his visage, too preoccupied to wipe them away. With a gun clenched in his hands, Ma Zhonghua lay on his side. Acutely aware of Zhang Yun's presence, his gaze fixed upon him. A militia man was armed with only 5 bullets. Ma Zhonghua had expended one in avenging an enemy and another in wounding a villager during a forceful sweet potato theft. Now, with only 3 bullets remaining, he was reluctant to waste them. As long as Zhang Yun remained in the mountains and did not depart, Ma Zhonghua had no intention of firing upon him. However, 2 red jackals were approaching the rocky outcrop, and Zhang Yun, with an air of nonchalance, followed closely behind, drawing nearer. Chapter 88, Speed, Avoiding Bullets. The 2 red jackals moved towards the rocky outcrop, their calls becoming more urgent and louder. Zhang Yun immediately sensed the impending danger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Ma Zhonghua, concealed behind the outcrop, saw the approaching jackals and understood the urgency of their cries. He realized he had been discovered and could not hide any longer. Therefore, Ma Zhonghua decided to shoot Zhang Yun and, amidst the ensuing chaos, swiftly descend the mountain and seek refuge in a nearby cave. He was acutely aware that scaling the mountain during the sweltering summer was no easy feat once Zhang Yun was eliminated. Even if the villagers discovered his hiding place, they would not dare venture into the mountains. If he could survive the night, he would be able to escape from Shifeng Mountain under the cover of darkness and flee to other ranges. Zhang Yun, already attuned to the danger, noticed a small black dot hurtling towards him as the gunfire echoed. His heightened perception, enhanced by the feedback from the spiritual spring, allowed him to instinctively recognize that the object was a bullet. He instinctively sidestepped in an attempt to evade the shot. Thud! The bullet grazed Zhang Yun's body, leaving a mark on his left arm where it had pierced the skin. Fortunately, it did not strike bone, but the pain was undeniable. Zhang Yun immediately rolled his body and took cover behind a rock. He then drew from the spiritual spring, applying it to the wound on his arm to staunch the bleeding swiftly. Had it not been for his keen eyesight and quick reflexes, he might have met a dire fate. Zhang Yun remained remarkably composed, grateful for the power of the spiritual spring that endowed him with extraordinary perceptive abilities. Reflecting on his recent experience, he understood that the speed of the bullet surpassed his reflexes. Thus, he resolved to enhance his perceptive acuity. Zhang Yun's consciousness delved into the first area of the spiritual spring, gazing at the numbers above the boulder. Acceleration points, 145. He applied one acceleration point to the boulder repeatedly, feeling a surge of energy invigorate his body with each allocation. However, when he reached the fifth point, the invigorating sensation ceased, leading Zhang Yun to realize that there were limits to his physical enhancement. Perhaps his body had a threshold, or perhaps the feedback from the spatial power was constrained, or there might be other reasons at play. Recognizing that further consumption of acceleration points would yield no benefit, Zhang Yun resolved not to squander them. At this moment, Zhang Yun's perceptive range astonishingly expanded to 50 meters. This meant that within this radius, he could sense all movements and sounds. The rocky outcrop where Ma Zhonghua lay hidden was precisely at the edge of Zhang Yun's perceptive reach, and he sensed Ma Zhonghua lying on the ground, aiming his gun in his direction. Two red wolves, instinctively sensing danger at the sound of the gunshot, scurried into the trees and crouched low, hesitant to move. "Red wolves, flank him," Zhang Yun suddenly shouted. The red wolves, having undergone enhancement training, heeded Zhang Yun's command. As soon as his order was issued, the two red wolves understood and stealthily maneuvered from both sides, weaving through the trees towards the sharp stone. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun unexpectedly rose from behind the rock, gun in hand, and fired a shot. The bullet whizzed through the air, aimed precisely at the edge of the stone where Ma Zhonghua was crouched with his rifle. Despite it being his first time handling a gun, Zhang Yun's extraordinary perception endowed him with remarkable accuracy. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the stone, shattering it instantly. Ma Zhonghua felt a jolt as his rifle was propelled upwards. He quickly recovered it as it fell back down. What precision, he thought, startled. In that instant, he shifted his body to hide behind the jagged stone, aiming his rifle in Zhang Yun's direction. At that moment, Zhang Yun, gun in hand, was not firing but sprinting towards the stone. Just before, he had received a surge of power from the spiritual spring, enhancing his agility, allowing him to run 100 meters in under 9 seconds. Indeed, if Zhang Yun were to compete in the Olympics now, he would undoubtedly be the fastest man alive. What astonishing speed, Ma Zhonghua noted with disbelief, as Zhang Yun appeared to leave a blur in his wake. Tension mounted for Ma Zhonghua. He could not allow Zhang Yun to reach him. Bang! Another shot rang out. Zhang Yun suddenly leapt, taking cover behind a protruding rock, crouching low. Impossible. I had him in my sights. How could I miss? Ma Zhonghua was taken aback to discover that his shot, fired at such close range, had failed to hit Zhang Yun. Little did he know that Zhang Yun had just received the feedback from the spatial power, making him exceptionally agile. His heightened awareness had locked onto Ma Zhonghua's movements, and at the moment the trigger was pulled, Zhang Yun had already leapt a meter away, causing the bullet to miss entirely. Ma Zhonghua, you cannot escape. It would be wise to surrender and accept the community's judgment, Zhang Yun called out from behind the rock. The distance between them had narrowed to merely 20 meters, his voice resonating clearly for Ma Zhonghua to hear. You must be dreaming if you think I will surrender. Li Hailong killed my mother, violated my sister, and burned down my house. I killed him. What wrong have I committed? Li Hailong deserved to die? Ma Zhonghua retorted furiously. At the same time, he chambered his last bullet, aiming once more at the rock where Zhang Yun was concealed. The moment Zhang Yun revealed himself, Ma Zhonghua was ready to fire again. Suddenly, Zhang Yun dashed forth, moving with serpentine agility, relentlessly charging towards Ma Zhonghua. Bang! At a mere 10 meters distance, Ma Zhonghua believed success was within his grasp and pulled the trigger once more. The last bullet was unleashed. Yet, astonishingly, Zhang Yun's body shifted in an instant, allowing the bullet to zip past the side of his head, leaving him unscathed. Impossible. How could your reaction speed be so swift? Ma Zhonghua appeared as if he had seen a ghost. He never anticipated that he would fail to kill Zhang Yun at such a short range. A revelation that shattered his understanding. How could a human's speed surpass that of a bullet? Just as Zhang Yun was about to close the distance, two red jackals had already circled behind him, leaping from either side to pounce upon Ma Zhonghua. The two jackals sank their teeth into his arms. Chapter 89. Continuing the search for the red deer, encountering bamboo, rats let me go. Ma Zhonghua struggled, but the jackal's grip was formidable, dragging his arms apart and rendering him powerless. Zhang Yun sprinted over, planting a foot firmly on Ma Zhonghua's abdomen. With a forceful push, he pinned Ma Zhongwa to the ground. With Zhang Yun's current strength, that foot felt as though a 100-pound stone was crushing Ma Zhongwa's belly, causing him to feel an upheaval within, prompting the urge to vomit. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yun seized Ma Zhongwa's firearm. "Brother, please spare me." Ma Zhongwa, unable to resist, suddenly found tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. "You acted too impulsively. Initially, you were a victim, yet you resorted to gun violence, harming innocent civilians. You have sought your own demise," Zhang Yun remarked indifferently. Ma Zhongwa was at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of this truth. However, in that moment, upon hearing that Li Hailong had harmed his family and burned down his home, rage consumed him, blinding him to the consequences, and he had shot Li Hailong without a second thought. It was only later, while fleeing, that he regained his composure and realized the depth of his impulsivity. But regret was now futile. Zhang Yun chose not to engage Ma Zhongwa in a discourse concerning the events leading to this moment, leaving the matter to the commune to deliver its judgment. With that, Zhang Yun bound Ma Zhongwa's hands behind him and began escorting him down the mountain. Before they had descended, Zhang Yun sensed the approach of Zhang Lian, Sun Wenjie, and Yang Tiaoqiang, who were laboriously climbing up, breathless and supporting one another. Naturally, the trio spotted Zhang Yun escorting Ma Zhongwa. "Wow, you truly captured Ma Zhongwa," Zhang Lian exclaimed in astonishment upon first sighting him. In truth, when the gunfire erupted between Ma Zhongwa and Zhang Yun, the sound reverberated down the mountain, alerting Zhang Lian and the others to Zhang Yun's discovery of Ma Zhongwa. Thus, fueled by determination, they had painstakingly climbed up. The deer had followed them, obeying Zhang Yun's command to refrain from carrying them up the mountain. Now, witnessing Zhang Yun's success in apprehending Ma Zhongwa, they were genuinely taken aback. "Captain Zhang, the man is now in your custody." "Oh, and here's your gun back," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Ma Wenjie and Yang Tiaoqiang, having procured a length of rope from an unknown source, rushed over and bound Ma Zhongwa's hands behind his back. "Captain, how I regret this." Ma Zhongwa lamented as he glanced down in despair upon seeing Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian approached and delivered a sharp slap, berating, "Ma Zhongwa, how could you act so impulsively? Could you not have informed me? Did you not consider reporting to the commune? You have already broken the law, and your regrets now hold no weight." This rebuke echoed the sentiment of disappointment akin to striking iron that fails to become steel. At that moment, Zhang Yun interjected, "Captain Zhang, on my way up the mountain, I spotted a wild beast in the woods. I wish to seek it out." He gestured towards Ma Zhongwa, now in their custody. "Let them escort him back." Zhang Lian was momentarily taken aback. Even in such dire circumstances, Zhang Yun was still contemplating a hunt. Although Shifeng Mountain was not particularly tall, its vast expanse was strewn with stones, making traversal challenging. "Exercise caution," Zhang Lian merely advised without pressing further. Zhang Yun nodded, promptly setting off down the mountain with a deer and 2 red wolves, focused on a specific direction. "Captain, this fellow is remarkably swift. Within 10 meters of me, he evaded my shot," Ma Zhongwa remarked after Zhang Yun had departed. Zhang Lian, Ma Wenjie, and Yang Tiaoqiang exchanged astonished glances. "In truth, this individual would make an excellent militia member. You should consider recruiting him," Ma Zhongwa unexpectedly suggested. Perhaps influenced by Zhang Yun's impressive display atop the mountain, Ma Zhongwa, now captured and composed, sought to recommend talent to Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian fell silent upon hearing this. Earlier, at the police station, Director Pan Wenyong had stated that once Ma Zhongwa was apprehended, he would endorse Zhang Lian's application to join the police force, securing a formal position. With Ma Zhongwa's predicament, Zhang Lian was set to depart, leaving the militia short of 2 members, thus necessitating the consideration of new recruits. "Very well, let us escort you back," Zhang Lian commanded without further discourse. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yun ventured into the forest, he instructed the 2 red wolves to scout ahead while he followed closely behind. With a perceptive range of 50 meters, Zhang Yun could preemptively detect the dangers lurking within the woods. Just 5 meters away, he discovered a snake coiled within a stone cave. With such acute awareness, the hidden beasts of this mountain can hardly escape my detection, Zhang Yun mused. Elated by his skill, determined not to let the snake slip away, Zhang Yun approached the cave's entrance and retrieved a bamboo tube filled with spiritual spring water from his spatial realm. He positioned himself above the cave entrance, waiting patiently. As the scent of the spiritual spring wafted through the air, the venomous snake sensed it and emerged, neglecting to assess its surroundings as it plunged headlong into the bamboo tube to absorb the essence of the spring. Swift as lightning, Zhang Yun extended his right hand, capturing the snake's body and drawing it into the spatial realm, where the existing venomous snakes were already stored in Zone 3. The venomous snake was swiftly placed into Area 3, mingling with the existing serpents. Zhang Yun retracted the bamboo tube and continued to follow the red jackal. Along the way, he sprinkled the spiritual spring water, hoping to allure other red deer to approach, for he had devised a means to capture them. After traversing approximately 100 meters, Zhang Yun sensed another snake concealed within a burrow. Employing the same technique, he lured the venomous serpent out with the spiritual spring water, swiftly grasped it, and secured it within the spiritual space. At this juncture, Zhang Yun arrived at a bamboo grove. The rocky peak of the mountain was comprised of stone, with only a thin layer of soil atop, allowing various trees to flourish. However, the most abundant growth was that of bamboo. These resilient bamboo plants, with their extensive root systems, thrived effortlessly, dominating much of the rocky terrain. As Zhang Yun approached, his perceptive senses detected the presence of small wild creatures actively foraging among the dense bamboo. To his delight, he encountered bamboo rats, diligently gnawing on the bamboo shoots. Zhang Yun, intent on locating red deer to breed a male and female pair for the establishment of a red deer industry, envisioning future profits from venison and antlers, had not anticipated the fortuitous encounter with the bamboo rats. These creatures, resembling oversized rodents, were not only delectable but also appeared endearing with their plush, round forms. Within Zhang Yun's perceptive range, he observed 5 bamboo rats indulging in their bamboo feast. Bamboo rats, like their rodent relatives, possessed remarkable reproductive capabilities, and by cultivating green bamboo in the spiritual space, he could foster a thriving bamboo rat industry. A smile crept across Zhang Yun's face. Chapter 90. 100 bamboo rats as delectable as bamboo may be, Zhang Yun mused. With the release of spiritual spring water, I shall draw you nearer. With a light-hearted demeanor, he resolved not to overlook the opportunity presented by the bamboo rats. Consequently, he scoured the vicinity for a natural stone pit, clearing the soil within, creating a pit nearly a meter deep, ensuring that any bamboo rat that fell in would be unable to escape. In short order, Zhang Yun gathered several large stones to cover the pit's opening, leaving only a small entrance wide enough for the bamboo rats to squeeze through. He retrieved a bamboo tube filled with spiritual spring water and placed it into the pit before retreating to conceal himself behind a large rock 5 meters away, biding his time in silence. As the aroma of the spiritual spring wafted through the bamboo grove, the 5 bamboo rats, having detected the enticing scent, abandoned their bamboo shoots and swiftly darted towards the pit, nimbly entering through the small opening and tumbling into the bottom. Zhang Yun maintained his vigilance, ensuring no other bamboo rats approached before he sprung into action, sealing the entrance and removing the stones atop the pit. Inside, the 5 bamboo rats were absorbing the spiritual spring, their bodies expanding noticeably. Originally measuring over 20 centimeters in length, each rat now approached 30 centimeters, their forms becoming increasingly rotund. Evidently, upon the initial absorption of the spiritual spring's capabilities, the bamboo rats appeared to have undergone a transformation, growing noticeably larger. With 5 bamboo rats now in his possession, Zhang Yun was poised to embark upon the bamboo rat industry. Smiling, he reached out and stored the 5 bamboo rats in the spiritual spring space, placing them in Area 1. As he gazed down at the vast bamboo forest, his heart stirred with excitement. Given that 5 bamboo rats resided here, it was likely that numerous others thrived in different locales. Although he had not encountered the red deer, he first stumbled upon these bamboo rats. Thus, he resolved to capture all the bamboo rats within this bamboo grove. A cunning smile crept across Zhang Yun's face, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Bamboo rats were indeed a delicacy, and should they reproduce, he would no longer crave pork or mutton, but rather long for the meat of these bamboo rats. Naturally, he also yearned for wild chicken meat. This bamboo grove was incredibly dense, with bamboo stalks intertwining, completely obstructing any passage. Such a thicket allowed bamboo rats to navigate with agility, yet it rendered human movement nearly impossible. However, this challenge did not daunt Zhang Yun. He retrieved a cutting knife from the spiritual spring space. With swift strokes, he began to chop, each strike echoing through the grove. The blade, enhanced by acceleration points, was akin to an alloy knife, remarkably sharp. As he swung, he felt like a master of the blade, each movement imbued with a certain finesse. Regardless of their size, every bamboo stalk fell in response to his strikes. Zhang Yun promptly stored the severed stalks in the spiritual spring space. During construction, workers required a resting area, and these bamboo could serve perfectly to erect a shelter. Zhang Yun chuckled as he continued to chop, unwittingly creating a narrow path through the bamboo forest. As he advanced, He sensed within a 50-meter radius, a dozen bamboo rats were either munching on bamboo shoots or nestled in their burrows, resting. Soon, he excavated a pit nearby, slicing the bamboo into sections and setting them around the pit, leaving only an arched entrance. He then covered the bamboo cage with abundant bamboo leaves. Next, Zhang Yun retrieved a bamboo tube filled with the spiritual spring water and placed it at the bottom of the pit. He concealed himself within a cluster of bamboo about 10 meters away and detected the bamboo rats racing toward the pit, irresistibly drawn to the arched entrance before tumbling into the excavation. 16 bamboo rats charged forward, all falling into the pit, continuously attuned to the movements within a 50-meter radius. Zhang Yun confirmed no other bamboo rats were approaching before he dashed to the edge of the pit, using his foot to block the arched entrance, thereby sealing off their escape. He lifted the bamboo leaves, revealing the 16 bamboo rats at the bottom of the pit. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Yun collected them one by one into the spiritual spring space. At that moment, he noticed the numbers displayed above the boulder in Area 1 of the spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 102. 2 snakes and 21 bamboo rats weighed a mere 70 pounds, resulting in an increase of 0.7 acceleration points. Although the bamboo rat is light, its breeding rate is remarkably swift. In the future, as these bamboo rats proliferate, it is conceivable that thousands of young will emerge daily, allowing for a delightful culinary experience. Despite the minimal increase in acceleration points, Zhang Yun remained unfazed. He continued to wield his blade, severing bamboo and collecting the cuttings into the spiritual spring space, thereby clearing a narrow path for passage. Concurrently, Zhang Yun's heightened perception allowed him to monitor all movements within a 50-meter radius. Upon detecting any activity from the bamboo rats, he would promptly produce the spiritual spring to entice them, capturing them effortlessly. In this bamboo grove, after an hour of diligent effort, Zhang Yun successfully captured 100 bamboo rats. At this juncture, above the massive stone in the spiritual spring space, the acceleration points totaled 123. Each bamboo rat weighed approximately 23 pounds, and the subsequent capture of 80 more resulted in an additional 2 acceleration points, totaling 200 pounds. Traversing through the dense bamboo forest, Zhang Yun finally heard the sounds emitted by 2 red jackals. Their urgent calls indicated they had likely discovered a substantial prey and were summoning him. Consequently, Zhang Yun ceased his search for bamboo rats and hastened towards the source of the jackal's cries. Now, his speed was impressive, completing 100 meters in just over 8 seconds. Even amidst the forest, his velocity remained largely unaffected. His robust physique easily navigated through the obstructive branches and sharp leaves, maintaining a direct course. In less than 2 minutes, he reached a thicket on the mountainside, where an assortment of trees flourished. There, the 2 red jackals were skillfully cornering a male red deer, alternating between flanking maneuvers and blocking its escape routes, demonstrating remarkable intelligence. Particularly after gaining acceleration points, their intellect rivaled that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, effectively thwarting the deer's attempts to flee. Delighted, Zhang Yun exclaimed upon spotting the male red deer, which bore antlers, commonly referred to as deer velvet. The presence of this male deer was indeed a boon for those suffering from impotence. The deer, already in a state of panic, was further alarmed by Zhang Yun's approach, brandishing a machete. In a frantic attempt to escape, it charged directly at Zhang Yun, seeking an opening to break free. "Do you underestimate me?" Zhang Yun mused as he observed the deer charging toward him. The male deer's antlers were inclined backward, making them ineffective as weapons. However, Zhang Yun was determined not to be struck. Despite the deer's weight of around 50 to 60 pounds, the force of its high-speed charge was considerable. Just as the deer was about a meter away, Zhang Yun swiftly dodged to the side, allowing the deer to surge past him. In a remarkable display of agility, he leapt onto the deer's back. The startled male deer let out a frightened cry. Zhang Yun grasped the male red deer by its antlers, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "With your speed, do you truly believe you could collide with me? You are far too slow." Upon uttering these words, a surge of thought caused the male red deer to vanish, entering the spiritual spring space, where it joined the previously captured female red deer. The once panicked male red deer suddenly detected the rich essence of the spiritual spring permeating this space, and it promptly settled into tranquility, eagerly inhaling the spiritual energy. After a time of absorbing this essence, the male red deer became invigorated, disregarding the female's presence, and suddenly mounted her, succumbing to primal instincts. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yun, a young man brimming with vigor, could not suppress the stirrings within him. His small tent involuntarily rose. He vowed to expedite the construction of his new dwelling. longing to enjoy the gentle affection of Han Xuemei. With both the male and female red deer captured, Zhang Yun felt no inclination to linger at Shifeng Mountain any longer. Soon, guided by 2 red foxes, he rode the deer to the foot of Shifeng Mountain. And after a winding journey, he returned to the residential area of Lashqiu village. The villagers had congregated in a natural stone cave, a place that remained warm in winter and cool in summer, with gentle breezes making it a comfortable haven for their gatherings. Zhang Yun arrived at this cave, where he found Zhang Lian still present, engaged in conversation with a group of villagers. Upon noticing Zhang Yun's return, he promptly rose. "Captain, allow me to introduce you to Zhang Yun, the one who captured Ma Zhonghua," Zhang Lian announced, directing his words toward a robust man nearing 60 years of age. Despite his advanced age, the man's formidable physique rivaled that of any young man, likely a result of years spent chiseling stone, exuding strength and imposing presence. Huang Chunlai stood up, sizing up Zhang Yun. Observing the youth's prowess in hunting and his ability to tame a deer as a steed while accompanied by 2 red foxes, he felt a surge of admiration for this young man, a sense of kinship among heroes. Huang Chunlai himself was a prodigy, possessing a remarkable talent for stonework from a young age, effortlessly shaping stone as if it were clay. Consequently, he was unsurprisingly elected as the captain when the production team was formed in Lashqiu village. At that moment, seeing Zhang Yun evoked memories of his own youthful days. "Comrade Zhang Yun, I am Huang Chunlai. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for capturing Ma Zhonghua and eliminating the threat to our Lashqiu village. On behalf of the village, I thank you," Huang Chunlai said, approaching Zhang Yun and grasping his hand with genuine appreciation. Before Zhang Yun could utter a word, Zhang Lianon proactively introduced him. "Zhang Yun, this is Huang Chunlai, the captain of Lashqiu village." Ma Zhonghua was caught stealing sweet potatoes, and the captain's son attempted to intervene but was shot by Ma Zhonghua. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun immediately envisioned the scene. Huang Chunlai's son must have been robust, just like him. When Ma Zhonghua was discovered, knowing he could not overpower him, he resorted to his firearm and shot Huang Chunlai's son. "Greetings, Captain Huang. I am Zhang Yun from the neighboring Jiuan village." Zhang Yun introduced himself. "Zhang Xiaoyu, we owe you our gratitude for assisting our village in apprehending Ma Zhonghua. Otherwise, our villagers would have been too frightened to venture outside." Huang Chunlai expressed his heartfelt thanks. "Please, take a seat. Standing while conversing can be quite tiring," Zhang Lianon smiled, guiding both men to either side of the stone table. Once seated, Zhang Yun took the initiative to speak. "Captain, I have come to Lashqiu village to procure building materials for my home. Among the 10 production teams in Xueshui commune, only your Shiqiao team produces stone materials, so I will need your assistance." Upon hearing this, Huang Chunlai did not immediately agree but inquired with a smile, "Zhang Xiaoyu, how much land have you designated for your house? Do you have the architectural plans with you?" With decades of experience, Huang Chunlai could estimate the amount of stone needed merely by knowing the area of the house. "My plot is newly allocated. I have purchased 1 mu of land. I will sketch the architectural plan for you now. Please take a look and provide your guidance," Zhang Yun replied with a smile, signaling Zhang Lianon to retrieve the pen from his shirt pocket. 1 mu. Both Zhang Lianon and Huang Chunlai were astonished, and even the other villagers gathered in the stone cave gasped in disbelief. 1 mu was indeed quite substantial. It was the configuration of a grand household. Zhang Yun focused intently and quickly sketched the layout of a courtyard house. The front featured 5 commercial spaces, while the back comprised 5 rooms. With a central hall, an essential element in the construction of homes in Xiang province, flanked by 2 rooms on either side. The left wing served as the kitchen and dining area, while the right wing contained 2 restrooms and a bathing area, catering to both business and residential needs. Huang Chunlai examined the plans carefully, astonished by Zhang Yun's ambitious design, while simultaneously calculating the quantity of stone required for the foundation. "Zhang Xiaoyu, your house is rather grand. Now, could you specify which parts of the house will require stone?" Huang Chunlai inquired. "Captain, aside from the foundation, I intend to use rectangular stones for the walls surrounding the property." "Yes, a 2-meter-high wall should suffice," Zhang Yun calmly responded. The crowd in the stone cave fell silent, gazing at Zhang Yun in sheer astonishment. Such a house would be exceedingly extravagant. Once completed, it would undoubtedly be the most luxurious residence in Xueshui commune. "Captain, could you provide an estimate of how much stone will be needed?" Zhang Yun inquired nonchalantly. Faced with such a substantial order, Huang Chunlai took a deep breath to regain his composure. "Zhang Xiaoyu, to be frank, you have helped our village, and we are more than willing to meet your needs. However, your demand for stone is quite considerable. I could mobilize the entire village to produce enough stone, but we lack the manpower to transport the stones to your home. Huang Chunlai expressed his dilemma. In Chapter 92, the stone materials were settled, and the militia unit was to be involved in transportation. Upon hearing Huang Chunlai's words, Zhang Yun paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. Indeed, the villagers of Laoshikyo had been quarrying and chiseling stone right in their village. Mobilizing them could yield 100 standard stone blocks in a single day. However, transporting these stones from Laoshikyo to Tea Mountain in Jiwan village would entail a distance of 5 to 6 miles. How many stone blocks could be carried by manpower in a day? Given the limited number of villagers, coordinating the stone production and delivery posed a considerable challenge. The crux of the issue lay in the sheer quantity of stone blocks Zhang Yun required, making it difficult for Laoshikyo to muster sufficient manpower. If Zhang Yun merely needed stones for the foundation of his house, it would have been manageable to allocate workers from Laoshikyo. However, his insistence on using stone blocks to build the surrounding walls multiplied the demand exponentially, rendering the village's resources inadequate. Having contemplated this predicament, Zhang Yun suddenly smiled. "Captain, I will handle the transportation issue. You need only focus on producing the stone blocks." He continued, "Once you produce the stone blocks, simply place them in that open field, and I will arrange for someone to transport them away." How does that sound? Transportation posed a challenge for others, yet for Zhang Yun, it was quite straightforward, especially with the existence of the spirit spring space, where a mere touch would suffice. Of course, Zhang Yun planned to transport these stone blocks under the cover of darkness. Really? Huang Chunlai was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yun's statement, his surprise quickly morphing into delight. "Indeed, you are only responsible for production. I will find someone to handle the transportation," Zhang Yun reiterated. Huang Chunlai and the nearby villagers were instantly filled with joy, as this arrangement alleviated much of their burden. "Well, since Zhang Xiaoyu has put it this way, our collaboration has become significantly simpler. The standard stone blocks we produce have always been priced at 2 yuan each, with transportation costs additional. Now that you will manage the transportation, we will only sell the stone blocks. Given the substantial quantity you require, we from Laoshikyo will certainly offer a discount, setting the price at 18 yuan each. How does that sound?" As the production team leader, Huang Chunlai was resolute and straightforward in his pricing. In truth, Huang Chunlai had already estimated that, based on Zhang Yun's needs, he would require at least 3,000 standard stone blocks. If this transaction materialized, the Shiqiao team would profit nearly 6,000 yuan, a considerable sum that would average out to over 50 yuan for each member of the team. Huang Chunlai was understandably elated at the prospect of this unexpected windfall. Zhang Yun, aware of the dimensions of the standard stone blocks, 1 meter in length and 30 centimeters in both height and width, realized that the size of his house necessitated at least 3,000 blocks. It was precisely due to the significant demand that Huang Chunlai extended the discount, and there was also the matter of Zhang Yun seizing the opportunity to avenge Ma Zhonghua, which played a role in Huang Chunlai's decision. The price offered was indeed quite generous. "All right, we accept this price. Captain, I am well aware of your regulations regarding the necessity of a deposit. Let us proceed with an order of 100 pieces of stone, settling on a per-order basis. I shall provide you with an initial sum of 180 yuan, enabling you to commence the production of the stones. My expectation is that you will ensure a minimum output of 200 pieces daily. Once these are neatly stacked, I will arrange for their transportation. Concurrently, I shall remit the remaining balance to you." Zhang Yun, in his straightforward manner, readily accepted the price and articulated his own requirements. Upon hearing this, Huang Chun was quite agreeable. Paying half the deposit and the balance upon delivery is indeed a reasonable request. Although producing 200 pieces daily may pose a challenge, mobilizing the entire member base of the Shiqiao production team should make it feasible, with approximately 16 or 17 days before the busy farming season. This period of relative leisure is an opportune time to produce the stones, thereby generating additional income for the Shiqiao production team. It is undoubtedly a positive endeavor. Thus, an agreement was reached. Huang Chun accepted the 180 yuan, expressed his approval, and promptly issued a receipt. The terms of cooperation were established. After discussing further details, Zhang Yun departed from the stone cave, intending to leave the old Shiqiao village. Zhang Lian also exited alongside him, riding a bicycle to keep pace with Zhang Yun. Once they had bid farewell to the crowd at the old Shiqiao village, Zhang Lian finally spoke up. "Zhang Yun, would you be interested in joining the militia?" It turned out that after escorting Ma Zhonghua to the police station, Zhang Lian had lingered in the old Shiqiao village for this very purpose. With Ma Zhonghua's predicament and the militia short on personnel, Zhang Lian sought to recruit Zhang Yun to fill the gap. "The militia? Captain Zhang, I must confess I have no interest. Joining the militia would mean sacrificing my freedom, which is not what I desire," Zhang Yun replied candidly. The militia, to put it plainly, functions similarly to auxiliary police. To outsiders, it may appear to wield some authority, even possessing firearms, thus seeming quite imposing. However, the militia lacks formal structure. Members are expected to participate in the work of the production team and only assist in urgent matters when called upon. Given Zhang Yun's unique access to the Lingquan space and his need to market the beasts within, he could not engage in the labor of the production team or consistently assist others. In essence, he could not commit to a job that imposed constraints. Zhang Lian was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a decisive rejection from Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun, should you achieve merit within the militia, I will arrange for your entry into the police station in the future, Zhang Lian proposed enticingly, unwilling to relinquish his pursuit of Zhang Yun. However, Zhang Yun simply waved his hand and smiled, saying, Captain Zhang, I appreciate your goodwill, but I truly cannot take on the work of the militia. You should extend this opportunity to someone else. With that, it was evident to Zhang Lian that Zhang Yun harbored no intention of joining the militia. Accepting this reality, Zhang Lian chose not to press the matter further. After all, Zhang Yun had previously rescued Zhang Lianen at Pine Tree Mountain, and now he had captured Ma Zhonghua. Zhang Lianen, both in public and private matters, could not impose upon Zhang Yun. All right, I shall no longer persuade you. At the next fork in the road, I must return to the commune. We shall meet again in the future, Zhang Lianen remarked calmly. At that moment, Zhang Yun suddenly inquired, Captain Zhang, having served in the militia for so long, you must have access to rifles, correct? To be frank, I wish to venture into the mountains for hunting, and I am in dire need of a decent rifle. I wonder if you might be able to assist me in this regard. In truth, during this era, the nation had not yet imposed a ban on firearms, and the supply and marketing cooperatives did sell guns. However, they only offered air guns and flintlocks, which did not meet Zhang Yun's needs. A proper rifle was far more effective, possessing greater range and power. You wish for a rifle? Zhang Lianen was slightly taken aback. After a brief silence, he replied, by regular channels, you would be unable to procure one. However, if you were to join the technical department of the militia, you could legally possess a rifle. Zhang Yun was momentarily stunned. Did this mean he had to join the militia? Oh, do not overthink it, Zhang Lianen clarified. Joining the technical department merely involves training new militia members. You need not report regularly or partake in specific operations. It aligns perfectly with your desire for freedom. Zhang Yun's face brightened instantly. This opportunity was indeed appealing. Captain Zhang, you have successfully persuaded me. Very well, I wish to join the technical department of the militia. Zhang Yun promptly agreed. Chapter 93. Securing the cement riding on a deer, Zhang Yun arrived at Jigong Mountain around 4 in the afternoon, heading straight for the residence of Mine Chief Lu Baoshan. The front door was ajar, and as Zhang Yun approached, Lu Jingfeng spotted him before he could announce his arrival. Zhang Yun, what brings you here? Lu Jingfeng, who had been sipping tea, set down his cup, stood up, and walked directly to the entrance. Earlier that morning, Zhang Yun had visited Jigong Mountain and brought Lu Baoshan some spring water, which had helped reduce his fever. Lu Jingfeng appeared somewhat surprised. Unsure of Zhang Yun's reasons for returning in the afternoon, Zhang Yun smiled and asked, Old sir, is the mine chief feeling better? Much improved. The fever has subsided. Just now, the doctor came by and said Baoshan could get out of bed tomorrow and resume normal activities. Lu Jingfeng replied joyfully. As he spoke, he grasped Zhang Yun's arm, and they both took a seat on the wooden sofa. Zhang Yun then placed the bamboo tube he had brought with him on the table. Grinning, Old sir, I went back to the mountain at noon and collected some more spring water. Please have the mine chief continue to drink this. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingfeng immediately patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Excellent. This spring water is fantastic. I shall fetch Baoshan right away so he can drink it. With that, Lu Jingfeng went to the back room and brought Lu Baoshan out. Though in his 40s, Lu Baoshan appeared somewhat gaunt after 2 days of fever. His energy still lacking. You must be Zhang Yun. I have heard much about you during my 2 days of confinement. You are quite remarkable. Lu Baoshan said softly as he settled onto the wooden chair and noticed the bamboo tube. Without further ado, Lu Baoshan lifted the lid of the bamboo tube and immediately began to drink from the spring water. Upon taking a sip, he instantly perceived the benefits of the divine spring, and he began to drink heartily. Once the entire bamboo tube was emptied, Lu Baoshan let out a contented belch. Feeling invigorated, this spring water is delightful. I feel much more at ease. He couldn't help but stretch his limbs, moving with ease and devoid of any lingering discomfort. Lu Jingfeng observed his son's remarkable recovery and cast a grateful glance at Zhang Yun. Speak your mind. What brings you here this afternoon? Lu Jingfeng, aware that Zhang Yun would not come without reason, inquired with a cheerful disposition. Zhang Yun chuckled. and since Lu Zhengfeng had asked, he decided to be forthright. "Old sir, I have two matters for which I must seek your assistance. Firstly, I require the wheels from the waste materials warehouse. I intend to construct a cart for the convenient transportation of beasts to the mess hall. Secondly, I would appreciate your help in contacting the county production command to request the purchase of cement." Upon hearing this, both Lu Zhengfeng and Lu Baoshan were momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Lu Baoshan spoke. "Zhang Yun, acquiring the discarded wheels is quite feasible. As a procurement officer, simply draft an application, and I shall provide my endorsement, allowing you to select the wheels you desire from the warehouse. As for the price, consider it as scrap metal, as long as you pay. It shall be a legitimate transaction." If Zhang Yun were an outsider, Lu Baoshan would be reluctant to part with the waste materials, not wishing to bear the stigma of undervaluing collective assets. However, since Zhang Yun was an internal employee, selling the scrap to him could be deemed a reasonable utilization of resources, thus enhancing employee convenience. Previously, much of the mine's scrap metal had been handled in this manner, with various management levels benefiting privately, forming an unspoken understanding amongst themselves. Yet, obtaining approval from the production command for personal cement sales was out of the question. As the cement factory did not sell directly to individuals, Lu Baoshan candidly articulated this reasoning, emphasizing the current low output of the cement factory, which primarily supplied large-scale projects such as factories, mines, and dams, leaving no room for individual sales. Lu Zhengfeng interjected, calming Lu Baoshan. "Let us not be so rigid. There are ways to navigate this." Lu Baoshan was taken aback. Zhang Yun's expression brightened, as if the storm clouds had cleared. Indeed, Lu Zhengfeng was astute. Recognizing that Zhang Yun had aided Lu Baoshan, and he understood that Zhang Yun sought to repay this kindness. Naturally, Lu Zhengfeng could not refuse Zhang Yun, although challenges existed. He resolved to find a solution. Under the guise of the mine, they would state that it required cement for the construction of a mineral warehouse. The cement could be directly delivered to the location specified by Zhang Yun. Once the cement arrived, they would arrange for the engineering team to submit a request for an extension on the construction timeline, crafting a reasonable excuse when the time came. Once construction is delayed, Zhang Yun, you will arrange for someone to make an incision in each cement bag, rendering them non-returnable and impossible to transport. At that point, you can present a request to purchase this batch of cement. In this manner, the mine incurs no financial loss, and you obtain the cement as desired. Lu Zhengfeng offers on-site instruction on how to procure a batch of cement through a clever ruse. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun comprehended immediately. This method, albeit circuitous, necessitates borrowing from the Han Xuemei mine, yet ultimately achieves the intended goal. Truly, a man once in leadership possesses a formidable intellect. Lu Baoshan, wide-eyed, once again found himself astonished by his father's sharp mind. This esteemed leader indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. Zhang Yun promptly offered a sincere compliment. This was heartfelt. "Very well. I shall proceed to request a batch of cement." "Zhang Yun, how many tons do you require?" Lu Baoshan also grasped the rationale behind Lu Zhengfeng's assistance to Zhang Yun. It was a means of repaying a favor. Naturally, he would not voice any difficulties and would personally ensure the matter was accomplished. This year, the cost of cement was as follows: 325 type at 75 yuan per ton, and 425 type at 79 yuan per ton. A single bag of cement weighs 50 kilograms, meaning a ton consists of 20 bags. Zhang Yun estimated that 10 tons would suffice for his construction needs. However, considering the need for a surrounding wall, he figured he would at least need to double that amount. "Mine manager, I require 20 tons of 425 type cement," Zhang Yun replied promptly. After all, more is better. It is wise to be prepared. Otherwise, if he ordered too little and had to seek Lu Zhengfeng's help again, that would create a debt of gratitude. Spending 600 yuan on cement may seem costly, yet Zhang Yun remained confident he could recoup the expense within a few days. "All right, I've noted that. I will arrange it in the office shortly. As for the production command center, I will need you to make a call, so that the approval process can be expedited." Allowing Zhang Yun to acquire the cement sooner, Lu Baoshan stated calmly. Lu Zhengfeng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Yun drafted a request form to procure a batch of scrap materials for the warehouse, which he handed over to Lu Baoshan. After reviewing it, and finding no issues, Lu Baoshan replied, "Very well, once I am in the office, I will approve it and affix the official seal. Come to my office tomorrow morning to collect the approval letter." Zhang Yun expressed his gratitude. Now, the primary materials for construction, stone, cement, river sand, and timber, were nearly secured, leaving only the red bricks. However, the red bricks were not sourced from Xueshui commune, but rather from the neighboring Hongling commune. Zhang Yun pondered for a moment. It was already 5 p.m., leaving no time to rush to Hongling Commune, so he decided to go the following day. Chapter 94, Preparations Before Construction. Time to fetch my two sisters. After departing from Han Xuemei mine, Zhang Yun headed straight to Chashan, arriving at his homestead. With no one around, he felt no hesitation and immediately retrieved the bamboo strips from the Linquan space. These bamboo strips, brought from Lashkio village, were ample enough to construct a cooling shed of over 200 square meters, providing more than sufficient material. Soon after, Zhang Yun extracted over 100 cedar trees and placed them on the adjacent land. Within the ethereal confines of the spiritual spring space, he meticulously scraped the bark from each tree with his mind's blade, preparing them for drying in the sun. Tomorrow morning, visitors would arrive, and he needed to prepare breakfast in advance. Additionally, he intended to construct several temporary cooking stations. Reflecting on the numerous preparations required before building, Zhang Yun resolved to tackle each task methodically. Consequently, he took his machete and swiftly struck the ground, soon excavating 2 fire pits. With stones and damp earth, he fashioned 2 rudimentary cooking pits, ready to accommodate iron pots for cooking come dawn. After establishing the pits, Zhang Yun proceeded to his homestead. Arriving at the site of the well, the pangolin had spent the entire afternoon tirelessly burrowing into the earth, creating a vertical shaft. Observing the well's location, he noted that the underground soil was already loosened. By the next day, with a few individuals to assist in clearing the soil, they would be able to excavate a well promptly. Suddenly, the pangolin emerged from its burrow and, upon surfacing, rushed to Zhang Yun's feet, nudging them with its head, seeking acknowledgement for its efforts. It was indeed a creature of considerable intelligence. Having expended 5 acceleration points, it had labored diligently throughout the afternoon and now sought its reward. Understanding its intent, Zhang Yun decided to grant it a bamboo tube filled with the spiritual spring water. The pangolin eagerly dove into the tube and greedily drank until it had drained it completely. Though the pangolin had worked hard all afternoon, it was invigorated after consuming the spring water, its shiny scales gleaming even more brilliantly, appearing sharper than before. Zhang Yun then instructed the pangolin to continue digging, urging it to deepen the well. With the memories of his past life, he recalled that when Chushui town was established, numerous wells had been excavated, each yielding ample water. This indicated that beneath the Tea Mountain lay a water vein. As long as they dug deep enough, they would not fear the well running dry. The pangolin understood Zhang Yun's orders and resumed its diligent work, burrowing deeper into the soft earth. With the necessary preparations now in place, he decided it was time to return home and attend to other matters. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Yun mounted his deer and, accompanied by 2 red wolves, made his way back home. Throughout the day, from dawn until dusk, he had been exceedingly busy. Upon his return around 6 o'clock, Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli awaited him anxiously. As soon as they saw him, the family members ushered him to sit at the 8 immortals table. Tomorrow we will level the foundation, and you have promised to provide 3 meals, yet we have not prepared any food. What shall we do? His father, Zhang Zhongli, expressed directly. This was the source of the family's concern. If the villagers were to come by tomorrow morning and find nothing to eat, it would signify Zhang Yun's breach of trust. Who would believe in Zhang Yun thereafter? Indeed, Lao San, you are truly making me anxious. Although you have procured 100 pounds of rice, it will only last us 2 days, and we have no vegetables or prepared meat. What shall we do? It is unreasonable to expect others to work for us on empty stomachs. Mother Chun Wan was on the verge of tears. Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli, the 2 younger sisters, nodded in agreement, their faces filled with worry. Upon seeing the expressions of his family, Zhang Yun realized they had been anxious all afternoon, and now that he had returned, they were eager to voice their complaints. Given the situation, Zhang Yun knew he must alleviate their concerns. Father, mother, sisters, I have already prepared the food. This afternoon, I visited various villages and contacted my hunter friends, all of whom are willing to assist me. For breakfast, we shall have lean meat porridge accompanied by sweet potatoes. For lunch and dinner, rice will be served with a variety of meat and vegetables each day, fish, rabbit, bamboo rat meat. I will have everything arranged in advance. As for the vegetables, I would trouble you, father and mother, to procure them from the local families. They all have their own plots where they grow vegetables and should be willing to sell them for a price. As Zhang Yun spoke, he couldn't help but lament the inadequacy of the land in his Linquan space, which was only 4 acres. He had just begun to breed various wild animals and now needed to supply the cafeteria for the mining site, the supply and marketing cooperative, and the dietary needs of the construction workers. The pressure was mounting. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 family members relaxed considerably. Lao San, we owe thanks to your hunter friends. You mentioned it would take 17 days to complete the house, That is astonishingly swift. We cannot afford a single day of interruption. The food supply must remain consistent, Zhang Zhongli said calmly. Big brother is truly remarkable, having arranged everything in advance. Zhang Yanhong gazed at Zhang Yun with admiration. This is wonderful. Our family will finally have a new house to live in. Zhang Yanli exclaimed excitedly. Seeing his family's joyful expressions, Zhang Yun felt no need to disclose his own difficulties and pressures. After all, sharing such burdens would only serve to worry them without offering any assistance. Therefore, he chose to bear the weight alone. The cost of materials was substantial, over 3,000 for stone, 1,600 for cement, approximately 600 for river sand. And daily wages for the workers would add up to around 700 or 800 over the course of a fortnight. Additionally, red bricks and roof tiles would also require a significant amount of money. In total, it was estimated to exceed 10,000. In 1977, this amount was equivalent to being a millionaire in later generations. Yet, Zhang Yun needed to earn this sum within just a few days. The pressure was indeed immense. Father, mother, sisters, you need not work tomorrow. Early in the morning, go to the tea mountain where my hunter friends will have placed the food in advance for you to prepare breakfast. Oh, the new house currently lacks water. So for the next few days, you will need to carry well water. It will be a bit of a hardship. Zhang Yun stated calmly. Although drilling a new well was convenient with pangolins, the well would need to settle for a while before it could be used normally. Thus, for the duration of construction, his family would have to transport water. This is not a problem, Chen Wan readily agreed. At this moment, Zhang Zhongli remarked, Little third, you wish to build a new house. This is a significant matter for the family. Find a suitable time to inform your elder sister and second sister. If they can return to assist, it would be even better. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yun's expression momentarily froze. This was because Zhang Zhongli was about to undergo surgery, and the family was burdened with debt. In their haste to support the family, both elder sisters had married, using their bridal gifts to repay debts. Zhang Yun had long felt a sense of indebtedness towards his two sisters. Coincidentally, I intend to go to Hongling Commune to purchase bricks. I shall fetch my elder and second sisters in the next couple of days, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Both sisters had married into the nearby Hongling Commune, which was only a short distance of 20 kilometers away. Chapter 95. The pressure is immense. Yun, the hose have been prepared. I have brought them to you. Came a voice from outside just as Zhang Yun had finished discussing matters with his parents. Zhang Leiguai stood at the door, bearing 10 hose with a cheerful smile. Zhang Yun promptly stepped outside to receive the hose and then retrieved some hard candies. Leiguai, I appreciate your effort in delivering these personally. Please take these candies home for the children, he said, knowing that Leiguai had several young grandsons. Given that Zhang Leiguai had come to deliver the goods, it was fitting to offer some sweets as a token of gratitude. Leiguai gratefully accepted the candies and turned to leave. Wait, Leiguai. I recall you mentioned you had experience in carpentry, Zhang Yun said, holding him back. Indeed, in my youth, I was quite skilled in carpentry. All the furniture in my home was crafted by my own hands, Zhang Leiguai replied proudly. Leiguai, as you know, I intend to build a new house and marry. I will inevitably need new furniture. Would you be able to take on this task? Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. Zhang Leiguai was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected proposition. Such a delightful surprise felt like a windfall. Zhang Yun sought out Zhang Leiguai not only for assistance, but also with the intent to support him. Rather than allowing the money to go to carpenters from other villages, why not offer it to someone from his own? Moreover, Zhang Leiguai was a man of integrity, and Zhang Yun believed he would execute the work admirably. Yes, I can take on the job. Little Yun, if you place your trust in me, I shall not disappoint you. To be honest, my former apprentices have become established carpenters in other villages as well. I will speak to them, and they must respect my request. Zhang Leiguai quickly assured him. Zhang Yun nodded. Very well, I trust you. Tomorrow, I will have the ground leveled for the house and the foundation excavated, at which point we will ascertain the size and layout of each room. Tomorrow afternoon, you shall come to my property to take measurements, and we will finalize the types, dimensions, and quantities of furniture, as well as the pricing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Leiguai eagerly nodded in agreement and then took his leave. Zhang Yun also visited his third uncle, Zhang Jiwu. Upon arriving, he found the family of 5 gathered around the 8 immortals table, engaged in discussion. Brother Yun, Zhang Yisan and Zhang Yi called out as soon as they spotted him at the door. Brother Yun, Zhang Yaya, and Tingting rose to greet him with beaming smiles. This was the first time in several days that Zhang Yun had seen Zhang Yaya, the promising student of the future. What are you discussing? It seems quite joyful, he inquired. Zhang Yun entered with a smile and sat beside Zhang Jiwu. We were just discussing you. Tomorrow you will begin constructing your new home. Your aunt, and ye are wholeheartedly eager to assist. This time, I must emphasize, as your uncle, it is my duty to help you with this significant life event. And you must not pay us for our labor, Zhang Jiwu stated with utmost seriousness. Zhang Yun immediately understood. Over the past few days, Zhang Jiwu had earned a substantial sum alongside him, and he felt deeply grateful. The idea of his family accepting payment from Zhang Yun was something he could not bear. Zhang Yun also recognized that it would be unseemly for an uncle to accept wages from his nephew. Understood, I will comply, Zhang Yun replied. As the conversation shifted, Zhang Yun added, in a few days, I will take you and your hunting team to Jiming Mountain for an extensive hunt. Once you've earned some money, you should purchase a plot of land next to my new house. At this moment, Zhang Yun could not reveal that the Teemed Mountain was destined to become the site of the Chu Shui town government. He could only offer gentle encouragement. All right, I will heed your advice, Zhang Jiwu said without hesitation, agreeing immediately. When the three brothers divided their inheritance, Zhang Bingshu claimed 5 rooms under the pretense of supporting their parents, while Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu received only 3 rooms each. Zhang Jiwu's family was crammed into a single room, living uncomfortably, and he had long desired to buy land and build a house. Now, having earned nearly 100 in just a few days alongside Zhang Yun, he certainly favored purchasing land first. Well then, tomorrow at dawn, you will accompany me to the Lin Shui mine, Zhang Yun concluded, rising to depart. Certainly, Zhang Jiwu replied, his face lighting up with joy. He was simply happy to have work to do. Yin Gu, take care, the 3 siblings, Zhang Yisin, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yaya, said as they stood up. Zhang Yun turned to them, offering words of encouragement. You 3 must study diligently. If the country reinstates the college entrance examination, you must ensure you are admitted to university. I will cover your tuition. With that, he strode out confidently. Zhang Yisin, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yaya nodded earnestly, filled with gratitude. Upon returning home, Zhang Yun's parents, Zhang Bingshu and Wang Yuanhui, were glowering, their faces dark with anger. Look at Zhang Yun's smug demeanor. Thinking that building a new house signifies the arrival of his good days, Wang Yuanhui sneered. Rest assured, I have already coordinated with Duan Hongbing. He will be lying in wait at Jigong Mountain tomorrow morning. As soon as Zhang Yun appears, it will mark his downfall. Zhang Bingshu spoke coldly, his expression grim. Wang Yuanhui instantly broke into a smile. Meanwhile, after returning home, Zhang Yun said, Mom, Dad, and Sister, you should rest early. We need to rise early tomorrow. He added, I will take a stroll outside. Just leave the door slightly ajar. I may return quite late. With that, he picked up a bag of fertilizer from the wall and walked out. Zhang Zhongli and Chun Wan were aware of Zhang Yun's innate talent for hunting and assumed he was off to capture wild beasts. They understood that he was under significant pressure to earn enough money to build a new home, and therefore, they refrained from voicing any objections. Zhang Yun swiftly arrived in the fields, making his way directly to Chu Shui River. The fish pond in plot number 4 still harbored too few fish. Tomorrow, he needed to deliver 100 pounds of fish to the cafeteria and prepare 200 pounds for the supply and marketing cooperative. This amounted to 300 pounds. And with a total of 1,000 pounds in the pond, such a supply could not be sustained. The need for funds was pressing, as he aimed to earn a total of 10,000 within the next 10 days, which placed considerable pressure upon him. His hopes now rested solely on Chu Shui River. He must catch a substantial quantity of fish that very night. Zhang Yun murmured to himself. This was also the reason he ventured out under the cloak of night. He needed to adequately prepare for his upcoming profit-making plans. Only by capturing a significant number of fish and placing them in the pond at plot number 4 could he ensure a continuous supply to the mining site and the supply and marketing cooperative. He intended to firmly grasp both sales channels in his hands. A few minutes later, Zhang Yun reached the riverbank of Chu Shui. Soon, he retrieved his sticky net. Securing one end to a tree root on the shore and the other to a wooden stick in the middle of the river, thereby forming a wall of netting. Employing the same technique as before, he moved 10 meters upstream, where he took out a fertilizer bag filled with the spiritual spring. The essence from the fertilizer bag gradually seeped out, merging with the river water and drifting downstream. Chapter 96, Aquaculture in Space. Taking shape as the spiritual spring flowed into the water, the fish downstream, drawn by its essence, swam upstream. They collided with the sticky net, captivated and unable to resist. After about 10 minutes, the spiritual spring had fully permeated the water. Zhang Yun swiftly swam to the sticky net, lifting it with the starlight illuminating the night. His exceptional eyesight allowed him to discern a multitude of fish ensnared within the net. Regardless of their size or species, Zhang Yun indiscriminately gathered them all. transferring them into the fish pond in his spiritual space designated as plot number 4. To meet the supply demands of the mining cafeteria and the cooperative, it was imperative for Zhang Yun to stockpile a considerable number of fish in the pond at plot number 4. The larger fish could be delivered directly in the near term, while the medium-sized fish would grow rapidly under the accelerated time flow, becoming ready for delivery in just a few days. As for the smaller fish, they would transform into larger ones within a mere 10 days. Thus, Zhang Yun welcomed every fish caught in the net, collecting them all into his spiritual space. This haul yielded yet another 1,000 pounds of fish. At this moment, Zhang Yun's awareness focused on the numbers above the boulder in his spiritual space. Plot number 1. Acceleration points, 23. Indeed, the acceleration points gained from fishing were more plentiful. Plots 3 and 4 operated at a 10-fold time flow, while plot 2 operated at a 15-fold flow. He contemplated converting them all to a 15-fold time flow. With ample acceleration points at his disposal, he felt inclined to indulge a little. After all, he planned to remain by Chu Shui River throughout the night, aiming to exhaust the fish in this riverine area and consequently accrue a substantial number of acceleration points. Thus, he decided to indulge himself, allocating 5 acceleration points to space 3 and another 5 to space 4. Accelerating point, 13. At this moment, within the spiritual spring space, the time flow in Area 1 remained normal, while Areas 2, 3, and 4 experienced a 15-fold acceleration. Continue fishing. Zhang Yun observed the dwindling number of acceleration points, now down to 13, and felt a surge of anxiety. Skillfully, he made his way upstream for 10 meters, grasping a fertilizer bag filled with the spiritual spring water, allowing it to seep out and blend into the river below. Soon, 10 minutes elapsed. Zhang Yun approached the sticky net and lifted it, only to be taken aback by the meager catch. The net was surprisingly sparse of fish. It quickly dawned on him that the river in Jiuwan village, where it curved at the boundary with Xinliu village, typically harbored few fish. In his previous haul, he had captured a significant number, but this time, it seemed he had already cleaned out the majority of fish from this stretch. The spiritual spring was indeed enticing to fish, yet the population in this river was limited. Having now been nearly exhausted, further fishing was rendered unnecessary. Zhang Yun promptly reeled in the net, which yielded a mere 400+ pounds of fish. Accelerating point, 172. He did not return to shore, but chose instead to swim downstream along Chu Shui River. This time, he directly reached the area bordering Xinliu village, the same spot where he had fished previously. He set up the sticky net once more and released the spiritual spring from 10 meters upstream. Another 10 minutes passed, and Zhang Yun returned to the net. To his delight, this area indeed teemed with fish, resulting in another bountiful catch. "What a splendid haul!" he exclaimed, witnessing the net brimming with fish. Soon, this catch was transferred to the fish pond in Area 4, totaling over 1,000 pounds. Accelerating point, 185. Following another 10-minute interval, he experienced yet another prolific catch. Accelerating point, 198. Yet another round yielded no such bounty. The sticky net only captured fish occupying half its area. Accelerating point, 205. Zhang Yun now understood that, through his 3 fishing endeavors in this river, he had likely removed over 5,000 pounds of fish, effectively depleting the aquatic life in this region. It was essential to leave some fish for the fishermen of Xinliu village, as they too would sell their catch to him. Zhang Yun resolved to preserve their livelihood, avoiding total extermination. As night fell, he surmised that a portion of the fish would be resting, explaining their absence. Should he choose to continuously release the spiritual spring, he could indeed rouse these fish and capture them all. However, having lived 2 lives, Zhang Yun understood the virtue of moderation. Future fishing would have to be pursued upstream. At the juncture of Jiuwan village and the upper Baizhou village, a bridge had been constructed by the state in the 1950s alongside a dam. Beneath this bridge, the water was typically at least 7 to 8 meters deep due to the dam's obstruction, surely harboring a multitude of fish, including some sizable specimens. Suddenly, Zhang Yun sighed contemplatively. Baizhou village, likewise one of the 10 production teams of Chu Shui commune, is situated upstream of Jiuwan village. However, these 2 villages have historically been at odds, primarily due to a national initiative in the 1950s to rehabilitate water conservancy, which led to the construction of a dam and a bridge at the confluence of the 2 villages along the meandering river. This endeavor resulted in the formation of an islet, teeming with wild waterfowl, situated 100 meters upstream from the bridge. Both Jiuwan and Baizhou villages adamantly claim ownership of this islet. Ultimately, the Chu Shui commune intervened, designating the islet as a protected area. thereby prohibiting villagers from either side from crossing the river to capture the waterfowl. Naturally, if the ducks chose to swim across the river to the territory of either village, the villagers would be permitted to catch them. Earlier, Zhang Yun had contemplated that fishing in this area would soon be prohibited, which prompted his recollection of the islet. That night, he had already caught over 700 pounds of fish, and now the pond at field number 4 was sufficiently stocked. With a total daily supply of 300 pounds from the mine and the supply and marketing cooperative, these fish could sustain the 2 clients for over 10 days. Under the accelerated time flow of 15 times normal, larger fish could be sold, medium ones would grow rapidly, and smaller ones would also thrive, while female fish would spawn, creating an ongoing cycle. Zhang Yun exclaimed joyfully that even if he ceased fishing in the future, the fish in field no. 4 would continue to supply these 2 clients indefinitely. However, Zhang Yun surely intended to continue fishing, as he was not content with just the mine and the cooperative. He was determined to expand his clientele. In the Linquan space, the wild rabbits had multiplied significantly under the 15-fold time flow, with several does giving birth to young rabbits, thus beginning to establish a substantial population. The initial 100 frogs had remained undisturbed, and within these 3 days, they too had grown considerably, commencing reproduction and soon to develop into a sizable breeding operation. After hatching 50 eggs, only 40 had successfully produced chicks, and within 4 or 5 days, they would also reach a scale suitable for business. Meanwhile, the 50 wild chicken eggs, nurtured by a female wild hen, had successfully hatched, bringing the total number of adult wild chickens to 60, poised for sustainable breeding. Nevertheless, Zhang Yun had no intention of selling these wild chickens. He intended to keep them for himself and his family, reserving the possibility of gifting them to esteemed guests in the future. With this perspective, it appeared that selling these fish, rabbits, and wild game could yield him a daily profit exceeding 1,000 yuan. The pressure seemed to dissipate. Zhang Yun smiled, relieved that he no longer had to fret about the expenses of building a house. Chapter 97. The wild boar is finally delivered at 5 in the morning. Zhang Yun awoke. Naturally, his instinctive awareness turned towards the Linquan space. Indeed, an additional acre had been added, suspended in a state of temporal stillness. This field no. 5 would be designated for the breeding of bamboo rats, as well as the planting of a few fruit trees. Zhang Yun had long contemplated this decision. Initially, he intended to use field number 5 for fruit cultivation, but after capturing 100 bamboo rats in Laoshikyo village, he altered his plan to prioritize the breeding of bamboo rats. The primary reason lies in the extraordinary reproductive capability of bamboo rats, which can breed year-round with a gestation period of approximately 60 days. Typically, they produce up to 8 litters annually, with each litter yielding around 38 offspring, and in some cases, even up to 812. The delectable taste of bamboo rat meat, coupled with such alarming fecundity, is precisely what Zhang Yun desires. In the future, the canteen at the Han Xuemei mine will primarily serve bamboo rats and wild rabbits, supplemented by the soon-to-be scaled wild boar population. An abundant source of income is surely on the horizon. At this moment, Zhang Yun perceived the numerical display hovering over Area 1. Acceleration points, 205. He directed 15 acceleration points to Area 5 with a mere thought. Acceleration points, 55. The time flow in Area 5 was now 15 times that of the outside world. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun's consciousness commanded all the bamboo rats to instantaneously relocate to Area 5, along with all the green bamboo transplanted from Area 1. The 2 peach trees and the jujube tree were also moved. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Yun rose from his bed, neglected to wash his face, and pushed open the door, swiftly mounting his deer. The deer galloped at full speed towards the tea mountain. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the tea mountain homestead, and Zhang Yun leapt down. Shortly thereafter, he procured a bundle of sweet potatoes. These sweet potatoes were among the first species cultivated in the Linquan space, with patches in areas 1, 2, and 3. Thanks to the accelerated time flow and the nourishing properties of the spiritual spring, along with the infinite nutrients provided by the spatial soil, the sweet potatoes grew remarkably fast. Although only 4 days had passed, most of the sweet potatoes were already 3 fingers wide and the length of a hand. Thus, a single sweet potato sufficed for a worker's breakfast. This pile consisted of approximately 70 sweet potatoes. Once his family brought rice, they could easily prepare a thin porridge, thereby resolving the worker's breakfast. Immediately, Zhang Yun retrieved a large bamboo basket, filling it with 10 wild rabbits, 10 bamboo rats, and 10 fish weighing around 7 to 8 pounds each. These would serve as the meat for lunch and dinner. He placed everything by the 2 cooking pits and instructed a pangolin to keep an eye on them before swiftly riding back home. Zhang Jiwu was already awake. standing guard at Zhang Yun's doorstep. "Ah, Yun, you are awake," he exclaimed, astonished to see Zhang Yun returning on the deer. "Third uncle, wait for me," Zhang Yun called back, entering the room just as Zhang Zhongli and Chun Wan also woke up. "Mom and Dad, I just visited the new house, and my hunter friends have already placed the food there. Please hurry and bring the tools so we can prepare the food at the new house," Zhang Yun urged with a smile. "All right, third son, you go take care of your matters. We will keep an eye on the new house," Zhang Zhongli replied, fully aware that Zhang Yun needed to head to the mine promptly. He did not want his son to worry about the new house, and as a father, he was determined to shoulder more responsibilities for his son. Regarding the pig farming tasks in the production team, Zhang Zhongli had already reported to the team leader, who would arrange for others to assist. Zhang Yun promptly left the room, taking Zhang Zhiwu with him as they headed towards the outskirts of the village. Through the narrow crevice of the window, Wang Yuanhui, illuminated by the faint starlight, beheld Zhang Yun and Zhang Zhiwu departing. A sinister smile crept across her face. "Humph. Today you intend to build a new house. Little do you know, you are about to be imprisoned." Long before, the four Zhang patriarchs, Zhang Buishu, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jinsha, had set out for Jigong Mountain. Now, having witnessed Zhang Yun's departure, Wang Yuanhui was convinced that he would be apprehended by Duan Hongbing while attempting to sell goods at Jigong Mountain, leading to his incarceration. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yun approached the land temple, he instructed, "Third uncle, keep watch here and ensure no one discovers our presence." Zhang Jiwu nodded in agreement. Zhang Yun then proceeded to the land temple alone. After standing for a few moments, he extracted a wild boar from the spiritual spring space. Indeed, a few days prior, he had captured 2 adult wild boars and 6 young ones at Songshu Mountain. With the accelerated time flow and the nurturing properties of the spiritual spring, the 6 young boars had matured, one male reaching approximately 150 pounds. Zhang Yun contemplated extensively. The new house required a daily supply of meat, primarily wild rabbits, fish, and bamboo rats. Until these wild creatures could reproduce in numbers, he could only offer a few each day. Therefore, for today's meat supply to the mine's canteen, he resolved to present this male wild boar. Priced at 0.8 yuan per pound, the boar, after accounting for offal, would yield about 120 pounds of meat, translating to roughly 100 yuan. He also needed to find a hill to catch wild rabbits, as that would be a quicker source of income. Upon reflection, Zhang Yun deemed pig farming an unwise endeavor. Wild rabbits fetched 4 yuan each at the black market in Jigong Mountain, amounting to 100 yuan for 25 rabbits, and capturing them was relatively simple. Merely digging a pit on any hillside would suffice. With that, Zhang Yun bound the boar's mouth with a rope and led it to Zhang Jiwu. "Wow, a wild boar. Yun, you are truly remarkable for catching a live one," Zhang Jiwu exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Zhang Yun smiled and nodded, saying, "Third uncle, there's no need to carry burdens today. Just lead this wild boar to the mine's canteen. I must attend to a hunter friend who is selling me some fish. I will take my leave first." As he spoke, Zhang Yun slipped 10 yuan into Zhang Jiwu's pocket and swiftly mounted a deer, setting off. Zhang Jiwu had initially hesitated to accept the 10 yuan, but refrained from voicing his objections, deciding instead to assist Zhang Yun more in the future. Riding the deer, Zhang Yun arrived at Jigong Mountain in under 20 minutes. At the entrance, he retrieved 2 baskets from the space, each filled with 100 pounds of fish, and placed the yoke on the deer's back to carry to the canteen. Upon arrival, the chef, Yang Yunshan, personally weighed the fish and issued a receipt. 204 pounds of fish, priced at 80 cents per pound, totaling 163 yuan and 2 jiao. "Yanggu, my uncle is still on his way. He will bring a wild boar along. Please keep the receipt for me. I will return shortly to collect it," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Yunshan was momentarily taken aback, before exuberantly exclaiming, "Zhang Yun, my dear brother, you truly are remarkable. I always knew you were a genius hunter." The prospect of finally indulging in pork filled Yang Yunshan with immense excitement. Zhang Yun chuckled lightly, then mounted his deer and set off towards the black market at Jigong Mountain. Upon reaching the intersection, Zhang Yun stored the deer and the red wolf in his spiritual space, shouldering a basket containing 30 wild rabbits he had caught from the mountains of Shenyiliu village, and walked directly into Jigong Mountain. Chapter 98. Capturing the unruly. Along the streets of Jigong Mountain, the residences of miners lined the sides, with the towering mountains looming behind them. At this moment, behind one of the houses, 6 figures lurked. Among them were 4 individuals, Zhang Buishu, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi, a father and son quartet, accompanied by 2 others clad in uniforms. "Director Duan, as we discussed earlier, we 4 will patrol the streets. Should we spot Zhang Yun selling goods, we will inform you, Zhang Borshu said with a grin. It was imperative that Duan Hongbing did not patrol. His uniform would scare everyone away. Only the 4 Zhangs would venture out first to locate Zhang Yun's stall, allowing Duan Hongbing to arrive unexpectedly with another officer. To apprehend Zhang Yun on the spot, all involved must be captured to secure a conviction. Very well, we shall proceed as planned. Duan Hongbing, in his 40s and serving as the deputy director of the police station, understood that without tangible achievements, his promotion would be elusive. A few years prior, Duan Hongbing's son had nearly drowned, and it was Zhang Borshu who fortuitously saved him, thus incurring a debt of gratitude. Now, Zhang Borshu had approached him, alleging that someone was illicitly selling communal property, urging Duan Hongbing to take action. Duan Hongbing was aware of Zhang Borshu's ulterior motives, yet motivated by both gratitude and the desire to secure an arrest for his own professional advancement. He arrived at Jigong Mountain early that day. With the plan in place, the 4 Zhangs donned conical hats to disguise their identities and dispersed to patrol different sections of the Jigong Mountain streets. They were confident that once Zhang Yun arrived, he could not escape their watchful eyes. Indeed, Zhang Yun appeared. At that moment, he stood in front of the house of mine chief Liu Baoshan, setting down his basket to commence his stall. The residents of Jigong Mountain seemed to have spread the word. A young man came daily to sell wild rabbits. No sooner had Zhang Yun set up than an elderly woman hurried over. "Young man, how do you price the wild rabbits?" she inquired urgently. "4 yuan each, or the equivalent in grain tickets," Zhang Yun replied softly. The elderly woman, evidently already informed, confirmed the price and promptly produced 4 yuan from her pocket, choosing a rabbit before swiftly departing. Following this, Zhang Yun successfully sold 5 more rabbits. Just 2 minutes into his stall, a figure wearing a conical hat approached from a distance, glanced at Zhang Yun's stall, and pretended to turn back with feigned nonchalance. Zhang Yun possesses an extraordinary perceptiveness, capable of sensing every subtle movement within a 50-meter radius. Although he has spent 4 days in the clandestine market of Jigong Mountain, he remains acutely aware of its illicit nature. Thus, Zhang Yun consistently keeps a vigilant watch over his surroundings, ever wary of impending trouble. Particularly, in the early hours of yesterday, after unleashing the Red Jackal to pursue the Zhang brothers, he realized that his dealings in Jigong Mountain had been compromised, and that trouble was imminent. Just moments ago, Zhang Yun had been attuned to the figure in the conical hat. Zhang Xuemei cast a fleeting glance at him before hastily retreating. Why was that? Zhang Yun had discerned the identity of the hat-clad man, and an ominous intuition bubbled within him. In an instant, with a swift motion, he summoned all the wild rabbits into his spiritual space. Within a mere minute, he sensed 6 distinct presences approaching slowly, stealthily maneuvering under the cover of night along the eaves of nearby houses, inching closer to him. Zhang Boshun, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Shengli, and Zhang Jianxi. Zhang Yun had anticipated that they might conspire against him, but was taken aback by their audacity in wishing to imprison him. After sensing the identities of 4 of them, fury ignited within him. The other 2, armed with firearms, further clarified their intentions. Upon deducing the purpose of their approach, Zhang Yun swiftly formulated 2 possible courses of action. 1, to flee into the depths of the mountains, or 2, to remain and allow them to apprehend him. After a brief contemplation, a wry smile played on his lips as he chose to sit quietly on the ground, awaiting their arrival. Before long, Duan Hongbing and the others reached the side of Liu Baoshan's residence, lying in wait for Zhang Yun to engage in a transaction with a resident. Capturing both parties in the act would suffice to condemn Zhang Yun for illicitly selling communal property, with potential charges escalating to speculation and profiteering, warranting imprisonment. As fate would have it, at that precise moment, Wang Xiuhua approached, recognizing Zhang Yun's figure and the familiar backpack. "Xiaodi, I'm here," she called out, crouching down to greet him in a familiar, hushed tone. "Auntie, we're in a bit of trouble. The police are here. We can't conduct our transaction." Zhang Yun cautioned her softly upon seeing her familiar face. Wang Xiuhua's expression shifted to one of surprise. At that juncture, Duan Lianbing and Zhang Boshun, observing the whispered exchange between Wang Xiuhua and Zhang Yun, mistakenly assumed they were engaged in a transaction and dashed forward. "Halt! Don't move. We are the police." A junior officer, brought by Duan Hongbing, proclaimed loudly. His voice reverberated through the stillness of Jigong Mountain, creating a significant stir, for the mere mention of the police held profound implications for the locals. The existence of the black market in Jigong Mountain had long been tacitly accepted by the local police station and the Chu Shui commune. After all, the thousands of miners and their families needed to make a living, and thus the villagers from surrounding areas were permitted to engage in minor trade for supplemental income. Yet, a black market remains a black market, and the law does not condone its activities. Once the police become serious and begin to apprehend individuals, there is no one who can escape culpability. The residents of Jigong Mountain, upon hearing the call of the police, could not help but rise from their slumber, hastily exiting their homes to gather in the streets. The four Zhang family members, Zhang Basui, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jianjia, observed the police officers Duan Hongbing and Tang Weiren seize Zhang Yun by his arms, prompting them to remove their hats, revealing their faces. Zhang Yun, how dare you clandestinely sell the assets of the Zhowan Brigade? You deserve to be imprisoned, declared Zhang Basui, without casting a glance at the empty basket on the ground. Duan Hongbing, equally pleased, failed to notice the basket beneath him, convinced that the evidence was irrefutable and would bolster their achievements. What is the meaning of this? I merely came to Jigong Mountain for a stroll. Why are you arresting me? Zhang Yun shouted in anger, not even attempting to resist. The basket was devoid of any contents. How could this be termed as selling goods? Witnessing the police seize Zhang Yun, Wang Xiuhua initially appeared flustered. But upon hearing Zhang Yun's outcry, she quickly grasped the implications. If Zhang Yun were convicted, her dealings with him would implicate her as well. This was utterly unacceptable. Consequently, Wang Xiuhua raised her voice. Who are you? I was just having a conversation with this young man, and you come to arrest him? Is this a crime? I will report you to the commune. Upon hearing their cries and seeing the surrounding residents emerge from their homes, Duan Hongbing realized he could not apprehend anyone indiscriminately. He needed to present evidence. Still daring to retort? Duan Hongbing replied coldly, crouching down to seize the basket forcefully. This is the merchandise involved in your transaction. Are you still claiming that we, the police, are acting arbitrarily? However, upon lifting the basket, his expression turned pale as he discovered it was empty, devoid of any items. Am I not allowed to bring a basket for a leisurely stroll? Zhang Yun shouted in indignation. Duan Hongbing, unwilling to concede, shook the basket in frustration. Realizing it was indeed just an empty vessel, suddenly, he fell silent. The material evidence had vanished. He could not assert that Zhang Yun was selling the basket, as no one would believe such a notion. Furthermore, if Zhang Yun were to raise a ruckus, it would ultimately be Duan Hongbing who would be left embarrassed. What kind of police are you? Why do you arrest people indiscriminately? I was merely chatting with this young man to unwind, and you rushed in to apprehend him? Wang Xiuhua, unyielding in her stance, seized the momentum as more miners and their families gathered around, emboldening her further. This formidable matron's outburst created significant pressure. Frustrated, Duan Hongbing stamped his feet, glaring at Zhang Basui, regretting having trusted his words. The surrounding crowd had encircled them, fully grasping the situation as they listened to Wang Xiuhua's impassioned words. The residents of Jigong Mountain, primarily miners and their families, were closely acquainted, sharing a strong bond. Moreover, the residents of Jigong Mountain have clandestinely reaped the benefits of the black market, with a tacit understanding among them. Should Duan Hongbing solidify the charges against Zhang Yun for trafficking goods, the existence of the black market in Jigong Mountain would be severely jeopardized, and the villagers would hesitate to sell their wares. In essence, if Zhang Yun were apprehended, it would adversely affect the livelihoods of these residents. Furthermore, Zhang Yun was merely carrying an empty basket, with no evidence of any contraband. The crowd was immediately incensed, demanding, "On what grounds do you arrest individuals indiscriminately? I harbor grave doubts regarding your identities as law enforcement." They pointed out that merely carrying an empty basket should not warrant accusations of selling communal property. Are you suggesting that arbitrary convictions will become the norm? This matter cannot be brushed aside lightly. We shall make our way to the commune today, as I am eager to hear the commune secretary's perspective. To think that such capricious arrests could occur in Jigong Mountain is to tarnish our community's reputation. You must apologize to us. The elderly were aflame with indignation, unleashing a torrent of grievances. Duan Hongbing found himself in disarray, struggling to devise a viable solution. Zhang Basun seized the basket, vigorously shaking it to confirm its emptiness, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jianxi were equally bewildered, their faces etched with anxiety. Faced with the surging tide of fury, the 6 individuals fell into silence. Perhaps the uproar was too loud, for the door of a nearby house swung open, and the venerable Lu Zhengfeng emerged, parting the crowd to approach Duan Hongbing. What on earth is happening? Lu Zhengfeng inquired calmly. Upon recognizing Lu Zhengfeng, Duan Hongbing's body stiffened. He was acutely aware of the retired official's lingering influence, and he dared not treat him lightly. Before Duan could respond, the surrounding populace erupted in a cacophony of voices, and Lu Zhengfeng grasped the general situation. With his extensive experience, Lu Zhengfeng quickly realized that the police station had not patrolled Jigong Mountain in years, and the Chu Shui commune tacitly accepted the black market's existence. Yet today, Duan Hongbing had suddenly intervened. This could either indicate Duan's intent to target Zhang Yun or suggest that someone had incited him to act in such a manner. At that moment, Lu Zhengfeng raised his hand, signaling for the crowd to quiet down. Indeed, his reputation commanded respect, and silence fell over the assembly. You should reflect seriously on whether this approach to your duties is appropriate. Regardless, you have already incited public discontent today, and you need to compose a self-critique to submit to the commune. In the future, consider the consequences of your actions. Do not act impulsively and recklessly, but rather exercise your own judgment. Lu Zhengfeng contemplated the situation, having pieced together the events leading to this confrontation. It appeared that the four individuals surrounding Duan Hongbing had egged him on, pushing him to act rashly. By refraining from directly naming them, Lu Zhengfeng intended to afford Duan Hongbing an opportunity for redemption. One cannot be condemned for a single misstep, particularly as Lu Zhengfeng himself resided in Jigong Mountain and had also benefited from the black market. He wished to avoid the stigmatization of their community, which might deter others from visiting. After this incident, Lu Zhengfeng was convinced that no one would dare to act recklessly on Jigong Mountain again. Otherwise, they would face the consequences like Duan Hongbing. Very well, I shall return to reflect on this, and I am grateful to County Head Lu for his sincere guidance. Duan Hongbing had discerned Lu Zhengfeng's intentions and did not pursue accountability. Naturally, he seized this opportunity and stepped down immediately. Without casting a glance at Zhang Buoshu and his three sons, he turned and left. The police officer Tang Weiren, who had accompanied Duan Hongbing, closely followed him as well. Zhang Buoshu, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jianxi, faced with the fury of the surrounding crowd, dared not linger and hurriedly trailed behind in haste. Only then did Lu Zhengfeng turn to Zhang Yun with a faint smile, saying, Zhang Yun, when you come to stroll around Jigong Mountain in the future, do exercise caution. You see, this time it escalated quite dramatically, awakening everyone. The crowd erupted in laughter. Zhang Yun understood that Lu Zhengfeng had extricated him from a difficult situation and was subtly advising him to be more careful on his future visits to Jigong Mountain. Very well, esteemed elder, I truly apologize for disturbing everyone today, Zhang Yun said, bowing respectfully. Lu Zhengfeng gave Zhang Yun's shoulder a gentle pat before heading home. Meanwhile, the crowd dispersed in tacit agreement, and Jigong Mountain returned to its tranquil state. Wang Xiuhua and Zhang Yun exchanged glances and could not help but chuckle. Young man, fortunate that you sold all your rabbits today. Otherwise, I would have had to endure the consequences with you, Wang Xiuhua remarked with a smile. I merely sold the rabbits I caught myself. I still have a few hunter friends waiting for me at the intersection. I must go fetch them. As I have more rabbits to sell, Zhang Yun replied with a grin. Wang Xiuhua's expression changed to one of surprise, and she said anxiously, Young man, do you still dare to sell rabbits? Zhang Yun promptly responded, Aunt Wang, do you think they would dare to return? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuhua immediately realized the truth and burst into laughter. Indeed, having lost face here, they would hardly dare to come back. Young man, you possess extraordinary courage. You are truly born to be a hunter, she praised. Zhang Yun then picked up his basket and said, Aunt, could you do me a favor and help promote my sales? I should have another 100 wild rabbits available soon. Wang Xiuhua was taken aback. Another 100 wild rabbits. Very well, I shall assist you. The turtles you brought yesterday were indeed effective. My wife drank the turtle soup and ate the meat, and her complexion has noticeably improved. This was Wang Xiuhua expressing her gratitude towards Zhang Yun, and she was willing to help him. Zhang Yun thanked her and promptly headed towards the intersection of Jigong Mountain. In Chapter 100, Zhang Yun directly brought 2 fertilizer bags containing 100 wild rabbits. These rabbits were among the first he had captured on Songshu Mountain. And due to the accelerated time flow of 15 times, they had experienced 4 days and had already given birth to 1 or 2 litters, resulting in a substantial number of young rabbits. With his construction funds tight, Zhang Yun had no choice but to sell these valuable wild rabbits. On this occasion, Zhang Yun refrained from setting up a stall in front of the mine chief Lu Baoshan's residence, and instead made his way to Wang Xiuhua's home. 2 bags of fertilizer lay conveniently on the ground, and Wang Xiuhua had already summoned a throng of elderly gentlemen and ladies. Upon surveying the scene, Zhang Yun noted that this initial wave comprised over 50 individuals. He could not help but marvel at Wang Xiuhua's remarkable social skills. Her popularity was indeed commendable. Young man, my dear companions have all gathered. Wang Xiuhua winked at Zhang Yun, her expression tinged with a hint of pride. It was indeed an accomplishment to attract such a crowd. The elderly patrons were already aware of the price of the wild rabbits. and some were repeat customers, promptly producing their money without further prompting. As Zhang Yun collected the funds, Wang Xiuhua assisted by holding the bags of fertilizer while the elderly patrons eagerly reached into the bags to grab the rabbits. In a matter of moments, one bag of rabbits was sold out. Only one bag remained. After purchasing their rabbits, the elderly patrons headed home. At this point, only Wang Xiuhua and Zhang Yun remained. Aunt Wang, you have brought me so many customers, and I have no other way to show my gratitude. Please take this rabbit. Zhang Yun, of course, would not allow Wang Xiuhua to work for nothing and handed her a particularly large rabbit. Oh, this is too much. It seems rather extravagant. Wang Xiuhua exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Her intention was to help out of goodwill, without any expectation of remuneration. She was simply a warm-hearted person. Aunt Wang, if you do not accept my gesture of appreciation, I will not seek your assistance in the future. Please take it. Otherwise, it would seem you look down on me. Zhang Yun insisted, his words laden with earnestness. Wang Xiuhua found herself convinced. She had not anticipated that Zhang Yun would be so forceful in his gifting, leaving her with no option to refuse. Thus, she accepted the rabbit, promptly opened her door, placed the rabbit inside her home, and quickly returned outside. Zhang Yun surveyed the surroundings and noticed that there were not many pedestrians on the street. If he continued to wait in this manner, he wondered how long it would take to sell the remaining rabbits. Upon reflection, he understood that while the miners had money, they were also on fixed salaries. Compared to farmers, their purchasing power was stronger, yet it was unlikely they could afford to indulge in rabbit meat daily. After all, one rabbit cost 4 yuan, equivalent to 4 days' wages, a rather extravagant expense. Having sold rabbits at the black market on Jigong Mountain for 4 consecutive mornings, Zhang Yun realized that most families with disposable income had already visited. However, he was also confident that among the thousands of miners, a significant number of families lacked the habit of rising early, which explained their absence from his rabbit business. Having contemplated these matters, Zhang Yun suddenly fixed his gaze on Wang Xiuhua, remaining silent. Young man, please do not look at me like that. It makes me uneasy, Wang Xiuhua said. Unable to meet Zhang Yun's fiery gaze, she began to entertain peculiar thoughts, worrying that Zhang Yun, with his morning vigor, might harbor intentions toward her. To her surprise, her intuition was correct. Zhang Yun indeed held feelings for her. Aunt Wang, would you mind selling my rabbits on consignment? For each rabbit sold, I will give you a commission of 10 cents. If you perform exceptionally well, I will supply you with hares on a long-term basis. For each hare you sell, you will earn a commission of 10 cents. Zhang Yun expressed his thoughts candidly. Indeed, he recognized Wang Xiuhua's report among the villagers of Jigong Mountain, as well as her courage and eloquence. She was the epitome of a perfect salesperson. With a commission at stake, motivation naturally follows. Leveraging her local advantage, Wang Xiuhua diligently promoted the hares each day, ensuring prompt sales. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun had to oversee construction, leaving him little time to spend at Jigong Mountain. Therefore, by exchanging a portion of the profits for Wang Xiuhua's time, they both stood to gain. Wang Xiuhua gasped in surprise. She had not anticipated such a fortunate opportunity. A mere 10 cents for each hare meant that selling 10 would yield a whole yuan, surpassing her son's daily wage. And if she managed to sell 100 hares in a day, 10 yuan. The thought made her tremble with excitement. All right, young man, your faith in me will not be in vain, she assured him, her agreement immediate. Zhang Yun nodded in satisfaction, handing her the bag of fertilizer. Then spoke with solemnity. Auntie, our trust is a one-time affair. Should you betray it, our future collaboration will cease. This is a warning. Naturally, I have faith in you, and I trust that you will excel in this sales endeavor. Wang Xiuhua understood his intent clearly. Rest assured, young man, I, Wang Xiuhua, conduct my affairs with utmost integrity and will never be tempted by petty gains. Since you believe in me, I shall not disappoint you. Her commitment was resolute. Zhang Yun chuckled heartily, declaring, then let our partnership commence from this moment. I hope your location will become my sales point, and you will oversee the entire business at the Han Xuemei mine. Simply put, as long as you follow my lead, profits are assured. Wang Xiuhua's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she laughed joyfully. After all, she had interacted with Zhang Yun for 3 days and was well aware of his hunting prowess and his connections with numerous hunters. She anticipated a significant influx of game passing through her hands for sale at the Han Xuemei mine, catering to thousands of miners and their families. Even a fraction of that business would yield substantial profits for her. Yes, boss, Wang Xiuhua exclaimed playfully, her demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. After imparting a few more instructions, Zhang Yun departed from Jigong Mountain. He then rode swiftly towards the teemed mountain, eager to flatten the land for the new house. As the owner of the property, his presence was indispensable. Fortunately, thanks to the speed of his mount, He arrived at the tea mountain by 7 o'clock. Even before reaching the homestead, he could see a large number of villagers from Jiuwan village gathered around, creating a lively scene. The influx of visitors was overwhelming. Zhang Yun felt a sense of foreboding. Yesterday, it was agreed that only 50 individuals were needed, yet now, 200 to 300 had arrived. With a heavy heart, Zhang Yun rode his deer to his homestead. Chapter 101. The commencement of the new house. The unrestrained Zhang Yun has arrived. Zhang Yun has arrived. As Zhang Yun appeared atop his deer, a chorus of villagers erupted in cheers. However, upon surveying the scene, he noticed the worried expressions on his parents' faces. Without hesitation, he approached them. "Father, mother, what troubles you?" he inquired as he dismounted. Zhang Zhongli and Chun Wan exchanged glances before letting out a deep sigh. Zhang Yanhong, growing anxious, replied, "Brother, you said we only needed 50 people, but this morning, over 200 have come, all eager to help us build our home." His parents were in a quandary, uncertain how to manage the situation. These were their fellow villagers, many of whom had previously lent money for Zhang Zhongli's surgery. With such a vast turnout, filled with enthusiasm, Zhang Zhongli did not wish to offend anyone, yet he was at a loss. Accepting all their offers of food would be impossible, and with the promise of daily wages for each worker, the financial burden would be significant. Zhang Yun understood the dilemma. Upon his return, he had already sensed the magnitude of the challenge. "Allow me to handle this," he sighed, speaking calmly. He then made his way to his homestead. Leaping gracefully onto the back of his deer, surveying the crowd below. "Dear villagers, I am grateful for your presence at the groundbreaking ceremony of my new home," he announced, his voice resonant. "According to our agreement from yesterday, who was the first to arrive this morning? Please step forward." Without hesitation, Sun Fuqian rushed to Zhang Yun's side. Much to Zhang Yun's satisfaction, Sun Fuqian had benefited from Zhang Yun's kindness, having engaged in various tasks like digging for worms and catching ants, and thus felt grateful. "Uncle Fuqian, who was the second to arrive?" Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. "It was Zhang Jiankong and Zhang Bingqiang. They came together," Sun Fuqian promptly responded. "And who was the fourth?" Zhang Yun continued with his inquiries, systematically identifying the first 50 individuals who had come to assist. Those who arrived later felt reluctant to speak out, knowing that the order of arrival was clear to all. The first arrivals were acutely aware of who came before and after them. Thus the subsequent arrivals refrained from stepping forward, fearing embarrassment in front of the entire village. Zhang Yun surveyed the selected 50, feeling a sense of satisfaction. All 6 production teams were represented, and the remaining individuals were capable adults, ready to undertake strenuous tasks. Standing proudly on the back of his deer, Zhang Yun gestured to the other villagers and called out loudly. "The 50 villagers present today are the very laborers assisting me in leveling the foundation. To the others who wish to observe, I, Zhang Yun, naturally extend a warm welcome. However, I would advise you all that the captain is likely to announce his selection for individuals to excavate sand from the river to bring to me, which is undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. Hence, I suggest you return home for a brief rest to regain your strength. Only then will the captain consider you for the sand-digging team." Zhang Yun called out with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others quickly understood that Zhang Yun intended to purchase river sand from the captain, a task that would provide immediate monetary gain. The prospect of earning extra income stirred their interest, prompting them to abandon their intentions of lingering to watch the earth being dug. They too aspired to join the sand excavation team. Moments ago, the area had been crowded with onlookers, but it cleared in an instant, leaving only a few women who remained merely to witness the spectacle of Zhang Yun's land being prepared. Zhang Yun, of course, did not dismiss them. He allowed them to observe. Then, addressing the 50 individuals, Zhang Yun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I am truly thankful for your enthusiastic support in constructing my home." Before commencing work, everyone gathered for breakfast. Prior to the meal, as you may have noticed, there are many bamboo stalks nearby. I kindly ask for your assistance in erecting a shade structure from these, providing a resting place during the construction process. Laughter arose among the group at the notion of eating before laboring, finding the host remarkably generous. Thus, the crowd moved to the bamboo pile and set to work with remarkable efficiency. For these farmers, the task of building a shade structure was second nature, as production teams frequently assembled such shelters in the fields to offer respite for weary workers. With 50 individuals, including 9 skilled laborers, collaborating seamlessly, a framework for a 50-square-meter shade structure was completed in mere minutes. Next came the task of slicing the bamboo into strips and stacking them to create a bamboo canopy. Zhang Yun did not interfere with this endeavor. Instead, he approached the 2 cooking pits. To his surprise, Han Xuemei had also arrived, quietly tending the fire while overseeing the 2 iron pots. One pot simmered with porridge, while the other steamed sweet potatoes. "Xuemei, you've worked hard," Zhang Yun said as he approached and, in front of everyone, affectionately kissed her forehead before offering a warm greeting. "Ah," Han Xuemei froze. The relatives and friends present, witnessing Zhang Yun's bold display of affection in such an open manner, were taken aback. In this era, expressions of love were typically discreet, confined to the privacy of one's home. Rarely did anyone exhibit such openness as Zhang Yun did. "Get out of here, you rascal. Your presence is no longer needed." Chen Wan, as a mother, found Zhang Yun's lack of restraint intolerable and immediately called for him to leave. Zhang Zhongli cleared his throat and, seizing Zhang Yun's arm, urged, "Didn't you say you were going to Hongling Commune? Hasten to fetch your elder and second sister back." Zhang Yun, filled with resignation, felt the pressure of his parents urging him to leave. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed everyone casting complex glances in his direction. Despite his thick skin, it seemed inappropriate for him to linger there. Thus, Zhang Yun sought out Zhang Jiwu, Sun Fugui, Zhang Jiankong, and other capable hands in production. "Everyone, I must make a trip to Hongling Commune. I entrust you with the task of leveling the ground for the foundation today. I have left the blueprint with my father. Once you have smoothed the earth, proceed to excavate the foundation according to the dimensions on the blueprint. After leveling the ground, designate 5 individuals to dig the well, while the remainder focuses on the foundation. You should have noticed the location of the well. There is a patch of soil that has already been loosened, which I had instructed the pangolin to excavate in advance. You merely need to clear out the soil, and I estimate the well will be completed within 3 days." Having gathered these industrious individuals, Zhang Yun promptly assigned their tasks for the day. "Rest assured, with Uncle San present, we will ensure the ground is thoroughly leveled and the foundation excavated," Zhang Jiwu confidently assured. "Indeed, with 50 of us laboring together, if we cannot level this piece of land, we shall have no face to show in the future," Sun Fugui added with a smile. The others echoed their assurances. Zhang Yun felt a sense of relief. He could now head to Hongling Commune. Chapter 102. Punishment. A mouse stealing money early in the morning. Wang Yuanhui stood at the entrance of her living room, glancing outside intermittently. She awaited the return of her husband and son. Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang, both early risers, noticed that their eldest son and 3 grandsons had departed home at dawn. Wang Yuanhui anxiously awaited their return. "Daughter-in-law, I wish to visit Yunzi's new house," Zhang Guangming suddenly remarked, approaching Wang Yuanhui. She responded with a cold laugh. "Father, if you wish to go, then by all means. However, I suspect that Zhang Yun's house will not be completed." Zhang Guangming was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication of her words. In recent days, he had heard from others in the village that his grandson, Zhang Yun, intended to build a new house. Although Zhang Guangming was generally taciturn and disinclined to engage in household affairs, he was not oblivious to the conflicts among his 3 sons. Having always lived with his eldest son, he tended to favor Zhang Basui, remaining indifferent to the other 2. However, now that his grandson was about to construct a new house, Zhang Guangming was acutely aware that if he did not pay a visit, the villagers would openly and covertly mock him. Future encounters in the village would undoubtedly invite disdainful glances. "If you wish to go, then go. I shall not accompany you. It is merely a house. What is there to see?" Sun Manxiang exclaimed, somewhat irate, clearly aligning herself with Wang Yuanhui. Zhang Guangming sighed, choosing not to elaborate further as he cautiously stepped out of the house. As the moments passed, Wang Yuanhui spotted 4 figures emerging in the distance, near the direction of Songshu Mountain, and instantly recognized them. They had returned, finally. A smirk crept onto her face. This time, Zhang Yun was doomed. Filled with joy, Wang Yuanhui was suddenly struck with disbelief as she beheld Zhang Yun riding a roe deer, making his way home. What on earth was happening? Her heart raced with confusion. If her husband and sons had returned, it meant that Zhang Yun had been apprehended by the police. How could he be so nonchalantly returning home? "Zhang Yun, weren't you supposed to be at Jigong Mountain? How could you return so swiftly?" She couldn't help but inquire. Zhang Yun's icy gaze fixed on Wang Yuanhui. He had pieced it together. Earlier that morning, Zhang Bashan had come with the authorities to arrest him, clearly under Wang Yuanhui's instigation. In fact, on his way back, Zhang Yun had been contemplating how to exact his retribution upon Zhang Bashan and Wang Yuanhui's family. Having been reborn, he relied on his memories from his previous life. Aware of their cruel nature, he had merely sought to distance himself from his uncle's family without entangling himself with them. Yet, Zhang Bashan and Wang Yuanhui repeatedly harbored malicious intentions and resorted to underhanded tactics, prompting Zhang Yun to retaliate, albeit symbolically. However, this time, the severity of Zhang Bashan and Wang Yuanhui's actions attempting to imprison Zhang Yun, had crossed the threshold of his tolerance. There was not a shred of familial affection. They had treated him as an adversary. Thus, how could Zhang Yun possibly spare Zhang Boxuan's family? What? Is my return a point of contention for you? Zhang Yun retorted coldly. Meanwhile, he had already devised a method of punishment for this family. This particular plan, Zhang Yun was certain, would ignite turmoil within Zhang Boxuan's household, causing them profound anguish. At that moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness focused on the numbers above the first plot. Acceleration points, 55. Immediately, he locked onto a robust-looking rat within the spirit spring space. These rats were intended for breeding venomous snakes. He selected the most vigorous one and commanded it with his mind. Allocate 1 acceleration point to the rat. Allocate 1 acceleration point to the rat. Allocate 1 acceleration point to the rat. Acceleration points, 25. At that moment, the rat became exceedingly nimble, its eyes bright and lively, exuding an air of intelligence. Zhang Yun entered his home and released the rat. Simultaneously, he retrieved banknotes of various denominations, 10, 5, 2, 1 yuan, along with 0, 5, 0, 2, 0, 1, 0, 0, 5, 0, 0, 2, and 0, 0, 1 yuan, and laid them before the rat. Little rat, your task today is to go beneath Wang Yuanhui's bed, where there is a wooden chest. Dig a hole from below and steal all this money. Bury the stolen money underground, and when I return home, you shall deliver it to me, Zhang Yun commanded. Due to the enhancement provided by the 3 acceleration points, the mouse comprehended Zhang Yun's words, nodding in immediate understanding. This was the punitive method devised by Zhang Yun. He could sense disturbances within a radius of 50 meters. His uncle's home was merely next door, and naturally, he sensed the location where they concealed their money. If he were to abscond with Wang Yuanhui's funds, she would undoubtedly descend into madness, forever haunted by a lack of security. Zhang Yun had always adhered to the principle of self-reliance, believing that in times of financial hardship, one must devise their own means of earning, eschewing the temptation to exploit the abilities of the spiritual spring for theft. However, the egregious actions of Wang Yuanhui and Zhang Boxuan, who sought to drive him to despair, ignited a fierce anger within him, compelling him to wield the powers of his space for a severe retribution against them. After arranging matters with the mouse, Zhang Yun proceeded to the kitchen, where he infused the water tank with some spiritual spring essence, gathered a few peaches and jujubes, and collected 20 wild chicken eggs. Once everything was meticulously placed, he departed his home, aiming to reach Hongling Commune. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanhui eagerly awaited her husband and son's return. Why didn't you capture that rascal Zhang Yun? She anxiously inquired as the four entered the house. Don't ask, Zhang Boxuan replied, his countenance dark and foreboding. Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xunli, and Zhang Jianxi pulled Wang Yuanhui aside to elucidate the situation. Upon hearing their explanation, Wang Yuanhui was nearly beside herself with frustration. How could Zhang Yun be so fortuitous, managing to sell everything just in time and escaping without any incriminating evidence? She fumed. Those people from Jigong Mountain dared to confront the authorities. It infuriates me. With this revelation, Wang Yuanhui's expression fell, overwhelmed by indignation. Unfortunately, this has now implicated Duan Hongbing. He will surely distance himself from our family henceforth. This was Zhang Boxuan's greatest grievance, for he had lost an important connection. In the future, not only would Duan Hongbing refrain from assisting him, but he might even seek revenge. This misstep on Duan Hongbing's part had cost him an opportunity for advancement, providing him with ample reason to harbor resentment towards Zhang Boxuan. The family descended into a silence, their spirits dampened, oblivious to the fact that a mouse had already burrowed its way beneath Wang Yuanhui's bed. Chapter 103. The Brick Factory and the Wild Boar herd. Zhang Yun rode on a roe deer, flanked by 2 red foxes as they traversed the county road. This thoroughfare passed through Chu Shui Commune, meandered past Hongling Commune, and would eventually cross into the territories of 7 or 8 more communes before reaching the city of Fengshan. The remoteness of Chu Shui Commune was evident, situated at the western frontier of Fengshan County. Now, Zhang Yun was en route to Hongling Commune, conveniently adjacent to Chu Shui, making the journey relatively short. Departing from Jiuwan village, the straight-line distance was less than 10 miles. However, the actual distance to the brick factory producing red bricks in Hongling Commune was nearly 40 miles due to the winding paths dictated by the mountainous terrain surrounding Fengshan County. Along the way, Zhang Yun would take a moment to sense each mountain he passed, discovering that numerous wild beasts were active in the vicinity, particularly hares, which seemed to abound on every hilltop. Had it not been for the constraints of time, Zhang Yun would have relished the opportunity to thoroughly scour each mountain peak he encountered. The journey of 40 li consumed 2 hours of travel. The Maple Leaf Brick Factory, renowned as the most distinguished brickworks of Hongling Commune, owes its fame to the rich clay deposits in the soil surrounding Hongfeng village, which facilitate the effortless production of red bricks. Zhang Yun's familiarity with the Maple Leaf Brick Factory stems from his elder sister, Zhang Fun, who was married into Hongfeng village, and his brother-in-law, Lu Fu, who works at the factory. Surrounded by undulating mountains, the area around Hongfeng village is adorned with lush, verdant forests. The Maple Leaf Brick Factory is nestled amidst these hills, accessible only via a gravel road. At this moment, Zhang Yun arrived at the entrance of the factory, which is marked by 2 impressive pillars constructed of red bricks, supporting a large tree upon which 5 nails are affixed, displaying the name of the factory in bold letters. Looking inside, he observed a substantial pile of finished red bricks, yet the atmosphere within the factory was abuzz with activity. A vast open space within the factory housed over 20 robust men, many of whom bore hunting rifles. At the center stood a middle-aged man clad in an ice-blue Zhongshan suit, explaining something to the assembly. Zhang Yun's acute hearing had already gleaned the gist of the situation from the entrance. Just the day before, a herd of wild boars had stormed into the factory, wreaking havoc and tragically resulting in the death of a factory worker. The previous day, the boars had returned, causing damage to a kiln without any fatalities. Consequently, the factory director had summoned hunters from neighboring villages to venture into the mountains and hunt the wild boar. As Zhang Yun rode in on his roebuck, he instantly became the center of attention. The sight of a man mounted on a roebuck was astonishing. Several hunters, armed with rifles, gasped in surprise upon seeing him. Typically, a creature as delectable as the roebuck would be shot on sight by these hunters. It was rare to encounter someone like Zhang Yun who would invest time in taming such an animal for riding. Naturally, the hunters were filled with curiosity as they gazed at Zhang Yun. The man in the Zhongshan suit, Lu Qiyuan, the factory director, also scrutinized Zhang Yun until he approached. "Comrade, who are you? What brings you to the brick factory?" Lu Qiyuan inquired, clearly unfamiliar with Zhang Yun. Dismounting from the roebuck, Zhang Yun smiled and replied, "Hello, Director Lu. I am Zhang Yun from the neighboring Chu Shui commune. I have come here to purchase bricks." He stated his purpose plainly. Lu Qiyuan was not taken aback by this revelation. It was obvious that visitors to the factory were there to buy bricks. "Comrade Zhang Yun, I must apologize, but our factory is currently facing some difficulties and is temporarily unable to sell bricks." Lu Qiyuan promptly declined. "Director Lu, I assure you, I am sincerely here to purchase bricks. I kindly ask for your understanding," Zhang Yun said with a polite smile. Before Lu Qiyuan could respond, a burly man nearby, with an open demeanor, interjected loudly. "Brother, the brick factory is currently besieged by a horde of wild boars, rendering production impossible. Moreover, the factory is already in debt to several suppliers for tens of thousands of bricks, and with your sudden visit to purchase bricks, it is unlikely that the factory can accommodate your request." Upon hearing the hunter's words, Zhang Yun immediately grasped the situation. The relentless assault of the wild boars over the past 3 days, particularly the unfortunate loss of a worker, had incapacitated the factory's operations. The accumulated orders had not been fulfilled, let alone those who arrived afterward to place new orders. In such circumstances, even if Zhang Yun possessed the funds and was willing to offer a premium, the factory would still be unable to meet his demands. However, Zhang Yun was not one to concede easily. "Director Lu, if I were to assist you in eradicating this group of wild boars, would you prioritize selling bricks to me?" Zhang Yun suddenly exclaimed with a smile. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Qiyuan had yet to respond when a chorus of laughter erupted from the dozen or so hunters present. "Brother, that is quite the amusing proposition," remarked one hunter, adjusting the shotgun slung over his back. "Do you really think you can jest with us? We, a group of seasoned hunters, wouldn't dare claim to confront this horde of wild boars, yet you exude such confidence?" Scoffed another hunter. "Brother, you lack even a single shotgun or bow. Can you truly call yourself a hunter? Do you believe you can take down a wild boar with just your bare hands?" Another laughed mockingly. "You might not even know what a wild boar looks like, do you? Do you understand how thick the hide of a wild boar is? If one stood before you, you would tire yourself out before even scratching its armored skin," chimed in an older hunter disdainfully, clearly looking down on Zhang Yun as if he were merely spouting nonsense. Lu Qiyuan also assumed Zhang Yun was jesting and patiently explained, "Comrade, wild boars often rub against tree trunks, their hides infused with resin, rendering them akin to armor, remarkably thick and resilient. You cannot contend with that. If you wish to purchase bricks, you must wait until these hunters have cleared the boars and I have fulfilled other outstanding orders before it can be your turn." Zhang Yun remained composed, undeterred by their mockery, and earnestly inquired, "Director Liu, please give me a clear answer. If I manage to eliminate this group of wild boars, will you prioritize selling bricks to me?" Unfazed by the hunter's derision, Zhang Yun solely sought a response from Lu Qiyuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiyuan's expression darkened with irritation. He felt exasperated that Zhang Yun could not comprehend his straightforward words, having extended his good intentions to persuade him to leave. Zhang Yun still pressed him in front of so many witnesses. "Young comrade, since you are so oblivious to the dangers, I will cease my advisements." "Very well. If you wish for the red bricks, I will make this agreement. Should you succeed in clearing the wild boars, all the bricks piled on this land will be yours to take first, in whatever quantity you desire." Lu Qiyuan replied, somewhat angrily. This was precisely the response Zhang Yun had been seeking, and an inward smile crept across his face. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Little brother, what brings you to the brick factory?" "This is the voice of my brother-in-law, Lu Fu." Chapter 104. You shall not bully my elder sister. Zhang Yun turned to his brother-in-law, Lu Fu, as memories of his past life surged in his mind. Lu Fu, now 32, is 8 years older than his elder sister, Zhang Fun. Had it not been for Zhang Zhongli borrowing money for medical treatment, they would not have incurred such a substantial debt, which hastened Zhang Fun's marriage. Lu Fu, though capable and hardworking, possesses a rather complicated family background, with a domineering mother and 3 younger brothers and 2 sisters. After Zhang Fun married, she bore the brunt of all household chores, living a life of relentless toil. Lu Fu worked at a brick factory, surrendering his meager salary to his mother, leaving him with little to his name, thus rendering him powerless to protect Zhang Fun. It was only after Zhang Yun established a successful food factory that he helped Lu Fu set up his own brick factory, allowing Lu Fu to rise in fortune and gain a voice within the household. "Brother-in-law, I have come to purchase bricks for building a house," Zhang Yun calmly replied. Gazing at Lu Fu stood there, stunned. Building a house? In Lu Fu's mind, his father-in-law's family was destitute. He doubted they could even settle their debts in the next decade, let alone construct a new home. "Who are you buying bricks for?" Lu Fu immediately jumped to conclusions. Pressing further, "Of course, I am buying bricks to build my own new house. I am about to get married," Zhang Yun replied with composure. Lu Fu could hardly believe it. His voice rising in anger, he exclaimed, "Little brother-in-law, do not spout nonsense. You know the situation in your family better than anyone, don't you?" In Lu Fu's eyes, his father-in-law's household had merely 3 rooms, insufficient even for their own family, and they were burdened with debts. Which girl would marry Zhang Yun under such circumstances? Who would endure hardship alongside him in poverty and without a place to live? Thus, Lu Fu was convinced that Zhang Yun was merely boasting. Upon hearing Lu Fu's words, Lu Qiyuan and the hunters exchanged knowing smirks, confirming their suspicions that Zhang Yun was indeed speaking grandiloquently. At that moment, Zhang Yun, disinterested in engaging in further banter, addressed Lu Qiyuan, saying, "Director Lu, remember what you just said. I will return shortly with a bow and arrow, and we shall see if I can clear out those wild boars." Before arriving, Zhang Yun had not anticipated that his intention to buy bricks would lead him to the pursuit of wild beasts. Therefore, he had not brought his bow and arrow along. Now, he needed an excuse to leave, planning to return in an hour or 2 equipped for the hunt. Lu Qiyuan, having already formed a fixed opinion of Zhang Yun as a boastful and vain individual, was convinced that Zhang Yun's departure from the brick factory was merely a pretext to escape after being exposed by Lu Fu. "Comrade, my words carry weight," Lu Qiyuan replied with a sly grin. "Provided you can eliminate this pack of wild boars, I shall prioritize selling bricks to you." He was certain that once Zhang Yun left, he would not return. Zhang Yun exchanged a few words with Lu Fu before promptly departing the brick factory on a deer. The hunters watched with smiles as Zhang Yun departed. After the figure of Zhang Yun vanished from sight, Lu Qiyuan finally addressed the group of hunters. "Ladies and gentlemen, as previously agreed, whoever manages to hunt a wild boar will claim its carcass. Additionally, our brick factory will provide a subsidy of 5 yuan to each participant today. This is the condition we established earlier. After all, each hunter risks their life venturing into the mountains to hunt wild boars, and without a substantial subsidy, we would struggle to secure their participation. Rest assured, Director Liu," one of the hunters replied confidently. "It has been far too long since I last brought down a wild boar. Today, I must become a hero of the hunt." The hunters were imbued with a sense of assurance. Soon, all 15 hunters entered the vast mountains behind the brick factory, following the tracks left by the wild boars in their search. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, riding on a roe deer, chose not to return but instead headed towards Lu Fu's home. His visit to the brick factory was not solely to purchase bricks. He also intended to bring his elder sister back home to assist in building their house, and to manage various chores. After 5 minutes of swift running, the roe deer arrived at the residential area of Hongfeng village. Lu Fu's home was centrally located, surrounded by neighbors. The sight of Zhang Yun accompanied by the roe deer and followed by 2 red wolves immediately captivated the attention of the villagers, who gathered around him. Zhang Yun made his way directly to Lu Fu's doorstep. Just then, he overheard a commotion in the yard. "Zhang Fun, have you eaten? You've been washing clothes all morning, and you still haven't finished." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun recognized that it was Lu Fu's mother, Han Yun, criticizing and pressuring Zhang Fun once again. In his previous life, although he had heard of Zhang Fun being bullied by her mother-in-law, his gentle nature and impoverished background left him without the courage to support her. However, the present circumstances were different. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Yun leaped from the back of the roe deer, forcefully kicking open the partially ajar wooden door, which splintered with a loud crash. The villagers gasped in astonishment. "Who dares to bully my sister?" Zhang Yun stormed inside, fueled by righteous fury. He then saw his elder sister, Zhang Fun, squatting on the ground, her slender hands scrubbing clothes in a large wooden basin. The family's garments, numbering at least 30, were all piled in the basin. Yet she was left to wash them alone. Zhang Yun also noticed the weariness etched on his sister's face. Though Zhang Fun was only 24, the toll of endless labor had aged her, making her appear akin to a 35-year-old woman, bearing the weight of hardship. More distressing was the numbness in her expression, indicative of her habituation to the Lu family's oppression. As Zhang Yun's roar echoed through the air, Zhang Fun turned her head and recognized her younger brother. "Why have you come, third brother?" she exclaimed, bending slightly and rubbing her back, clearly suffering from discomfort. Beside Zhang Fun, a stout woman, her mother-in-law Han Yun, stood with an air of authority, berating Zhang Fun without restraint. Burnt forests. Han Yun watched in disbelief as the gate to her home suddenly shattered and was flung open, revealing Zhang Yunfei leaping into her house. For a moment, she was stunned, but upon hearing Zhang Fun's words, she instantly recognized him as Zhang Fun's brother, Zhang Yun. "Ah, Zhang Yun, how dare you come to our Lu family and wreak havoc? You think you can just kick down my door and not compensate for it? You shall not leave Hongfeng village today without paying." Han Yun, having been a formidable figure in the Lu family for a lifetime, was not one to let Zhang Yun have the upper hand so easily, and she shouted in anger. Zhang Yun had already charged forward, seizing a large wooden basin and tossing all the clothes out, drenching Han Yun with both water and garments. "You still want me to pay? If the Lu family does not provide me with an explanation today, I will dismantle your courtyard. My elder sister married into your family not to be bullied." Zhang Yun's voice thundered with fury. Chapter 105. "Let us go. I'll take you home." Who is this person, so audacious? A dozen villagers had squeezed into Lu Fu's courtyard, shocked by Zhang Yun's loud declarations. A young man daring to threaten to tear down someone else's courtyard was indeed a rare sight. "Did you not hear? He is Zhang Fun's brother, here to support her." An inquisitive older woman chimed in. These villagers, unoccupied with work, thrived on gossip, and now had the opportunity to witness the unfolding drama among Zhang Yun, Zhang Fun, and Han Yun, their eyes wide and ears perked up in anticipation. Seeing her brother drench their mother-in-law with clothes and water, Zhang Fun immediately panicked and rushed to stop Zhang Yun. "Third brother, what are you doing?" She was genuinely afraid that Zhang Yun's actions would escalate the situation, jeopardizing her own ability to live in this household. Zhang Yun, observing his sister's trembling form, realized the extent of her daily torment within this family. It became clear that she had developed an instinctive fear of them, worrying that if he stirred up trouble, their mother-in-law, younger brother, and sister-in-law would only become more oppressive. With this thought, the volcano of anger within Zhang Yun could no longer be contained. "Elder sister, take Yinzi and come home with me. If this family does not welcome you, then there is no need to stay. From now on, I will take care of you," he declared with fierce determination. Zhang Fun was momentarily taken aback. She had dreamt of returning home many times, yet had never mustered the courage to voice it. Now, those words had finally escaped from Zhang Yun's lips. However, she rejected him. "Third brother, do not act recklessly. I have food and shelter here. My life is quite good." Yet, her true thoughts betrayed her. She was acutely aware of their poverty, the outstanding debts, and the lack of adequate housing. If she were to take her daughter back, she would not only face ridicule and judgment, but also lack the basic necessities for a decent life. Though her mother-in-law, younger brother, and sister-in-law did not treat her well, at Lu Fu's home, she had a roof over her head and food to eat. Despite the hard labor, she felt she could persevere. This encapsulates the prevailing mindset of women in the 1970s after marriage, conforming to their husbands and enduring hardship. Zhang Fan believed that other women also embraced this fate. Zhang Yun, having lived 2 lifetimes, discerned his sister's inner thoughts upon hearing her words. Sister, do you know why I have come to Hongfeng village? I intend to build a new house. I am here to purchase bricks. My brother-in-law has seen me just now, and he is aware of this. You must return home with me now. Rest assured, I have money now and can provide for both you and Yanzi. Zhang Yun spoke earnestly, eager to share the details with his sister and alleviate her concerns. Having acquired wealth, he felt emboldened to make such declarations, a stark contrast to his past self who would have faltered in expressing such sentiments. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback. She could see the truth in Zhang Yun's demeanor, sensing he was not lying. However, disbelief lingered. How could he have amassed wealth in such a short span? Just as the siblings were engaged in conversation, Han Yun, having finished beating her clothes and running her fingers through her damp hair, cast a menacing glare at them. You wish to leave and take my granddaughter with you? Not a chance. Zhang Yun, you must kneel and apologize today and compensate for my family's door. Otherwise, you shall not leave Hongfeng village. Han Yun's expression was fierce, her resolve unwavering. At that moment, Zhang Yun let out a cold laugh, unwilling to engage in further discourse. Red wolves, attack her. With a command, the 2 red wolves that had been resting sprang into action, lunging toward Han Yun. Ah, he is trying to kill me, she shrieked, her bravado dissipating in the face of the wolves' assault, prompting her to flee into her room and slam the door shut. Zhang Yun disregarded her frantic cries, instead entering the room of Zhang Fan and Lu Fu, where his niece Lu Xiaoyan was peacefully asleep. His expression shifted from cold indifference to tender affection as he approached and lifted the little girl, who was just over a year old. Zhang Fan followed into the room and, witnessing this sight, hesitated before inquiring, "Third brother, are you truly taking me home?" Zhang Yun, aware of her lingering doubts, reached into his pocket and produced a wad of cash. "There's over 200 here." Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned. It was indeed a substantial sum. "Sister, our family's debts are settled. I am building a new house, and I need your help at home. Once my new house is completed, you and Xiaoyan can share a room. Rest assured, as your brother, I will ensure you are well fed." Zhang Yun assured her earnestly. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Zhang Fan began to believe. She retrieved her modest belongings, merely a couple of outfits, and placed them in a cloth bag, ready to follow Zhang Yun out of the room. The 2 red wolves blocked the door, while Han Yun remained inside, shouting in terror, yet too fearful to emerge. Through the narrow slit of the window, Han Yun glimpsed Zhang Fan preparing to leave home with Zhang Yun, and an immediate sense of urgency washed over her. Without this free labor, the burdens of household chores, cooking, laundry, feeding pigs, and cleaning, would fall squarely on her shoulders. After merely 2 years of improved living conditions, Han Yun had no desire to revert to the grueling existence of endless toil, day and night. "Zhang Fan, if you dare to leave this home, don't even think about coming back," she thought, hoping to intimidate Zhang Fan into staying. Zhang Fan hesitated, clearly intimidated by Han Yun after enduring 2 years of accumulated distress. Zhang Yun quickly grasped Zhang Fan's hand and calmly stated, "Sister, if Lu Fu does not provide a satisfactory solution upon our return, you need not come back. Rest assured, I will always be your support." Hearing such heartfelt words, Zhang Fan was suddenly overcome with tears. "I trust you, sister." After enduring immense grievances over the past 2 years, Zhang Fan felt a surge of emotion as Zhang Yun stood up for her, uttering words even more resolute than her husband's. All her pent-up frustrations transformed into tears. Subsequently, Zhang Yun helped Zhang Fan onto the back of a deer, entrusting her with the sleeping Lu Xiaoyan, before leading the deer out of Lu's courtyard. The red wolf blocked their path, but only fled after Zhang Yun had departed for a minute. Han Yun, crying out as she exited the house, was met with the mocking expressions of the villagers, feeling utterly humiliated today. "Zhang Fan, Zhang Yun, do not expect to have it easy." After uttering a harsh remark, Han Yun dashed out of the house, determined to summon her husband, son, and daughter to restore her dignity. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, leading the deer, headed straight for the maple red brick factory. In Chapter 106, "No one can hinder me from taking my sister away," Zhang Yun entered the brick factory with the deer. Lu Qiyuan had already dispatched 15 hunters into the mountains to hunt wild beasts, yet he remained restless in his office. He was anxious that these hunters might fail to eliminate the wild boar herd, potentially provoking their wrath and inviting further retaliation against the brick factory. The worker who had been killed by the wild boars 2 days prior was unaware of the circumstances. Only Lu Qiyuan knew that this worker had captured a young wild boar and slaughtered it, inciting the herd's vengeance that led to the assault on the factory. Now, In order to ensure the factory's smooth operation, Lu Qiyuan had no choice but to enlist the help of renowned hunters from the surrounding villages to cull the wild boars. However, he felt a deep-seated anxiety regarding their capability to succeed. The mountainous terrain surrounding the factory, though not particularly high, was extensive and treacherous, with numerous streams and ravines making navigation difficult for hunters, while the wild boars could traverse it with ease. Lu Qiyuan was certain that if the wild boar herd was not entirely eradicated, their fury would escalate, leading to an even greater act of vengeance. Just as Lu Qiyuan was consumed by worry, Zhang Yun arrived at the door of his office. Comrade, what brings you back so swiftly? Lu Qiyuan's initial impression of Zhang Yun was far from favorable. He had already concluded that Zhang Yun was a braggart devoid of any true hunting prowess. Yet he fancied himself a master of beast hunting. Zhang Yun was well aware of Lu Qiyuan's perception of him. He chose not to elaborate further, believing that the only way to win his respect was to personally hunt down all the wild boars, demonstrating his capabilities through results. Director Lu, I must inform you that I will only be able to assist you in hunting the wild boar herd tomorrow morning, Zhang Yun said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiyuan's conviction that Zhang Yun lacked hunting abilities grew stronger. He suspected that Zhang Yun was merely concocting excuses and might come up with new ones tomorrow. However, having never held much hope for Zhang Yun, Lu Qiyuan was indifferent to whether he would actually show up to hunt the wild boars. All right, I understand. Lu Qiyuan waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Yun said no more and promptly exited the office, preparing to lead the road deer away from the brick factory. Had it not been for the need to escort Zhang Fun and Lu Xiaoyan back to Jiwan village, Zhang Yun would undoubtedly have readied his bow and knife and ventured into the mountains to hunt the wild boars directly. Given the unexpected circumstances, Zhang Yun prioritized ensuring his sister and niece's safe return. He could not allow the two of them to remain at the brick factory while he ventured alone into the wilderness. Should I inform your brother-in-law? Zhang Fun, seated upon the roe deer's back, remarked as they arrived at the red brick factory. Despite the grievances she faced from her in-laws, she bore no ill will towards her husband, Lu Fu. What is there to say? The root of your troubles with your in-laws ultimately lies with Lu Fu. If he truly cared for you, he would have intervened to prevent such occurrences. Lu Fu may be foolishly filial and affectionate towards his siblings. Yet for the sake of maintaining his family's unity and harmony, he allows you, an outsider, to bear the weight of the family's oppression, Zhang Yun retorted angrily. Just then, Lu Fu appeared, having transported a cart of brick molds from the production line to the open area for drying. Wife, brother-in-law, what brings you here? Lu Fu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing them, immediately setting down the cart and rushing over. As Lu Fu approached, Zhang Yun stepped in front of him and said coolly, Lu Fu, I visited your home earlier. Do you have any idea what I witnessed? Your mother had my sister washing an entire household's worth of laundry, including your younger siblings' undergarments. My sister married you not in pursuit of luxury, but merely to be treated as family. Yet your family treats her as nothing more than a servant, and I cannot accept that. Therefore, I intend to take my sister home today. Reflect on how you will treat her in the future. Only when I am satisfied can she continue to live with you. Upon hearing these words and noticing Zhang Fun wiping away her tears, Lu Fu immediately realized the truth in Zhang Yun's statements. In truth, Lu Fu had witnessed such instances before, but as the eldest son, he felt compelled to shoulder more responsibilities for his younger siblings and the Lu family. Thus, Lu Fu also believed that as the eldest sister-in-law, Zhang Fun should take on more responsibilities, which was not unreasonable. In rural areas, which daughter-in-law does not engage in agricultural work, which does not handle household chores? This prevalent phenomenon led Lu Fu to think that Zhang Fun's diligent management of household affairs was entirely normal. If Zhang Fun felt wronged, he would comfort her in private. However, what Lu Fu failed to realize was that his indulgent mindset allowed Han Yun and his younger siblings to bully Zhang Fun without restraint. No, Zhang Fun is my wife. You cannot take her away without my consent. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Lu Fu became agitated and attempted to push Zhang Yun aside, seeking to bring Zhang Fun and his daughter back. Get lost. Zhang Yun, unceremoniously, kicked Lu Fu, sending him flying over 2 meters, his expression suddenly turning cold. Lu Fu was taken aback. He never anticipated that Zhang Yun would kick him. Was this still the timid and honest brother-in-law he once knew? Lu Qiyuan, having heard the commotion outside, quickly emerged from his office and found Lu Fu sitting dumbfounded on the ground while Zhang Yun was attempting to take Zhang Fun away. Comrade, you are being rather excessive. Although you are her brother-in-law, you cannot forcibly interfere in a couple's affairs. As the factory director, Lu Qiyuan could not tolerate Zhang Yun's bullying of his workers. Zhang Yun calmly stepped aside, picked up a red brick with his right hand, and smiled faintly. Director Liu, I intend to take my sister with me today, regardless of the circumstances. Anyone who dares to stop me should consider whether their bones are harder than this brick. With that, Zhang Yun exerted force with both hands, effortlessly breaking the brick in half. After experiencing the effects of the Lingquan space's power and daily consumption of Lingquan water, Zhang Yun's physical strength was astonishing. Although he had never measured it precisely, he was confident that he could strike down an adult wild boar with a single punch. Tossing aside the two halves of the brick, Zhang Yun continued to lead the deer away. Lu Qiyuan's mouth fell open. He was indeed awed by Zhang Yun's strength. Lu Fu was equally astonished, unable to believe that this was the same brother-in-law he knew. His power was extraordinary. However, a moment later, Lu Qiyuan suddenly laughed. This young man might genuinely be a hunter. If he claims he can hunt that group of wild boars, I believe him now. Chapter 107. Nursing time can also catch wild rabbit's sister. Let us first go to Wujiakio village to speak with the second sister and see if she wishes to return home. Having left Fingya Red Brick Factory for less than a mile, they finally reached the county road, and Zhang Yun spoke up. The purpose of this trip to Hongling Commune was not only to purchase bricks, but also to inform his two sisters about his plans to build a house. With the unexpected situation involving the eldest sister, Zhang Yun could only escort her home for now, and on the return journey, they would pass through another village in the Hongling Commune, Wujiakio village. Alright, I haven't seen the second sister in a long time either. Once Zhang Fan left the boundaries of Hongfeng village, her mood improved significantly. The heavy sense of oppression that had weighed on her heart dissipated entirely. At that moment, Zhang Fan's daughter, Lu Xiaoyan, whom she had been holding, awoke. Perhaps it was the sudden brightness of the sun that startled her, for Lu Xiaoyan began to cry. Her chubby, rosy face adorably round. Third brother, step aside. I need to nurse Xiaoyan, Zhang Fan said, aware that her daughter was prone to waking up grumpy. With the intense sunlight and the oppressive heat, the crying would only intensify. However, there was one redeeming quality about Lu Xiaoyan. She would quiet down as long as she had something to eat. When Zhang Fan left home, she had only taken clothing, forgetting Lu Xiaoyan's rice porridge, so she had no choice but to nurse her. Zhang Yun nodded and directed the fawn to a cooler spot before making his way to a nearby hill. Nursing a child is not a task that can be completed in an instant, and Zhang Yun had sensed signs of active wild rabbits when he arrived at this hill. He would not waste a moment. Seizing the opportunity presented by the nursing, his desire to catch rabbits surged uncontrollably. Thus, Zhang Yun promptly retrieved a machete from his spatial storage, found a suitable spot, and swiftly dug a 1-meter-deep pit with a few quick strokes. He then fashioned a trap from branches and placed a bamboo tube filled with spiritual spring water at the bottom of the pit, waiting for the rabbits to fall in. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yun advanced another 100 meters into the mountains and dug another pit. In this fervent endeavor, he managed to dig 10 pits along the base of the hill. After completing the last pit, Zhang Yun waited nearby for about 5 minutes, his acute perception confirming that 12 wild rabbits had fallen into the pit. My sister must have finished nursing by now. I need to hurry back, he reminded himself. Keenly aware of the time, determined not to keep Zhang Fan waiting. Without the desire to capture all the rabbits in the mountains, he dashed back to the first pit. The first pit held 12 rabbits, while the second contained 14. As he returned, Zhang Yun thoroughly scoured all 10 pits, astonishingly capturing a total of 148 wild rabbits. Were the hunters of Hongfeng village merely idle? With so many rabbits in this hill, why had they not come to hunt? Zhang Yun was exhilarated. In just half an hour, he had caught 148 rabbits, which equated to over 500 yuan, above the giant stone in the spiritual spring space. The acceleration point was 98. The combined weight of these 148 rabbits exceeded 700 pounds. At this moment, Zhang Yun extracted 2 male rabbits, securely tied them with a hemp vine, and carried them back to Zhang Fan. Third brother, you have returned, Zhang Fan exclaimed. Having nursed for 5 minutes without seeing Zhang Yun, her worry creeping in. Sister, look what I have. Zhang Yun proudly lifted the hemp vine, causing the 2 rabbits to sway. Wow, 2 rabbits. Did you catch these? Zhang Fan exclaimed in delight. Of course. Your brother is quite the skilled hunter. Once you return home, you will see. I have been hunting many beasts during this time, Zhang Yun replied joyfully. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with delight as she realized she hardly recognized her brother after such a brief separation. He had undergone significant transformation. Fortunately, it was a positive change, and Zhang Fan felt a surge of joy within her heart. Little Yanzi, having just consumed milk, was now quite spirited. She spotted Zhang Yun, yet did not recognize him, instead pointing excitedly at the 2 wild rabbits in his hands. At just over a year old, Yanzi could only utter mama and papa, but when she called out mama, A proud smile blossomed on Zhang Fun's face, embodying the essence of motherhood. Zhang Yun, swinging the rabbits playfully, encouraged, Yinzi, call him uncle. Although her pronunciation was unclear, Yinzi understood that Zhang Yun was teasing her and remarkably mimicked the tone of uncle. Zhang Yun was elated, feeling as though her call had lifted his spirit. Just as he was about to hand over the rabbits, Zhang Fan intervened. Third brother, these rabbits are unclean. Do not let Yinzi touch them. Zhang Yun, upon reflection, agreed, recognizing that wild rabbits carried various germs and viruses. Yinzi, when we arrive at Chu Shui commune, uncle will buy you some candy, he cheerfully announced, retracting the rabbits. Candy. Yinzi, having tasted candy before and heard of it from others, clapped her hands in excitement at Zhang Yun's words. Zhang Fan watched this joyful exchange, her heart swelling with happiness. Let us go, elder sister. We must take the shortcut to second sister's house, so we should hurry to make it in time for lunch. Zhang Yun said with a smile, promptly assisting Zhang Fan onto the deer and lifting Yinzi up to place her beside her. Two red hounds led the way as Zhang Yun guided the deer, moving rhythmically along the path. After traversing 5 miles of county road, they finally entered the small path leading to Wu Jiaqiao village. After walking for about another mile, they arrived at the residential area of the village. Surrounding Wu Jiaqiao village were several mountains, each hosting a sizable stream. During the Republic of China era, stone channels were constructed, merging into a small river. Along the banks of this river, villagers had spontaneously built various homes. A grand stone bridge spanned the river, facilitating the movement of villagers living on both sides. The village predominantly consisted of the Wu family, thus the bridge was aptly named Wu Jiaqiao. Following the establishment of the nation, the village was officially designated as Wu Jiaqiao Village. Second sister Zhang Fong, who married Wu Xuenong, resided in the eastern village of Wu Jiaqiao. At around noon, Zhang Yun and Zhang Fan arrived at Wu Xuenong's home, a courtyard shaped like a return character, with only front and back entrances for access. Oh, elder sister, third brother, what a coincidence to see you both together. Just as Zhang Yun and Zhang Fan arrived, Zhang Fong was coming out to dispose of water from a basin, and she immediately recognized her two relatives, her surprise evident. Chapter 108. Second sister also wants to return home. Nephew Nyo Zhang Yun gazed at his second sister, a wave of emotion washing over him. In his previous life, she had been the one who provided him with the most support. The nation liberalized the individual economy only at the end of 1978. At that time, Zhang Yun had just started seeking employment, lacking connections. It was Zhang Fong who advised him to set up a street stall selling snacks. Initially, the funds for procuring goods were borrowed from Zhang Fong. Gradually, with the money saved from the stall, along with a loan from his second brother-in-law, Wu Xuenong, Zhang Yun established a small food workshop, which eventually expanded into a food factory, leading to his prosperity. Elder sister, how did you come here with the third? Zhang Fong called out, then quickly inquired further. Zhang Yun stepped forward, presenting 2 wild rabbits with a smile. Second sister, won't you let us in for a while? Look, Xiaoyan's face is all sunburned. Let her cool down. It wouldn't be appropriate to discuss family matters at the doorstep. After all, one must safeguard the family's dignity. Oh, come in. You must not have eaten yet. I'll cook something. Zhang Fong accepted the 2 rabbits, surprised, especially upon seeing the roe deer and the 2 red jackals. Curiosity stirred within her. Soon, the 3 siblings entered the main room, and Zhang Fong hurriedly prepared a meal before joining them to inquire further. Zhang Yun provided a brief account of their situation. Zhang Fong listened, her expression akin to that of someone engrossed in a fantastical tale, her astonishment evident. Third, you've indeed made something of yourself. You were always so honest. I can't believe you possess a hunter's talent, and now you've helped the family become prosperous. And, elder sister, why have you lived so meekly? If you had come to me sooner, I would have stormed into Lu Fu's house and turned it upside down. Oh, Xiaoyan, quickly call her Annie. She is truly adorable. After hearing this, Zhang Fong launched into her lengthy discourse, which was indeed abundant. At this moment, Zhang Yun intervened, wishing to halt her incessant chatter. Second sister, I came to invite you back home to help me oversee the new house. Oh, I wonder if second brother-in-law is free. He has the skills for construction. If he goes to Jiwan village, he can assist me, and I'll feel more at ease. Second brother-in-law Wu Xuenong was indeed skilled in bricklaying. In his previous life, he was a small contractor, recognized as a capable person in the village. Zhang Yun's primary purpose for visiting, aside from seeing his second sister Zhang Fong, was to invite Wu Xuenong to guide the house construction. With a relative supervising the entire process, Zhang Yun could focus on other matters with peace of mind. No problem. I'll return home with you today. As for your brother-in-law, don't worry. Once I'm home, he will certainly rush to Jiuan village. He can't do without me, Zhang Fang replied confidently. Zhang Yun found this assertion entirely believable. Wu Xuanong was the eldest son and the only male, with 4 younger sisters. Zhang Fang's character was somewhat decisive and assertive. Although she had hastily married Wu Xuanong to settle the family's debts upon arriving at his family, she had engaged in several confrontations with her mother-in-law, ultimately subduing her and becoming the authoritative figure in the Wu household. Later, Zhang Yun learned that Zhang Fang had employed a singular strategy to fully dominate Wu Xuanong and suppress her mother-in-law. Whenever a conflict arose between Zhang Fang and her mother-in-law, she would refuse to share a bed with Wu Xuanong. If Wu Xuanong were to forcibly share a bed, Zhang Fang would simply move to the center of the yard, sleeping on the ground regardless of how cold it might be. As the sole heir of the Wu family, he naturally did not wish for the family line to be extinguished. Whether it was the couple's inability to share a bed or Zhang Fang sleeping on the ground and risking her health, all of these factors hindered the possibility of conception. Thus, Zhang Fang, wielding her reproductive rights, assertively took control of the Wu family's affairs, especially after she gave birth to a son last year. Her status within the Wu family soared, and no one dared to challenge her. All right, since the second sister has said so, let's finish our meal and head home together. By the way, the little nephew is only a month younger than Xiao Yanzi. He should be able to walk by now, so let's bring him along. Zhang Yun promptly remarked. I wouldn't mind bringing him home, but I'm afraid his grandmother might go mad. She simply can't bear to part with her beloved grandson. Zhang Fang chuckled. Wu Feiyong, Zhang Yun's nephew, affectionately called Nyonyo, was indeed a robust child. At just 1 year old, his arms and legs were already more substantial than those of most children his age. He was the cherished grandson of the Wu family, pampered and fed with great care, ensuring he grew plump and healthy. Zhang Yun quickly recalled memories from his previous life, where Nyonyo had been spoiled and often got into fights as a teenager, even facing legal trouble. Naturally, Zhang Yun could not allow Nyonyo to be spoiled at such a tender age. It would be arduous to alter his unruly temperament later on. Discipline was essential in raising children, especially boys, as indulgent mothers often lead to wayward sons. Zhang Yun resolved to be the stern uncle, ensuring that someone could keep Nyonyo in check. Soon, Zhang Fang finished preparing the meal and served the dishes, while Zhang Yun and Zhang Fan hastily ate. Wu Xuanong returned home after dining at the production team's canteen, accompanied by his father and 4 sisters. They exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Yun and Zhang Fan before one by one retiring for their afternoon nap. Zhang Yun seized the opportunity to pull Wu Xuanong aside. Brother-in-law, my sister has already agreed to return home to help me build a house. I think you should accompany us to Jiuan village as well. Don't worry. I will ensure you are compensated for your labor over the past 10 days. You won't be at a loss. Although Zhang Fang was confident Wu Xuanong would follow, Zhang Yun felt it necessary to extend a personal invitation, as this pertained to a man's pride, a nuance Zhang Fang might not grasp, but one that Zhang Yun, as a man, understood well. Since your sister has said so, I will certainly support her. However, grant me 2 more days. There is a matter in the village that requires my attention and will take that long to resolve, Wu Xuanong replied with a smile. Zhang Yun nodded in agreement, assured that Wu Xuanong would indeed go. Coincidentally, the red bricks and cement would arrive in 2 days, marking the moment for Wu Xuanong to showcase his skills. Meanwhile, Wu Xuanong's mother, Chun Xiuqin, Zhang Fang's mother-in-law, began to weep upon hearing that Zhang Fang intended to take her beloved grandson away, fearing for his well-being. Zhang Yun possessed remarkable hearing and, naturally, caught wind of Chun Xiuqin's grievances. With a sense of resignation, he stepped inside and produced a sum of 10 yuan. Aunt, I hastily came here and did not have the opportunity to purchase a proper gift. Please do not refuse this small token. Rest assured, Nyonyo is my nephew, and his mother is accompanying him home. How could we possibly treat him poorly? In just half a month, he will be returned to you. If he appears a bit thinner, you have my permission to chastise me with a bamboo stick. Zhang Yun could only offer soothing words. After all, Chun Xiuqin cherished Wu Feiyong to an extraordinary degree, showering him with affection as if he were the very heavens. A day without seeing him left her utterly despondent. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Chun Xiuqin wiped her tears and pressed the money back into his hands. This money is for Nyonyo to buy some delectable treats. Let us not allow him to go hungry. You mentioned earlier that it would only be half a month. If you do not return, I shall come to Jiuan village to confront you. Chun Xiuqin spoke with a hint of sorrow. Zhang Yun could only nod in agreement, rendered speechless. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Wu Feiyong had grown unruly in his previous life, with a grandmother so indulgent, who could possibly rein him in. Thus, Zhang Yun's resolve deepened. He must assume the role of the villain to prevent Wu Feiyang from going astray from such a tender age. Chapter 109. Selling Grass Carp, Third Brother. This spring water is quite extraordinary. After just one sip, I feel invigorated. On the county road, Zhang Yun handed over the water flask, and upon tasting the magical spring water, Zhang Fang exclaimed in astonishment. Departing from Wujiakio village, the three siblings traversed under the sun, finding the journey somewhat arduous. Walking was no trouble. In this era, who among the rural folk did not walk daily? They had long since acclimated to long journeys. However, under the blazing sun, the body's sweat evaporated, making dehydration and heatstroke a real concern. Consequently, Zhang Yun retrieved the water flask hanging from his waist, allowing his two sisters to drink from the spring water to quench their thirst. Particularly, Lu Xiaoyan and Wu Feiyang, both just over a year old, were the primary focus of his care. Upon sipping the spring water, these two little ones instantly became lively and energetic, frequently reaching out for another taste. Zhang Yun carried a singular water flask, and before long, it was emptied by the group. Along the way, he would fabricate a story about discovering a spring in the nearby mountains, departing alone to refill the flask with the precious water. Thus, the three siblings, along with the two little ones, finally arrived at Xueshui commune around 2 in the afternoon. Upon reaching the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative courtyard, Zhang Yun produced 10 yuan, distributing 5 to each of Zhang Fun and Zhang Fang, eldest sister, second sister, during this visit home. You must stay for at least half a month. Our accommodations are limited, so we will have to sleep on the floor. Please take care of what clothing, bedding, toiletries, or gifts you might need. Do not hesitate to spend the money. Your brother is now financially secure, so do not worry about me. Use this money freely. Zhang Yun stated generously. Zhang Fan clutched a 50 yuan note, her hands trembling slightly. Having been married to Lu Fu for 2 years, she had never encountered such a sum in cash. Lu Fu's monthly salary barely exceeded 20 yuan, and upon receiving his wages, he dutifully surrendered them to his mother-in-law, Fang Hanyun, leaving only a few coins for Zhang Fun. Now, with Zhang Yun presenting her with 50 yuan, Zhang Fun was taken aback, hesitant to spend such an amount. Oh, this is too much, third brother, she exclaimed anxiously. Dear sister, what are you worried about? If third brother is generous enough to give us this money, it signifies his financial stability. Spend it boldly, Zhang Fang interjected. Unlike the others, she commanded the financial resources of the Wu family and had a naturally generous disposition, not one to scrimp on expenses for Zhang Yun. Big sister, second sister, take Xiao Yin and Nyo to shop. I have a matter to discuss with the director. Zhang Yun urged as he nudged his elder sister and second sister into the supply and marketing cooperative sales hall, turning with a smile before swiftly departing. As Zhang Fan hesitated, Zhang Fang decisively pulled her into the hall, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the goods displayed behind the large counters. It had been a long time since returning to her maternal home, and she intended to buy gifts aplenty. Do not worry, big sister. Third brother is building a house now. Why save him this little amount? Zhang Fang pressed. Zhang Fan bit her lip, steeling herself with determination, then smiled and replied, All right. I shall heed your advice and indulge a bit today. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun exited the courtyard of the cooperative, turning towards the back wall. Taking advantage of the absence of passers-by, he retrieved 2 baskets from the spiritual spring space, each filled to the brim with fish, 200 jin of grass carp, to be precise. This was Zhang Yun's first venture into home delivery, and he wished to avoid startling Lu Sanbao, the director of the cooperative. Before long, Zhang Yun, with the baskets balanced on his shoulders, re-entered the courtyard of the cooperative, stealthily maneuvering around to the back and arriving at the warehouse entrance. By coincidence, Lu Sanbao was there, counting supplies, and he immediately spotted Zhang Yun. Ah, Zhang Yun, my young brother, you truly came, Lu Sanbao exclaimed, having merely mentioned his interest in purchasing fish the previous day without harboring any real hope. Seeing Zhang Yun truly arrive with 2 baskets of grass carp brought him unexpected delight. Director, a friend of mine who is a hunter specializes in fishing, so I'm delivering these on his behalf. Look at these grass carp, they are quite substantial, and I expect a fair price for them, Zhang Yun enthusiastically presented. Lu Sanbao examined the fish with keen interest. They appeared as if freshly caught, brimming with vitality, capable of surviving for several days even in a tank. Hence, Lu Sanbao had no concerns regarding the quality of this batch. Zhang Yun, as I mentioned yesterday, I will purchase whatever quantity you bring. That promise stands, he affirmed. According to our cooperative's purchasing price, grass carp has always been 0.6 yuan per jin. What do you think of this price? Lu Sanbao smiled as he stated his offer. Zhang Yun paused for a moment, calculating in his mind. The fish sold by myself to the canteen at Linshui mine is priced at 0.8 8 yuan per pound, which is a direct price for the end consumers. The supply and marketing cooperative acts as an intermediary and, naturally, seeks to profit as well. At 0.6 yuan per pound, this is considered a reasonable price. The key factor here is that Zhang Yun values the sales volume of the supply and marketing cooperative. After all, it holds a monopolistic position and caters to the entire commune's populace, capable of absorbing any quantity. Director, it's your decision. Let us go with 0.6 yuan per pound. Zhang Yun readily agreed. Liu Sambao, pleased with Zhang Yun's promptness, nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Liu Sambao summoned a laborer to weigh all the grass carp, which totaled 213 pounds. Liu Sambao personally accompanied Zhang Yun to the purchasing office to issue a receipt. Zhang Yun, in the future, when you deliver fish, follow today as procedure. And now take this receipt to the finance department for payment, Liu Sambao said with a smile. At this moment, Zhang Yun did not leave immediately. Director, I wonder if the cooperative accepts wild rabbits, frogs, and bamboo rats? Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. Yes, but they must be alive. You know that selling dead game is quite difficult. Once they decay, they could cause food poisoning, which is undesirable, Liu Sambao replied earnestly. This was precisely the response Zhang Yun was seeking. To be honest, I happen to have a hunter friend in the commune who has caught over 100 wild rabbits. Should I bring them over now? Zhang Yun said with a hint of excitement, knowing that he had caught 150 wild rabbits on the hillside of Hongfeng village, which he could also sell here. The selling price might not match that of the black market in Jigangshan, yet he could sell them all at once here. Zhang Yun was in urgent need of money and sought the quickest way to earn it. Oh, Zhang Yun, you certainly have many friends. Go ahead. Quickly bring the wild rabbits for me to see. The cooperative hasn't sold wild rabbits in a long time, so they should sell easily, Liu Sambao said. Intrigued and urging him on, Zhang Yun, not in a hurry to settle the payment for the grass carp, picked up 2 empty baskets and promptly left the courtyard of the cooperative, then turned towards the back wall. With his keen sense, Zhang Yun knew no one was around. So he swiftly stored the baskets in his space and then took out 2 fertilizer bags filled with 120 wild rabbits. Of the 150 wild rabbits caught in Hongfeng village, 30 were pregnant does, which Zhang Yun certainly could not sell. After about 5 minutes, Zhang Yun arrived at the warehouse carrying the 2 bulging bags. Liu Sambao, observing the bags, gleamed with excitement. Comrade Zhang Yun, you have truly surprised me. Liu Sambao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chapter 110, Selling Wild Rabbits Again. Returning home laden so many wild rabbits. Upon opening the fertilizer bags, some staff members of the cooperative, upon seeing the rabbits, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Liu Sambao's eyes sparkled as he patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder. The quality of these wild rabbits is exceptional. They were evidently caught in the past couple of days. Your hunter friend must have found a rabbit nest. Zhang Yun, however, would not divulge any information. Smiling lightly as he said, Director, please give me a price. We can begin weighing. The underlying message was clear. He aimed to profit. Liu Sambao discerned Zhang Yun's intentions, which was quite natural. After all, the prospect of so many wild rabbits represented a substantial fortune. Who wouldn't feel anxious? Liu Sambao was also aware of certain conventions among hunters, so he prudently refrained from inquiring about Zhang Yun's hunter friends. At that moment, Liu Sambao summoned someone to bring forth a form to ascertain the price of the wild rabbits. He then smiled and said, Brother Zhang Yun, the prices for procurement and sales at our supply and marketing cooperative are dictated by the higher authorities. As per regulations, wild rabbits are currently being purchased at 6 dimes per pound. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun felt quite satisfied. Although he had been selling wild rabbits on the black market at 4 yuan each, with an average weight of about 5 pounds per rabbit, equivalent to 8 dimes per pound, that was merely the black market price. The cooperative's purchase price would undoubtedly be much lower. Moreover, the cooperative represented a legitimate sales channel, providing Zhang Yun with peace of mind. All right, I shall heed the director's advice. Zhang Yun expressed no objections and readily agreed. Liu Sambao, noting Zhang Yun's willingness to forego haggling on 2 occasions, regarded him with increased esteem. Little did Liu Sambao realize that Zhang Yun possessed a spiritual spring space, wherein these fish and wild rabbits could be bred on a grand scale. Zhang Yun valued the cooperative as a channel. Initially, he intended to sell fish and wild rabbits to the cooperative, and once their relationship had matured, he would be in a position to sell other wild beasts as well. Subsequently, Liu Sambao had his assistant weigh 2 bags of wild rabbits, totaling 578 pounds. This time, Zhang Yun personally went to the procurement office to obtain a receipt before heading to the finance department. He presented both the grass carp and wild rabbit receipts to a clerk in the finance department, who verified the data. The grass carp weighed 213 pounds at 6 dimes per pound, totaling 127 yuan and 8 dimes. The wild rabbits weighed 578 pounds at 6 dimes per pound, amounting to 346 yuan and 8 dimes. The grand total was 474 yuan and 6 dimes. The female clerk opened the cash drawer, meticulously counted the money 3 times, and then pushed it toward Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun had a strong sense of perception and had already confirmed the amount while she was counting. "All right, I trust you. I won't count it myself." He picked up the money, pocketed it with a smile, and departed. Naturally, as soon as he exited the finance department, Zhang Yun stowed the entire sum into his spiritual spring space. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's business hall, which was bustling with activity. Sister Zhang Feng was watching over Lu Xiaoyan and Wu Feiyang, while second sister Zhang Fong was indulging in a shopping spree, trailed by a crowd of onlookers. Zhang Fong had taken the 100 yuan Zhang Yun had given her and proceeded to each counter, purchasing items she fancied without hesitation. Everyday goods required no receipts. Having money was sufficient. Thus, after acquiring 2 sets of bedding, 5 basins, a box of soap, and 2 bottles of seagull shampoo, among other necessities, she began to lavishly procure food items: a case of canned fruit, 10 cans of malt milk, 2 bottles of saccharin, 10 bags of sour plum powder, a bag of tower candy, a case each of soy sauce, vinegar, and salt, 10 packets of chili candy, 5 pairs of white shoes, and a case of Tower brand condensed milk. Zhang Fen's extravagant shopping style naturally captivated everyone in the business hall, and the spectacle of such lavish spending evoked envy in all who beheld it. Until the very end, Zhang Fen found herself with a mere 50 cents left in her possession before she finally ceased her shopping. At that moment, all the goods were piled around her, and while her eyes sparkled with excitement at the abundance of items, her heart was filled with complaints, bluntly expressing that her sister-in-law was indeed extravagant. Zhang Yun stood at the entrance of the sales hall, choosing not to intervene as Zhang Fong completed her purchases before approaching her. Wang Lanji, stationed at the fabric counter, certainly recognized both Zhang Feng and Zhang Fong, yet she refrained from extending any greeting. Upon witnessing Zhang Fong's lavish spree, astonishment filled Wang Lanji's eyes. She had finally grasped the reality of Zhang Yun's newfound prosperity, how extraordinarily wealthy he had become. Every item was bought in bulk, unlike the ordinary folk who only purchased loose goods. How exhausting! With all these items, how on earth am I supposed to carry them home? Zhang Fong panted after moving the last of her purchases to Zhang Feng. Shopping had indeed been exhilarating, yet the relentless hauling proved to be quite tiresome. "Now I realize. You never considered how to transport them home when making your purchases," Zhang Feng grumbled. Just then, Zhang Yun approached them. "Don't worry, elder sister, second sister. I noticed a bullock cart at the entrance of the courtyard. I'll rent it for a day to transport these goods back," Zhang Yun stated confidently upon his arrival. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fong's face lit up with pride. At last, she could take all the items back to her family, ready to make a grand impression in the village. After speaking, Zhang Yun promptly made his way to the entrance of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Directly approaching the bullock cart, the owner, an elderly man in his 60s, bore the weight of many years upon his face. "Good sir, how much do you charge for hiring this cart for a day?" Zhang Yun inquired. "Young man, this cart costs 1 yuan for a day. However, since it is already afternoon, I'll let it go for just 50 cents, the elderly gentleman replied courteously. Zhang Yun realized that the old man was indeed sincere. "Here, sir, this is 2 yuan. I would like to hire your bullock cart. Please assist me in transporting some items and 2 adults to Jiuan village." Zhang Yun calmly handed over the 2 yuan. The old man, taken aback, was momentarily perplexed by Zhang Yun's offer. Was there truly a reverse price hike? Was this young man excessively wealthy? "Please, do not doubt me. I genuinely wish to give you 2 yuan, Zhang Yun reassured him. "Now, let us head to the hall and load the items." With a sense of skepticism, the old man followed Zhang Yun into the sales hall, where he beheld the mountain of goods. "Very well, I shall accept this 2 yuan. He conceded upon seeing the heap of merchandise, along with Zhang Feng, Zhang Fong, and 2 small children. He understood Zhang Yun's intentions. With both people and goods, and Jiuan village being 10 miles away, 2 yuan was indeed a fair price. Before long, Zhang Yun, his sisters, and the old man collaborated to load all the goods onto the bullock cart. Once everything was secured, Zhang Feng and Zhang Fong perched themselves on the sides of the cart, swinging their legs contentedly, their expressions reflecting pure delight. Zhang Yun mounted the back of the roe deer and chuckled, "Sisters, I have already settled the fare. You may return home in the ox cart while I make a brief visit to the mine. This way, we shall all gather together in the evening. At the Lin Xuemei mine, I still need to purchase scrap iron and wheels, and of course, I must settle the account for the fish and wild boar delivered this morning." for which I have yet to receive payment. Off you go. Zhang Fan replied cheerfully. The road to Zhouan village is merely a county road, one we are quite familiar with. You may attend to your business with peace of mind. Zhang Fang was well aware of Zhang Yun's private affairs and would not hinder him. She was more than pleased to see him so fervently engaged in significant endeavors. Half an hour later, Zhang Yun arrived at the Lin Shui mine from Chu Shui commune. He took the receipt for the wild boar from the chef, Yang Yinshan. Glancing at it briefly, the wild boar weighed 125 jin, priced at 0.8 yuan per jin, totaling 100 yuan. The offal weighed 23 jin, with a fixed price of 12 yuan. The total came to 112 yuan. Zhang Yun, clutching the 2 receipts, swiftly made his way to the finance department. Upon entering, he spotted Li Guiying, but he chose to disregard her and strode directly to the desk at the back. Huang Lijuan looked up, and, upon realizing it was Zhang Yun, her previously troubled expression transformed into a radiant smile as she stood up excitedly. "Zhang Ge, you have come," she exclaimed with great courtesy. This address elevated their relationship considerably. Zhang Yun pushed the 2 receipts forward and placed a bamboo tube on the desk with his other hand. "The spring water's effect should be quite remarkable," he remarked with a smile. Huang Lijuan's face flushed crimson at his words, fully aware of their implication. She had consumed the spring water from the bamboo tube yesterday and felt invigorated throughout the day, free from fatigue. This morning, she had even checked her chest. Although the birthmark had not vanished, she sensed it had lightened somewhat. "Indeed, the effect is rather good," Huang Lijuan responded, her cheeks entirely flushed. She could not fathom why she felt compelled to answer, yet she could not suppress her response. It was, after all, an intimate secret she had never shared with anyone, not even her closest friends or family, and she was baffled as to why she was willing to confide in Zhang Yun. "Excellent. Today, I collected another bamboo tube of spring water for you. Please continue to drink it. I hope your birthmark fades away soon," Zhang Yun said generously. Huang Lijuan was overwhelmed. She had not anticipated that Zhang Yun would discuss her private matters in her office. Swiftly, she accepted the bamboo tube, retrieving the one from yesterday to return to him. In no time, Huang Lijuan verified the 2 receipts and opened the cash drawer, extracting a bundle of notes. "The wild boar is 112 yuan, and the fish is 163. 2 yuan, totaling 275. 2 yuan. Please take care of it," she said, her face still flushed. Zhang Yun smiled and accepted the money, slipping it into his pocket. "I shall bring more spring water tomorrow," he stated before promptly exiting the finance department. Li Guiying gazed at Zhang Yun with a complex expression as he departed. Yet a chilling glint flickered in her eyes once he exited. Just yesterday, Huang Dajun had informed her of his intention to wield his family's influence to obstruct Zhang Yun's procurement officer assessment, compelling her to wait an additional month before she would once again oversee the financial matters related to the procurement of meat for the cafeteria. Zhang Yun, however, remained oblivious to Li Guiying and Huang Dajun's sinister machinations as he made his way to the mine manager's office. After consuming the spiritual spring water, Lu Baoshan had fully recovered and was in better health than before, energetically poring over documents. Upon Zhang Yun's arrival, Lu Baoshan promptly covered the papers and rose to greet him. "Zhang Yun, I bring you good news. The Production Command Center has approved the provision of 20 tons of cement for the mine," Lu Baoshan announced with a hint of delight. Zhang Yun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the venerable Lu Zhengfeng was quite effective, managing to secure the cement with merely a phone call. "Director, please have the factory advance the payment for the cement. Once it arrives, I will follow the financial procedures to reimburse the factory," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. According to Lu Zhengfeng's meticulous plan, the procurement of cement from the cement factory would necessitate advance payment by the mine. Only once the cement was delivered would Lu Baoshan arrange for a request form to indicate the cancellation of the mineral warehouse construction, at which point Zhang Yun would formally claim the batch of cement and subsequently settle the payment with the mine. "Not a problem. It's merely a matter of 600 yuan, which I can easily overlook. In a few days, you can reimburse the amount," Lu Baoshan assured him. "Director, I have come to discuss the procurement of scrap iron for the warehouse. I submitted the application form to you yesterday, and I wish to inspect the warehouse now to determine which scrap iron to procure." Zhang Yun articulated his purpose. Lu Baoshan, understanding Zhang Yun's intent, promptly retrieved a document from his desk and handed it to him. "This is the approval letter. You may now proceed to the scrap yard and present this letter to the warehouse manager. He will grant you access, and you can decide which scrap iron you wish to acquire," Lu Baoshan explained. Zhang Yun expressed his gratitude and, clutching the approval letter, exited the mine manager's office, hurriedly making his way to the scrap yard he had previously selected. At the entrance of the scrap yard, a corpulent middle-aged man lounged behind an iron table, his feet resting upon it, eyes closed and muttering to himself. The role of warehouse manager was rather monotonous, especially in this scrap yard, where visitors were a rarity. Huang Xinjie, the manager of this scrap yard, found enjoyment in his duties, as he could earn a little extra on the side despite the mundane nature of the work. As Zhang Yun approached, he called out, "Excuse me, I am looking for the warehouse manager." Upon reaching the entrance, he was met by the pot-bellied Huang Xinjie, who had already surmised the situation but still inquired politely, "I am Huang Xinjie, the warehouse manager. You appear unfamiliar. May I have your name and department? And what brings you to me?" Upon opening his eyes and beholding the striking face before him, Huang Xinjie was momentarily taken aback, yet he instinctively continued with his customary line of questioning. Zhang Yun handed over the consent form and said, "Hello, I am Zhang Yun. I have come to purchase some scrap iron." "Zhang Yun? You are Zhang Yun?" Huang Xinjie exclaimed, astonished, without even accepting the consent form. "Yes, I am indeed Zhang Yun," he emphasized, realizing the significance of Huang Xinjie's reaction. "You wish to buy scrap iron? There is no scrap iron here. These are merely waste materials from the mine, which can still be refurbished for future use. You should leave. I am about to begin an inventory of the warehouse and have no time to entertain you." Huang Xinjie suddenly shouted, clearly intent on driving Zhang Yun away. At that moment, Zhang Yun's suspicions were confirmed. This Huang Xinjie shared the same surname as Huang Dajun, and he found it hard to believe that there was no connection between them. After all, upon reflection, Zhang Yun realized that his only conflict at this mine had been with Huang Dajun, and Huang Xinjie's immediate reaction upon hearing his name only reinforced Zhang Yun's belief in their relationship. "Take a look at the consent form. It bears the director's signature," Zhang Yun said calmly, striving to maintain his composure. "And so what if it does? This warehouse is under my jurisdiction, and I am about to commence an inventory. I have no time for idle chatter with you," Huang Xinjie retorted coldly, his expression one of disdain. Zhang Yun understood that this individual was deliberately targeting him, showing no respect even for the director. In response, Zhang Yun smiled faintly and remarked, "You are indeed a despicable person, unlike anyone I have encountered before. I had intended to discuss matters amicably with you, even hoping to offer you a chance to earn a little extra money, but your hostility has taken me aback. Very well, words are futile. I shall simply have to teach you a lesson." Chapter 112, Securing the Scrap Iron. "Then to Laishikyo village, what do you think you are doing?" Huang Xinjie stammered, alarmed as Zhang Yun raised his fist. In his position, when someone came to buy scrap iron, they typically sought to ingratiate themselves, often offering a bit of money to pass through his gate. Little did he expect that in a fit of anger, Zhang Yun would resort to violence. Despite Huang Xinjie's seemingly stout physique, his strength was minimal. He was no match for anyone. Zhang Yun's fist came crashing down upon the iron table before him, creating a significant dent. With a single blow, Zhang Yun punched through the table, leaving a gaping hole in the metal surface. You, Huang Xinjie stuttered, utterly terrified, his legs trembling as he struggled to maintain his balance. "Tell me, if this fist were to land on your stomach, would it not force the contents out?" Zhang Yun inquired, raising his fist and observing Huang Xinjie with curiosity. "Please, let's discuss this rationally," Huang Xinjie pleaded, genuinely frightened. Having grown up alongside Huang Dajun in the same village, he had leveraged their relationship to secure his position as the warehouse manager at the Han Xuemei mine. Thus, upon hearing from Huang Dajun that Zhang Yun intended to replace him in the procurement role at the cafeteria, he felt a sense of camaraderie with Huang Dajun and deliberately sought to make things difficult for Zhang Yun. However, just moments ago, Zhang Yun's formidable punch had a profoundly intimidating effect. Although Huang Xinjie shared a close camaraderie with Huang Dajun, he could not afford to toy with his own life. Even if Zhang Yun hesitated to take a life, the mere thought of that fist striking him was enough for Huang Xinjie to comprehend the excruciating pain it would entail. He would likely find himself bedridden for months. Faced with such raw power, Huang Xinjie succumbed to fear. "May I now select some scrap metal from the warehouse?" Zhang Yun inquired, releasing his fist and wearing a smile. "Certainly, please feel free," Huang Xinjie replied, his demeanor suddenly warm and inviting. Zhang Yun then entered the warehouse, hastening towards the pile of discarded wheels. There lay over 20 pairs of wheels, each marred by defects, be it shredded tires, broken spokes, warped frames, or damaged bearings. Each was rendered unusable. After surveying the collection, an idea sparked in Zhang Yun's mind. By dismantling these damaged wheels and reassembling the salvageable parts, he realized he could potentially create 6 functional wheels. With 6 good wheels, Zhang Yun could utilize the acceleration points within his spiritual spring space to enhance them, rendering them superior to brand new ones. Consequently, he extracted all 20 pairs of wheels from the warehouse. Subsequently, Zhang Yun selected various steel bars, pipes, and iron plates, bringing them to the entrance of the warehouse. Huang Xinjie patiently awaited him at the door until Zhang Yun had completed his selection of scrap metal. "I shall take this amount of scrap metal today. Please weigh it and issue a delivery note. I will settle the payment," Zhang Yun stated calmly, clapping his hands. Without uttering a word, Huang Xinjie, wary of inciting Zhang Yun's displeasure, promptly moved the scrap to the scale and soon had the weight recorded, totaling 856 jin. At 10 cents per jin, that comes to 85.6 yuan, Huang Xinjie recited, meticulously noting the figures. Zhang Yun raised his fist. "Repeat that. How much does it weigh?" he asked with a smile. 856 jin. No, 756 jin, Huang Xinjie faltered. Zhang Yun maintained his fist aloft, smiling faintly. "What is the accurate weight?" "Oh, I miscalculated. It should be 500 jin, Huang Xinjie quickly amended. He understood the unspoken cue and promptly reported the weight as 500 jin. Zhang Yun, recognizing the opportunity to be merciful, agreed. "Very well, let it be counted as 500 jin." Huang Xinjie sighed in relief upon hearing Zhang Yun's consent. In the past, Huang Xinjie would underreport weights only after securing favors from others. Now, however, fearing a potential beating from Zhang Yun, he dared not seek any advantage, willingly reducing the weight by over 300 jin. Without delay, Huang Xinjie, akin to a harbinger of misfortune, promptly issued a delivery note and extended it toward Zhang Yun. Yet, Zhang Yun did not accept it. Instead, he produced 5 large bills, cheerfully stating, "Would you kindly deliver the delivery note along with the payment to the finance department?" Huang Xinjie considered this arrangement favorable. He truly wished to avoid further confrontation with Zhang Yun. Thus, clutching the money and the delivery note, he hastily departed. Zhang Yun then reached out, drawing all the scrap metal he had selected into his spiritual spring space, and promptly exited the Lin Xuemei mining site. Shortly thereafter, after completing his payment, Huang Xinjie returned to the waste warehouse. "Oh, Zhang Yun has swiftly transported the scrap iron?" Huang Xinjie pondered aloud, though he dismissed the thought almost immediately. The truth was, he wished for Zhang Yun to vanish without a trace, as he truly did not want to confront him again. Upon leaving the Lin Xuemei mine, Zhang Yun did not head directly back to Jiwan village. Instead, he rode his deer towards Lashqiu village. It had been agreed upon yesterday that Lashqiu village would supply at least 200 standard stone materials daily. Zhang Yun aimed to collect these 200 pieces to ensure that tomorrow he could arrange for the foundation work to commence. The construction of the stone walls could certainly be postponed to a later stage. Once the foundation was laid, the brickwork could begin. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Yun was determined to adhere to the schedule without any delays. Fortunately, Lashqiu village was not far from the Lin Xuemei mine, merely 5 miles away. Despite having traveled all day, the deer, refreshed by the spirit spring, showed no signs of fatigue and galloped swiftly, allowing Zhang Yun to reach Lashqiu village in just 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the designated open area for storing the stone materials, Zhang Yun was pleased to find a substantial pile awaiting him. After a brief assessment, he confirmed that precisely 200 pieces of stone had been arranged, likely orchestrated by Huang Chunlai. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yun entered Huang Chunlai's office at the Shiqiao Brigade. "Ah, Comrade Zhang Yun, you've arrived," Huang Chunlai exclaimed with a broad smile, rushing over to clasp Zhang Yun's hands. "I have seen the 200 pieces of stone. I will promptly arrange for their transport. Here is 360 yuan, please confirm." Zhang Yun replied with a smile, presenting the prepared sum. The 180 yuan given yesterday was to be considered a deposit for tomorrow's delivery of 200 pieces of stone. Huang Chunlai cheerfully counted the money, verifying it was indeed 36 bills of large denomination before issuing a receipt. "Well then, brigade leader, the evening is drawing near, and I must hurry home," Zhang Yun remarked as he took the receipt. Aware of the impending dusk, Huang Chunlai refrained from detaining him. Zhang Yun swiftly mounted his deer and dashed out of the residential area of Lashqiu village. With daylight still lingering, Zhang Yun did not immediately transfer the 200 pieces of stone into the spirit space. Instead, he ventured to the edge of Shifeng Mountain, arriving at a bamboo grove. Having previously scavenged one bamboo grove, he now seized the opportunity at dusk to thoroughly search this one as well. With a gentle smile and a glint in his eye, Zhang Yun was resolute. He was due to deliver goods to the Lin Xuemei mine tomorrow and could not afford to be lax. He needed to seize the moment and capture wild creatures. Surrounded by stone mountains and abundant bamboo groves teeming with bamboo rats, Zhang Yun felt exhilarated by the prospect of the hunt and would not let this opportunity slip away. Even Zhang Yun had made a resolution within himself. Whatever sum he spent on acquiring the stone materials from Laoshikyo village must be compensated for by the profits derived from the bamboo rats. Chapter 113. Capturing a significant number of bamboo rats and ensnaring a python. He excavated a pit and arranged a bamboo cage, leaving only an arched entrance. At the bottom of the pit, he placed a bamboo tube filled with spiritual spring water. This entire procedure was second nature to Zhang Yun. After setting up the pit trap, without a moment's hesitation, he utilized his acute senses to identify areas where the scent of bamboo rats lingered, selecting appropriate spots to establish additional pit traps. Within half an hour, along the foot of Shifeng Mountain, wherever there were bamboo groves, he meticulously set up a pit trap. The total number of traps reached 20. Excellent. I have now laid traps in every bamboo grove surrounding Shifeng Mountain. I merely await the bamboo rats to fall into the pits. After establishing the final trap, Zhang Yun proudly proclaimed. He then waited for a while, attuned to the sounds surrounding the last pit trap, confirming that several bamboo rats emerged from the bamboo grove, drawn by the scent of the spiritual spring water, and ultimately fell into the pit. Almost done, it seems the bamboo rats in this grove have nearly all succumbed to the traps. Observing the evening sun setting and the sky darkening, Zhang Yun realized he could not afford to wait any longer. Thus, he refrained from greed and swiftly dashed toward the pit trap, blocking the arched entrance with his foot. With both hands, he swept aside the leaves, exposing the pit before immediately reaching for the bamboo rats within. A total of 9 bamboo rats. Without pausing, Zhang Yun continued his return, needing to harvest from the other 19 traps. As he sprinted along, each pit he visited yielded several or even dozens of bamboo rats. After 10 minutes of rapid movement, Zhang Yun completed the harvest of all 20 traps. In the end, the number of bamboo rats reached 228. At this moment, Zhang Yun glanced at the numbers above the massive stone in the spiritual spring space. Acceleration points, 95. These 228 bamboo rats, averaging 3 pounds each, totaled 700 pounds, perfectly augmenting his acceleration points by 7. It appeared that the villagers of Laoshikyo only knew how to craft stones. Not a single soul ventured forth to hunt beasts. Such an abundant resource of bamboo rats went unclaimed by anyone, all fortuitously benefiting me. Zhang Yun was elated. At this juncture, he estimated that selling these bamboo rats to the mining cafeteria would yield prices comparable to other types of meat. After all, in this era, all meats are scarce commodities. In the eyes of the cafeteria chef, any kind of meat, be it pork, fish, rabbit, or bamboo rat, was simply meat. If this were post-1990, with the establishment of animal protection laws prohibiting the hunting of certain wild species, these rare animals would truly become prized possessions, fetching exorbitant prices. With over 200 bamboo rats, coupled with the 100 captured yesterday, a substantial scale had already been formed. It would not be long before their numbers proliferated to over 1,000. Zhang Yun's heart brimmed with joy. The bamboo rat, much like its rodent kin, gives birth to multiple offspring and exhibits a remarkable reproductive rate. At this moment, Zhang Yun reflects that the funds he expended on purchasing stone materials in Laoshikyo village must be recuperated through the bamboo rats. Just as he was preparing to depart from Shifeng Mountain to collect his 200 pieces of stone, he suddenly sensed a faint sound emanating from the distance. Immediately, Zhang Yun stilled himself, listening intently. To his astonishment, he discerned the source of the sound, a formidable snake. This creature was as thick as a calf and stretched at least 5 meters in length, swiftly making its way toward a pit nearby. Zhang Yun understood that this snake had also detected the essence of the spiritual spring and emerged from its lair, drawn to its allure. However, he had already retrieved the bamboo tubes from the 20 pits, causing the scent of the spiritual spring to dissipate into the air, becoming exceedingly faint. Yet this snake, evidently aged and possessing keen senses, was still able to trace the source of the aroma. As the great serpent approached the edge of the pit, it realized that the source of the scent had vanished, leaving only a lingering trace in the air. Moments later, the snake picked up on Zhang Yun's presence and, upon discovering him concealed behind a large tree, charged toward him with evident intent to attack. Zhang Yun, sensing the imminent threat, felt a surge of anger. "Red jackals, flank it," he shouted. The 2 red jackals, ever vigilant in their protective role, sprang forth from the underbrush at Zhang Yun's command, positioning themselves on either side of the great snake and beginning to emit sharp cries. The appearance of the jackals, along with their fierce demeanor, successfully diverted the snake's attention, causing it to hesitate rather than lunge forward. Instead, it coiled its lower body, raising its head in readiness to strike at one of the jackals. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yun dashed around to the rear of the great serpent, moving at an astonishing speed of 9 seconds per 100 meters. The snake, attuned to the shifts in Zhang Yun's presence, adeptly twisted its body, keeping its head aimed at him, prepared to retaliate. Is this snake some sort of spirit? Its awareness is extraordinary. Sneaking up on it proves quite challenging, Zhang Yun mused. Despite the dangers posed by the spiritual spring, he was uncertain if he could evade a bite upon making contact with the serpent's body. Nevertheless, confronted with this challenge, Zhang Yun, embodying human ingenuity, devised a plan. Sticky net, engage, he suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, the fishing net, crafted for capturing fish, soared from the realm of the spiritual spring, unfurling perfectly over the snake's form. As the 10-meter net descended, the serpent sensed the impending peril and began to thrash about, attempting to escape. Zhang Yun, seizing the opportunity presented by the great serpent ensnared in the sticky net and unable to maneuver, swiftly unleashed his remarkable speed of 9 seconds for 100 meters. Dashing forward, as the serpent strained to rear its head in a desperate attempt to strike, 2 red jackals lunged forth, their weight causing the sticky net to ensnare the serpent further. Zhang Yun's right hand grazed the serpent's tail, and with a focused thought, the creature was drawn into the spirit spring space. Acceleration points, 103, an increment of 0.8, indicating the serpent weighed approximately 80 pounds. Upon entering the spirit spring space, the serpent, inhaling the essence of the surroundings, lost its earlier ferocity and began to relish the atmosphere. This creature could be classified as a python. Albeit Zhang Yun's knowledge of serpents was limited, nonetheless, the sight of such a colossal serpent led him to this conclusion. In truth, it was indeed a python. With the serpent secured and the daylight fading, Zhang Yun made no delay. He promptly released the roe deer, mounted it, and journeyed to the location where the stones were piled. In short order, he traversed the terrain, collecting all 200 stones into the spirit spring space. After a long day of labor, he finally set forth for home, riding swiftly towards Jiuwan village. Chapter 114. A successful theft and the transformation of the bull. Upon his return, the courtyard echoed with the furious voice of Wang Yuanhui. Cursed thief! May you never have descendants. I curse you to be cast into the depths of hell. Zhang Yun, hearing the tirade from a distance, understood that the mouse had succeeded in pilfering Wang Yuanhui's savings. He paid no heed to her vitriol, since Zhang Borshu and Wang Yuanhui had shown no familial compassion. Seeking to imprison him through deceit, he deemed it only fitting to retaliate by stealing Wang Yuanhui's money as a minor retribution. As Zhang Yun rode his roe deer past the entrance of Wang Yuanhui's home, he noted her relentless cursing for 2 hours. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, she charged at him, seizing his right foot. Zhang Yun, you have stolen my money. Return it at once. Her face was contorted with madness, relentless in her accusations. Before Zhang Yun could respond, Chen Wan and her daughter Zhang Fong, who had endured the tirade all afternoon, burst from their home. Wang Yuanhui, enough is enough. You have raged at my doorway for an entire afternoon, and I have tolerated it. Now you dare to falsely accuse my son? This matter is far from over, Chen Wan declared, advancing to push Wang Yuanhui aside. A mother's strength is formidable. While she could endure Wang Yuanhui's insults, she would not allow her to malign her son's character. In this era, reputation held paramount importance, and Chen Wan would not permit Zhang Yun to bear the label of a thief. Wang Yuanhui, you have cursed for hours, and you yourself admitted that the money was stolen this afternoon. My brother has been outside the village all day and has not returned. How can you possibly claim he is the thief? Furthermore, how can you be certain someone else did not take your money? Do you not harbor any doubts about your family? Zhang Fong, with her decisive temperament, could not tolerate Wang Yuanhui's casual slander against her brother and immediately burst forth with derisive laughter. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanhui was taken aback. Indeed, Wang Yuanhui did not need to venture out to work. She had always remained at home, and no outsiders had ever entered her abode. Now that money had indeed gone missing, there was only one possibility. Despite all precautions, a thief within the home was the most insidious threat. Suddenly, Wang Yuanhui dashed into her house, sharply calling out, Mom and Dad, if you need money, you could have simply told me. Why resort to stealing? Throughout the afternoon, only Zhang Guangming and son Manxiang remained at home. Wang Yuanhui was convinced they were the culprits. You speak nonsense. Oh heavens, take my life instead. I am nearing 70. And yet I am being falsely accused of theft. I can no longer endure this. Zhang Guangming and son Manxiang, frantic, began to wail in despair. Zhang Yun, indifferent to their quarrel, descended from the deer and returned home. Upon entering the main room, Zhang Yun noticed that 2 wooden frames had been erected, forming makeshift beds. After all, Zhang Fun and Zhang Fong had returned home with 2 small children, leaving no spare beds. They had to construct these rudimentary sleeping arrangements from wooden planks, which sufficed for habitation. In this era, using wooden boards for beds and straw mats for bedding was a common practice. During the new year, visiting relatives typically meant spreading straw across the floor for everyone to sleep together. Thus, these two wooden frame beds were quite an improvement. The goods purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative were also stacked in the main room, creating a rather impressive sight. Lu Xiaoyan recognized Zhang Yun and, upon seeing him enter, cheerfully called out to him. The affectionate term uncle sent a wave of warmth through Zhang Yun, prompting him to rush over, scoop up Lu Xiaoyan, and spin her around joyfully. Wu Feiyong, merely a month younger than Lu Xiaoyan, sat on the bed, seeming rather composed, while he whimpered, calling for his mother Zhang Fong to feed him. Indeed, upon noticing Wu Feiyong's cries, Zhang Fong instinctively thought of nursing him. Sister, have you considered whether feeding him like this is good for his digestion? Zhang Yun interjected promptly. Zhang Fong pondered and acknowledged the validity of Zhang Yun's concern. This little fellow, always eating, appeared plump and healthy, but was he truly well? Thus, Zhang Fong turned away, disregarding Wu Feiyong's pleas as he continued to whimper for her attention. Zhang Yun revealed a mischievous smile, having successfully curbed Zhang Fong's habit of indulgently pampering Wu Feiyong. Otherwise, he might grow up believing he could always have whatever he desired without regard for others' thoughts. The first step in reforming his little nephew was a success. Have you eaten, third brother? Their mother, Chun Wan, inquired with concern. A sweet potato will suffice, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. In truth, as long as he sipped from the spiritual spring, he had no need to worry about hunger or sustenance. However, he could not neglect to eat in front of his family, lest he be deemed an oddity. Chun Wan brought over a steamed sweet potato, which Zhang Yun took and began to eat, smiling as he said, Dad, Mom, I will be keeping watch at Tea Mountain tonight. Although the foundation had just been leveled and there were no building materials available, Zhang Yun felt it inappropriate to stay at home with both of his sisters back. Most importantly, he required his own space to unveil the many secrets he harbored, secrets that could only be revealed in solitude. Very well, but do exercise caution. There may still be snakes and insects in the mountains, Zhang Zhongli advised, offering his concern without objection. Rest assured, I have 2 red hounds that will stay by my side, ensuring that the wild beasts of the mountain will not dare to approach. I will be perfectly safe, Zhang Yun replied, his pride evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, his family felt a sense of relief, for it was indeed true. Oh, by the way, I have contacted my hunter friends, and they will be delivering food to the new house each morning for the next fortnight. You simply need to purchase vegetables from each household and then head to the new house to prepare the meals, Zhang Yun continued. All right, his parents, sisters, and younger sibling responded in unison. The unity of the family in a shared endeavor could generate immense strength, and in that moment, Zhang Yun felt it profoundly. He realized that as long as he took care of securing the building materials, his family could easily manage the logistics. After finishing the sweet potato, Zhang Yun stood up and glanced at his little nephew, Wu Feiyong. Sister, this boy is too chubby. If he grows too fat, it will be difficult for him to find a bride. Don't let him eat too much, he emphasized as he was about to leave. Am I not your dear nephew? Why are you targeting me at such a young age? Eating a lot is not a bad thing, is it? Wu Feiyong retorted. Zhang Fong, however, was quite receptive to Zhang Yun's advice and nodded in agreement. I think the same. At Wu Family Bridge, his grandmother has been feeding him relentlessly. I have tried to stop her several times, but she wouldn't listen. My mother-in-law usually follows my suggestions, except when it comes to Nyonyo. She insists on feeding him herself. Now that his grandmother is not around, I will also have to reform Nyonyo's eating habits. Zhang Yun chuckled upon hearing this, realizing that his counsel had indeed been effective. Subsequently, he mounted his deer and departed. Chapter 115. Earning more, spending more. Zhang Yun did not head straight to Tea Mountain. Instead, he arrived at the doorstep of Zhang Leigui's home. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks echoed through the air. Zhang Leigui opened the door, slightly startled to see Zhang Yun standing there. Old Guai, I had originally planned to measure the dimensions of your room this afternoon to determine how much furniture we would need, but I was delayed by some matters, which is why I missed our appointment. Tell me, how many apprentices did you bring to my new house today? Zhang Yun inquired directly. Zhang Leigui's expression soured. Today he had invited 4 former carpentry apprentices to Tea Mountain, only to find the villagers leveling the ground and digging the foundation, with Zhang Yun absent. He had waited there for an entire afternoon before ultimately sending the 4 carpenters back home. It can be said that this afternoon was rather awkward for Zhang Leigui. He responded in a calm tone. Leigui, it appears you are genuinely upset. Well, I have failed to keep my promise and should offer you some compensation. Here are 10 yuan. It amounts to 2 yuan for each of you. compensating for the day wasted. Zhang Yun generously produced 5 2-yuan notes and handed them to Zhang Leiguai. The latter's expression froze, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. He had not anticipated such generosity from Zhang Yun. 2 yuan for a day is indeed quite lavish. After all, Zhang Leiguai and his 4 apprentices typically earned less than 1 yuan for their labor, calculated by work points. Furthermore, during the slack farming season, neither Zhang Leiguai nor his apprentices had any pressing tasks, so a day's delay was not particularly consequential. However, from this gesture, Zhang Leiguai recognized that Zhang Yun was truly astute in human relations and would never disappoint those who assisted him. He was certainly destined for financial success. You are indeed generous, Yunzi, Zhang Leiguai finally smiled. How about this, tomorrow afternoon? I will invite the 4 carpenters over so we can take measurements on site and decide on the furniture we need, Zhang Yun suggested with a smile. Given the limited time, Zhang Yun aimed to move into his new home within a fortnight, necessitating simultaneous furniture crafting and house construction. The creation of furniture required the prior purchase of timber, which demanded considerable preparation time. Zhang Yun had to expedite the process and could not afford any further delays. All right, I will follow your lead, Zhang Leiguai responded, quite pleased with his 2 yuan compensation. Subsequently, Zhang Yun rode his deer towards the tea mountain, arriving at his new home 5 minutes later. Under the sparse starlight, the keen-eyed Zhang Yun observed that his homestead had been completely leveled, and the foundation pit for the courtyard had been excavated, awaiting the placement of stone materials to complete the foundation. With 50 workers laboring simultaneously, the pace was indeed brisk. Approximately 10 meters from the homestead, a 50-square-meter shelter had also been erected, serving as a resting place for the workers. Upon reaching within 10 meters of the homestead, Zhang Yun promptly released 200 pieces of stone material from his spiritual spring, covering a substantial area. These stones could be utilized by the workers to lay the foundation the following day. After unloading the stones, Zhang Yun made his way to the shelter, lay back on the bamboo mat, and gazed at the faint starlight above. This day had been filled with numerous experiences: deliveries from the mine's cafeteria, the black market at Jigong Mountain, the brick factory, encounters with wild boars, visits to his elder and younger sister's homes, the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing scrap iron at the mine, collecting stones, and catching bamboo rats. I truly am formidable. None of these activities have worn me down, Zhang Yun quipped to himself. Reflecting on his day, Zhang Yun realized he had indeed been exceedingly busy. Yet, it was worthwhile, for he had also earned a considerable sum today. He chuckled with excitement. The previous day, Zhang Yun had begun with 840 yuan, later spending 200 yuan at the cooperative, paying 200 yuan for the homestead, and providing a deposit of 180 yuan for the stones, leaving him with 260 yuan. On this day, Zhang Yun ventured to the black market at Chickengong Mountain, where he sold wild rabbits and earned 212 yuan. Subsequently, he visited the supply and marketing cooperative to sell fish and more wild rabbits, accumulating a total of 474 yuan. Afterward, he collected 275 yuan from the mine, bringing his daily earnings to a commendable 961 yuan. He allocated 100 yuan to his elder and second sister for purchasing goods at the cooperative, spent another 50 yuan on scrap metal, and further disbursed 360 yuan to Huang Chunlai for stone materials. Now, Zhang Yun found himself with a total of 710 yuan. Additionally, he had yet to settle an account with Wang Xiuhua, to whom he had given 50 wild rabbits. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the brick factory, where the order for 100,000 bricks amounted to 5,000 yuan, even if he did not need to settle the payment in full at once. A deposit of at least 1,000 yuan would be expected. Zhang Yun pondered this, a wave of frustration washing over him. Although his daily earnings were substantial, his expenditures had been considerable as well, especially in recent days, as he endeavored to gather the foundational materials for his construction project, requiring a significant outlay of cash. It seemed imperative to explore new sales channels. Zhang Yun sighed in contemplation. In his spiritual space, wild rabbits, bamboo rats, frogs, and fish had all begun to flourish, allowing him to sell a batch daily. The existing sales channels, namely the supply and marketing cooperative and the Han Xuemei mine, were no longer sufficient for his needs. At that moment, Zhang Yun shifted his focus to the scrap metal. He had stored 20 pairs of damaged cart wheels in his spiritual space and was now using his mind to control them, employing the power of the space to dismantle the wheels. After a flurry of activity, he successfully assembled 3 pairs of functional wheels. These 3 pairs represented 3 carts. A smile crept across Zhang Yun's face as he exclaimed in delight. He had 103 acceleration points remaining and decided to allocate 1 to each of the wheels, thereby reinforcing them. With this enhancement, these wheels would undoubtedly last for another 5 years. As for the other scrap metal in the space, Zhang Yun planned to hand it over to Zhang Leiguai to forge more arrowheads and knives. In the coming days, he intended to accompany the reserve members of the Jiuwan village hunting team to Chicken Mountain, necessitating the preparation of tools. While bows and arrows could wait, having sufficient knives was essential. Just as Zhang Yun was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of bicycle bells approaching from the distant road. He sprang to his feet. Could it be Tang Tiantian? This was Zhang Yun's immediate reaction. After the last encounter with Tang Tiantian and Zhang Dehai, he had kept this in mind, eager to discern how Tang Tiantian had attracted Zhang Dehai's attention and when their relationship had begun. In his previous life, Zhang Yun had been a perpetual pawn. In this life, he was determined not to allow history to repeat itself. At that moment, instead of riding his deer, he opted to sprint swiftly, soon reaching the roadside and concealing himself behind a tea tree. The sound of the bicycle bells grew nearer. At the same time, Zhang Yun discerned the sound of 2 bicycle bells, deducing that the bicycle ahead was fleeing while the one behind was in pursuit. As the foremost bicycle approached within a distance of 50 meters, Zhang Yun recognized it as being ridden by Tang Tiantian. Chapter 116. A Return to the Red Brick Factory. A bountiful journey. Zhang Dehai was trailing behind, chasing after Tang Tiantian. "Xuemei, please stop. The night is dark. You mustn't fall," Zhang Dehai called out while pedaling swiftly, ringing his bell incessantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun understood that Zhang Dehai was demonstrating his relentless spirit every evening. He sought to accompany Tang Tiantian on her way home after the film, hoping to win her affection. At this moment, it was evident that Tang Tiantian was not fond of Zhang Dehai's persistent pursuit. She had no desire to befriend him. In his previous life, Zhang Yun had often wondered how Zhang Dehai had managed to win Tang Tiantian's heart, leading her to become pregnant, ultimately resulting in him bearing the burden. This thought ignited an inexplicable anger within Zhang Yun. As Tang Tiantian's bicycle sped past the tea trees where he stood, he suddenly grasped a stone in his hand. When he saw Zhang Dehai rushing forward, he hurled the stone with precision. Clang! The stone struck the spokes of the bicycle's wheel, producing a sharp sound. Zhang Dehai, taken by surprise, toppled over, and due to inertia, his body skidded across the rough ground for over a meter. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much." The road was uneven, composed of gravel, and Zhang Dehai's body inevitably scraped against the ground, resulting in numerous cuts from which blood flowed freely. The excruciating pain caused him to cry out in anguish, wailing into the dark night. Zhang Yun, hidden among the tea trees, felt a slight smile tug at his lips, experiencing a wave of relief. In his previous life, he had played the part of the unwitting benefactor, raising Zhang Dehai's son and allowing him to inherit the fruits of his labor and wealth. From now on, every encounter will serve as a lesson. Such were Zhang Yun's thoughts. This lifetime, he was determined to exact revenge on both Tang Tiantian and Zhang Dehai. Meanwhile, Tang Tiantian, having heard Zhang Dehai's cries, assumed it to be a ploy to elicit her sympathy, intending to lure her back only to impose upon her once more. Consequently, she continued to pedal away with great speed. Zhang Yun paid no further heed to Zhang Dehai. After descending from the tea trees, he quietly returned to the cool pavilion and reclined on the bamboo mat. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, around 6 o'clock, Zhang Yun awoke, instinctively directing his gaze towards the spirit spring space. Indeed, an additional acre had been added, maintaining its state of temporal stasis. Within the spirit spring space, plots 1 through 5 were now sufficient to sustain the existing wildlife, while the 6th plot would remain untouched until more beasts were captured or the current ones multiplied to a significant scale, necessitating its activation. Zhang Yun promptly made his decision. The sweet potatoes in field number 1 have grown denser. Zhang Yun promptly uprooted 20 vines, yielding over 60 plump and sizable sweet potatoes. These would serve as breakfast for the workers, so Zhang Yun placed them on the makeshift stove. In field number 2, both wild and domesticated chickens have begun to flourish. After 5 days, equivalent to more than 70 days of growth at a 15-fold time acceleration, the initial hatchlings, nurtured by the powers of the spiritual spring, have grown remarkably large, as if stimulated by hormones. Consequently, Zhang Yun caught 5 domestic chickens, secured them, and placed them in a bamboo basket, which would serve as the meat for lunch. In the fish pond of field number 4, many small fish have matured to weights of 3 to 4 pounds due to the same accelerated time flow. Zhang Yun quickly extracted 10 fish, which would constitute the meat for dinner. Thus, the day's provisions were arranged. "Pangolin, come here," Zhang Yun suddenly called out. The pangolin, which had been diligently digging a well, heard Zhang Yun's voice and scurried over, its scaly tail swaying. Zhang Yun offered it a bamboo tube filled with spiritual spring water to quench its thirst. Guard these provisions and ensure no one pilfers them, he instructed after stowing the bamboo tube. The pangolin, having consumed 5 acceleration points, was quite intelligent and nodded vigorously in understanding. With reassurance, Zhang Yun summoned a roe deer and rode it towards the water mine. Around 6:30, he arrived at the mine's cafeteria. He first selected 2 bags of bamboo rats, followed by 2 baskets of fish, receiving a receipt from Yang Yinshan. The bamboo rats weighed 150 pounds, costing 120 yuan, while the fish amounted to 200 pounds at 160 yuan, totaling 280 yuan. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Zhang Yun refrained from visiting the black market at Chicken Mountain. With Wang Xiuhua as a sales point, he lost interest in setting up a stall there, preferring not to squander time. Thus, he rode the roe deer at full speed towards the Funya red brick factory in Hongling Commune. Once he departed from Chu Shui Commune, upon entering the territory of Hongling Commune, he gazed at the winding mountains ahead, his eyes sparkling with newfound ambition. The brick factory doesn't open until 10 o'clock. Arriving there so early holds little purpose. Instead, I shall capture some wild beasts along the way, Zhang Yun confidently declared. Indeed, the previous day, as he made his way to the red brick factory, he sensed the presence of wild beasts inhabiting the various mountain peaks along his route. Given the early hour, he was inspired to scour the mountains for game. Although the spiritual space had already cultivated a substantial population of beasts, entering a positive cycle where daily sales led to further reproduction, Zhang Yun understood the necessity of personally capturing wild animals to enhance his acceleration points. The beasts bred within the space would not contribute to this enhancement. Upon reaching the first peak, Zhang Yun adeptly set up over a dozen pit traps, enticing the wild beasts with the alluring scent of the spiritual spring. After arranging the traps, he retraced his steps approximately 10 minutes later. From these traps, Zhang Yun successfully captured over 70 wild rabbits and 5 venomous snakes. At one particular trap, he discovered a spotted cat. However, it evaded him with remarkable agility as he approached, leaving him empty-handed. As Zhang Yun traversed the county road, each mountain peak he passed allowed him to establish additional pit traps. Upon arriving at the fork leading to Hongfeng village, he had astonishingly captured a total of 380 wild rabbits, 28 snakes, 5 wild chickens, and a wild goat. At that moment, he glanced at the number displayed above the colossal rock at location 1. Acceleration points, 284. By the end of the morning, he had accumulated 211 acceleration points, indicating that the weight of the beasts he had captured amounted to an impressive 100 pounds. The bounty was indeed substantial, and selling his morning's haul to the supply and marketing cooperative would yield a considerable sum. With excitement bubbling within him, Zhang Yun rode his roe deer and finally arrived at the maple leaf brick factory. Zhang Yun, you have arrived. As he appeared at the brick factory, the manager, Lu Qiyuan, rushed over to greet him. The previous day, the 15 local hunters from Hongling Commune had ventured into the mountains, spending an entire day searching for traces of the wild boar herd, yet they had failed to bring down a single one. Before sleeping last night, Lu Qiyuan recalled the scene of Zhang Yun effortlessly snapping red bricks in half, and he instinctively felt that the hope of successfully hunting the wild boars rested solely on Zhang Yun's shoulders. Early that morning, Lu Qiyuan had been waiting at the factory and was relieved to finally see Zhang Yun's figure approach. Manager Lu, since I promised to hunt the wild boars, I assuredly would come to report, Zhang Yun replied with a smile, casually shaking the bow and arrows slung over his shoulder and patting the machete fastened at his waist, with a rope draped around the neck of his roe deer. Comrade Zhang Yun, the 15 hunters toiled all day yesterday. They mentioned they would arrive around noon. Do you think we should wait for them to enter the mountains together? Lu Qiyuan asked earnestly. Although Lu Qiyuan held a firm belief in Zhang Yun's formidable hunting skills, he did not think that Zhang Yun alone could take down an entire herd of wild boars. He preferred to have Zhang Yun join the group of hunters. There's no need for that. It is more convenient for me to venture into the mountains alone, Zhang Yun responded with a smile. This was indeed the truth. Firstly, Zhang Yun possessed remarkable speed, making it difficult for the hunters to keep pace with him in the mountains. Secondly, he intended to use the spiritual spring to lure the wild boars entirely, which the hunters could not witness. However, it is quite dangerous for you to enter the mountains alone, Lu Qiyuan felt compelled to remind him. Manager Lu, I voluntarily choose to hunt the wild boars. I am not one of your hired hunters. Should anything happen to me, you would not be held accountable, Zhang Yun asserted confidently. Just remember what you promised yesterday. Once I have taken down this herd of wild boars, you must sell me the 100,000 bricks. Zhang Yun spoke calmly, which also served as a warning to Lu Qiyuan. Should Lu Qiyuan witness Zhang Yun slaying a wild boar and subsequently employ another set of rhetoric to evade selling bricks to him, Zhang Yun would not spare him. Lu Qiyuan discerned the implicit caution in Zhang Yun's words. Having held the position of factory director for so long, I, Lu Qiyuan, have always upheld the virtue of integrity. Rest assured, comrade Zhang Yun, as long as you successfully hunt down the wild boar herd, I shall sell you the 100,000 bricks piled there. Lu Qiyuan promptly made his promise. Very well, I trust you, Director Lu. Now, I shall venture into the mountains. Zhang Yun replied with a faint smile and then gave a gentle pat to the roe deer's hindquarters. The roe deer immediately dashed off through the gap in the back wall of the brick factory created by the wild boar, sprinting into the forest, with 2 red jackals trailing closely behind. Red jackals, remember the scent of the wild boar and seek their trail, Zhang Yun commanded as they entered the mountains. The red jackals possessed a keen sense of smell, and once they memorized the scent of the wild boars, they would swiftly locate the herd. In truth, Zhang Yun's own perceptive abilities were quite formidable. His sight, hearing, and sense of smell were all enhanced by the power feedback from the spirit spring space. He had already memorized the scent of the wild boars from the myriad aromas in the forest. The 2 red jackals soon locked onto the scent of the wild boars and swiftly advanced in a particular direction. At this juncture, Zhang Yun withdrew the roe deer into the spirit spring space and followed the jackals, weaving through the forest, running at a speed of 9 seconds per 100 meters. Zhang Yun's pace was hardly slower than that of the red jackals, allowing him to trail closely behind. Just 10 minutes had passed when the 2 red jackals had traversed 10 miles through the mountains, and after several directional changes, they finally pinpointed the scent of the wild boar herd. Zhang Yun's extraordinary hearing had already detected the distant sounds emanating from the wild boars in the forest. Found them, Zhang Yun exclaimed joyfully. If Lu Qiyuan were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. The previous day, 15 hunters had taken 4 hours, patrolling simultaneously, to locate the wild boar herd, while Zhang Yun had accomplished it in merely 10 minutes. Subsequently, the 2 red jackals slowed their pace to minimize noise as they stealthily approached the direction of the wild boar herd. Zhang Yun mirrored their actions, taking careful, measured steps as he quietly advanced towards that location. Before long, he arrived above a channel formed by the natural flow of water and beheld a group of wild boars drinking from a deep ravine. 16 wild boars. Zhang Yun was momentarily shocked at the sight. This herd consisted of 16 wild boars, among which 2 were particularly large, each estimated to weigh at least 500 pounds, along with 4 adult wild boars exceeding 200 pounds. The remaining boars were considerably smaller, likely juveniles. If he were to capture this entire herd, it would amount to at least 3,000 pounds. Zhang Yun's blood surged with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. However, he quickly regained his composure, assessing the surrounding terrain. The naturally formed channel was, in essence, a perfect trap. Zhang Yun cast a discerning glance at the surrounding terrain and, within his mind, devised a flawless plan. This natural ditch, formed by the convergence of rainwater cascading down the mountainside, served as the most exquisite trap for hunters. After all, if the wild boar were cornered within the confines of the ditch, they would be unable to ascend from either side, forced instead to flee in a forward or backward direction, either towards the top of the ditch or downwards into its depths. Zhang Yun had already noted that to the left of the ditch lay a gently sloping incline, which the herd of wild boar frequented to quench their thirst. Above the ditch, a 2-meter drop rendered it impossible for the boars to ascend. Below the ditch, a large pool of water awaited. Should the boars charge downwards, they would inevitably plunge into its depths. By obstructing the slope, the wild boar would be rendered incapable of escape, confined to the bottom of the ditch where their only options would be to either ascend or succumb to the water. A subtle smile graced Zhang Yun's lips as he reveled in his fortunate circumstances. The herd had unwittingly stumbled into this natural trap, and he was determined to make the most of the opportunity to eradicate them. Suddenly, Zhang Yun emerged from the forest, sprinting with the speed of 100 meters in 9 seconds, and positioned himself at the top of the slope, effectively blocking the ascent of the wild boar. 2 red wolves closely followed, standing ready at his side, poised for battle. The herd of wild boar, startled by Zhang Yun's abrupt appearance, emitted cautious snorts and attempted to surge up the slope. Armed with a cleaver, Zhang Yun awaited calmly. The first wild boar, a hefty adult weighing approximately 300 pounds, charged up the incline towards him. Kill! Zhang Yun bellowed with fervor, gripping the knife tightly. As the boar lunged forward, he swiftly brought the cleaver down. With a decisive strike, the razor-sharp blade cleaved through the boar's skull, leaving a distinct gash that even split the bone. This was no ordinary cleaver. Its accelerated edge was extraordinarily sharp, crafted from a material akin to alloy. Although the wild boar possessed thick skin and robust flesh, it succumbed under the blade as if it were mere parchment. The wounded boar tumbled downwards, lifeless, taking with it those that followed in its wake. Upon witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining wild boar in the ditch became engulfed in panic, realizing the terror that Zhang Yun embodied, and they dared not challenge the lethality of his blade. In their fright, the herd faltered, scattering aimlessly. As they attempted to flee upwards, they were thwarted by the 2-meter drop, rendering escape impossible. Consequently, several boars plunged downward, predictably landing in the pool below. Though not deep, the pool measured over 1 meter, and those who fell and struggled to swim towards the shore. Escaping via the water would prove no easy feat. Zhang Yun embedded his cleaver into the ground and swiftly retrieved his bow, drawing the string taut. The iron-headed arrow soared forth, striking the belly of a mature wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, with 2/3 of the shaft embedded deep within its body. The wound was undeniably lethal. Despite the grave injury, the resilient wild boar did not succumb immediately. It thrashed violently in the water, its legs flailing. The other wild boars, still unaccustomed to the chaos, were mercilessly kicked by the wounded beast, each one crying out in agony. Zhang Yun, having been trained in archery, swiftly nocked another arrow, instinctively drawing the bowstring taut. Whoosh! Another arrow was released, finding its mark in the neck of another wild boar that had fallen into the water, blood gushing forth and staining the pond a deep crimson. These 3 wild boars were all males, lacking reproductive value, and thus did not warrant being stored in the spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun smiled lightly. Indeed, the 3 mature wild boars he had felled were all male, and he had acted swiftly to eliminate them. In contrast, he intended to spare the younger and female boars, planning to gather them into the spiritual spring space. The population of wild boars within this space was still modest, insufficient to yield a boar for sale each day. If he could capture this entire litter, the accelerated time flow would soon allow them to proliferate into hundreds, establishing a positive cycle where he could sell 2 adult boars daily without strain. At that moment, Zhang Yun's gaze fixated on 2 wild boars exceeding 500 pounds. Among them, one was a female, which he chose to spare, while his bowstring remained taut, aimed at the male. Whoosh! The arrow flew. The panicked male boar attempted to flee, but could not outpace the arrow. The iron-headed shaft was fully lodged within its abdomen. True to its size, this boar seemed unfazed by the injury, plunging into the water in a desperate bid to swim to the shore and escape. Whoosh! Zhang Yun released another arrow, which again pierced deep into the boar's belly. Even the strongest body could not withstand such grievous wounds. As it reached the shore and attempted to stand, the intense agony rendered it helpless, its legs thrashing in desperation. In truth, these 2 largest boars were the leaders of the group. The severe injury to the male instilled a deeper fear within the herd. Without hesitation, the remaining wild boars plunged into the pond. Since they had all entered, it was time to reap what he had sown. Zhang Yun stowed his bow and arrows and hurried downwards. Upon reaching the bank of the pond, he secured a rope to the roots of a tree and swiftly descended, landing at the water's edge just as a wild boar swam across, making its way towards the shore. Zhang Yun paid no heed to the enraged snorts of the wild boar, extending his hand just as the creature attempted to rear back and bite his large hand. In a sudden maneuver, his hand found its way to the boar's head. In the next instant, the boar vanished, having been summoned into the spiritual spring space. A young wild boar, having traversed the pond, was attempting to ascend the bank when Zhang Yun, with remarkable speed, leapt forward, directly reaching out to touch the young boar. Naturally, this little wild boar too was drawn into the spiritual spring space. Subsequently, Zhang Yun positioned himself by the pond, awaiting the arrival of more wild boars. This method of patiently lying in wait left the boars with no recourse. They could not linger indefinitely in the pond and were compelled to charge towards the shore. Each time they approached, Zhang Yun would dart forward with utmost swiftness, reaching out to pat the boar's head. One after another, the boars were captured into the spiritual spring space. Eventually, the largest female boar, having exhausted her strength, dared not remain in the pond any longer and was forced to swim towards the bank. At that very moment, as she surged forth, Zhang Yun dashed over and gently touched her head. The boar's body immediately vanished. Thus, Zhang Yun successfully dealt with the entire group of wild boars. He had slain 1, shot 3 with arrows, while the rest were confined within the spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun then leapt into the pond, retrieving the 3 boars that had perished within its waters before proceeding to the upper ditch to collect the one he had slain. At that moment, his consciousness focused on the numbers above the giant stone at location 1. Acceleration points, 60. Upon his arrival, the points had been 284, now surging to 60. An increase of 316, indicating that the total weight of the wild boars amounted to over 100 pounds. Yesterday, he had overheard a conversation between Lu Qiyuan and the hunters regarding the 5 adult wild boars that had attacked the brick factory. It seemed he needed to produce the 5 largest boars to fulfill his obligations, Zhang Yun mused lightly. Thus, with a flicker of thought, he summoned a recently captured adult boar weighing over 300 pounds into Location 6. Time stood still in this realm, and as the boar entered, its life force abruptly extinguished. This was indeed the swiftest method to eliminate wild boars. Zhang Yun then swiftly retraced his steps. Upon nearing the brick factory, approximately a mile away, he paused to release the 5 slain boars from the spiritual spring space, laying them on the ground. With a sigh, he remarked on the effort required to drag the 5 boar carcasses to the factory, to conceal the existence of the spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun had no choice but to personally haul each of the 5 wild boars toward the factory. Chapter 119. Slapping the faces of 15 hunters at the Maple Leaf Brick Factory. In the office of Lu Qiyuan, the factory's director, the chef Lu Sanbiao approached, wearing a sullen expression and glaring incessantly at Lu Qiyuan. Sanbiao, what troubles you? Why do you keep staring at me like that? Speak up, Lu Qiyuan urged. Lu Qiyuan found himself increasingly vexed by the matter concerning the wild boars. As soon as Lu Sanbiao entered the office, he regarded him with the countenance of a disgruntled spouse, which only served to ignite Lu Qiyuan's ire. Director, this morning I visited the meat processing plant, and despite my relentless pleas, I was unable to procure even a single pound of meat. Director Xiao at the plant mentioned that they have received very few pigs lately, and with the soaring demand from various units, they are unable to meet the needs. Each time our Maple Leaf Brick Factory attempts to source pork from the meat plant, we find ourselves at the very end of the line. Most of the time, there is simply nothing left for us. On the rare occasions when it is our turn, we are allocated a mere 10 pounds, which is utterly insufficient. Director, you mentioned that you are old classmates with Director Xiao. Could you not reach out to him? Surely. We ought to secure at least 100 pounds of pork for our brick factory with every shipment. The workers at the factory are constantly lamenting their lack of sustenance, which leaves me utterly exasperated. Lu Sanbiao finally spoke, his voice tinged with a quavering desperation. Indeed, while he held a certain status as the head chef, he often found himself caught between 2 opposing forces. The internal plant disregarded Lu Sanbiao entirely, while the workers at the brick factory perpetually accused him of incompetence. Unable to procure even a scrap of pork, this predicament placed Lu Sanbiao in a rather unenviable position. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiyuan's expression darkened considerably. What could he possibly do? In this era, it was impossible for farmers to raise pigs at home. Only production teams organized manpower to rear a few pigs. Once these pigs matured, they were sent to the meat processing plant for slaughter and subsequently sold to various entities, including the government, factories, state-run restaurants, and local militias. The competition was fierce, with demand far exceeding supply. The Maple Leaf Brick Factory, a small and remote establishment with merely 30 workers, lacked the influence or authority to secure pork from the meat plant. What good is your complaining to me? You are the head chef. If you cannot procure meat and the workers voice their grievances, then you must bear the burden, Lu Qiyuan retorted sharply. Lu Sanbiao immediately donned his woeful expression once more, gazing at Lu Qiyuan with a look of wounded innocence before lapsing into silence. Lu Qiyuan, unable to endure the sight of Lu Sanbiao's morose demeanor, exited the office in search of solace outside. At that moment, the group of 15 hunters who had visited the previous day arrived once more. Director Lu, we're here, exclaimed one of the hunters, who was particularly fond of baring his chest. Lu Qiyuan, still simmering from his earlier encounter with Lu Sanbiao, suddenly conceived an idea upon seeing the hunters. Gentlemen, as you venture into the mountains to hunt wild boars, might you also assist us by hunting some other beasts? Rest assured, we at the Brick Factory are willing to purchase any wild game you procure at the price of pork, Lu Qiyuan suggested politely as he approached the hunters. Director, we can certainly give it a try, the bare-chested hunter responded calmly. However, the terrain in these mountains is quite complex. Hunting a single beast is no simple task. Yesterday, we spotted a group of wild boars, but before we could approach, they vanished into the forest, leaving no trace behind. A hunter promptly made a remark, subtly alluding to Lu Qiyuan, suggesting they rely on him to hunt other beasts, though the hope seemed dim. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiyuan's expression darkened. At that moment, the bare-chested hunter curiously inquired, Director Lu, what about that young man who came by yesterday for amusement? Didn't he claim he would come this morning to hunt wild boars? Where is he? The instant these words escaped his lips, The other hunters erupted in laughter. Indeed, they all deemed Zhang Yun merely a jester, doubting his capabilities as a hunter. He has only been in the mountains for half an hour, Lu Qiyuan replied flatly. Oh, he truly ventured into the mountains? I assumed he was just boasting. He actually went in? The hunters expressed their astonishment. Nevertheless, they remained convinced that Zhang Yun was merely a novice, incapable of hunting a wild boar. Just then, Lu Qiyuan, in a rather disheartened mood, casually glanced around and happened to catch sight of Zhang Yun's figure emerging through a breach in the back wall. My goodness, Lu Qiyuan gasped, as he witnessed Zhang Yun entering with a massive wild boar in tow. The 15 hunters, still mocking Zhang Yun, turned their gaze toward the back wall upon hearing Lu Qiyuan's astonished exclamation. In an instant, their faces reflected disbelief. The first wild boar Zhang Yun dragged over was the same hefty creature, weighing around 300 pounds, that had been slain with a machete, and its size was strikingly prominent. Lu Qiyuan was the first to rush over, and the other 15 hunters hastily followed suit. They surrounded Zhang Yun, all gazing in astonishment at the carcass of the wild boar. Comrade Zhang Yun, you truly killed a wild boar. Lu Qiyuan exclaimed joyfully, addressing Zhang Yun with newfound respect, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Humph, perhaps it was just a stroke of luck, the bare-chested hunter retorted sarcastically, firmly believing Zhang Yun was not a genuine hunter and doubting his ability to kill a wild boar. Indeed, it must have been sheer luck. That wild boar must have strayed from its group, allowing Zhang Yun to seize the opportunity, another hunter added, unwilling to concede. Yesterday, all 15 hunters had entered the mountains together and failed to capture a single wild boar. Now, Zhang Yun had single-handedly brought down an adult boar, leaving the group feeling humiliated and resentful, unable to suppress their derision. Zhang Yun calmly regarded the 15 hunters, recognizing their defiant expressions and discerning their inner thoughts. Director Lu, there are still 4 large wild boars behind. I am unable to drag them all alone. Could you arrange for a few workers to assist me in bringing back the other 4 boars? Zhang Yun suddenly proposed with a smile. The hunters, who had just been filled with skepticism and sarcasm, were rendered speechless by his words, akin to the impact of an atomic bomb. If killing one wild boar could be attributed to luck or chance, how could one explain the prospect of bringing down 5? This must undoubtedly be due to absolute strength. With a single remark, Zhang Yun struck the faces of the 15 hunters, leaving them utterly speechless. Lu Qiyuan leapt up in excitement. Really? That's wonderful. Lu Qiyuan, filled with enthusiasm, began to hop around. Moments ago, he had been disheartened by Lu Sanbiao's resentment, but upon hearing of the 5 wild boar carcasses, he was overwhelmed with joy. Although it was previously agreed that all wild boar hunted by Zhang Yun would belong to him, Lu Qiyuan was confident that if he requested to purchase them, Zhang Yun would surely comply. This would certainly alleviate the workers' complaints at the brick factory. All right, I will go summon them now. Lu Qiyuan readily agreed. Chapter 120. I am here to sell pork. 10 workers from the brick factory followed Zhang Yun into the mountains. Lu Qiyuan and the 15 hunters trailed behind. Soon, after walking a mile, they finally arrived at the site where Zhang Yun had placed the wild boar carcasses. Goodness gracious! What massive wild boar! The workers were the first to approach, their faces painted with astonishment upon seeing the 4 wild boars. Particularly, the one weighing over 500 pounds was utterly eye-popping, a truly breathtaking sight. Is it really possible for a person to kill such a creature? A wild boar of this size could easily break a tree trunk as thick as a thigh. Its strength was indeed terrifying. Yet now, it lay slain by Zhang Yun. The gazes directed at Zhang Yun were filled with admiration, but even more so, a palpable fear. At the back, Lu Qiyuan, hearing the workers' exclamations of surprise, quickly rushed over, his own expression reflecting shock. The 15 hunters soon followed, and upon seeing the 4 colossal wild boars on the ground, they were rendered speechless, their astonishment lingering. These hunters had always regarded Zhang Yun as a mere braggart, a man of empty words, but now, faced with the undeniable evidence, they could only feel shame, too intimidated to utter a single word against him. Zhang Yun, you are truly remarkable for having killed so many wild boars. Lu Qiyuan finally calmed down from his astonishment and spoke joyfully. At that moment, Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled, and he replied with a smile, Lu Factory Director, I cannot possibly transport all these wild boars back. Could you assist me in finding a way to sell them? This was precisely the statement Lu Qiyuan had been waiting for. To be candid, we at the brick factory have been troubled by our pork supply lately. How about you sell us 3 of the 5 wild boars you have hunted? The remaining 2, I can help you deliver to the meat processing plant. Lu Qiyuan eagerly shared his proposal, his gaze fixed keenly on Zhang Yun. With 3 wild boars, the head chef at the brick factory, Lu Sanbiao, could butcher them all today. One smaller boar could be cooked immediately, while the other two could be cured into bacon for future meals. Upon hearing this suggestion, Zhang Yun had no objections. Moreover, from Lu Qiyuan's words, he discerned that he had connections at the meat processing plant in Hongling Commune. Zhang Yun had been contemplating expanding his sales channels, and this opportunity had presented itself perfectly. Factory Director Lu, let us convert the purchase of the 3 wild boars into red bricks. Zhang Yun immediately agreed. Excellent. Lu Qiyuan was equally pleased. Soon, 10 brick factory workers dragged 3 wild boars, while Zhang Yun single-handedly pulled the largest boar, weighing over 500 pounds, as they made their way to the brick factory. His extraordinary strength in hauling the massive beast once again astonished the onlookers. After approximately half an hour, they successfully transported all 4 wild boars back to the factory. The sight of the 5 large boars gathered together drew the attention of the entire workforce, including Lu Fu, who, upon witnessing his brother-in-law Zhang Yun's remarkable prowess, realized that the kick he received yesterday had clearly diminished in impact. Otherwise, he would have been confined to bed today. Chef Lu Sanbiao was the most elated among them, as all his grievances were replaced with a sense of comfort. Quickly, help me move these 3 wild boars to the kitchen. Today, I shall showcase my culinary skills, he exclaimed, brimming with joy. A small truck, designated for transporting bricks, arrived, and Zhang Yun personally lifted the over 500-pound boar along with a 200-pound one, tossing them effortlessly onto the truck. This incredible display of strength, reminiscent of Li Yuanba lifting a cauldron, once more astounded the gathered workers and left the 15 hunters utterly in awe. Comrade Zhang Yun, I shall accompany you to the meat processing plant. Director Xiao is an old classmate of mine, and I will introduce you, Lu Qiyuan announced after organizing the logistics, promptly jumping onto the small truck and beckoning Zhang Yun to join him. Zhang Yun examined the vehicle, his eyes sparkling with interest. This truck, the BJ-130, was the most successful domestic small truck of the 1970s, designed by the Beijing Automobile Factory. Subsequently, blueprints were requested by provinces across the nation, and nearly every province had a factory producing the BJ-130. Naturally, Hunan province also had a factory manufacturing this model, with prices ranging from 10,000 to 15,000 yuan, depending on regional circumstances. For the common folk of that era, owning a small truck signified considerable wealth, typically accessible only to factories or governmental departments. Given that the Maple Leaf Brick Factory had prospered, earning tens of thousands in revenue from brick sales each month, affording a BJ-130 was not particularly surprising. Zhang Yun contemplated acquiring this truck, envisioning it as the ideal complement to his soon-to-be constructed new house. However, all his earnings were currently earmarked for housing expenses, leaving no surplus for purchasing a vehicle. Nevertheless, with a goal in mind, Zhang Yun felt motivated, convinced that it would not be long before he could afford a BJ-130. Once Zhang Yun boarded the truck, the driver accelerated swiftly, and after departing the brick factory, they soon arrived at the county road, heading directly towards their destination. In approximately 5 miles, the small truck reached the Hongling Commune's meat processing plant. Despite its name, the Hongling meat processing plant was merely a small compound consisting of a reception area, a slaughtering section, and an office. During the 1970s, and even throughout the entire 1980s, Hunan province lacked electricity, thus rendering refrigeration facilities non-existent in rural areas. The meat processing plant collects pigs or wild beasts, allowing them to rest for a few days until a sufficient number are gathered for centralized slaughter and subsequent sale, without any intention of storing the meat. A small truck entered the premises of the plant. Comrade Zhang Yun, accompany me to meet Xiao Fugua, the plant manager and my old classmate, Lu Qiyuan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's suspicions were confirmed. Lu Qiyuan indeed had connections to the meat processing plant. Thus, Zhang Yun followed Lu Qiyuan to the manager's office. Inside, a man sat behind his desk, sighing heavily. Upon seeing Lu Qiyuan, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he apologetically said, "Old classmate, please don't say anything. I understand that you've been turned down by the chef from your brick factory, and he will complain to you, but you must also sympathize with my situation. In my position, it is quite difficult. When the government sends someone, do I dare refuse to provide meat? When the commune sends someone, can I refuse? When the local military requests a pig, do I have the courage to deny them? I am in a tough spot. It is not my intention to reject your factory's demand for meat, but I simply cannot spare even a pound for you." This man was Xiao Fugua. Upon noticing Lu Qiyuan's arrival, he assumed that Lu Sanbiao had instigated Lu Qiyuan to plead on his behalf to procure pork. Therefore, without waiting for Lu Qiyuan to speak, Xiao Fugua began to air his grievances. Lu Qiyuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Xiao Fuguo's meaning and suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Xiao Fuguo asked, perplexed. My dear classmate, I am not here to buy meat. Rather, I am here to sell pork, Lu Qiyuan replied proudly, tilting his head. Chapter 121. The Hongling Meat Processing Plant. A new sales channel sell pork? Xiao Fuguo's face was immediately filled with confusion. Earlier that morning, the chef from the brick factory had come in tears and turmoil, nearly begging on his knees, which clearly indicated that the Fengye red brick factory had no pork to spare. Now, Lu Qiyuan claimed he was here to sell pork? What kind of performance was this? My old friend, I understand your skepticism. Just come out and see for yourself, Lu Qiyuan insisted, not wishing to explain further, as he pulled Xiao Fuguo outside. Upon reaching the small truck, Xiao Fuguo beheld 2 large wild boars. Particularly, the one weighing over 500 pounds captivated his attention. As the plant manager, he encountered various pigs delivered by different production teams daily, but most were in the 200 to 300 pound range. Seeing a wild boar of such extraordinary size was a first for him, leaving him utterly astonished. Did your brick factory hunt these 2 wild boars? Xiao Fuguo inquired promptly. No, they were slain by this young brother Zhang Yun, an exceptional hunter. Initially, he hunted 5 wild boars, and we took 3. These 2 have been brought to your meat processing plant. My old classmate, see how just I am. I understand the pressures you face from various entities. And given the current scarcity of meat supplies, I have brought you these 2 wild boars. Lu Qiyuan then enthusiastically began to introduce Zhang Yun. 5 wild boars. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fuguo's gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yun, who he scrutinized closely. Such a young man possesses remarkable strength, capable of hunting 5 wild boars. Particularly impressive is the one weighing over 500 pounds. Even if shot with a rifle, it would be challenging to injure it. Instantly, Xiao Fuguo developed a keen interest in Zhang Yun. Hello, Director Xiao, I am Zhang Yun. Please quote a price for these 2 wild boars. This was Zhang Yun's first encounter with Xiao Fuguo, and he spoke with a calm demeanor, without any attempts at flattery. Business is business. Offer a fair price, and I shall sell them to you. If you attempt to negotiate irresponsibly, I will simply take them back. Xiao Fuguo was taken aback by Zhang Yun's direct approach, immediately requesting a price from him. He understood the implication behind Zhang Yun's words. If he did not provide a reasonable offer, Zhang Yun would not show him any respect. As the director of the meat processing plant, Xiao Fuguo held a certain social status, often being sought after by others. However, he also faced a significant challenge, sourcing pork. Currently, the primary supply for the meat processing plant came from various pig farms, which was insufficient to meet the demands of different units and factories. Now, Xiao Fuguo recognized Zhang Yun's value. A young and exceptional hunter like him could potentially become a new source of supply. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, and he began to formulate a plan. Comrade Zhang Yun, our meat processing plant has always maintained a purchase price of 0.55 yuan per pound for pork. Wild boar meat, being uncastrated, carries a somewhat gamey flavor, which is not favored by government units and state-run restaurants. However, since you were introduced by Lu Qiyuan, I am willing to purchase the wild boars at 0.55 yuan per pound. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun contemplated his options. The wild boar meat sold to the Han Xuemei mine was priced at 0.80 yuan per pound, but that was after removing the offal, which was sold at a flat rate for a few yuan. As a business entity, the meat processing plant naturally aimed for a much lower procurement price. Moreover, the plant weighed the entire wild boar, settling at the price of 0.55 yuan per pound. When calculated, the difference was not significant. All right, Director Xiao, I am quite satisfied with your price, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Xiao Fuguo nodded in appreciation, pleased with Zhang Yun's straightforwardness. Director Xiao, in addition to pork, do you also require chickens, ducks, or sheep? Zhang Yun asked suddenly. Yes, indeed, Xiao Fuguo instinctively replied. Our meat processing plant specializes in meat. We can procure any poultry or wild game. At this moment, Zhang Yun felt assured of his understanding of the situation. The reason for the earlier inquiry was that Zhang Yun intended to sell the chickens, bamboo rats, wild rabbits, black goats, venomous snakes, and red deer from his space to the meat processing plant. Although the black goats and red deer had not yet reproduced, with the time flow accelerated by 15 times, these 2 species would be ready for bulk sale in less than a month. Director Xiao, I happen to have a hunter friend who recently captured a large number of wild rabbits and bamboo rats. I will deliver them to you tomorrow. The price will be the same as that of pork. How does that sound? Zhang Yun proposed at that moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fuguo burst into laughter. He had just resolved to cultivate a relationship with Zhang Yun and did not expect such immediate reciprocity. All right, bring them on. I will accept them all. Xiao Fuguei replied joyfully. He then called for assistance and secured 2 wild boars, weighing a total of 786 jin. After Zhang Yun received the receipt at the weighing station, he headed straight to the finance office and soon collected 432 yuan. After bidding farewell to Xiao Fuguei, Zhang Yun and Lu Qiyuan hopped back into a small truck to return to the brick factory. Comrade Zhang Yun, I heard what you discussed with Xiao Fuguei earlier. In the future, if you hunt wild rabbits or bamboo rats, do not forget about our brick factory. We also greatly need these delicacies to enhance our meals. Lu Qiyuan remarked with a smile on the road. Of course, I would be more than willing to oblige. Since Director Lu has said so, I will certainly comply. Rest assured, whenever I hunt wild game, I will inform you first and prioritize supplying the maple leaf red brick factory. Zhang Yun responded immediately. Lu Qiyuan nodded with delight at this assurance. Upon returning to the brick factory, someone from the kitchen reported that after processing the 3 wild boars and removing the offal, they weighed a total of 812 jin. At that moment, Zhang Yun was sitting across from Lu Qiyuan in the office. Hearing the weight, Lu Qiyuan asked, Comrade Zhang Yun, shall I give you the receipt now and then convert it into the quantity of red bricks? Zhang Yun promptly raised his hand in refusal, smiling. Director Lu, we have an instant rapport and are quite fated. How about this? Let us value these 3 pigs at 10,000 bricks. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiyuan's expression turned to one of surprise as he grasped Zhang Yun's intent. The 812 jin of pork, if purchased from the meat processing plant, would cost 0.8 yuan per jin, amounting to over 600 yuan, plus an additional sum for the offal. In contrast, the price of red bricks was 50 yuan for 1,000 bricks, merely 0.05 yuan per brick, making 10,000 bricks worth only 500 yuan. Zhang Yun's implication was that Lu Qiyuan was free to issue the receipt, and the excess funds would be considered a gift to him, effectively presenting Lu Qiyuan with nearly 200 yuan in benefits. Haha, Comrade Zhang Yun, I am increasingly fond of you. Very well, we shall settle it as you propose. You want 100,000 bricks, correct? I, Lu Qiyuan, stand by my word. That pile of 100,000 bricks on the site is entirely yours, Lu Qiyuan decided with pleasure. This is also the reason why Zhang Yun is willing to offer such substantial benefits. Otherwise, although Lu Qiyuan would agree to prioritize the allocation of red bricks to Zhang Yun, he would undoubtedly resort to various tricks, deliberately delaying the process and hampering Zhang Yun's construction speed. Chapter 122. Striving to earn money. The foundation of the new house has been established, having just paid 1,000 yuan to the brick factory. Zhang Yun found himself devoid of funds. At this moment, he sat atop a roe deer, muttering to himself. Earlier, Zhang Yun had paid 1,000 yuan, and, combined with the equivalent of 10,000 bricks from 3 wild boars, the Fengye Red Brick Factory would deliver 20,000 bricks to his new home that afternoon. The brick factory operates with such authority, payment first, delivery later, assured that their products will always find buyers. The previous day, Zhang Yun had 710 yuan remaining. He had just earned 432 yuan at the meat processing plant, yet after handing over 1,000 yuan to the brick factory, he was left with barely over 100. Of course, there were still 280 yuan pending settlement from the Linshui quarry, but that would only amount to 400 yuan, just enough to cover the stone fees for Laishikyo village. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over Zhang Yun. He needed to earn more today to continue purchasing bricks and stones tomorrow, as well as settle the payment for river sand from the Jiuwan Brigade. While the prospect of constructing a grand residence was exhilarating, the challenges were undeniably taxing. Zhang Yun sighed momentarily, then rallied his spirits. He could not be defeated by such trivial obstacles. On his way to the brick factory that morning, he had captured 380 wild rabbits, 28 venomous snakes, 5 wild chickens, and a wild goat. The snakes and wild chickens were not for sale, and the goat was to be bred with 2 black goats. So they too were off the market. Now, he needed to sell the 380 wild rabbits. The supply and marketing cooperative purchased wild rabbits at 0.6 yuan per jin, whereas the Hongling meat processing plant offered 0.55 yuan per jin, a difference of 0.05 yuan. Zhang Yun realized he could not sell all the rabbits to just one buyer. He needed to distribute them between both, considering how to allocate them. The meat processing plant was nearby, and having just sold the wild boars there, he decided to sell the rabbits next, seizing the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with them. After deliberating, Zhang Yun directed the roe deer towards the Hongling meat processing plant. Xiao Fuguo was observing the butchers as they butchered the 2 wild boars when he inadvertently turned around and beheld a remarkable sight. Zhang Yun, accompanied by a roe deer and flanked by 2 red wolves, had 2 fertilizer bags slung over his shoulders. Has Zhang Yun arrived so swiftly? Xiao Fuguo realized something at that moment and rushed over. Comrade Zhang Yun, you have tamed a roe deer. You truly are an exceptional hunter. He complimented Zhang Yun upon their meeting, understanding that flattery would facilitate their conversation. Zhang Yun set down the 2 fertilizer bags and replied with a smile, Director Xiao. I mentioned I had a hunter friend who captured many wild rabbits. I hurried over to his place and brought 200 rabbits along. As he spoke, Zhang Yun shook the 2 fertilizer bags, which were filled to the brim. Haha, splendid. What excellent news. Comrade Zhang Yun, your generous attention to our meat processing plant is something for which I must express my heartfelt gratitude. I shall personally take the goods to the weighing station. Xiao Fuguo, having received the answers he sought, was elated beyond measure. An hour prior, he had resolved to cultivate a rapport with Zhang Yun, thereby establishing a new source of supply. Now, with the arrival of Zhang Yun and his cargo, Xiao Fuguo was indeed overjoyed. Before long, the 2 bags of fertilizer containing the wild hares were weighed, totaling 867 jin, priced at 0.55 yuan per jin. This amounted to 476.85 yuan. After retrieving the funds from the finance office, Zhang Yun made his way back to Xiao Fuguo's office. Have you received the money? Xiao Fuguo inquired with a smile. Indeed, I have, Zhang Yun replied. Comrade Zhang Yun, you have truly surprised me. You are an exceptional hunter, Xiao Fuguo exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. Director Xiao, I came to inform you that during my recent excursion to the maple leaf brick factory, I assisted in hunting a herd of wild boars, successfully taking down 5. Some managed to escape, but I shall return tomorrow to seek them out again. Should I capture them, I will certainly deliver the meat to your processing plant. Zhang Yun stated with a smile. This was, of course, a pretext for tomorrow's sale of wild boar. After all, that herd had already been secured in the Lingquan space, and an additional day would equate to a growth period of 15 days, allowing the young boars to mature significantly. Haha, splendid. This is wonderful. Xiao Fuguo laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy. The presence of Zhang Yun alone could rival the pork supply from all the production teams in the Hongling commune, which filled Xiao Fuguo with immense excitement. Xiao Fuguo had been grappling with the demands of various governmental units, factories, local military, and state-owned restaurants, facing daily headaches over the necessity to appease all while struggling to procure sufficient pork. Now, with Zhang Yun's unexpected emergence, capable of providing such a substantial quantity of pork and game meat in one fell swoop, Xiao Fuguo's immediate concerns were alleviated. Very well, I shall take my leave, Zhang Yun stated, having laid the groundwork and unwilling to waste further words as he prepared to depart. Xiao Fuguo personally escorted Zhang Yun out of the meat processing plant. His next destination was the supply and marketing cooperative in Chu Shui commune. Zhang Yun, well acquainted with the process, lifted 2 fertilizer bags and placed all 180 wild hares within, proceeding directly to the back warehouse of the cooperative. After weighing them, the total came to 846 jin, priced at 0.60 yuan per jin, amounting to 507.60 yuan. Subsequently, Zhang Yun ventured to a secluded area where he quickly produced 2 baskets filled with water, containing over 200 jin of grass carp. After weighing them in the back warehouse, the fish totaled 216 jin, priced at 0.60 yuan per jin, resulting in 129.60 yuan. With 2 receipts in hand, Zhang Yun settled the accounts at the finance department, receiving a total of 637.20 yuan. In this manner, his funds exceeded 1,000 once more. He planned to visit the mine in the afternoon to settle another 280 yuan, and nearly 200 yuan awaited him from Wang Xiuhua. Oh, the little mouse has pilfered an unknown amount from Wang Yuanhui, Zhang Yun mused quietly to himself as he rode home on the back of a roe deer. After approximately half an hour, Zhang Yun returned from Chu Shui commune to Jiuwan village, promptly making his way to his new abode. It was lunchtime, and the 50 villagers had been busy all morning. They were indulging in the delightful dishes prepared by Zhang Yun's family, with an abundance of meat and vegetables. Their meal was quite savory. Upon his return, as Zhang Yun sat atop his deer, he noticed that half of the foundation pit had already been filled with gravel, signifying that substantial progress had been made. They awaited the delivery of 20,000 red bricks in the afternoon to commence wall construction. He pondered the timing of the cement's arrival. As he approached the cool shelter, the 50 workers joyfully greeted him. Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, and other family members quickly gathered around upon seeing Zhang Yun's return. However, Zhang Yun's gaze was fixed on a particular figure. Xuemei, I've been busy all morning. Now that I'm back, would you come over and give me a hug for encouragement? Upon hearing this, Han Xuemei, who had initially intended to approach, suddenly blushed deeply. She was taken aback by Zhang Yun's bold declaration of affection. The 50 villagers, who had been heartily enjoying their meal, gaped in astonishment at Zhang Yun's words. Indeed, expressing love in front of such a crowd was, in their eyes, utterly inappropriate. Yet, Zhang Yun did just that, leaving them momentarily speechless, but internally, admiration welled up within them. You scoundrel, is this how you jest with your sister-in-law? It seems you've bullied Han Jiqing quite a bit before. I shall take revenge for her, Zhang Feng declared, refusing to let Zhang Yun off the hook as she sought to uphold justice for Han Xuemei. Laughter erupted among the group. Chapter 123. The obstruction from Chu Shui meat processing plant during the midday break. The 50 villagers engaged in construction chose not to return home. After a hearty meal, they sprawled out under the cool shelter for a nap. Zhang Jiwu pulled Zhang Yun aside. Yuner, when will you take us to Chickenming-san? Zhang Jiwu asked with eager anticipation. Zhang Yun, observing his uncle, understood his intentions. A few days prior, he had accompanied Zhang Jiwu, allowing him to earn a quick sum. Over the past few days, Zhang Yun had been busy fishing, catching wild rabbits, and trapping bamboo rats. As he needed to utilize the spiritual spring, he refrained from bringing Zhang Jiwu along. When it came time to sell the game, Zhang Yun had to directly transport it to the mining site and supply cooperative through the spiritual spring space, thus preventing him from bringing Zhang Jiwu. To safeguard the secret of the spiritual spring, Zhang Yun had indeed not enlisted Zhang Jiwu's assistance recently. Naturally, Zhang Jiwu, having earned quick money a few times, was eager to continue this lucrative endeavor, prompting him to inquire about hunting beasts at Chickenming-san. Uncle, over the past few days, have you observed among these workers who is willing to endure hardship? Who possesses greater stamina? Who demonstrates stronger teamwork? Instead of answering directly, Zhang Yun inquired about certain observations. Zhang Jiwu immediately grasped that Zhang Yun intended to select members for a hunting team. After all, Zhang Yun had previously mentioned that the composition of the hunting team would come from among the villagers engaged in construction. Those who do not proactively assist Zhang Yun, what grounds do they have to expect his selection? The capable individuals from the several production teams display remarkable diligence and initiative, constantly devising innovative solutions to challenges. Zhang Jiwu promptly responded. After hearing this, Zhang Yun understood. From the 6 production teams, there are Zhang Jiankong and Zhang Bingxiang from the first team, Sun Fuguei from the second, Yang Daju from the third, Zhang Yimu and Zhang Erlin from the fourth, and Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Jianxing, along with Sun Zhengwen from the sixth. Notably, Zhang Yimu and Zhang Erlin are the nephews of the brigade's secretary Zhang Huqing, while Zhang Jiankong is the son of the brigade leader Zhang Yue. Zhang Yun contemplated that the hunting team of Jiuan Brigade was indeed a lucrative opportunity, necessitating the involvement of the 2 most powerful figures in the brigade. Thus, it was imperative for Zhang Yimu, Zhang Erlin, and Zhang Jiankong to join the hunting team. Additionally, to maintain the dignity of each production team, it was essential to include all capable individuals. Ultimately, the inclusion of all competent members into the hunting team would ensure a balance of interests across the various production teams. With these thoughts clarified, Zhang Yun responded. This afternoon, please inform those capable individuals that I will provide each of them with a machete. Once Zhang Laogui has forged 9 machetes, we shall embark on our journey to Jiamingshan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu understood. Indeed, to establish a hunting team, one must possess a hunting knife. Entering the mountains unarmed would be unwise. Very well, uncle. I shall heed your advice. With a definitive answer in hand, Zhang Jiwu felt elated. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Yun noticed a figure approaching his new residence from a distance. It was none other than brigade leader Zhang Yue. Initially, Zhang Yun intended to seek out Han Xuemei and retreat to a secret location to savor her sweet lips. However, upon seeing Zhang Yue approaching, he refrained from doing so. Moments later, Zhang Yue arrived beside Zhang Yun. Brigade leader, with such a bright sun, why are you here instead of taking a midday break? Zhang Yun greeted him with a smile. Zhang Yue gazed at Zhang Yun and suddenly inquired, Yun, have you offended anyone at the meat processing plant? Zhang Yun was taken aback. Why such a question? Not at all. I have never even visited the Chu Shui meat processing plant. How could I have offended anyone? Zhang Yun replied earnestly. That is indeed peculiar. This morning, I delivered 2 pigs to the meat processing plant, and Manager Huang hinted to me that we cannot sign a contract for the sale of fish and meat with you, nor can our Jiuan Brigade provide goods to you. If Manager Huang discovers that our Jiuan Brigade has engaged in business with you, he may employ some underhanded tactics against our pork and fish products in the future. Zhang Yue said with a troubled expression, clarifying his purpose for coming. Brigade leader, are you implying that? Zhang Yun pressed for clarity. The sales contract we signed cannot be executed for the time being, Zhang Yun informed him clearly. For Zhang Yun, that sales contract was merely a facade, a means to conceal the secret of the Lingquan space. He intended to supply customers with wild animals, fish, and vegetables, and could not rely on these production teams for support. In order to safeguard the secrets of the spiritual spring space, it is essential to obtain sales contracts from various production teams, thereby leading others to believe that the supplies sold by Zhang Yun originate from these teams. Wait, did you just say the director of the Chu Shui meat processing plant is surnamed Huang? Zhang Yun inquired with sudden curiosity. Indeed. Huang Qingshan is the director of the meat processing plant, Zhang Yue replied, casting a strange glance at Zhang Yun. I understand now. I know who is pulling the strings behind the scenes, Zhang Yun exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. The individual with conflicting interests with Zhang Yun, upon reflection, could only be Huang Dajun. Previously, at the finance department of the Linshui mine, Huang Dajun had conspired with Li Guiying to outmaneuver Zhang Yun, only to be outsmarted in return. At that time, Huang Dajun had warned Zhang Yun that the procurement work for the cafeteria would not be so easily managed. It seems that in recent days, Zhang Yun has been consistently supplying sufficient meat to the cafeteria, casting doubts in Huang Dajun's mind, prompting him to devise strategies to obstruct Zhang Yun's access to supplies from various production teams. Zhang Yun also speculated that Huang Qingshan of the Chu Shui meat processing plant might indeed be a relative of Huang Dajun. This was an attempt to leverage familial influence against him, which Zhang Yun found rather amusing. Huang Dajun, in his arrogance, believed that his family's power could manipulate the production teams, thus preventing Zhang Yun from acquiring supplies. Little did he know, Zhang Yun possessed the spiritual spring space, which had already fostered a substantial number of beasts, even without a single pound of meat from the production teams. Zhang Yun could adequately meet the needs of the Linshui mine cafeteria. Zhang Yun, it appears you have discerned who seeks to undermine you. Therefore, our sales contract cannot be executed for the time being. We certainly cannot afford to offend Huang Qingshan, Zhang Yue emphasized. Captain, what if I were to propose that I could purchase all the pigs from the Jiuwan team at a high price? Would you still be concerned about Huang Qingshan's retaliation? Zhang Yun questioned with a smile. High price? What price can you offer? Zhang Yue asked, intrigued. To be candid, all the pigs sold to the meat processing plant by the production teams are priced at 0.55 yuan per pound. What can you offer? Zhang Yue gazed at Zhang Yun, contemplating the possibilities. I can offer 0.60 yuan per pound for procurement. You can inform the leaders of all the other teams that all pigs can be sold to me, Zhang Yun. At that rate, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Huang Dajun and Huang Qingshan, intent on undermining Zhang Yun, could never have anticipated such a resolute counter from him. Chapter 124. Unable to buy adult pigs. Let us purchase piglets. 0.60 yuan per pound. However, once you acquire them, you cannot slaughter them privately. They must be sold to the meat processing plant. Wouldn't that be a disadvantage for you? Zhang Yue questioned, perplexed. In this era, the meat processing plant is the sole legal establishment for slaughtering livestock. The public is prohibited from doing so independently. If caught, hefty fines or even imprisonment may ensue. Of course, during the new year, families can indeed invite butchers to slaughter their pigs, a practice tacitly permitted by the commune and the teams. Zhang Yue found himself perplexed. Zhang Yun, unable to privately slaughter pigs for sale to the villagers, engaged in such high buying and low selling only to incur losses. Naturally, Zhang Yun would not elucidate his situation to Zhang Yue. Possessing a mystical space, he could nurture the pigs, and with a time flow rate of 15 times faster, these pigs would thrive significantly under such beneficial conditions. Even if he sold them to the Hongling meat processing plant at 0.55 yuan, he could at least break even, if not earn a modest profit. However, Zhang Yun's intention was not merely to profit. He aimed to confront Huang Qingshan with unwavering resolve, seeking to sever the supply chain to the Chu Shui meat processing plant. Without pigs from various production teams, the plant would be unable to provide pork to numerous entities, thereby placing immense pressure on Huang Qingshan, with the likelihood of him losing his position as factory director becoming a distinct possibility. Team leader at 0.6 yuan per gene. If you sell your pigs to me, your team stands to gain significantly, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Yet, I cannot acquiesce, Zhang Yue stated. Young man, you underestimate the complexity of the situation. The Chu Shui commune is fully aware of the pig-raising conditions across our 10 production teams. If we were to sell even one less pig, the commune would hold us accountable. Your higher offer does not compel us to sell, Zhang Yue calmly elaborated. In essence, the monopoly over pork production by the meat processing plant was a fundamental policy of the commune, which all team leaders and secretaries were obliged to adhere to. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun finally grasped the source of Huang Qingshan's confidence. He issued orders to the production teams forbidding them from signing sales contracts with others, bolstered by policy support that rendered him audaciously unassailable. But was Zhang Yun truly at a loss? He would not concede easily. Team leader, what if I were to purchase the newly born piglets from you? I can offer 50 yuan for each piglet, Zhang Yun suggested with a sudden smile. Given that adult pigs could only supply the meat processing plant, Zhang Yun decided to seize the opportunity at the source. Generally, piglets take 6 to 8 months to grow, provided they are well fed. Otherwise, it could take a year. By acquiring the piglets from the 10 production teams, in 6 months, there would be no pigs left to sell to the Xuemei meat processing plant, thereby placing immense pressure on Huang Qingshan. At that point, he would have no choice but to seek assistance from Zhang Yun. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Even a delay of 6 months is insignificant. You wish to purchase piglets? Zhang Yue inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, I have constructed such a large courtyard. Surely I must build a pig pen. My family will enjoy a festive pig during the new year. Zhang Yun fabricated a rationale. He could not reveal that his intent in acquiring piglets was to disrupt the supply chain to the Xuemei meat processing plant. Zhang Yue did not decisively refuse. Instead, he paused in contemplation. Presently, the Jiuan team's pig farm had only one breeding sow, which produced 2 litters a year, with approximately 10 piglets per litter. After raising these 10 piglets for 6 months, primarily feeding them on pig grass, they typically reach around 200 pounds at market time. Consequently, each pig can be sold for approximately 110 yuan. However, now, as soon as a sow gives birth to piglets, they can be sold directly for 50 yuan without the need for any feeding. If the Jiuan brigade were to cultivate a few more breeding sows, it seems that selling piglets directly could yield even greater profits. Zhang Yue calculated this in his mind and arrived at a decision. Indeed, there are no stringent regulations from the commune regarding the sale of piglets. Many locals frequently purchase piglets from the production brigade for their own rearing. If you wish to buy piglets, you cannot do so in your name. Rather, you should use the name of Zhang Zhiwu or your parents to facilitate the purchase. After all, if Huang Qingshan were to discover any dealings between us, he would certainly target me. This method can also be employed with other production brigades, allowing a member from those brigades to purchase the piglets on your behalf. Zhang Yue remarked with delight. Finally agreeing, Zhang Yun also smiled joyfully. With his spiritual spring space, a piglet bot would grow rapidly under the nurturing of the spring's energies, reaching 200 pounds in about 20 days at a time flow rate of 15 times normal. At that point, Zhang Yun planned to sell these pigs to the Hongling meat processing plant, netting over 50 yuan per pig. What if the time flow rate were increased to 30 times? Then, within a week, these piglets would be fully grown. Timing is fortuitous. Our brigade's pig farm is expected to have a sow give birth by the end of this month. At that time, you can send someone over, and all the male piglets can be sold to you, Zhang Yue said with a smile. Zhang Yun understood Zhang Yue's intentions. He aimed to cultivate several more sows, relying on selling piglets for profit in the future. All right, just notify me when the time comes, and I will send my uncle over to make the purchase. Zhang Yun replied cheerfully. That's settled then. I have a clear understanding now, and it's time for me to head back, Zhang Yue said, equally pleased. At that moment, Zhang Yun stopped Zhang Yue, saying with a smile, wait a moment, I will fetch something for you. With that, Zhang Yun dashed into the nearby tea mountain, and once out of sight, he retrieved 2 male wild chickens from his spiritual spring space, swiftly returning. These are wild chickens, Zhang Yue exclaimed in surprise, recognizing their value. Zhang Yun nodded, handing the 2 wild chickens to Zhang Yue with a smile. Chief, as promised, if you successfully assist me in my courtship, I would give you 2 wild chickens, and now I am fulfilling that promise. Zhang Yun had indeed made that promise during his visit to the brigade's courtyard. With nearly 200 wild chickens now residing in his spiritual spring space, giving away 2 was hardly a burden. Zhang Yun resolved that these wild chickens would be for family consumption or gifts, never for sale. Excellent, excellent. I shall not be polite then. Faced with the prospect of such a delectable treat, Zhang Yue could hardly contain his salivation, unable to refuse such a delightful offering. As Zhang Yue excitedly departed with 2 wild chickens in hand, Zhang Yun was just about to seek out Han Xuemei for a conversation when, to his astonishment, he spotted 5 silhouettes approaching his residence. What impeccable timing, old Guai, Zhang Yun mused softly upon noticing the distant figures. Chapter 125, Finalizing the furniture for the new house. Zhang Yun, I have brought along 4 carpenters, announced old Guai. This is Lu Quanshui from the Sheniliu Brigade, Xiao Qianjin from the Baizhou Brigade, Huang Bansha from the Palin Brigade, and Duan Sanhu from the Baozhai Brigade. As old Guai introduced the 4 men, It became evident that they were all middle-aged and had once studied carpentry under him, now having established themselves as skilled carpenters within their respective production brigades. Zhang Yun, intent on constructing a Sihiyuan, required an array of furniture, prompting him to enlist Old Guai's assistance. Although Old Guai had dabbled in carpentry over the years, the task of crafting such a multitude of furnishings alone was beyond his capabilities, leading him to summon his former apprentices. Upon hearing that these 4 carpenters hailed from various production brigades of the Chu Shui commune, including Baizhou Village, Jiwan Village, Shaniliu Village, Lashqiu Village, Palin Village, Baozhai Village, Linshui Village, Yinshan Village, and Jiming Village, Zhang Yun warmly welcomed them. I sincerely apologize for my absence yesterday afternoon. I had prior commitments that regrettably delayed me. Please do not take it to heart, he said with a smile. Not at all. It's quite all right, promptly replied Lu Quanshui, Xiao Qianjin, Huang Bansha, and Duan Sanhu in unison, their demeanor amiable. Old Guai had rallied his family in the morning and informed the 4 men of their invitation, even bringing along 2 yuan as a token of compensation from Zhang Yun. Such a gracious host was a rarity, and the carpenters were eager to reciprocate with warmth and friendliness. Come, let me show you the layout of my house and discuss the furniture I wish to have crafted, Zhang Yun said cheerfully, leading Old Guai and the 5 carpenters towards the new residence. Upon learning of the carpenter's arrival, Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Fun, and other family members gathered at the site, ready to offer their suggestions. In the front 5 plots, I intend to construct 5 shops for future businesses, necessitating 5 substantial doors. The rear 5 plots will serve as living quarters. In the central hall, I envision a long dining table capable of accommodating 8 chairs on either side, complemented by a Grand Master's chair at the head. Each side will feature 2 rooms furnished with solid wood beds, wardrobes, and writing desks. On the left side, the kitchen and dining area will include a cabinet, an 18-seat round table, 18 wooden chairs, and 18 stools. The right side will comprise 2 restrooms, a bathing area, 3 shelving units, and a wash basin stand. Each room will require both doors and windows. This is merely a general overview. These are standard specifications, Zhang Yun elaborated, gesturing towards the various rooms of his property. Old Guai and the 4 carpenters listened intently, diligently taking notes, displaying a commendable level of seriousness. As they wrote, the 5 carpenters wore expressions of astonishment, their hearts brimming with emotion. Was this cloud of wood destined to create a palace, to produce such an abundance of furniture? Naturally, as craftsmen, they felt an overwhelming sense of joy. To fabricate so much furniture at once not only promised a substantial profit, but also provided an opportunity to partake in such a grand undertaking, a source of immense pride. In our rural community, after harvesting and drying the grains, we must have grain cabinets. Given our family's circumstances, we would need at least 3 cabinets, Zhang Zhongli added. Now that 2 little ones have joined our family, it seems Zhang Yun will soon have children as well. Might we also add 3 cradles for these 3 little ones? Chen Wan thought of her nephews, Lu Xiaoyan and Wu Feiyang, and quickly chimed in. I wish to learn tailoring. Could we perhaps create a sewing table? Zhang Fan spoke softly, her previous hesitance fading as she mustered the courage to express her passion. As for me, I have always desired a vanity table. Can we convert the desks in each room into vanity tables? Zhang Fang declared loudly. Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli, the 2 younger sisters, remained silent, their eyes sparkling as they listened to their family's furniture aspirations. Upon hearing their family's suggestions, Zhang Yun generously responded, very well, let's include the furniture they mentioned. When family members express their needs, Zhang Yun is always eager to fulfill them. At that moment, Zhang Fang suddenly waved her hand and called out, sister-in-law, come over here. You will soon be married into this family. This will be your home. What furniture do you desire? Speak up now. Han Xuemei, blushing under the gaze of everyone, hurried over. Zhang Fang then reiterated the furniture mentioned by everyone. Upon hearing this, Han Xuemei's face was filled with astonishment. In this era, when a man marries, the household is expected to meet certain furniture requirements, famously encapsulated in the saying 36 legs. A square table has 4 legs, for chairs yield 16 legs. A double bed has 4 legs, a wardrobe has 4 legs, a writing desk has 4 legs, and a dining table has 4 legs. The furniture Zhang Yun mentioned far exceeded 36 legs. It was a multitude of legs. I have no further additions. There is already an abundance of furniture, Han Xuemei declared, feeling quite content and not wishing to burden Zhang Yun any further. What a thoughtful sister-in-law. You are truly considerate. Third brother, if you ever mistreat Han, I will come over from Wuji Bridge and give you a good beating. Zhang Fang suddenly pinched Zhang Yun's ear, threatening him playfully. This pinching was a familiar act for Zhang Yun, having endured it from childhood, and he dared not resist. The family erupted in laughter. Subsequently, Zhang Leiguai and the 5 carpenters promptly moved to each room, measuring dimensions in order to finalize the specifications for the various pieces of furniture. Zhang Leiguai, could you give a preliminary estimate of how much it would cost to craft all this furniture from old wood? Zhang Yun inquired calmly, holding on to Zhang Leiguai. Zhang Leiguai meticulously counted the dimensions and quantities of the furniture noted in his small notebook. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "It will be approximately over 1,000 pieces, but should not exceed 1,500. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Is it truly that inexpensive? In the 21st century, acquiring such a complete set of furnishings, even at a modest standard, would cost around 5 to 600,000. Yet, for merely 1,500, aside from the cost of the timber, most of that will be labor fees for the 5 carpenters." Thus, Zhang Yun, without further ado, produced 50 large bills of unity and handed them to Zhang Leiguai. "Here, Leiguai, this 500 is for you to procure the old timber. You 5 should put in some effort to select the finest wood. As for the dimensions of each piece of furniture, you can discuss and finalize amongst yourselves. I shall not interfere, for I trust in your expertise. Once the furniture is completed, I will settle the remaining payments for all 5 of you at once." Zhang Yun said with a smile. This 500 was ample to cover the wood needed for all the furniture. Zhang Leiguai understood and trusted Zhang Yun's character. As long as they 5 worked diligently on the furniture, the remaining payments would certainly be honored. Thus, the arrangements for the new house's furnishings were effectively confirmed. Chapter 126. Conversations in the back mountain. Zhang Yun entered the tea plantation, retrieving 6 cart wheels from the Linquan's space, which he then casually draped over his wrist. Zhang Leiguai had just finished discussing the dimensions of the furniture with the 4 carpenters and assigning the various pieces. At that moment, upon seeing Zhang Yun approach with the 6 wheels, a look of astonishment crossed his face. After all, such iron wheels were quite rare to procure, and Zhang Yun had acquired 6 in one go. If Zhang Leiguai had known that Zhang Yun had actually obtained 20 wheels at once, his admiration would have surely deepened. "Old Guai, these 6 wheels will be delivered to your blacksmith shop by the deer shortly. I would like you to help me craft 3 carts, as I will need them for transporting goods," Zhang Yun stated as he set down the wheels with a smile. The most challenging aspect of constructing a cart is the wheels. Now that Zhang Yun had provided 6, Zhang Leiguai would only need to craft the cart beds, which would be quite straightforward. "Excellent," Zhang Leiguai immediately agreed. Zhang Yun then produced 2 large bills and handed them over, saying with a grin, "Will this 20 be sufficient for the wood and labor for the 3 carts?" "Yes, indeed," Zhang Leiguai replied, his face lighting up with joy as he accepted the money. $5 was more than enough for the materials for the 3 carts, allowing for a profit of 15 in labor fees. The other 4 carpenters, witnessing Zhang Yun's generosity, felt a tinge of envy towards Zhang Leiguai. Before long, Zhang Leiguai and his team were ready to depart, eager to gather materials for the furniture. As time was of the essence, Zhang Yun secured the 6 wheels onto the back of the deer, instructing it to follow Zhang Leiguai to the blacksmith shop. This deer had developed a sense of awareness, remembering the paths it had traversed, so Zhang Yun was not concerned about it straying away. At this juncture, Zhang Yun found the opportunity to pull Han Xuemei to the secluded area behind the mountain, where they settled beneath a large shady tree. "Xuemei, why not sit on my lap?" Zhang Yun suggested, his senses stirred by the fragrance emanating from her, inadvertently revealing his desires. Han Xuemei was drawn into the woods, her face flushed with embarrassment and her heart racing. At that moment, Zhang Yun, with a shameless teasing remark, elicited a playful punch to his chest from her. "You are truly insufferable. You kissed me during the movie, and then again in front of the villagers yesterday. It was so humiliating," Han Xuemei complained. "Oh, did you enjoy it?" Zhang Yun asked with a smile, his large hand resting around her waist, savoring the softness of her figure. "I told you. You only know how to bully me." Han Xuemei's cheeks deepened in color, her entire being feeling as if it were ablaze. She was shy yet overwhelmed by a profound sweetness. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Do you like the new house?" Zhang Yun suddenly inquired. "Of course I do. But building such a large house requires a significant amount of money. You must be under great pressure. You could have just built a few smaller rooms," Han Xuemei replied, her expression anxious. A few days prior, she had sought out Zhang Yun, aware of his family's modest means, with only 3 rudimentary rooms. She had known that if she married him, she would have nowhere to stay. Yet, despite this knowledge, Han Xuemei harbored a deep affection for Zhang Yun and was willing to endure hardships alongside him. Little did she expect that Zhang Yun's fortunes would suddenly change. He discovered an innate talent for hunting and began to earn money. Even now, Han Xuemei struggled to remain composed, astonished by the incredible potential Zhang Yun possessed. He had acquired a new house, a bicycle for transportation, and was handsome and affluent, expressing his love with fervor. However, after overseeing the construction over the past 2 days, she realized the enormity of the house and the quality of the materials, which must have required a substantial sum. She was genuinely concerned whether Zhang Yun could bear the financial burden. "You needn't worry about money. I will handle everything. Just trust me," Zhang Yun replied, unable to reveal the secret of his spiritual space or explain his income sources, opting instead for vague reassurances. "By the way, I would like to take my bicycle over for my 2 sisters to use. You see, with my eldest sister bringing Xiao Yanzi and my second sister taking Nyonyo, it wouldn't be right for them to walk to the supply and marketing cooperative," Han Xuemei suddenly stated, offering up her bicycle. Zhang Yun, upon hearing this, looked at her with admiration. Her heart was indeed pure, embodying the qualities of a virtuous wife. Currently, Zhang Yun was also financially constrained. Expenses for red bricks, stone materials, river sand, cement, and furniture were mounting. He initially intended to buy a bicycle for each family member, but had to postpone the purchases due to a cash shortage. Han Xuemei's willingness to think of her family and her desire to foster a good relationship with her 2 elder sisters stirred excitement within him. "All right, since you're willing to lend it out, let everyone use it for now. Once the house is completed and I earn some more money, I'll buy each family member a bicycle," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Han Xuemei then asked softly, "Zhang Yun, regarding our wedding, I haven't informed my parents. They won't be able to attend our banquet. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Zhang Yun was immediately reminded of memories from his past life. After achieving success, he had traveled to the city where Han Xuemei's parents resided, only to discover that they had coerced her into marrying a middle-aged widower to secure a position for their son in the factory. When the workshop director learned that Han Xuemei was 2 months pregnant and that the child was not his, he subjected her to severe verbal and physical abuse, ultimately leading to her tragic demise, resulting in the loss of both her life and that of her unborn child. In their quest for their son's future, they disregarded their daughter's happiness. The mere thought of this filled Zhang Yun with profound disdain for Han Xuemei's parents, and he had no desire to see them. Now, Han Xuemei herself wished to avoid her parents, and thus, he would never extend an invitation to them. "I understand you have your reasons for not wanting to speak with your parents," Zhang Yun acknowledged. He would certainly not divulge the truth about the forced marriage, a revelation he had uncovered in his previous life, as it would only lead Han Xuemei to question him. "Well, it must be nearly 2 o'clock. The villagers will soon begin their construction. We shouldn't linger here too long, lest they misconstrue our intentions," Han Xuemei remarked, her face flushed. "Let them think what they will. We are about to be wed. What can possibly deter us?" Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Han Xuemei's cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson, and she playfully punched his chest. "Wait, I think I just heard the sound of a wild rabbit. I'll go catch one for you," Zhang Yun suddenly exclaimed, dashing into the forest. After sprinting for over 20 meters, he expended 3 acceleration points to enhance the strength and spirit of the most robust rabbit in the spiritual spring space, successfully capturing it. He then returned and presented the rabbit to Han Xuemei. This rabbit would serve as a personal guardian for her, possessing considerable combat prowess, particularly when unnoticed, capable of delivering a devastating surprise attack on an adult. The distance from the youth station where Han Xuemei resided to Jiuan village was considerable, requiring passage through a mountain path. Occasionally, she would need to return to the youth station at night, and having a rabbit by her side would provide an added sense of security. As Zhang Yun was on the verge of marrying Han Xuemei, he was adamant that no unforeseen events should occur. Thus, he had thought to tame a rabbit using acceleration points to safeguard her. "Xuemei, this rabbit appears quite strong. I entrust it to you," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Upon seeing the rabbit, particularly its 2 spirited eyes, Han Xuemei instantly took a liking to it. "Great. It shall be my little companion, and I will take excellent care of it," she readily agreed. Women indeed have an irresistible affection for small animals. In the afternoon, Zhang Yun rode his deer towards the Linshui mining site. However, before heading there, he made a stop at Shanyu village, seeking out the production team leader, Lu Changfeng, whom he had met a few days prior. At that moment, Lu Changfeng was supervising his team members at work, taking a respite under a large tree by the banks of the Chu Shui River. As the leader of the production team, he enjoyed a modicum of freedom, allowing him to choose between laboring in the fields or supervising the workers, thus enabling him to roam to other locations. "Ah, Zhang Yun, you've arrived," Lu Changfeng exclaimed, taken aback to see Zhang Yun riding in on a deer. After all, just a few days prior, Zhang Yun had been on foot, lacking any mode of transport. Now, he had tamed a deer of similar size to a donkey for his journeys. "Captain Lu, have you delivered any fish to the canteen in the past few days? Please bring the receipts," and I shall settle the payment now, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Lu Chongfeng's face fell into an expression of shame as he awkwardly replied. Zhang Yun, I must apologize. In fact, we caught several nets of fish yesterday, nearly 100 pounds. However, we received orders from the team leader forbidding any commercial dealings with you. Thus, we sold the fish to Huang Dajun instead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun quickly grasped the situation. It seemed Huang Dajun had conspired with Huang Qingshan, who had made arrangements with the captain of the production team in Shanyuli village to prevent them from engaging in business with Zhang Yun. Even if Zhang Yun were willing to pay 70 cents per pound, while Huang Dajun offered only 65 cents. The fishermen of Shanyuli village dared not take the risk and chose to sell to Huang Dajun. Nevertheless, Zhang Yun was unfazed by Huang Dajun's tactics. Acquiring fish from these fishermen was merely a facade to disguise the source of the fish he sold. Even if these fishermen ceased to sell fish to him in the future, it would not impede Zhang Yun from supplying 200 pounds of fish to the mine canteen each day. Thus, Huang Dajun's schemes held no sway over Zhang Yun. It is of no consequence. I understand that you have your difficulties, Zhang Yun replied with a carefree smile. Lu Chongfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhang Yun to be so accommodating. After all, their acquaintance had begun with a fight, during which Zhang Yun had exhibited considerable dominance, swiftly subduing Lu Chongfeng and his companions. Yet now, Zhang Yun wore a smile, showing no signs of resentment towards Lu Chongfeng for failing to sell him fish. So, what brings you here to see me? Lu Chongfeng inquired with curiosity. The matter is this. I wish to raise a batch of pigs, but I lack piglets. Therefore, I seek your assistance in procuring all the newly born piglets from the Shanyuli team. I am willing to pay 50 yuan for each piglet. Of course, for your help in facilitating this purchase, I can offer you a 5 yuan service fee for each piglet. Zhang Yun articulated his intentions. Lu Chongfeng was momentarily stunned by this proposition. A 5 yuan service fee for each piglet? Typically, a breeding sow could produce 8 to 12 piglets per litter. And if he were to purchase them all, it would equate to a windfall of 50 yuan without any risk involved. Are you serious? Lu Chongfeng asked, still in disbelief. Indeed, I am not jesting. I genuinely wish to acquire piglets. Furthermore, I am prepared to buy as many piglets as you have from Shanyuli village. Zhang Yun replied with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongfeng felt a surge of excitement within. This could be a long-term venture. If the Shaniliu Brigade were to sell piglets directly, the economic benefits would surpass those of selling adult pigs. Moreover, Lu Chongfeng had consistently assisted Zhang Yun in purchasing piglets, thus ensuring a steady stream of remuneration for his efforts. Very well, I shall undertake this matter. With such an enticing opportunity, how could Lu Chongfeng possibly refuse? He promptly agreed. After finalizing the details with Lu Chongfeng, Zhang Yun mounted his deer and, within 10 minutes, arrived at the Linshui mining site. At that moment, 3 individuals were gathered at the cafeteria. Among them was Huang Dajun, accompanied by 2 others involved in procurement, Lu Qiangmin, responsible for purchasing vegetables, and by Chaofeng, tasked with acquiring cooking oil, monosodium glutamate, and various condiments. Both Lu Qiangmin and Bai Chaofeng were in their 40s, hailing from nearby villages, each possessing their own network of contacts in the surrounding mountain communities. They were reliable and had consistently performed well in their procurement roles. Dajun, Zhang Yun has been delivering wild game and fish these past few days. If you do not hinder the various production brigades from selling supplies to Zhang Yun, he may very well succeed in his assessment and become an official purchaser, Lu Qiangmin remarked with a smile. Indeed, should Zhang Yun attain the status of an official purchaser, he would undoubtedly take charge of meat procurement, potentially displacing you. It's probable that the mining site may reassign you to other procurement duties, Bai Chaofeng added, equally amused. In their minds, the 2 favored Huang Dajun continuing in the role of meat purchaser, as their established rapport allowed them to maintain a firm grip on the cafeteria's lucrative dealings. Rest assured, I have already taken action. In a few days, Zhang Yun will find it impossible to procure supplies from the surrounding production brigades, Huang Dajun confidently declared, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Armed with ample justification to manipulate Zhang Yun, should Zhang Yun fail to source supplies, he would be unable to meet the cafeteria's meat demands. At that point, Huang Dajun could intervene, and even the mine manager, Lu Baoshan, would be unable to shield Zhang Yun. You truly possess a plan, Lu Qiangmin and Bai Chaofeng complimented. At that moment, the trio glanced out of the cafeteria window and were taken aback to see Zhang Yun approaching on his deer, trailed by 2 red wolves. The striking scene elicited surprise from Huang Dajun, Lu Qiangmin, and Bai Chaofeng alike. Zhang Yun, whose hearing extended to a range of 50 meters, had overheard their conversation and confirmed his suspicions that Huang Qingshan had ordered the production brigades not to sell supplies to him, evidently orchestrated by Huang Dajun. Thus, instead of heading directly to the finance department, Zhang Yun made his way to the cafeteria. Oh, is that not Comrade Huang Dajun? The other two must be Purchaser Lu and Purchaser Bai. It has taken quite some time to meet you all. What a pleasure. We shall soon be colleagues. Zhang Yun greeted the three with a cheerful smile as he arrived at the cafeteria's entrance. Huang Dajun, noticing Zhang Yun's beaming demeanor, felt a swell of displeasure and stood defiantly, hands on hips, facing Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun, your triumph shall be short-lived. Soon you will realize that your aspirations to usurp my position are nothing but delusions. Chapter 128. A resounding defeat for Huang Dajun. Huang Lijuan's paramour? Observing the smug expression on Huang Dajuan's face, Zhang Yun smirked and disdainfully remarked, Huang Dajuan, since you are so confident, shall we formalize a wager? Given Huang Dajuan's failure to learn from the previous lesson with the finance department, Zhang Yun was more than willing to humiliate him once again. A wager? What sort of wager? Huang Dajuan, unwilling to lose face in front of Lu Qiangmin and Bai Chaosong, inquired. Did you not claim that my success would be fleeting? It appears you are certain I will be unable to supply meat to the cafeteria any longer. How about we set a limit of 7 days? If I can provide 100 jin of meat daily for these 7 days, you owe me 1,000 yuan. However, if I fail to meet the daily requirement for even a single day, I shall pay you 1,000 yuan. Zhang Yun said with a serene smile. Upon hearing this, Huang Dajuan was visibly agitated, as the stakes were exceedingly high. In truth, although Huang Dajuan had previously controlled the procurement of meat for the cafeteria and earned some illicit income, it amounted to merely 50 yuan a month, around 600 or 700 yuan annually. Should he lose, he would effectively have worked for 2 years without pay and would still owe a debt. Conversely, if he triumphed, he would achieve instant wealth. Lu Qiangmin and Bai Chaosong were equally astonished, witnessing Zhang Yun's audacity for the first time. Such a wager was not one that the average person would dare to accept. You, I won't be fooled. Huang Dajuan struggled to resist the temptation, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Zhang Yun. Despite his confidence in cutting off Zhang Yun's supply routes, he still harbored some trepidation, uncertain if Zhang Yun could procure meat from hunters. I had thought you, Huang Dajuan, had some substance, yet you cannot even muster 1,000 yuan. You dare to engage in schemes against me, Zhang Yun? Remember, when you encounter me in the future, you would do well to take a different path. Your presence before me is utterly repugnant. Zhang Yun retorted with a cold laugh, his disdain palpable. In a fit of rage, Huang Dajuan clenched his fists and rushed forward, throwing a punch. Slap. In an instant, Zhang Yun's right hand struck Huang Dajuan's left cheek, leaving it swollen. Huang Dajuan was propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Blood trickling from his mouth as a tooth was ejected. Your strength is lacking, and yet you wish to lay your hands on me? How embarrassing, Zhang Yun remarked nonchalantly. Striding away from the cafeteria, aware of Huang Dajuan's nefarious schemes to conspire with Huang Qingshan to obstruct Zhang Yun's procurement channels, Zhang Yun could hardly refrain from retaliating. His intent in visiting the cafeteria was to provoke Huang Dajuan deliberately, seizing the opportunity for self-defense to deliver a resounding slap. As Huang Dajuan struggled to rise, he glared at Zhang Yun's receding figure, seething with rage. Zhang Yun, this is not over. Lu Qiangmin and Bai Chaofeng remained silent. Their hearts filled with trepidation after witnessing Zhang Yun's capabilities. They resolved to avoid provoking him in the future. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, riding swiftly on a deer, arrived at the finance department in less than a minute. With a bamboo tube in his right hand, he pushed open the door to the finance office, disregarding Li Guing, who sat at the front, and made his way directly to Huang Lijuan's desk. Brother Zhang, you're here. Huang Lijuan seemed to have been anticipating his arrival, as she immediately stood up with a beaming smile upon seeing him. Here, I brought some more spring water. Zhang Yun placed the bamboo tube on the desk and slid the receipt toward her. Brother Zhang, I must share a secret with you. My birthmark has faded again. This spring water is truly effective, Huang Lijuan exclaimed with a slight blush, her happiness evident as she verified the receipt. Subsequently, she handed Zhang Yun 280 yuan. After receiving the money, Zhang Yun suddenly inquired, Xiao Huang, you're from Lashkio village, correct? May I ask if your parents are still in the village? Lashkio village predominantly consists of the Huang family. Yes, my father is the leader of a production team in Shiqiao Brigade, Huang Lijuan replied with a hint of pride. That is wonderful. I plan to visit Lashkio village shortly. Do you have anything you'd like me to take back home for you? Zhang Yun suggested with a smile. Upon learning that Huang Lijuan's father was a production team leader, He had formulated a plan to have her father assist him in procuring piglets from the Shichiao Brigade. Zhang Yun had already resolved to traverse the 10 production brigades of Chu Shui commune over the next few days, discreetly buying out the piglets from each brigade. Having already secured Jiuan village and Shanyu village, his next destination was Lashqiu village. That is fantastic. I haven't utilized the welfare supplies distributed by the mine and have been pondering how to bring them home. Please, Brother Zhang, could you help me deliver my items? Huang Lijuan expressed her delight. Although she had only recently joined the Lingshui mine, she had received some welfare supplies that she was reluctant to use alone, and Zhang Yun's offer to transport them was a source of great gratitude for her. Afterward, Huang Lijuan informed the finance director, Huang Hongwen, and then led Zhang Yun to the female dormitory area. Brother Zhang, you can't enter the dormitory. Please wait for me at the door. I'll be out shortly. Huang Lijuan said shyly. Go ahead. I'll wait here for a few minutes. It's no trouble, Zhang Yun replied calmly. As Huang Lijuan hurried into the dormitory, a matron responsible for managing the female dormitory, having observed Zhang Yun and Huang Lijuan together, approached him. Young man, are you Huang Lijuan's partner? The matron inquired warmly. Zhang Yun found himself at a loss for words, torn between amusement and dismay. No, ma'am, I am merely a good friend of Huang's, and I am already married. He clarified, wishing to dispel any misunderstandings that could harm Huang Lijuan's reputation should such rumors circulate. Oh, I see. My apologies for the intrusion, the matron responded. The dormitory matron cast a peculiar glance at Zhang Yun before walking away in displeasure. Soon, Huang Lijuan emerged, both hands laden with canvas bags, and jogged over. Zhang Gu, I have some hard candies, rice, fine flour, and sweet white cakes. Could you please take them home for me? By the way, my father's name is Huang Xinka. If you inquire in Lashqiu village, you'll quickly find my home. Handing the 2 canvas bags to Zhang Yun, she said cheerfully. Sure, rest assured. I will deliver them to your house promptly, Zhang Yun replied with a smile as he accepted the bags. They then proceeded towards the finance department. As the deer and red jackals were still there, the matron, witnessing the 2 conversing and laughing as they departed, curled her lips in a scornful smile. They claim he is not Huang Lijuan's lover, yet he is headed to her home. She had originally intended to introduce a suitor to Huang Financial, but now it seemed unnecessary. I must share this news with others. I cannot allow them to be the subject of ridicule. Little did Huang Lijuan know that her casual stroll with Zhang Yun through the dormitory area had sparked rumors among the matrons throughout the mine that she had found a romantic partner. Chapter 129. I am not Huang Lijuan's lover. Upon returning to Lashqiu village, Zhang Yun beheld the continuous stone mountains interspersed with patches of bamboo forest. At the sight, he felt an urge to scour every hilltop and gather all the bamboo rats within the thickets. However, his first destination was Huang Lijuan's home. Thus, he made his way to the stone cave where villagers often congregated. Oh, isn't this the comrade Zhang Yun who apprehended the criminals? An elderly man recognized Zhang Yun at the cave's entrance and exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Yun realized this elder had been present during his conversation with Captain Huang Chun, and that was why he recognized him at once. Good day, sir. I am here to inquire about the whereabouts of Huang Xinka's residence. Zhang Yun approached, reaching into his pocket to produce 2 peaches, which he offered while asking, Huang Xinka, what business do you have with him? The elder did not immediately point the way, but scrutinized Zhang Yun with keen interest, curious to know more. Oh, it's nothing much. His daughter works at the Lingshui mine, and I, being an employee there as well, have some items she asked me to bring along for her father. Zhang Yun replied calmly. You know Huang Lijuan. You have quite the discerning eye, young man. Lijuan is indeed the pride of Lashqiu village, the most beautiful girl here. I never imagined you would become her suitor, the elder exclaimed, rising with excitement. In the stone cave, dozens of people were napping. Upon hearing the elder's enthusiastic voice, they all awakened and gathered at the entrance, surrounding Zhang Yun. What, comrade Zhang Yun, are you pursuing Huang Lijuan? Are you here to propose today? Zhang Yun, that girl is exceptionally beautiful. If you marry her, you must not let her down, otherwise, the men of Lashqiu village will come to your house and give you a beating. Zhang Yun felt entirely frozen. What on earth is happening? Merely delivering an item. How did the situation suddenly shift, transforming my relationship with Huang Lijuan into that of lovers? At this moment, Zhang Yun cast a resentful glare at the elderly man who was the root cause of this misunderstanding. Those 2 candies truly felt like a curse, embroiling him in such a considerable predicament. Zhang Yun now profoundly understood why the information centers in every village could take a commonplace occurrence and, through mere conversation, turn it into an epic tale. With several elderly gentlemen possessing such interpretive skills and a rich imagination, it became exceedingly simple to amplify and spread a matter swiftly. Dear villagers, you are mistaken. Huang Lijuan and I are merely colleagues. Please refrain from making wild assertions. I have simply come to deliver some items. Could someone guide me to Huang Xinke's home? Zhang Yun expressed his helplessness, wishing to avoid further conversation with those entrenched in the information center, as he could only anticipate how they might further embellish rumors. Oh, you wish to go to Huang Xinke's house? Come, I shall lead you there, a middle-aged man, recognizing Zhang Yun's discomfort, promptly responded. Consequently, Zhang Yun followed this man, leading the deer into the village. Huang Xinke's residence was situated atop a massive stone, with the ground meticulously leveled. The dwelling comprised 4 rooms constructed of stone, and to the west, there were 2 pigsties that surprisingly housed 2 pigs. Zhang Yun, it is currently the farming off-season, so we are not particularly busy. However, since you have ordered such a considerable amount of stone, all the able men in our village have gone to the quarry. Nevertheless, Huang Xinke's wife should be at home. Allow me to summon her. The guiding man explained with a cheerful demeanor before hastily approaching the door to knock. Who is it? A gentle and soft voice inquired, and soon a middle-aged woman emerged, bearing a resemblance to Huang Lijuan. Sister Hua, this is Comrade Zhang Yun, the one who ordered the stone from our old Shiqiao village. He mentioned that he is a colleague of your daughter, Huang Lijuan, and has brought along some items for her. The middle-aged man elucidated with a smile. Tian Hua, Huang Xinke's wife and Huang Lijuan's mother, received the 2 canvas bags from Zhang Yun, who had carefully removed them from the deer's back. He approached the entrance and smiled. Annie, I am a colleague of your daughter. She asked me to deliver these items. Please take them home. Upon accepting the bags, Tian Hua did not immediately return indoors, but scrutinized Zhang Yun closely. What a handsome young man, brimming with vitality and spirit. In an instant, a wave of unconventional thoughts surged within her. Annie, I have other matters to attend to in old Shiqiao village. I have delivered the items, and now I must be on my way. Zhang Yun, feeling uneasy under Tian Hua's gaze, dared not linger. Young man, on such a hot day, having traveled so far to deliver these items, you must be quite parched. Come inside and have a glass of water. Tian Hua attempted to keep him there. Thank you, but I have a water bottle with me. I truly have urgent matters to tend to. Perhaps next time, Zhang Yun replied, his steps unwavering as he leapt onto the deer's back. The previous glance that Tian Hua cast at her son-in-law truly startled Zhang Yun. He certainly did not wish to cultivate such misunderstandings, so it would be best for him to depart swiftly. Just as Zhang Yun was about to leave, a middle-aged man suddenly called out, Comrade Zhang Yun, I know you are a hunter. Are you intending to venture into the mountains? If so, you must halt. I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Yun paused and immediately stopped his deer. What do you wish to convey, uncle? He inquired, curiosity evident in his tone as he noted the man's anxious demeanor. Yesterday, someone reported seeing a gigantic snake at Tianqing Mountain, the man said, his voice tinged with urgency. They described it as being as large as a human, its length unknown, but it toppled a considerable number of bamboo as it traversed the grove. If you are planning to hunt in the mountains, you must steer clear of Tianqing Mountain. In truth, I advise you to refrain from entering the mountains altogether. Who knows if that enormous serpent might wander to other nearby peaks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Initially, he had intended to scour the nearby hills to collect bamboo rats, but now, this revelation ignited a different ambition within him. Just yesterday, he had captured a large python at Shifeng Mountain, but he had not anticipated that the quaint village of Laishikio might harbor an even more extraordinary mountain, home to a colossal serpent. Uncle, where is Tianqing Mountain? Zhang Yun asked with a smile. The middle-aged man promptly pointed in a direction. Zhang Yun gazed into the distance, where indeed a towering stone mountain loomed, cloaked in lush bamboo, its summit vaguely resembling a bowl. All right, I understand. I shall not venture to Tianqing Mountain. Zhang Yun uttered a falsehood. For having heard of the giant serpent, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? He merely wished to avoid causing alarm, hence his deceit. With that, Zhang Yun mounted his deer and swiftly departed. Observing Zhang Yun's retreat, the middle-aged man approached Tian Hua once more and remarked with a smile. Sister Hua, what do you think of this young man Zhang Yun as your son-in-law? Is he worthy? Tian Hua nodded with a smile. Had Zhang Yun witnessed this scene and heard those words, he might very well have spat blood in disbelief. He had assumed the middle-aged man was not one to indulge in gossip, only to realize he had misjudged. Chapter 130. The mutated red-tailed snake. Zhang Yun rode his deer directly towards Tianqing Mountain, pondering whether the python he had captured yesterday could stand against the colossal serpent. Upon reaching the foot of Tianqing Mountain, he mused about the formidable challenge ahead, named for its vast sinkhole at the summit. Tianqing Mountain itself was a grand edifice of stone, with a base extending at least 20 miles. The mountain was also densely populated with bamboo groves, rendering the ascent arduous. However, Zhang Yun was unlike others. His sensory perception extended to a range of 50 meters, allowing him to sense impending dangers in advance. While others feared entering Tianqing Mountain, Zhang Yun felt confident in his ability to navigate its depths. At that moment, 2 red foxes led the way ahead, while Zhang Yun, armed with a machete, followed closely behind. As Zhang Yun encountered a dense bamboo grove obstructing his path, he deftly swung his blade, simultaneously reaching out with his large hand to clear away the bamboo, rendering the way entirely unobstructed. After approximately an hour, Zhang Yun finally reached the summit of Tianqing Mountain, standing at the very edge of the abyss. The chasm before him was immense, seemingly carved by a meteorite from the heavens, with a diameter of at least 1 li and a depth exceeding 20 meters. This was a rocky mountain. One could only fathom the tremendous impact required to create such a vast pit at its peak. To his astonishment, the pit was entirely filled with bamboo, obscuring his view of the bottom. Zhang Yun surveyed the chasm with a calm demeanor, contemplating. At that moment, he sighed, pondering that if he could capture a bird and tame it, he might send it down to the depths of the pit to glean some understanding of its interior. Nevertheless, Zhang Yun had his own strategies. "Sunin, it is your time to shine," he murmured. The boa constrictor he had subdued the previous evening was an excellent choice to navigate through the bamboo thicket. With that, he released the 5-meter-long serpent from his spiritual realm, and it slithered toward the abyss below. As Sunin traversed the bamboo forest, the sound of snapping bamboo echoed continuously, indicating the destruction it left in its wake. Zhang Yun attentively observed the serpent's movements, the persistent noise giving rise to a theory in his mind. If a colossal serpent truly resided within the pit, it would surely respond to such disturbances. In less than half a minute, a large stone suddenly hurtled towards Sunin. Following the first stone, a barrage of smaller rocks followed suit, all aimed at the boa constrictor. Zhang Yun quickly directed his gaze to the source of the flying debris, his keen eyesight revealing a massive serpentine tail sweeping violently through the surroundings, sending rocks flying towards Sunin. Indeed, a giant serpent existed. The sight of the tail effortlessly sweeping away a multitude of stones confirmed its formidable strength. This barrage of stones was undoubtedly a warning to the boa constrictor to cease its advance. In an instant, Zhang Yun drew his bow, ready to shoot at a moment's notice. Sunin's pace slowed, ceasing its disruptive path, yet it continued to inch closer to the giant serpent. "Hong Chai, let us descend together," Zhang Yun commanded coolly. With Sunin forging the path ahead, Zhang Yun followed its trail through the bamboo forest without hindrance, moving swiftly. Meanwhile, the immense serpent at the pit's bottom, noticing Sunin's relentless approach, became enraged. Its tail lashed out, unleashing a torrent of stones that rained down like arrows upon the boa constrictor. As Sunin navigated through the bamboo, the descending stones merely bent the bamboo stalks without striking the serpent itself. Yet, this scenario only fueled the giant serpent's fury. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The colossal serpent emitted a furious roar and charged towards the anaconda, intent on personally ending its life. The anaconda, having been enhanced by acceleration points, sensed the wrath of the giant snake and swiftly turned to swim towards Zhang Yun. Aware of the overwhelming danger emanating from the serpent, the anaconda recognized its own inferiority and refrained from advancing any further. "Red jackals, flank it." Zhang Yun perceived the serpent's presence as it approached within 50 meters, realizing the enormity of its form and instinctively becoming vigilant. The 2 red jackals, understanding Zhang Yun's command, immediately spread out to the sides, maneuvering around. Zhang Yun prepared to confront the giant serpent head-on. As the serpent drew within 20 meters, Zhang Yun's vision clarified, revealing that the serpent was indeed vast, approximately 3 times the size of an anaconda, with a width of around 30 centimeters. Its length was even more terrifying, easily reaching 10 meters. The contrast of its black and yellow scales created a striking visual impact, reminiscent of iron plates reflecting ominous light, exuding an aura of extreme danger. "Is this a mutated black-headed snake?" Zhang Yun exclaimed in astonishment upon discerning the serpent's form. Although the black-headed snake grows large, such an enormous specimen was rather peculiar, suggesting a mutation had occurred. Known for its agility and swift movements, this giant black-headed snake would likely close the 20-meter gap in mere seconds. "I shall strike first." Zhang Yun, possessing remarkable speed himself, knew he could not hesitate. As the mutated black-headed snake charged towards him, he released an arrow without delay. The iron-tipped arrow flew forth, striking the serpent's body, yet astonishingly failed to penetrate its scales, instead igniting sparks and producing a harsh scraping sound. The serpent's armor was formidable, given Zhang Yun's strength, bolstered by acceleration points. The fact that he could not pierce the serpent's defenses spoke volumes about its terrifying resilience. With the arrow shot, the mutated black-headed snake reached Zhang Yun, its jaws poised to strike. Move. With incredible swiftness, Zhang Yun, capable of covering 100 meters in 9 seconds, did not linger. As the arrow missed its mark, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, narrowly evading the serpent's bite. In a swift motion, Zhang Yun landed on the midsection of the serpent. The black-headed snake, equally quick to react, sensed Zhang Yun's presence and coiled its body, attempting to constrict him to death. However, the serpent could not anticipate that Zhang Yun possessed the spirit spring space. As the serpent's body encircled him, Zhang Yun reached out with his right hand. Without surprise, the serpent's form suddenly vanished. Chapter 131, Meteorite from Beyond, New Ability. Mind skill within the spirit spring space. The black-headed snake, previously in a frenzy, abruptly calmed. The essence of the spirit spring enveloped it, bringing immense pleasure. With each breath it took, the serpent felt itself growing stronger. At this moment, the Yushao snake sensed that the essence of the spiritual springs emanated from the colossal stone at location number 1. Thus, it surged forward, eager to approach the giant rock. However, within the realm of the spiritual springs, Zhang Yun's consciousness was akin to a deity, capable of controlling all. Do you still wish to approach the stone? Zhang Yun scoffed, and with a mere thought, he confined the Yushao snake to a specific area, rendering it unable to depart from this space. This monumental stone was the very source of spatial power. Zhang Yun had verified this himself. Consuming acceleration points on this stone would yield a return of strength, enhancing his physical prowess. Naturally, Zhang Yun would not permit this mutated Yushao snake to near the stone. Should it cause any damage, the consequences could be dire. Everything Zhang Yun currently possessed, as well as his future prospects, hinged upon the spiritual springs, and he could not allow even the slightest mishap. At that moment, the numbers above the stone shifted. Acceleration points, 613. Originally at 57, an increase of 43 acceleration points indicated that the Yushao snake weighed approximately 430 g. Such a colossal serpent could easily crush a person beneath its weight. In light of this, the python appeared almost feeble in comparison, incapable of withstanding even a single sweep of the mutated Yushao snake's tail. Zhang Yun beamed with joy, his face alight with happiness, capturing such a massive serpent. If he were to encounter a large beast within Jiming Mountain, releasing the mutated Yushao snake would surely yield a tremendous surprise. Of course, this was contingent upon Zhang Yun successfully taming the creature. In simpler terms, it required the expenditure of acceleration points. He allocated 1 acceleration point to the Yushao snake repeatedly, 5 times in total. After expending 5 points, Zhang Yun sensed a connection had formed with the mutated Yushao snake, which had now submitted to him. Acceleration points, 563. Following the consumption of 5 points, the body of the mutated Yushao snake grew even more formidable, measuring a width of 50 centimeters and a length of approximately 15 meters. Its scales resembled iron armor, producing a menacing sound as it shifted, instilling fear. Should such a gigantic serpent be released, it would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. Yet, as Zhang Yun's consciousness surveyed the mutated Yushao snake, a sense of curiosity arose within him. Generally speaking, no matter how many years a Yushao snake lived, it could not reach such a size. The fact that this mutated Yushao snake had thrived in this sinkhole and grown so large suggested the presence of something extraordinary within. Pondering this, Zhang Yun formed a hypothesis, especially considering the Yushao snake's furious and violent reaction upon sensing the python's approach, indicating that it was guarding something precious and wished to keep the python at bay. At this juncture, Zhang Yun released the Yushao snake. "Lead me to that which you protect," he commanded, leaping onto the back of the Yushao snake. After expending 5 acceleration points, the python had attained spiritual awareness and could now comprehend Zhang Yun's words. At this moment, the python writhed, producing a tremendous noise that shattered the bamboo and stones in its path. 2 red jackals, originally directed by Zhang Yun to flank the python, emerged in a panic upon witnessing its colossal form. However, upon realizing that Zhang Yun had tamed the python, they returned, wagging their tails. Zhang Yun bore no resentment towards the jackals. Their strength was no match for the python, and they could hardly withstand a mere swipe of its tail, let alone confront it. In less than a minute, the python brought Zhang Yun to the bottom of a pit. There lay a redstone, as large as 2 people could embrace, perfectly round, and evidently a meteorite formed by the scorching of the atmosphere. Zhang Yun surmised that this pit was indeed created by the meteorite's impact. It was a forceful strike, but the age of its descent remained a mystery, as none of the villagers from Laeshiko had ever mentioned it, suggesting it had fallen during a long-forgotten era. As Zhang Yun pondered this, he maintained his consciousness focused on the spiritual spring space, when suddenly, the massive stone in Area 1 trembled slightly. An invisible force began to guide Zhang Yun towards the meteorite. This stone was the source of power for the spiritual spring space, and its interest in the meteorite indicated that the latter contained a special force. It became clear why the meteorite could give rise to a mutated python. Zhang Yun approached step by step, murmuring to himself. Upon reaching the meteorite and touching its surface with his right hand, it vanished in an instant, only for Zhang Yun's consciousness to perceive it reappearing above the massive stone in Area 1. The meteorite exploded suddenly, transforming into a burst of fireworks before disappearing entirely. Yet, Zhang Yun sensed that the massive stone had vibrated slightly, as if it had just feasted, its power evidently enhanced. However, the exact nature of this newfound strength remained unclear to Zhang Yun. What was certain was that the meteorite contained the energy required by the stone. At that moment, Zhang Yun found something new in his mind. The boa constrictor was in fear, the wild rabbit was singing, and the herbs were dancing. Following the enhancement of the stone's power, Zhang Yun realized he had acquired a new ability, the capacity to perceive the thoughts of the animals and plants within the spiritual spring space. The voices of beasts, the language of flowers, the intentions of fish. He could now hear the innermost sentiments of all living things in the spiritual spring space. Exhilarated, Zhang Yun exclaimed, "I truly came here for a reason. Not only did I acquire the mutated python, but I also unexpectedly gained this new ability. I shall call this gift the empathic skill. With this newfound mental skill, I can now converse with the surrounding trees and discern the thoughts of the wild beasts within the mountains. This is indeed a thoughtful ability crafted specifically for hunters. I am now certain of one thing. The meteoric stones from beyond the heavens hold great value for the colossal rocks within this spiritual spring space. In the future, I shall seek information regarding the locations where these celestial meteors have fallen, embarking on explorations to uncover them." Zhang Yun has also made a resolution. He yearns to discover more meteors, thereby augmenting his own powers. After all, his enhancement in strength is reliant on the feedback from the primary colossal stone in Area 1. Thus, it is imperative to seek out additional celestial meteors. Chapter 132. The Bamboo Rat Captured. I am engaged at Tiankung Mountain. The presence of the black-banded snake deters other wild beasts from inhabiting the area. After capturing the mutated black-banded snake and enclosing it within the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun searched the depths of the sinkhole but detected no other signs of wild creatures. Consequently, he departed from Tiankung Mountain, venturing to the surrounding peaks. Each mountain is adorned with bamboo groves, and with the aid of the roe deer, Zhang Yun swiftly traversed the heights, enticing bamboo rats from the groves to capture them. In the span of an afternoon, he scoured the bamboo forests surrounding Laeshiko village, successfully trapping 526 bamboo rats. At this juncture, the numerical display above the colossal stone in Area 1 of the spiritual spring reads, acceleration points, 725. An increase of 162 acceleration points indicates that the total weight of these 526 bamboo rats amounts to 1,620 pounds. Presently, the mountains encircling Laeshiko village are largely devoid of wild beasts. Previously, 2 red deer were captured at Shifeng Mountain, and as red deer are social animals, there are likely more in the vicinity. However, Shifeng Mountain lies on the periphery of Jiming Mountain, suggesting that any remaining red deer might be located in the other mountainous regions of Jiming. Perched upon the roe deer, Zhang Yun pondered deeply. He is in urgent need of funds, whether for constructing a house or for raising capital to purchase piglets. Substantial amounts are required. Although the proliferation of rabbits, bamboo rats, chickens, frogs, and fish within the spiritual spring space has reached a scale sufficient to meet the demands of the water mine, supply cooperative, and Hongling meat processing plant, daily earnings hover around a mere 1,000. The principal materials for construction are substantial. Stone costs 360 daily, 20,000 bricks from Hong bricks require 1,000. River sand from Jiuan Brigade demands 100 daily. Cement necessitates a one-time payment of 1,600, and carpentry expenses accumulate to around 1,000. Not to mention the wages for construction workers. Given Zhang Yun's current earning capacity, he can barely sustain the expenses for his building project. If he were to initiate the purchase of piglets, each breeding sow's offspring would cost between 500 and 600, and with over 30 breeding sows across 10 production brigades, the cash outlay for piglets would exceed 15,000. Contemplating these figures leaves Zhang Yun feeling overwhelmed. He must seize the moment to earn money, for there can be no day of complacency. In the present moment, there are no wild beasts left to hunt in Lashkio village. Consequently, Zhang Yun must devise a plan to capture hares from neighboring villages. Undoubtedly, the most effective approach would be to venture into Chicken Crowing Mountain, where he could capture a substantial number of animals. As dusk approached, Zhang Yun mounted his doe and hastened toward the home of Huang Xinke. Tian Hua was attending to the pigs when she heard the sound of the does galloping. Instantly, she turned her head and spotted Zhang Yun's arrival. "Quickly, come out. Zhang Yun is here," she exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Huang Xinke had just returned from the stone mountain after a grueling day of quarrying, utterly fatigued. However, upon hearing his wife's call, he promptly descended from his bed and rushed out of the room. Not long ago, upon returning home, Huang Xinke had learned from Tian Hua that Zhang Yun might have taken a liking to their daughter, possibly aspiring to become his son-in-law. Naturally, Huang Xinke regarded Zhang Yun's approach with anticipatory eyes. Before long, the doe arrived with Zhang Yun in tow. "Zhang Yun, you have come." Tian Hua greeted him with a warm smile. Zhang Yun dismounted and cheerfully announced, "Auntie, uncle, I have something to discuss with you." Huang Xinke assessed Zhang Yun with satisfaction. The young man was handsome and exuded an extraordinary demeanor, undoubtedly a commendable choice for a son-in-law. "Oh, what matter brings you here? Come inside and speak," Huang Xinke said, jovially taking Zhang Yun's hand and leading him into the main room. It was Zhang Yun's first visit to Huang Xinke's home, and it was customary in Xiang province to enter the main room when visiting, lest one be seen as impolite. Huang Xinke and Tian Hua occupied a bench, both wearing smiles as they scrutinized Zhang Yun. At this juncture, 5 children of varying ages emerged from the room, presumably siblings of Huang Lijuan. They quickly surrounded Zhang Yun, their curious eyes fixated on him. "Brother Zhang Yun, are you here to court my sister?" inquired a slightly older boy, likely around 15 or 16 years of age. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Observing the eager expressions on Huang Xinke and Tian Hua's faces, he realized they harbored similar thoughts, which would surely require some deft verbal navigation. "No, I am about to be married. My relationship with your sister is purely professional," Zhang Yun clarified, opting to dispel any potential misunderstandings directly. The couple was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise as they exchanged anxious glances with Zhang Yun. He continued, "Uncle, I am merely here to return some items for Huang Lijuan. I have no other intentions. Additionally, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Huang Xinke quickly regained his composure. "Oh, Comrade Zhang Yun, please tell us what it is. We will certainly do our utmost to assist," Huang Xinke replied. Tian Hua, however, wore a disappointed expression as she instructed the 5 children to leave the room. She sat quietly, enveloped in her complex emotions. "I wish to rear a batch of pigs. Surely, your village has breeding pigs available? Once they give birth to piglets, you can sell them directly to me. For each piglet, I can offer 50 yuan. If you, uncle, assist me in purchasing them, I shall grant you a reward of 5 yuan for your efforts per pig." Zhang Yun elucidated his intentions. Huang Xinke was utterly astounded. 50 yuan for a single piglet? Typically, villagers purchase piglets for merely 5 yuan each. Zhang Yun's audacity to pay tenfold the usual price was indeed astonishing. Furthermore, the promise of an additional 5 yuan per piglet as a reward was exceedingly enticing. Huang Xinke found it hard to believe that such unexpected fortune had befallen him. "Are you truly not in a romantic relationship with my daughter?" Huang Xinke still could not accept that Zhang Yun would provide him with such an opportunity, suspecting that there must be some special connection with Huang Lijuan. However, Zhang Yun could not reveal that he felt indebted to her for her unwavering support in his previous life. "It is not so. I am already engaged, and to be married next month," Zhang Yun replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Huang Xinke confirmed that Zhang Yun and his daughter were merely colleagues without any special ties. "Very well, since you trust me, I am more than willing to assist you," Huang Xinke said, though a pang of regret lingered in his heart. Regardless of their relationship, as Zhang Yun was a colleague of his daughter, Huang Xinke felt compelled to help him. Seeing that the agreement was settled, Zhang Yun did not wish to linger any longer, especially with the melancholic expression on Tian Hua's face, which left him at a loss for words. After departing from Huang Xinke's home, Zhang Yun rode his deer to find the team leader, Huang Chunlai, and handed over 360 yuan. As dusk fell, Zhang Yun arrived at the site where the stones were stored, collected 200 pieces, and then hurried back to Jiwan village. Chapter 133, Assigning Tasks. Sister as a seamstress. When Zhang Yun returned to Jiwan village, he had yet to reach his doorstep when he heard Wang Yuanhui loudly berating someone while striking a basin. Wang Yuanhui had lost her money and, unable to identify the thief, could only vent her frustrations through tears and curses. Serves her right. Zhang Yun had no intention of returning the money. This time, he aimed to impart a profound lesson to Wang Yuanhui to curb her arrogance in the future. The family's scheme to imprison Zhang Yun had crossed his limits, and thus he sought to retaliate with the utmost severity. As Zhang Yun approached on his deer, a horse Wang Yuanhui suddenly rushed over and grasped his right foot. Yun, please return the money to your aunt. I promise I won't insult you again. I beg you, please give it back, she implored, tears streaming down her face. She was genuinely frightened. That money represented her family's savings, all lost in an instant. And Wang Yuanhui was terrified. Throughout that day, while she raged and cursed, she pondered who could have stolen the money, concluding that Zhang Yun was the most likely suspect. Despite the absence of an opportunity for Zhang Yun to commit the act, Wang Yuanhui was acutely aware that only he had the motive to retaliate against her family. Intuition whispered to Wang Yuanhui that the money must have been stolen by Zhang Yun. Do not entangle me in this matter. If your family has lost money, you ought to report it to the authorities rather than hurling baseless accusations at someone, she asserted. If you suspect me, then go ahead and do so. I lack the time to indulge in your turmoil. Zhang Yun spoke with an indifferent tone, her eyes devoid of compassion. She intended to strike at the core of their family, compelling them to reflect on their actions and question their willingness to ensnare others in similar traps in the future. Dealing with malefactors, mere admonishments are futile. One must inflict pain for genuine reflection to occur. With that, Zhang Yun leapt down from the deer and entered her home without a backward glance. Wang Yuanhui quickly wiped her tears, glaring at Zhang Yun's retreating figure. Her earlier demeanor of submissive pleading completely vanished. She remained unconvinced. Upon entering the house, she was greeted by Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Fun, Zhang Fong, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli, who surrounded Zhang Yun in a warm welcome. Zhang Yun held a bamboo basket in her left hand, containing 2 wild chickens, while her right hand clutched a bamboo basket filled with 20 eggs. Mother, I've caught 2 wild chickens. Quickly, prepare them. It's perfect timing as elder sister and second sister have returned home. Let them savor the taste of these wild chickens. Also, these 20 eggs were purchased from Laishikio village. Once boiled, they are for Xiaoyan to enjoy, Zhang Yun cheerfully announced, handing the wild chickens to Chen Wan and placing the eggs on the 8 immortals table. Currently, within the spiritual realm, the number of wild chickens had reached 200. Even consuming 10 daily could not keep pace with their reproduction. The domestic chickens had also proliferated to over 100, with the hens numbering 30. At a time flow rate of 15 times normal, each hen produced over 10 eggs daily. The eggs enjoyed complete liberty. Upon hearing her name called by Zhang Yun and the mention of eggs, Lu Xiaoyan clapped her hands in delight. Meanwhile, Wu Feiyong, cradled in his mother Zhang Feng's arms, missed Zhang Yun's address and suddenly raised his fists, grumbling. Although Wu Feiyong had yet to master speech, he discerned the intent of the words. Realizing that Zhang Yun intended to give the eggs to Xiaoyan, not to him, which incited his ire, the family erupted into laughter at Wu Feiyong's pouting expression. Subsequently, Chen Wan took Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli to tend to the wild chickens. Zhang Zhongli, Zhang Fun, Zhang Fong, and Zhang Yun gathered around the 8 immortals table. Third brother, I've been home for 2 days with little to occupy my time. I find myself rather bored, Zhang Fun expressed, voicing her sentiments after these 2 days. Indeed, in Hongfeng village, Zhang Fun had single-handedly managed the household chores, tirelessly engaged in labor, and had grown accustomed to such a life of ceaseless toil. Upon returning to Jiuan village, aside from assisting in the kitchen at Zhang Yun's new home, she had little else to do. When idle, Zhang Fun felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in. Zhang Yun pondered for a moment and comprehended her elder sister's feelings. Sister, did you not express a desire to learn tailoring? Zhang Yun inquired suddenly. Indeed, I am genuinely eager to learn the art of tailoring, envisioning the joy of crafting a beautiful garment with my own hands. Upon hearing the word tailor, Zhang Fun's eyes sparkled with excitement, for this was truly her heart's desire. Zhang Yun, upon listening to her, promptly suggested, how about this? Little Swallow can stay with me, and you can visit the tailor shop at the commune. I shall assist you with the tuition, enabling you to study tailoring for 3 months. In the 1970s, tailoring was indeed a sought-after profession. The country lagged considerably behind, lacking in light industry, and the number of garment factories was exceedingly sparse. In rural areas, citizens wishing to have a piece of clothing made would need to procure fabric tickets from the supply and marketing cooperative before taking them to a tailor. Having sensed Zhang Fun's aspirations the previous day, Zhang Yun felt compelled to offer her support in pursuing her dream. After all, by the end of 1978, The nation would liberalize its economy, allowing Zhang Fun to eventually open her own tailor shop with the skills she would acquire. With the impending reforms and the influx of foreign investment, the first wave of industrial development would certainly include garment factories as part of the light industry. Zhang Yun also aspired to assist Zhang Fun in establishing a clothing factory, enabling her to realize her potential. Is that true? However, I have heard that learning tailoring requires paying the master, and it costs 30 yuan a month, Zhang Fun lamented, her expression filled with worry. Indeed, during that time, tailoring skills were highly coveted, and aspiring apprentices had to pay for their tutelage. Moreover, throughout the 3-month learning period, they were often required to work unpaid, whether cleaning or assisting in cutting fabric. All of it was done without remuneration. This is 100 yuan. Sister, take it. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to Chu River Commune, Zhang Yun declared, reaching into her pocket to retrieve 10 large bills, which she placed directly into Zhang Fun's hands. Just as Zhang Fun was about to protest, concerned about the financial burden of Zhang Yun's housing expenses, her sister insisted, "Sister, consider this a loan. Once you master the art of tailoring, you will earn substantial income and no longer have to rely on the Liu family's whims." "I understand. I will heed your advice," Zhang Fun replied, realizing that mastering tailoring would grant her independence and self-fulfillment. Thus, she accepted the 100 yuan without further hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Fong, observing Zhang Yun's arrangements for her elder sister, felt a surge of curiosity. "Third sister, I've also been home for 2 days and find myself quite bored. Could you suggest what I might pursue in the future?" she inquired with a playful smile. In Wujikio village, Zhang Fong enjoyed a carefree life, with her financial needs met by her partner while household chores were managed by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. She only had to care for her son, Wu Feiyang, leading a rather relaxed existence. However, witnessing Zhang Yun's diligent efforts and now Zhang Fun's newfound direction, Zhang Fong found herself pondering her own future and was eager to hear Zhang Yun's thoughts. Chapter 134, Second Sister's Frog Business. Second sister, you possess a natural aptitude for business, Zhang Yun remarked, noting the hopeful gleam in Zhang Fong's eyes. Indeed, Zhang Fong's extroverted nature, coupled with her generous and optimistic disposition, made her a born entrepreneur. It is likely that Zhang Fong herself never anticipated that one day she would engage in commerce. After all, during the 1970s, collectivist ideology prevailed, and everyone was accustomed to earning work points, receiving dividends from the production brigade, and purchasing goods at the supply and marketing cooperatives. The notion of individual entrepreneurship was fraught with considerable risk, as one could easily be summoned for a cup of tea. No, absolutely not. Before Zhang Fong could respond, Zhang Zhongli, sitting nearby, promptly interjected, clearly expressing his disapproval. This was indicative of Zhang Zhongli's entrenched mindset. He certainly did not wish to see Zhang Fong venture into business and potentially face dire consequences. Zhang Yun smiled gently, refraining from countering his remarks, and instead focused on Zhang Fong, eager to hear her own perspective. "Third sister, do you genuinely believe I could succeed in business?" Zhang Fong asked, somewhat bewildered, as the idea of a woman engaging in commerce seemed foreign to her. In her experience, the street vendors of the 1970s were predominantly men, and she had never encountered a woman in such a role. "Second sister, let me ask you this. If an opportunity to earn money presented itself, would you be interested?" Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. This question aimed to stir the desires within Zhang Fong. If she were disinterested in financial gain, Zhang Yun would not insist on her entering the business realm. Conversely, if Zhang Fong expressed a genuine yearning for wealth, Zhang Yun would undoubtedly lend her support. "I do wish to earn money. That is my true sentiment. Although Wu Xuennong is willing to share his earnings with me, I do not wish to rely on a man," Zhang Fong replied earnestly. "If there truly is a chance to make a profit, I would like to try." Zhang Yun nodded in satisfaction. In her previous life, among the 5 siblings, Zhang Fong was the first to embark on a business venture and attain prosperity, eventually assisting Zhang Yun in establishing a stall and a food workshop, which evolved into a food enterprise. Zhang Fong was undoubtedly the most business-savvy among the siblings. However, with Zhang Yun's rebirth and the possession of a mystical space, she had seized the opportunity to prosper first. Thus, in this lifetime, Zhang Yun aimed to assist Zhang Fong in becoming a successful entrepreneur. "Second sister, your willingness to consider this is wonderful. In fact, I do have a business opportunity that is perfectly suited for you," Zhang Yun promptly declared. Zhang Zhongli intended to admonish Zhang Yun for encouraging a woman to engage in business, but reflecting on Zhang Yun's recent transformations, he hesitated to voice his reprimand. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Zhang Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily disregarding her son Wu Feiyang's pleas for food. "Third sister, stop keeping me in suspense. Please tell me," She urged eagerly. I have a hunter friend who has discovered a method for rapidly breeding frogs and has located a unique cave where he has multiplied countless frogs. He has approached me about assisting him in selling these frogs. Since you wish to venture into business, let us start with selling frogs, Zhang Yun explained with a smile. Indeed, within the mystical space, the first species to be bred was frogs. From an initial count of 100 frogs, 6 days had passed, which, at a time flow rate of 15 times faster, equated to approximately 90 days. Moreover, with the nurturing power of the spiritual spring, the frogs proliferated at an astonishing rate. Presently, these frogs reside in the fish pond of plot number 4, with their numbers escalating to over 10,000, of which there are already thousands of mature individuals. The younger frogs are expected to fully mature within a day or two. In essence, Zhang Yun is poised to supply tens of thousands of adult frogs at once. Additionally, the pond is teeming with tadpoles, which, under the accelerated time flow of 15 times, will also mature in just a few days. It can be confidently asserted that if 5,000 frogs are sold daily, Zhang Yun can maintain a consistent supply, should he choose not to sell these adult frogs. The only alternative would be to transfer them to the venomous snake breeding area, where they would serve as sustenance for the snakes. Selling frogs? That seems plausible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fong was momentarily taken aback, but soon an idea sparked within her. Frogs are indeed a source of meat. Due to the production team's restrictions, villagers are unable to capture frogs in abundance, resulting in only occasional catches to satisfy their cravings. Frogs hold a significant market in the countryside, with families of modest means able to purchase a few for enjoyment. Sister, if you had 1,000 frogs, how would you go about selling them? If 5,000 frogs were provided to you daily, would you have a strategy to sell them all? Zhang Yun posed these two inquiries, eager to hear Zhang Fong's thoughts. Zhang Fong was left speechless. 1,000 frogs in a single day? Where would such a quantity come from? Not to mention Zhang Yun's assertion of 5,000 frogs daily, it was a daunting prospect. Even if one were to capture every frog in the fields of the entire Jiuan Brigade, it would be implausible to reach 5,000. Although Zhang Fong was inclined toward business, the sheer magnitude of such an overwhelming number left her momentarily disoriented. I suppose I would sell them to the supply and marketing cooperative, was Zhang Fong's response. Zhang Yun shook his head and replied coolly. Selling 1,000 frogs daily to the cooperative would raise suspicions. Others might envy your success and report you, leading to considerable trouble. Zhang Fong, now anxious, implored, third brother. Please just tell me how to sell so many frogs. I'm truly at my wit's end. Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Fan also appeared perplexed. Their expressions filled with concern as they looked at Zhang Yun. The solution, as Zhang Yun proposed, was to cast a wide net. More specifically, sister, you should visit each production brigade, selecting a few trustworthy individuals in each, granting each a quota of 100 frogs per day, allowing them to sell the frogs within their own production brigade. In this manner, you would become a wholesaler, while those individuals in the various brigades would act as your sales points. Thus, your responsibility would merely entail transporting the frogs to these sales points, where each seller could utilize their own abilities to sell the frogs they possess. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fong felt a sudden clarity, her eyes sparkling with realization. Indeed, if she were to personally sell the frogs in each village, how many could she sell in a day? Clearly, by enlisting a group of salespeople to harness their collective strength, she could expedite the sale of the frogs. 1,000 frogs in a day, if allocated to 10 production teams, would result in each team having merely 100 frogs. Should each team possess 2 sales points, each point would only need to sell 50 frogs. Thus, selling 1,000 frogs in a day appears to pose no significant challenge. If the quantity were to increase to 5,000 frogs daily, it would simply entail reaching out to several neighboring communes and establishing sales points therein. Furthermore, supply and marketing cooperatives, state-owned restaurants, mines, brick factories, and commune canteens are all key customers for frog sales, possessing substantial demand. Suddenly, Zhang Fong had a revelation, and she exclaimed with excitement, Lao San, your idea is splendid. I am now brimming with enthusiasm. You can introduce me to that hunter friend of yours. Zhang Yun chuckled. My hunter friend, after all, breeds frogs privately. He trusts me, yet is reluctant to disclose his identity publicly. I shall act as your intermediary. He will provide me with the frogs, which I will then pass on to you. Zhang Fong considered this reasoning and, finding no cause for doubt, agreed to the proposed delivery method. Chapter 135. Comforting the little mouse and the pangolin under the pretense of bathing. Zhang Yun made his way to the bathing area behind the house. Little mouse, come out, he softly called as he gently pulled the simple wooden door shut. The little mouse, having pilfered some money, immediately poked its head out from the beam of the bathing room, its eyes shining brightly. This agile little creature having consumed energy points, exhibited remarkable intelligence. Chirp, chirp, the little mouse squeaked several times. Possessing psychic abilities, Zhang Yun comprehended its message. The money is buried underground, right? Bring it to me now, he commanded with a smile. The little mouse promptly scurried down the wall and made its way to a small hole at the back of the house, descending underground through that opening. Approximately 2 minutes later, while Zhang Yun was rinsing himself, the little mouse emerged outside the bathing area, dragging a handkerchief with its tiny front paws. It knocked on the door and chirped excitedly. Zhang Yun understood. The little mouse was indicating that it had retrieved the money. Soon, he finished dressing, opened the door, and beheld the handkerchief at the entrance. In an instant, Zhang Yun crouched down, grasped the handkerchief, and swiftly absorbed it into the spiritual space. He then focused his consciousness on the first plot of the spiritual space, manipulating the handkerchief to unfold, revealing a stack of money within. Upon counting, he found a total of 396. 4 yuan. With 4 adult laborers in Uncle Zhang's family, alongside 3 daughters-in-law earning wages, saving money was relatively easy, yet over the years, they had only managed to accumulate 400 yuan. Indeed, earning money in this era is undeniably arduous, Zhang Yun mused. Now, this sum of money was graciously accepted by Zhang Yun, serving as a punitive measure against Wang Yuanhui and Zhang Banshu for their malevolent actions. Should Wang Yuanhui continue to disrupt Zhang Yun's peace and persist in her ill intentions, he would not hesitate to pilfer her saved ration tickets, oil tickets, and cloth tickets, plunging her into utter despair. Chirp, chirp, the little mouse, seeing the handkerchief vanish, called out again. Do you wish to return to the space? Zhang Yun comprehended the little mouse's sentiments. It yearned to escape this mundane world, feeling unwell in the absence of the nourishing essence of the spiritual spring. Indeed, within the realm of the spiritual spring, every breath was imbued with its vital energy, bringing immense joy and comfort to the little creature. Naturally, it wished to return. However, Zhang Yun was resolute in his decision. You have successfully completed the task of stealing money. As a reward, you shall return to the spiritual realm for 1 hour. In the future, your duty will be to eavesdrop on the entire Jiwan village, noting who speaks well of me and who speaks ill. You must report back to me diligently, he replied with a smile. Zhang Yun was acutely aware of the significant changes he had undergone in recent days. His sudden prosperity would inevitably incite envy among some. In this world, the issue is not poverty but inequality. When everyone is mired in hardship, harmony prevails. Yet, when one unexpectedly becomes wealthy, others may find their peace disturbed, sometimes even harboring malicious thoughts. Jealousy has existed in every era. Zhang Yun instructed the little mouse to navigate the residential area of Jiwan village with caution, mindful of such individuals. Soon after, having dined alone at home, Zhang Yun rode his deer to his new house. He first unloaded 200 pieces of stone before proceeding to the site. Remarkably, in just 1 day, the foundational stones had all been laid. With 50 villagers laboring together, the work was completed expeditiously. The Funya Red Brick Factory delivered 20,000 bricks that afternoon, with another 10,000 scheduled for delivery the following morning. If all goes as planned, 20 tons of cement would also arrive tomorrow. My brother-in-law should be able to come over tomorrow. With his presence, I can entrust him with supervising the work, which will ease my mind, Zhang Yun stated calmly. Wu Xuenong possessed bricklaying skills and had become a small contractor in time. Zhang Yun, lacking familiarity with construction, naturally relied on Wu Xuenong for assistance, aiming to complete the courtyard within a fortnight. The affordability of labor in this era allowed for the mobilization of dozens of workers to erect buildings at a swift pace. With 50 individuals, Zhang Yun's courtyard, comprising a single story with 12 rooms, could feasibly have the walls completed in just 2 days, with an average of 4 individuals per room. At that moment, Zhang Yun arrived at the courtyard, where the water well was nearing completion. The pangolin had been tirelessly burrowing day and night, while the villagers merely needed to haul up the loosened soil, facilitating rapid progress on the well. In just 2 days, the well had reached a depth of 10 meters. Zhang Yun extended his sensing ability to the bottom of the well and detected that the water layer was quite shallow. It appeared that the 10-meter depth was insufficient. They had yet to reach the flowing sand layer. Once we reach the flowing sand layer, the underground water supply will be abundant, sufficient to meet the household's future needs, Zhang Yun remarked softly. Perhaps sensing Zhang Yun's presence, the pangolin emerged from the earth, emitting soft grunts. Zhang Yun understood once more. All right, you have labored hard. I shall now provide you with the essence of the spiritual spring. Zhang Yun, upon hearing the pangolin boasting of its accomplishments, felt inclined to grant its desire for the spiritual spring. Producing yet another bamboo tube, The pangolin eagerly consumed the entire contents within. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Zhang Yun extracted 10,000 ants that had multiplied within the space of the spring, placing them into a bamboo tube, sealing the opening with moist earth, leaving only a small aperture. These ants are all yours to enjoy, my dear pangolin, Zhang Yun declared joyfully. The ants unearthed by Sun Fugue's wife and child had been nurtured in the spiritual spring, and within mere days, at a rate of 15 times the normal passage of time, had multiplied into hundreds of thousands. Having toiled diligently in digging wells, the pangolin would not be neglected. It deserved a reward of its favorite ants. Indeed, the pangolin, thrilled, clutched the bamboo tube, its tongue darting out to capture the ants that emerged from the tiny opening, relishing the feast with immense delight. Once the pangolin was appeased, Zhang Yun returned to the cool shelter, reclining as he gazed at the twinkling stars above. At present, he had 971 yuan in cash. Tomorrow, he needed to return to the brick factory to pay 1,000 yuan for an additional 20,000 bricks. Early in the morning, he could deliver an adult wild boar to the mining site. Wang Xuehua should have finished selling the 50 wild rabbits, so he planned to deliver another 100 rabbits and 100 bamboo rats. To the supply and marketing cooperative, he would send 200 bamboo rats and 200 grass carp. At the Hongling meat processing plant, he intended to deliver 2 adult wild boars and 100 chickens. The 2 black goats, along with 1 wild goat, had already birthed 5 kids, and it would not be long before a goat farming industry would flourish. The 2 red deer, at the accelerated rate of 15 times, had also produced 2 fawns. Within 2 days, they would reach maturity. With the number of venomous snakes exceeding 1,000, Zhang Yun pondered whether the Hongling meat processing plant would accept them. As he contemplated the stars, his consciousness remained attuned to the spiritual spring, already arranging for the events of the following day. After all, during the construction period, substantial expenditures were necessary daily. Zhang Yun must meticulously plan profitable endeavors to ensure a continuous supply of building materials, thereby sustaining the construction process. At that moment, his consciousness fixated on the numeral above the giant stone at site number 1. Acceleration points, 563. Chapter 136, The Uncle's Family Schemes and Secret. Currently, site number 6 remained in a state of temporal stasis, ripe for activation. Zhang Yun mused inwardly. Having accumulated a significant number of acceleration points, he could not merely stand idly by. He had to devise a strategy for their utilization. Presently, all species within the spiritual spring had multiplied to a substantial scale, with sites 2 through 5 operating at 15 times the normal time flow, ensuring that the newly birthed lives could satisfy the demands of his various clients. Based on the sales of wild animals over the past few days, rabbits, fish, and bamboo rats were in high demand. However, looking towards future trends, pigs and chickens would undoubtedly be the most sought after. Site number 2 was currently breeding domestic chickens, wild chickens, and wild boars together, and the space of 1 acre was proving insufficient. Thus, plot number 2 will be exclusively designated for raising chickens, while the wild boars will be relocated to plot number 6. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yun arrived at this decision. With a mere thought, he activated the 15 acceleration points on plot number 6, enhancing its speed to a remarkable 15 times that of the real world. Concurrently, he directed the grasses from plot number 2 to swiftly transfer to plot number 6, where all 34 wild boars also found their new home. Consequently, every acre within the spiritual spring space now served a distinct purpose. Plot number 1, the initial acre, was abundantly populated with sweet potatoes, pythons, and mutated green tree snakes, while various poisonous snakes captured from the surrounding hills were confined to a corner. Plot number 2 was flourishing with herbs, dedicated to chicken rearing, including both domesticated and wild fowl, alongside 4 red deer temporarily residing there. Plot number 3 was thriving with sweet potatoes intended for breeding wild rabbits, mice, and venomous snakes. Plot number 4 featured a large fish pond, teeming with various fish species, while the banks provided a habitat for frogs. Plot number 5 was cultivated with bamboo, where nearly 1,000 bamboo rats scurried about, and 8 goats resided in one corner, accompanied by a peach tree and a jujube tree. Plot number 6 was brimming with pig grass, where 34 wild boars frolicked, establishing their exclusive domain. Following this night, an additional acre would be added. Zhang Yun had already determined that plot number 7 would be designated for developing the goat farming industry. Although he had yet to sell any goats, he was acutely aware that once available, they would be highly sought after. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yun contemplated his plans, Wang Yuanhui, Zhang Basho, Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Xunli, and Zhang Jinjia were discreetly discussing matters, avoiding the 2 elders, Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang. Listen carefully, the 4 of you, Wang Yuanhui began. I have thought long and hard over the past few days, and the person most likely to have stolen our money is Zhang Yun. Although he lacks an alibi, the changes in him recently have been exceedingly peculiar, suggesting he possesses some special means. The police had visited the local station, gathering information, and had merely advised the militia of Jiuan Brigade to closely monitor the entire village without searching the homes of the villagers. If we wait for the militia to uncover any anomalies, who knows how long that will take? Wang Yuanhui lamented. Thankfully, our ration tickets had not been lost, sparing us from starvation. Despite having scolded for 2 days until her voice was hoarse, she managed to regain her composure and express her thoughts clearly. My intuition also points to Zhang Yun as the thief. Our parents are too old, unaware of our hidden money, and still dependent on us for their care. They lack any motive to steal. Zhang Basho calmly analyzed the situation. It must be Zhang Yun who stole it. While I do not know the methods he employed, I am certain it was him. I suspect he is retaliating against us for bringing the Red Army to capture him. Zhang Tuanjia, with a troubled expression, voiced his concerns, feeling a sense of trepidation and wishing to avoid further conflict with Zhang Yun. Mom and Dad, should we take action against Zhang Yun? I cannot tolerate this situation any longer. Zhang Xuemei spoke in a chilling tone, clearly infuriated. He had entrusted all his earnings to Wang Yuanhui, and their sudden disappearance left him seething with anger. How could he possibly let Zhang Yun off the hook? Now, with his proposals for marriage and plans for a new house, he was reveling in his own joy. It was inconceivable that he would allow Zhang Yun such unbridled happiness. I have already devised a plan. It is time to strike at Zhang Zhongli and his family. Wang Yuanhui suddenly remarked with a grim expression. Oh, how do you intend to deal with Zhang Yun? Zhang Bashun immediately inquired. Mother, please share your thoughts on how to handle Zhang Yun. The 3 of US brothers will undoubtedly support you, Zhang Tuanjie declared. Seeing the 4 father and sons looking at her, Wang Yuanhui slowly articulated her plan. Tomorrow, my husband, you will collect the 60 yuan for our parents' living expenses from Zhang Zhongli. Then, propose that the 3 brothers take turns supporting our parents. For so many years, it has always been our family supporting them, while Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu's families merely contribute 5 yuan each month. That is far too little for them. Our parents have always favored our family. Once it is Zhang Zhongli's turn to care for them, we will instigate daily disturbances to ensure that his family remains unsettled. This was the scheme Wang Yuanhui had devised over the past 2 days to torment Zhang Yun's family. As soon as Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang visited Zhang Zhongli's home, Wang Yuanhui would incite the elderly couple to wreak havoc, stir trouble, and cause discord, ensuring that Zhang Yun would suffer daily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bashun hesitated, for this involved his own parents. If this escalated, his reputation would be tarnished, and the villagers of Jiuan would mock him. While Wang Yuanhui was indifferent, Zhang Bashun, as the eldest son and the production team leader, felt considerable apprehension. This is a brilliant idea. Mother is indeed wise and resourceful. We must ensure Zhang Yun experiences the hardship of supporting our grandparents. Zhang Tuanjia, Zhang Xingli, and Zhang Jianjia swiftly concurred. Upon hearing her 3 sons' agreement, Wang Yuanhui disregarded Zhang Bashuan's hesitation. Let us proceed with this plan. Tomorrow we shall initiate our offensive. We cannot allow Zhang Yun's family any peace, she decisively concluded. Zhang Bashun, witnessing this, hesitated but ultimately fell silent in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, their clandestine plotting, which they believed was flawless and unheard, had been overheard by a small mouse lurking beneath a nearby wardrobe, having eavesdropped on their conversation. This mouse, without a doubt, was the very one Zhang Yun had accelerated, the same one that had stolen from their home. Under Zhang Yun's command, this mouse had been monitoring the happenings in Jiuan village. It had just arrived at Zhang Bashuan's house and had captured the entire conversation. Chapter 137, Zhang Laodi, I believe in you. A new day dawned. Early in the morning, just past 5 o'clock, Zhang Yun awoke. The first order of business was, of course, to enter the spiritual spring space. Indeed, an additional acre of land had been added. On the 7th plot, a blueprint had already been envisioned last night, intended for the proliferation of the goat industry. Zhang Yun stated with an air of calmness. Subsequently, he commanded with intent, expending 15 acceleration points to alter the temporal flow of the 7th plot to 15 times that of the outside world. The 8 goats were also completely relocated to this plot. Generally speaking, a female goat can bear 2 litters a year, yielding between 2 to 4 offspring per litter. Given the current count of 8 goats, even with the accelerated time flow, it would still take a year to achieve a substantial herd. However, Zhang Yun was not in a hurry to sell the goats. He possessed ample time to await their growth. Moreover, with Zhang Yun's prowess in hunting, he might well capture additional goats from the surrounding mountains, thereby hastening the reproduction rate. Acceleration points. 263. Gazing at this number, Zhang Yun felt a wave of sentiment. The acceleration points were depleting rapidly, and he would need to hunt wild beasts once more. Over the next couple of days, he planned to traverse the various mountain peaks surrounding the 10 production teams of Chu Shui Commune, capturing as many wild beasts as possible. Chicken Ming Mountain must be prioritized. It is there that larger beasts can be hunted, and their numbers are abundant. Zhang Yun sighed once more. He then harvested over 100 sweet potatoes from the spiritual spring space, bringing forth the vines and leaves, all of which could be used for culinary purposes. 20 bamboo rats, 50 pounds of carp and crucian carp, and 50 eggs were gathered. These provisions would suffice for 50 villagers. With today's ingredients prepared, Zhang Yun intended to rise and head towards the Lin Shui mine. At that moment, 2 red jackals approached him, nudging their heads against his calves while emitting soft whines. Zhang Yun understood their communication. How wonderful, Xiaohong, you are actually pregnant. Yes, just moments ago, he had discerned from their vocalizations that the female jackal was expecting. Their intent was clear. They wished to return to the spiritual spring space to absorb its essence, enabling the birth of their offspring. The Hong, being a male jackal, did not require entry into the spiritual spring space. Xiaohong, now with child, would be permitted to enter, under the 15-fold time acceleration. She would give birth within the final week. Zhang Yun made a decisive choice. After all, both jackals possessed formidable strength, surpassing that of an adult male. Though Zhang Yun had always kept them by his side, he had grown considerably stronger himself, and within the spiritual spring space. 2 ultimate guardians, the emerald python and the mutated green tree viper, resided, rendering the constant presence of the jackals unnecessary. The Hong, you shall remain here. Today, my second sister will be visiting the surrounding villages, and you will accompany her to ensure her safety. Observing the male jackal's crestfallen expression, he swiftly issued the command. Although the current security situation was excellent, with few threats to personal safety, Zhang Yun remained vigilant. He could not allow Zhang Fong to venture out alone. The presence of the jackal would provide an added layer of protection. Upon concluding his words, Zhang Yun stored the female red jackal within the spirit spring space, placing it in Zone 2. This area now served as a breeding ground for domestic and wild chickens. By allowing the jackal to gestate in this environment, it could conveniently nourish itself with chicken whenever hunger struck, swiftly replenishing its sustenance. Having arranged everything, Zhang Yun mounted his deer and departed. First making his way to the mining camp's cafeteria, Zhang Yun had the deer carry 2 baskets laden with 200 pounds of silver carp, while he himself led a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds directly to the cafeteria. Yang Yinshan had just opened the cafeteria doors and stood waiting for the various delivery personnel to bring food. Upon seeing Zhang Yun arrive, his expression turned to one of astonishment. No way, Brother Zhang, you're incredible. You caught such a large wild boar. Yang Yinshan was indeed taken aback. A boar of such size was beyond what an ordinary hunter could capture. A mere charge from such a creature could easily crush an adult man. Brother Yang, hurry and weigh it. I need to head into the mountains today. I'm pressed for time, Zhang Yun urged. Yang Yinshan understood immediately and called for assistance, quickly completing the weighing process. The silver carp totaled 214 pounds at 80 cents per pound, amounting to 712 yuan. The wild boar weighed 312 pounds, with the offal at 285 pounds, also at 80 cents per pound, totaling 228 yuan. The offal itself accounted for an additional 10 yuan. The grand total came to 4,092 yuan. After weighing, Yang Yinshan pulled Zhang Yun aside. Brother Zhang, Huang Dajun pressured me yesterday. He explicitly stated that if I continue to accept your meat, he would ensure that the Chu Shui meat processing plant would no longer supply pork to the Lin Shui mining camp. Yang Yinshan spoke forthrightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun discerned that Huang Dajun, having slapped himself in anger the previous day, sought to intimidate Yang Yinshan into acting against him. What do you think, Brother Yang? Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. In moments of choice, one's true character is revealed, and Zhang Yun wished to gauge Yang Yinshan's confidence in him. I certainly believe in your hunting prowess. Otherwise, why would I have accepted your delivery? Yang Yinshan replied with a smile. Zhang Yun noted that, although Yang Yinshan spoke cheerfully, he understood the considerable pressure Yang faced. Should Zhang Yun ever be unable to supply meat again, Yang Yinshan might find himself at Huang Dajun's mercy, potentially being ousted and replaced by a trusted chef of Huang Dajun's choosing. Brother Yang, your faith in me will not be misplaced. I can share that I have many hunter friends. Apart from supplying the cafeteria, I am also selling some meat to the supply and marketing cooperative. Additionally, I have developed a breeding operation in a nearby forest, which will allow me to deliver a wild boar to the cafeteria daily without any issues. Upon hearing Yang Yunshan's willingness to trust him, Zhang Yun felt compelled to alleviate his concerns by revealing a glimpse of his secrets. In uttering these words, Zhang Yun aimed to instill in Yang Yunshan the belief that he could consistently supply meat without fear of retaliation from the meat processing plant. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Yun's confident declarations, Yang Yunshan was immediately filled with excitement. Wonderful. I was right about you. With your assurance, I shall no longer heed Huang Dajuan's threats. Recognizing the calm self-assurance in Zhang Yun's words, Yang Yunshan set aside his concerns. Subsequently, Zhang Yun, with the receipt in hand, departed from the cafeteria. His next destination was the doorstep of Wang Xuehua. Chapter 138. The Elder's Approval of Zhang Yun. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yun rapped on Wang Xuehua's door. Shortly, the door swung open, and Wang Xuehua peeked out, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Zhang Yun. "Boss, you've finally come," she exclaimed softly, pulling him inside. Before Zhang Yun could utter a word, Wang Xuehua produced the money she had prepared in her pocket. "Boss, last time you provided me with 50 wild rabbits, and I sold them all within a day. All my neighbors, my acquaintances, and many miners' families know that I sell wild rabbits here. This amounts to 200 yuan. Zhang Yun accepted the money and promptly withdrew 5 yuan, placing it in Wang Xuehua's hand. "This is as agreed, a 10-cent commission per rabbit. Take this 5 yuan. He smiled, genuinely pleased, for Wang Xuehua proved to be a remarkable asset. With her connections within Jigong Mountain, Zhang Yun needn't waste time lurking around. She could sell all day long using her insider status. "Thank you, boss." Wang Xuehua beamed with joy, having received her first sales commission. "I always knew you would excel. This time, I brought 100 wild rabbits and 100 bamboo rats. The wild rabbits are 4 yuan each, and the bamboo rats, 2 yuan each, with a commission of 10 cents per piece." With a casual remark, Zhang Yun took down 2 bags of fertilizer from his back. The wild rabbits were uniformly sized, weighing over 5 pounds each, and typically sold for 70 cents per pound on the market. However, as Wang Xuehua operated in the black market, she could sell them at a premium. The bamboo rats, mostly weighing over 3 pounds each, were priced at 65 cents per pound in the market, and selling at 2 yuan each was a fair price. As Wang Xuehua opened the 2 fertilizer bags and beheld the vigorous wild rabbits and bamboo rats within, she recognized they were freshly captured creatures. Should she manage to sell these 200 beasts, her commission would amount to 20 yuan, nearly equivalent to her son's salary. Furthermore, this profit was achieved within just a day or two. If extended over a month, it would translate to an income of 300 yuan. Contemplating this, Wang Xuehua trembled with excitement, filled with hope for the future. "Boss, rest assured, I will sell all 200 wild rabbits and bamboo rats within the next couple of days." Energized and optimistic about life, she was brimming with determination. "Very well. I trust in your capabilities," Zhang Yun encouraged, having long recognized Wang Xuehua's talents. Just moments ago, Wang Xuehua had genuinely earned a commission of 5 yuan. The allure of this monetary reward would undoubtedly ignite her ambitions to an infinite extent. Thus, Zhang Yun departed from Jigong Mountain with a sense of ease. Shortly thereafter, he proceeded to the quarters of the mine director, Liu Baoshan, and after a gentle knock, the venerable Liu Zhengfeng opened the door and welcomed Zhang Yun inside. "Esteemed elder, yesterday I caught 3 wild chickens, consumed 1 myself, and brought the remaining 2 for you to savor," Zhang Yun announced as he entered, revealing the bamboo basket he had been holding and lifting the lid. Naturally, having witnessed Liu Zhengfeng's influence in assisting him with cement procurement, Zhang Yun was keen on nurturing this advantageous relationship. With over 400 wild chickens now residing in the spiritual spring space, he could guarantee his household a daily supply, and he intended to present these fowl to forge connections with influential figures. Upon seeing the 2 wild chickens in the basket, Liu Zhengfeng's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly recalling the exquisite taste of wild chicken from his past. Aware that Zhang Yun had caught 3 but only consumed 1, Liu Zhengfeng regarded Zhang Yun with a knowing gaze, fully cognizant of Zhang Yun's intention to cultivate a rapport. "Young Zhang, you are exceedingly gracious. Very well. It has been quite some time since I have indulged in the flavor of wild chicken. I shall shamelessly accept your kind offering," Liu Zhengfeng replied. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized Zhang Yun's capabilities and generously accepted the wild chickens, effectively acknowledging Zhang Yun as a friend. Zhang Yun's heart soared at this affirmation, indicating that Liu Zhengfeng had accepted him. Previously, Liu Zhengfeng had leveraged his authority to assist Zhang Yun with cement, thus repaying a favor for Zhang Yun's earlier aid to Liu Baoshan. Now, Liu Zhengfeng's acceptance of the wild chickens signified his genuine desire to foster a good relationship with Zhang Yun, paving the way for future mutual benefits. Esteemed elder, the wild chickens have been delivered. I have other matters to attend to, but should I capture more, I shall return to present them to you, Zhang Yun said, rising with a smile. Having just gifted the wild chickens, he was mindful not to immediately propose any collaborative ventures. He understood the wisdom of gradual engagement. Once he had established a rapport with Lu Zhengfeng, he could later seek assistance when needed, thus ensuring Lu Zhengfeng's heartfelt support. Indeed, you must visit more often, Lu Zhengfeng expressed, pleased with Zhang Yun's demeanor, recognizing that he was not a man of hasty gains, further solidifying his esteem for Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun soon exited the room, at which point Lu Baoshan emerged from the back room, glancing at the 2 wild chickens in the basket with a smile. Father, this Zhang Yun is truly a talent. I never anticipated he would sustain this for 7 days, consistently providing ample meat for the cafeteria, Lu Baoshan remarked with a grin. You may decline the request from the Chu Shui meat processing plant. This Zhang Yun is indeed an exceptional hunter, capable of continuously capturing a plethora of wild game and fish, entirely able to replace the meat processing plant. There is no need to concern ourselves with Huang Qingshan's demands any longer, Lu Zhengfeng stated with a calm demeanor. If Zhang Yun were present to overhear the conversation between the father and son, he would undoubtedly be astonished that Huang Qingshan, the director of a meat processing factory, would dare to proactively greet the mine manager, Lu Baoshan, urging him to reject Zhang Yun and prevent him from supplying meat to the mine's cafeteria. Just moments ago, Zhang Yun had delivered some wild chickens, and Lu Zhengfeng had already acknowledged Zhang Yun's capabilities, thus speaking up to assist him by advising Lu Baoshan to disregard Huang Qingshan's demands. It is clear to me that since Zhang Yun has consistently provided meat, we no longer require pork from the meat factory and can disregard Huang Qingshan entirely. Humph, Huang Qingshan is indeed overstepping his bounds, leveraging his status to forcibly install Huang Dajun as a purchaser at our mine. I have endured this long enough. Who would have thought that the meat factory would fail to provide sufficient meat, leaving our miners hungry for nearly a year? Now, with the arrival of Zhang Yun, we can finally ensure that our miners enjoy meat daily while they work. Yet here comes Huang Dajun, shamelessly attempting to thwart Zhang Yun and exploit Huang Qingshan's position to have him ousted. That is simply outrageous. The mine manager, Lu Baoshan, expressed his indignation. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yun, he hastened on his deer back towards Jiuan village. Just as dawn broke, Zhang Fan opened the door, preparing to awaken her daughter, Lu Xiaoyan. Eldest sister, I have returned. Come, we must hurry to Chu Shui commune. I will take you to register at the tailor's shop. As Zhang Yun entered the room and witnessed Zhang Fan about to rouse Lu Xiaoyan, he promptly called out. Chapter 139. Today, you must register as a tailoring apprentice at 8 in the morning. Zhang Yun escorted Zhang Fan to Chu Shui commune. The Yang Hongxia tailor shop was located merely 200 meters from the supply and marketing cooperative, housed in a modest 3-room storefront, occupying approximately 200 square meters. It was a well-known establishment within the commune. At this moment, the 2 siblings stood at the entrance of the tailor shop. The third brother, Yang Hongxia, is the proprietor of this tailor shop. She is a woman who, I have heard, has a relative working at a clothing factory in Wu City. This relative aided her in securing a position there, where she honed her skills as a tailor for 3 years before returning to the commune to open this shop. Zhang Fan explained, her face alight with excitement, revealing her familiarity with the establishment. From another perspective, it could be said that Zhang Fan possesses a genuine passion for tailoring. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to learn about Yang Hongxia's story. At 8 o'clock, the tailor shop opened its doors. However, at this hour, it was the apprentices who were busy tidying up, as Yang Hongxia and the other skilled tailors would not arrive for work until 9. Third brother, I will go and help with the cleaning. Observing the apprentices already engaged in their tasks, Zhang Fan realized that as she aspired to become an apprentice here, it was imperative to foster good relationships, prompting her to take action rather than remain idle. Zhang Yun, understanding the ways of the world, did not intervene. Zhang Fan promptly entered the tailor shop and approached a young woman of similar age, smiling as she said, Hello, I am Zhang Fan. I wish to register as an apprentice today, and I would like to help you with the cleaning. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, the woman immediately ceased her tasks and scrutinized her intently. Do you wish to become an apprentice? However, the quota for apprentices this month has already been filled. You may return next month, she stated with an indifferent tone. Zhang Fan's expression froze upon hearing this, leaving her awkwardly standing there. Nearby, several apprentices, having heard both Zhang Fan and the woman's exchange, wore expressions of discomfort, yearning to speak, yet hesitating to do so. At this moment, Zhang Fan turned and returned to Zhang Yun's side. Third brother, That person said the apprenticeship slots are full this month and advised me to come back next month. Zhang Fan's face was laden with distress, tears welling in her eyes. Clearly, her opportunity to become a seamstress apprentice had slipped away, and she began to worry about the future, reluctant to revert to a life consumed by household chores. Zhang Yun, possessing keen hearing, had already caught the woman's words and sensed the shift in her aura. There is something amiss. Dear sister, don't be disheartened. I will ensure your enrollment is successful today, Zhang Yun calmly reassured her. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling the determination in her brother's words, and she began to trust him. Thus, the tears that were about to fall were swiftly wiped away. At that moment, Zhang Yun took the fawn by the hand and led Zhang Fan to the back of the tailor shop, where the living quarters for masters and apprentices were situated, alongside a small kitchen. After all, with around 30 individuals working at the tailor shop, meals were necessary and a kitchen was essential. Inside the kitchen, 3 cooks were bustling about. Zhang Yun's acute hearing allowed him to catch snippets of their conversation even before entering. Simultaneously, he sensed that the kitchen was lacking in variety, with the only meat available being a solitary fish. That grass carp, could it possibly have been procured from the supply and marketing cooperative? It is quite likely one that I sold to them, Zhang Yun mused to himself upon perceiving the fish's shape. Typically, the supply and marketing cooperative seldom sold fish, as the 10 production teams of Chu Shui commune only fished once a month, primarily selling to the meat processing plant or directly to certain units, rarely to the cooperative. It was only due to Zhang Yun selling 200 gene of grass carp daily to the cooperative that they had fish available for sale these past few days. Chef Yang, it's thanks to you that we've been able to buy fish from the cooperative lately, one of the female assistants complimented the head chef. This chef Yang Hongji, was indeed the head chef of the tailor shop and also a cousin of Yang Hongxia. Undoubtedly, Yang Hongji wielded considerable authority in the kitchen. By the way, Chef Yang, I heard the cooperative has wild rabbits for sale these days. How about we switch things up and buy a couple to try? Suggested another female assistant with a cheerful tone. You wish to eat wild rabbit? Truth be told, I also have that desire. Although I am quite familiar with the cooperative and have mentioned it to the director, the commune's canteen has already made arrangements, prioritizing the cooperative's wild rabbits for them. I've heard that the local police station and the grain station director have also made requests, ensuring that the wild rabbits are monopolized by these institutions' canteens. Yang Hongji's tone suddenly dropped, revealing his evident melancholy. The current scarcity of meat supplies has led to rumors of wild rabbits available for sale at the supply and marketing cooperative. Those with some authority swiftly moved to secure them, leaving the cooperative stock of wild rabbits completely depleted. Although the cooperative operates as a monopolistic entity, it still relies on local units for cooperation, necessitating a degree of compliance with these entities. Zhang Yun arrived at the kitchen upon overhearing this conversation. At that moment, Zhang Yun, accompanied by his elder sister Zhang Fan, stood at the kitchen door. Who are you? Inquired the 2 female kitchen assistants, noticing the siblings at the entrance. Zhang Yun had removed a fertilizer bag hanging from the back of a roe deer, which contained 2 wild rabbits he had sensed on his way to Chu Shui commune. May I ask who the head chef is here? I am a hunter who frequently ventures into the mountains. These 2 wild rabbits are what I just caught. I wonder if your chef might have any use for them, he asked with a cheerful demeanor, lifting the rabbits in both hands. Upon hearing this and seeing the plump rabbits, Yang Hongji immediately rushed out. I am Yang Hongji, the head chef of the tailor shop. Young man, these rabbits you've caught are quite fat. I will take them, he exclaimed eagerly, reaching out to receive the rabbits. Zhang Yun took a step back, maintaining his composure. Hello, Chef Yang, I am Zhang Yun. This is my elder sister, Zhang Fan. She wishes to learn tailoring, but I have no connections at the tailor shop. I see that you possess a heroic spirit, and I would like to ask for your assistance in introducing her. If you could help her secure an apprenticeship, these 2 wild rabbits will be your gift. Yang Hongji burst into laughter at this proposition. Young brother, you should have mentioned this sooner. Rest assured, I will take care of it. To tell you the truth, Yang Hongxia is my cousin. I can assure you she will gladly accept your sister as an apprentice, he declared, thumping his chest with confidence. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled at this news, her earlier gloom dissipating as she looked at her brother with admiration. With Chef Yang's assurance, I feel at ease, Zhang Yun said joyfully as he handed the 2 wild rabbits over to Yang Hongji. The chef squeezed the rabbits, noting their rich meat, and broke into a smile. At this juncture, Zhang Yun inquired, Chef Yang, to be frank, I supply the grass carp and wild rabbits to the cooperative. May I ask if the tailor shop requires these meats on a regular basis? Yang Hongji stared at Zhang Yun in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had lamented his inability to procure wild rabbits from the cooperative, and now he was face to face with the very supplier of those rabbits and grass carp. The connection was now remarkably close, especially with Zhang Yun's sister poised to become an apprentice at the tailor shop. In the future, with Zhang Fun's connections, it would be a mere matter of a word for Yang Hongji to acquire hares or other game. Of course, I want them, he declared confidently. Brother Zhang Yun, I can assure you, as long as you provide hares, regardless of quantity, I shall procure them. Yang Hongji spoke with remarkable generosity. In truth, the tailor shop's business yielded a daily profit of over 100 yuan, making the purchase of some game entirely feasible, especially since the proprietor, Yang Hongxia, held great trust in her cousin Yang Hongji. With a mere word from him, she would readily agree. Very well, with your assurance. I will have my elder sister bring hares and fish every day, Zhang Yun replied, pleased with this arrangement. This was precisely the outcome he desired. As long as he could consistently supply hares and fish, Zhang Fun would have a reliable backing at the tailor shop and would no longer need to fear being bullied by other apprentices. As for the proceeds from the hares and grass carp brought over daily by Zhang Fun, Zhang Yun intended to forego them, gifting them to Zhang Fun instead. After all, the spiritual spring space had already bred a substantial number of grass carp and hares. Providing 2 of each daily would not impact Zhang Yun's ability to fulfill orders for other clients. Excellent. Brother Zhang Yun, it seems we have struck up a good friendship. Should you capture any game in the future, do not forget about me, Yang Hongji exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the prospect of acquiring hares and fish daily, instantly drawing him closer to Zhang Yun. Indeed, Zhang Yun replied. However, I have other matters to attend to now. My elder sister will remain here. Please convey my regards to Master Yang when he arrives. Sensing that the business was concluded, Zhang Yun had no reason to linger, as he still had many places to visit that day. Rest assured, I will take care of your sister's affairs, Yang Hongji assured him. Oh, by the way, how much do these 2 hares cost? He recalled the hares in his hands as Zhang Yun prepared to leave. Brother Yang, since we are already acquainted, consider these hares my gift of greeting, Zhang Yun replied, leaping onto the back of his roe deer with a nonchalant smile. Yang Hongji nodded appreciatively, feeling increasingly satisfied with Zhang Yun. If sold on the market, each hare would fetch around 4 yuan, amounting to a total of 8 yuan, which was no small sum in this era. The fact that Yang Hongji would give it away so readily astonished him and naturally led to an acknowledgement of Zhang Yun's boldness. Riding the roe deer, Zhang Yun swiftly reached the rear wall of the supply and marketing cooperative. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, he promptly retrieved 2 baskets from his spiritual spring space, each containing 100 grass carp. He then produced 2 more baskets, also filled with 100 grass carp. Thus, with 2 baskets in hand and the roe deer carrying an additional pair, he made his way into the courtyard of the cooperative, heading straight for the warehouse. Zhang Yun had become well acquainted with the warehouse staff at the cooperative, and soon the fish were weighed. A total of 200 grass carp weighed 1,018 jin, priced at 6 mao per jin, resulting in a total of 610.8 yuan. With the receipt in hand, Zhang Yun exited the cooperative, returning once more to the rear wall, where he produced 2 fertilizer bags, each containing 100 bamboo rats. Not long after, Zhang Yun returned to the supply and marketing cooperative warehouse to weigh 200 bamboo rats. The total weight of the bamboo rats was 632 pounds, priced at 0.6 yuan per pound, amounting to a total of 379.2 yuan. Zhang Yun took 2 receipts to the finance department and received 990 yuan in return. Holding the thick stack of 99 yuan notes in his hand, he felt quite satisfied. During this period, there were rural credit cooperatives where large sums of cash could be deposited, and one could simply hold onto the bank book. However, Zhang Yun found himself spending substantial amounts of money daily, with all his earnings being expended, rendering the need for a bank book unnecessary. Furthermore, Zhang Yun possessed a spatial dimension known as Lingquan, where all his money was stored, alleviating any concerns about loss. Without delay, Zhang Yun headed straight to the Chu Shui meat processing plant. He had resolved to confront the place, as Huang Dajuan had colluded with Huang Qingshan to scheme against him. It was only fitting that he should meet Huang Qingshan face to face. Riding his unique mount, a young deer, he arrived at the Chu Shui meat processing plant, which was merely a mile from the supply and marketing cooperative, nestled along the banks of the Chu Shui River. The exterior of the plant was constructed of stone, while the interior comprised solid earth walls. Upon Zhang Yun's arrival on his deer, he caused quite a stir at the plant. While some people rode horses, others on donkeys, and some even in ox carts, Zhang Yun was undoubtedly the first to ride a deer. The hour was still early, and the workers at the plant were idly gathered around, intrigued by his presence. "Brother, how did you manage to catch that deer and even train it as a mount? You're quite impressive," remarked a portly butcher, swaying slightly. "Fellow villagers, I've come to seek out Director Huang. Could you kindly direct me? Zhang Yun, without engaging in idle chatter, promptly stated his purpose. The butchers and workers, hearing this, were not surprised. After all, most outsiders visiting the meat processing plant sought out Director Huang Qingshan directly. A few pointed toward the office area. Zhang Yun, riding his deer, made his way to the office area and soon found the office marked with the title of director. He knocked 3 times on the door. "Come in," came a voice from within. Zhang Yun pushed the door open and closed it behind him. Inside sat a middle-aged man with a shrewd, monkey-like face and triangular eyes, immediately giving an impression of cunning calculation. This was Huang Qingshan. "I am Zhang Yun," he declared, taking a seat directly across from the desk with an air of calm. "You are Zhang Yun." Huang Qingshan stood up in surprise, his expression one of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated Zhang Yun would pay him a visit. "Indeed. I am Zhang Yun. I have learned from the captain of the Jiuan Brigade that you have instructed the various production brigades not to sell meat supplies to me. I have come to inquire whether this is true," Zhang Yun asked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Huang Qingshan grasped the situation. Zhang Yun was here to demand an explanation. Yet, who was Huang Qingshan to be intimidated by Zhang Yun? "Yes, that is precisely what I communicated to the various production brigades," he replied. "As long as you, Zhang Yun, remain the purchasing agent of the Han Xuemei mining field, I shall command each production team to refrain from selling meat supplies to you." Huang Qingshan, quite composed, expressed this. He harbored no fear of Zhang Yun, firmly believing that should he take action, Zhang Yun would inevitably face defeat. At that moment, Zhang Yun rose with a faint smile and proceeded directly towards the door. "Very well, I understand now. My purpose in coming here is to personally verify this matter. Since you wish to oppose me, Huang Qingshan, prepare yourself. I trust that when you come to seek my assistance, you will still possess the same arrogance you displayed earlier." As Zhang Yun opened the door, he glanced back and uttered these words before departing. Huang Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. "Humph, a mere child who has yet to mature dares to intimidate me. Very well. Since you, Zhang Yun, refuse to concede, my methods will only grow more stringent. I refuse to believe that I cannot deal with a mere purchasing agent." Huang Qingshan spoke coldly, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Chapter 141. Arriving at the militia company. Shall we compare shooting skills? Zhang Yun rode his deer to the militia company of Chu Shui Commune. It was an expansive compound situated on a hillside, featuring a flat area stretching over 1,000 meters where weekly militia training sessions were held. At the rear of the compound stood a row of 2-story buildings, serving as the offices for various departments of the militia company. As Zhang Yun reached the entrance of the compound, a militia member armed with a rifle raised his hand, signaling for him to stop. "Comrade, this is the militia company. Unauthorized entry is prohibited," the young-looking militia member stated with a serious expression. Zhang Yun dismounted from his deer and calmly walked 2 meters towards the militia member, saying, "I am Zhang Yun, here to see Captain Zhang Lianan. Oh, and I have come to register for a position in the technical department of the militia company. I am a trainer." Upon hearing this, the sentry's eyes widened in surprise before he responded, "Please wait a moment. I will inform the captain." The militia member promptly dashed into the compound. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his post, saluted Zhang Yun, and then Captain Zhang Lianan appeared. "Haha, Zhang Yun, you have arrived. I thought my words in Leishikyo village had fallen on deaf ears. You did come, and on behalf of the militia company, I welcome you." Upon seeing Zhang Yun, Captain Zhang Lianan strode over and clasped both of Zhang Yun's hands. "Captain, I am merely serving as a trainer and do not intend to report to the militia company daily. I must emphasize this point," Zhang Yun reiterated. Although Zhang Yun's sole purpose in joining the militia company was to legally possess a Type 56 rifle, he was not fond of the idea of clocking in every day, as it would curtail his freedom. "Of course, I assure you that the comrades in the technical department of the militia company are only required to come for training sessions once a week to instruct the militia. There are no other obligations," Captain Zhang Lianan immediately guaranteed. He genuinely feared that Zhang Yun might withdraw from the arrangement. Yesterday, while attending a session at the police station, Zhang Lian learned from Ma Zhongguo's account that Zhang Yun had astonishingly evaded 2 bullets at close range, exhibiting remarkable speed. Such a promising militia candidate was not one to be overlooked by Zhang Lian. Furthermore, Zhang Yun was an exceptional hunter. Should he join the militia, the daily provision of meat in the mess hall would likely be secured. The militia office typically housed over a dozen personnel, and with the rotating militia teams, around 40 individuals required sustenance each day. The commune's mess hall, responsible for catering to the various leaders of the commune, struggled to guarantee meat on a daily basis. Given that the militia was merely a department under the commune management committee, their access to meat was even more tenuous. On a previous visit to Jiuan Brigade, Zhang Yun had returned with a wild boar, earning praise from the commune's secretary and providing the militia with a hearty meal. However, in recent days, the militia had reverted to their previous dietary standard, subsisting solely on vegetables with no meat in sight. Zhang Yun's fervent desire for Zhang Yun to join the militia was not only to bolster their strength, but also to enhance their culinary conditions. At this juncture, Zhang Yun escorted Zhang Yun into the courtyard and subsequently to the office of the technical department. This office was exceedingly modest, featuring only a wooden table with peeling paint and a bamboo bookshelf adorned with various militia training manuals. To his surprise, a man in his 30s, clad in militia attire, was present, diligently cleaning his rifle. "Xiao Qinghua, allow me to introduce Zhang Yun," Zhang Lian stated. "From today onward, he shall be your colleague in the technical department, responsible for training the militia." Upon hearing this, the man immediately rose, scrutinizing Zhang Yun intently. "Captain, Zhang Yun has never served in the militia before. Is it proper for him to assume the role of a trainer?" Xiao Qinghua expressed his reservations after assessing Zhang Yun, who, aside from his handsome appearance, appeared to be an ordinary individual. Ma Zhonghua was apprehended by Zhang Yun. "Do you believe he lacks the qualifications to be a trainer?" Zhang Lian observed Xiao Qinghua's discontent. Indeed, it was understandable. Xiao Qinghua was the sole member of the technical department, having transitioned from military service, and he held substantial confidence in his training abilities, reluctant to allow Zhang Yun's involvement to undermine his authority. Rules are rules. If Zhang Yun wishes to become a trainer, he must first serve as a militia member, Xiao Qinghua responded assertively. Zhang Lian found himself at a loss for words. Although he was the militia captain, he lacked the authority to directly appoint Zhang Yun as a trainer. He had anticipated that, given his position, Xiao Qinghua might acquiesce. But instead, he encountered vehement opposition. Zhang Yun discerned that Xiao Qinghua was intent on preventing his entry into the technical department. "Comrade Xiao Qinghua, I understand. You believe my military capabilities do not match yours. How about we settle this with a shooting competition? If you win, I will promptly leave the courtyard. If I emerge victorious, I shall become the trainer. How does that sound?" Zhang Yun, not wishing to embarrass Zhang Lian, took the initiative to speak, eager to showcase his prowess. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qinghua's expression instantly turned icy. He sensed the provocation in Zhang Yun's tone. "Very well, that can be arranged." Before Zhang Lian, Xiao Qinghua could not afford to show weakness. Moreover, he had been a seasoned soldier for 7 years and had once earned accolades for his marksmanship. At that moment, Zhang Yun turned to Zhang Lian and smiled, saying, "Captain, you mentioned that upon becoming a trainer, one would be allotted a Type 56 rifle. I shall proceed to select a rifle now and then compete with comrade Xiao Qinghua." Naturally, Zhang Lian would not refuse. He nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go to the armory." The armory was located within the militia compound, typically guarded by dedicated personnel. As the captain, Zhang Lian had the authority to enter. Constructed entirely from large stone blocks, the armory was impressively robust, featuring 2 layers of walls. After unlocking the steel door with his key, Zhang Yun peered inside, discovering a space of approximately 20 square meters, housing 5 rifles, 1 machine gun, and 2 wooden crates. The crates were filled with ammunition. It was no wonder that each militia member received only 5 rounds during operations. With merely these 2 crates in the entire militia's storeroom, ammunition could not be distributed freely. "Zhang Yun, these are the 5 rifles available. You may select one," Zhang Lian stated, remaining at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun could not help but chuckle. Chapter 142. Who says one cannot shoot from a standing position? As Zhang Yun entered the armory, he was acutely aware of Zhang Lian's presence. Approaching the 5 Type 56 rifles, he casually examined each one, lifting them to gauge their weight. Zhang Lian understood this fascination. It was natural for a novice to be enamored with a firearm. Noticing that Zhang Lian had turned away, Zhang Yun seized the opportunity to discreetly store one of the rifles in his spiritual space. On the massive stone of Area 1, the following numbers appeared. Acceleration points, 263. Allocate 1 acceleration point to the rifle. Allocate 1 acceleration point to the rifle. Allocate 1 acceleration point to the rifle. Acceleration points, 233. After consuming 3 acceleration points, Zhang Yun's consciousness acquired a shooting technique, and he felt an intimate connection with the Type 56 rifle. It felt as if the rifle were an extension of his own arm, perfectly familiar and responsive to his command. Having expended 3 acceleration points and gained the shooting skill, Zhang Yun swiftly retrieved the rifle once more, holding it firmly in his grasp. "Captain, I have selected my weapon. May I receive 5 rounds of ammunition?" Zhang Yun called out. In that fleeting moment, he had enhanced the rifle, and Zhang Lian remained oblivious to any irregularity. Certainly, Zhang Lian replied with a smile. Turning back to him. Thus, Zhang Yun, in the presence of Zhang Lian, opened the wooden box above him, observing the neatly arranged bullets, and selected 5 of them. Subsequently, Zhang Lian recorded Zhang Yun's name, the rifle's serial number, the 5 bullets, and the date in a notebook. In this manner, Zhang Yun officially and legally acquired a rifle. Of course, this was contingent upon Zhang Yun's triumph over Xiao Qinghua, which would allow him to join the technical department of the militia and become a logistics personnel, thus enabling him to take the rifle with him. Before long, Zhang Yun returned to the technical department office, where Xiao Qinghua had just finished cleaning his rifle and had been awaiting Zhang Yun's arrival. Have you selected your firearm? Xiao Qinghua inquired nonchalantly. Yes, I am ready to proceed to the shooting range, Zhang Yun confidently replied. The two exchanged no further words and promptly made their way to the training ground within the courtyard. The so-called shooting range, naturally, did not possess the professionalism of future standards. It merely consisted of 10 wooden boards erected in the backyard, each adorned with a sheet of paper featuring 3 concentric circles, the innermost being the bullseye. Many militia officers, having heard of the impending competition between the two, emerged from their offices to observe. Meanwhile, 10 militia members were already training on the shooting range, standing rigidly and immobile. Upon Zhang Lian's arrival, he commanded the 10 individuals to position themselves behind Zhang Yun and Xiao Qinghua. Coach Xiao and Zhang Yun will compete in marksmanship. You 10 shall observe closely and learn from the demonstration, Zhang Lian ordered. Understood, Captain. The 10 trainees responded in unison. Zhang Yun and Xiao Qinghua stood 5 meters apart, both having selected a target set 100 meters away. At such a distance, the average human eye struggles to discern the bullseye, and rifle shooting tests one's ability to engage with obscured targets, essentially relying on instinct, which could be deemed a matter of luck. Thus, without extensive training, most individuals firing at a target 100 meters away would likely miss. Zhang Yun, are you prepared? Zhang Lian inquired. Report, I am ready. Zhang Yun stood tall and responded loudly. Zhang Lian's expression darkened, a hint of reproach glimmering in his eyes. Ready? Then why are you still standing there? This is a 100-meter shot. How can you shoot without lying down? Observing Zhang Yun holding the rifle with the stock against his shoulder, displaying a stance that suggested he intended to shoot standing, Zhang Lian pursed his lips, deciding against further advice. It was evident that he was a novice. Originally, Zhang Lian held considerable confidence in Zhang Yun. However, witnessing his shooting stance deflated his hopes and stirred doubts regarding Zhang Yun's marksmanship. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinghua had already assumed a prone position, exhibiting the standard shooting posture advocated by the military. At that moment, upon hearing Zhang Yun's words and glancing at his pose, Xiao Qinghua smirked, a look of derision crossing his face. As the militia officers gathered nearby to observe, they exchanged knowing smiles upon witnessing Zhang Yun's shooting stance. Clearly, they held a low opinion of him and eagerly anticipated his missteps. When he fired, the recoil seemed capable of toppling his frame. While shooting in a standing position may appear impressive, it was hardly practical. The newly appointed trainer, rumored to be a hunter, evidently possessed only a rudimentary understanding of firearms, mistaking a rifle for a shotgun, oblivious to the considerable recoil a rifle generates. One officer could not restrain himself from commenting, noting that shotguns, modified from air guns, have minimal recoil, allowing hunters to brace themselves against trees or maintain a stable stance to absorb the impact. However, rifles were an entirely different matter. The force of a bullet could easily knock down an adult. Another officer chimed in, subtly critiquing Zhang Yun's incorrect posture. Despite their elevated positions, the officers refrained from mockery. Their comments clearly indicated their disapproval of Zhang Yun's shooting form, and naturally, they could not endorse his role as a trainer. Zhang Lian deliberately paused, hoping Zhang Yun would overhear the officer's remarks. Yet seeing Zhang Yun maintain his stance filled him with exasperation. As the captain, Zhang Lian could not show overt favoritism towards Zhang Yun. Since Zhang Yun exuded confidence in his posture, he chose not to intervene further. Zhang Yun and Xiao Qinghua, your shooting competition will consist of 5 bullets each. Given that this is a 100-meter target, you need only tally the number of hits. The one with the most hits will be declared the winner. Zhang Lian explained the rules of the contest. Understood. Zhang Yun and Xiao Qinghua responded in unison. Very well, the competition begins now, Zhang Lian commanded without further ado. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yun had already fired his first bullet. Bang! With fluid precision, he swiftly loaded another bullet and fired again. Bang! In a seamless motion, he replaced the bullet once more and shot again. Remarkably, before Xiao Qinghua could even take his first shot, Zhang Yun had discharged all 5 bullets. His execution was impressively effortless and practiced, his body remaining as steadfast as a mountain, impervious to the recoil of the weapon. Chapter 143. The militia trainer Zhang Yun shot that quickly? Zhang Lian exclaimed suddenly. Zhang Yun, with his acute hearing, was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Such an evaluation was hardly flattering. Nevertheless, the other militia officers did not misinterpret the situation. They echoed the sentiment. As I suspected, Zhang Yun has never handled a rifle before. He is utterly ignorant of its characteristics and is merely firing aimlessly. At this rate, he probably won't hit the target with a single bullet. How dare he take on the role of a trainer? The onlooking officers disparaged Zhang Yun's shooting abilities in unison. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinghua, hearing Zhang Yun's rapid succession of shots, couldn't help but smirk with disdain. Suddenly, Xiao Qinghua remained unfazed by the external environment, holding his breath. Aligning his sights, and with precision, he smoothly discharged a round. Following this, he continued to fire calmly, releasing 5 bullets in a remarkably rhythmic manner. At this moment, Xiao Qinghua rose, approached Zhang Yun with a gentle smile, and extended his right hand, saying, I concede. Zhang Yun grasped Xiao Qinghua's outstretched hand and replied with a faint smile, Are you really this confident? Isn't it quite evident? Xiao Qinghua confidently responded. With years of shooting experience behind him, he was certain that the 5 bullets he fired had struck the target. Simultaneously, he was convinced that Zhang Yun's 5 shots were mere wild shots, undoubtedly missing the mark. Naturally, Xiao Qinghua felt assured of his victory. At this juncture, Zhang Lianan interjected. Zhang Yun, although your shooting skills may not match those of comrade Xiao Qinghua, you possess exceptional hunting instincts and are still fit for the role of a trainer. Zhang Lianan also presumed Zhang Yun had missed all 5 shots and, wishing to extend a helping hand, sought to provide Zhang Yun with a graceful exit. After all, Zhang Yun had been recommended by Zhang Lianan, and his failure would reflect poorly on him. However, Zhang Yun smiled and suggested, Captain, let us send 2 militia members to inspect the targets. While others had normal human vision, Zhang Yun, having received feedback from spatial powers, possessed remarkably enhanced eyesight, allowing him to see the bullseye from 100 meters away. Naturally, he had a clear view of the conditions of both targets. Zhang Lianan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yun would reject the opportunity to save face and persist in his determination to risk embarrassment. Xiao Qinghua immediately urged, Yes, Captain, let us send the militia to check the targets. Everyone deserves to see our shooting results. With both men insisting on inspecting the targets, Zhang Lianan could no longer find an excuse. In that case, let us all go and examine the targets, he promptly ordered. Given that it was merely 100 meters away, the group swiftly made their way over. Everyone converged on the target where Xiao Qinghua had shot, undoubtedly believing that Zhang Yun had missed all 5 shots and that Xiao Qinghua had emerged victorious. They were eager to see Xiao Qinghua's results first. 5 shots on target. Coach Xiao is truly remarkable. All 5 hit the mark. One even struck the bullseye. Coach Xiao is indeed impressive. The militia officers surrounded the target, exclaiming in astonishment. Observing the expressions of these officers and hearing their accolades, Xiao Qinghua smiled with uncontainable joy. Zhang Yun, do you have anything to say now? He asked, a touch of arrogance creeping into his tone. The militia officers turned their gazes toward Zhang Yun, while Zhang Lianan appeared anxious, frantically devising a way to salvage the situation. Everyone had concluded that Zhang Yun had lost. You should first examine my target before speaking to me, Zhang Yun retorted, feeling speechless. It seemed too hasty for these individuals to draw conclusions without even glancing at his target. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Zhang Yun's unwavering refusal to concede defeat. However, since it is indeed a competition, it is essential to observe the targets of both parties. Consequently, the militia officers took a few steps forward to the target positioned 5 meters away. At that moment, all expressions became frozen, their gazes fixated on the target. Xiao Qinghua, who had initially been smiling, felt a sudden pang of anxiety upon witnessing the demeanor of the militia officers, prompting him to rush over, where he stood motionless. Zhang Lian, still contemplating how to retain Zhang Yun, felt a surge of curiosity as he noticed the astonished expressions of those around him, realizing that something extraordinary must have occurred. He too hurried over, and upon seeing the state of the target, Zhang Lian slapped himself across the face in disbelief. My goodness, Zhang Yun, this is a miracle, he exclaimed dramatically, utterly devoid of the composure expected of a leader, as he dashed to Zhang Yun and lifted him into the air, spinning him around 3 times. The surrounding militia officers erupted into applause, exclaiming, Impressive, impressive. They were genuinely astonished by Zhang Yun's shooting prowess. At that moment, Xiao Qinghua approached Zhang Yun with an expression of admiration, extending his hands to grasp Zhang Yun's right hand. "You are more skilled than I am. I have no objections to you taking on the role of trainer," he stated solemnly, having fully acknowledged Zhang Yun's capabilities. Zhang Yun responded with a gentle smile. "You are the head of the technical department. I am merely a trainer, and you are my superior." Xiao Qingguo's demeanor relaxed considerably, and he nodded appreciatively. Recognizing Zhang Yun's intentions, Zhang Yun had no aspirations for advancement within the militia unit. Zhang Yun himself was quite satisfied. His initial purpose in joining the militia was to legally possess a rifle. As for climbing the ranks from trainer to the position of captain, he harbored no ambitions. The burdens of leadership were too great. Zhang Yun preferred the leisurely existence of a trainer, enjoying a militia identity without the demands of regular duty. At that moment, the expressions of the militia officers softened as they gathered around the target, pointing at the bullseye. Zhang Yun is truly remarkable. He managed to hit the bullseye with all 5 shots. They marveled. Not only did he hit the bullseye 5 times, but the shots formed a pattern resembling 5 petals, akin to a flower. A genius, truly a genius. Even among the sharpshooters in the army, I doubt anyone could achieve such a level, the militia officers excitedly remarked. Hearing their praise, Zhang Yun merely smiled faintly, choosing not to approach, as he did not wish to draw excessive attention. Zhang Lian clapped Zhang Yun on the shoulder, joyfully announcing, "All right, let us proceed with the employment registration. You are now a member of my militia unit." Zhang Yun nodded and casually inquired, "Captain, do you know when the next militia training session will take place?" "In 2 days, on Saturday," Zhang Lian promptly replied. Every Saturday marked the militia unit's training day, when all 30 militia members would gather to receive instruction from the technical department. Upon hearing this schedule, Zhang Yun pondered briefly, formulating a plan in his mind. On Saturday, all militia members were summoned to Jiwan village, where I would lead them into Jiming Mountain for practical training and a hunting expedition. Zhang Yun suddenly articulated his thoughts. Chapter 144. The approval after registering as a trainer. Zhang Yun collected 5 bullets before departing from the militia's courtyard. He then proceeded directly to the Hongling meat processing plant. With a calm demeanor, he mounted his deer and left Chu Shui commune, heading straight for Hongling commune. Fortunately, the entire route consisted of county roads. Although the terrain was uneven, the deer galloped swiftly. Approximately 30 minutes later, Zhang Yun arrived at the Hongling meat processing plant. Naturally, he had brought with him 2 adult wild boars and 100 chickens, which were stored in 2 large bamboo baskets slung over the deer's back. The 2 adult wild boars each weighed around 300 pounds, and Zhang Yun had tied ropes around their necks, leading them towards the plant. As he approached the entrance, the plant manager, Xiao Fuguo, seemed to sense his arrival and had been waiting eagerly since early morning. Upon seeing Zhang Yun, he exclaimed with delight, "Ah, you've come." Xiao Fuguo rushed over, followed by several assistants who joined in welcoming Zhang Yun. "Manager, I have fulfilled your request. I've caught 2 wild boars. Additionally, some of my hunter friends have asked me to sell these 100 chickens for them," Zhang Yun said with a smile upon noticing Xiao Fuguo's approach. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fuguo beamed even brighter. "Wonderful. Brother Zhang, you have truly aided me in my time of need," he expressed with gratitude, promptly instructing his workers to take the wild boars away and to carry off the 100 chickens. Zhang Yun followed, observing as the workers weighed the boars and chickens. The 2 wild boars totaled 636 pounds, while the 100 chickens weighed 689 pounds. At this moment, Xiao Fuguo turned to Zhang Yun with a grin. "Brother Zhang, we will purchase the wild boars at the previously agreed price of 55 cents per pound. As for the chickens, although they are all roosters, they are quite plump. I will acquire them at 50 cents per pound. What do you think?" Zhang Yun pondered for a moment. The price for the roosters was indeed 10 cents lower than the selling price at the supply and marketing cooperative. But this was a purchase price and thus reasonable. "Very well, we shall proceed at this price," he agreed readily. Subsequently, Xiao Fuguo personally drafted a receipt for Zhang Yun. The wild boars weighed 636 pounds at 55 cents per pound, totaling 3,498 yuan. The chickens weighed 689 pounds at 50 cents per pound, amounting to 3,445 yuan. The grand total came to 6,943 yuan. With the receipt in hand, Zhang Yun first visited the finance department to settle the payment. After receiving the money, he then entered Xiao Fuguo's office. "Brother Zhang, I must confess I am envious of you. You've earned over 1,000 yuan in just a couple of days," Xiao Fuguo remarked cheerfully upon Zhang Yun's arrival. "Manager Xiao, this money is not solely mine. I must return most of it to those hunter friends," Zhang Yun replied, once again mentioning those so-called hunter friends. Regardless of the fact that Xiao Fuguo is unaware of the whereabouts of these hunter friends, one could easily fabricate an excuse. I must clarify that my sentiments do not stem from jealousy, but rather from genuine admiration. This time, I owe you a debt of gratitude for capturing 2 wild boars and bringing along 100 roosters, allowing me a moment to breathe, Xiao Fuguwei cheerfully remarked. Zhang Yun, intrigued, noted that Xiao Fuguwei had mentioned his need for meat twice, suggesting a pressing necessity. Thus, he casually inquired, Brother Xiao, have you encountered some troubles? You seem to be in dire need of meat. Without holding back, Xiao Fuguwei chuckled and explained, Indeed, the busy farming season is upon us, and the county is about to convene a mobilization meeting necessitating the attendance of leaders from various communes. Naturally, these leaders will require sustenance during their meeting. However, the government cafeteria and the county's state-run restaurant have failed to procure sufficient meat supplies. Consequently, the county leadership has issued orders to our meat processing plants, mandating each to provide either a pig or 200 pounds of meat. Upon fulfilling this task, the county production command will reward us with a purchase permit for a truck. In the 1970s and even into the 1980s, acquiring a vehicle was not as straightforward as simply visiting a dealership. This era was characterized by a planned economy, where purchases were dependent on tickets or permits. High-value items like trucks required authorization from the county to qualify for purchase. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's heart soared with excitement. At the Maple Red Brick Factory, he had laid eyes upon a BJ-130 and had resolved to buy a truck. Now, hearing about the permit from Xiao Fuguwei filled him with eager anticipation. Brother Xiao, to be frank, I also aspire to acquire a truck. I wonder if you could assist me by selling the permit to me once you obtain it. Zhang Yun candidly expressed his desire. Xiao Fuguwei was taken aback. He had not anticipated such ambition from Zhang Yun, who wished to purchase a truck through his own means. During this period, it was typically the organizations that procured trucks, making the idea of personal ownership seem fantastical. After all, during this time, million yuan households were exceedingly rare, and a truck cost approximately 15,000 yuan, equivalent to 1.5 million yuan households. Brother Zhang, your words are astonishing. However, if you are truly determined, I can indeed explore some options for you. Since you have brought 2 wild boars, I could sell one to the Shiyan commune's meat processing plant and procure their permit for you, Xiao Fuguwei said with a smile, subtly implying his own desire to purchase a truck for the Hongling meat processing plant. Zhang Yun, indifferent to the origin of the permit, was satisfied to hear that Xiao Fuguwei could secure one. Brother Xiao, given that other meat processing plants are currently struggling to obtain pork, I will deliver 3 more wild boars tomorrow. You might as well sell all 3 to the other plants in exchange for multiple permits. Once the permits are in hand, as you surely understand, selling them translates to profit, Zhang Yun suggested with a grin. Xiao Fuguwei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile broadly. He certainly comprehended Zhang Yun's words, which indicated the need to seize this opportunity. For every pig sold to a particular meat processing plant, it was imperative that those plants, upon receiving their truck permits, deliver them to Xiao Fuguo. Subsequently, Xiao Fuguo could sell these permits at his discretion, earning a profit commensurate with the quantity sold. This exemplified the gray market transactions characteristic of a planned economy. The permits served as qualifications for entities possessing the financial means to purchase trucks, yet lacking permits. Xiao Fuguo wielded significant control, determining the price of each permit at will. Ha, Brother Zhang, you are indeed a modern-day Zhuge Liang. Your mind is remarkably agile. All right, my brother, I shall heed your advice and proceed as you suggest. Once I sell these permits, you shall not be deprived of your share. Xiao Fuguo, being well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships, would certainly not act selfishly. After all, without the wild boars provided by Zhang Yun, he would not be able to procure permits from other meat processing plants. What if Zhang Yun were to supply those wild boars directly to competing plants? Zhang Yun, however, did not decline and nodded in satisfaction. Although Zhang Yun had obtained this insider information, he could have approached various meat processing plants in the county directly to supply wild boars and secure several permits. Yet, he understood a fundamental truth. To maintain a relationship and foster camaraderie, one must ultimately bind interests together. Zhang Yun recognized the value of Xiao Fuguo and sought to leverage the permits to further solidify their connection. Chapter 145. The brother-in-law of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative Director. Duan Zhizhong Zhang Yun emerged from the Hongling meat processing plant. At that moment, he was riding on the back of a roe deer, while his thoughts wandered to the Linquan space. Cash reserves had reached 850 yuan, and with an additional 409 yuan to settle at the mine in the afternoon, he would have a total of 259 yuan. This meant he could finally pay the mine manager the 600 yuan for cement. Furthermore, a payment of 1,000 yuan to the brick factory would enable him to purchase an additional 20 bricks. After becoming an apprentice tailor, his sister needed to travel between Chu Shui Commune and Jiuwan village, a distance of 10 li. Walking would not suffice. A second-hand bicycle at 145 yuan would be a suitable gift for her, and with some financial flexibility now, he could afford it. As the afternoon approached, with ample time at his disposal, he planned to traverse the various hills of Chu Shui Commune. Zhang Yun murmured to himself. Soon after, he arrived at the maple leaf brick factory, where he headed directly to the office of the factory manager, Lu Qiyuan. Lu Qiyuan was seated at his desk when Zhang Yun entered. "Brother Zhang, you have arrived." Lu Qiyuan immediately rose to greet him. "Brother Lu, I am here to deliver 1,000 yuan," Zhang Yun replied, holding a cloth bag containing 100 large denominations of unity notes. "Oh, splendid. Brother Zhang, we just sent over another truckload of bricks. 30,000 bricks have been delivered. I will arrange for another 20,000 bricks to be sent this afternoon in exchange for your 1,000 yuan." Lu Qiyuan took the bag, opened it, and began to count the notes while conversing with Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun sat quietly, waiting for Lu Qiyuan to finish counting before inquiring, "Brother Lu, what news of my brother-in-law Lu Fu? Has he made any moves to retrieve my sister?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Qiyuan's gaze sharpened, reflecting a hint of reproach. His eyes seemed to convey a silent question. "You have taken your sister home, yet you expect others to fetch her? How does that make sense?" However, Lu Qiyuan would not voice such sentiments directly. "Lu Fu has already requested leave from me. He will be resting tomorrow and is likely to visit your home then," he replied calmly. Satisfied by this response, Zhang Yun nodded in approval. Shortly thereafter, after receiving the payment receipt, Zhang Yun departed from the red brick factory. With great haste, Zhang Yun, accompanied by Zhang Zi, returned to the Chu Shui commune and arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative's courtyard. He went straight to find the director, Lu Sanbao. Coincidentally, Lu Sanbao was in his office, reviewing various forms to verify the supply and inventory data of the cooperative. When Zhang Yun knocked and entered, Lu Sanbao's eyes lit up, and he promptly rose to greet him. "Brother Zhang, you truly have impressed me. Over these past few days, you have supplied our cooperative with an abundance of goods. I never anticipated that your individual contributions would surpass the total supply from all other hunters in Chu Shui commune," Lu Sanbao remarked, having seen the inventory data and fully aware of the quantity of meat Zhang Yun had provided. "Since you praise me, I have come here to purchase a bicycle," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Lu Sanbao clasped Zhang Yun's hand warmly, inviting him to take a seat with a cheerful demeanor. "No rush. The bicycles are in the warehouse and 1 fly away. Since you are here, let me share some matters with you," Lu Sanbao said with a grin. Sensing that Lu Sanbao intended to discuss something significant, Zhang Yun settled in quietly, eager to discern his intentions. "Brother Zhang, to be candid, my brother-in-law has extensive connections and is well acquainted with the leaders of Chu Shui commune," Lu Sanbao began to elaborate. Zhang Yun listened attentively, fully engaged. These leaders often dine at the commune's cafeteria, yet their families require sustenance as well, and they have particular culinary preferences. Ever since you delivered such a large quantity of wild rabbits, the leaders' families, through my brother-in-law's connections, have been requesting wild rabbits from me. I wish to convey your willingness to assist my brother-in-law and explore the possibility of conducting some private transactions with him to sell some wild rabbits." Lu Sanbao expressed his intentions. Understanding the situation, Zhang Yun felt a surge of delight. This represented yet another sales avenue. Particularly intriguing was the fact that Lu Sanbao's brother-in-law was well connected with the commune's leaders, heightening Zhang Yun's interest. Thus, in the realm of business, earnest efforts often yield unexpected rewards. Zhang Yun had not anticipated that after several transactions with the cooperative, he would gain the recognition of Director Lu Sanbao and soon meet his brother-in-law. "Director, you may summon your brother-in-law. I wish to converse with him in person. As for the specifics of our transactions, I can discuss them directly with him later," Zhang Yun stated nonchalantly. Lu Sanbao naturally did not mind Zhang Yun's connection with his brother-in-law, for the latter had cultivated good relations with the leaders of the commune, which could indeed be advantageous for him. As for the profits his brother-in-law might earn from the goods acquired through Zhang Yun, Lu Sanbao was indifferent. He cared little for such trivial sums. "All right, I shall summon him at once," Lu Sanbao said with a cheerful grin. He then proceeded to call for his brother-in-law and soon brought Zhang Yun to the warehouse. Zhang Yun selected a lesser-known brand of bicycle and paid 145 yuan. Around midday, a slender, middle-aged man with a pompadour hairstyle entered Lu Sanbao's office, making a beeline for Zhang Yun. "You must be Zhang Yun, my young brother. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you in person. You are even younger and more handsome than I had imagined." This middle-aged man was Lu Sanbao's brother-in-law, Duan Zhizhong. who had long been acquainted with Zhang Yun's appearance through Liu Sanbao's descriptions. I am Zhang Yun. Brother Duan, you too exude an extraordinary charm. You are indeed a person of great ambition, Zhang Yun replied, having learned Duan's name from Liu Sanbao just moments ago. The two exchanged mutual compliments. And seeing that they had warmed up to one another, Liu Sanbao excused himself, citing pressing matters, and left them to converse privately. My young brother Zhang. My brother-in-law has informed me of your prowess as an exceptional hunter, and that you have many fellow hunters. Coincidentally, I possess certain private sales channels. Should you ever catch wild rabbits, venomous snakes, bamboo rats, or other game, feel free to seek me out, as I can assist you in selling them, Duan Zhizhong stated. Getting straight to the point once Liu Sanbao had departed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun felt a surge of excitement within. Indeed, the culinary preferences of these leaders were quite extraordinary, revealing an affinity for venomous snakes. Within his spiritual space, the population of wild rabbits and bamboo rats was abundant. At a time flow rate of 15 times, he could easily sustain an output of 200 per day. As for the venomous snakes, Zhang Yun had intentionally controlled their numbers, keeping them below 200. However, upon hearing Duan Zhizhong's interest, he contemplated the idea of beginning their propagation. Brother Duan, I can supply you with ample quantities of wild rabbits, bamboo rats, and venomous snakes. By the way, I have a hunter friend who discovered a large number of frogs in a cave. It seems an ideal location for frog breeding. I wonder if you might have any connections to help sell the frogs? Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. Frogs? My young brother Zhang, you aren't planning to catch frogs recklessly in the fields, are you? That would be illegal, Duan Zhizhong responded, somewhat astonished, and felt compelled to issue a warning. After all, agriculture was paramount, and anything deemed detrimental to it could swiftly attract scrutiny, with law enforcement readily intervening. Despite Duan Zhizhong's formidable network, he was wary of any involvement in illegal activities. Rest assured, I would never venture into the fields to catch frogs, Zhang Yun assured him. I, too, am a member of the production team, and am well aware that capturing frogs can disrupt agricultural production, resulting in apprehension by the local security personnel. A friend of mine, an avid hunter, discovered a cave teeming with a plethora of frogs and implored me to find a means to sell them in large quantities. Zhang Yun elaborated on the situation. After contemplating, Duan Zhizhong seemed to grasp the reasoning. Even if Zhang Yun were to venture into the fields to catch frogs, it would be an arduous task to capture a significant number. Should there be mass capturing of frogs, the members of various production teams would inevitably take notice. Reflecting on the profits Zhang Yun had recently garnered from selling goods at the supply and marketing cooperative, it became clear that he need not toil in the fields to capture frogs for profit. Consequently, Duan Zhizhong felt reassured. Zhang Yun, if you indeed have a substantial quantity of frogs, I would be quite interested in purchasing them in bulk. The leaders and their families have expressed their desire to enjoy frog delicacies. Thus, as long as you are willing to supply, I can sell as many as you can provide, Duan Zhizhong confidently asserted, assured of his extensive network of connections. At that moment, Zhang Yun finally recalled the name Duan Zhizhong from his previous life. Later, when the Chu Shui commune was dissolved and Chu Shui town was established, the contractor responsible for leveling the Tea Mountain was indeed named Duan Zhizhong. This revelation granted Zhang Yun a newfound understanding of Duan Zhizhong's influence, undoubtedly a first-generation contractor. Subsequently, Zhang Yun and Duan Zhizhong engaged in discussions, agreeing upon prices for various wild animals: frogs at 20 cents per pound, wild rabbits at 50 cents, wild boars at 50 cents, bamboo rats at 60 cents, and venomous snakes at 1 yuan per pound. These prices were more favorable than those offered by the supply and marketing cooperative and the meat processing plant. Aware that Duan Zhizhong intended to act as an intermediary, Zhang Yun understood that he too would require a profit margin, hence the prices were set lower. Zhang Yun instinctively felt the need to bind Duan Zhizhong to his side, knowing that this relationship would prove invaluable in the future. Moreover, given that the spiritual spring space was currently experiencing a significant proliferation of various wild animals, this constituted a zero-cost large-scale production. No matter the price, Zhang Yun would be profiting. Of course, Zhang Yun was mindful not to set his prices too low, as that would disrupt market equilibrium and attract the attention of certain authorities, leading to unnecessary trouble. Accordingly, Zhang Yun arranged with Duan Zhizhong to commence supply the following morning, with the rendezvous point established at Duan Zhizhong's residence. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yun, accompanied by a roe deer trailing behind, departed from the cooperative's courtyard on his bicycle. He then veered towards the rear wall and, taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, discreetly stored his bicycle within the spiritual spring space. Accelerating points, 233. Adding 1 acceleration point to the bicycle. Adding 1 acceleration point to the bicycle. Adding 1 acceleration point to the bicycle. Accelerating points, 203. Having expended 3 acceleration points consecutively, Zhang Yun further enhanced the bicycle, ensuring it would require no repairs for a decade. In an instant, he retrieved the bicycle once more. The tailor shop was only about 200 meters from the supply and marketing cooperative, and soon Zhang Yun arrived, pedaling his bicycle. At that moment, the craftsmen and apprentices within the tailor shop were enjoying their meal. More than 30 apprentices gathered together, each holding a rectangular aluminum box filled with food, and every individual savored tender rabbit meat. Sister Fun, I heard from the chef that this exquisite rabbit meat was sent by your brother. He must be truly remarkable to have caught a rabbit, remarked a young male apprentice in his 20s. My brother, indeed, is quite impressive, Zhang Fan replied, momentarily taken aback by the comment, as she was still unfamiliar with the veteran apprentices on her first day. Yet, recalling Zhang Yun's prowess filled her with pride. She truly believed he was exceptional. After all, he is just a hunter. What's so impressive about that? At that moment, the woman who had informed Zhang Fan earlier that there were no vacancies for apprentices called out, openly expressing her disdain. Zhang Fan stared at the girl, perplexed as to why she seemed to target her consistently. Earlier, this woman had stated that the apprentice spots were filled and that Zhang Fan should return next month to apply. However, with the assistance of Chef Yang Hongji, Zhang Fan had learned that Master Yang Hongxia had not imposed any limit on the number of apprentices accepted each month. Hearing the woman's remarks again, Zhang Fan felt a wave of confusion. Sister Fun, don't mind Yang Xuehua. She has been learning for a year and still hasn't graduated. She bears hostility toward all apprentices. Whenever a new apprentice arrives, they quickly adapt, typically graduating within 3 months, each one a reminder of Yang Xuehua's failures, the young man whispered conspiratorially in Zhang Fan's ear. At last, Zhang Fan comprehended the source of Yang Xuehua's animosity. The latter's prolonged struggle without graduation had evidently affected her mindset, fostering resentment towards all newcomers. Zhang Fan, Yang Baobao, are you two gossiping about me? Yang Xuehua interjected, her tone dripping with contempt. Two paupers. Even if you learn tailoring, do you have the means to open a shop? Yang Xuehua's ire flared as she noticed the young man whispering to Zhang Fan. Indeed, for an ordinary apprentice, even after graduation, establishing one's own tailoring shop involved considerable challenges. Securing a location, purchasing materials, and attracting customers was no small feat after all. The residents of Chu Shui commune recognized only Yang Hongxia's shop as a reputable brand. Zhang Fan and Yang Baobao found themselves momentarily speechless. Just then, the sound of a bicycle bell resonated through the air. The masters and apprentices within the tailoring shop turned their attention towards the source of the sound. Old 3. Zhang Fan immediately recognized Zhang Yun, who was pushing a bicycle and waving at her, prompting her to rise in astonishment. Yang Baobao, momentarily stunned, quickly realized, exclaiming, Sister Fan, is he your brother? Zhang Fan nodded, and then she hurriedly ran outside. Sister, this bicycle is for you. You can ride it home from now on, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Zhang Fan gazed at him in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks. Undoubtedly, Zhang Yun had Zhang Fan's best interests at heart. Recognizing that the distance from Chu Shui commune to Jiuwan village was a daunting 10 li, given that Zhang Fan had to care for her daughter Lu Xiaoyan, it was impractical for her to stay overnight at the tailor shop. She had to make the journey daily. However, with the acquisition of a bicycle, Zhang Fan could easily commute to and from the tailor shop. You are truly wonderful, Lao San, Zhang Fan expressed, her voice tinged with gratitude. Elder sister, focus on your studies. Once you graduate, I will assist you in opening your own tailor shop, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. At that moment, Yang Baobao and Yang Xuehua arrived, naturally overhearing Zhang Yun's words. Yang Xuehua's expression instantly transformed, a furious huff escaping her lips as she turned and strode back to the tailor shop. Just moments ago, she had claimed that Zhang Fan could not afford a tailor shop, and now Zhang Yun had declared intentions to support Zhang Fan in establishing one. An undeniable slap to her face. Sister Fan, I truly envy you. When you open your tailor shop, I shall come to assist you, Yang Baobao said with a cheerful grin. Chapter 147. The cement fund balanced. After departing from the tailor shop, Zhang Yun set off towards the Linshui mine. Undeterred by the blazing midday sun, he knew that a sip of the spiritual spring would envelop him in a refreshing sensation, lasting for several minutes and shielding him from the sun's searing heat. Thus, he immersed himself in the various hills along the route. Zhang Yun had already devised a plan. In 2 days, he would lead the hunting team from Jiuwan village, along with the trained militia, into the Jiming mountain for a hunt. In the meantime, he intended to scour the hills of Chu Shui commune, ensuring that he cleared the area of wild beasts. Upon reaching each hill, Zhang Yun moved swiftly along the slopes, setting a pitfall trap every 100 meters and using the spiritual spring to lure the local wildlife. With his extraordinary sensitivity, he could detect movements within a 50-meter radius, discerning whether any beasts were present. Consequently, the pitfalls he set were strategically placed. He could complete the setup of all the pitfalls on each hill in approximately 10 minutes. Following that, he would wait 10 minutes for the scent of the spiritual spring to attract the lurking beasts into the traps, after which he would spend another 10 minutes collecting the captured wildlife into the spiritual spring space. Xuemei commune lay within the territory of Yinshan village. So as Zhang Yun traveled from Xuemei commune to Linshui village, he had to pass through Yinshan village. After about 3 hours, he had successfully captured nearly all the wildlife along the hills before entering Linshui village. Along the way, Zhang Yun secured 327 wild rabbits, 4 wild goats, 6 wild chickens, 2 civets, 3 roe deer, 2 spotted cats, 10 venomous snakes, and 58 rats. At that moment, in the spiritual spring space, on top of the massive stone, the acceleration points totaled 408. The abundance of wildlife, weighing over 2,000 jin, had increased his acceleration points by 205. Zhang Yun's consciousness focused on the 3 roe deer he had just captured. They were not particularly large, lacking the robust physique of the first one. However, that posed no challenge for Zhang Yun. He allocated 1 acceleration point to the roe deer. Having consecutively expended 9 acceleration points, each deer now represented 3 acceleration points. Their forms rapidly enlarged, and they had all become spiritually attuned, completely submitting to Zhang Yun. Acceleration points, 318. At this moment, Zhang Yun possessed 4 deer mounts. His consciousness then directed those 4 wild goats, transferring them to Area 7, designated specifically for the propagation of the goat industry. Currently, Area 7 boasted 12 goats. The newly captured wild rabbits, pheasants, venomous snakes, and mice were all relocated to various spaces. Now, Zhang Yun focused his consciousness on 2 raccoon dogs and 2 spotted cats. In later times, these raccoon dogs would be considered a delicacy. The people of Guangdong province held a fondness for such game, and even the SARS outbreak originated from the virus carried by them. These 2 raccoon dogs were perfectly matched, a male and a female, so he decided to place them in Area 7 for breeding. It would be best to let these 2 spotted cats guard my new home, Zhang Yun mused with a nonchalant smile. He had no particular desire for cat meat. Thus, he did not intend to breed them on a large scale. He allocated 1 acceleration point to each spotted cat, expending a total of 4 points consecutively to successfully tame them. At this point, Zhang Yun arrived at the territory of Linshui village. The Linshui mine was located within the confines of Linshui village. It was already 3 in the afternoon. He planned to visit the Linshui mine first, followed by exploring the various hills of Linshui village. After some consideration, he decided to head to the mine to settle the morning's transactions. Thus, Zhang Yun mounted his deer and sped towards the Linshui mine, arriving in approximately 10 minutes. He entered the finance office, holding a bamboo tube. Li Guiying looked up, her expression filled with disdain upon seeing Zhang Yun. Her discomfort was evident. However, Zhang Yun paid her no mind, heading directly to Huang Lijuan's desk. "Brother Zhang, you've come." Huang Lijuan greeted him, her eyes glinting with a mixture of surprise and a hint of embarrassment. Zhang Yun, not overthinking the situation, pushed the bamboo tube towards her with a smile, saying, "Xiao Huang, this spring water is for you." He estimated that it wouldn't be long before, with her continual consumption of this spiritual spring water, the birthmark on her chest would fade away. "Thank you," Huang Lijuan replied, accepting the bamboo tube and verifying the data on the receipt Zhang Yun handed her. A moment later, she retrieved 409, 2 yuan. After taking the money, Zhang Yun said nothing further and promptly exited the finance office. Huang Lijuan watched his departing figure, wanting to call out to him, but unsure how to express herself. "Xiao Huang, why didn't you stop Zhang Yun? It's been rumored around the mine that you and Zhang Yun are lovers. Shouldn't you at least inquire about his feelings?" Li Guiying interjected, her expression one of sheer amusement as she reveled in the unfolding drama. Indeed, yesterday, the caretaker of the dormitory disseminated the news that Huang Lijuan and Zhang Yun are in a romantic relationship. When Huang Lijuan went to the cafeteria for lunch, she was besieged by numerous inquiries, leaving her quite embarrassed. After all, she had heard Zhang Yun explicitly state that he had a fiancé. The rumors swirling around the mine were beyond her control, and her anxiety began to mount. "Mind your own business," she retorted somewhat irritably, then sat down with a sullen expression, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, after leaving the finance office, Zhang Yun made his way directly to the office of the mine manager, Lu Baoshan. In his hand, He held a bamboo basket containing 2 wild pheasants. He knocked on the door. "Come in." Lu Baoshan's voice resonated from within. Zhang Yun promptly entered. "Ah, Zhang Yun, you've arrived," Lu Baoshan exclaimed, momentarily surprised as he looked up from the documents he was reviewing. His attention was quickly drawn to the bamboo basket in Zhang Yun's grasp, where the 2 male pheasants captured his eye. "Manager, I caught these 2 wild pheasants on my way to the mine. Please take them home and enjoy," Zhang Yun said with a smile. In truth, Zhang Yun surmised that Huang Qingshan had likely spoken to Manager Lu, urging him to dismiss him. Yet, the fact that Lu Baoshan still required Zhang Yun to provide meat indicated that he had withstood Huang Qingshan's pressure and was instead supporting Zhang Yun. Given this, Zhang Yun felt compelled to accept Lu Baoshan's kindness and brought the pheasants as a gesture of gratitude. Upon hearing the mention of wild pheasants, Lu Baoshan instinctively swallowed, clearly recalling the delectable taste from previous encounters. "How thoughtful," he acknowledged, tacitly accepting the offering. At that moment, Zhang Yun produced a cloth bag and placed it directly in front of Lu Baoshan. "Manager, here is 600 yuan for the cement I purchased. Please manage it within the finances and balance the accounts," Zhang Yun stated with a smile. Lu Baoshan nodded appreciatively, his eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 148. Discussing matters after dinner. After departing from the Lingshui mine, Zhang Yun commenced his exploration of the surrounding hills. The terrain of Lingshui village was undulating. Though the peaks were not particularly high, they formed a continuous range, densely populated with various trees that cloaked the hills, thereby harboring a multitude of wildlife. Zhang Yun possessed an acute sense of perception, and despite the thick foliage, he felt no trepidation about becoming ensnared or ambushed by wild beasts. He could detect any movement from the creatures in advance. Moreover, within his spiritual spring space, he had a python at his disposal, ready to confront larger predators at any moment. Should the python prove inadequate, he also had access to his ultimate weapon, a mutated viper. Thus, Zhang Yun patrolled the various hills of Lingshui village, tirelessly setting up pit traps and using the spiritual spring to lure the wildlife into these traps. After 3 hours of diligent searching, he had covered half of the hills in Lingshui village. In the end, Zhang Yun captured 257 wild rabbits, 8 wild boars, 78 venomous snakes, 8 goats, 2 badgers, and 4 muntjac. Had it not been for the waning daylight, he would have been reluctant to leave this serene forest. Aware of the impending darkness, he decided to depart, having already emerged from the woods, standing on the mountain path leading from Lingshui village to Laoshikyo village. At this moment, Zhang Yun's attention was drawn to the numeral above the colossal stone at site number 1. Acceleration points, 729. The figure had risen from 318 to 729, an increase of 411. Indicating that the beasts captured that afternoon weighed a total of 100 pounds. The rabbits, wild boars, snakes, and goats had all been relocated to their respective spaces. The 2 badgers were placed at site number 1, as they held little breeding value. Zhang Yun intended to gift them to the 50 villagers constructing houses the following day. Among his captures, he was particularly delighted by the 4 muntjac. The 2 muntjac he had previously caught at Laoshikyo village had already given birth to 2 fawns, and all 4 were now being nurtured at site number 2. With the addition of these 4 adult muntjac, the prospect of their population flourishing to 100 was imminent. Once he had organized the various beasts, Zhang Yun released a roebuck and swiftly mounted it, racing towards Laoshikyo village. As the twilight embraced the horizon, he arrived at Laoshikyo village, heading directly to Captain Huang Xuemei's home. Just then, Huang Xuemei had finished dinner and was attending to some household chores with his family. Upon seeing Zhang Yun approach, his eyes brightened, and he stepped forward to greet him. "Zhang Yun, you come around this time every day. Your persistence is truly commendable," Huang Xuemei remarked with a smile. The journey from Laoshikyo village back to Jiuan village spanned approximately 5 miles, requiring him to traverse several mountain peaks under the cover of night, quite perilous indeed. Moreover, Huang Xuemei had not observed how Zhang Yun had transported the stone materials over the past few days, leading him to speculate that Zhang Yun had enlisted a group of people to work through the night, adding to the toil. "Captain, here is 360 yuan, which accounts for tomorrow's payment for the 200 pieces of stone materials," Zhang Yun said as he handed over 36 banknotes. Huang Xuemei accepted the notes and returned to his home to draft a receipt before coming back to present it to Zhang Yun. "Zhang Yun, word has spread throughout the village that you are pursuing our Huang Lijuan from Laoshikyo village," Huang Xuemei suddenly interjected. Zhang Yun's expression shifted with surprise, and he immediately recalled Huang Lijuan's demeanor in the office that afternoon, piecing together the implications. It seemed that not only Laishikyo village was circulating rumors about his alleged romance with Huang Lijuan, but the Han Xuemei mine was also abuzz with gossip. As for Zhang Yun, he remained unconcerned. The truth would prevail in time. He believed that once he married, these rumors would dissipate naturally. However, Huang Lijuan was different. As a young girl, the sudden deluge of gossip would subject her to undue scrutiny and pressure. Captain, my relationship with Huang Lijuan is strictly professional. We are not lovers. Furthermore, I am soon to be married. Please allow the captain to clarify this matter for me. I am not particularly concerned about these rumors, but Huang Lijuan is, after all, a young maiden, and we must not let these falsehoods harm her. Zhang Yun stated gravely. Huang Chunlai, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation upon hearing Zhang Yun's words. I understand. Tomorrow, I will address this matter publicly at the production team meeting. We cannot allow such rumors to circulate unchecked. Huang Chunlai replied earnestly, fully aware that the situation must be contained promptly. Thank you, Captain. It is getting late, and I must return. I will come back tomorrow. Zhang Yun felt relieved upon hearing Huang Chunlai's commitment to addressing the rumors. Shortly after, Zhang Yun arrived at the stone storage area and swiftly collected 200 pieces of stone into his spiritual space. About 10 minutes later, he rode his deer back to Jiuan village and reached his doorstep. As he entered the main room, he was met with the gloomy faces of his family. It was evident that something was amiss. At that moment, Zhang Yun spotted his brother-in-law, Wu Xuanong. According to their agreement, Wu Xuanong was to assist Zhang Yun in building his house today. Brother-in-law, you've arrived, Zhang Yun greeted him. Wu Xuanong exchanged a knowing glance and led Zhang Yun to the hillside behind the house. Earlier today, Auntie came and took away 60 yuan of living expenses from Grandpa and Grandma. She then proposed that uncle, father-in-law, and third uncle take turns caring for them, with each family looking after them for a month in rotation. Wu Xuanong explained the reason for the family's troubled expressions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun immediately understood. Auntie's scheme had failed, and she concocted another. She could not tolerate the fact that his family was living well. Zhang Yun was now fully aware of Wang Yuanhui's intentions. She merely wished to create trouble for the elderly during the month his family cared for Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang, seeking to disrupt their peace. Zhang Yun fell silent for a moment, formulating a counter-strategy in his mind. Brother-in-law, let us set aside these unhappy matters for now and have a meal first. Zhang Yun smiled lightly, undeterred by the news. Wu Xuanong observed Zhang Yun's calm demeanor with a peculiar expression. He increasingly found it difficult to understand his brother-in-law, who was no longer the timid and honest person he once knew. Zhang Yun returned to his room, then went to the entrance of the main hall, retrieving a bamboo basket from the back of the deer, from which he took out 2 wild chickens. His spiritual space now housed a plentiful supply of wild chickens, providing 2 each day for his family without issue. Naturally, Zhang Yun was determined to ensure his family enjoyed the finest cuisine daily. On his way back to the village, he placed the 2 wild chickens into the basket. Mother, please prepare these 2 wild chickens. After dinner, we shall confront Auntie about this matter. Zhang Yun called to his visibly upset mother in the kitchen. Chapter 149. Conversations at the family dining table. Chicken tastes delightful. At the round table, Lu Xiaoyan, the niece, clutched a wild chicken leg, striving to take a bite. Despite her incomplete set of teeth, she relished the flavors of the tender meat, her face aglow with excitement. The family gathered around the table, indulging in the delectable taste of 2 wild chickens, each member wearing expressions of pure enjoyment. Having prepared 2 wild chickens the previous day, the entire family had become enamored with their exquisite flavor, and throughout the day, they found themselves reminiscing about the savory experience. To their delight, Zhang Yun returned home with yet another 2 wild chickens, granting the family a newfound freedom to savor this delicacy. Each mealtime became a joyous occasion for Zhang Yun's family. Notably, amidst the discussion initiated by Wang Yuanhui about the rotation of caring for their grandparents among the 3 families, the mood had initially been somber. However, after relishing the wild chicken, all worries dissipated, replaced by smiles around the table. Young Wu Feiyong, having recently sprouted 4 incisors, watched eagerly as his family savored the chicken. Unable to contain himself, he bounced restlessly, signaling his mother, Zhang Fong, to feed him some of the chicken. After a moment of consideration, Zhang Fong noted that her son had indeed grown 4 teeth, and given the tender texture of the wild chicken, it should pose no threat to his throat. She tore off a small piece of chicken with her chopsticks, intending to feed it to Wu Feiyong. However, with his second sister and Nyo already 1 year old, yet still unable to call for their mother, she felt it imperative that he utter mama before receiving any chicken. It was essential to encourage him to speak early. Suddenly, Zhang Yun interjected. Just as the chicken neared Wu Feiyang's mouth and he reached out eagerly, she withdrew the chopsticks, causing the morsel to retreat out of reach. Wu Feiyang, frustrated, began to cry, his legs bouncing rapidly on the stool in urgency. "Call out Mama, and I shall grant you a piece of chicken," Zhang Yun stated, unfazed by Wu Feiyang's protests. After a brief bout of wailing, Wu Feiyang realized that his family was ignoring him, a stark contrast to his experiences in Wujiakyo village, where his grandmother would immediately feed him upon hearing his cries. Now, even with both his parents present, his tantrums failed to sway them. "Mama," he finally managed to squeeze out, surprising Wu Xuenong and Zhang Fang into a momentary pause, their expressions a blend of astonishment. Zhang Yun's tactics had indeed worked. He had compelled Wu Feiyang to speak. "Haha, third brother, you're truly remarkable for taming Nyo in such a manner," Zhang Fang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. With that utterance of Mama, Wu Feiyang was rewarded with a bite of chicken. Older sister, brother-in-law, when it comes to raising boys, one must not indulge them or tolerate their whims. If they grow up spoiled and unruly, you will find it impossible to manage them later, Zhang Yun cautioned, subtly implying the importance of proper upbringing to avoid future regrets. Wu Xuenong nodded, somewhat understanding the wisdom in the third brother's words, acknowledging the validity of his advice. The young lad, once emboldened by his grandmother's affection, indeed regarded our parents with disdain, demanding and pouting at the slightest dissatisfaction, with his grandmother indulging him in all things. However, in recent days, there has been a noticeable shift in his demeanor while at our home, Zhang Fang remarked earnestly, as Wu Feiyang chewed on his chicken. A flicker of trepidation appeared in his gaze towards Zhang Yun. At that moment, Zhang Yun began to inquire about the day's events. "Elder sister, is it arduous to learn tailoring?" Zhang Fun immediately shook her head, her spirits invigorated. "Not at all. It is not taxing in the slightest. I feel rejuvenated. Today has been more fulfilling than any other." Upon hearing this, the family could discern Zhang Fun's enthusiasm for her tailoring studies. She was wholly dedicated. "Second sister, how many villages did you visit today? Did you achieve any success?" Zhang Yun further inquired. "Me? Today I visited Baizhou village and Palin village, and I have already connected with 4 individuals. Tomorrow, I will acquire 200 frogs to deliver," Zhang Fang replied excitedly. It was evident that her visits had yielded some persuasion, and she harbored aspirations for this frog business. Such is the nature of commerce. The outset may indeed be challenging, yet with perseverance, one will ultimately reap rewards. Zhang Fang had conversed with many in the 2 villages, and while most were hesitant to engage in the frog trade, there were still 4 individuals with a bit more courage, willing to embark on this venture with her. Zhang Yun felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing this. Initially, she had thought it would be quite difficult for Zhang Fang, inexperienced on her first day in the market, to persuade even one person to become a distributor. Who would have thought that she had managed to sway 4? Should these 4 individuals find success, it is likely that others who initially declined would return, seeking to partner with Zhang Fang in the frog business. This is the essence of human nature. Though the commencement of business may be fraught with difficulty, once the channels are established, the enterprise will flourish. Zhang Yun brimmed with confidence in Zhang Fang. "Second sister, I always believed in your capabilities. Today, you convinced 4, tomorrow, another 4, and the day after that, yet another 4. In this manner, your points of sale will multiply, and soon selling 1,000 frogs daily will be effortless," Zhang Yun encouraged fervently. Her words ignited a fire within Zhang Fang, illuminating her countenance. Even Wu Xuenong, who sat nearby, was taken aback. He had not anticipated his wife possessed such talents. To be frank, upon arriving in Jiuwan village earlier that morning and witnessing Zhang Yun's new home, Wu Xuenong had already been astounded, realizing the grandeur of the house, which stood as the most magnificent dwelling in the entire Chu Shui commune. At that moment, he resolved that engaging in commerce was essential to enhance their family's living conditions. Now, witnessing his wife's involvement in business alongside Zhang Yun, showcasing remarkable entrepreneurial flair, Wu Xuenong, while astonished, resolved to wholly support her endeavors. "Brother-in-law, have you ever considered becoming a contractor?" Suddenly, Zhang Yun turned her gaze towards Wu Xuenong. In a previous life, Wu Xuenong had extended considerable assistance to Zhang Yun, providing the initial funds that enabled Zhang Yun to embark on his journey to prosperity. Naturally, now that Zhang Yun has acquired wealth, he wishes to reciprocate by aiding Wu Xuenong in turn. A contractor? What is a contractor? In the 1970s, the concept of a contractor was virtually non-existent. In rural areas, homes were built by the villagers themselves. Wu Xuenong gazed at Zhang Yun in perplexity, with the entire family equally intrigued. Zhang Yun chuckled softly, explaining, "A contractor is one who leads a group of construction workers to undertake building projects. Wu Xuanong paused momentarily, then relaxed, saying, I was wondering what you meant. Now, every production team has its own construction crew. Even if I gather a group of workers, I cannot undertake construction work. This was indeed a valid point. Zhang Yun realized that his suggestion was somewhat ahead of its time. The nation did not liberalize the individual economy until the end of 1978, making it exceedingly difficult for individuals to engage in business prior to that. Thus, Zhang Yun decided not to pursue the topic further. Father, after dinner, please invite the team leader to our home. Uncle, didn't T-Amp propose that the three families take turns caring for grandfather and grandmother? Tonight, let us discuss this matter in detail. Suddenly, Zhang Yun looked seriously at his parents, Zhang Zhongli, his eyes reflecting a hint of chill. Since Wang Yuanhui intended to create mischief once more, Zhang Yun could not allow her to act with impunity. Chapter 150. Support for the elderly. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yun made his way to Zhang Laoguai's home, carrying 2 wild rabbits. To his surprise, Zhang Laoguai was burning the midnight oil, diligently shaping wood under the dim light of an oil lamp. He was crafting 3 cartboards and making furniture. Zhang Laoguai was certainly pressed for time, determined not to betray Zhang Yun's trust. You have worked hard, Laoguai. Zhang Yun approached Zhang Laoguai in his backyard. Ah, Yun'er, what brings you here at night? Zhang Laoguai paused his work, astonished. Zhang Yun handed the 2 wild rabbits to Zhang Laoguai with a gentle smile. These rabbits are for the children to nourish their bodies. I came to inquire how many cartboards you have completed. Zhang Yun had already planned for the 3 cartboards. For the workers at Jiuan team who would be transporting sand to his new home, 1 cart was essential. 1 cart was to be allocated for his second sister, Zhang Fong, who would need it for transporting frogs, as a bicycle would not suffice. The final cart was intended for his own use. I have completed 2 carts. I am currently working on the 3rd, which will be ready for assembly by tomorrow morning, Zhang Laoguai replied, joyfully holding the 2 rabbits. These rabbits are worth quite a sum, Zhang Yun acknowledged. All right, you have worked hard. By the way, one of the carts must be reserved for the sand team. So I will take 1 cart with me now, Zhang Yun stated calmly. My second sister, Zhang Fong, only needs to deliver 200 frogs tomorrow, so she can manage with her bicycle for now. Therefore, I will take 1 cart for my own use. Very well, the 2 carts are there. You may take one. Zhang Laoguai responded cheerfully, his gaze lingering on the 2 rabbits. As Zhang Yun approached the cart, he reiterated his instructions. Zhang Laoguai, the iron materials I provided you are to be fashioned into 10 cleavers. You must complete them all by tomorrow. These 10 cleavers were a promise Zhang Yun had made to Zhang Zhiwu, destined for each member of the hunting team from the Jiuan Brigade. Consequently, Zhang Yun left behind some iron he had purchased from the Linshui mine, specifically assigning Zhang Laoguai the task of forging the 10 cleavers. Rest assured, I have summoned 2 apprentices who will undoubtedly produce all 10 cleavers by tomorrow, Zhang Laoguai casually replied. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yun departed with the cart, utilizing the cover of night to store it within the Lingquan space before heading home. Upon returning, Zhang Yun sensed that the brigade leader, Zhang Yue, had already arrived and was currently in his uncle's main hall, accompanied by Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Zhiwu. Zhang Yue observed the 3 brothers, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the 8 immortals table, remaining silent as if awaiting someone. Realizing that these 4 individuals were waiting for him, Zhang Yun decided not to linger outside any longer, stepping into his uncle's home for the first time since his rebirth. Brigade leader, I apologize for the inconvenience, he greeted as he entered. Seeing Zhang Yun finally arrive, Zhang Yue gestured toward an empty stool across from him, inviting Zhang Yun to take a seat. Zhang Yun settled beside his father on a stool. Well then, you 3 brothers, being of the same blood and parents, have reached an age where you should have already resolved the arrangements for caring for our parents after your last quarrel over family division. Yet here we are again. And as the brigade leader, I find my duties compromised, wasting time on your disputes. Having vented my frustrations, let us hear your opinions, Zhang Yue calmly expressed, subtly revealing his irritation. Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang, the elderly parents, sat quietly behind Zhang Yue, their expressions anxious as they listened to his words, growing increasingly worried. The couple had been taken aback when Wang Yuanhui suggested revisiting the care agreement. However, Wang Yuanhui firmly asserted that should they disagree, she would accuse them of having colluded to steal from their own family. Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang, who had always perceived themselves as the foremost authority in the household, suddenly recognized their diminished influence following Wang Yuanhui's threats. They understood that they must yield to the decisions of their 3 sons. Just as Zhang Yue concluded, Wang Yuanhui interjected before Zhang Basho could speak. The matter is quite simple. Our parents have 3 sons, each of whom bears the responsibility to care for them. Each family will take turns providing for them for a month. This proposal sounded remarkably fair and reasonable, leaving no room for objection. Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu silently acquiesced, showing their agreement without dissent. Zhang Guoshu waited for his wife to finish speaking before continuing. I believe that our second and third brothers have also improved their family situations. To ensure they treat our parents well, they should contribute 10 yuan each month for our parents' discretionary spending on whatever they desire. This proposition sounded quite reasonable. After all, Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang, the elderly couple, currently resided with their 3 sons, and it was understandable that they might yearn for certain foods but felt embarrassed to ask for money. If Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang had their own funds, they could freely purchase whatever they wished. The 3 brothers, Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xunli, and Zhang Jianxi, stood behind Zhang Guoshu and Wang Yuanhui, and upon hearing their parents' remarks, they could not help but chime in. Furthermore, the agreement must stipulate that during the month the grandparents reside with any of the families, they are to be well-fed and well-dressed, with no one allowed to impose any labor upon them. Given their age, if they needed assistance during the night, arrangements must be made for someone to attend to their needs. Additionally, since the grandparents enjoyed wandering around the village, it was essential to appoint someone to accompany them during their excursions. The 3 brothers added embellishments to their statements. Zhang Yue listened quietly, his brow furrowing in discontent. Zhang Yun, upon hearing the family's discussion, could not help but twitch her mouth, filled with disdain. She fully comprehended their intentions. They were clearly aiming to disrupt her family's peace by sending the grandparents to live with them for a month, thereby upending her household. Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu, upon hearing these words, felt their foreheads tense with anger, clearly recognizing the ill intentions of Zhang Guoshu's family. Yet, bound by filial piety, they found themselves unable to voice any objections. To declare a refusal to care for their parents would render Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu unable to reside in Jiuwan village in the future. At that moment, Zhang Yun suddenly let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Wang Yuanhui demanded sharply. My suggestion is that our family will take care of the grandparents, and there will be no need for uncle's family to do so. Is that acceptable? Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Chapter 151. The consequences you cannot bear what? The entire family of Zhang Guoshu and Wang Yuanhui stood in shock at Zhang Yun's words. No. Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu were equally astonished and immediately rose in protest. Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang were utterly taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion as they regarded Zhang Yun. After all, these 2 elders had never treated Zhang Yun kindly. They had always held a disdainful attitude towards Zhang Zhongli's family and had never uttered a kind word to Zhang Yun. Now, Zhang Yun was asserting that she would solely take responsibility for caring for the grandparents, without requiring assistance from uncle and third uncle. The 2 elders could not fathom Zhang Yun's motives. Zhang Yun's declaration left everyone with expressions of bewilderment, all eyes fixed upon her. Of course, if our family is to care for the grandparents, then the previous support agreement must be nullified. Initially, the agreement regarding the support of our grandparents was established among my uncle, my father, and my third uncle. One stipulation explicitly stated that my uncle's family would provide for our grandparents, and only upon the division of property among the 3 brothers did my uncle's family receive 5 rooms, while my father and third uncle were allotted 3 rooms each. Presently, my family solely bears the responsibility of supporting our grandparents, without necessitating any financial contributions from my uncle or third uncle. What I require now is for my uncle to transfer 2 of the rooms to my family. Zhang Yun calmly articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Basho and Wang Yuanhui exhibited immediate signs of distress, their anxiety palpable, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Zhang Zhongli comprehended Zhang Yun's intentions after listening to his words, and Zhang Jiwu nodded in agreement. Even the village chief, Zhang Yue, found merit in this proposal and nodded in concurrence. Indeed, during the initial division of property, Zhang Basho and Wang Yuanhui leveraged their family's obligation to care for their parents as a pretext to acquire 5 rooms, while Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu each received 3 rooms. In recent years, Zhang Basho's family has enjoyed comfortable living conditions, whereas Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu's families, despite having 3 rooms, have been crammed into a single room, experiencing severe inadequacies in their living conditions. Now, Zhang Basho's family seeks to nullify the agreement while simultaneously avoiding a reallocation of the rooms. This is an overt display of dishonesty and a refusal to acknowledge their obligations. Zhang Yun's decision to invite village chief Zhang Yue to oversee the negotiations was a strategic move to ensure that Zhang Basho and Wang Yuanhui could not evade accountability or act with impunity. Moreover, Zhang Yun was confident that upon presenting this condition, Zhang Basho and Wang Yuanhui would be reluctant to comply, as they would undoubtedly hesitate to relinquish the 2 rooms they had already acquired. Zhang Yun had a keen understanding of their avaricious nature. As anticipated, Zhang Basho and Wang Yuanhui hesitated, unable to respond. Zhang Yun, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly wish to care for our grandparents? Zhang Tuanjie, upon hearing Zhang Yun's proposal to reclaim 2 of the rooms from his family, was immediately incensed and vocally challenged him without hesitation. Although Zhang Basho's family possessed 5 rooms, Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang occupied 1 room, while Zhang Basho and Wang Yuanhui resided in another. The 3 brothers, Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jinjie shared 1 room, along with a common hall and a kitchen. This explains why, despite being married, their wives do not reside in their homes. It can be asserted that living conditions for Zhang Basho's family are not particularly convenient either. Should they lose 2 more rooms, it would render their living situation untenable. Naturally, Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jinjie were displeased with Zhang Yun's proposition, their faces awash with anger. Zhang Yun retorted with a serene smile. The agreement was established. Can your family simply discard it? Very well, if you wish to annul it, then all conditions must be renegotiated. Zhang Tuanjie, you cannot claim that all benefits are yours to keep. Upon hearing this taunt, Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jinjie could no longer contain their fury and charged toward Zhang Yun, intending to overpower him. Enough of this nonsense. Village Chief Zhang Yue abruptly stood up, his voice booming with authority. As the 3 brothers were consumed by fury, they failed to hear the words spoken and charged forward, intending to throw punches. Zhang Yun, with a calm demeanor, suddenly extended his right hand, and before anyone could comprehend the motion, 3 resounding slaps echoed in the air. The 3 brothers, Zhang Tuanjie, Zhang Xuemei, and Zhang Jinjie, found themselves staggering to the ground, each bearing a prominent mark on their faces. In a mere flick of his hand, Zhang Yun had effortlessly subdued them. Not only were the 3 brothers taken aback by Zhang Yun's prowess, but the entire gathering was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that he possessed such martial skills, dispatching the brothers with astonishing swiftness. At this juncture, with physical confrontation futile and reasoning equally ineffective, Zhang Bashan and Wang Yuanhui found themselves in an exceedingly awkward position. Zhang Yue surveyed the room before leading Zhang Bashan outside. Comrade Zhang Bashan, as a leader of the production team, you must elevate your political awareness. Failing to address familial disputes appropriately could jeopardize your prospects in this role. Do you understand the implications? Zhang Yue stated matter-of-factly before departing. This statement carried a warning, for through their earlier discourse, Zhang Yue had discerned the underlying motivations. Zhang Bashan and Wang Yuanhui were envious of Zhang Yun's success and had harbored ill intentions towards him. Now, with Zhang Yun having turned the tables, Zhang Bashan found himself unwilling to accept the terms laid before him. Continuing the argument would be a sheer waste of time. Zhang Yue was cautioning Zhang Bashan to resolve the family discord and prevent the situation from escalating, lest their family's shame be exposed. Endangering his position as a production team leader, Zhang Bashan, grasping the gravity of this implication, broke into a cold sweat, finally coming to his senses. He returned to the hall, cast a fierce glare at Zhang Yun, but dared not unleash his wrath further. At that moment, he approached his younger brothers, Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu. Brothers, there is no need to revisit the agreement. Let us adhere to the original terms. This time, I was wrong, Zhang Bashan expressed, a hint of grievance in his tone. Zhang Zhongli and Zhang Jiwu exchanged glances with Zhang Guangming and Sun Manxiang, their parents present, unwilling to rupture the familial bond or enact a tragedy of brotherly strife. It's nothing, Zhang Zhongli replied calmly. It's late. I must return home to rest. Zhang Jiwu added nonchalantly. As Zhang Yun prepared to leave, he deliberately addressed Wang Yuanhui, warning her, do not entertain any wicked thoughts against me. Should you provoke my wrath, you shall face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanhui trembled with anger, ready to retort, but then recalled her long-lost savings. A sudden realization struck her. She was convinced that Zhang Yun had pilfered her money. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her. For if Zhang Yun could steal once undetected, he could surely do so again. Terrified, she resolved not to provoke Zhang Yun any further. Chapter 152. The well is completed. Han Xuemei receives news of Huang Lijuan after resolving the dispute over support. Zhang Yun ventured alone to the Tea Mountain, arriving at his newly constructed home. In just a day, significant changes had already taken place in the house. The Maple Leaf Brick Factory delivered an impressive 50,000 bricks within a day, arranged majestically before the new house. The sand extraction team from Juan Brigade worked tirelessly for 2 days to excavate sand, which was then transported by the team's ox carts, resulting in a substantial pile. As for the quantity of sand, Zhang Yun remained unaware at this moment. However, the family had meticulously recorded the details, and in a couple of days, Zhang Yun would settle the payment for the river sand. The cement from the factory was also stacked together, while the family constructed a bamboo shelter to cover it, preventing it from being soaked by rain. With the collaborative efforts of 50 villagers, over 10,000 bricks were laid in a single day, reaching nearly a meter in height. At this pace, provided the materials remained available, the entire wall framework of the house would be completed in 3 to 4 days. As for the courtyard wall made of stones, there was no rush. The house would be prioritized before addressing the wall. Upon observing the 100 or so cedar trees, Zhang Yun contemplated and deemed the number insufficient. Tomorrow, he planned to scour the various hilltops and fell a few hundred additional cedar trees. The entire Xuemei commune was situated in a hilly region, abundant with mountains and rich in trees. Consequently, if Zhang Yun aimed to fell some trees, he could do so almost anywhere, quickly gathering several hundred cedars from the hilltops. Soon after, Zhang Yun arrived at the courtyard center, standing by the well. Although the night was dimly lit, Zhang Yun's sensitivity allowed him to discern that the well had been deepened by an additional 5 meters through a day's excavation, now reaching a depth of 15 meters. Furthermore, they had finally struck a layer of quicksand, through which he sensed a significant influx of groundwater seeping into the well. If they continued digging for another day, reaching a depth of 20 meters would suffice for household water needs. Zhang Yun expressed his delight. At that moment, a pangolin emerged from the ground, promptly standing upright and emitting soft cries. Possessing the gift of perception, Zhang Yun understood the pangolin's grievances. It lamented its arduous labor. Recognizing the pangolin's apparent desire for acknowledgement, Zhang Yun responded, "Very well. I shall grant you a bamboo tube of spiritual spring water, along with 10,000 ants to ensure your well-being." Zhang Yun promptly provided the reward, causing the pangolin to curl up in excitement and roll on the ground. He produced 2 bamboo tubes. One contained the spiritual spring water, while the other, sealed with mud, housed 10,000 ants. At this moment, Zhang Yun sensed that the water in the well had reached a depth of approximately 1 meter. In this era, without water pumps, the villagers tasked with digging the well would first need to draw out the water using buckets before proceeding with the excavation. The combination of drawing water while digging was inefficient. Thus, Zhang Yun decided to take matters into his own hands. At the wellhead, the workers had set up a rolling log with a rope wrapped around it, which they utilized to pull up the excavated soil. Zhang Yun untied the rope from the rolling log and, gripping it with both hands, swiftly descended down the well. Upon reaching the water's surface, he extended his hand, and upon touching the submerged water, he directly transferred it into the space of spiritual spring water. The existence of this space proved to be quite convenient. The underground water seeping from the quicksand layer gathered at the bottom of the well, where it was promptly collected by Zhang Yun into the spiritual spring space. At this moment, Zhang Yun was finally able to commence the excavation of the well. Grasping a machete, which had been enhanced at the acceleration point and was remarkably sharp, he wielded it with great strength, swiftly slicing through the bottom of the well. The quicksand layer was filled with pebbles and fine sand, making manual excavation exceedingly difficult. Yet, under the blade's precision, the stones yielded like tofu. The cut stones, upon being touched by Zhang Yun, were immediately stored in the spiritual spring space. After an hour of tireless effort, he managed to excavate 5 meters, astonishingly penetrating 2 layers of quicksand. At this juncture, the underground water from these 2 layers began to surge forth, accumulating nearly 1 meter of depth every minute. With the abundance of water from these 2 quicksand layers, Zhang Yun's family would no longer need to worry about water shortages in the future. At this point, Zhang Yun grasped the rope and rapidly ascended, reaching the 20-meter height in merely a minute. The well was finally completed. However, to prevent the walls from collapsing, it was necessary to fill them with stones, a task delegated to the villagers involved in the excavation. Zhang Yun smiled serenely. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved water from the spiritual spring to cleanse himself before reclining under the shade. As he lay down, his mind wandered to the pile of money within the spiritual spring space. Though he had earned a considerable sum today, his expenditures had also been substantial, leaving him with only 154.30 yuan. Tomorrow would require further toil to earn a more significant profit. Fortunately, with the addition of 2 clients, Duan Zhizhong and the tailor shop, he could establish 2 new sources of income. The Hongling meat processing plant had delivered 3 wild boars and 200 hares, while Duan Zhizhong provided 1,000 frogs, 100 hares, and 20 venomous snakes. The tailor shop, under the guidance of the elder sister, would bring 2 hares and 2 grass carps, with the payment being a gift to her. Over the past 3 months, the elder sister had saved enough money to purchase a sewing machine and open a shop. The mine canteen contributed 50 hares and 100 fish, while the cooperative supplied 100 hares and 200 grass carps. Zhang Yun continuously recited his plans for tomorrow, having meticulously arranged everything before drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the dormitory at the youth station where Han Xuemei resided, the film projector Tang Tiantian had just returned from Laishikyo village. Upon entering the dormitory, she found her roommates, Han Xuemei, Yi Wenji, and Liao Yuanxiang, present. After screening the film in Laishikyo village, Tang Tiantian had learned from the villagers an intriguing piece of news. The village beauty, Huang Lijuan, was in a romantic relationship with Zhang Yun. Eager to share this revelation, she hurried back to the youth compound, fully intent on informing Han Xuemei. Of course, Tang Tiantian had her own ulterior motives for divulging this information. Xuemei, I have something to tell you, but you must promise me not to be surprised or angry, Tang Tiantian said seriously as she perched on the edge of Han Xuemei's bed. Han Xuemei could certainly sense that the news Tang Tiantian was about to share was likely something she would rather not hear. However, Han Xuemei found herself unable to disregard the matter, for without attending to it, slumber would elude her that night. Her 2 roommates, Yi Wenji and Liao Yuanxiang, who had initially intended to retire for the evening, were instantly invigorated upon hearing Tang Tiantian's words. Though they lay in bed, their ears were attentively perked. Xuemei, I heard from the villagers in Laishiko village that there is a strikingly beautiful young woman named Huang Lijuan. The villagers mentioned that Zhang Yun is pursuing her, and he even brought gifts to her home, Tang Tiantian stated calmly. Chapter 153. Are you pursuing Huang Lijuan? What? Is that so? Upon hearing Tang Tiantian's revelation, Yi Wenji and Liao Yuanxiang could no longer pretend to be asleep. They bolted upright, exclaiming in astonishment. This Zhang Yun has already proposed to Xuemei, yet he dares to flirt with other women? He is truly a shameless scoundrel. Yi Wenji, known for her forthrightness, immediately launched into a tirade. Indeed, men are utterly untrustworthy. Zhang Yun, who appears to be so honest and earnest, has revealed his true nature before marriage. Xuemei is certainly unworthy of marrying him. Liao Yuanxiang even began to express her grievances through clenched teeth, as if she had read extensively and had come to a profound understanding of men, swiftly criticizing Zhang Yun. Han Xuemei felt her body stiffen upon hearing the news. She was taken aback and soon became engulfed in a wave of despondency. In truth, she had been assisting Zhang Yun in recent days, preparing meals and delivering water to the villagers constructing their homes. As she observed the gradual progress of the houses and the expenses incurred for materials, Han Xuemei realized that Zhang Yun was making a considerable fortune. Thus, she occasionally harbored concerns. If Zhang Yun became affluent, would he still choose to marry her? This, perhaps, is the anxiety that all women experience prior to marriage. A lingering sense of doubt. At that moment, as Han Xuemei absorbed Tang Tiantian's words, disbelief coursed through her, yet an involuntary sense of anxiety arose. She was genuinely worried. If Zhang Yun was indeed a fickle-hearted man, pursuing more beautiful women behind her back, would she still want to marry him? Han Xuemei was utterly confounded, uncertain of what to do. To reject Zhang Yun would mean returning to the city, accepting her parents' arrangements to wed a middle-aged widower. Conversely, marrying Zhang Yun, should he prove to be a cad, would condemn her to witness his infidelities, rendering her marriage a tragedy. Seated at the edge of the bed, Tang Tiantian observed Han Xuemei's stunned expression, her astonishment palpable. A subtle smirk emerged at the corner of her eye, a glimmer of triumph flashing through. On the journey back to the educated youth compound from Laishiko village, Tang Tiantian had contemplated her course of action upon learning of Zhang Yun and Huang Lijuan. She had 2 potential approaches. One was to feign ignorance and remain silent. The other was to inform Han Xuemei. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Tang Tiantian resolved to share the news with Han Xuemei, albeit with a personal agenda in mind. Indeed, Tang Tiantian harbored the desire to sever the bond between Han Xuemei and Zhang Yun, as she yearned to marry Zhang Yun herself. Ever since that fateful day when a film was screened in Jiuan village, and Zhang Yun publicly kissed Han Xuemei, Tang Tiantian had indelibly etched Zhang Yun's image in her mind. That night, while riding her bicycle to evade Zhang Dahai, 2 wild beasts suddenly emerged, driving Zhang Dahai away. In retrospect, Tang Tiantian deduced that these were 2 red jackals, which coincidentally accompanied Zhang Yun. The previous night, Zhang Dahai had once again pursued Tang Tiantian. However, he fell from his bicycle at T Mountain, injuring himself, and he remains hospitalized. Tang Tiantian contemplated this and felt that Zhang Yun, who was stationed at T Mountain, had aided her. These two incidents instilled an inexplicable sense of security within her. Furthermore, with Zhang Yun's newfound wealth, as he aspired to construct the finest residence in the entire commune, Tang Tiantian found herself utterly captivated by him. Convinced of her celestial beauty, she believed she deserved to marry the finest man. Zhang Yun, already handsome, had become affluent, expanding his connections across various production teams, thus promising a future of elevated social standing. All these factors affirmed that Zhang Yun would make an exemplary husband. After much reflection, Tang Tiantian had resolutely concluded that Zhang Yun was indeed her ideal match. However, Han Xuemei had already gained the upper hand. Tang Tiantian felt compelled to disrupt their relationship to seize her opportunity to claim Zhang Yun for herself. At that moment, observing Han Xuemei's expression brought Tang Tiantian joy, as she believed her scheme was beginning to bear fruit. Xuemei, don't marry a man like Zhang Yun, who becomes corrupt with wealth. You should return to the city. Yi Wenji exclaimed in growing frustration. Indeed, Zhang Yun is utterly unreliable. Wealth does not justify marriage. If he strays before marriage, who has to say he won't pursue other women after? You would suffer even more, Xuemei, Liao Yuanxiang added, equally indignant. Tang Tiantian, with a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth, cherished her two roommates. Their encouragement made her efforts remarkably effective. Quick, stoke the flames. As Yi Wenji and Liao Yuanxiang bombarded Han Xuemei with criticisms of Zhang Yun, tears streamed down Han Xuemei's face, and she began to sob. Suddenly, she sat up from her bed, declaring through her tears, I don't believe it. With that, she threw on her clothes and dashed out of the dormitory. When Tang Tiantian, Yi Wenji, and Liao Yuanxiang pursued her, they witnessed Han Xuemei cycling away from the compound, disappearing into the night. Tang Tiantian, with her keen intellect, understood that Han Xuemei was heading to confront Zhang Yun. Regardless of how Han Xuemei and Zhang Yun might resolve this turmoil, Tang Tiantian was confident that a rift had been planted in their hearts, fracturing their relationship. Moreover, she was acutely aware that she could not immediately insert herself into their lives, but must proceed with caution and patience. What a shame for Xuemei. Still holding onto hope and venturing out so late to confront Zhang Yun, Yi Wenji lamented, stamping her foot in frustration. Xuemei is truly an exemplary woman. While Zhang Yun is nothing but a despicable man, I feel an overwhelming urge to slap him. Liao Yuanxiang shares the sentiment of indignation. Meanwhile, Han Xuemei, with tears streaming down her face, pedals furiously towards the T Mountain. Within moments, she arrives at the gazebo. Beside Zhang Yun, a red jackal stands guard. Accompanied by a doe lying nearby, both wild creatures instinctively rise at the sound of her bicycle. Zhang Yun, despite being asleep, possesses a keen sense of awareness and stirs awake, having sensed the urgency of the bicycle's approach. Long before she arrives, he has already detected Han Xuemei's presence. What could possibly be the reason for her tears? Who has wronged her? Zhang Yun's expression hardens as he senses her distress. Whoever dares to harm Han Xuemei shall face his wrath. Upon reaching the gazebo, Han Xuemei neglects to properly park her bicycle, allowing it to fall to the ground, her tear-filled eyes fixed upon Zhang Yun. Xuemei, who has hurt you? Speak, and I shall confront them immediately. Zhang Yun questions fiercely. Are you pursuing Huang Lijuan? Han Xuemei's voice trembles with accusation. Zhang Yun is momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 154. The Good Person's Persona. Xuemei. Do you believe me? Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yun realizes the rumors about him and Huang Lijuan have spread, finally reaching Han Xuemei. Although he anticipated this gossip would eventually come to her attention, he had held on to a sliver of hope that marrying Han Xuemei would dispel the rumors. He never imagined they would circulate so swiftly. Rather than offer an explanation, Zhang Yun directly inquires. Han Xuemei, upon hearing his question, gazes at him in disbelief, her tear-streaked eyes now wide with astonishment. I naturally believe you, she replies softly. With this affirmation, Zhang Yun steps closer, enveloping Han Xuemei in an embrace and guiding her to sit beside him in the gazebo. I understand your confusion regarding the origins of such rumors. Allow me to clarify, for I cannot bear to see you distressed, Zhang Yun gently reassures her. He then recounts every detail of his acquaintance with Huang Lijuan, elucidating the misunderstanding that had led others to believe they were lovers. Suddenly, after hearing his explanation, Han Xuemei bursts into laughter. What a coincidence! Her mood lifts entirely, and she smiles joyfully. Zhang Yun seizes her hands and chuckles. Xuemei, from now on, you must never harbor a shred of doubt about me. You are the only woman in my life. If you feel uneasy, let us go to the commune tomorrow and register our marriage, shall we? Upon hearing this, Han Xuemei's face flushes crimson, yet her heart swells with happiness. Though the night air has grown cool, a warmth envelopes her entire being. We have work tomorrow. Let us postpone it, she replies softly. Since I have promised you marriage, whether or not we register, I am already your wife. Her voice is barely above a whisper, but it is evident that she is overwhelmed with excitement. Suddenly, Zhang Yun embraced Han Xuemei and pressed his lips against hers. Han Xuemei was taken aback by this unexpected advance and felt Zhang Yun's hands wandering inappropriately. A mixture of shyness and agitation overwhelmed her, and she succumbed feebly. Just as they were on the brink of crossing the final boundary, the distant sound of a bicycle bell rang out. Upon hearing this, Han Xuemei hastily pushed Zhang Yun away, gathering the scattered garments around her, and quickly donned them. Zhang Yun also hurriedly clothed himself and, sensing the approaching figure, recognized who it was, Tang Tian. This exceedingly familiar person was unforgettable to Zhang Yun. Moments later, Tang Tian arrived on her bicycle, concern etched on her face. Xuemei, I was worried you might be in trouble, so I came to find you, she exclaimed, dismounting her bicycle. Zhang Yun stood there calmly, silent, eager to observe how Tang Tian would commence her performance of the virtuous flower. In truth, upon hearing Huang Liwan's name from Han Xuemei, Zhang Yun had already surmised that this piece of information likely originated from Tang Tian, having endured significant losses at her hands in a previous life. Zhang Yun was acutely aware of Tang Tian's duplicitous nature. Her outward demeanor was one of innocence, while her inner thoughts were filled with scheming. Oh, I'm fine. Zhang Yun has already explained to me that his relationship with Huang Liwan is purely professional, Han Xuemei replied, unaware of Tang Tian's dark intentions. She still considered Tang Tian to be a close friend and felt deeply touched by her concern. Naturally, this statement inadvertently revealed to Zhang Yun that the gossip had indeed been disclosed by Han Xuemei. Tang Tian's heart raced at this revelation. Yet her expression remained composed. She had not anticipated that the two would dispel the rumors so swiftly. It could only be said that Han Xuemei's naivety allowed her to be easily placated by Zhang Yun. Despite Tang Tian's cunning, her lack of romantic experience rendered her oblivious to the profound trust that blossoming lovers often have in one another. Consequently, Han Xuemei swiftly forgave Zhang Yun, an outcome that entirely took Tang Tian by surprise. Xuemei, since you are all right now, let us head back together. It's late, and it's not safe for you to go back alone. Tang Tian smiled, taking Han Xuemei's hand. Upon hearing this, Han Xuemei realized the truth. Her earlier haste was driven by the news of Zhang Yun's supposed involvement with Huang Liwan, and she had not considered the dangers of traveling alone at night. The night air had grown chilly, and it was nearly midnight. Venturing back alone was indeed perilous, with wild beasts roaming the mountain forests. Better safe than sorry. Zhang Yun. I'm going back now, Han Xuemei said shyly. Zhang Yun wanted to caution her against trusting Tang Tian, but being present, he could not voice his thoughts openly. Be careful, he replied with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Yun was acutely aware that Tang Tian was certainly plotting something. Yet he remained confident that he could navigate any scheme she devised. Although he felt a tinge of regret for almost crossing the line with Han Xuemei, he was in no rush. Eventually, she would undoubtedly become his true partner. Two women rode their bicycles, one in front of the other. It must be said that Tang Tian truly possessed remarkable composure, refraining from assisting Han Xuemei and hurling any insults at me. Rather, she adeptly played the role of the good person. She had successfully crafted her benevolent persona. However, having spent a lifetime with you in my previous existence, I have seen through your facade and will not allow you to deceive me again. After sensing the departure of the two women, Zhang Yun remarked casually. Following a brief interlude, Zhang Yun's mood remained unaffected as he reclined once more on the porch and drifted back into slumber. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and Han Xuemei rode side by side on the road. Xuemei, has Zhang Yun mentioned when you two will register your marriage? Tang Tian suddenly inquired after a moment of silence. He has brought it up, but I have been rather occupied these past few days. I intend to find a suitable time next week to go to the commune to register our marriage, Han Xuemei replied candidly, without much thought. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's expression shifted in surprise. She had not anticipated the rapid progression of their relationship. Since Huang Lijuan's news had failed to disrupt the couple, and with their impending registration, Tang Tian felt a sense of urgency within her. At that moment, she resolutely determined that she must separate Han Xuemei and Zhang Yun before they could register. Oh, by the way, Tian, I heard that Zhang Dehai has been pursuing you. Aren't you even a little bit moved? Han Xuemei asked, concerned. Well, I haven't agreed to anything yet, Tang Tian replied hesitantly. However, suddenly, Her eyes lit up upon hearing the name Zhang Dehai, sparking a brilliant idea within her. Why not use Zhang Dehai to create a rift between Han Xuemei and Zhang Yun? Chapter 155, Plot 8. A new day begins in the early morning. Zhang Yun awoke. Naturally, his consciousness instinctively entered the spirit spring space. Once again, he expanded his land by an acre, designating it as Plot 8. Time stood still. The number above the massive stone on Plot 1 read, acceleration points, 729. He allocated 15 acceleration points to Plot 8. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun increased the time flow rate of Plot 8 by 15 times. Acceleration points, 579. With the addition of Duan Zhizhong as a new client, he would soon be able to sell frogs and venomous snakes. The frogs, originally placed in the fish pond of Plot 4, had suffered heavy losses. As most of the tadpoles were devoured by fish, this was unacceptable. The venomous snakes were all in Plot 1, where the time flow matched the outside world, preventing them from reproducing effectively. Now, he decided to transfer both the frogs and the snakes to Plot 8 for breeding. Zhang Yun had already devised a plan, and with a mere thought, he relocated the frogs and snakes from the spirit spring space to Plot 8. Under Zhang Yun's conscious control, Plot 8 transformed into a half marshland for the frogs to breed, while the other half became grassy terrain for the snakes to thrive. He also transferred a significant number of mice into the plot, ensuring the snakes could feast daily and grow. Having arranged Plot 8, Zhang Yun extracted 100 sweet potatoes from the space and brought forth a large basin of dates. When he released the 2 badgers he had captured yesterday, he swiftly dispatched them with a machete, providing meat for the villagers who were building houses. Zhang Yun retrieved 8 giant fish, placing them in a water pit dug near the stove, a gesture of generosity towards the villagers. Additionally, he released 2 spotted cats, wild creatures captured the previous day, destined to serve as guardians for his home, active in the surrounding mountains during the day and vigilant at night. With the provisions for building prepared, Zhang Yun turned his attention to his own tasks. At present, he had 4 roe deer. One was to be allocated for the sand-digging team to pull a cart, another for his second sister, who would be delivering frogs to various villages, and a third for his parents' daily transportation. He intended to ride the remaining deer himself. Having decided, Zhang Yun released all the deer from their confines. He mounted one and led the other 3 towards Jiuwan village, arriving swiftly at his doorstep. The household was still asleep, as it was merely 5 a.m., early in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yun rapped on the door. Who is it? Came the voice of Zhang Zhongli, who was resting inside with Wu Xueno. Upon hearing the knock, Zhang Zhongli inquired. Dad, it's me, Zhang Yun replied. Zhang Zhongli promptly arose and opened the door. Zhang Yun did not enter, but smiled and said, Dad, my hunter friend has caught 3 more deer, which I brought home. They are right there. He continued, 1 deer is for Zhang Leiguai, who has a cart ready. It will help the sand-digging team transport river sand. Another is for my second sister, to assist her in delivering frogs. The last one can be used by you and Mom for daily errands. If the sand team is busy, you can also use it to pull a cart. While speaking, Zhang Yun removed a bag of fertilizer from the deer he was riding, filled with over 200 frogs destined for Zhang Feng's delivery that day. Zhang Zhongli's face lit up with surprise upon hearing this. The 3 new deer were robust and entirely suitable for use as donkeys, practical for both transportation and cart pulling. Excellent, 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 Zhang Zhongli exclaimed joyfully. After placing the fertilizer bag at the entrance, Zhang Yun rode off on his deer, heading straight for the Linshui mine. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Yun arrived at the mine. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he retrieved the cart he had received the previous evening from his space, placing a bag containing 50 wild rabbits onto it, along with 2 baskets filled with water, which contained 100 large fish. The deer pulled the cart to the dining hall's entrance. Chef Yang Yinshan had already opened the door and, catching sight of the deer pulling the cart in the dawn light, expressed his surprise. Zhang Yun, you are indeed impressive. You mentioned building a cart. And here it is so quickly, Yang Yinshan remarked, admiration evident in his voice. Just fortunate, Zhang Yun replied calmly. He then moved the rabbits and fish to the scale, quickly finishing the weighing. The wild rabbits totaled 269 pounds, priced at 70 cents per pound, amounting to 188 yuan and 30 cents. The fish weighed a total of 864 jin, priced at 0.8 yuan per jin, amounting to 691, 2 yuan. The total was 879, 5 yuan. Upon receiving the receipt, Zhang Yun contemplated departing the mine, as he still needed to head to Chu Shui commune. By the way, Zhang Yun, I heard you are pursuing Huang Lijuan, the accountant. Is that true? Yang Yinshan inquired curiously as he delivered the receipt. Zhang Yun seemed to have anticipated this question from Yang Yunshan, and he promptly responded with a serious demeanor, Brother Yang. This is merely a rumor spread by someone with ill intentions, aiming to tarnish my reputation and suggest that I have clandestine dealings with Accountant Huang. Their goal is to force me out of the mine. If their plot succeeds, I will no longer be able to supply meat to the cafeteria. Rather than laboring to dispel the rumor, Zhang Yun considered leveraging it as a scheme orchestrated by Huang Dajuan, thus enlisting the support of Yang Yunshan and Lu Baoshan to suppress these slanders. Indeed, upon hearing this response, Yang Yunshan took it to heart, imagining it as a tactic employed by Huang Dajuan. Once others confirmed that Zhang Yun and Huang Lijuan were in a romantic relationship, they would undoubtedly assume that Zhang Yun and Huang Lijuan conspired to embezzle the mine's assets, a grave offense that could lead to their expulsion from the mine. I understand now. If anyone dares to speak ill again, I shall tear their lips apart, Yang Yunshan declared. Over the past few days, he had received a substantial quantity of meat from Zhang Yun, which made his work at the cafeteria quite effortless, especially as he had also earned some illicit income from Zhang Yun's generosity. Such favorable circumstances, Yang Yunshan was keen to protect. Moreover, please help me spread the word. I am about to get married. This rumor will soon be dispelled without effort, Zhang Yun remarked, observing Yang Yunshan's indignant expression with satisfaction. Rest assured, I shall assist you in quelling the rumors, Yang Yunshan replied earnestly. Subsequently, Zhang Yun departed the mine in a cart, and upon reaching a secluded area, he stowed away the cart and rode his deer directly to Chu Shui Commune. After half an hour, Zhang Yun arrived at Chu Shui Commune, heading first to Duan Zhizhong's residence. It was only 7 o'clock, and the supply and marketing cooperative would not open so early. Thus, Zhang Yun prioritized delivering goods to Duan Zhizhong. He valued this new sales channel and deemed it essential to maintain. Chapter 156. Another profitable day. The deer pulled the cart to the doorstep of Duan Zhizhong's home, which was enclosed by earthen walls. Woof, woof, woof. To Zhang Yun's surprise, a local dog was barking ferociously in the yard, having heard the sound of the cart. Wu, Hong Chai, sitting alongside Zhang Yun on the cart, perceived the dog's barking as a challenge and responded with a menacing growl. Indeed, the local dog sensed the ferocity of Hong Chai and, feeling intimidated, ceased its barking and retreated to the backyard, fearing that Hong Chai might leap into the yard to pursue it. However, the dog's yapping had awakened Duan Zhizhong from his slumber. Shortly thereafter, Duan Zhizhong donned his attire and approached the grand entrance of the courtyard. Through the narrow crack of the door, he caught sight of Zhang Yun's silhouette. Haha, my dear brother Zhang, you have arrived. Upon observing the sizable cart accompanied by baskets of fertilizer bags, Duan Zhizhong immediately recognized that Zhang Yun was delivering goods. This transaction promised to be a substantial affair, and naturally, Duan Zhizhong could not contain his delight. As the courtyard gate swung open, Zhang Yun directed the deer to pull the cart into the rear of the courtyard, where a makeshift wooden shed, specifically arranged by Duan Zhizhong for storage, awaited. Following the cart, Duan Zhizhong discerned the lively chorus of frogs emanating from the two baskets. Moreover, one of the fertilizer bags contained venomous snakes, while the other was filled with wild rabbits. Brother Zhang, you truly are remarkable. Just yesterday, you mentioned delivering some wild rabbits and snakes, and today you arrive with such a bounty. Duan Zhizhong could not help but express his admiration. Only the day before, he had heard from his brother-in-law about Zhang Yun's prowess. Now, witnessing the plethora of wild delicacies firsthand left him profoundly impressed. After all, during this era, ordinary hunters typically managed to capture only 1 or 2 beasts per expedition. Despite Duan Zhizhong's extensive network and worldly experience, he had never encountered another hunter capable of providing such an abundance of game in a single outing. Brother Duan, spare me the flattery and let us get to weighing the goods. I still need to meet a few hunting friends, Zhang Yun replied with a calm smile. These so-called friends were merely a ruse to mislead Duan Zhizhong. Zhang Yun could not let him discover that all these goods were the result of his solo efforts. Oh, understood, Duan Zhizhong replied, grasping Zhang Yun's intent, and promptly set about his task. He fetched a scale from his room and proceeded to weigh the frogs, rabbits, and snakes. The results were as follows: 1,000 frogs weighing a total of 246 pounds at 20 cents per pound, totaling 492 yuan. 100 wild rabbits weighing 568 pounds at 50 cents per pound, amounting to 284 yuan, and 20 snakes weighing 124 pounds at 1 yuan per pound, totaling 124 yuan. The grand total came to 457 yuan and 20 cents. The two swiftly calculated the amount. Brother Zhang, while I like to think I possess some skill, I cannot match your speed in making money, Duan Zhizhong remarked with a hint of awe. You have such vast connections, Brother Duan. Your avenues for earning are undoubtedly broader than mine. Do not forget about me when you embark on future ventures, Zhang Yun flattered in return. Such mutual admiration was the essence of commerce, something Zhang Yun well understood. Haha, you flatter me. Duan Zhizhong relished the praise and soon returned to his room, where he retrieved the cash and handed it to Zhang Yun. Without counting, Zhang Yun accepted the money and stowed it in a canvas bag at his waist, offering a courteous farewell. After escorting Zhang Yun out of the courtyard, Duan Zhizhong returned to the storage room, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If I manage to sell these goods, I should easily make a profit of at least 300 yuan. Zhang Yun is indeed my lucky star. As long as he continues to supply, becoming a household with 10,000 yuan in a month is well within reach. Duan Zhizhong was brimming with excitement. As Zhang Yun departed from Duan Zhizhong's residence, the dawn had just begun to break, and the roads were already bustling with pedestrians. The supply and marketing cooperative typically commenced operations at 8 o'clock, and the villagers from Shui commune, eager to procure desired goods, naturally needed to arrive early to secure their purchases. Zhang Yun directed the fawn onto a narrow path, sensing the absence of any human presence, and he promptly released 100 wild rabbits and 200 grass carp from the Linquan space. Subsequently, the fawn pulled the cart straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. Soon arriving at the warehouse in the backyard, Zhang Yun had become quite the popular figure at the cooperative. The helpers in the warehouse recognized him and eagerly assisted in unloading the grass carp and wild rabbits. Before long, the weighing was completed. The 100 wild rabbits totaled 586 pounds at 60 cents per pound, amounting to 3,516 yuan. The 200 grass carp weighed 1,134 pounds at the same rate, totaling 6,804 yuan. In total, he earned 10,320 yuan. After collecting his payment from the finance department, Zhang Yun encountered Director Liu Sanbao upon exiting. Comrade Zhang Yun, good morning. Liu Sanbao appeared to have been waiting for Zhang Yun, greeting him as soon as he arrived. Director, I have already delivered the goods to Brother Duan, Zhang Yun remarked. Fully aware of Liu Sanbao's intentions in waiting for him, he was merely concerned that Zhang Yun had not delivered goods to Duan Zhizhou, which would prevent Duan from earning extra income. Upon hearing this, Liu Sanbao's face lit up with joy. Thank you for your hard work, he said, nodding in satisfaction. After exchanging a few perfunctory pleasantries, Zhang Yun left the cooperative and headed directly to the Hongling meat processing plant. Today, he planned to scour the mountaintops of various villages for more wild beasts. Naturally, Zhang Yun was pressed for time, eager to deliver the goods to his clients as quickly as possible. After another half-hour journey, Zhang Yun finally arrived at the Hongling meat processing plant. From a distance of 200 meters, he released the cart from the space and allowed the fawn to pull it once more. He then released 3 adult wild boars, each weighing over 300 pounds. Currently, the 6th plot of the Linquan space was dedicated to breeding wild boars. The boars captured from the pine trees, combined with the wild rabbits caught from the brick factory, had multiplied to 50 under the accelerated time flow of 15 times. Adding to this, the 8 wild boars Zhang Yun had gathered from the mountaintops of Linshui village meant that there were now 60 boars in the 6th plot. Several female boars appeared notably pregnant, clearly ready to give birth. The reproduction rate of these wild boars was rapid. In just a day or two, their numbers would exceed 100. Thus, Zhang Yun could freely supply wild boars without concern, providing 10 each day without affecting their breeding rate. He chose to offer only 3 to the Hongling meat processing plant to avoid raising any suspicions. In addition to these 3 wild boars, Zhang Yun also released 200 bamboo rats and 200 wild rabbits, all placed in baskets for the fawn to transport directly into the courtyard of the meat processing plant. Factory director Xiao Fuguei was eagerly waiting. Zhang, my dear brother, I have been anticipating your arrival, he greeted with a cheerful smile. Chapter 157. The last of the 100,000 red bricks. Zhang Yun first led 3 wild boars to the weighing station. Soon, the boars were weighed, each exceeding 300 jin. The total weight for the 3 boars amounted to 1,034 jin. Following this, Zhang Yun carefully unloaded 4 baskets from the cart, bringing them to the weighing area. The 200 bamboo rats weighed 673 jin, while the 200 wild rabbits weighed 1,087 jin. Throughout the weighing process, Xiao Fuguei remained by Zhang's side, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. During this period, the various production teams of Hongling commune had not delivered many pigs, and hunters had encountered scant wild beasts. Xiao Fuguei found himself in a challenging situation. However, Zhang Yun's sudden emergence, providing a significant quantity of game daily, offered Xiao a lifeline. Now, with the delivery of 3 wild boars, 200 bamboo rats, and 200 wild rabbits, Zhang had shattered the historical daily record for receipt at the Hongling meat processing plant. With the receipt from the weighing station in hand, Zhang Yun first visited the finance department. The 1,034 gene of wild boar at 0.55 yuan per gene totaled 5,687 yuan. The 673 gene of bamboo rats at 0.50 yuan per gene amounted to 365 yuan. The 1,087 gene of wild rabbits at 0.55 yuan per gene came to 5,978 yuan. The grand total equaled 15,030 yuan. After receiving the funds, Zhang Yun proceeded to Xiao Fugui's office. Zhang Yun, as we agreed yesterday, I am setting off now to deliver these 3 wild boars to the other 3 meat processing plants, Xiao Fugui announced, clutching a black briefcase. Ready to depart. The 3 wild boars represented 3 purchase permits for trucks, a matter of great significance to Xiao, who felt it necessary to personally oversee the delivery. Besides the permits, this gesture was also a timely boon for the other 3 meat processing plants, representing 3 favors he was keen to extend in person. Brother Xiao, I wanted to inform you that a hunter friend of mine has discovered a herd of wild boars. I plan to capture them this afternoon. If all goes well, I can deliver several more boars tomorrow. Therefore, if you can reach out to a few other plant directors, they can come here to collect the goods. Zhang Yun suggested with a smile. At this, Xiao Fugui, who was just about to step outside, was taken aback. Each commune had a meat processing plant, and during the busy farming season, county meetings provided an opportunity for the directors of these plants to gather. Thus, Xiao was acquainted with all the directors in the county. If Zhang Yun could indeed supply a substantial number of wild boars, Xiao could leverage this opportunity to strengthen his relationships with the directors of the more favorable plants. Certainly, I will contact several meat processing plants today, Xiao Fugui replied enthusiastically. Thereupon, he moved to the courtyard, brought out the 3 ox carts belonging to the meat processing plant, and secured a wild boar to each cart before embarking on their journey. Zhang Yun sat upon his cart, departing from the meat processing plant and heading directly towards the maple leaf brick factory. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the brickworks. Before Zhang Yun could reach the office of the factory manager, Lu Qiuan, he noticed a figure blocking his path. It was none other than his brother-in-law, Lu Fu. Little brother-in-law, I've taken a leave today specifically to wait for you here, Lu Fu declared, having intercepted Zhang Yun. It was clear to Zhang Yun that Lu Fu was agitated. He sought to reclaim his wife. However, Zhang Yun was not inclined to acquiesce easily. He needed to ascertain Lu Fu's intentions. What do you wish to say? Zhang Yun inquired calmly. Little brother-in-law, I have already inquired about the situation. My mother has been wronged by you, and you have damaged our family's door. Let us consider this matter settled. Your elder sister is married to me and should live with me. How can you attempt to take her back? Lu Fu hastily articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing these words, a coldness enveloped Zhang Yun's countenance, his gaze turning fierce. Was this the conclusion Lu Fu had drawn after 2 days of reflection? It appeared he had not conducted a thorough investigation. He was entirely unaware of Zhang Yun's true motives for bringing his sister back. Your family has deceived you. You ought to return home and inquire further, Zhang Yun replied coolly. Unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, you shall not reclaim my sister. With that, he disregarded Lu Fu and entered Lu Qiuan's office. Lu Fu was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean that his family had wronged him? Were his mother, brothers, and sisters all lying? Had he been completely misled by his family? Yet, Zhang Yun did not feel compelled to clarify. He intended to compel Lu Fu to interrogate his family and neighbors, so he might grasp the severity of the afflictions his sister had endured in their household. If Lu Fu remained deceived by his mother and siblings, unaware that they regularly assigned all household chores to Zhang Fun without providing her adequate sustenance and subjected her to verbal humiliation, then Zhang Fun would face even harsher oppression upon her return. Lu Fu dared not confront Zhang Yun further. He was left in a state of confusion after hearing Zhang Yun's words. Unable to comprehend, he departed the brick factory, resolved to investigate the truth within the village. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun entered Lu Qiuan's office, seated himself, and produced 500 yuan, sliding it across the desk towards Lu Qiuan. The previous day, he had retained 154 yuan. And that very morning, he had acquired 457 yuan from Duan Zhizhong and 1,032 yuan from the supply and marketing cooperative, along with 1,503 yuan from the Hongling meat processing plant. Thus, Zhang Yun possessed a total of 146 yuan in cash. Later that afternoon, he anticipated settling 879 yuan at the mine, which would elevate his cash reserves beyond 4,000 yuan. The maple leaf brick factory had supplied 50,000 bricks over the past 2 days. For his new home, 100,000 bricks would suffice. Consequently, with ample funds at his disposal, Zhang Yun resolved to purchase the remaining 50,000 bricks all at once, rather than making multiple trips. Lu Gu, here is 2,500 yuan. I kindly ask you to deliver 50,000 bricks to my new house today, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Lu Qiyuan gazed at the stack of money, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated Zhang Yun's rapid accumulation of wealth. However, Lu Qiyuan did not harbor any curiosity, nor would he pry into the source of the funds. Of course, Lu Qiyuan exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the money, counting it twice to ensure its accuracy. Subsequently, he issued a receipt. Zhang Yun, my younger brother, once the bricks are delivered, do not forget your elder brother. If my maple leaf brick factory finds itself lacking in meat, remember to send some game my way, Lu Qiyuan joked lightheartedly. Just days prior, the brick factory had slaughtered 3 wild boars, ensuring a temporary abundance of meat. Nonetheless, within a month, the cured meat from the 3 boars would be consumed, and the maple leaf brick factory would once again face the awkward predicament of meat scarcity. Therefore, Lu Qiyuan sought to make arrangements early, ensuring he secured a supply of game from Zhang Yun. Rest assured, Brother Lu, I may forget anyone, but I will never forget your kindness towards me, Zhang Yun promptly assured him. Chapter 158. Continuing the search across the mountain peaks, arriving at Yinshan. I have thoroughly scoured every mountain in the 10 villages governed by the Chu River Commune, including Jiuwan Village and Lashqiu Village. The remaining game will not be plentiful. I've searched several mountains in Shanlu Village, Yinshan Village, and Lingshui Village, but there is still more to explore. Fengshiling Village, Jiming Village, Baozhai Village, Palin Village, and Baizhou Village have yet to be visited. After leaving the red brick factory, Zhang Yun sat on his cart, contemplating the day's plans. Tomorrow, he would lead the hunting team from Jiuwan Village, along with the militia in training, to Jiming Mountain. Before heading to Jiming Mountain, Zhang Yun wished to explore the mountain peaks of various villages to capture as much game as possible. Traveling west along the county road from Hongling Commune would lead him into the territory of Chu River Commune, with Yinshan Village being the first stop, followed by Lashqiu Village and then Jiuwan Village. To the southeast of these 3 villages, from west to east, lie Fengshiling Village, Lingshui Village, and Shanlu Village. To the northwest of Chu River Commune, from west to east, are Jiming Village, Baozhai Village, Palin Village, and Baizhou Village. Zhang Yun planned to first scour Yinshan Village, then proceed to Fengshiling Village, followed by the remaining mountain peaks of Lingshui Village, with Shanlu Village as the final destination. He estimated that the afternoon would be spent traversing these 4 villages. As for Jiming Village, Baozhai Village, Palin Village, and Baizhou Village, their respective mountains would need to wait until after Zhang Yun returned from Jiming Mountain to find a suitable time. Upon entering the boundaries of Yinshan Village, Zhang Yun folded up his cart and rode into the first mountain peak on a roe deer, with the red jackals instinctively scouting ahead. The original pair of red jackals had given birth to 2 young ones. The 2 pups would be kept in the spirit spring space for a few days to grow into maturity before being released. The 2 original red wolves had distinct roles. The male accompanied second sister Zhang Fang, ensuring her safety as she traversed various villages to conduct sales. A lone woman traversing these terrains without the protection of a red wolf would undoubtedly leave Zhang Yun uneasy. Meanwhile, the newly birthed female red wolf remained faithfully by Zhang Yun's side, exploring the depths of the forest. With Zhang Yun's current sensory acuity, he could detect the presence of wild beasts within a 50-meter radius. In truth, the presence of a red wolf scouting ahead was of little consequence to Zhang Yun. However, having a red wolf by his side solidified his identity as a hunter, allowing others to comprehend how he managed to capture such an abundance of wildlife. As Zhang Yun ventured deeper into the mountains, he became aware of various animal scents. Venomous snakes lay coiled in their burrows, multitudes of insects crawled through the soil, trees, and underbrush, and a wild hare hopped through the grass. Recognizing the presence of the hare, Zhang Yun seized the opportunity. He promptly set about constructing pit traps and employed a fragrant bait derived from a mystical spring. With his considerable physical strength and the sharpness of his machete, he swiftly excavated the traps. In a mere 10 minutes, he had established 20 pit traps on the mountain peak, the alluring scent of the spring wafting through the air, capable of enticing all creatures within the vicinity. After a few more minutes, Zhang Yun made his rounds, collecting the creatures ensnared within the traps. His haul included 25 hares, 12 venomous snakes, over 30 mice, and a plethora of insects. This was Zhang Yun's bounty from the mountain. His acceleration points increased by a mere 2. He pressed onward to the next peak, arriving at the base of a towering mountain, nearly 200 meters high, its western face resembling a sheer cliff. as if cleaved by an axe. This must be Yinshan, the namesake of Yinshan village, he mused. Yinshan was indeed a formidable mountain, stretching along the foothills for over 10 miles. Naturally, the hunters of Yinshan village frequently ventured here to hunt. At that moment, Zhang Yun stood at the eastern base of Yinshan, recommencing his trap-laying endeavors. Meanwhile, on the western side of Yinshan, 3 hunters were seen climbing the steep cliff. A closer inspection revealed that these hunters, armed with rifles, frequently glanced upwards, as if wary of an impending threat. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the cries of eagles. 2 dark silhouettes emerged from the distant sky, rapidly growing larger as they circled above Yinshan. "Brother, this is bad. The 2 eagles have returned," exclaimed the youngest of the 3 hunters, who were, in fact, siblings from Yinshan village. The trio arrived at the Yinshan mountains with a singular aim: to capture a fledgling hawk nestled within a rocky cave high above the cliffs. They had spent over 10 days stealthily observing the habits of 2 adult hawks and had mastered their routines. Just 2 minutes prior, seizing an opportunity while the adult hawks were away, the 3 brothers began their ascent up the cliff, cloaked in garments woven from grass. They took precautions to remain undetected by the returning adult hawks, ensuring they could remain prone on the ground. "Lie down," the eldest brother whispered softly. The trio, well practiced in their craft, immediately pressed their bodies against the mountain, remaining utterly still. The keen eyesight of the hawks demanded such caution. Even the slightest movement could betray their presence. They intended to maintain this position for an extended period, only resuming their climb once the adult hawks ventured out again to hunt. The brothers had meticulously planned their endeavor, bringing provisions to sustain themselves for a full day and night, determined to secure the fledgling hawk. If the opportunity arose, they would not hesitate to take down the adult hawks as well. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, whether due to misfortune or the hawk's exceptional vision. The brothers had been discovered. The 2 adult hawks circled ominously overhead, screeching fiercely. However, they hesitated to swoop down, sensing the underlying threat posed by the brothers. "Brother, it seems we have been spotted. What shall we do?" The second brother inquired, apprehension evident in his voice, as he too perceived the hawk's furious calls. "Prepare to shoot." "Second brother, third brother," commanded the eldest, an experienced hunter who understood the peril of remaining exposed. They could not afford to be complacent. The hawk's talons were razor-sharp, and a single strike could incapacitate them for a month. The 3 brothers, Yang Durun, Yang Dei, and Yang Delay, stealthily grasped their shotguns, shifting from their prone positions. Their weapons, double-barreled and loaded with gunpowder and steel pellets, were ready to unleash their deadly payload. With an effective range of just 20 meters, the scattered pellets would cover a 5-meter area. If the hawks ventured within this range, their years of camaraderie would ensure they fired simultaneously without needing to communicate. However, the hawks, astutely perceptive, recognized the shift in the brothers' posture and took flight, ascending beyond the effective range of the shotguns. Sensing the imminent threat, the hawks, now enraged, soared to the peak of Yinshan before returning, their talons ominously clutching stones. Though the stones were not large, their impact upon falling from a great height could indeed shatter bones and rupture flesh. As anticipated, the 2 eagles released their talons, and 4 stones plummeted from the sky, fortuitously heading towards the 3 brothers. The intelligence of these eagles was astonishing. "Run." The eldest, Yang Duran, had been keenly observing the commotion above, and upon witnessing the stones descending, he dared not linger. The 3 brothers reacted swiftly, racing down the mountain. The stones crashed to the ground, shattering into fragments that scattered chaotically. One shard struck Yang Delay's left wrist, instantly slicing a deep gash. "Ah, my hand is injured," Yang Delay cried out in pain, lifting his left hand as he ran, agony etched on his face. "Second brother, shoot at the sky while I tend to Delay's wrist." As the eldest, Yang Durun was deeply concerned for his younger brother. He could not allow Yang Delay to bleed profusely while running, as excessive blood loss could lead to severe bruising and potential disability of his left hand. Yang Dei understood this urgency and, filled with fury, raised his hunting rifle, firing at the 2 screeching eagles overhead. The double-barreled gun erupted in smoke, and the steel pellets, mixed with gunpowder, scattered into the air. Naturally, the range of the pellets failed to reach even 20 meters, rendering it impossible to hit the eagles. However, the gunfire startled the birds, causing them to soar higher into the sky. Yang Durun swiftly tore off a sleeve of his garment and expertly wrapped it around Yang Delay's wrist, staunching the bleeding. "Quickly, let us descend and take shelter beneath the trees." Yang Durun remained composed, recognizing that further ascent was unfeasible and vigilance against the eagle's ambush was essential. Fortunately, the brothers had not climbed too high. They descended from a height of over 20 meters in under 10 seconds, swiftly seeking refuge beneath a large tree. With the leaves providing cover, they no longer had to fear the eagle's stone throwing. Yet, the two eagles continued to circle ominously above. Should the brothers expose themselves, the birds might swoop down for a direct assault. However, Yang Delay's injury could not allow them to remain stationary for long. They needed to reach the hospital promptly to prevent infection of the wound. The brothers' faces were etched with urgency. Do you need assistance? Suddenly, a voice called out. It was Zhang Yun. He had been setting traps on the eastern side of Yinshan, having captured numerous wild rabbits, venomous snakes, and insects. However, the sound of a gunshot alerted him to the presence of hunters on the western side, prompting his immediate arrival. Upon seeing the fearful expressions of the Yang brothers, he inquired, "Oh, someone else has ventured into Yinshan." The eldest, Yang Derun, was taken aback upon recognizing Zhang Yun. After all, while Yinshan was not as perilous as Jiming Mountain, it still housed ferocious beasts, making it rare for hunters to venture alone. Villager, there are large snakes and wild boars in Yinshan. It is perilous for you to enter alone, Yang Dei cautioned. Fellow villager, there are two eagles circling above us, and it is perilous for you to remain here alone. How about we four leave Yinshan together? Yang Deli, enduring his pain, proposed. Upon hearing the words of the three brothers, Zhang Yun recognized their genuine concern. Even under the watchful gaze of the eagles, they still thought to warn him. At that moment, Zhang Yun also noticed the bandage on Yang Deli's left hand. Are you injured? He inquired immediately. Yes, those two eagles are quite ferocious. They even dropped stones, and I was struck by the debris, Yang Deli replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun called over a roe deer and removed a military canteen from around its neck, approaching Yang Deli directly. My friend, this canteen contains a miraculous spring water. Whenever I am injured in the mountains, washing with this water alleviates my wounds significantly, Zhang Yun stated calmly. The three brothers, Yang Diren, Yang Dei, and Yang Deli, were captivated by the sight of the roe deer. They had not anticipated that Zhang Yun would have a companion of such nature, and it appeared to be tamed. Seemingly understanding Zhang Yun's words, this was truly remarkable. Typically, hunters raise dogs from a young age to assist in tracking wild game. Yet no one had ever domesticated an adult roe deer as a companion for venturing into the mountains. At that moment, a red jackal emerged from the nearby forest, sitting beside Zhang Yun. This spectacle further astonished the three brothers. Fellow villager, you have even tamed a red jackal. You are truly incredible, having hunted for over 20 years. They understood the cunning nature of the red jackal. Capturing or taming one was beyond their capabilities. The intelligence of the jackal surely surpassed that of hunting dogs. Seeing the jackal so submissive to Zhang Yun only deepened their astonishment and curiosity. Without further ado, Zhang Yun loosened the cloth around Yang Deli's wrist and opened the canteen, pouring the spring water over the wound. Yang Deli carefully felt the water's effects as it touched his wrist. The swelling pain he had just experienced vanished. Zhang Yun, aware that the life force within the spring water was potent, knew it would seep into Yang Deli's injury and begin to mend the muscles. Once the canteen was emptied, Zhang Yun was confident that Yang Deli's wrist would not succumb to infection. What is your name, my friend? I shall forever remember your kindness, Yang Deli expressed, feeling the flexibility returning to his wrist, although the mark of injury remained. It could be said that Zhang Yun had preserved his hand. I hail from Jiuan village, and my name is Zhang Yun, he replied, realizing there was no need for concealment. Ah, a fellow villager from Tsushui commune. That is splendid. In the future, when my brothers and I hunt near Jiuan village, we shall surely visit you, Yang Deli said gratefully. Just then, Yang Diren noticed that the two eagles had descended lower in the sky, clearly intent on not letting the three brothers escape their gaze. Zhang Yun, my fellow villager, these two eagles harbor a deep grudge. Perhaps we should leave this place together, Yang Diren insisted. However, Zhang Yun chuckled. No? I shall provide cover for you three brothers to escape. I will lead these two eagles away. Chapter 160. Capturing the eagles. Zhang Yun, you mustn't, Yang Diren exclaimed, alarmed by Zhang Yun's words. After all, Yang Diren only saw Zhang Yun wielding a cleaver, without even a bow or arrow to defend himself. How could he contend with the aerial sovereigns? Just moments ago, Zhang Yun had rescued Yang Delay, and the three brothers did not wish to witness Zhang Yun's peril. Rest assured, I possess methods to deal with the eagles, Zhang Yun replied calmly. Yang Diren, Yang Dei, and Yang Delay were taken aback by this assertion. They recognized that Zhang Yun was not blindly confident. His demeanor had remained composed and unflustered. Reflecting on Zhang Yun's ability to tame red jackals and roe deer, the brothers began to understand that he might indeed possess the means to confront the eagles. Naturally, They were aware that secrets among hunters should not be casually shared, and they would not inquire about Zhang Yun's unique methods. At this moment, Yang Diren began to explain, Zhang Yun, these two eagles have taken residence in the Yinshan Mountains, nesting in a rocky cave high above. Half a month ago, they invaded our village and snatched 5 chickens raised by the villagers. We 3 brothers have been tasked by the squad leader to eliminate these eagles. He continued, if you can indeed vanquish these 2 eagles, you will be a friend to our village. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun understood the background of their mission. At this time, raising chickens alone was a laborious endeavor for the villagers. The loss of 5 chickens to the eagles was a devastating blow to their owners. The villagers had reported the incident to the production team's leader, who then summoned Yang Diren, Yang Dai, and Yang Delay to hunt the eagles. Unfortunately, the brothers had been unfortunate. Upon their ascent, the eagles detected them and retaliated with stones. I understand now. I will draw the eagles away. You 3 brothers must hurry back to the village, Zhang Yun stated with unwavering resolve. Without allowing the brothers a chance to respond, he darted forward, scaling the cliff with remarkable agility. The 2 eagles, spotting Zhang Yun's figure, instinctively assumed he was an accomplice of Yang Diren and his brothers. They immediately locked onto his presence. Observing Zhang Yun ascend the cliff with the nimbleness of a lizard, they did not hesitate for a moment. Zhang Yun's objective was the rocky cave above, where he intended to strike at the heart of the matter. Swish, swish. The 2 eagles sensed Zhang Yun's intentions, shrieking ferociously. They flew to the summit of Yinshan, each seizing a stone, circling in the air as they sought Zhang Yun's location. However, Zhang Yun's body remained in constant motion. Even if the 2 eagles were to hurl stones, they could not possibly strike him on the head in an instant. Unable to pinpoint Zhang Yun's location, the 2 eagles, despite having stones at their disposal, could not inflict any harm upon him. The 3 brothers, Yang Diren, Yang Dai, and Yang Delay, observed Zhang Yun climbing the mountain with such agility, while the eagles were rendered powerless against him, and they could not help but express their admiration. Remarkable, truly remarkable. No wonder Zhang Yun dared to venture into the mountains alone. His speed surpassed that of ordinary beasts, they mused. Let us go, Zhang Yun will be fine. We should seize this opportunity to return to the village, Yang Diren said, feeling reassured after witnessing Zhang Yun's prowess. The 3 brothers jogged through the forest, making their way back to Yinshan village. The 2 eagles in the sky, now wholly focused on Zhang Yun, paid no heed to the 3 brothers. As Zhang Yun ascended to a height of over 100 meters, nearing the rocky cave on the cliff, the 2 eagles finally grew frantic. With a swift motion, they released their stones. For stones plummeted towards Zhang Yun's position. Sensing the trajectory of the descending stones, Zhang Yun leaped suddenly, deftly repositioning himself atop 2 protruding rocks, effortlessly evading the aerial onslaught of the 4 stones. To use stones against me is futile, Zhang Yun remarked with a faint smile, his body unceasing in its ascent. Utilizing his hands and feet, he skillfully maneuvered from one rock to another, climbing ever higher towards the cliff. He was now less than 50 meters from the cave, and Zhang Yun sensed the presence of 2 fledgling eagles within. The 2 adult eagles, realizing their stone attacks had failed, became increasingly agitated. With only 50 meters remaining, they were determined to thwart Zhang Yun's progress to the cave. Suddenly, the 2 eagles screeched in fury and dove simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right, aiming to strike Zhang Yun. Their talons, if they were to grasp him, would surely leave 4 deep gashes upon his body. Yet, Zhang Yun had anticipated this opportunity. His daring act of climbing higher had been a deliberate provocation, enticing the eagles to attack him. As they approached, he knew he would have the chance to reach out and touch them. At the moment Zhang Yun neared the cave, the eagles, furious, charged towards him. He leaped onto a larger protruding rock, and as the eagles swooped down, aiming for his head, he positioned himself perfectly. Just as their talons were mere half a meter from his face, Zhang Yun swiftly turned, extending his hands outward. As the eagle's claws came dangerously close to piercing his eyes, Zhang Yun's hands simultaneously made contact with the bodies of the eagles. With a thought, he summoned the fierce creatures, and they vanished, having entered the spirit spring space. That was close. Zhang Yun exhaled, a sense of trepidation washing over him. The eagle's assault was formidable and swift. Had Zhang Yun not possessed the sanctuary of the spiritual spring, had he not swiftly ensconced them within its protective embrace, he would have surely met his demise. Ignoring the 2 eagles within the sanctuary, Zhang Yun ascended rapidly, soon arriving at the precipice of a cave nearly 200 meters above sea level. Inside the cave, a nest fashioned from withered branches cradled 2 fledgling eagles, their feathers still insufficiently developed. Perhaps sensing Zhang Yun's ulterior motives, The fledglings flapped their underdeveloped wings, demonstrating their strength in an effort to intimidate him into retreating. How intriguing, Zhang Yun mused with a smile. He had often envisioned the advantage of having eagles patrol the skies, enabling him to swiftly survey the fauna on every mountain peak and precisely locate their whereabouts. Today, that aspiration finally materialized. Chapter 161. The clouded leopard. As the two adult eagles entered the spiritual spring sanctuary and began to stir, they were quickly calmed by the alluring aroma of the spring. This essence held a tremendous allure for beasts. With a single inhalation, the eagles experienced an unparalleled sense of ease, momentarily forgetting the presence of the loathsome human, Zhang Yun. Shortly thereafter, the fledglings joined their parents in the sanctuary, settling beside them. The adult eagles, upon seeing their young, felt a renewed sense of security. Disregarding the confines of the space that limited their freedom, utterly absorbed in the comforting essence of the spring. At that moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness locked onto the numerical reading above the colossal stone in the sanctuary. Acceleration points, 637. On the eastern flank of the Yinshan Mountains, Zhang Yun had also amassed a substantial bounty of wild rabbits and venomous snakes. Along with the 4 eagles, he had increased his weight by over 300 pounds. Naturally, it was time for him to tame the 2 adult eagles. He allocated acceleration points to the eagles repeatedly, and in an instant, each adult eagle consumed 3 acceleration points, establishing a connection with Zhang Yun's consciousness. Acceleration points, 577. With control over the 2 adult eagles secured, Zhang Yun wasted no time in releasing them from the sanctuary. The eagles called out, and Zhang Yun, endowed with telepathic abilities, discerned their thoughts as they lamented their release, wishing to continue basking in the essence of the spring. Desire to indulge in the spring's essence? Then you must earn it, Zhang Yun calmly stated. Search the Yinshan Mountains for any large beasts. If you discover one, return to me immediately. I shall grant you access to the spring once I capture a large beast. Empowered by the acceleration points, the eagles had acquired a semblance of intelligence and comprehended Zhang Yun's intentions. Thus, in pursuit of the spiritual spring, they soared into the sky, circling above the Yinshan Mountains. With their keen eyesight, no large beast within these mountains could evade their watchful patrol. Zhang Yun was not one to idle away his time. After all, the eagles were merely on a quest for larger beasts. It was up to him to search for the smaller ones. The Yinshan Mountains, a formidable range, appeared to be an ideal habitat for various wildlife, brimming with resources. Thus, Zhang Yun descended from the cliffs, returning to the base of the mountain to continue setting up pit traps. His plan was straightforward: to establish a series of pit traps along the entire foothill of Yinshan, using the spiritual spring to lure the beasts within. Venturing deep into the Yinshan was not an option for Zhang Yun. The dense foliage and uneven terrain would significantly hinder his movements. Even if he spent an entire afternoon there, traversing the entirety of Yinshan was beyond reach. Consequently, he resolved to place a pit trap every 100 meters along the foothills. He had already scoured the eastern side of Yinshan and now needed only to establish over 30 more traps on the western side. In less than 10 minutes, he had set up 35 traps, each containing a bamboo tube filled with the spiritual spring at its bottom. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Zhang Yun retraced his steps, collecting the beasts that had fallen into the traps into the spiritual space: 214 wild rabbits, 26 venomous snakes, 5 roes, and 52 mice. The yield from the 35 traps was thus revealed. As expected, there were no large beasts residing at the foothills. The aroma of the spiritual spring had not attracted any of the larger creatures into the traps. At that moment, atop the massive stone in the first area of the spiritual space, the acceleration point read 702, and the weight of these beasts had increased by over 1,300 pounds. Just as Zhang Yun contemplated whether to delve deeper into Yinshan, the unmistakable call of eagles echoed through the air. 2 eagles alighted beside him, chirping excitedly. Zhang Yun understood their message. Had they discovered larger beasts? Excitement surged within him. If it were merely small creatures, he would have little desire to venture into the depths of Yinshan, nor did he wish to deplete the wildlife entirely. After all, this was also the territory of the hunters from Yinshan village, and some beasts should be left for others. However, the prospect of larger beasts piqued his interest. Thus, the 2 eagles soared above, guiding Zhang Yun through the forest as he ventured deeper into Yinshan. With his speed and agility, while the trees posed obstacles, they did not significantly impede his progress. He briefly entertained the thought of summoning the mutated vine snake for quicker transit. Nevertheless, he resisted the urge. Although riding the snake would facilitate rapid movement through the mountains, Its imposing size and fearsome presence would send the local wildlife scattering at the slightest disturbance. To avoid alarming the creatures, Zhang Yun opted to run through the forest himself. Fortunately, with the eagles leading the way, he traversed over a mile of mountainous terrain almost in a straight line, finally hearing the eagles' calls once more. He understood. A herd of beasts lay ahead. Subsequently, Zhang Yun released his perception, allowing his body to slow its pace as he advanced forward. After traversing over 200 meters, his perception finally detected a ravine within the mountainous terrain ahead, where a group of wild beasts could be sensed. As Zhang Yun stealthily approached, reaching an elevated position above the mountain, he peered through the gaps in the leaves and finally beheld the scene below. To his astonishment, there stood a leopard. Witnessing this magnificent creature with his own eyes filled Zhang Yun with profound astonishment. This was a clouded leopard, not particularly large. Measuring about 1 meter in length with a half-meter tail, its fur adorned with striking cloud-like patterns. The clouded leopard is a carnivorous beast, typically residing deep within the mountains. At this moment, it was engaged in a confrontation with a group of wild boars, seemingly having set its sights on them and patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The opposing group of wild boars consisted of 4 adult boars, 6 slightly larger ones, and 10 juveniles, all tightly clustered together, vigilantly guarding against the leopard's ambush. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yun felt an exhilarating rush. Capturing this group of wild boars would yield several thousand pounds of weight, potentially pushing his acceleration point beyond the 100 mark. He realized that inaction was not an option once he decided to act. He must ensure the capture of all these beasts in one fell swoop. Thus, a resolution formed within him. Zhang Yun began to devise a plan. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. The agility of the clouded leopard was remarkable. Pursuing it directly through the forest might prove futile. Therefore, he resolved to enlist the aid of a reticulated python and a green tree snake. The wild boars, in Zhang Yun's estimation, posed little threat. While their charge was formidable, their agility was somewhat lacking. Zhang Yun, relying on his own speed and dexterity, felt confident he could toy with the wild boars and effortlessly capture them within his spiritual spring space. Thus, the first step was to ensure the capture of the clouded leopard, followed by a leisurely approach to handling the wild boars. Zhang Yun meticulously examined the terrain of the ravine, understanding that it would be challenging for both the leopard and the wild boars to escape upward quickly. Therefore, by blocking the lower edge of the ravine, he could exploit the unique properties of his space to unexpectedly release the reticulated python and green tree snake, thereby ensnaring the clouded leopard. With a clear plan in mind, Zhang Yun wasted no time. Soon, he stealthily made his way from the hillside to the lower edge of the ravine. The clouded leopard, demonstrating remarkable patience, circled the group of wild boars with tentative steps. The moment the boars let down their guard, the leopard would unleash its explosive speed to snatch a juvenile boar. However, these wild boars, having thrived in the harsh environment of the Yinshan Mountains, were not easily fooled, and they remained vigilant against the leopard's advances. Due to the presence of the juvenile boars, the adult boars were unwilling to abandon their position. Thus, a stalemate ensued between the clouded leopard and the wild boars, allowing Zhang Yun to approach undetected. As Zhang Yun emerged from the dense forest, revealing himself to the gaze of both the clouded leopard and the wild boar herd, a palpable tension enveloped the scene. The clouded leopard, noticing that Zhang Yun was merely a solitary figure armed with a machete, fixated its gaze upon him, momentarily disregarding the wild boars. The boars, upon sensing the presence of another potential threat, erupted into a frenzied cacophony. Zhang Yun advanced toward the clouded leopard, his eyes brimming with a provocative challenge. His machete brandished menacingly, signaling his intent to slay the feline. Though the clouded leopard could not be deemed the king of the forest, it was undoubtedly a formidable predator, asserting dominance in the woodland realm. Confronted with Zhang Yun's palpable hostility, the leopard could no longer restrain itself. It too began to approach Zhang Yun, its gaze cold and calculating, poised to pounce and sever his throat at any moment. In a mere heartbeat, Zhang Yun found himself within 5 meters of the leopard. "Come on, come on," he taunted, his tone dripping with disdain. The clouded leopard, exhibiting a surprising intelligence, reacted to the insult and ceased to hesitate, launching into a sprint. However, in its frenzy, the leopard refrained from a direct charge, mindful of the machete in Zhang Yun's grasp. A direct assault could result in grievous injury. Instead, the leopard opted for a cunning approach, circling Zhang Yun, waiting for the opportune moment when he might turn away, at which point it would leap forward and seize its prey. "You really dare to come?" Zhang Yun chuckled, amused by the leopard's audacity. At that moment, he raised his left hand, pointing in a specific direction. Suddenly, a large greenish-black snake materialized out of thin air, a green anaconda. The leopard momentarily froze, astonished by the unexpected appearance of the serpent. Anyone witnessing such a spectacle would surely be momentarily taken aback. As the anaconda was released from the spatial realm, its 5-meter-long body coiled around the leopard with astonishing agility, wrapping tightly around it. The serpent's immense constricting power was unleashed, gradually tightening its grip on the leopard's body. When the anaconda's body ensnared the leopard, it instinctively attempted to flee, but it was too late. The anaconda's rapid and lethal embrace left no room for a response. Now thoroughly ensnared, the leopard found itself unable to move. Zhang Yun chuckled softly, stepping closer. "At last, I've caught a leopard," he exclaimed with delight. As he spoke, his left hand reached out to stroke the leopard's head. In an instant, the leopard vanished, transported to the first chamber of the spatial realm. At that moment, the digits above the colossal stone in the first chamber displayed acceleration points, 709. The count had risen from 702 to 709, indicating that this clouded leopard weighed a mere 70 pounds. The clouded leopard, after all, is not a leopard of wealth. Its weight is not its forte. Rather, it is its swiftness in the forest that serves as its advantage. Outside, a group of wild boars, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the python, were met with the miraculous vanishing of the clouded leopard, causing them to scatter in fright. At that moment, Zhang Yun had already anticipated this occurrence and shouted, "It is your turn, the Yushao snake." As his words fell, an immensely large mutated Yushao snake materialized out of thin air, crashing down to the ground and leaving a profound indentation. The wild boars fled in all directions, most instinctively retreating towards the ravine above. Yet 3 of them ran towards Zhang Yun's direction. The Yushao snake, known for its speed, had grown astonishingly large under the influence of a celestial meteorite, its velocity akin to that of lightning. It charged forward, not needing to collide directly with the wild boars. Its tail swept through the air like a broom, striking the fleeing creatures. The force was akin to that of a massive boulder, sending the wild boars soaring into the air, only to land heavily on the ground or crash against the nearby trees. Zhang Yun followed closely behind, and upon witnessing a wild boar being launched into the air, he dashed forward at a speed of 9 seconds per 100 meters, reaching out just as the creature fell. Thus, with the mutated Yushao snake clearing the path, Zhang Yun merely had to follow behind, ensuring that not a single beast escaped. All were captured into the spiritual spring space. For adult wild boars, 6 slightly larger ones, and 10 juveniles, all were now safely housed in Area 1 of the spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space and beheld the digits hovering above the boulder in Area 1. Acceleration points, 1002. It was the first time surpassing 100. Upon seeing this number, a new realization dawned upon Zhang Yun. Behind the acceleration point, an aperture the size of a cup began to materialize, seemingly spinning and floating in midair. How could the emergence of such an opening coincide with surpassing 100 acceleration points? Zhang Yun's curiosity was piqued. Chapter 163, Spatial Passage. White-headed Viper. Previously, I had never considered that surpassing 100 acceleration points would bring about a new alteration in the spiritual spring space. Zhang Yun's consciousness fixated on the floating aperture above Area 1, filled with astonishment. Concurrently, he felt a sense of anticipation. He wondered what this opening might signify. After all, every new transformation within the spiritual spring space heralded a new capability, and Zhang Yun was eager to comprehend the utility of this opening. Thus, he directed his consciousness to align with the aperture, and in an instant, he received a message. This was a spatial passage. Zhang Yun exclaimed in utter disbelief. Essentially, it meant that by deploying this spatial passage at a designated location within a 10-mile radius, he could harness the power of the spiritual spring space for instantaneous spatial transportation. Having realized that this was a spatial passage, Zhang Yun began to ponder the optimal location for its exit. His primary clients, notably the Hongling meat processing plant, were situated nearly 40 li from Jiuwan village, which exceeded the transmission distance of the spatial passage. However, the supply and marketing cooperative was approximately 10 li away, as was the Lin Xuemei mining area. The primary utility of this spatial passage lay in its ability to facilitate swift transportation, enabling instantaneous travel to locations 10 li distant, thus saving considerable time. It appeared that the exit of this initial spatial passage would be strategically positioned near the Xiushui commune. This arrangement would enhance accessibility to Xiushui commune and, consequently, shorten the journey to Hongling commune by 10 li. After contemplating this, Zhang Yun felt a sense of resolution. Yet, He was still uncertain about the precise locality within Xuemei commune for the arrangement and recognized the necessity for thorough investigation. After all, situating the passage in a high-traffic area could lead to an embarrassing revelation should someone witness his sudden appearance via the passage, potentially attracting the attention of the authorities. There was no urgency to establish the spatial passage just yet. Instead, he decided to take advantage of the time available to scour the mountains for wild beasts. Zhang Yun had learned from the Yang brothers that a formidable serpent resided within Yinshan. The presence of this serpent had deterred hunters from venturing deep into Yinshan, confining their pursuits to the peripheral regions of the foothills. Given this information, Zhang Yun was determined not to overlook the serpent. He produced a bamboo tube filled with spiritual spring water. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, once you have consumed the spiritual spring, go forth and seek out the serpent within Yinshan. He called out to the two eagles soaring above. The eagles, sensing the essence of the spiritual spring emanating from the large snakes beside Zhang Yun, instinctively hesitated, reluctant to descend. Consequently, Zhang Yun summoned the two snakes into the realm of the spiritual spring. With the snakes secured, the eagles descended eagerly, vying to drain the bamboo tube of its contents. Their joyful cries echoed as they reveled in the refreshing essence of the spring, seemingly swelling in size. Soon after, the two eagles ascended into the sky, heading towards the heart of Yinshan. They had lingered in Yinshan for nearly a month and were aware of the serpent's whereabouts, having previously detected its trail leading to a cave at the center. Before long, the eagles began to call out in succession from the sky. Zhang Yun discerned that they had located the serpent's trail. The advantage of possessing a telepathic skill was undeniable. With the eagles having found the serpent's whereabouts, Zhang Yun wasted no time. He swiftly navigated through the forest, following the direction indicated by the birds. After approximately 5 minutes of leaping over numerous ravines and pits, he finally arrived at the heart of Yinshan, where he discovered a small lake formed by the convergence of mountain waters. On one side of the small lake, there stood a towering stone wall, rising several meters high, with a substantial entrance carved into it. Zhang Yun, having discerned from the eagle's call, realized that the great serpent frequently slithered in and out of this very opening. Had the serpent truly attained a level of cunning, choosing such a natural refuge? As Zhang Yun approached the edge of the lake, facing the entrance, he couldn't help but marvel at the location. For any would-be captor of this serpent, the first challenge would be to swim across the lake, followed by the daunting task of scaling the rocky wall to access the cave. Such treacherous terrain would deter any hunter brave enough to venture within. It would be akin to courting death. However, while others might falter, Zhang Yun possessed the means to succeed. He had no need to enter the cave itself. At that moment, Zhang Yun took note of the wind's direction and chose a suitable spot, swiftly extracting a bamboo tube filled with a fragrant essence. The scent began to waft towards the cave entrance, and should the serpent be within, it would surely be unable to resist the alluring aroma. Compelled to emerge from its lair, Zhang Yun then concealed himself 50 meters away, patiently awaiting the serpent's appearance. Approximately 5 minutes later, the cave stirred with movement. Perhaps it was then that the essence's fragrance permeated the depths, prompting the serpent to swiftly dart out. Zhang Yun, possessing keen eyesight, lay concealed in the grass, peering through the sparse blades, and soon spotted the serpent's head, strikingly white. Moments later, the entire serpent emerged, its body adorned with vivid red patterns. And it was of an immense size, thick as a thigh. As the serpent plunged into the lake, it swam with remarkable speed, slicing through the water like an arrow, creating distinct ripples upon the surface. In less than a minute, it reached the bamboo tube containing the essence. With excitement, the serpent seized the tube in its jaws, swiftly consuming the liquid within. From his vantage point, Zhang Yun was now able to discern the serpent's form clearly. It was a white-headed viper. At that moment, recognition struck Zhang Yun, sending a shiver of trepidation through him. This was a highly venomous snake. A bite would offer no chance of survival. Even immediate antivenom would be futile. Although Zhang Yun possessed a space of sacred essence, capable of ensnaring the viper upon contact, he remained cautious. Should the viper strike unexpectedly, he feared he might not even have time to drink from the essence to counteract the poison. Confronting such a formidable serpent, Zhang Yun's mind was resolute. He would summon the mutated water snake. Suddenly, after finishing the essence, the white-headed viper seemed to sense Zhang Yun's presence. Rearing up and hissing, poised to charge forth. The white-headed viper had been raised in the Yinshan Mountains, intimately familiar with the sense of this rugged terrain. Each location etched in its memory. Although Zhang Yun lay concealed within the grass, the scent emanating from him wafted through the breeze. Consequently, the white-headed viper detected him and swiftly pinpointed his hiding spot. The viper slithered with remarkable speed, causing the surrounding flora to topple, creating a cacophony of perilous sounds. Observing this, Zhang Yun realized that the viper had discovered his presence and was advancing towards him. However, he harbored no fear, despite the viper's lethal venom. As long as he avoided its bite, he would be safe. What reassured Zhang Yun the most was the presence of his two formidable guardians. Suddenly, Zhang Yun sprang from the underbrush and darted upwards towards the mountainside. He refrained from unleashing his guardians, the green anaconda and the reticulated python, just yet. While these two powerful allies were indeed formidable, the viper possessed considerable strength as well. Additionally, being in close proximity to a lake posed a risk. Should the viper escape the clutches of his guardians and plunge into the water, pursuit would become impossible. Since he had lured the viper out, Zhang Yun was determined to capture it without allowing even a sliver of an escape. Thus, Zhang Yun became the bait, sprinting up the mountainside to draw the viper after him. The viper, sensing its surroundings and detecting no other threats besides the lone, frail human, pursued him relentlessly, intent on devouring Zhang Yun. Despite Zhang Yun's impressive speed, the viper was in hot pursuit, closing the distance to a mere 2 meters behind him. With a surge of power, the viper could easily close that gap and strike Zhang Yun. In an instant, Zhang Yun executed a sharp turn, veering sideways instead of continuing upward. As the viper lunged forward, it found that Zhang Yun had vanished, now darting to the right as if gliding. Infuriated by the bait's provocation, the viper intensified its pursuit. After running approximately 100 meters, Zhang Yun successfully led the viper deep into the mountains, far from the small lake. Once again, the viper closed in, unleashing its power for a final strike, aiming to sink its fangs into Zhang Yun's head. At that moment, Zhang Yun calmly uttered a command. With a swift motion of his right hand, the mutated reticulated python materialized, its colossal form instantly coiling around the viper's body. The two serpents intertwined, and as the viper's head lunged towards Zhang Yun, the unexpected appearance of the reticulated python turned the tide. It ensnared the viper, its jaws snapping shut on the viper's head. The mutated python, being twice the size of the viper, exerted an equal measure of strength, constricting the viper's body with relentless pressure. The viper attempted to call out, but it was futile. The python's grip rendered its jaws incapable of parting. At last, Zhang Yun had captured his foe. Zhang Yun chuckled as he approached step by step. The white-headed viper sensed his malicious intent and attempted to struggle. But the power of the mutated green tree viper was far too formidable, rendering its body completely immobile. As Zhang Yun drew near, his right hand brushed against the viper's serpentine form. In an instant, the white-headed viper vanished, transported to the first zone of the spiritual spring space. Concurrently, Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space, locking onto the number hovering above the massive stone in Zone 1. Acceleration points, 1013. An additional point had been accrued, indicating that this white-headed viper weighed over 100 pounds. Typically, a white-headed viper weighs around 7 to 8 pounds, but this particular specimen had grown to over 100, suggesting it had thrived in the Yinshan Mountains for an extended period, monopolizing local resources and consuming a multitude of beasts, thus mutating and evolving into a colossal serpent. At this moment, as Zhang Yun gazed at the acceleration point, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Should he expend acceleration points to tame the white-headed viper immediately? Based on his experience, taming such a large beast would require at least 3 acceleration points. If he were to use 3 points, his total would dip below 100. Would the spatial passageway then vanish? This was Zhang Yun's concern. Although he was confident that, after expending 3 acceleration points, he could swiftly venture to other peaks to capture more beasts and restore his points above 100, he was reluctant to take that risk. After all, the white-headed viper was already ensnared within the spiritual spring space. It could not escape, and there was no urgent need to tame it immediately. Ultimately, Zhang Yun resolved to refrain from consuming acceleration points for the time being. Having already captured the mightiest of the Yinshan's creatures, the white-headed viper, cloud leopard, and wild boar, he decided against further scavenging in the mountains, wanting to leave some game for the hunters of Yinshan village. Thus, he promptly summoned 2 eagles to guide him, and following their direction, he quickly departed from the Yinshan. Within the territory of Yinshan village, there were numerous mountain ridges. Zhang Yun did not rest, continuously searching and capturing beasts across various mountain peaks. After 2 hours, he had thoroughly scoured the principal mountains of Yinshan village, capturing a substantial haul of wildlife: 326 wild rabbits, 57 venomous snakes, 12 wild chickens, 78 mice, for badgers, 2 wild goats, and a multitude of insects. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness again turned to the number above the massive stone in Zone 1. Acceleration points, 1204. Completing the capture of beasts across the mountains of Yinshan village had increased his weight by nearly 2,000 pounds, granting him an additional 20 acceleration points. At this juncture, Zhang Yun had also entered the territory of Fengshiling village. This village encompassed a singular prominent mountain known as Fengshiling. The Fengshiling mountain stood over 200 meters high, characterized by its sheer cliffs, while at its base lay a dense primeval forest. This forest was home to a plethora of wild beasts, and the hunters of Fengshiling village completely dominated this area, forbidding hunters from other villages from entering. Zhang Yun, having lived 2 lifetimes, was acutely aware of the prevailing atmosphere in Fengshiling village, characterized by a rather domineering and uncivilized demeanor, embodying an insular mentality that shunned interactions with outsiders. Thus, if Zhang Yun wished to venture into Fengshiling to capture wild beasts, he could not do so via the sole path leading into the village. However, this posed little challenge for him. If entry through the main road was not feasible, he would simply traverse through the mountain forests instead. Desiring to avoid conflict with the hunters of Fengshiling, Zhang Yun opted for the more cumbersome route through the woods. Chapter 165. Entering the Primeval Forest. Facing the villagers' obstacles, Fengshiling lay to the east of the village, while to the west was an expanse of rocky mountains, inhospitable to human habitation. Nestled between Fengshiling and the rocky elevations was a dense stretch of primeval forest. The village itself was situated to the north of this ancient woodland. To access the primeval forest from Yinshan village, one could only take a singular path that necessitated passage through the residential area of Fengshiling. Consequently, outsiders seeking to enter the forest for hunting would inevitably be detected and expelled upon entering the village's living quarters. At this juncture, Zhang Yun arrived at the northern edge of the residential area of Fengshiling village, deliberately avoiding the village paths to enter the primeval forest, instead opting to navigate through the adjacent woods. To avoid unnecessary complications, he was disinclined to squander time engaging with the villagers. Thus, he chose to circumvent the residential area through the forest, making his way to the primeval expanse. This forest, naturally, was not patrolled by the villagers, as there was no need for such vigilance. After all, should hunters from outside the village manage to enter the primeval forest and capture a large beast, they would still have to traverse the paths of the residential area to transport their quarry, at which point the villagers could reclaim the beast. Zhang Yun skillfully maneuvered through the eastern forest, circumventing the village in a mere 5 minutes before entering the primeval forest. This ancient woodland stretched for several miles, flanked by Fengshiling on one side and an unbroken chain of rocky mountains on the other, resulting in a humid environment conducive to lush tree growth and a plethora of diverse plant life, which in turn supported a rich population of wildlife. The hunters of Fengshiling, having monopolized the resources of this primeval forest, had established several well-trodden paths through their prolonged hunting activities. Upon his arrival in the forest, Zhang Yun readily discerned several trails frequented by humans. These are the hunting routes explored by the hunters. I shall proceed along these paths, he mused softly. With that, Zhang Yun released 2 hawks from his spiritual space, instructing them to scout the skies and promptly report back upon the sighting of any large beasts. Meanwhile, he selected a route to advance, his heightened senses continuously attuned to the presence of wildlife in the vicinity. Upon detecting any signs of beasts nearby, Zhang Yun would swiftly set up a pitfall trap, using spiritual water to lure the creatures into his snares. Along this chosen path, Zhang Yun strategically established 10 pitfall traps. Having reached the forefront of this path, Zhang Yun found himself at the precipice of Fengshiling's rocky cliff. Thus, he retraced his steps along the same route, collecting the beasts from the 9 pit traps into the spirit spring space: 12 venomous snakes, 5 porcupines, 12 wild rabbits, and hundreds of insects. It was no surprise that this route had been scoured by the hunters of Fengshiling village, as the surrounding wildlife had been largely captured. Despite the allure of the spirit spring, Zhang Yun had only managed to ensnare these creatures. At this moment, he noticed the numbers above the boulder at the first pit: acceleration points, 1224. The total weight of these animals was merely 200 pounds, yielding an increase of 2 acceleration points. The 5 porcupines were typically beyond the reach of ordinary hunters, their quills making them nearly impossible to capture. Had it not been for the spirit spring space, Zhang Yun mused, it would have been quite challenging to seize them. Continuing on his path, Zhang Yun aimed to reach the 10th pit trap. However, before he arrived, he sensed that 5 hunters were already present, having captured all the beasts within the pit. Who had set this trap? Among the 5 hunters from Fengshiling village was a lead hunter, appearing to be in his 40s, bearing a single-barreled shotgun slung over his shoulder. His gaze clouded with a hint of gloom. This route had been discovered by these 5 hunters, who were well aware that they had not set any pit traps along the way. The only explanation was that hunters from another village had ventured into this primordial forest. "Captain, someone must have stealthily entered. They likely took this route. If we pursue, we shall surely uncover the intruding hunter," remarked a calm hunter in his 30s. Yang Guikai, the production team leader of Fengshiling village and also the captain of the hunting team, was a prominent figure in the village. After contemplating the matter seriously, Yang Guikai concurred with his team members' deduction. "Let us pursue this intruder. Our territory of Fengshiling does not permit the presence of other hunters. This rule cannot be broken," he declared with indignation. At that moment, Zhang Yun, having overheard their conversation from a distance, approached them nonchalantly. "It's you." The hunters, who had initially intended to chase after him, were taken aback by his appearance and quickly surrounded him, their faces contorted with anger. "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Yun inquired with a calm smile. Yang Guikai strode forward, scrutinizing Zhang Yun with unabashed fury in his eyes. "Which village do you belong to? Are you unaware that this forest is the territory of Fengshiling village? How dare you trespass here, showing utter contempt for us?" Yang Guikai reprimanded, his tone domineering. Sensing the ire of the 5 men, Zhang Yun replied coolly, "Indeed, this forest is the domain of Fengshiling village. But which law dictates that individuals from other villages cannot enter? Are the inhabitants of Fengshiling village never allowed to set foot in the territories of others?" This pointed inquiry momentarily left Yang Guikai and his companions speechless. Indeed, it is a universal truth that no individual would dare to claim they have remained within the confines of their village throughout their entire life, without ever venturing into the territories of others. However, Yang Guikai would not be ensnared by Zhang Yun's words. "Do not engage in idle chatter with me. Regardless of what you say, this forest is the domain of Fengshiling, and all the beasts within belong to our village. I notice you seem to have not hunted any beasts. Thus, I shall refrain from troubling you. Yet, I must warn you. It would be wise to depart this place at once. Otherwise, my companions and I shall be compelled to take action. Should you sustain injuries, contemplate the consequences. In this forest, if wild beasts ambush you, you will have no means of escape." Yang Guikai declared disdainfully, exhibiting a domineering attitude that offered Zhang Yun no opportunity for rebuttal. Faced with such a death threat, Zhang Yun remained unfazed. "Are you certain you wish to engage me in combat?" he inquired calmly, casting a casual glance over the 5 individuals. Although they appeared somewhat muscular, their combat prowess seemed rather mediocre. Zhang Yun felt confident he could easily overpower them. "You, how dare you?" Yang Guikai was genuinely taken aback, despite his earlier threat. Zhang Yun had the audacity to retort, "Captain, it seems this fellow looks down upon our Fengshiling village. He dares to resist." One of the team members shouted angrily, "Captain, it has been quite some time since anyone dared to provoke us. Since this individual is so arrogant, let us teach him a lesson to instill some sense into him." Another team member coldly suggested. The expressions of the 5 clearly indicated that they held Zhang Yun in contempt, convinced that their combined efforts would easily subdue him. "Attack." Yang Guikai, a ruthless character, decided that since Zhang Yun was oblivious to the situation, it was time to deliver a lesson. Chapter 166. Do you still wish to prevent me from hunting beasts? Simultaneously, the 5 of them launched their assault. They struck with fists, kicked with feet, attempted to grapple Zhang Yun with both hands, and even employed sweeping leg techniques, unleashing a barrage of ferocious attacks against him. Without revealing his own intentions, Zhang Yun suddenly seized Yang Guichai's incoming fist with his right hand, lifting Yang Guichai's body and spinning him around. With a powerful fling, Yang Guichai's feet swept against the other 4, sending them all flying. Subsequently, as Zhang Yun released his grip, Yang Guichai was propelled outward by centrifugal force, crashing heavily against a tree. Without strength, do not contemplate striking others. 5 against 1, and you could not even withstand a single exchange. You are far too weak. Zhang Yun remarked with a faint smile. The 5, having sustained no serious injuries, rose from the ground, staring at Zhang Yun in astonishment. Yet none dared to advance another step. They understood that Zhang Yun had intentionally held back, not wishing to inflict serious harm. Had he been truly ruthless, they would have suffered broken limbs. "What is your name? Which village do you hail from?" Yang Guikai inquired as he picked up a hunting rifle, aiming its barrel at Zhang Yun. The other 4 individuals operated in a similar manner, aiming their firearms at Zhang Yun. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that the 5 of them had no intention of relenting. They still sought to forcibly expel Zhang Yun from Fengshe Ridge. "I advise you to lower your weapons, or else I shall confiscate these 5 hunting rifles," Zhang Yun declared, his gaze turning icy as he noted the guns raised against him. How dare you threaten me after I merely inquired about your name? Yang Guikai replied, his face contorted with displeasure. At that moment, as Yang Guikai spoke, a sudden flash obscured his vision, and Zhang Yun appeared behind him, his right arm swiftly encircling Yang Guikai's neck. With Zhang Yun's remarkable speed, he had evaded their aim before they could even pull the triggers. Now, from behind, he maintained control over Yang Guikai, while the other four, despite their rifles, dared not fire. Do you still wish to know my name? Zhang Yun inquired with a calm smile. Yang Guikai's body stiffened. He could hardly fathom the speed with which Zhang Yun had moved. He seemed to have traversed the distance in a single step, a feat more terrifying than any ghost. With such swiftness, Zhang Yun could indeed disregard the threat posed by their firearms. I concede. From this moment forth, you may hunt in this primordial forest. I shall not interfere with you, Yang Guikai eventually admitted, his bravado dissipating. Zhang Yun had displayed his strength in a 1-against-5 scenario and now exhibited an alarming velocity, instilling a profound fear in Yang Guikai that rendered him incapable of further intimidation. Now, that is more like it. If so, kindly set down the beast you have captured. They were ensnared in traps I had set, Zhang Yun remarked, releasing Yang Guikai with an air of nonchalance. As the pressure around his neck eased, Yang Guikai approached the other 4 hunters. Complying with Zhang Yun's directive, he gestured for the others to release the bound animals they had captured. Let us depart. After relinquishing the creatures, Yang Guikai and his fellow hunters swiftly exited the forest, unconcerned with any further schemes from Yang Guikai and his companions. Zhang Yun promptly collected the released beasts into his spiritual spring space, 10 rabbits and 2 snakes, the spoils from the 10th pitfall trap. At that moment, Zhang Yun's awareness shifted to the numerical display above the massive stone at site number 1. Acceleration points, 1232. He had gained an additional 8 acceleration points, indicating that the total weight of the captured beasts amounted to 80 pounds. The wildlife along this route had been thoroughly depleted. It was time to explore another pathway, he stated calmly. However, before Zhang Yun could traverse 100 meters, the cries of 2 eagles resonated in the air. Understanding their calls, he realized they had detected a herd of animals. With the eagles' guidance, Zhang Yun had no interest in setting up further traps. He immediately followed the direction of their flight, weaving through the primordial forest. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Yang Guikai and his companions emerged. Captain, are we truly going to allow that individual to roam our forest, hunting beasts at will? One team member lamented, visibly frustrated. Indeed, our village of Fengshiling has long held dominion over this pristine forest, forbidding individuals from neighboring villages to hunt the beasts within. This has ensured that, in an era of scarce meat, our entire village enjoys a sufficient supply. Should this intruder breach our customs, it would pave the way for hunters from other villages to encroach upon our territory, making it increasingly difficult for us to catch wild game. Another team member wore a displeased expression. Yang Guikai, with a slight curl of his lips and a glimmer in his eyes, scoffed. Why the haste? He is unlikely to disrupt the traditions of Fengshiling so easily. Do not forget, even if he manages to hunt in the forest, he must depart through the only path that leads from our village. As long as he attempts to carry his catch past our borders, I shall rally the villagers to obstruct him. No matter how strong or swift he may be, he would dare not confront the entirety of our village. This encapsulated Yang Guichai's thoughts. In terms of individual combat, he was acutely aware that the 5 of them stood no chance against Zhang Yun. They simply could not contend with him. However, should the entire village rise in unison, even Zhang Yun would hesitate to harm the villagers. Once the ire of the masses was ignited, the matter would inevitably escalate to the commune, prompting the involvement of the local police or the mobilization of militia forces to detain Zhang Yun. Upon hearing this, the other 4 hunters grasped Yang Guichai's strategy. Captain, I will remain here in ambush while you return to the village to rally the villagers. The moment that fellow emerges from the forest, we shall seize his spoils and infuriate him beyond measure, spoke a hunter in his 30s, his tone icy. Excellent. Your vigilance here is paramount. Once you detect his exit, you need not confront him alone, merely follow him. Once he reaches our village, we shall ensure he faces the consequences. Yang Guikai responded coldly. Thus, the 5 made their respective plans and proceeded to mobilize the villagers. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, after 5 minutes of navigating through the forest, finally arrived at its innermost depths, where the trees stood taller and straighter than ever. Here, he found himself adjacent to the craggy cliffs of Fengshiling, with a stream cascading down from the heights. Upon his arrival, his heightened senses detected, merely 20 meters away, a group of creatures drinking from the stream. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were not sheep, but rather 5 chamois, known for their agility on rocky terrains, adept at leaping and climbing steep cliffs. Fengshiling, characterized by its sheer rock faces, was complemented by the lush, water-rich primordial forest below, making it an ideal habitat for these chamois. Zhang Yun meticulously surveyed the surrounding terrain, noting that behind the 5 chamois lay a nearly vertical cliff face, dotted with protruding stones that would facilitate their escape. Any ordinary hunter arriving and causing even the slightest disturbance would prompt the chamois to swiftly ascend the cliff to evade capture. The hunters aspired to pursue their quarry, yet the obstacles of the meandering stream and the steep cliffs rendered their efforts futile in capturing the antelopes. However, Zhang Yun possessed a method to prevent the 5 antelopes from escaping. Swift action was imperative. Upon spotting the 5 antelopes, Zhang Yun felt an immediate fondness for them. In the 7th domain of the spiritual spring space, there were already over a dozen goats. In recent days, he had scoured various peaks and captured several more. Thus, these 5 antelopes, akin to goats, were destined to join the others in the 7th domain. With the accelerated time flow of 15 times, the goat population would soon burgeon significantly. Having made his decision, Zhang Yun swiftly took flight, heading directly towards the 5 antelopes. The antelopes, upon hearing the rustle of Zhang Yun moving through the woods, instinctively turned away and dashed towards the precipice behind them, leaping onto a protruding rock and then bounding along the cliff. Their escape was futile. Unperturbed, Zhang Yun called out calmly. At that moment, he reached the base of the cliff with remarkable speed, observing the antelopes bounding above. He shouted into the air, "Eagle 1, Eagle 2, drive them down." This was the reason Zhang Yun was unafraid of the antelopes fleeing. He had an aerial unit at his command. The 2 eagles, responding to his command, dove down with ferocity, launching a surprise attack on the antelope perched at the summit. The antelopes bleated in panic. As the eagles swooped down, their sharp talons descended upon the startled creatures, prompting them to leap downward in haste. One antelope, in its frantic jump, failed to land on the protruding rock and tumbled down the cliff. In a sudden turn of events, Zhang Yun unleashed the mutated whip snake. As it materialized, it positioned itself precisely beneath the falling antelope, raising its tail to cushion the creature's descent and, with a swift flick, propelled it towards Zhang Yun. The moment Zhang Yun caught the antelope, he swiftly stored it within the spiritual spring space. The remaining 4 antelopes, sensing the mutated whip snake's presence and witnessing its formidable form, trembled in fear. The 2 eagles continued their aerial assault, diving once more towards the remaining 4 antelopes. Consequently, 2 more antelopes, unable to react in time, were injured by the eagles and lost their footing, tumbling down the mountainside. The whip snake, exhibiting remarkable intuition, had anticipated their fall. Its tail arched again, launching the fallen antelopes upwards to land beside Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's reactions were equally swift. Before the antelopes even touched the ground, his hands were already upon them, hastily collecting them into the spiritual spring space. The last 2 antelopes, in their panic, attempted to escape upward along the cliff, but the sheer height of the cliff, over 100 meters, proved daunting. They had only leaped a mere 10 meters when the 2 eagles circled back, diving down once more. The 2 antelopes, in their frantic jumps, again failed to land on the protruding rocks and tumbled downward. The whip snake, ever vigilant, flicked its tail once more, ensnaring the 2 descending antelopes and drawing them to Zhang Yun's side. In an instant, Zhang Yun swiftly collected 5 gazelles into the spiritual spring space. At that moment, his consciousness focused on the numbers above the colossal stone at Site 1. Acceleration points, 1257. The 5 gazelles contributed an additional 25 acceleration points, indicating their combined weight of 250 gene. Zhang Yun's consciousness then descended to Site 7, where over 20 goats were already present, now joined by the 5 gazelles. With a time flow rate of 15 times, it would take merely a month for these 30 goats to develop into a substantial herd. Zhang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Next, Zhang Yun's consciousness settled upon the head of the white-headed viper. Previously, due to his acceleration points just surpassing 100, he had refrained from taming this viper. Now that he possessed ample acceleration points, he was eager to proceed. He allocated 1 acceleration point to the white-headed viper, repeating this process 5 times. Acceleration points, 1207. After expending 5 acceleration points, a faint connection formed between Zhang Yun and the white-headed viper, thus successfully taming it. Now, Zhang Yun had tamed 3 formidable serpents, the white-headed viper, the green anaconda, and the mutated water snake. The latter, with its massive body, could traverse the vast lands of Huagua with ease. Capturing the 5 gazelles took less than 2 minutes. At this juncture, Zhang Yun commanded 2 eagles to explore the depths of the forest in search of larger beasts. Meanwhile, his gaze swept across the surroundings. The trees here were remarkably sturdy. His new abode, designed in the style of a traditional courtyard, required robust pillars, and these straight, thick trunks were perfectly suited. Zhang Yun's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. The night prior, he had contemplated that while searching for beasts atop various hills, he would also seek out timber for constructing beams. This primordial forest was replete with formidable trees. They were dense and resilient. Regrettably, these were not golden silk nanmo. Should he ever find golden silk nanmo, he would transplant it into the spiritual spring space, enabling him to cultivate it in abundance. Thus, in 2 decades, when Hua's rosewood furniture flourished, he could ascend to become the monarch of golden silk nanmo. Suddenly, a sense of anticipation washed over Zhang Yun. After all, with the spiritual spring space, the time flow rate of 15 times meant that 1 year in the outside world equated to 15 years within the space. If 6 years passed externally, nearly a century would elapse internally. The reason golden silk nanmu is revered as the king of woods is its requirement of 200 years to mature, which is its most precious attribute. Fortunately, Zhang Yun possessed the spiritual spring space. Once the land within expanded sufficiently, he could dedicate several acres to cultivating golden silk nanmu and elevate the time flow rate to 100 times. In such a scenario, becoming the sovereign of golden silk nanmu would be a mere formality. After indulging in such daydreams for a moment, Zhang Yun composed himself. Subsequently, while the eagles searched for larger beasts, he took up his machete and began to fell the sturdy, straight trees. With the sharpness of his machete, coupled with Zhang Yun's strength, he could fell a tree with a diameter of half a meter in under a minute. Chapter 168. Harvesting Elm Wood and 3 Forest Pythons. This forest was filled with elms towering over 10 meters high. The wood of the elm is known for its toughness, clear and distinct grain, moderate hardness, and strength, making it suitable for various forms of carving and sculpture. Its plain surface is smooth, and the patterns on the cross-section are exquisite. In ancient times, much of the wood used for intricately carved beams and structures was elm. Zhang Yun was pleasantly surprised to discover such a vast expanse of elm trees in this primeval forest, and his excitement grew with each swing of the machete. Although he did not find any golden silk nanmo, the abundance of elm wood was a satisfying find. With the machete in hand, he could fell an elm tree with just a few strokes. Once an elm fell, Zhang Yun would immediately store it in his spiritual spring space. Within this space, he could utilize his consciousness to cut, peel, and segment the elm wood, taking full advantage of the spatial power at his disposal. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Yun had collected 50 robust and straight elm trees before he decided to pause. Within the spiritual spring space, his consciousness had efficiently processed the 50 large elms. Notably, he had also gathered a considerable quantity of elm seeds, which would allow him to cultivate a vast area of elm trees by merely planting them in a designated plot of land and accelerating their growth using the time dilation effect of the space. The prospect of establishing a furniture factory crossed his mind. This was undoubtedly a feasible plan. The spiritual spring space expanded by an acre each day, and once the wild beasts had sufficient room to thrive, he could allocate dozens of acres for elm cultivation, enabling him to grow a large expanse of elms within a month. This would certainly represent a significant source of wealth. However, for now, Zhang Yun merely entertained the thought. He was in no rush to establish a furniture factory, as the common people of this era were generally not affluent and had no particular demands for furniture, especially for high-end elm products which lacked market viability. As Zhang Yun reveled in these musings, the call of an eagle echoed through the air. Oh, he had discovered a group of wild beasts. Understanding the eagle's message, Zhang Yun could not help but exclaim with joy. Following the eagle's guidance, he swiftly navigated through the primeval forest, wielding his machete to clear any dense foliage in his path. When faced with ravines, he summoned his black-tailed snake, transforming it into a bridge to cross over. Throughout his journey, Zhang Yun remained attuned to his surroundings and indeed encountered a plethora of wild animals. However, they were primarily venomous snakes and small creatures like wild rabbits, which no longer piqued his interest, so he refrained from setting traps. His focus was solely on larger beasts. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing the forest, Zhang Yun arrived at a lush area filled with trees adorned with vibrant green foliage. The leaves, each roughly the size of a palm, resembled those of a maple tree, and as the branches spread out, they formed a canopy that obscured the sunlight, casting the forest floor into a dim light. Upon Zhang Yun's arrival, his extraordinary perceptive abilities discerned that 2 groups of beasts were locked in confrontation. To be precise, one group consisted of 3 formidable forest pythons, while the other comprised a herd of wild boars. These pythons, no thicker than a calf's leg, exceeded 5 meters in length. Thriving in the damp environment and shrouded by the foliage, they reigned supreme over this forest expanse, launching ferocious attacks on any creature that dared to intrude. Astonishingly, the wild boar herd numbered around 40. Zhang Yun was astounded by this revelation, for it signified that nearly all the beasts of this primordial forest had congregated here. This was comprehensible, as the forest harbored a myriad of creatures, rendering danger omnipresent. If the wild boars did not band together, they would gradually face annihilation. Given the circumstances, it appeared that the boar herd had encountered an ambush from the 3 pythons while foraging. By gathering in formation, the boars had established a defensive front, dissuading the pythons from advancing, resulting in the current stalemate. Both the pythons and the wild boars sensed Zhang Yun's presence upon his arrival. Yet neither party relaxed their guard nor approached him in aggression. The forest was perpetually rife with surprises. Zhang Yun's heart soared upon sensing the 40 wild boars, as among them were 10 adult boars, each weighing over 300 pounds. Additionally, there were more than 10 others exceeding 100 pounds, while the smaller ones weighed at least 30 pounds. Capturing them all would yield an impressive total of over 5,000 pounds, equating to 50 acceleration points. In the spirit spring space, surpassing 100 acceleration points would unveil a spatial passage. Zhang Yun speculated whether surpassing 200 or even 1,000 points might incite further transformations. Thus, he was intentionally amassing acceleration points, eager to witness any new developments. At this moment, Zhang Yun was not inclined to wait for the beasts to settle their dispute, nor did he wish to play the role of a bystander. The forest pythons, the white-headed viper, and the mutated green tree snake were formidable assets at his disposal, and he intended to employ them. Furthermore, he had captured a clouded leopard in Yinshan, but previously lacked sufficient acceleration points to tame it immediately. Now, in light of the impending confrontation with the 2 beast factions, Zhang Yun resolved to act decisively. Zhang Yun's consciousness entered the spirit spring space, where he observed the acceleration point tally, 1207. He allocated 1 acceleration point to the clouded leopard, repeating this process until he had invested 4 points. Acceleration points, 1167. After expending 4 points, Zhang Yun established a connection with the clouded leopard, granting him control over its movements. With this, he commanded 4 powerful allies. "Let the performance commence," Zhang Yun declared, transforming into a gust of wind as he surged towards the 3 forest pythons. Upon sensing the approach of Zhang Yun's aura, the 3 forest pythons were immediately incensed. As the sovereigns of this woodland realm, they could not bear the affront from a mere human. Thus, the 3 pythons, their heads poised like dragons, surged forward in unison towards Zhang Yun. The moment of confrontation was imminent. At that precise moment, as if summoned by fate, 3 colossal serpentine forms materialized before Zhang Yun: the anaconda, the white-headed viper, and the mutated green tree snake. Each of these formidable serpents swiftly coiled around a forest python. Their jaws clamped tightly on the pythons' heads, rendering them incapable of opening their mouths. This unforeseen assault left the pythons with no opportunity to react, their bodies ensnared in a complete bind. In comparison to the anaconda, the white-headed viper, and the green tree snake, the forest pythons appeared diminutive, futilely writhing in an attempt to escape, only to discover their bodies were utterly immobilized. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Yun approached each one, seamlessly drawing the 3 forest pythons into the spiritual spring space. Chapter 169, 40 Wild Boars and an Encounter with Candle Trees. As soon as the 3 forest pythons were secured in the spiritual spring space, Zhang Yun's consciousness flickered to the accelerated point tally. Acceleration points, 1191. An increase of merely 24 points indicated that the combined weight of the 3 pythons was a mere 240 gene. After noting the acceleration points, Zhang Yun eagerly commanded his thoughts to action, allocating 1 acceleration point to each of the pythons. Acceleration points, 1071. A total of 12 points were consumed in one go, with each python utilizing 4 points, establishing a direct connection with Zhang Yun's consciousness and allowing him to tame them effortlessly. Meanwhile, on the outside, the wild boars, upon witnessing the 3 pythons charge at Zhang Yun, momentarily stirred with anxiety before instinctively bolting away. Having observed the pythons retreat, the boars had no intention of lingering. However, among their ranks were juvenile boars, whose slower pace hindered the group's escape, prompting the adult boars to slow their speed to accommodate the young ones. Zhang Yun's taming of the 3 pythons took less than 15 seconds. In that brief span, the wild boar herd managed to distance themselves by merely 100 meters. The anaconda, white-headed viper, and mutated green tree snake, upon witnessing Zhang Yun secure the pythons, did not wait for further instructions. They lunged forward, swiftly reaching the vicinity of the wild boars, and commenced a frenzied assault. The three serpents struck with ferocity, yet refrained from employing their death coil technique. Each collision with the wild boars, whether adult or juvenile, proved devastating, sending them tumbling violently across the ground. Seizing this moment of distraction, Zhang Yun sprinted forth at a speed of 9 seconds per 100 meters, extending his hand towards the rolling wild boars. Simultaneously, he called out, "Cloud Leopard, the three forest pythons, you too may come forth and showcase your prowess." As the words faded, a nimble clouded leopard emerged, leaping onto the back of an adult wild boar and sinking its teeth into its neck. The adult wild boar, in agony, immediately began to roll on the ground. However, the clouded leopard was not inclined to linger. Its mission was to restrain the herd of wild boars, preventing their escape. Thus, after biting one boar, it swiftly leaped to another, delivering yet another bite. 3 recently tamed forest pythons were equally assertive, launching themselves with the force of a spring, coiling their robust bodies around the legs of the adult wild boar, causing the fleeing creature to abruptly topple. These 7 ferocious beasts relentlessly assaulted the herd of wild boars, efficiently bringing them all down. Zhang Yun, following closely behind, utilized his agile form to continuously change direction, gathering the fallen boars into the spirit spring space. A total of 40 wild boars were collected. At this moment, Zhang Yun, filled with exhilaration, locked onto the number above the boulder in spirit spring space number 1. Acceleration points, 1588, an increase of 517 points, indicating that the weight of these 40 wild boars amounted to 170 gene. The recently collected boars were all placed into Zone 6. With the inclusion of this group of wild boars, under a time flow rate of 15 times, their reproduction had already taken shape, guaranteeing the sale of 5 adult boars daily without issue. In another week, it would be entirely feasible to ensure the sale of 10 adult boars each day. One could only say that the 15-fold time flow rate was truly formidable. With the capture of this group of wild boars and the 3 pythons, there were scarcely any large beasts left in this primal forest. Considering the time, it was likely past 4 in the afternoon. Lingering here was no longer an option, and it was imperative to head to the Han Xuemei mining site. After swiftly regaining his composure, Zhang Yun made a decision. Originally, he had planned to search the various hills of Yinshan Village, Fengshiling Village, Han Xuemei Village, and Shanliu Village in the afternoon. However, the events involving the Yang Durun brothers, the eagle, the clouded leopard, and the white-headed viper at Yinshan had consumed considerable time. Upon arriving at Fengshiling, he had another altercation with Yang Guikai and others, and after searching for the cicadere and capturing the pythons and wild boars, much time had elapsed. The financial office at the mine closed at 5 in the afternoon. Naturally, Zhang Yun needed to rush to the finance office to settle the payment for the goods delivered to the cafeteria at dawn. Furthermore, he was to lead the hunting team from Jiuan Village, along with the militia in training, to Jimingshan the following day, necessitating a swift return to Jiuan Village to make necessary preparations. It could be said that Zhang Yun had not rested at all during the day, being perpetually occupied. Nevertheless, he understood that this period of toil would soon yield dividends. Once the spirit spring space expanded sufficiently, the beast he had captured would reproduce on a larger scale, allowing him to relax and enjoy leisure. Thus, Zhang Yun had no intention of lingering further in this primal forest, promptly storing the other large snakes into the spirit spring space, leaving only the mutated red-tailed snake behind. Zhang Yun, seated atop the mutated vine snake, aimed to traverse the primordial forest, eager to depart from Fengshiling Village with haste. The speed of the mutated vine snake was astonishing, weaving through the trees like a speedboat gliding across a lake. To Zhang Yun's eyes, the trees merely left behind fleeting shadows, a testament to the snake's remarkable velocity. However, at one moment, a casual glance made him suddenly call for a halt. "Vine snake, stop," he commanded, and the obedient creature swiftly came to a standstill. Zhang Yun's gaze fixated on a peculiar tree ahead. Towering at 7 meters, its evergreen leaves adorned with slender, waxy, yellow fruits that resembled dipped candles. These candle-like fruits, extending half a meter in length, were strikingly conspicuous. In a previous lifetime, he had encountered a report about extraordinary trees, one of which was the candle tree. With a few quick strides, Zhang Yun arrived beneath the grand tree, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the dangling candles. Whether or not it was indeed the candle tree was a thought he dismissed as he retrieved a box of matches from his spiritual space. In this era, the common folk of Huagua often prefixed many everyday items with the term yang, Thus matches were colloquially known as yang fire. Zhang Yun had long stored various essential supplies in his spiritual space, and now he produced a box of matches. Simultaneously, he plucked a candle and, after igniting a match, held it to the tip of the candle. To his delight, the candle ignited, the flame indistinguishable from that of a regular candle. Wonderful! I have grown weary of the dim light of kerosene lamps. With this candle tree, I can pluck a few candles daily to brighten my home, Zhang Yun exclaimed. Exhilaration coursing through him. His validation confirmed that this was indeed a genuine candle tree. The tree's trunk was substantial, with a well-developed root system, making it necessary to excavate it before transplanting it into his spiritual space. This task posed no challenge for Zhang Yun. He unsheathed a machete and began to strike the ground vigorously, displacing the earth. Before long, the soil at the base of the candle tree was cleared, revealing most of its roots. Vine snake, it's your turn to shine, Zhang Yun called out. The massive body of the mutated vine snake coiled around the trunk of the candle tree, and with a powerful tug, it uprooted the tree from the ground. Zhang Yun, with a sense of pride, caressed the candle tree, finally securing it within his spiritual space. Let us plant it in plot number 8. At last, the candles are free, he mused. Chapter 170. The vine snake frightens Fengshiling village. The villagers of Fengshiling had gathered, assembling on the village's sole road, which culminated at the edge of the primordial forest. Upon returning, Yang Guikai sought out the village captain, rallying all the villagers to the roads in to block the forest's exit. As soon as Zhang Yun emerged from the primordial forest, he would undoubtedly be encircled by the over 400 villagers, rendering any escape impossible. Fengshiling village maintained such a tyrannical grip that no outsider daring to enter the forest for the purpose of hunting could ever hope to leave with even a single beast. This had been the long-standing practice of Fengshiling village, successfully deterring all hunters from neighboring villages. Consequently, this verdant expanse of wilderness remained monopolized by Fengshiling. Captain Yang Qingguang, now in his 50s, bore the marks of time upon his austere countenance, which exuded an air of authority. He stood at the forefront of his contingent, while the others remained silent and composed behind him. At this moment, Yang Qingguang cast a glance at Yang Guikai beside him. How long has that hunter from the neighboring village been in the forest? The villagers had gathered for half an hour. They could not simply wait indefinitely. Yang Guikai turned his gaze to his comrade, who had been stationed at this spot. Reporting to the captain, I can responsibly affirm that the outsider has not re-emerged since entering the forest. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingguang's eyes narrowed, and he glanced skyward. It was already past 4 o'clock. If the hunter did not return soon, the forest would descend into darkness, and he would likely become disoriented, vulnerable to venomous snakes and ambushes by wild beasts. Indeed, Yang Qingguang remarked coolly, the primordial forest lies nestled between Fengshiling and the sprawling stone mountains, blocking sunlight. Though it is still June, when dusk arrives after 7 in other locales, this forest begins to darken around 4. The hunters of Fengshiling were well acquainted with this terrain. They understood that once lost within the woods, escape was nearly impossible, and the creatures dwelling therein would surely attack, leaving no chance of survival. Fengshiling village sought solely to monopolize the resources of the beasts within this forest, forbidding hunters from other villages from taking even a single animal. However, their intentions were not malicious. They did not wish for the outsiders to meet their demise within the primordial woods. The common folk of this era possessed a rather innocent mindset, devoid of any intent to harm. Captain, this situation is beyond our control. If he chooses to venture into the forest, we cannot be held accountable should he perish therein, Yang Guikai hastily defended. Yang Qingguang bore no resentment, responding calmly. Let us wait another half hour. If he has not emerged by then, it will be his own folly. As captain, Yang Qingguang, though reluctant to witness Zhang Yun's demise in the forest, could not dispatch the villagers of Fengshiling to seek him out. The safety of his own villagers was his foremost concern. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed from deep within the forest. The sound of trees splintering as if some colossal beast was traversing the woods, trampling them underfoot. What is happening? Captain Yang Qingguang exclaimed in astonishment. The noise was alarming, clearly beyond the capabilities of mere natural forces. Arm yourselves. Yang Guikai, sensing the imminent danger of a terrifying creature emerging from the forest, instinctively commanded his team. 5 members of the beast hunting team raised their rifles, aiming their barrels towards the depths of the forest. The villagers of Fengshiling, upon hearing the thunderous sounds emanating from the woods, were engulfed in panic, instinctively retreating several steps, their faces increasingly etched with fear. Within less than half a minute of the cacophony, a colossal beast emerged from the forest, a gigantic serpent, with a girth of half a meter. Its body was adorned with a pattern of black and white, and as its fearsome head swayed, trees were shattered in its wake. The mutated viper had emerged from the primitive woods, accompanied by Zhang Yun. What a monstrous serpent it was! How could such a terrifying creature exist in this forest? The villagers, upon witnessing the serpent's massive form, were utterly petrified, their instincts compelling them to flee, yet their bodies seemed immobile, refusing to budge an inch. The sheer size of the mutated viper transcended the bounds of their comprehension. Who had ever encountered a serpent so large it resembled a dragon? Fire! Yang Guikai, in a state of terror, instinctively commanded. The 5 members of the beast-hunting team, driven by instinct, squeezed the triggers. Flames erupted from the muzzles of their rifles, and the explosive force of the burning gunpowder propelled the steel pellets towards the mutated viper. A multitude of steel balls flew forth, yet only a handful struck the serpent, inflicting no discernible damage. The mutated viper charged directly towards the cluster of villagers in Fengshiling. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Fellow villagers, do not shoot. I will kill this serpent." Zhang Yun, who had been lying atop the serpent, finally shouted. After all, the mutated viper was racing towards the villagers, poised to dash onto the sole roadway. If the hunters continued to fire, Zhang Yun risked becoming collateral damage. What? That fellow is actually atop the giant serpent. Yang Guikai exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing Zhang Yun. In that moment of disbelief, the mutated viper had already reached the road, surging into the residential area of Fengshiling with Zhang Yun clinging to it. Hundreds of villagers, including Yang Qingguang and Yang Guikai, stood in stunned silence, watching as the mutated viper swiftly vanished from sight, unable to process the unforgettable scene they had just witnessed. Guikai, is that the outsider hunter who ventured into the primitive forest? Yang Qingguang suddenly inquired. Indeed, it is him. I never imagined he would dare confront such a massive serpent alone, Yang Guikai replied, still shaken. Fortunately, Zhang Yun managed to control the viper, preventing it from attacking the villagers. Otherwise, the hundreds of people would have been helpless against its sweeping tail. Let us hope he can slay that giant serpent. Otherwise, our village's hunters will no longer be able to enter this primordial forest. If such a terrifying creature lurks within, who can guarantee that there aren't others of its kind? Yang Qingguang sighed deeply, his face a mask of dread. Yang Guikai nodded heavily, already intimidated by the terrifying aura of the mutated green tree viper. He was plagued by a severe psychological shadow and truly dared not venture into this primitive forest. We must express our gratitude to the hunter from the neighboring village, for it was he who confronted the colossal serpent, thereby sparing us from its attack. Should we encounter him again, we must extend our hospitality and strive to befriend him. Yang Qingguang pondered deeply, feeling both admiration for Zhang Yun's strength and courage, and gratitude for his solitary battle against the giant serpent, which prevented it from assaulting the villagers of Fengshiling. Little did they realize that this was all an elaborate act orchestrated by Zhang Yun himself. He had long understood the domineering nature of Fengshiling's villagers and anticipated their attempts to block the forest's exit. Thus, he sought to leave them with a profound memory, allowing the mutated green tree viper to emerge for the first time, directly instilling a sense of terror. At that moment, Zhang Yun sat atop the serpent's body, having departed from the residential area of Fengshiling, and upon reaching a secluded mountaintop, he promptly withdrew the viper into the spiritual spring space. Subsequently, he released a roe deer and swiftly mounted it, making his way toward the Han Xuemei mine. Chapter 171. Rumors are ultimately just rumors in the finance office of Han Xuemei mine. Director Huang Hongwen stood pensively before his niece, Huang Lijuan, who appeared dejected and distracted, having already miscalculated several figures that day. Ajuan, what troubles you? Huang Hongwen refrained from reprimanding her, instead inquiring with genuine concern. Huang Lijuan's emotions were already tumultuous. Coupled with her work-related errors, she felt an immense weight upon her. At his words, tears began to stream down her face, which she struggled to contain. Yet, even in her distress, she found it difficult to articulate the cause of her sorrow. Meanwhile, seated at the desk across from her, Li Guiying stood up with a mocking smile. Director, you may be unaware, but rumors are circulating around the mine that the cafeteria's procurement officer, Zhang Yun, is pursuing little Huang. However, what you likely do not know is that this fellow already has a fiancée and is shamelessly flirting. Li Guiying revealed the truth with a tone of amusement. What? Huang Hongwen was taken aback, his face reflecting shock. He had initially recognized Zhang Yun's prowess in hunting and understood that Zhang Yun could assist the mine in resolving its food supply issues, which prompted him to assign Huang Lijuan to work closely with him, hoping to leverage Zhang Yun's influence to solidify her position. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Yun was a notorious flirt, already engaged, yet still attempting to woo Huang Lijuan. In an instant, Huang Hongwen felt complicit, as if he had inadvertently led Huang Lijuan into harm's way. Ajuan, how did that scoundrel deceive you? Did he lay a hand on you? Huang Hongwen asked urgently, his concern palpable. This question startled Huang Lijuan, igniting a sense of panic within her. Director, please refrain from making unfounded statements. Zhang Yun has not pursued me. Our relationship is purely that of colleagues, and there is nothing between us. Huang Lijuan cannot allow these rumors to escalate any further, as she certainly does not wish to harm Zhang Yun. Initially, Huang Lijuan believed that these rumors would dissipate quickly if she simply refrained from responding. Others would gradually lose interest, and inevitably, no one would mention it again. Little did she know that rumors were rampant at the mine today, seemingly fueled by someone behind the scenes. Suddenly, Huang Lijuan found herself mired in a whirlwind of public opinion, which rendered her incapable of focusing on her work throughout the day. When she noticed that her cousin, Huang Hongwen, was also beginning to misunderstand her, she felt compelled to speak out, not wanting the rumors to reach her hometown of Laishikyo village. At this moment, Huang Lijuan was completely unaware that the gossip regarding her and Zhang Yun had already spread throughout Laishikyo village. Upon hearing Huang Lijuan's explanation, Huang Hongwen calmed down and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Li Guiying was intent on perpetuating the misunderstanding. She had seized upon this opportunity and conspired with Huang Dajuan to propagate the story, aiming to portray Zhang Yun as engaging in inappropriate relations with female colleagues at the mine, thereby facilitating his dismissal. Xiao Huang, you've been collaborating with Zhang Yun on work these past few days. He has made quite a profit. Are you attracted to his wealth? Have you developed feelings for him? Have you confessed to him? Li Guiying, adhering to the principle that spreading rumors incurs no cost, wildly speculated. Regardless of the truth, Li Guiying had but one objective: to substantiate the romantic link between Huang Lijuan and Zhang Yun. With Zhang Yun already having a fiancée, this could create a wave of public sentiment at the Linshui mine, portraying him as a man of questionable conduct. When the time came, with a little effort from Huang Dajuan to sway some higher-ups at the mine, they could exert pressure on mine director Liu Baoshan to have Zhang Yun dismissed. No, you mustn't say such things. I have nothing to do with Zhang Yun. You are spreading falsehoods, Huang Lijuan exclaimed, her anxiety rising at Li Guiying's reckless conjectures. Huang Hongwen sighed and replied calmly, Ajuan, I believe you. However, given the current situation, everyone is discussing your affairs. No matter how much you explain, it will not alter public opinion. This matter requires you and Zhang Yun to devise a strategy to smooth things over. Li Guiying chuckled, realizing that even with director Huang Hongwen intervening, it would be impossible to quell this turmoil. Huang Lijuan felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Just then, someone pushed open the door to the finance office, and a figure stepped inside. Ah! Li Guiying exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the newcomer. Zhang Yun, you're here. Huang Lijuan's expression brightened with joy, as if she had found her anchor in the storm. Upon seeing Zhang Yun enter the finance office, Huang Hongwen wasted no time. He grasped Zhang Yun's arm and led him into his office. Director, what is it? Please take your time to explain, Zhang Yun said, his acute hearing having already captured the conversation among the three outside. He understood precisely why Huang Hongwen had brought him in. I summoned you to discuss a delicate matter that requires your intervention. In the mining area, rumors circulate regarding your alleged romantic involvement with Huang Lijuan, while others have confirmed that you are engaged. This current predicament necessitates your serious attention. Otherwise, should the whispers of your indiscretions proliferate, not even the mine manager could shield you from the consequences. Huang Hongwen expressed his concerns candidly. However, he subtly implied that if Zhang Yun were to encounter trouble, Huang Lijuan would also be implicated, jeopardizing her position in finance. As Huang Hongwen is Lijuan's guarantor, he too would face repercussions should her entanglement lead to complications. The three of them are indeed in the same boat. Zhang Yun had anticipated that Huang Hongwen would voice such sentiments. Director, this matter is quite simple. In a couple of days, I shall bring my fiancée to the mine, and at that time, I will introduce Ajuan as my sister, Zhang Yun replied with calm assurance. Ultimately, rumors are mere whispers. While they can create a tempest, Zhang Yun believed that by bringing Han Xuemei and allowing the two women to converse before everyone, the unfounded gossip would be dispelled. Upon hearing this, Huang Hongwen's eyes sparkled with realization. It was indeed a feasible approach. Very well, if you can clear your name. That would be most excellent, he said, satisfaction evident in his tone. Subsequently, Zhang Yun approached Huang Lijuan's desk, observing her troubled expression, which prompted a smile from him. What is it? Can you not withstand such a minor disturbance? Zhang Yun inquired playfully. I am fine. I merely feel remorseful towards you. I did not anticipate that my request for you to bring something back would lead to such a significant issue, Huang Lijuan replied, her eyes reddening. At that moment, Zhang Yun turned to Li Guing, stating mildly, some individuals resort to underhanded tactics in hopes of displacing me through such despicable means. Alas, I shall not allow them to succeed. Li Guiying, discerning the implication in Zhang Yun's words, huffed but refrained from responding. Then, Zhang Yun produced a receipt and handed it to Huang Lijuan. Shortly thereafter, he received cash amounting to 8,795 yuan. Without delay, he departed from the mining site. Chapter 172. The busy days have passed. Upon leaving the mine, Zhang Yun ascended to a desolate hill where he summoned 3 adult wild boars from the Lingquan space. He had previously captured over 60 wild boars in the mountainous regions of Yinshan and Fengshiling. As he was set to lead the hunting team from Jiuwan village, along with the militia in training, into Jimingshan the following day, he had no time to deliver the beasts to the Linshui mine. Thus, he prepared to transport 3 wild boars, eliminating the need for another visit. With ropes secured around their necks, the boars exhibited fierce resistance. Zhang Yun, armed with a machete slung across his back and wielding a sturdy stick, applied relentless pressure whenever the boars refused to cooperate. His strength was considerable, and the stick, crafted from a sturdy elm branch he had felled in the primitive forest, was remarkably durable. After enduring a series of blows, the boars soon became quite docile. Consequently, Zhang Yun led the 3 wild boars to the dining hall of the Linshui mine. The dining hall was preparing dinner for the miners. Chef Yang Yinshan stood at the entrance, astonished as he beheld Zhang Yun leading 3 enormous wild boars. It was astonishing. Zhang Yun had single-handedly captured 3 adult wild boars. This was truly terrifying, for a mere hunter would find it nearly impossible to confront a single adult wild boar without weapons. The sight of Zhang Yun approaching, effortlessly leading 3 boars, was nothing short of alarming. Thus, Yang Yinshan gained a new understanding of Zhang Yun's strength. Brother Zhang, with such might, you could surely capture a fierce tiger with your bare hands, he jested, approaching with a smile. Yang Gu, I have other matters to attend to tomorrow. Bringing these 3 wild boars over should suffice for the dining hall's meat supply for 2 or 3 days, right? Zhang Yun replied with a grin. Not merely 2 or 3 days. Each of these boars weighs at least 400 pounds. They will provide us with enough meat for 10 days. Yang Yinshan exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Just a few days prior, the dining hall had been anxious about meat supplies. Little did they know that after meeting Zhang Yun, their meat provisions would become bountiful, leaving the miners with smiles as they departed each day. Yang Gu, please weigh them quickly. I still need to visit another place. Zhang Yun urged. Yang Yinshan nodded and led him to the weighing station. The 3 massive wild boars weighed a total of 328 pounds. Brother Zhang, I am truly in awe of you. Were it not for my age, I would wish to take you as my master and become a hunter myself. Yang Yinshan said repeatedly as he wrote the receipt, his admiration for Zhang Yun palpable. The value of these 3 boars was over 1,000 yuan, and Yang Yinshan could not help but envy such lucrative earnings. Each to their own craft. I, too, admire your culinary skills, Zhang Yun complimented as he accepted the receipt. Yang Yinshan relished the praise, confident in his culinary prowess. Subsequently, Zhang Yun took the receipt and hurriedly departed from the Linshui mine. Upon reaching a hilltop, Zhang Yun swiftly mounted his roe deer and set off towards Laoshikyo village. After a little over 10 minutes, as dusk approached, he finally arrived at Laoshikyo village. Captain Huang Chunlai had just returned home when he spotted Zhang Yun riding in on the roe deer, and he immediately went to greet him. Brother Zhang, you have arrived. Huang Chunlai welcomed him with a beaming smile. Dismounting from the roe deer, Zhang Yun produced 720 yuan in cash and handed it over. Captain, tomorrow I will lead the hunting team from Jivan village to Jimingshan, so I may not be able to return to Laoshikyo village. Therefore, I brought 720 yuan to cover the stone material costs for tomorrow and the day after, Zhang Yun explained with a smile. Huang Chunlai's expression shifted with surprise. His eyes filled with admiration. In this era, being able to produce 720 yuan at once was a rare occurrence. Zhang Yun had consistently brought in 360 yuan daily over the past few days, and this latest sum further demonstrated his remarkable earning capacity. Huang Chunlai, having lived for so long and serving as the captain of the brigade, had certainly seen much in his time. Yet he found himself in the presence of such affluence for the very first time. Moreover, this fortune belonged to a remarkably young man. Without delay, he hurried home to draft a receipt. After pinning the document, he returned to hand it over to Zhang Yun. Oh, by the way, a female comrade visited the village today. Her name is Zhang Fong, and she claims to be from Jiuwan village. Do you know her? Huang Chunlai inquired suddenly. She is my second sister, Zhang Yun replied, instantly understanding the implication. It seemed that today, Zhang Fong had come to Old Shiqiao village to peddle frogs. Oh, you two siblings are quite impressive. I understand now. When your sister visits our village, I shall ensure she is well taken care of and shielded from any ill treatment. Huang Chunlai remarked, his admiration for Zhang Yun only deepening. He genuinely wished to cultivate a good rapport with him. Given that Zhang Yun had ordered 3,000 pieces of stone and possessed a formidable hunting prowess, it was essential for Huang Chunlai to establish a connection with him. As the captain, Huang Chunlai had access to information beyond that of ordinary individuals. He had already heard that the higher echelons of the government were deliberating on policies to liberalize individual economies. This signaled that it would not be long before such economic freedoms would be enacted. With numerous family members to consider, Huang Chunlai aspired to secure a prosperous future for his clan and knew he needed to befriend capable individuals. At present, Zhang Yun was undoubtedly a person of interest. Thank you, Captain, Zhang Yun responded with a smile before gracefully mounting the deer. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the stone storage site, where he stowed away the 200 pieces of stone into the Lingquan space. On his way back to the village, Zhang Yun's consciousness remained attuned to the Lingquan space, which held a total of 806 yuan. There was also a receipt from a recent transaction involving 3 wild boars, weighing 328 jin at 0.8 yuan per jin, with a discount for 50 jin of offal, totaling 1022 yuan. This represented Zhang Yun's entire financial reserve at present. Of the 806 yuan, upon returning to the village, he would need to settle accounts with the sand excavation team and pay the laborers who had been constructing homes over the past 5 days, leaving him with little remaining. However, with the cement and red bricks already purchased, he did not have to worry excessively about cash flow. In the future, acquiring 200 pieces of stone daily would cost just 360 yuan, alongside the wages for construction workers and the outstanding 1000 yuan for the carpenter, as well as the expenses for river sand, which would not amount to much. Zhang Yun mused aloud, feeling a considerable lightness in body and spirit, anticipating a more leisurely lifestyle ahead. Had it not been for the urgency to complete the houses before the peak of the farming season, Zhang Yun would not have been so frantically engaged in making money over the past few days. Starting tomorrow, he envisioned a more relaxed existence. With a heart full of hope, Zhang Yun finally returned to Jiuan village. Chapter 173, Prestige elevated, partial payments settled riding the deer with the red fox in tow. Zhang Yun arrived back at Jiuan village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he retrieved a rifle from the Lingquan space and slung a bow and arrows across the deer's neck. Certainly, Zhang Yun also produced a bag of fertilizer containing 5 wild chickens. After a moment's consideration, he retrieved a canvas bag, filling it to the brim with peaches. Once adequately prepared, Zhang Yun mounted his deer and set off toward home. By now, it was already past 6 o'clock, a time when the villagers were gathered for their evening meals. As the deer passed each household, the villagers, holding their bowls, greeted Zhang Yun with warmth and enthusiasm. He sensed that his status in Jiuan village had, in an intangible manner, risen significantly. It was easy to comprehend. The grand residence under construction at Chashan had drawn the villagers' attention during the day, leaving them all in awe. Many villagers were engaged in building houses, receiving daily wages. And Zhang Yun's family provided 3 meals a day, each with meat, further astonishing everyone. Currently, during the farming off-season, those villagers who were not occupied with construction had taken to excavating sand from the Chu Shui River, transporting it to Zhang Yun's residence, thereby earning a share of the profits. The daily discussions among the villagers predominantly revolved around Zhang Yun, naturally elevating his standing. They understood that nurturing a good relationship with Zhang Yun would make future requests for assistance more agreeable. They were a delightful bunch of compatriots. Zhang Yun thought to himself. Having attained wealth, his next objective was to uplift his family and subsequently aid Jiuan village in its development. This, he believed, was the essence of his rebirth. True wealth lies not in personal riches alone, but in the ability to help others prosper. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at his doorstep. Before dismounting, he could already hear the lively chatter emanating from his living room, where numerous individuals were conversing. Listening intently, he discerned that all 9 members of the Jiuan village hunting team were present, along with the team leader, Zhang Yue, seated at the head of the 8 immortals table. Alongside the leaders of 6 production teams. Woof! Hong Chai intentionally let out a bark, which immediately silenced the room, prompting most of the attendees to step outside. Zhang Yun, Yinner, Brother Yun. Various calls echoed around him. His uncle Zhang Jiwu was at the forefront, having just shouted Yinner while his gaze fixated on the rifle slung across Zhang Yun's back. In truth, Zhang Yun had acquired this rifle 2 days prior, but had chosen not to reveal his identity as a militia member prematurely, storing it in the Lingquan space. However, with plans to lead the militia into Jimming Mountain the next day, he could no longer conceal his identity. Thus, he retrieved the rifle. "Yunner, how did you come by a rifle?" Zhang Jiwu exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. At this moment, the other 8 members of the hunting team, Zhang Jinkong, Zhang Bingqiang, Sun Fugui, Yang Dezhu, Zhang Yimu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jinxin, and Sun Zhongwen, all turned their attention to the rifle on Zhang Yun's back. "It's truly a rifle," they exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Yun leaped down from the deer, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am now also a militia member." At this revelation, the 9 members of the hunting team displayed expressions of enlightenment, their eyes brimming with envy. Zhang Fun, Zhang Fong, Zhang Yanhong, and Zhang Yanli emerged, their hearts aflame with excitement upon hearing Zhang Yun's words. "You have truly made something of yourself, third brother," remarked the eldest sister, Zhang Fun, her eyes glistening with warmth. "I never imagined you would even join the militia." "How remarkable!" exclaimed the second sister, Zhang Fong, as she patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder. "You are amazing, third brother," cried the fourth sister, Zhang Yanhong, with palpable enthusiasm. "Can I touch the gun?" timidly inquired the fifth sister, Zhang Yanli. Zhang Yun gently ruffled Zhang Yanli's hair and replied, "No, this is a rifle. You must not touch it. Even if I leave it at home, you must refrain from playing with it. If it gets damaged, I shall face consequences." Zhang Yanli pouted, casting an indignant glare at her brother, prompting laughter from the group. "All right, hurry and take down the fertilizer bag from the neck of the roe deer. There are 5 wild chickens inside, and this canvas bag contains peaches. So wash them up quickly to share with everyone," Zhang Yun commanded promptly. He then shouldered his rifle and entered the main hall. Captain Zhang Yue smiled as he observed Zhang Yun, while Zhang Baso and the 6 production team leaders gathered around the 8 immortals table. Nodding in acknowledgement at Zhang Yun's presence, Zhang Yun approached them with composure and said, "Captain, esteemed leaders, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Today, I managed to catch 5 wild chickens in the mountains. We shall indulge in their exquisite taste tonight." This statement instantly brightened the eyes of the 7 leaders. Even Zhang Baso, who harbored grievances against Zhang Yun, could not suppress a swallow at the mere mention of wild chickens. "Captain, I have already advanced some funds from the mine. Let us settle the payment for the sand delivered by the sand-digging team over these past few days," Zhang Yun stated as he leaned his rifle against the wall and approached Zhang Yue with a smile. Zhang Yue's eyes sparkled. He had brought the 6 production team leaders precisely to witness Zhang Yun's payment to the sand-digging team. Now, with Zhang Yun broaching the topic, it spared Zhang Yue the awkwardness of having to prompt for payment. "Third brother, I have just confirmed the quantity with the captain. There are a total of 364 bags of river sand," interjected Zhang Zhongli at that moment. Zhang Yue nodded in agreement. Thus, Zhang Yun refrained from recalculating the amount and promptly opened the cloth bag tied around his waist, revealing a stack of cash. He produced all 806 yuan he possessed. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Zhang Yun counted out 364 yuan and pushed it toward Zhang Yue. "Captain, please verify once more," he urged with a smile. Although Zhang Yue had watched Zhang Yun count out the 364 yuan, being the payment for the sand, he could not afford to make a single error. So he personally recounted the money. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun turned to his father, Zhang Zhongli, and said with a smile, "Father, have you recorded which villagers have been building houses these past few days? A day's wage is merely 1 yuan. Father, please tell me how many days of work there have been, and I shall provide you with the money so that you can settle the wages for our fellow villagers tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yue, Zhang Basan, and the other 7 team leaders visibly flinched. The construction has been underway for 5 days, with 50 workers laboring each day, amounting to a total of 250 yuan. It can only be said that Zhang Yun is indeed affluent. The 9 members of the hunting team, Zhang Jiwu and others, had also been engaged in building over the past 5 days, and they found great joy in Zhang Yun's words. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli had already washed the peaches and placed them on the 8 immortals table, with smiles on their faces. Everyone eagerly picked up the peaches and relished them. In the Spirit Spring space, the transplanted peach tree bore over 100 peaches. Due to the limited land in the Spirit Spring space, Zhang Yun did not rush to cultivate a peach orchard. However, he was certain to keep the peach pits for future extensive planting. Once everyone had finished eating the peaches, Zhang Yun turned his attention to Zhang Zhiwu. "Third uncle, take the hunting team to Zhang Leigui's home. I have asked him to craft 10 machetes. Please retrieve them," Zhang Yun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu understood, It was the machetes promised to each team member by Zhang Yun. Naturally, upon this revelation, Zhang Zhiwu excitedly gathered his 8 team members and dashed towards Zhang Legui's residence. Chapter 174. The many questions of my brother-in-law. Wu Xuenong pulled Zhang Yun outside. With a sense of urgency, Wu Xuenong said, Zhang Yun, I conducted a detailed inspection of your new house today. Since you are building a courtyard house, I noticed that you have not yet prepared the columns for the corridors. To enhance the beauty of the courtyard, it is essential to have some round pillars. Tomorrow, I will visit several nearby villages to see if they have any round timber available. Zhang Yun chuckled at his brother-in-law's words. Brother-in-law, I have already procured those columns. My friends will be delivering them to my new house tonight. Due to the mysterious origins of these columns, it is inconvenient to transport them during the day. Hence the evening delivery. This afternoon, I felled several elm trees at Fengshiling. These will serve as excellent round timber. Wu Xuenong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his brother-in-law possessed such capability. Those large round timbers require an entire tree to be felled, and such trees take at least 100 years to mature. For any village, such trees are preserved for construction of ancestral halls. The fact that Zhang Yun managed to acquire all this timber indicated his remarkable ability and extensive connections. At that moment, Wu Xuenong regarded his brother-in-law with newfound respect. Zhang Yun, there is another question. For the windows of your new house, do you intend to use glass or cover them with white paper? Upon hearing that the log had been secured, Wu Xuenong proceeded to present his second inquiry. Zhang Yun, upon receiving this information, fell into a momentary silence. In the 1970s, due to the scarcity of resources, the production capacity for glass was rather limited. Acquiring glass for window sealing necessitated a trip to the county town. Generally, people of that era resorted to sealing their windows with white paper and rice paste. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yun resolved to procure glass. After all, given the opulence of his newly constructed residence, which had become the most luxurious dwelling in the entire Chushui commune, it would seem rather incongruous to use mere paper to cover the windows. When it comes to building materials, one should either refrain from using them or opt for the finest available. Brother-in-law, I intend to use glass for the windows. As for where to purchase the glass, I shall find a solution, Zhang Yun confidently declared. Wu Xuenong, possessing his own channels of information regarding construction materials, was well aware that acquiring glass required a journey to the county town, where resources were scarce. For Zhang Yun to obtain glass, he would also need to leverage some connections. Wu Xuenong had come to trust Zhang Yun completely after witnessing his capabilities firsthand over the past few days. Thus, he was confident that Zhang Yun would indeed succeed in procuring the glass. Zhang Yun, there is a third matter to discuss. Your house is nearing its completion and will soon enter the interior decoration phase. Regarding the flooring, do you intend to use rammed earth or red bricks for leveling? Wu Xuenong posed his question once more. Traditionally, rural homes featured floors of rammed earth, which, over time, would crack and become uneven, sometimes even allowing rodents to burrow through. Wealthier households often opted for stone slabs, which, although not perfectly level, were durable and resilient. With the advent of red bricks, some families began using them to lay a flat surface, making the floors easier to clean. Zhang Yun pondered this question in silence for a while. Initially, he had planned to use cement for the flooring, but during this period, cement was difficult to obtain and required connections within the county to acquire. The last batch of cement, 20 tons, had been secured thanks to the relationship between Lu Zhangfeng and the Linshui mine. To cement all the rooms would necessitate an additional 30 tons, a daunting challenge. Conversely, using red bricks would require approximately 20,000 bricks to level the entire floor. Once cement production increased, the state would eventually permit sales to the public, allowing Zhang Yun to later apply a layer of cement over the red brick flooring. After careful consideration, Zhang Yun made his decision. Brother-in-law, let us proceed with red bricks for the flooring, he concluded. Wu Xuenong nodded gently in response. Zhang Yun, there is one more thing I must mention. In a few days, the house will reach its pinnacle, and we must consider the installation of the roof tiles. The captain of my village approached me with a proposal. He wished to sell the gray tiles from the Wujiakyo team to me at cost price, 5 cents per tile. The previous year, our village had produced a large batch of gray tiles intended for constructing the ancestral hall, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the project was abandoned, leaving us with an excess of tiles. Wu Xuenong, visibly anxious, expressed his concerns, fearing that Zhang Yun might harbor ulterior motives. After all, others were utilizing him as an intermediary to sell a significant quantity of old tiles, and Wu Xuenong worried that Zhang Yun might suspect him of profiting from the transaction. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun quickly understood that Wu Xuanong was leveraging the opportunity of his house construction to sell the surplus tiles from his village. Regardless of from whom he purchased, since his brother-in-law had already made the offer, Zhang Yun felt obliged to accept. Moreover, he recognized that his brother-in-law would eventually become a small contractor with social connections, and it was essential for Wu Xuanong to maintain those relationships. In a way, Zhang Yun was paving the way for him. All right, brother-in-law, you may purchase the tiles. Just let me know how much you need. Zhang Yun readily agreed. Wu Xuanong's face lit up with gratitude. He hadn't anticipated Zhang Yun's swift acceptance without suspicion. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiwu, accompanied by 8 members of the hunting team, had arrived with the machetes. The 9 of them excitedly approached Zhang Yun. Yun, we've brought 10 machetes, Zhang Jiwu said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Zhang Yun smiled and replied, excellent. Please place these machetes on the back of the deer. Tomorrow morning, when we gather at the old camphor tree square, I will present each of them publicly before the villagers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwu and the others were filled with exhilaration. They were oblivious to anything else, solely focused on the fact that Zhang Yun would publicly bestow the machetes upon them, which felt akin to a ceremonial recognition, allowing them to gain face in front of the entire village. Zhang Yun's request to place the machetes on the deer was merely a prelude. Once they reached a secluded area, he intended to enhance the machetes using acceleration points. Have you all settled in? The chicken is ready, so come in and eat, called out my mother, Chun Wan, cheerfully from the doorway. 5 wild chickens had been prepared, showcasing her generosity as she had cooked for all her daughters. The aroma of the wild chicken wafted throughout the room, tantalizing everyone's appetites. Chapter 175. The joyful life of a family after devouring the 5 wild chickens. All present wore expressions of nostalgia. Zhang Yue and Zhang Baso, the leaders from the 7 production teams, rarely had the pleasure of enjoying wild chicken. Tonight, sharing 5 of them was a rare treat. Regardless of which part they savored, each bite was a delight. Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankong, and the other 9 members of the hunting team, who had only heard tales of the wild chicken's exquisite flavor from the village elders, finally tasted it for themselves and would forever remember its deliciousness. I have become a member of the hunting team. Our first mission into Chicken Ming Mountain is to catch wild chickens. After the hunting team members feasted on 5 wild chickens, each of them made a loud vow. Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Fun, and others enjoyed the wild chickens that Zhang Yun had brought home. And this time they refrained from competing with the guests for the chicken meat, instead watching with smiles as the guests consumed the 5 wild chickens. Yun, thank you and your family for the generous hospitality tonight. Tomorrow morning marks the day you lead the hunting team to Chicken Cry Mountain. I shall host a grand inauguration ceremony for you at the old camphor tree square, said Captain Zhang Yue, wiping his mouth and relishing the delicious taste of wild chicken. This was the first time Jiuwan village had established its own hunting team, and it was essential to hold a founding ceremony, signifying the importance that Jiuwan Brigade placed on this hunting team. Rest assured, Captain, the Jiuwan Brigade's hunting team will eventually bring substantial benefits to our community. Zhang Yun replied confidently. The 9 members of the hunting team, Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankong, Zhang Bingxiang, Sun Fugui, Yang Daju, Zhang Yimu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jinxin, and Sun Zhongwen, quickly assured him as well. The 7 production team leaders, including Zhang Yue, nodded in satisfaction and offered words of encouragement. After all, each of the 9 members represented at least one of the 6 production teams, thus ensuring the interests of all teams were adequately addressed. Subsequently, everyone departed from Zhang Yun's home. At that moment, Zhang Fun, the eldest sister, approached Zhang Yun with 13 yuan in hand. Old third. The 2 wild hares and 2 grass carp I delivered to the tailor's canteen this morning total 13 yuan. Here it is, she said, attempting to place the money in his hands. Zhang Yun promptly stepped back and earnestly replied, Sister, keep this money. In 3 months, you will open your own tailor shop. And this is my gift to you as your capital. Zhang Fun's face was filled with astonishment upon hearing this. That day, 13 yuan amounted to 400 yuan in a month, and in 3 months, it would total 1,200 yuan. With such capital, she could certainly establish a sizable tailor shop. Tears welled up in Zhang Fun's eyes as she realized that Zhang Yun had already devised a plan for her future. Suddenly, she felt a profound sense of hope for her aspirations. Sister, we are siblings born from the same womb. Money is a trivial matter. In the past, our family was poor, and you hastily married to settle family debts. Now that I have some means, I cannot allow you to remain in poverty. I wish to help you realize your dreams, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Zhang Fan nodded emphatically, choosing not to return the money, but rather accepting Zhang Yun's arrangement with grace. Nearby, Zhang Fong, who had overheard their conversation, clutched the 10 yuan she had just taken from her pocket. Old third, if you won't accept the eldest sister's money, you won't take my money either, will you? Zhang Fong said with hopeful anticipation. This is from the sale of 200 frogs today. Second sister, that won't do. I may forgo my profits. But I must certainly compensate my hunter friend, Zhang Yun replied. How about this? You take half, and the other half shall be yours, Zhang Yun remarked with a smile. The frogs nurtured within the mystical spring space weighed approximately 5 frogs to a pound. Zhang Fong sold them to various sales points in the villages at the rate of 30 cents per pound, while those sales points in turn sold them to the villagers for 40 cents per pound. Today, with 200 frogs amounting to 40 pounds, Zhang Fong theoretically would receive 12 yuan. However, due to the necessity of offering discounts to the sales points, and being her first transaction with them, she generously conceded, resulting in a profit of only 10 yuan. To conceal the secret of the mystical spring, Zhang Yun had previously claimed that these frogs were provided by a hunter friend of his, thereby implying there were procurement costs involved. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Zhang Fong's face lit up with joy. This was just the beginning. Earning 5 yuan in a single day meant she could accumulate 150 yuan in a month. Furthermore, having visited 2 more villages that day, she found 2 additional sales points, and tomorrow she would need to supply 300 frogs, translating to over 20 yuan and a potential 10 yuan profit. With the sales points of 10 production teams fully established, Zhang Fong realized that her daily earnings would only increase, perhaps even reaching 100 yuan in a day. You truly are generous, third brother, she mused, calculating in her mind her imminent transformation into a wealthy woman, and excitedly tapped Zhang Yun's arm. Zhang Yun offered a wry smile. Wu Xuenong, standing nearby, overheard his wife's conversation with Zhang Yun and quickly began to calculate in his mind, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Little brother-in-law, you've given my wife such a grand opportunity to prosper. As her brother-in-law, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Thus, I will assist you in supervising the construction without expecting a single cent in return. As a man, Wu Xuenong did not wish to appear inferior to Zhang Yun. Since his wife had gained such significant benefits, he felt compelled to show his support. Zhang Yun, of course, would not refuse, as he did not wish to disrespect his brother-in-law. By the way, third brother, I will need to deliver 300 frogs tomorrow, Zhang Fong emphasized. Zhang Yun nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze toward his 2 younger sisters, Zhang Yanhong and Zhang Yanli, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. With both elder sisters reaping such substantial rewards, it was only fair to consider the younger siblings. Zhang Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. He then retrieved the remaining cash of 192 yuan, reluctantly stating, Fourth sister, fifth sister, I have been rather busy these past few days and have not brought you any treats. Please divide this money amongst yourselves, and buy whatever you wish from the supply store. Zhang Yanhong immediately snatched a handful of cash from Zhang Yun's hand, bursting into laughter as she dashed into the inner room. Zhang Yanli shouted for the money as she too rushed inside, eager to share the windfall. The family, witnessing Zhang Yun's expression of dismay, could not help but burst into laughter. Zhang Yun pursed his lips, realizing he had unwittingly become completely broke, with not a single cent left in his possession. However, within Zhang Yun's heart, there resided a profound sense of happiness. The mere thought of his family living joyfully together constituted his utmost fulfillment. Dad, Mom, I will keep vigil at the new house, Zhang Yun remarked as he noticed the night had deepened. Chapter 176, setting up the first spatial passage upon arriving at the new residence. Zhang Yun promptly unleashed 200 stones. He then proceeded to the lumber storage, where he extracted all the elm wood, accumulating a substantial pile. At that moment, aided by the moonlight, Zhang Yun gazed at his new home. After a day's labor from 50 villagers, all the walls had already risen to a height of 2 meters. In a mere 2 days, the entire structure would be completed. In this era, with abundant human resources, the construction of a house could be expedited with the efforts of 40 to 50 individuals working in unison. With his brother-in-law overseeing the project, Zhang Yun felt reassured about the quality of the work. Thus, Zhang Yun made his way to the shaded pavilion. After contemplating for a while, he murmured to himself. The spatial passage within the spirit spring space was originally intended for placement at the Chu Shui commune. However, as this was my first spatial passage, it was only fitting to establish it within my own home. Now, I must select a suitable location to arrange the spatial passage. Zhang Yun immediately began surveying his surroundings and soon approached the rear mountain of the new house, where he discovered a relatively secluded spot on the hillside. Armadillo, come forth, Zhang Yun suddenly called out. In truth, the armadillo had been trailing behind him since his arrival at the new house, believing its cautious movements would go unnoticed. Little did it know that Zhang Yun possessed keen perceptive abilities. As soon as he spoke, the armadillo, lying 20 meters away, hurriedly crawled over. Without hesitation, Zhang Yun retrieved a bamboo tube and placed it on the ground. Before we commence work, a little reward is in order. The armadillo quickly consumed the spirit spring contained within the bamboo tube. All right, having had your reward, it is time to begin. Zhang Yun commanded. Dig a hole in the ground right here. Indeed, Zhang Yun intended to establish the first spatial passage within this underground cavity. He had envisioned the layout for this cavity to transform it into a basement. In the future, within a 10-mile radius surrounding this basement, Zhang Yun would be able to leverage the power of the spirit spring space for instantaneous transport back to this underground refuge. The armadillo, eager to comply, activated all 4 of its claws and swiftly burrowed into the earth. Zhang Yun, too, remained industrious, wielding a machete to slash at the ground. As he cleared the soil, he utilized both hands to gather the excavated dirt into the spirit spring space, thereby eliminating the need for transporting the earth elsewhere. Consequently, through the collaborative efforts of Zhang Yun and the armadillo, the basement was excavated in merely half an hour. The entrance sloped downward at about 1 meter, and approximately 2 meters from the surface, a 3 by 3 meter basement space began to take shape. At this moment, Zhang Yun's consciousness descended upon the massive stone above the designated area of the spirit spring space number 1, where the floating void had always lingered behind the acceleration point. The spatial passageway was situated here. As Zhang Yun's thoughts conveyed commands, a circular phantom, 2 meters in diameter, suddenly materialized at the tip of his finger. A gentle touch upon this ethereal form caused ripples to emanate. This circular apparition was devoid of color and presence, seemingly non-existent. An outsider stumbling into this subterranean chamber would remain oblivious to its existence. Yet, it was undeniably real. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun's consciousness surveyed the spirit spring space, noting a change in the figures above the stone. Acceleration points, 588. This indicated that the establishment of this spatial passageway had automatically deducted 100 acceleration points from the spirit spring space. What astonished Zhang Yun the most was the emergence of a circular virtual topographical map in the void behind the acceleration points. As if a holographic projector within the space was revealing all terrain within a 10-mile radius. This was truly remarkable. Zhang Yun's mind was awash with awe as he gazed at this virtual topographical depiction, centered around the spatial passageway. It presented a 3-dimensional projection of the terrain within a 10-mile range, evoking a sense of science fiction. Zhang Yun promptly exited the underground chamber and made his way to the awning in front of his new house. During his journey, his consciousness remained fixated on the topographical map, observing a red dot marking his physical form. With each step he took, the red dot correspondingly shifted. Upon reaching the awning, Zhang Yun's consciousness settled on the topographical map, pinpointing the circular opening designated as the spatial passageway exit. Go, he commanded with his thoughts. In an instant, Zhang Yun's physical form vanished from the awning, and the next moment, he found himself back in the underground chamber. This was astounding, a true spectacle of science fiction. After experiencing the instantaneous teleportation capability of the spatial passageway, Zhang Yun was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to quell his exhilaration. Henceforth, as long as he remained within a 10-mile radius of this spatial passageway exit, a mere thought would suffice to return his body instantly to his new home. Minutes later, Zhang Yun finally regained his composure. This underground chamber could not be discovered by others, nor could it be trespassed. We must ensure its secrecy, Zhang Yun remarked calmly. Thus, it was imperative to assign trustworthy beasts to guard this place, maintaining vigilance around the clock. He surveyed the collection of beasts within the spirit spring space, focusing on 3 forest pythons. Captured from the primordial forest of Windstone Ridge, these 3 pythons were ideally suited for safeguarding the underground chamber. Humanity has always harbored a fear of serpents, particularly such colossal creatures as these 3 forest pythons. Any individual venturing into the backyard would be terrified should one of the pythons suddenly emerge, potentially scaring them half to death. With 3 forest pythons stationed in this area, rotating in shifts, it would ensure that no one could approach the spatial passageway. Consequently, Zhang Yun released the 3 forest pythons without hesitation. The pangolin was instructed to excavate a burrow in that location. Zhang Yun delivered the command with a swift kick to the creature crouched nearby. Undoubtedly, this newly dug burrow would serve as the dwelling for the 3 forest pythons. The pangolin promptly set to work. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun wielded a machete, felling several trees, and personally constructed a canopy at the entrance of the underground chamber, sealing it to prevent rainwater from seeping in. Once all was completed, he returned to the shelter. Upon his return, Zhang Yun noticed 10 machetes bound to the back of the roe deer. These blades required minimal enhancement. A single acceleration point for each would suffice. Zhang Yun remarked softly, and then he stowed the 10 machetes in the spiritual spring space, expending 10 acceleration points to enhance each one. After attending to these matters, Zhang Yun succumbed to slumber. Chapter 177. The time is still early. Let us dispatch a shipment at 6 in the morning. Zhang Yun awoke early once more. Perhaps due to the busyness of recent days, he had established a regular rhythm, waking invariably at this hour. As he sat up, his consciousness instinctively entered the spiritual spring space. Indeed, an additional acre had been added, now designated as Plot 9. This new plot could be utilized for raising chickens, rabbits, or perhaps for excavating a new fish pond. Zhang Yun surveyed the entirety of the 9 acres and murmured to himself. Under the accelerated time flow of 15 times normal speed, the wild and domestic chickens in Plot 2 had proliferated significantly, with the current acre nearing its capacity. Similarly, the wild rabbits in Plot 3 were reproducing rapidly. Moreover, over the past few days, he had foraged various hills and captured numerous wild rabbits. The males had been sold off, leaving the females, which, under the 15-fold time acceleration, could produce a litter every 2 days, resulting in a swift population increase. The fish pond in Plot 4 was also thriving under the same accelerated conditions, with new fish continually emerging, nearly filling the acre. In fact, wild boars were reproducing quickly as well, and soon Plot 6 would also be insufficient to accommodate them. The bamboo rats were multiplying rapidly, and Plot 5 was on the brink of becoming overrun. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yun reached a decision. With several hundred chickens already, he had yet to find a substantial buyer, thus the expansion of the chicken population was not urgent. The fish from Plot 4 primarily supplied the supply cooperative and the mine canteen. The current rate of reproduction was adequate to meet the demands of these 2 clients. Wild rabbits could be sold to the mine, Duanzhizhong, the supply cooperative, and the Hongling meat processing plant, all of whom required wild rabbits, ensuring that no matter how large the population grew, they could be sold promptly. After some reflection, Zhang Yun resolved to utilize Plot 9 for breeding wild rabbits. With that thought, he issued a command, expending 15 acceleration points on Plot 9. Instantly, the spiritual spring space lost 15 acceleration points, and the time flow rate for the newly added Plot 9 surged by 15 times. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun transferred 100 wild rabbits from Plot 3 to Plot 9 and also transplanted a significant quantity of sweet potato vines. Once the spiritual spring space was arranged, he released 5 porcupines from within. These 5 porcupines, adorned with formidable quills, would typically pose a challenge for most. However, for Zhang Yun, it was a simple task. In an instant, as he set them free, his machete struck, severing their necks in a single blow. These porcupines would serve as meat for the workers constructing the house. Subsequently, Zhang Yun retrieved 100 sweet potatoes and their respective vines, which would provide breakfast and vegetables for the laborers. Additionally, he produced 5 fish, contributing further to their meat supply. Sister 2 was scheduled to deliver 300 frogs. Thus, along with her search for sales points in various villages, he decided to prepare 350 frogs. Zhang Yun nonchalantly declared this and immediately produced a fertilizer bag, placing the frogs inside. He then extracted 2 wild rabbits and 2 fish, intended for his elder sister, Zhang Fan, to take to her sewing shop. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Yun glanced at the sky. The dawn had yet to break. With the spatial passage arranged and the Xuemei commune only 10 miles away, he realized he could also make a trip to deliver goods to Duanzhizhong and the supply and marketing cooperative. The Jiuan brigade would gather at 9 in the morning, while the cooperative opened at 8. After delivering the goods, he could teleport back in time to the old camphor tree square. Zhang Yun calmly articulated his plan. After all, he had been left with no money, as his 2 younger sisters had taken all his funds the previous night. He could not afford to pause and needed to seize the opportunity to earn money. Having resolved his thoughts, Zhang Yun wasted no time. He mounted his deer and hastened towards the Xuemei commune. As for the porcupines, fish, and sweet potatoes left at the new house, they were guarded by the red fox, alleviating any concerns about theft. Approximately half an hour later, the first light of dawn appeared, illuminating the world. Zhang Yun arrived first at Duanzhizhong's courtyard. He retrieved the cart and placed 2 baskets upon it. He then produced 200 bamboo rats and deposited them in the baskets before proceeding to knock on the door. It seemed Duanzhizhong anticipated Zhang Yun's early visit. Upon the first knock, he responded from within the yard. "Brother Zhang Yun, I'm here," Duanzhizhong called out, rushing over to open the gate. The deer pulled the cart into the yard, arriving at the storage room door. "Brother Zhang, you truly are remarkable. You've caught so many bamboo rats. exclaimed Duan Zhizhong, his joy evident as he opened the baskets to reveal the lively and robust creatures. Friends among hunters abound. These are all the fruits of several days' efforts, and I am selling them all to you. Zhang Yun smiled, thinking it unwise to claim sole credit for the catch, knowing others would doubt the truth. To conceal the secret of the spiritual spring space, he consistently referenced his hunting friends, asserting that all the wild beasts were captured by them. Duan Zhizhong cast a lingering glance at Zhang Yun, reluctant to expose the underlying truth, for it was, after all, Zhang Yun's secret. As long as Zhang Yun could sell these bamboo rats to him, that was sufficient. Having navigated the corridors of power for many years, Duan Zhizhong was acutely aware of the intricate web of interests. Each individual harbored their own secrets, and as long as they could be mutually advantageous, their relationship would endure. Before long, Duan Zhizhong produced a scale and weighed the 2 baskets of bamboo rats, totaling 626 pounds. At 60 cents per pound, the sum amounted to 3,756 yuan. Brother Duan, there's no need for the 60 cents. Just give me 375 yuan, Zhang Yun said, seizing the opportunity once Duan Zhizhong had calculated the price. Duan Zhizhong was indeed pleased with Zhang Yun's willingness to forego the small change. Although 50 cents was trifling to him, Zhang Yun's gesture was a nod to his dignity, bringing him a sense of satisfaction. Thus, without hesitation, Duan Zhizhong handed over 375 yuan to Zhang Yun. Just as Zhang Yun was about to instruct the deer to pull the cart away, Duan Zhizhong suddenly held him back. Brother Zhang, I have one more favor to ask of you, he said promptly. Oh, Brother Duan, what is it? Zhang Yun inquired with curiosity. Actually, there's a leader who wishes to purchase a deer, or a muntjac will suffice. As long as it has antlers, any type will do, Duan Zhizhong whispered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun understood immediately. It seemed this leader was seeking to restore his confidence through the use of deer antler. Coincidentally, Zhang Yun had several male muntjac in his spiritual space, all adorned with antlers. However, he could not present them so readily. Such a hasty revelation would undermine their value. Thus, Zhang Yun's expression darkened as he feigned difficulty. Brother Duan, to be honest, I am planning a trip to Chicken Crying Mountain today, where I might encounter wild deer. However, should I capture a male wild deer, the price cannot be cheap, he said after a moment's pause. No problem, my brother. I am aware that such wild deer are exceedingly rare and difficult to find, and even harder to capture. For such a rare wild deer, I am willing to offer 50 yuan per pound, Duan Zhizhong stated candidly. Chapter 178. Purchasing for the commune canteen. No sales. Zhang Yun sat atop the cart as the muntjac pulled him towards the supply and marketing cooperative, having just departed from Duan Zhizhong's home. A smile had not left the corners of Zhang Yun's mouth. He was filled with joy. At 50 yuan per pound, the largest male muntjac in his spiritual space, nurtured by the powers of the spiritual spring, now weighed around 80 pounds. This amounted to a substantial 4,000 yuan. This was the source of Zhang Yun's exhilaration. The 2 muntjac captured from Shifeng Mountain in Laishikio village had already given birth to 2 fawns. Later, while foraging the hills of Linshui village, he captured another 2 muntjac. Thus, his spiritual space now housed 6 muntjac, including 2 females that, with the time flow accelerated by 15 times, would soon give birth to more fawns in about a week. The rare muntjac, renowned for its exceptional reputation, commands a high price, accessible only to the affluent elite. In just a few minutes, Zhang Yun arrived at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, pulling a cart. On the way, he had already packed 200 grass carp into 2 baskets and taken out 4 fertilizer bags, with 2 containing 200 bamboo rats and the other 2 housing 200 wild rabbits. Even though it was not yet 8 o'clock and the gate of the cooperative had not opened, a significant number of townsfolk had gathered. After all, the 10 production teams of the Chu Shui commune relied on the cooperative for essential supplies, prompting these individuals to arrive early in the morning to make their purchases before hastily returning to their duties. Zhang Yun glanced around and noted the presence of at least 100 people. Naturally, his visibility was heightened as he sat atop the cart, attracting the attention of the majority of the crowd. Upon seeing the carp and the rabbits and bamboo rats in the fertilizer bags, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of onlookers. Young man, which production team do you belong to? Are you selling wild game for the hunting team? Inquired an elderly gentleman. Indeed, I am from the hunting team of the Jiuwan production team. These are the beasts captured by our team, Zhang Yun replied earnestly. During this era, with the individual economy not yet opened, he dared not publicly declare the goods as his own. Thus, he intended to sell these items under the auspices of the Jiuwan production team. Has the Jiuwan team really established a hunting team? Questioned a middle-aged man with a hint of skepticism. The hills surrounding Jiuwan village were neither vast nor perilous, and the population of wild animals was limited. Historically, they had not maintained their own hunting team, lacking even a single capable hunter. Some well-informed townsfolk were aware of this absence. Yes, we have just established one. Our village, adjacent to the Jiming Mountain, has found it increasingly difficult to procure meat this year, prompting us to form a hunting team, Zhang Yun quickly responded, aiming to dispel any doubts. This was indeed the truth, as today marked the inaugural day of the Jiuwan hunting team's establishment. Impressive, truly impressive. The Jiming Mountain encompasses half the area of our Chu Shui commune, and the hunters of Jiming village have consistently leveraged their geographical advantage to yield substantial catches. Although Jiuwan village lies close to Jiming Mountain, the western approach is steep and densely forested, making entry quite challenging. I never anticipated that your newly formed hunting team would achieve such a bountiful harvest, an elderly man remarked, filled with admiration upon hearing Zhang Yun's words. This was indeed a fact. Jiuwan village, along with Laoshi Qiao village, Jiming village, Baozhai village, Pailin village, and Baizhou village, encircled Jiming Mountain. Only Jiming village, situated in a low-lying area of the mountains, found it easy to access the mountain, while hunters from the other villages faced considerable difficulties in their endeavors. The hunting team from Jiuwan village has had good fortune. Zhang Yun, however, cannot elaborate further, as excessive explanations may raise suspicions. Young man, I am Yang Xuemei, the procurement officer of the commune cafeteria. May I kindly inquire your name? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a middle-aged man parted the sea of people and approached Zhang Yun with warmth. What a stroke of luck, another potential client has arrived. Zhang Yun mused as he scrutinized the man before him, noting his clean attire, indicative of a staff member within the commune. My name is Zhang Yun, he replied calmly. There was no need for discretion regarding his name. After all, he frequented the supply and marketing cooperative daily, and his reputation was already well established, destined to reach the cafeteria in due time. Young brother Zhang, I wish to discuss the possibility of you providing meat to our commune cafeteria on a long-term basis. Yang Xuemei inquired with eager anticipation. It was evident that the meat supply throughout Chu Shui commune was severely strained, even with special attention from the leadership. The cafeteria often found itself lacking in meat provisions. Over the past few days, Yang Xuemei had been competing at the cooperative for wild rabbits and grass carp. Relying on his authority within the commune, he did manage to procure some, yet the quantity remained insufficient, and the pressure was mounting. This morning, upon witnessing the throng surrounding Zhang Yun, Yang Xuemei conceived a plan, realizing Zhang was there to sell game. Upon hearing Yang Xuemei's proposal, Zhang Yun paused, hesitating to respond immediately. Historically, the greatest challenge in conducting business with authoritative bodies has always been the issue of payment. Brother Yang, may I ask if your cafeteria can settle payments on the spot for the supplies? Zhang Yun inquired with a smile. That is not feasible. Our cafeteria settles accounts once a month. However, you need not worry about receiving your payments. The commune will certainly not default on your dues, Yang Xuemei replied earnestly, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. Zhang Yun, possessing an intuitive understanding, discerned the slight change in Yang Xuemei's demeanor and recognized that his words were not entirely truthful. A monthly settlement was implausible. The crux of the matter was that as an individual selling goods, if Zhang Yun were to wait a month for payment, it would technically be illegal. The commune would be unlikely to detain him, yet they could easily concoct various reasons to withhold payment. Moreover, if Zhang Yun were to sell under the auspices of the Jiuwan Brigade, the commune would similarly present an array of policy reasons to delay payment. In essence, it was fraught with complications. Having contemplated these issues, Zhang Yun replied nonchalantly, Brother Yang, I am merely assisting the Jiuwan Brigade in selling goods today. In the future, I may send someone else for such transactions. Therefore, if you are truly interested in purchasing game, you will need to negotiate directly with the Jiuwan Brigade. I am unable to provide a definitive answer on my end. This was Zhang Yun's response. Without the assurance of immediate payment, he had little interest in the proposition. The scarcity of meat in this era granted him the confidence to demand on-the-spot settlement. Upon hearing this, Yang Xuemei's countenance darkened noticeably. At this moment, the clock struck 8, and the gate of the supply and marketing cooperative finally swung open. All the townsfolk surged inside. Zhang Yun, without exchanging pleasantries with Yang Xuemei, directed the deer to haul the cart to the warehouse in the back courtyard. Chapter 179. The convenience of spatial passage. The competition between the hunting team and the militia upon arriving at the warehouse. Zhang Yun was greeted warmly by the familiar faces who recognized him as an acquaintance of Director Liu Sanbao. They eagerly assisted him in weighing his catches. 200 grass carps weighed 258 pounds, 200 bamboo rats amounted to 687 pounds, and 200 wild hares totaled 1,088 pounds. The cooperative purchased these three types of game at a rate of 0.6 yuan per pound. The cumulative weight reached 3,033 pounds, equating to a total of 18,198 yuan. At this point, Zhang Yun had exited the supply and marketing cooperative and was heading towards Jiuan village on the cart. Simultaneously, he focused his consciousness on the first location within the spirit spring space, observing the virtual map above the boulder, where a red dot represented his position. Moving steadily across the map, Zhang Yun's location was now within a 10-mile radius of the spatial passage's exit. Before long, the deer guided the cart to an uninhabited mountain path. Zhang Yun promptly stored the cart and deer within the spirit spring space. "Return," he commanded, locking his consciousness onto the exit of the spatial passage on the virtual map, and in an instant, his body vanished. In the next moment, Zhang Yun materialized within the cave behind his new home. The power of this instantaneous transportation was truly remarkable, serving as an invaluable tool for travel. With 338 acceleration points remaining, Zhang Yun was determined to elevate his points to 100 during this excursion to Jiming Mountain, with the intent of establishing another spatial passage. Experiencing long-distance spatial transmission for the first time filled Zhang Yun with excitement. He realized that if he could set up spatial passages in various locations, traversing the entirety of Huagua would merely require a few instances of instantaneous transport. 100 acceleration points necessitated the capture of 10,000 pounds of game. Although this posed a challenge, Zhang Yun remained optimistic. It was now around 8:30. Descending from the back mountain, he arrived at the pergola in front of his new house, where a significant number of construction workers had gathered. His brother-in-law, Wu Xuenong, was taken aback at Zhang Yun's appearance, having not seen him around the new house for several days. "Little brother-in-law, weren't you headed to the old camphor tree square?" Wu Xuenong inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yun glanced around and noted that his family was preparing breakfast while the local villagers, who had come to help with the construction, were enjoying sweet potatoes, their faces aglow with joy. These villagers had received their wages for the past 5 days, allowing them to eat their fill and indulge in meat, naturally bringing them happiness. In this era, mere satisfaction from a full meal was a source of joy, and having meat daily was akin to bliss. Zhang Zhongli, Chen Wan, Zhang Yanhong, Zhang Yanli, and Aunt Lu Huanhuan were diligently processing 5 wild boars. Despite their quills, these spines could be easily scraped off after being scalded in hot water. The 5 boars weighed nearly 300 pounds, sufficient to provide meat for the construction workers for 5 days. Today, the workers would consume 100 pounds, while the remaining 400 pounds of boar meat would be cured into bacon. "Brother-in-law, here is 1,000 yuan. Please assist me in purchasing roofing tiles. If more is needed, you may owe it for now, and I shall settle the balance in a couple of days," Zhang Yun said calmly as he handed 1,000 yuan in cash to Wu Xuenong. This arrangement had been agreed upon the previous evening, with Wu Xuenong responsible for procuring the tiles, while Zhang Yun merely provided the funds without interference. "Understood," Wu Xuenong replied, feeling honored by Zhang Yun's trust. After exchanging pleasantries with his family and the villagers involved in the construction, Zhang Yun swiftly mounted his deer and headed to the old camphor tree square in Jiuan village. His rifle was slung across his back, and a bow with a quiver hung from his deer, while 10 machetes were loaded onto a cart. Upon his arrival at the old camphor tree square, he found the place buzzing with activity. 10 militia members, under the leadership of Xiao Qinghua, had arrived early in the morning and stood in a straight line. Xiao Qinghua, with his military background, had insisted on maintaining a disciplined stance among the militia. Thus, even after arriving at the square shortly after 8, they remained at attention. The villagers of Jiuan, including members of the production team, the physically challenged, and the elderly, were aware that the hunting team was to be established today, and nearly the entire village had come out. However, instead of focusing on Zhang Zhiwu and the other 9 members of the hunting team, the villagers surrounded Xiao Qinghua and his 11 militia members. The sight of the 10 militia members standing in a perfect line sparked much discussion among the onlookers. The militia members held rifles with resolute expressions, ignoring the murmurs around them, their eyes fixed forward with unwavering determination. Xiao Qinghua was quite pleased with the 10 militia members, who met all his training standards. In contrast, Zhang Zhiwu, Zhang Jinkong, Zhang Bingqiang, Sun Fugue, Yang Dazhu, Zhang Yimu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jinxin, and Sun Zhengwen, the 9 members of the hunting team, stood haphazardly together. Witnessing the villagers' admiration for the militia, their expressions turned complex. Today marked the establishment of their hunting team, and they had expected to be the center of attention. Yet, The arrival of the 11 militia members had diverted all focus onto them. I never anticipated that Yun would be a militia trainer, Zhang Jiwu remarked with surprise. Zhang Yun is becoming increasingly enigmatic. We cannot fathom how many secrets he holds, and it is somewhat intimidating, Zhang Jiankong, the son of the team leader Zhang Yue, stated calmly. His words elicited nods of agreement from the crowd. Indeed, within the span of merely 10 days, Zhang Yun has undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. He has entered the Lin Shui mine, acquired formidable hunting prowess, constructed the first opulent mansion of the Chu Shui commune, and is set to wed a knowledgeable young woman, all while unexpectedly assuming the role of a militia trainer. Each of these accomplishments, remarkable in their own right, has transpired in Zhang Yun's life. Today he leads us, along with 11 militia members, into Jiming Mountain, leaving us curious about his intentions. I cannot shake the feeling that Zhang Yun wishes for us to engage in a contest with the militia. At this moment, Zhang Yimou, the calm and collected nephew of the brigade's secretary Zhang Huqing, offered his analysis. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd immediately turned grave. After all, the hunting team of Jiuwan village has only just been established, and none possess hunting experience. They are relying on Zhang Yun to impart his knowledge as we venture into Jiming Mountain. A competition today between the hunting team and the militia would be somewhat inequitable. While the discussions swirled among the villagers, Zhang Yun's approach on the cart caught the attention of several villagers. Zhang Yun is here. The boy has finally arrived. The gaze of the entire Jiuwan village focused on him. Chapter 180. Departure. Jiming Mountain. Both the brigade's secretary Zhang Huqing and the brigade leader Zhang Yue, the two most powerful figures, approached the cart together. Their simultaneous welcome elevated Zhang Yun's status. Today marks the establishment of the hunting team, and the presence of these two authoritative figures signifies profound support for the team. As their mentor, Zhang Yun is to lead the hunting team into Jiming Mountain to share his expertise. Thus, these dignitaries must accord him the utmost respect. Zhang Yun, today is the day our village's hunting team is inaugurated. I hope you lead them to a victorious start, Zhang Huqing remarked with a smile, as it is indeed his duty as brigade secretary to offer blessings to all. The future availability of meat in Jiuwan village hinges on this hunting team. From this day forth, I entrust them to you. Ensure you impart your true skills to them, Zhang Yue stated with a serious demeanor. Zhang Yun leapt down from the cart, responding with composure. Rest assured, secretary, brigade leader, our hunting team, formed by the skilled individuals from the 6 production teams, will certainly not be ineffectual. The Jiuwan hunting team will undoubtedly gain renown throughout the entire Chu Shui commune. Both Zhang Huqing and Zhang Yue were pleased with his response. With Zhang Yun's assurance, they believed the hunting team would soon capture an abundance of game, ensuring that Jiuwan village would no longer lack meat. Meanwhile, the 6 production team leaders had organized their members into 6 rows. The 9 members of the hunting team stood at the forefront of the 6 production teams. At this moment, Zhang Yun took down 10 machetes from the cart and positioned himself beside Zhang Huqing and Zhang Yue, fellow members of Jiuwan Brigade. Today marks the founding of our Jiuwan village hunting team. Let us offer them the warmest applause, Zhang Yue announced. Amidst the resounding applause from the cooperative members, the village leader, Zhang Huqing, raised his hand, signaling for silence. His deep voice resonated, addressing the assembly. Esteemed members, as you are aware, our village of Jiuwan has long been deprived of meat. Today marks the establishment of the Jiuwan Beast Hunting Team, which brings us a glimmer of hope. Our future sources of meat will rely on this team. Therefore, I urge everyone to fully support and cooperate with the efforts of the hunting team. True to his position, the leader's impassioned speech stirred the hearts of all present. At that moment, Zhang Yun raised his hand, and once the crowd quieted, he presented 10 machetes. The 9 members of the hunting team, Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankong, Zhang Bingqiang, Sun Fuge, Yang Daju, Zhang Yimou, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jinxin, and Sun Zhongwen, approached solemnly, each receiving a machete from Zhang Yun. The members of the 6 production teams looked on with envy as these 9 individuals proudly wielded their weapons. Zhang Yue leaned closer to Zhang Yun, whispering, "Shall we set off?" Zhang Yun nodded in affirmation, with no time to waste. As the journey to Jimingshan spanned 7 to 8 miles, Zhang Yue issued the command for the hunting team to depart without delay. Zhang Yun, armed with a rifle and a machete, proceeded to the militia unit. Xiao Qinghua had the 10 trained militia members standing at attention. Upon Zhang Yun's arrival, he coldly remarked, "Minister Xiao, today I am in charge of training these 10 militia members, and everything will adhere to my rules. Keeping them standing like this is merely exhausting their energy." Xiao Qinghua's expression faltered at these words. Upon arriving at the old camphor tree square, Xiao Qinghua had the militia stand straight as a means to demonstrate their discipline. However, He sensed Zhang Yun's dissatisfaction with this approach. "You 10, I am your coach today. I command you to move as you please, without any burden." Zhang Yun disregarded Xiao Qinghua's thoughts, issuing commands with authority. The militia, like any soldiers, must train according to military standards and consistently showcase our prowess to the public. Xiao Qinghua, displeased with Zhang Yun's orders, quickly interjected, "Since I am responsible for training the militia today, you must follow my commands. Minister Xiao, if you are unsatisfied, you may choose not to accompany us." Zhang Yun remained resolute, ignoring Xiao Qinghua's objections. Fuming, Xiao Qinghua pointed accusingly at Zhang Yun. "Minister Xiao, today I intend to take the militia and the hunting team into Jimingshan, training them in a manner akin to real combat. Everything you have done thus far has merely drained the stamina of these 10 militia members." Zhang Yun, while firm, offered Xiao Qinghua a modicum of respect, patiently explaining his perspective. Standing at attention for half an hour can be exceedingly taxing on one's physical stamina, particularly for these 10 militia members, who have journeyed from various villages to Jiuan village. Their energy has already been significantly depleted during the trek, compounded by the recent exertion caused by Xiao Qinghua's display. The journey does not end here. They must traverse Songshu Mountain before reaching Jiming Mountain, which will further drain their vitality. By the time they arrive at Jiming Mountain, will these 10 militia members be capable of engaging in a hunt? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinghua, who had been seething with anger moments ago, suddenly froze. An understanding dawning upon him regarding Zhang Yun's implication, Xiao Qinghua found himself at a loss for how to react. Well, they have expended energy, and they can replenish it with some food along the way. Henceforth, Minister Xiao, you need only remain at my side and observe my training methods. Refrain from interfering with my plan, or I shall take measures to teach you a lesson, and you will have no one to blame but yourself when that time comes." Zhang Yun stated calmly. Xiao Qinghua's expression stiffened once more. He had not anticipated Zhang Yun's audacity to reprimand him in front of everyone. Yet, he dared not voice a rebuttal, as an instinct warned him that should he continue to contest Zhang Yun, the latter would indeed retaliate. The prospect of being physically assaulted was daunting, and Xiao Qinghua could easily envision the dire consequences that would follow, rendering him unable to maintain his standing within the militia. At this juncture, the 9 members of the hunting team arrived at the militia's location. Zhang Yun instructed both groups to stand facing one another. "This time, I will lead both teams into Jiming Mountain. It is your first foray into hunting wild beasts. This presents an intriguing opportunity, as I intend to pit you against one another in a competition. The team that manages to hunt the heaviest aggregate weight of beasts will be personally rewarded by me with a live roe deer. This deer can be utilized for transportation or cargo, making it exceedingly valuable, as you have all likely observed. Now, I ask you, do you possess the confidence to best your opponents?" Zhang Yun passionately articulated his challenge. Upon hearing his words, the militia members and the hunting team were instantly invigorated. The prospect of winning a live roe deer was exhilarating. They had watched Zhang Yun riding one daily, a sight that had stirred their envy. Now, they found themselves presented with the chance to acquire a roe deer. Yes, the members of both the militia and the hunting team responded enthusiastically. Zhang Yun was pleased with their fervor, and with a commanding shout, he declared, "Let us depart." To Jiming Mountain. Chapter 181, Advance at a Run. Disobedience is not tolerated. Each member of the militia was armed with a rifle and 5 rounds of ammunition. The 9 members of the hunting team, in addition to a machete gifted by Zhang Yun, each carried a bundle of hemp rope intended for setting snares. Naturally, each person also bore provisions and a water bottle. The 21-strong contingent, under the watchful eyes of the villagers of Jiuan, made their way towards Songshu Mountain, advancing at a run. Zhang Yun had no intention of ambling into the mountains. That would be a waste of precious time. Traversing Pine Tree Mountain requires more than 5 miles of travel, followed by crossing several peaks, which adds another 4 miles before reaching the mountainous outskirts of Chicken Crowing Mountain, covering nearly 10 miles of rugged terrain. If one were to proceed at a leisurely pace, it would consume an entire morning. Therefore, Zhang Yun, adhering to the demands of practical training, insisted that everyone advance at a run. Concerned about waning stamina, Zhang Yun remained unfazed. He would discreetly provide these individuals with spiritual spring water to swiftly replenish their energy. Indeed, the 10 militia members were quite obedient. Having previously undergone military training, they were accustomed to following orders. Meanwhile, the 9 members of the hunting squad, newly formed, expressed astonishment at the grueling training regimen they were to endure. However, they dared not voice their dissent, observing that the militia had already begun to run, and they promptly fell in line. Thus, the 21 individuals surged forward, sprinting towards Pine Tree Mountain. by the time they reached Pine Tree Mountain from Jiuan village. Aside from Zhang Yun, everyone was gasping for breath. Although the militia members routinely engaged in training, it primarily consisted of standard marching exercises, imposing no significant demands on their physical endurance. Coupled with the early morning rush to Jiuan village and the exhausting drill led by Xiao Qinghua, they had only run a mile and already felt utterly drained. The 9 hunting squad members, though adept at agricultural work, had never undergone running training, and after a mile, they too appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Xiao Qinghua, despite his military background, had spent 5 years in the militia without maintaining the physical training of his former service, and at over 30, he found himself winded. "Are you all unable to continue?" Zhang Yun called out from the front, his keen perception noting their labored breathing. This remark ignited a spark among them. "No, I'm still capable," they retorted, determined not to concede, and pressed on. As they entered the ascent of Pine Tree Mountain, the arduous climb proved too much for their already exhausted bodies, and they faltered. "Can you continue or not?" Zhang Yun, still light on his feet, called again. "Can't go on." Though they were reluctant to admit defeat, the militia and hunting squad members recognized their limitations, verbally conceding. Only then did Zhang Yun halt. Xiao Qinghua, Zhang Jiwu, and the others collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "Your endurance is woefully inadequate. Consider this. If a wild boar were to charge at you right now, could you escape?" Zhang Yun turned, smiling as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, shame washed over their faces. They had scarcely departed Jiuan village, having run less than 2 miles, and already felt utterly exhausted. How could they possibly hunt wild beasts under such conditions? Particularly for the 9 members of the hunting squad, who had just formed their team that very day. It was disheartening to find themselves spent before even reaching Chicken Crowing Mountain. "Quickly drink some water to regain a bit of strength, and we shall set off immediately," Zhang Yun instructed. "I must emphasize, this is your practical training. Do not even think about slacking off. If your stamina is lacking, it can be trained. But if your will falters, you will be dismissed without hesitation." Zhang Yun spoke with a grave demeanor. The militia and the beast-hunting team members, upon hearing his words, appeared contemplative, having grasped the essence of his intent. On this day of training, Zhang Yun aimed to assess the practical combat proficiency of the militia while also evaluating the resolve of the beast hunters. After all, the pursuit of beasts is fraught with peril. If one's determination falters, and fear causes them to tremble at the sight of a wild animal, how could they ever hope to hunt successfully? Everyone took a sip of water, temporarily replenishing their strength. "You must also consume the rations you have brought. Restore your energy swiftly. Rest assured, with me here, you will not go hungry," Zhang Yun remarked, noticing that the individuals had only dared to sip water, yet hesitated to touch their provisions. Once their rations were exhausted, Zhang Yun would certainly seize an opportunity to procure a few wild chickens or rabbits, and then roast them in the mountains, ensuring that his team was well fed and satisfied. However, a few militia members contemplated voicing their objections, as their provisions consisted of merely 2 dry cakes. Should they consume them now, they would certainly find themselves famished by midday. "There are no objections. This is my command. Consume all your rations," Zhang Yun proclaimed with utmost seriousness. "Any further defiance will result in your withdrawal from this training." His words conveyed a clear stance. He would not tolerate any insubordination. Given the nature of their operation in the mountains, lacking unified commands could easily lead to calamity. Since this was a matter of real combat, adherence to orders was paramount. Initially, Zhang Jiwu and other members of the beast-hunting team considered interjecting, but upon hearing Zhang Yun's declaration, they instinctively fell silent and promptly retrieved their rations, consuming them heartily. The beast-hunting team had only just been established. None wished to face expulsion, which would bring shame upon them in Jiuan village, leaving them unable to hold their heads high in the future. Thus, Zhang Yun's words resonated with them as a royal decree, one they dared not disobey. Soon, all had finished their provisions and taken another sip of water. Most of the water bottles were military-issued, dark green canteens, and after drinking twice, each contained only half its original volume. "Report to the coach." Suddenly, a militia member stood up and called out. "Speak," Zhang Yun replied casually. "Coach, my canteen only has half its capacity left. If we run to Jiming Mountain, there may not be a drop left. Is there spring water in these mountains?" The militia member promptly voiced his concern. "Indeed," Zhang Yun responded with a smile. "I understand your apprehension. You fear you might perish of thirst in the mountains. I have traversed this area extensively and discovered several natural springs. I assure you, you will not suffer from thirst." While this was largely a diplomatic reassurance, Zhang Yun possessed ample means to provide for them. Should they run short of water, he would readily produce the spring water he had brought along to refill their canteens. Just moments ago, Zhang Yun intentionally urged them to drink copiously from their water bottles, knowing that only after they had emptied them could he seize the opportunity to present them with the spring water. With the spring water in their possession, Zhang Yun could ensure their stamina would swiftly rejuvenate, enabling them to endure until they reached Jiming Mountain. Splendid. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's response, everyone erupted in excited exclamations. Having satisfied their hunger and quenched their thirst, they resumed their run. Zhang Yun's expression grew serious once more. The group, having already experienced his stern demeanor, dared not retort. They promptly rose, grasped their respective tools, and continued to follow Zhang Yun in their run. As they neared the Pine Tree Mountain, Zhang Yun sensed their energy waning. Consequently, he narrowed his eyes and conceived a clever plan. Intentionally lagging behind, he suddenly unleashed a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds. "Ah, a wild boar," Zhang Yun exclaimed. And with the swiftness of lightning, he surged past everyone. The wild boar, having just emerged from the spring space, was filled with fury and charged at the humans ahead. Chapter 182. Releasing the wild boar to test the militia and hunting team. The wild boar, released from the spring space, was immensely enraged as it barreled towards Zhang Yun. The reason for the boar's ferocity was that, upon entering the spring space, Zhang Yun had witnessed the male boar viciously attacking a female boar. Before the male boar could unleash its pent-up aggression, Zhang Yun planned to harness its wrath against the militia and hunting team. Indeed, upon forcibly extracting the male boar and interrupting its amorous pursuits, it was inevitable that the creature would go berserk upon spotting Zhang Yun before it. It could not restrain its charge. Fortunately, the male boar lacked tusks, relying solely on its fierce and brutish attacks. When Zhang Yun shouted about the wild boar, the militia and hunting team, who were preparing to rest, were jolted into alertness, realizing that Zhang Yun was being pursued by the beast, causing a momentary panic among them. Zhang Yun deliberately directed the wild boar towards the militia and hunting team. "Quickly, take action. Slay this wild boar," Zhang Yun bellowed as he approached the militia and hunting team. "Take action? How do we take action?" The militia and hunting team were encountering a wild boar, a formidable beast, for the first time, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Yet, instinctively, the members of the militia and hunting team quickly positioned themselves, brandishing bayonets or machetes, ready to confront the oncoming wild boar. The reason Zhang Yun was willing to unleash a wild boar was to test these individuals' instinctual reactions and measure their bravery. It would soon become clear whether they would confront the beast head-on, flee in disarray, or fumble in confusion. "Yun, I'm coming to help you." Zhang Jiwu, witnessing the wild boar relentlessly pursuing Zhang Yun, was initially startled, but soon concern for Zhang Yun's safety propelled him to raise his machete and rush towards Zhang Yun, determined to slay the wild boar. "I will kill it." Zhang Jiankong and Sun Fuguwei, upon their first glimpse of the wild boar, were initially overwhelmed with fear. However, their audacity soon took over. As they beheld the creature charging towards them, exhilaration surged within them. After all, it was nothing less than a hunk of running meat. What was the purpose of the hunting team's venture into the mountains if not to hunt such beasts? With that thought, they brandished their machetes and gallantly sprinted forward, eager to slay the boar. The other members of the hunting team, initially startled, found courage in numbers as they witnessed Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankong, and Sun Fuguwei rushing ahead. They too seized their machetes and followed suit. Just moments ago, they had been gasping for breath, yet as the wild boar charged, a remarkable transformation occurred. Fatigue dissipated, replaced by a fervent energy. Xiao Qinghua, a former soldier, took a moment to collect himself upon spotting the boar, quickly regaining his composure. "Militia team, form a semicircle and prepare your rifles for shooting," he commanded. This was the hallmark of his military training. He swiftly assessed the terrain and the boar's frenzied speed, devising a tactical response in an instant. The 10 trained militia members, who typically patrolled the villages or assisted the local police, had never faced such a wild beast attack. Yet, at Xiao Qinghua's command, they responded with alacrity, raising their rifles and taking cover behind trees, crouching to aim at the boar. However, as the hunting team surrounded the creature, the militia members hesitated to fire, wary of accidentally hitting one of their own. Zhang Yun, witnessing the hunting team's advance, felt a surge of satisfaction. He suddenly pivoted, and just as the boar was about to collide with him, he executed a swift kick, striking the beast squarely in the jaw. The impact sent the boar tumbling, rolling through the air before crashing to the ground. Zhang Jiwu, who had been running ahead, was momentarily stunned to see Zhang Yun kick the robust wild boar. As the creature hit the ground, Zhang Jiwu leaped over Zhang Yun, bringing his machete down upon the boar. The blade struck one of the boar's legs with precision. Thanks to the reinforced edge, even without formal training in swordsmanship. The blow revealed the bone beneath the flesh, blood gushing forth. The boar, in agony, let out a haunting cry, attempting to rise but finding its left leg severely injured, rendering it powerless. At that moment, Zhang Jiankong and Sun Fuguei joined the fray, each delivering their own strikes. Their machetes found the boar's neck, inflicting deep gashes. No matter how thick the boar's hide, it could not withstand the sharpness of their blades. The hunters that followed, without hesitation, joined the assault, raining down blows upon the creature. Thus, under the relentless onslaught of 9 fervent hunters, the wild boar met a tragic end. Upon closer inspection, the wild boar bore no fewer than 50 gaping wounds. How ruthless you all are. Zhang Yun stood aside, observing the 9 members of the hunting team relentlessly hacking at the boar, his tongue clicking in astonishment. Zhang Jiwu, Zhang Jiankong, Zhang Bingqiang, Sun Fuguei, Yang Daju, Zhang Yimu, Zhang Erlin, Zhang Jinxin, and Sun Zhongwen, all 9 men, could not help but feel a sense of shame as they reflected on their earlier ferocity. Indeed, they had mercilessly slain the wild boar, and now, in hindsight, they felt as though they had committed a grave sin. The wild boar had truly suffered. Xiao Qinghua and the 10 militia members in training, witnessing the hunting team's brutal triumph, found themselves at a loss for words. Was this still the simple farmers they had known? Beneath their exteriors lay a fierce resolve. Zhang Yun had released the wild boar intentionally, aiming to toughen both the militia and the hunting team, allowing them to confront the impact of such a formidable beast firsthand, and to engage in the act of slaughtering it. This bloody experience was meant to instill a deeper acceptance within them. Judging by the tragic fate of the wild boar, Zhang Yun's objective was indeed fulfilled. At the very least, when they ventured to Jiming Mountain and encountered another wild boar, they would not react with the same panic and terror as before. They would maintain their composure. The foremost principle of hunting wild beasts is to remain calm. Only by staying composed can one swiftly devise a solution when faced with danger. Now, I invite you all to share your thoughts after slaying this wild boar. Zhang Yun inquired, observing the hunting and militia teams encircling the lifeless creature. Chapter 183. Continuing to sharpen skills, the 2 teams unite to hunt snakes. The members of the militia and hunting teams gathered around the deceased wild boar, their faces alight with excitement. This was their inaugural victory over such a formidable creature. Previously, they had learned from the older generation that wild boars were notoriously difficult to kill and had even been known to kill humans. Thus, they had harbored an innate fear of these beasts. However, after personally slaying a wild boar, that fear had been shattered. Although it was a combined effort of 9, they ultimately had taken the life of the wild boar with their own hands. When Zhang Yun asked for their impressions, the militia and hunting team members turned their gazes toward him. Young Yun, I used to feel a sense of dread at the thought of confronting wild beasts in the mountains, but after killing this wild boar, I now feel confident that I will not be afraid when I encounter such creatures again, Zhang Jiwu exclaimed, visibly excited. After slaying the wild boar, I understand now that wild beasts are not to be feared. Rather, it is the panic and lack of courage in confronting them that is truly terrifying. Zhang Jiankong replied earnestly. His words resonated with many, eliciting nods of agreement from all present. I too have come to realize that when faced with a wild beast, one must not panic but remain utterly composed, for only then can one devise a means to confront the creature, Sun Fuguei added, his eyes sparkling with newfound understanding. Following the earlier battle, the previously fatigued militia and hunting teams suddenly appeared invigorated and full of energy. Listening to the words of the people around him, Zhang Yun nodded slightly and smiled, saying, You have all touched upon a crucial point. It seems that after this battle, you have managed to conquer your fear of wild beasts. However, do not let this newfound confidence turn into arrogance. The creatures in these mountains remain perilous, and vigilance is paramount at all times. Next, we shall proceed directly to Jiming Mountain, where wild boars roam. Consider how you would respond should you encounter a herd of them. Beyond wild boars, contemplate how you would deal with venomous snakes or fiercer leopards. As I observed the surging confidence among these individuals, I felt compelled to remind them not to become overly inflated with pride, for that would lead to misfortune. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Yun's remarks, the militia and the hunting team members gasped in surprise. By the way, should we leave this wild boar here, or take it back now? Suddenly, Xiao Qingguo inquired. As a former soldier, he understood that the scent of the boar's blood could attract nearby beasts lurking in the forest. If left here, it might be devoured by the creatures of the mountains. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun discerned the underlying meaning in Xiao Qingguo's words. Chief Xiao, this wild boar was taken down by the 9 members of the hunting team, and thus it rightfully belongs to them as their trophy, Zhang Yun stated calmly. Shaoqing's expression faltered. In this era of meat scarcity, the militia often found themselves deprived of meat. Shaoqing's earlier comment stemmed from his desire to return to the village and propose an equal division of the boar. Reminiscent of the previous occasion when Zhang Lian and Zhang Yun had hunted 2 wild boars at Sangshu Mountain, one of which was shared with the militia. Although Zhang Yun was also a member of the militia, he felt compelled to advocate for the interests of the hunting team and spoke plainly. Shaoqing will wish to negotiate further, but Zhang Yun raised his hand and stated, "Chief Xiao, henceforth, our hunting operations will adhere to this rule. The beasts hunted by the militia will belong to them, while those taken down by the hunting team will belong to the hunting team. The quantity and weight of the beasts you acquire will depend entirely on your respective capabilities. The reason I have brought both the militia and the hunting team to Jiming Mountain is to instigate a friendly competition to see who can capture the greater number and heavier beasts." Upon hearing this, Shaoqing will paused for a moment and refrained from further objections. This arrangement seemed a fair distribution. The militia possessed firearms, yet it would be inappropriate to exert pressure on the common folk. "Young Yun, shall we carry the wild boar back now?" Zhang Jiwu asked at that moment. "Transporting it back would only waste time and delay our plans to enter the mountains. Instead, I will write a letter for Hong Chai to take back to the village." Requesting the captain to send someone to retrieve the wild boar, Zhang Yun replied calmly. He then skillfully produced a pencil and a piece of paper from his waist pouch, quickly inscribing a message. As Zhang Yun meticulously folded the letter, he summoned the red jackal, placing it gently at the corner of its mouth, instructing it to carry the letter back to the village. Witnessing Zhang Yun's effortless command over a wild beast, Shaoqing felt a surge of envy. It was in this moment that he comprehended the words of Captain Zhang Lian, realizing that the militia unit indeed required Zhang Yun's presence. "Very well. Let the wild boar remain here. We shall continue our journey," Zhang Yun declared, unwilling to let them linger and waste precious time. Thus, he trotted ahead, wielding his machete to clear the obstructing brush and branches, facilitating the advance of the militia and the hunting team. The militia and hunting team promptly followed suit. At one point, Zhang Yun stealthily released a venomous snake, which emerged from the spirit spring space and coiled itself upon a tree. As the militia and hunting team approached, they beheld the snake, as thick as an arm, hanging from a branch, flicking its tongue ominously. "Beware, a venomous snake." The sight caused the members of both groups to instinctively recoil. Suddenly, the snake dropped from the tree and lunged toward them. Attack! Having survived the earlier encounter with the wild boar, the militia and hunters were not as panicked this time. The militia brandished their rifles, fixing bayonets, while the hunters readied their machetes, steeling themselves for the confrontation. As the snake charged, the group spread out, launching a coordinated assault from all directions. Before it could strike anyone, the snake encountered several blows. It was pierced by bayonets and hacked by machetes. In a swift culmination of their efforts, the snake was severed into 5 sections, meeting a gruesome end. Decapitate it and bury the head. Who wishes to take the body? Zhang Yun returned to witness the snake's dismembered remains, calmly voicing his thoughts. What a thrill! The exhilaration of collaborating to slay the serpent brought joy to the militia and hunting team, who reveled in the adrenaline of their victory over the beast. Chapter 184. Surprises along the way. Look, a rabbit. As the members of the militia and hunting team trailed behind Zhang Yun, they were suddenly drawn by a rustling in the nearby grass. They rushed over to discover a wild rabbit, an animal Zhang Yun had deliberately summoned from the spirit spring space as he led the way. Given the abundance of beasts in the spirit spring space, he saw no harm in utilizing these creatures to train the militia and hunting team, allowing them to familiarize themselves with dealing with such wildlife before reaching Jiming Mountain. As the rabbit emerged from the underbrush, it was met by 2 rows of eager individuals, their eyes glinting with predatory excitement, akin to wolves spotting their prey. In an instant, as the rabbit leaped, 5 members lunged forward, capturing it with their hands, engaging in a spirited scramble for possession. After a couple of minutes, Zhang Yun summoned yet another creature from the spirit spring space, a bamboo rat. The militia and the hunting team had just decided the ownership of a wild hare through a game of rock, paper, scissors when they suddenly heard a rustling from the thicket ahead. Another beast. Everyone rushed forward like wolves, surrounding the underbrush. Then, a bamboo rat, startled by the commotion, bolted from the grass and fell into the sight of all. Astonishingly, it was a bamboo rat. Amidst the exclamations of surprise, the group unceremoniously lunged at it, igniting a fierce scramble for the creature. The poor bamboo rat was tugged by several individuals, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Zhang Yun, naturally, did not interfere with the militia and hunting team as they competed for the beast. Rather, he took pleasure in witnessing their fervent struggle over a mere animal, believing it would ignite their competitive spirits. Thus, during the journey from Pine Tree Mountain to Rooster Call Mountain, he occasionally tossed out wild hares, venomous snakes, and wild chickens, encouraging the militia and hunting team members to vie for them, simultaneously bolstering their courage while tantalizing their appetites. Initially, at the foot of Pine Tree Mountain, these individuals appeared on the verge of exhaustion. Yet, upon the emergence of the hares, snakes, chickens, and bamboo rat, each one seemed rejuvenated, showing no signs of fatigue. It could be said that Zhang Yun had drained their stamina, paradoxically revitalizing them. The route from Pine Tree Mountain to Rooster Call Mountain traversed wild hills overgrown with weeds and low shrubs. The terrain was relatively flat, yet challenging to navigate. With Zhang Yun leading the way, wielding a machete, and utilizing his extraordinary perceptive abilities, he swiftly cleared the underbrush and low trees, forging a pathway through the mountains. After traversing over 5 miles, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of Rooster Call Mountain. The mountainside here rose dramatically, with the first peak standing over 200 meters high and steeply inclined. Climbing it would undoubtedly require a significant expenditure of energy and time. Xiao Qinghua frowned at the imposing mountain ahead, his expression fraught with concern. Zhang Yun, entering Rooster Call Mountain from here is exceedingly difficult. I estimate that by the time we reach the mountainside, we will be utterly exhausted, and if any wild beast appears, we will struggle to cope, he remarked. It was not only Xiao Qinghua who harbored such apprehensions, the others shared the same sentiment. This was not a matter of courage, but rather the constraints of objective conditions. Zhang Yun glanced at the group, noting their uniform expressions of worry, and smiled slightly. Do you still have water in your canteens? Zhang Yun suddenly inquired. The members of the militia and hunting team were puzzled by his abrupt question, yet they knew he must have his reasons. I have finished my water. I have just a sip left. There is not much water remaining, they replied honestly. Drink all the water in your canteens, and then hand them to me. Fortunately, there is a mountain spring nearby where I can refill your canteens, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Naturally, Zhang Yun was aware that the stamina of the group was nearing its limits. Should they attempt to ascend the mountain, it was likely that they would be incapacitated after climbing merely 10 meters. It was time to offer them the elixir of the spiritual spring. Really? Splendid. Zhang's foresight is commendable. Yun, it's all thanks to you, they exclaimed, the militia and the hunting team buzzing with excitement. Immediately, everyone drained their water flasks. Yun, allow me to accompany you to fetch more water, Zhang Juwu suggested after finishing the last sip of his drink. Zhang Yun promptly raised his hand, smiling, no need. Your stamina pales in comparison to mine. It would be best for you to rest here. You all know my strength. I can carry back over 20 flasks by myself. Of course, Zhang Yun could not allow Zhang Juwu to accompany him, as he intended to extract water from the spiritual space, a secret he could not let anyone witness. Hence, he gathered all the water flasks, placing them into 2 baskets, and then set off toward the mountain ahead, swiftly vanishing from view. Upon reaching a dense thicket, Zhang Yun retrieved the mixed water from the spiritual spring and well, filling each flask meticulously. After approximately 10 minutes, he began his return journey laden with the flasks. Along the way, he also procured 5 wild chickens from the spiritual space. That must be Coach Zhang. The militia's 10 members, while resting, were still under Xiao Qinghua's orders to maintain vigilance. When a sentry spotted Zhang Yun's silhouette, he called out immediately. Consequently, the 9 members of the hunting team stood up, gazing ahead to confirm the familiar figure of Zhang Yun returning. He is back. Yun has truly brought the water. The group erupted in excitement. Moments later, Zhang Yun dashed back to the group, prompting a chorus of awe. 5 wild chickens. The militia and hunting teams exclaimed in shock. In such a short span, Zhang Yun had managed to catch 5 wild chickens. They all knew how agile these creatures were in the mountains, making them difficult to capture, and thus, they were deeply impressed by Zhang Yun's hunting prowess. Zhang Yun relished the admiration in their eyes, placing the 2 baskets on the ground before announcing, "Pass me your flasks. Whoever can prepare beggar's chicken, please do so here with these 5 wild chickens. After we feast, everyone should be revitalized, and then we shall venture into the mountains." Upon hearing this, the group erupted in cheers. 5 wild chickens were indeed a generous offering from Zhang Yun, and their joy was palpable. Particularly, the hunting team members, who had savored the delicacy the previous night, were ecstatic at the prospect of enjoying the world's most delectable wild chicken once again. I will prepare the beggar's chicken. I can also make it. It's simply wrapping the chicken in leaves and mud, then roasting it over an earthen fire. The members began to bicker excitedly amongst themselves. Zhang Yun paid little heed to who among them would prepare the beggar's chicken. He had already provided 5 wild chickens and now intended to assume the role of an idle bystander, settling comfortably beneath a nearby tree to doze. Chapter 185. Reaping the first bounty of beasts. The mountain spring water is truly delightful. After savoring a sip of the water Zhang Yun had brought back, Zhang Jiwu's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinghua, who was parched himself and had been trying to conserve water, promptly unscrewed his water flask and took a sip of the divine spring. Instantly, he felt a refreshing coolness soothe his previously scorched throat, revitalizing his entire being. Zhang Yun himself was uncertain of the precise essence contained within this spring water. However, it undeniably nourished the body's various functions. With just a single sip, any part of the body in need of such vitality would swiftly rejuvenate. It could be said that this spring water, akin to a medicinal food, possessed certain healing properties. Indeed, after drinking the mountain spring water, I felt remarkably revitalized, no longer suffering from the heat, Xiao Qinghua remarked in immediate agreement. Hearing their remarks, the other members of the militia and hunting team could not resist the temptation to open their flasks and indulge in the refreshing liquid. Wow, this is invigorating, they chorused. The mountain spring water was truly exquisite, its sweet flavor extinguishing their inner heat and leaving them feeling remarkably refreshed. After relishing the divine spring, the members of the militia and hunting team expressed their elation. At that moment, all eyes turned to Zhang Yun. Do not look at me. There is not much spring water left. After filling your flasks, there is hardly any left, Zhang Yun remarked, even as he dozed lightly, sensing the collective gaze of his companions. Undoubtedly, having experienced the benefits of the divine spring, their thoughts were simple: to consume the remaining water in a hurry and wish for Zhang Yun to procure another batch. Zhang Yun had no desire to become their free water supplier. He had already granted them a taste of its benefits. If they pressed further, it would surely exhaust him. He understood the importance of not indulging them excessively. At that moment, Zhang Jiwu approached, earnestly inquiring, Yun, could you reveal the location of that spring? Our hunting team will surely need it for future expeditions into the mountains. With his own uncle now asking, Zhang Yun could not heartlessly refuse. Uncle, there's no need to rush. First, prepare the 5 beggar-esque chickens. Once we have feasted, we can venture into the mountains to hunt beasts, and I shall then disclose the spring's location. Little did Zhang Yun know where the spring was. For now, he could only employ a delaying tactic. Having uttered a fib, he felt compelled to maintain the ruse. Thus, he rose from his resting position and declared, let us work together to prepare the beggar-esque chickens. Meanwhile, I shall scout the surroundings and assess the situation. With that, without waiting for a response, Zhang Yun took the deer and dashed into the mountains. In a short while, he arrived in the forest. This mountainous region, adjacent to Songshu Mountain, lay within the vicinity of Jiuan Village, a place that had seen little visitation from hunters in the past. In this mountainous region, the undergrowth flourishes with rampant weeds and the trees intertwine haphazardly, rendering the terrain quite treacherous. However, such obstacles do not deter Zhang Yun. After all, he possesses an exceptional sense of perception, capable of detecting movements within a 50-meter radius in advance. The forest had long been untouched by hunters, resulting in an abundance of wild beasts. Upon sensing his surroundings, Zhang Yun discovered dozens of creatures actively roaming within that range, prompting him to exclaim in wonder. The realization of such a multitude of beasts filled him with joy. For this visit to Chicken Crow Mountain promised to yield a substantial catch, likely propelling his acceleration points to surpass the 100 mark without difficulty. Thus, Zhang Yun adeptly wielded his machete and swiftly set about constructing pit traps, placing bamboo tubes filled with spiritual spring water within them. Within half a minute, each trap was meticulously prepared. Naturally, he did not linger. Instead, he hurried along the foot of the mountain, his keen senses attuned to the presence of nearby wildlife. After running approximately 100 meters, he established another pit trap. He continued this pattern, laying a trap for every 100 meters traversed. The militia and hunting teams were taking a breather, preparing 5 roasted chickens for lunch, which would take at least an hour. Zhang Yun aimed to scour the region's wildlife clean within that time frame. In about half an hour, he had astonishingly set up 50 pit traps along the mountain's base. After completing the final trap, he waited approximately 10 minutes before retracing his steps. In the first trap, he captured 21 wild rabbits, 2 venomous snakes, and 1 hedgehog. The second trap yielded 32 wild rabbits, 5 venomous snakes, 10 mountain mice, and a plethora of insects. Upon returning to the initial trap, Zhang Yun observed a lively throng of wild rabbits, their numbers exceeding 40. After collecting all the creatures from the traps, His consciousness locked onto the first area of the spiritual spring space. The total captured included 876 wild rabbits, 16 wild chickens, 246 venomous snakes, 230 mountain mice, 5 hedgehogs, and thousands of various insects. At that moment, the numbers displayed above the boulder indicated an acceleration point tally of 802, a rise from 338, reflecting an increase of 47 points, attributable to the total weight of the captured beasts amounting to 700 pounds. Yet, it did not surpass 100, Zhang Yun murmured. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, as he was now so close to that milestone. Subsequently, he transferred the collected insects to the second area, designated for the breeding of wild and domestic chickens, where they would serve as nourishment. The mountain mice were relocated to the eighth area, half of which was designated for breeding frogs, while the other half was for venomous snakes. These mice would be sustenance for the latter. Finally, he decided to deposit over 800 wild rabbits into the ninth area, resulting in a surprising abundance of rabbits there, even surpassing the number in the second area. How delightful, Zhang Yun exclaimed. Today, an additional area, designated as Plot 9, has been introduced. Initially, Zhang Yun transferred merely 100 wild rabbits to this location. But now he has relocated an impressive 876 more, amounting to nearly 1,000 rabbits, at a time dilation rate of 15 times. The reproductive rate of the rabbits in Plot 9 surpasses that of Plot 2. Zhang Yun harbors a sense of urgency, relying solely on Plots 2 and 9. He realizes it is insufficient to contain the burgeoning rabbit population. In the future, he must expand the acreage further to provide ample space for their reproduction. At this moment, Zhang Yun gazes skyward. Eagle 1, Eagle 2, it is time for you to demonstrate your capabilities. Having arrived at Chicken Cry Mountain, Zhang Yun decides not to confine the two eagles within the spirit spring space any longer. It is time for them to fulfill their purpose. Only through aerial reconnaissance can Zhang Yun swiftly ascertain the habitats of the larger beasts, enabling him to embark on targeted actions. The two eagles, previously tending to the two eaglets in the spirit spring space, were suddenly released by Zhang Yun. With a disgruntled screech, they unfurled their wings and soared into the sky, ready to scout the surrounding peaks.